The crazy little girl held a copper coin and delusionally asked someone to kill the Eastern Emperor. Onlookers laughed and scolded her as a fool. Just as the girl was in despair, I took the copper coin from her hand. The Dark Hall, will take this deal. For some reason, the Dark Hall I established crossed from the world of underworld killings to the world of cultivating immortals. To avoid drawing attention, I opened a pawnshop on the surface. Looking at the hungry little girl in front of me, I asked one of the 4 major stewards, Rose, to get some food. Before long, Rose placed the meal on the table. Watching the little girl in front of me eat so happily, I couldn't help but show a long-lost smile. There is no famine now. Why haven't you eaten for so many days? And your body is still so dirty? Yennefer did not stop her actions. Eating and speaking at the same time. Our village was attacked by bandits a few days ago. Everyone in the village died. Only I hid in the cellar to survive. My parents were also killed by them. At this moment, the smile on my face dimmed instantly. Do you want to seek revenge? Yennefer said firmly. Of course I want to. I am alive to avenge my parents. What if I can help you seek revenge? Yennefer was stunned after hearing this. She put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand, looked at me with her clear eyes, and asked somewhat incredulously, Are you serious? Of course, I never lie, but I don't help for free. As long as you can afford the reward, I can help you kill anyone in the immortal realm. After listening to me, Yennefer subconsciously touched the bracelet on her wrist. But my most valuable item is this bracelet. Can I use this? Without hesitation, I nodded directly, hearing that it was allowed. Yennefer was overjoyed and excitedly stood up to kowtow. Seeing this, I quickly used a gentle force to stop her. There is no need for this. It's just a transaction. Write down the appearance, strength, and approximate location of the person you want to kill. With that, I handed Yennefer a piece of white paper and a pen. Yennefer took the paper and pen and thought for a long time, but she didn't know what they looked like. Just as Yennefer was still thinking about how to describe it, I spoke up. If you don't remember their appearance, it's okay. Just tell me the general location. Yennefer then thought for a moment and drew a rough location, saying, It seems to be around here. I nodded, then glanced at the red rose. The red rose understood and picked up the paper on the table, walking towards the corner of the pawnshop. After opening a door, going through several flights of stairs, we arrived at the dark and eerie hall. The red rose called for bloodshed and handed him the paper. Bloodkill took a look, nodded, and turned around to leave. The so-called Bloodkill is one of the 5 top killers in the dark and secluded hall. Bloodkill took on the task and immediately arrived at the location indicated on the paper. According to the investigation, there is only a group of bandits here called the Big Knife Gang. Without hesitation, Bloodkill went straight towards the Big Knife Gang. All the people in the Dedeo Gang were completely confused. At this moment, a person stepped forward slowly with a knife in hand, pointing the knife at Bloodkill, and asked fiercely, Kid, do you know where you are? Have you had too much to drink and come looking for trouble in the wrong place? The rest of the Dedeo Gang burst into laughter. Bloodkill was also somewhat surprised that these people in the Dedeo Gang were all just insignificant ants in the nascent soul stage. Without a word, he acted directly. Before the nascent soul cultivators of the Dedeo Gang present could react, they all fell to the ground and fell silent. The leader of the Great Sword Gang sensed that something was wrong outside, drew his sword directly, and asked Bloodkill, Who are you, and why are you here at my Great Sword Gang? Bloodkill slowly replied, Someone paid to have you killed. Who do you think I am, and what do you think I'm here for? Looking at Bloodkill in front of him, the leader of the Great Sword Gang's eyes were extremely serious. My brothers are all in the nascent soul realm. Are you a great cultivator? Bloodkill smiled coldly and said, I am not, but don't worry, I will be quick. Just as he was about to say something else, a head fell to the ground. Bloodkill skillfully put the head in a bag, swaggered out of the Great Sword Gang, and no one inside the gang survived. Inside the pawnshop, I was brewing tea by myself, while Yennefer was looking at me with some concern. Boss, are you sure you're not joking with me? I looked at Yennefer in confusion. Why do you think so? But how can you help me get revenge while sitting here? I chuckled. Don't worry, it should be soon. Just as Yennefer was about to ask something else, the figure of Bloodkill suddenly appeared, placed a bag on the table, nodded at me, and then left. I casually tasted the tea. You see, here it is. Let's check the goods. Yennefer opened the bag with doubt and saw the scene, which directly scared her pale, and she screamed. I comforted her. Don't be excited. This is the leader of the bandits who want to destroy your whole village. Although Yennefer was very scared, when she heard it was her enemy, she felt much better, and she stood up and was about to kneel down to me. I stopped her again. I said, This is just a transaction. As long as you can afford the price, there is no one in this immortal realm that I cannot kill. I will accept this bracelet of yours. Yennefer, although she knew this, still bent down, deeply bowed and turned to leave. As for me, I lay back on the lounge chair, smiling, and said, "Rose, it seems I have found the purpose of this world. I will make the name of the Dark Hall resound throughout the immortal realms." The Red Rose bowed respectfully and said, "I will obey all orders from Lord Lydian." The news of the destruction of the Dedeo gang spread unknowingly. The nearby villages were very happy about the destruction of the Dedeo gang, but some were joyful while others were worried. 9 people were sitting in the Wang family meeting hall in Chansher City, and the current expression on the face of the family head, Wang Shuyi, looked somewhat unpleasant. The third elder opened his mouth at that moment. "Family master, I think that the destruction of the Great Sword Gang might be the work of those clans in other cities. Who doesn't know that the Great Sword Gang is a force cultivated by my Wang clan, specializing in managing several nearby villages? Right, big brother? Although the Great Sword Gang are all transformation spirit minor cultivators, but if my Wang family doesn't care, if he dares to destroy the Great Sword Gang today, he'll dare to fight on my Wang family tomorrow." Old Fifth spoke up with anger as well. "Yes, family head, if this matter is not investigated clearly, in the future when those people stomp their noses, where is the prestige of my Wang family?" The oldest 4 also spoke out at this time. The lord of the Wang family, upon hearing the words of the elders, also stated with determination that the Great Sword Gang was destroyed. "My Wang family will not ignore it. I will definitely find out who did this. If I find out, I will definitely make this person pay a heavy price, so that those forces that are eyeing my Wang family will know that my Wang family is not that easy to mess with." Hearing the words of the family head, the other 8 elders had serious looks on their faces. Chapter 3, Late Night Visit is Choice. Time passes in a hurry and it's 3 days. However, Gujia village, inside the pawn store, the Red Rose said as she made tea for Yi Li Tian. "Lord Li Tian, this time, we received news that people outside have found out that the mortal force of the Great Sword Gang that we exterminated before is behind a small force called the Wang family. After the great emperor ancestor within the Wang family sat down, the strongest person is this Wang family head, Wang Shuyi, whose strength is at the peak of Saint Exaltation, a step away from Quasi-Emperor. But Lord Li Tian can rest assured that Bloodslaughter did a clean job last time and no one knows about it." Yi Li Tian said as he sipped his tea. "Although I don't know what means the immortal cultivators of this world have, but the way the Wang family is investigating, the Dark Spectre Hall headquarters will be found one day. Then, according to Lord Li Tian, do away with it? No, 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 no need to be so troublesome. It's just a Saint Zun. Just let one of the people killers go to the Wang family, according to the rules of the underworld killer's world," Li Tian said with a smile on his face. "Understood." Red Rose nodded her head in response, and after pouring the last cup of tea for Li Tian, she turned around and came inside the Dark Spectre Hall. "Call one of the human killers, Night Kill, to explain the details of the mission to him. The purpose of this mission is clear. It was personally assigned by Lord Li Tian. It must be completed. There must not be any changes. Lord Rose, don't worry, my subordinates will not dishonor their mission." As Night Kill's words fell, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Late at night, in the wee hours of the morning, inside the Wang family's inner courtyard, inside the Wang family's head compound, Wang Shuyi was meditating and cultivating, and just as he finished cultivating and opened his eyes, he froze for a moment, only to see a man in black sitting at the tea table in front of him. Wang Shuyi was a bit shocked in his heart and, "When did this person come in? I actually didn't notice." Wang Shuyi was getting more and more surprised at this moment. "I wasn't able to detect this person's aura, so there can only be one possibility. This person's strength must be above mine." Thinking of this, Wang Shuyi immediately stepped out of bed, arched his hand at the person in front of him, and cautiously asked, "I wonder what is the purpose of Senior's late-night visit to my Wang family?" The man in black did not pay attention to Wang Shuyi, but picked up a cup of tea on the tea table and sipped it to himself. Seeing that the man in black did not pay any attention to himself, Wang Shuyi had an uneasy feeling in his heart, but still maintained his arching hand. At this moment, the surroundings became tense and depressing, as if the air was about to freeze. Wang Shuyi could not help but have a few drops of sweat fall from his face at this time. After the man in black finished drinking, he placed the teacup in his hand back on the table and looked at Wang Shuyi and said, "Wang Shou Pair, the head of the Wang family, right?" Wang Shuyi slowly raised his head and said to the man in black, "It's exactly me. I don't know who the senior is." Nightkill did not hide his identity and spoke directly. "Dark Spectre Hall Assassin, one of the human killers codenamed Nightkill." Wang Shuyi was a little surprised. There are indeed killers in the immortal world, but few and far between. He did not know when he provoked the killer organization. Just when Wang Shuyi wanted to open his mouth to ask something, the Night Killers followed and said, "Now you're only given 2 choices. First, your Wang family becomes my Dark Spectre Hall's explicit spokesperson in the immortal realm. And second, you can choose to refuse, but your Wang family will have no chickens or dogs left after tonight." Wang Shuyi was a bit puzzled as he listened to the words uttered by the man in black in front of him. Senior, I wonder what your intentions are? It seems like my Wang family has not offended you. Nightkill snorted coldly, a trace of coldness flashing through his eyes. Humph. Whether your Wang family has offended my Dark Spectre Hall or not is not for you to say. My Dark Spectre Hall as an assassin organization naturally has to find a family with a little bit of strength as a front in the immortal realm. And your Wang family will either be obedient or disappear on this. There is no third way to go. Do you understand? Wang Shuyi's heart tightened as he wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced himself to calm down. Senior, this matter is of great importance. Please allow me to think about it. Night Slayer stood up fiercely. His powerful aura instantly erupted, pressuring Wang Shuyi to almost gasp for breath. Consider? I don't have that much time to wait for you. Give me an answer now. Wang Shuyi's face was pale. His body trembled slightly, and he clenched his teeth. Senior, although my Wang family has some status in this mixed element continent, but this rashly becoming the spokesperson of your hall will surely attract the hostility of other forces. I'm afraid. Night Slayer interrupted him and said coldly, you don't need to worry about these. As long as your Wang family does what Dark Spectre Hall says, my Dark Spectre Hall will keep you safe. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the consequences for your Wang family. Wang Shuyi was in a deep tangle, and the sweat on his forehead fell like rain. Finally gritting his teeth, he said, Senior, my Wang family is willing to become the spokesperson of your hall. But I still hope that Senior will keep his promise and keep my Wang family safe. The corner of Night Killer's mouth rose slightly and said, as long as your Wang family follows my Dark Spectre Hall's orders to do things, your Wang family is naturally safe. But if there are any small actions, the consequences you should know. Wang Shuyi immediately nodded respectfully after hearing this. Don't worry, Lord Night Killer. My Wang family will naturally do our best for the Dark Spectre Hall. Night Kill nodded, then disappeared into the darkness of the night. Wang Shuyi was still standing in place, slow to come to his senses, but he knew one thing at this moment. This person should definitely not be offended. After returning to the Dark Spectre Hall, Night Killer reported the result of this mission to Rose. Rose nodded her head to indicate that Night Killer could leave. After Night Killer left, Red Rose came inside the pawnshop and said respectfully to Yi Li Tian, Lord Li Tian, this time the Wang family has agreed to become my Dark Spectre Hall spokesperson in the immortal realm. Rose said respectfully. Yi Li Tian nodded with satisfaction. Well done. My Dark Spectre Hall is new to the immortal world. I'm not very clear about the rules of this world, but as long as we have the Wang family as a scapegoat, that will be smooth for the next development of the Dark Spectre Hall. Yi Li Tian added immediately after. Have the Wang family release a message to the outside world from the shadows, saying that the Wang family has established an assassin organization in the shadows, and that as long as the spirit stones are in place, no one within the immortal realm will not be killed. Red Rose said, bowing slightly. As you wish, Lord Li Tian. Red Rose turned away after she finished speaking. Yi Li Tian sat on top of his chair and pondered. Coming to the immortal world for so many days, Dark Spectre Hall is too poor. The currency of the underworld kill world can't be used yet. Boring, too boring. Wang Shuyi within the Wang family was also slightly appalled when he received the news from the Dark Spectre Hall. Spreading the news. This is undoubtedly making my Wang family a place to bury bones. But if not, hey. A sigh resounded in Wang Shuyi's compound. Wang Shuyi had still followed the Dark Spectre Hall's orders. Just one night. All the big and small forces in the mixed continent know that the Wang family in Changshu City has cultivated an assassination force. And as long as the money is in place, there is no one who cannot be killed. In the Zheng family, the overlord of the Imperial Gold City, the family advocate Jinwu sat in the hall with a grave expression. This Wang family has actually cultivated an assassin organization in the shadows. If the Wang family is going to mess with my Zheng family, then it's going to be a bit of a problem. Meanwhile, in Lingshu City, the Li family and the Lu family, being the two major families in Lingshu City, had naturally heard the news released by the Wang family. Inside the Li family compound, Li Chongkong frowned. I messed with so many forces before. Will they? However, for the Lu family, Lu Changliang didn't care about the news from the Wang family. Humph. My Lu family doesn't do a lot of good deeds on a regular basis. Since the Wang family dares to release this news, it means that the assassination forces cultivated by the Wang family are not weak. Go ahead and fight, you guys, huh? My Lu family will be waiting to see the show. A day had passed since the Wang family released the news, and all the forces were watching, wanting to know what exactly the Wang family was up to. At this time, Yi Li Tian was sitting on a chaise lounge inside the pawnshop drinking tea and enjoying the cozy time when he saw Yenner walking in at the doorway covered in filth. On her back was also a bruised teenager. Chapter 4, Young Man Dying All His Money. Yenner carefully placed the teenager on her back on the ground, and immediately after that, she walked towards Yi Li Tian, and without any signs knelt down on the spot. Her voice said with a sobbing tone, Boss, can you save him? I beg you please. He was injured like this to save me. Yeol's tears couldn't be stopped and there was a prayer in her voice. Yi Tian looked at Yenner who suddenly knelt in front of him. He was also a bit surprised. Seeing this, he directly used a soft force to help him up. Afterwards, he let Red Rose check the teenager's injuries and give him treatment. After which Yi Tian asked to Yenner, "What's wrong, Yun? Why did you suddenly come to my pawnshop with a teenager on your back? Is something wrong?" Yeol wiped away the tears on her face with her hand, trying to calm herself down, and said with a choked voice, "Boss, since the last time I left at your place, I went to Lingshu City and found a job as an odd job in a restaurant there. And just yesterday while I was still working, a youth came in the restaurant. I was giving him my order when he made a move on me, and when I kept resisting, he got bolder and pinned me down on the table on the spot and was about to, ooh." Speaking here, Yenner with great aggression and crying. Yi Tian saw the situation, hurriedly took out a handkerchief and handed it to Yenner. Yenner took the handkerchief and wiped the tears on her face and continued to say, "Just when I thought my innocence was about to disappear that day, it was he who came to the rescue." As Yeol spoke, she pointed her finger towards the teenager she had carried into the inside of the pawn store, and immediately after that Yeol added, "Thanks to this teenager, he kicked down the beast that was going to violate me." And right after that, the male seemed to be very angry, saying something about him being the eldest son of the Li family, and he directly called the old man beside him to take action. Then after this teenager was beaten by that old man covered in blood. Fortunately the restaurant owner stepped in to stop the old man from striking, and after that I carried the teenager to seek medical treatment, but I couldn't find it. I had nowhere else to go, so I came to you. Boss, please save him, he's trying to save me from. Only then, Yi Tian lifted Yenner up and said, "Don't worry, he can't die, he'll wake up after a while." Hearing Yi Tian's words, a smile finally appeared on Yenner's crying face. Red Rose fed an elixir to this teenager, and after almost an hour, the teenager slowly opened his eyes. Strongly bracing himself to sit up, he looked around at his surroundings, and with a weak voice, he said, Where is this? This is a pawn store, I'm the one who brought you here. There's nothing wrong with your body?" Yeol asked anxiously. "There's nothing serious left. Thank you for saving my life. Girl, it's me who thanks you. Without you my innocence might be, but you suffered such a serious injury in order to save me." Yeol spoke with words of self-condemnation. The teenager looked at Yeol with calm eyes, indicating that there was nothing wrong, followed by Yeol pointing at the boss and Rose duo as she spoke. "And it wasn't me who saved you, it was me who carried you here. It was the boss and this big sister who saved you. They are so nice." Yi Tian and Red Rose couldn't help but laugh lightly when they heard this. The teenager stood up with difficulty and said with an arch, "Many thanks to the two of you for saving my life. This time the saving grace of the kid will surely be repaid." Yi Tian smiled slightly. "Just a show of hands. No need to keep it in mind. I have a lot of rooms in this pawnshop, you and Yenner stay here for the time being." Yenner knows, this time in the restaurant thing I'm afraid has not been able to go back, then should be down to live here. The teenager arched his hand again and, "Kiji Ichen certainly will not forget this favor. If in the future there is a need to use the kid's place senior, just say, the kid will certainly help." Yi Ichen looked at his fingers as he arched his hand, and to his horror, he realized that his spatial ring was actually missing. He hurriedly rummaged through every pocket on his body, but found nothing. Seeing that Yi Ichen seemed to be looking for something, Yeer remembered the old man, the ring that was taken away from his hand, so she hurriedly asked, "And, Yi Ichen, are you looking for the ring on your hand?" Hearing Yeer's voice, Yi Ichen hurriedly asked, "Yeer, you know where that space ring on my hand is?" "Yes." Yeol nodded and said, "The space ring you mentioned seems to have been taken by the old man who injured you." Yi Ichen heard, resolutely turned toward the door. Yeer hurriedly stopped Yi Ichen and said, "Don't be so impulsive. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me your stuff wouldn't have been taken, but you're just sending yourself to death if you go now. Yenner, you don't have to care about me. What's inside that space ring is very important to me. I have to go get it back." Yi Ichen's voice carried determination. No matter how much Yenner pulled, she couldn't pull him. Yenner suddenly thought of Yi Tian, so she quickly said, "Yi Ichen, don't be anxious. Maybe the boss can help you." Hearing these words, Yi Ichen's original agitated expression became rational. Seeing Yi Ichen regaining his composure, Yenner hurriedly looked at Yi Tian. Although she had already troubled the boss with many things, Yenner still opened her mouth. "Boss, can you help Yi Ichen? He is trying to save me before." Yi Tian stretched out his hand to stop what Yenner was going to say, and spoke without hurrying as he took a sip of tea. "I ask myself that I'm not a good person, but I'm a man of business. Didn't I tell you last time? As long as you can afford the money, there is nothing in this immortal world that I can't do. There's no one I can't kill." Hearing this sentence, Yenner also understands, but the thought of being penniless, or sighed. However, Yi Ichen heard this, although some do not believe, but still walked to the tea table and said, "Boss, as long as you can help me get my space ring back, I can give you everything inside that ring except a bracelet." Yi Li Tian smiled faintly. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything, Yi Chen continued to add, "Boss, don't worry, there are 2,000 lower grade spirit stones and a sword as well as 3 techniques inside that ring. I can swear by the heavenly Tao that I, Yi Chen, will definitely not cheat you." Yi Li Tian looked at the teacup in his hand and thought in his heart, although it is indeed inappropriate, there are some benefits to this matter that can be done. Then he nodded his head and, "I don't know what your spatial ring looks like, but I'll send someone to go with you, and you don't need to be afraid of the Li family, just boldly go and get it. I'll give you a bottom." Yi Li Tian looked at Rose. Rose nodded her head. After a few breaths, a man in black slowly appeared inside the pawnshop. The upper part of the man in black bowed slightly and respectfully and said, "Assassination meets Lord Li Tian. Assassination, Dark Spectre Hall Human Killers. One of the 5 kills." Yi Li Tian nodded his head, signaling that there was no need for assassination to salute, and then said, "Your mission this time is simple. Protect Yi Chen to go to the Li family to retrieve his spatial ring." Assassination nodded respectfully, before following Yi Chen out of the pawnshop. Yeol was so shocked that she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. For the first time she saw someone who could appear there instantly. Yi Li Tian saw that Yenair was so surprised and asked, "Do you want to be a maid in my pawnshop?" Yeol was a bit excited and nodded her head hurriedly. The boss not only gave her a place to stay but also a job. She hurriedly thanked. "Thanks, boss. I will work hard." Chapter 5 Human Immortal Killer. The Li family is terrified. Yi Li Tian didn't care and continued to drink his own tea. However, in Lingshu City, outside the Li family's gate, Yi Chen was about to force his way into the Li family, but he was stopped outside by 2 guards. Even if Yi Chen was injured, it was still not something that the 2 spirit transformation cultivators could stop. Yi Yun directly and simply roughly was 2 kicks, knocking the 2 to the ground, strutting into the Li family residence. When the Li family's outer elder learned that someone had broken into the Li family, he immediately led the remaining 2 outer elders and a group of guards towards the gate. When he arrived at the place and saw that it was just a small kid of the Hapkido stage who was full of disdain, he angrily said, "The forest is big and all birds are there. When did a tiny harmonization stage dare to come to my Li family in a big way to cause trouble? When did you really not put my Li family in your eyes?" said the other 2 outer elders directly towards Yi Chen to kill. The Li family elders thought that it was just a cat or dog making trouble, and did not take this matter to heart. However, what he saw was not that Yi Chen was being tackled, but that there was a man in black standing in front of Yi Chen. On the ground beside the black-robed man were the corpses of the 2 outer dean elders who had just rushed up. The elder couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw this. There was some scorn in his heart, but once he thought that this was the Li family, he still had the guts to ask, "Your Excellency, you forced your way into my Li family without saying a word, and killing my Li family's elders. Your Excellency isn't going a bit too far?" Assassination didn't pay any attention to this person, but directly raised his hand. Seeing the bad situation, the Li family elder was about to turn around and run away. However, the powerful suction force directly sucked the Li family elder. In front of Dark Sky, Assassination directly grabbed the Li family elder's neck in a smooth manner, and with a slight force, the Li family elder directly lost his voice. Assassination tossed it aside like a piece of trash, and Yi Chen was also slightly shocked when he saw how powerful the assassination in front of him was. The 2 were just about to walk towards the Li family's main hall when they saw a breath-trailing a voice that entered their ears. "Aren't the 2 of you doing a bit too much? Trespassing on my Li family's residence, killing my Li family's guards, and destroying my Li family's elders. Do you really think that my Li family has no one? The person has not arrived. The sound comes first." The 2 looked up and saw 5 people standing in the sky. At the head of the group was Li Changkong, the head of the Li family, while the remaining 4 were the elders of the Li family. Li Changkong's own cultivation at the peak of Saint Exaltation was on display as he looked angrily at the duo below. "Just listen. Down." 2 words. Li Changkong, who was just about to say something, was directly struck down on the ground instantly by a pressure that he could not resist at all. Along with Li Changkong, the 4 elders beside him were also knocked down. It was at this time that Li Changkong felt this person's aura and had a surprised look on his face. You're a human immortal." Hearing the words of the family head, the 4 elders of the Li family, whose original high-minded attitude instantly dropped to 0. Assassination looked at Li Changkong with cold eyes, and without the slightest intention of talking nonsense, he directly opened his mouth. "You will only be given 1 chance to speak. If..." Before Assassination finished his words, he only saw that in the distant sky, he was speeding and flying to a person. As he flew, he shouted, Senior, please leave me alone." When Li Changkong heard this voice, hope instantly appeared on his despairing face. and he hurriedly shouted out, "Ancestor save me! Ancestor save me!" The person who came was none other than the old ancestor of the Li family. The Li family ancestor did not pay attention to Li Changkong, but came directly to assassination, feeling the aura emanating from assassination's circumference. Even the Li family's oldest ancestor was in a cold sweat at this moment, and hurriedly bowed and spoke respectfully. "Senior, it seems that my Li family and Senior have no grievances or enmity. I don't know why Senior is trying to kill everyone." Assassination took a look at the Li clan's oldest ancestor, who was not amused, and said in an icy tone, "Indeed, but I'm simply here to take away a spatial ring, so if the Li family is truthful, take it out. If not, humph, you should understand the consequences. I'll only give you 10 breaths of time." The Li family's old man was blinded. A space ring? He had no idea what kind of space ring it was. At this time, Yi Chen walked out and pointed at one of the elders of the Li family and said, "Where's my ring?" The moment these words came out, everyone in the Li family all looked at this elder in unison with unkind gazes, all with anger in his heart. If it wasn't for this old Biden taking away people's spatial rings, it wouldn't be so bad that people would beat them to the door. The elder who took the ring, being watched by so many people from the Li family, was also a little frightened in his heart, and the sweat on his face couldn't stop flowing downwards. Carefully, he took out that space ring and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen picked up the ring and used his divine sense to check out the contents of the ring. It was also a relief to secretly rejoice. Luckily not a single thing is missing. Yi Chen then nodded to Assassination. "No problem. Let's go, seniors." Assassination nodded and the two left the Yi family. The Li family members were relieved to see that this bogeyman had finally left. Woohoo! Then they all turned their heads to look at the elder who had taken the ring earlier. Bang! Bang! Assassination and Yi Chen returned inside the Kajia village pawnshop. Entering inside the pawnshop, Assassination bowed respectfully to Yi Li Tian before turning around and leaving. Yi Chen, on the other hand, took out a bracelet within the ring and then handed the spatial ring to Yi Li Tian. "Boss, this is what I agreed with you before. I just want the bracelet, the rest is for you." Yi Li Tian took the ring and nodded after sweeping it with his extreme sense. After that the ring was given to Rose. Seeing this, Yi Chen also arched his hand and thanked him. However, he was stopped by Yi Li Tian. "You don't need to thank me. This is just a deal." Then continued, "You can stay on here and get well before you leave. I have plenty of room here." Yi Chen didn't push back and nodded his head in response. There was no way he could wander alone in this cultivation world with all his injuries, which could put his life in danger at any time. And within the Lingshu city of the mixed continent, a bombshell is spreading at breakneck speed. Whether it was the street vendors selling fish or the scattered cultivators within the city, they were all exploring the matter with some disbelief. Have you heard? The Li family of Lingshu city was approached by a child and was almost exterminated. Really? Who did you hear that from? How is it that what I heard was that the Li family's oldest ancestor was pointed at his nose by a man in black and told him to hand over the ring? Two loose cultivators, walking down the street, were exploring with their divine sense. Within the Li family, Li Changkong was doing his best to block the news of this occasion, but the spreading speed was too fast. Having already exceeded the Li family's expectations, Li Changkong then decided to close the door and withdraw from the ranks of the great families of Lingshu city from then on. Lingshu city was originally controlled by the Li family and the Lu family at the same time, and now that the Li family has retired, the Lu family has jumped to become the Lingshu city's premier first overlord. But even if the Li family had retreated, the news was still spreading fast. It was only a day or two's work. The other two cities in the mixed element continent, Royal Gold City, and the great clans within Shangshur City had all heard about the news of the Li clan this time. Inside the Zheng family residence in the Imperial Gold City, Zhang Jinwu was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard cultivating, and when he heard about the Li family's matter, he also frowned slightly. Fighting the Li family for a ring? And a man in black? A man in black? He's got the look of a killer. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinwu's gaze couldn't help but look in the direction of the Wang family in Shangshur City. Not only the Zheng family, all the large and small forces within the mixed continent all looked towards the Wang family here. The Wang family, however, had said earlier that they had cultivated an assassin organization, and there is no other assassin organization within this mixed continent besides the Wang family. All of them hoped that the Wang family would reveal some information about whether the black-clothed man who had hit the Li family was or was not an assassin that the Wang family had cultivated in the dark. Inside the Wang family in Longstone City, Wang Shuyi was sweating profusely and was pacing back and forth anxiously. Being stared at by so many forces, Wang Shuyi was also helpless, and at the first opportunity he sent a message to the Dark Spectre Hall. Chapter 6, Spreading the Word and Panicking. Inside Dark Spectre Hall, Red Rose also told Yi Li Tian the first time after receiving the news from the Wang family. Lord Li Tian, Wang Shuyi sent a message about the Li family. Yili Tian heart thought, although I have long guessed that the Wang family will send a letter, but I did not expect so fast. Then directly to the Rose said, just have the Wang family claim that the assassins were trained in secret by the Wang family. Okay, Lord Li Tian. After Red Rose heard Yili Tian's command, she turned around directly and returned within the Dark Spectre Hall to send a message to the Wang clan. Wang Shuyi, after receiving instructions from the Dark Spectre Hall, finally having a backbone in his heart, he immediately arranged for the Wang family members to vigorously proclaim it to the outside world. The person who hit the Li family this time is indeed an assassin that my Wang family has cultivated in the shadows. Another message was attached. These assassins don't care what kind of person you are or what forces stand behind you. They only care about getting the job done. As soon as the news came out, within the mixed continent, it didn't matter if it was Royal Gold City, or Changshu City, or Lingshu City. All the large and small forces within it had originally guessed that the killers were trained by the Wang family, but it was still a bit unbelievable to hear the Wang family admit it in person. Lingshu City, Lu family. Lu Changliang sat in the hall of the Lu family, and his heart could not help but marvel to know that the assassin who broke inside the Li clan that day, even the Li clan's oldest ancestor had to treat him with respect. One can imagine the strength of that assassin. The news spread quickly within the mixed state, especially in Changshu City, where the Wang family was located. Even ordinary people who were not cultivators and lived in Changshu City had heard about it. The streets were bustling with people and the shouts of vendors. The place was nearly full in a restaurant off the street that did a decent business. On the corner of the second floor of the most inconspicuous part of the restaurant, a woman wearing a somewhat worn purple flowing fairy dress, her face slightly wrinkled, looking a bit haggard. She sat perilously in her chair as if she had just experienced a catastrophe, and in front of the woman sat an old man, dressed in frilly clothes, cautiously observing his surroundings. Only after realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary did he say in a self-condemning tone, "Miss, it is my incompetence old family master only." The old man's voice was obviously much lower when he spoke of the old family head. The woman sitting in front of the old man wearing a purple flowing fairy dress already had tears in her eyes when she heard the old man's voice. But she held back and said to the old man with a somewhat choked voice, "Elder Yuan, you don't have to say anything more. I'm not that fragile." Ugh. Yuan Lao looked at the young lady. His mouth could not help but sigh. Looking at the young lady at this time himself is also like a knife in the heart, and hastened to open his mouth. "Miss, I've watched you grow up since you were a child. I know better than you what's in your heart. Don't be impulsive to do something stupid, miss. Elder Yuan, now that the clan has become that way, do you think there's still hope for this ruined root of mine?" The woman acted calmly as she spoke, with no waves in her heart. Yuan Lao looked at the young lady in front of him with a grave face. He knew that the calmer the young lady acted, it meant how much determination she had. He absolutely could not watch the young lady step into that purgatory. "Miss, you are still young. Besides, you are the last hope of the Jiang family. Don't fail the old family master's expectations of you, miss." The woman sneered. "Expectations? What do you think will save the Jiang family, Elder Yuan? Is it by my wasteful spirit root, or my lifelong transformation god stage cultivation?" This woman was no one else but the only daughter of the old Jiang family head of Liangzhou, Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was calm at this time, but the tears in her eyes couldn't help but fall after saying this. Yuan Lao looked at the young lady who looked like this. His heart was also a little bad, but he did not know what else he could say at this time. Alas, all that could be done was to lower his head and let out a sigh under his breath. Elder Yuan and Jiang Ling just sat there quietly, neither of them knowing how else to go or what to do next. Just then, however, a conversation between some people at the next table woke the two men up as if they were in a dream. "Why are you saying something different than what I've heard?" The man who spoke was dressed in a light gray tunic jacket, looking a bit lean and strong, and asked the bald man in front of him. "Ah, not the same? Then what is it you have heard? Quickly tell me." The bald man had his left foot on the bench and stretched his neck, looking extremely curious. The stout man also sat up straight and looked at the bald man when he saw this curious groping of the bald man. "It's nothing really, and not too far off from what you said. What I heard was that a 12 or 13-year-old hired an assassin, and walked right into the Li family residence with great vigor and integrity." Speaking here, the stout man picked up a bowl of wine and took a big gulp and continued. "Guess what? All the other assassins assassinate in the dark, but the assassin this youngster brought in strides into the Li family. It's that wild. After entering the Li family, it seems like they want to rob something. This I'm not sure. I only remember that even the Li family's oldest ancestor was out of the gate, and the Li family's oldest ancestor didn't make a move when he saw the two of that assassin. Guess what?" The bald man was confused and even more curious. "You quickly don't sell your secrets. Hurry up." The stout man also continued his sermon without further hesitation. "What kind of character is the Li family's old ancestor? A hegemon of Lingshu City. I've heard that the Li family's old ancestor is about to break through to the late stage of the great emperor. But so what? Even he had to be respectful when he saw that assassin, so you can imagine the strength of that assassin. And then, what happened after that? Baldhead desperately wanted to know what was going on back there. Later, the stout man paused, glanced at the bald man and continued. Later on, what can be done? The old ancestor of the Li family had to kneel down and apologize to that killer. And then after that, the Li family closed their doors and withdrew from the position of the overlord of this Lingshu city. The bald man pondered. I thought that the strength of these great families were all equal, but I didn't realize that this Wang family was hiding deep enough. The stout man picked up his bowl again and took a large gulp of his wine and, you should not just look at the surface. Although it looks like the strengths are equal, but everyone knows that the strongest of these great clans right now is none other than the Wang family. Yeah, ever since I heard that that assassin was trained by the Wang family, I realized that the Wang family has been keeping a low profile. Baldy also spoke out at this time. The two of them just talked about each other as they sipped and drank. Yuan old man listening to the conversation of the two people in the heart of thought up. The original despondent face had a slight change. Looked up at Jiang Ling Yi said, Miss, perhaps you don't need to go back and get killed for nothing, nor do you need to search, or wait for some chance to cultivate for 1,000 years. Listening to Yuan Lao's words, Jiang Ling seemed to guess what he was going to say. The conversation between the stout man and the bald man she naturally heard, with a somewhat puzzled look at Yuan Lao. Elder Yuan, do you mean looking for help? Yuan Lao nodded his head. The lines of his face softened a few points and said, Miss, you're only half right. Looking at this mixed continent, who dares to make an enemy of the Jiang family, even within the Liangzhou, other than the praying heaven imperial dynasty, which power dares to hit the Jiang family? Then what do you mean, Elder Yuan? Jiang Ling looked at Elder Yuan, and there was some surprise on his face at this moment. Chapter 7, A Visit to the Shichang Wang family. Yuan Lao saw the surprise on Jiang Ling's face, but still said with a slight hint of mystery, Miss, who do you think there will be within these two states, mixed continent, as well as Liangzhou, that won't be able to help our forces without concern for the authority of the Jiang family? The woman pondered for a moment, then thought of the conversation between the lean man and the bald man, and with some understanding, two words came directly from her lips. The Slayer. Hearing Jiang Ling's reply, Yuan Lao also nodded. Not bad. If there's any power within these two continents that isn't afraid of offending the Jiang family, it's only the killer power. Killer forces? Growing up, I've never heard of any assassin forces within the Liangzhou as well as the mixed continent. Jiang Ling was a bit puzzled, then immediately said as if he thought of something. Elder Yuan, are you talking about the Wang family that those two were talking about? Nice. Yuan Lao affirmed. Jiang Ling looked at Yuan Lao's serious expression and helplessly shook his head and sighed. Are you alright, Elder Yuan? It's not like you don't know. In this Longstone city, the Wang family does have arrogant capital. Yes, that's right. Right now, even if you look at the three major cities, the Wang family is considered to be a dominant family. Jiang Ling didn't stop and continued. But you have to know, Yuan Lao, the mixed continent is still the mixed continent after all. And the Wang family is still the same Wang family, even if the Wang family is cultivating assassins in the dark side. It's only the late great emperor stage that can make even the middle stage of a great emperor afraid. And to a higher level, it's nothing more than a great emperor great circle. Jiang Ling's expression changed slightly. Elder Yuan, do you mean to let an assassin of the great emperor great circle assassinate the human immortal realm? Jiang Ling's gaze looked at Yuan Lao's chest and, Elder Yuan, you've been seriously injured. Could it be that your brain has been implicated as well? Yuan old man heard the sentence, also from the beginning of the full of confidence, was said to be a little embarrassed. In order to save face or a little vain said, ahem, cough. You must realize, miss, that there is no way out now, and this is the only one. How do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Jiang Ling looked in the direction of the Jiang family. Tears once again involuntarily flowed down, the corners of her mouth slightly moving. Possibly. It's the best solution, isn't it? Gingerling stood up and walked towards the stairway. Let's go, Elder Yuan. Yuan Lao looked at Jiang Ling somewhat melancholy back, some sadness in his eyes, and resolutely followed the young lady's steps. Jiang Ling walked in front, Yuan Lao followed behind the two of them out of the restaurant. Walking down the street, I asked around to find out where the Wang's residence was. The two didn't stop and didn't walk for long before they soon reached the main gate of the Wang family. Within the Wang family, the inner courtyard, Wang Shuyi was dealing with family affairs when the guards of the Wang family outside the door came to report in a hurry. He put down the object in his hand, and his gaze went to the door. Come in and report. The guard carefully pushed the door to enter, saw Wang Shuyi respectfully bowed and said, the family head has two guests who say they want to see you and have already arranged to be in the hall, saying they have a big deal to talk to you about. Wang Shuyi's face was a bit uncertain. He signaled to the guards that he knew. The guards respectfully retreated, and Wang Shuyi muttered in a small voice, "The big deal?" A little puzzled but getting up and heading down the hall. When he came to the hall he saw a woman and an old man sitting leisurely. The woman is at the stage of God realization, and the old man's breath is floating and disorganized. Although I do not know the purpose of the two people, Wang Shuyi is still relatively polite, immediately let the subordinate serve tea, and then asked, "I've heard that you two have some big deal to talk to me about. I don't know how you two are called?" Jiang Ling was about to open his mouth. Yuan old man saw the situation, was about to drink a mouthful of tea, hastily coughed, two-voice speech laugh, said, "There is no need for Family Master Wang to inquire about the identity of the two of us. It won't do you any good." Yuan Lao put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Family Master Wang. "I wonder if Family Master Wang can take this deal from the two of us." Wang Shuyi saw that the two did not intend to reveal their identities and did not pursue the matter. Everyone has secrets, and he is no cutie pie. He naturally knew what these two people came to him for. Wang Shuyi casually sat on a chair and fiddled with a teacup, and did not take the big deal in the mouths of the two men seriously. There is no way behind the back of a mountain. The Li family great emperor realm ancestors have to be respectful. Wang Shuyi did not have the leisure to beat around the bush but went straight to the point and said, "Big deal? You two don't have to speak so subtly. I know the purpose of your visit. Just directly say who to kill." When he said this sentence, Wang Shuyi did not have any change on his face, but drank tea by himself. Jiang Ling and Elder Yuan glanced at each other. Seeing that the Wang family master was so directly confident, they were also a bit surprised, so Jiang Ling directly opened his mouth. "And Wang family master is so confident, worthy of being the overlord of the three cities in this mixed continent, then the two of us are not beating around the bush. The person that the two of us want to kill is this, the Jiang family." Wang Shuyi muttered. Jiang family. Pondered for a long time, also did not hear of any large family surnamed Jiang within the state of mixed. Yuan asked with doubts, "I wonder what the two of you are saying about the Jiang family." Liangzhou, praying heaven, Imperial City, Jiang family. Jiang Ling spoke directly without hesitation. Wang Shuyi heard and thought about it, then somewhat shocked, but still a little unsure asked, "Are you talking about the Jiang family? The overlord under prayer heaven?" "Exactly." Jiang Ling's tone was firm, and his face did not change in any way. Wang Shuyi was a little apprehensive at this time after determining that he wanted the Jiang family. Before the arrogance and self-confidence in an instant, the face of the chair appeared to be a bit at a loss for words. Seeing the Wang family head in this state, Jiang Ling glanced at Yuan Lao and shook his head somewhat helplessly as he got up and was about to leave. Wang family master saw the two to go, hurriedly stood up to call the two. He was not sure who was more superior to the Dark Spectre Hall and the Jiang family. After some internal struggle, or said, "Both of you wait. This is indeed a big deal for you, but it's not up to me to decide whether or not I can take it." The two stopped in their tracks, and Jiang Ling turned her head to look at the Wang family master with some uncertainty. "What do you mean by that, Wang family master? Could it be that you can't take charge of the Wang family's affairs? If you can take it or not, you can just say so. There's no need to keep it a secret." Wang Shuyi looked at the two of them and laughed dryly and said, "Ha ha, you two are joking about the matter of the Wang family. I naturally do, the lord. But this killing, got to have that one nod." Jiang Ling frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. "That one? Who is that one?" Wang Shuyi looked at the puzzled two, did not answer Jiang Ling's question, but spoke faintly, "There is no need to be puzzled. Although this single business of yours is very big, but if that person nods, then this matter can be done." With that, Wang Shuyi took out the transmission jade tablet to send a message to the Dark Spectre Hall. The duo looked at the Wang family head in disbelief. Not long after, the Wang family head put away the jade card and said with a smile, "The one has nodded, and I will now take the two of you forward." Although Jiang Ling did not know where to go but still nodded. At this time Yuan Lao pulled Jiang Ling. Transmitting voice to Jiang Ling said, "Miss, this matter may be fishy. If you go directly is likely to be a trap." Jiang Ling threw off Elder Yuan's arm and didn't pay attention to his words, still saying to Wang Shuyi, "Lead the way, Family Master Wang," because she knew that it would be difficult to get revenge on her own in this lifetime. Although she didn't know who the one that the Wang family master was talking about was, he couldn't miss even a glimmer of hope. Wang family master smiled and did not say anything more, stepping out of the hall to walk in front to lead the way. Jiang Ling followed closely behind. A coldness flashed in Yuan Lao's eyes as he looked at the departing young lady, but he still took a step to follow. Chapter 8, The Dark Spectre Hall. Accept this order. Changsha City wasn't very far from Gu Family Village, but it wasn't particularly close either, so even the transformation spirit stage wouldn't take much time to arrive. It didn't take long. Under Wang Shuyi's leadership, several people soon arrived at the entrance of Gajia Village. Jiang Ling was a bit surprised. She looked around and surveyed the small village in front of her. At the entrance of the village, a relatively huge moss-covered stone with 3 words vaguely engraved on it. Gajia Village. Isn't the Wang family master going to meet the one you're talking about? Why did you bring us to this tiny village? Jiang Ling was a little wary that she was afraid that this was a trap. How she thought about it was a bit unbelievable that a character that could make the Wang family lord so valued would actually live within this small village. At this moment, Elder Yuan did not say anything more, only cautiously observing his surroundings. Wang Shuyi could see the uneasiness of the two, helplessly shook his head and smiled. You two can rest assured. I am a businessman, naturally won't do anything unfavorable to you two. Just follow me. After saying that, he no longer stops and strides towards Gajia village pawnshop. Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment but still followed. Yuan Lao followed closely behind. The three stopped in front of the pawnshop. Jiang Ling somewhat do not understand why to stop at the door of the pawnshop. Thought in his heart, could it be that the person in the mouth of the Wang family master is in this pawnshop? Just see. Wang Shuyi took a deep breath. To the pawnshop inside, the archhand looks a little nervous. Gently open. Wang Shuyi of the Changchur City Wang family is here to see you. Jiang Ling and Elder Yuan beside him were also a little curious about the identity of the one that the Wang family master was talking about when they saw him being so honorable and humble. Not long after the pawnshop, out of a look at some not big, just 12 or 13 years old little girl. This woman is Yen Er. Yen Er politely invited the three inside the pawnshop. The three of them entered the pawnshop, only to see that the decoration inside the pawnshop was very simple and very different from other pawnshops. There was no high counter to separate the customers from the fellows. Instead, it was more like a larger parlor. Wang Shuyi jogged a few steps forward to Yili Tian, who was sitting at the tea table, and once again arched his hand. Senior. At this moment, Wang Shuyi's attitude appeared extremely respectful and his spirit was taut. Although it was the first time he saw Yili Tian, but he knew that even the killer who broke into the Wang family that night had to respect the one in front of him to the extreme. How could he dare to have the slightest negligence? Yili Tian looked at Wang Shuyi, who was so respectful in front of him, and was not surprised. Slowly spoke. Get up. Hearing Yili Tian's words, Wang Shuyi only stood up with some haste. Then he introduced the two people beside him to Yili Tian. Elder, this woman and this old man are the guests that I set above the transmission jade card. Since the people have been brought to you, then I will leave first. Aha! Yili Tian responded. After receiving permission, Wang Shuyi walked out of the gate with light steps. A long sigh escaped his mouth, and flew towards the Wang family in Changchur City as if he was relieved. Sit. Inside the pawnshop, Yili Tian signaled the two to sit down. Jiang Ling and Yuan Lao were obviously still unclear about the identity of the person in front of them, but still chose to sit down. When the two of them sat down, Yuan Lao used a grave tone of voice to Jiang Ling. Miss, I can't see through this person's strength. It's very strong. Jiang Ling glanced at Yuan Lao with unbelieving eyes, somewhat stunned, and guessed in his heart Yuan Lao couldn't even see through this person's cultivation. Could it be a human immortal? Or maybe, thinking of this, Jiang Ling stopped thinking and looked at Yili Tian and said, Senior, the Wang family master should have told you the purpose of our trip here. Naturally, I know that. Yili Tian responded while making tea. Senior, are you sure? You're certain you're sure to take this deal? Jiang Ling asked with some uncertainty. Yili Tian handed the brewed tea to Yuan Lao and Jiang Ling respectively and laughed softly. As long as you can afford the price. What's wrong with the Jiang family? Ah, the woman could not believe what he had just heard. Growing up so big, in addition to the Prayer Heaven royal dynasty, she really did not know any power that dared to look down on the Jiang family. Yili Tian didn't care about Jiang Ling's surprise, but stretched out a finger and said softly, 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Ling froze on the spot. To know that 100 million upper-grade spirit stones, even the Wang family have to work hard without eating or drinking to earn 20 years. Even the Jiang family in Liangzhou will take 3 years to be enough to earn. Not waiting for Jiang Ling to respond, Yuan Lao fiercely stood up and angrily slapped the table and shouted, Kid, you're poor and crazy. Opening your mouth to ask for 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Do you know what 100 million top-grade spirit stones look like? Noisy. As her voice fell, Rose directly released the unique pressure of a top assassin, enveloping Yuan Lao. The moment Yuan Lao came into contact with this pressure, his body trembled, as if he was a flatboat in a storm that could be swallowed by the raging waves at any time. Fine beads of sweat seeping out of his forehead, his face as pale as paper, and his eyes revealing panic that was hard to hide. It was only at this moment that he reacted to the fact that he was like an ant in front of this person. Seeing such a situation, Jiang Ling hurriedly stood up and anxiously pleaded for Yuan Lao. Senior, please also put away your pressure. Elder Yuan only said those words in a moment of impulse, and in no way did he mean to offend Senior. Jiang Ling's head was buried lower and lower, fearing that he would not be able to dissipate the anger of the person in front of him. Yili Tian waved his hand, and only then did Rose withdraw the pressure that enveloped Yuan Lao's body. At this time, Yuan Lao was as relieved as he was, and he was breathing heavily. I said, 100 million upper-grade spirit stones, no second price. If the two of you think it's expensive, the door is there to leave on your own. Yi Tian's indifferent voice sounded again. Yuan Lao braced himself and looked at Yi Tian as well as Rose both with some scorn, and said with difficulty under his breath to Jiang Ling, "Miss, let's go." Seeing Jiang Ling standing still, Yuan Lao pulled Jiang Ling's arm and said somewhat anxiously, "Miss, what are you waiting for? Go! That's 100 million upper grade spirit stones. What's the difference between this and robbery?" Jiang Ling turned her head to look at Elder Yuan with determined eyes. "Elder Yuan, this may be the only hope. Although I don't know if it will work, I think I can give it a try." Yuan Lao froze on the spot and did not say anything more. Jiang Ling sat back in her chair once again, and at this moment, she seemed to be a different person from before. Good. 100 million top-grade spirit stones is 100 million top-grade spirit stones. But, speaking here, Jiang Ling glanced at Yi Tian. Seeing that this person's face did not have any changes, once again said, "However, I wonder if it is possible to pay 50 million top-grade spirit stones up front. And after this matter the remaining 50 million will certainly be given with both hands by my daughter." Yes. Yi Tian's face was calm as usual. "If I don't see the remaining 50 million top-grade spirit stones after this matter, you should know the consequences." Yi Tian took a sip of tea to himself. "Remember, this is not a threat. It's a warning." Although Yi Tian did not release any breath, the temperature inside the pawnshop dropped steeply, and Jiang Ling involuntarily shivered when she felt the chill. Chapter 9. What? The clan protection formation is broken. Don't worry, senior. Since my daughter will say this, she will naturally be able to do it. At this time, Jiang Ling seemed to have thought of something, and asked cautiously with some uneasiness, "And, elder, if, failing still." Without waiting for Jiang Ling to finish, Yi Tian laughed out loud. "Ha ha, failure? This is something I haven't really thought about. So far I've never failed." Seeing that Jiang Ling's expression was still a bit peculiar, Yi Tian once again said, "Since you are a guest, then I naturally want to reassure the guest. If it fails your 50 million top-grade spirit stones, I will return all of them to you. And I'll return you double the top-grade spirit stones in addition. What do you think?" Jiang Ling thought for a moment, then said, "Since senior has said so, it would seem like my daughter is being too calculating if I say anything." Jiang Ling then laughed softly and took out 50 million of the small 60 million top-grade spirit stone she only had and transferred it to another space ring, handing it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian took the spatial ring that Jiang Ling handed to him and used his extreme sense to probe it to confirm that it was correct before smiling and nodding. All the people in the Dark Spectre Hall, including Yi Tian, all have extreme knowledge. Extreme knowledge and divine sense is not very different. Extreme knowledge is the world of the underworld killers cultivated to a certain realm to produce extreme knowledge. And the world of the underworld killers is the world of the underworld killers. Just like the immortal cultivator, the realm elevated to the foundation in order to produce the divine sense is the same. The difference is that the world of killing to kill the main, the need for extremely strong mental stamina endurance will be polished to the extreme of the divine sense is called the extreme knowledge. Therefore, the world of the underworld to cultivate the extreme knowledge to be stronger than the immortal cultivators use the divine sense. And any hidden magic treasure in front of the extreme knowledge are all nonsense. Very well, the deal is struck. One day later the Zhang family will be removed from Liangzhou. Elder Yuan, who was standing on the side, smiled disdainfully and said in his heart, "Humph. Such a big mouth. And you're still asking the Zhang family to remove their name. Ridiculous." Jiang Ling was also a little surprised to the point of disbelief when she heard Yi Tian's words. She didn't feel that the person in front of her who boasted about letting the Zhang family get rid of his name had this strength. Did not take what this man said to heart, as long as it was enough to kill the rebels. Thinking of this, she once again remembered the day that made his life unforgettable. Jiang Ling's slender fingers clenched into fists, clenching tighter and tighter. Yi Tian gently clapped his palms. Hearing the sound, Jiang Ling's mind came back to his senses. At this time, 3 steps away from Yi Tian, a figure as black as ink quietly appeared. He respectfully saluted and said, "Ghost Slayer, meet Lord Li Tian, Ghost Killer, Dark Spectre Hall, one of the 5 killers of the human killers." Jiang Ling was startled by the sudden appearance of Ghost Killer, while at the sight of Yuan Lao had an unbelievable face and exclaimed out in shock that, "Human immortal realm." Originally, Jiang Ling was still unimpressed, and only after hearing Yuan Lao's voice did he look at Yuan Lao for confirmation, fearing that he had heard wrongly, and after confirming that this person was indeed a human immortal, his heart was also astonished beyond measure. "I didn't expect that a human immortal realm powerhouse actually existed within this tiny village in the mixed continent. Even Liangzhou doesn't have a few." Jiang Ling again looked to Yi Tian, seems to have thought of something else. "The heart stunned just now, this human immortal realm powerhouse is not called this one lord." Jiang Ling's almost ivory-colored eyes widened at the thought. Yi Tian was already used to it and didn't care about the duo's surprise, but said to Ghost Slayer, Take a trip to the Jiang family and destroy it. Ghost Killer nodded respectfully. Subordinate will take orders. Jiang Ling hurriedly waved his hand. No. Elder hasn't reached the moment of extermination yet. Yili Tian was a bit confused. Then he pointed his finger at Jiang Ling and said to Ghost Slayer, then you will go with her. And you will kill whoever she points at. Remember, the guest is the biggest. Nah. Several people left the pawnshop and headed to the Jiang family under the guidance of Jiang Ling. On the road, Jiang Ling looked behind her. Wearing a black suit, left chest above the two small words carved, people kill, face was covered to see the face. She carefully asked, and, Elder, are you a killer? Aha, Ghost Killer responded. Seeing the Ghost Kill response, Jiang Ling once again carefully inquired, Senior, the one inside the pawn store. Before the words were finished, Ghost Slayer's deep, emotionless eyes glanced at Jiang Ling. Even though it was just a glance that was taken, Jiang Ling felt heart-stopping. It's time for you to know. You know naturally. There's no need to pry into what you're not supposed to know. Hearing Ghost Slayer's words, Jiang Ling had no choice but to stop asking more questions and continue to rush. Liangzhou, the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty. Inside the Great Hall of the Jiang family. Thanks to Sect Master Shin for his help. If it wasn't for your timely intervention, I really wouldn't have been a match for that old guy and wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea with you. The person who spoke was the new head of the Jiang family, the ninth elder Jiang Tianhua, and the sect leader Shin. In his mouth was one of the 3 sect leaders of the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty. Sect Master Shin smiled indifferently, but there was a deep meaning in his eyes. The ninth elder. Oh no, now it should be called the Jiang family master. The two of them smiled at each other and Sect Master Shin slowly said, Jiang family master is overstating the case. All things in this world have cause and effect. I help you is also the decision of the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty. As for how the Jiang family will do things in the future, it will depend on Jiang family master himself. In that last sentence about himself, Sect Leader Shin clearly pulled out a long tone. Hearing Sect Leader Shin's words, Jiang Tianhua immediately withdrew his smile and said with a serious face, Don't worry, Sect Master Shin. From the day the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty wished me to break through the human immortal realm, this old life of mine is the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty's. Now that you've helped me kill the old family master and become the Jiang family head, I, Jiang Tianhua, swear by the Heavenly Tao that from now on, as long as the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty needs it, my Jiang family will be obliged to go through fire even if it's in the soup, and will look to the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty as their leader. Sect Leader Shin also nodded with satisfaction after hearing Jiang Tianhua's answer. Well, not bad. It's good to have this kind of realization. In the future, the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty will definitely not treat your Jiang family poorly. Don't worry. I'm relieved to have these words from Sect Master Shin. Come, Sect Master Shin. Drink tea. Drink tea. Sect Leader Shin nodded slightly and took a light sip of tea. At this time, bang sound of the solemn atmosphere in the hall was instantly broken. Outside the door a guard hurriedly ran in words or said some not fluent. Home. Family Master. Family Master is not well. The protective. Clan protection formation. Broken. What? When Jiang Tianhua, who was drinking tea, heard this news, a fierce light appeared in his eyes, and he directly slammed the teacup in his hand on a side table. Ka-ching! The guard who just came in was so scared to see the family head in this state that he didn't dare to say a single word and was trembling unceasingly. Jiang Tianhua hurriedly stood up and arched his hand at the tea-drinking Sect Leader Shin. Sect Leader Shin. You drink your tea first, I'll go and take care of it and be back soon. Sect Leader Shin waved his hand. No harm. I will go forward with you and watch the fun, said Sect Master Shin, directly stood up and walked towards the door. Chapter 10, This Man. Should I kill him? Jiang Tianhua saw that Sect Leader Shin could accompany him together. In his heart also had some confidence. He was in the Jiang family for so many years, naturally know the Jiang family, this clan protection array of powerful. Even the early human immortals want to break through need a lot of trouble. So he guessed that the person who can break through the clan protection array must be at least the middle human immortal strong. Jiang Tianhua was also a bit confused. His Jiang family hadn't offended any human immortal powerhouses either. Solely no longer think much. As long as Sect Master Shin is here, no matter if you are a mid-late human immortal, bright, you can't turn any waves. With that, he followed Sect Leader Shin and walked out of the hall together. The guards who had delivered the message also followed closely behind them when they saw this. That sound just now was so loud that everyone in the entire Jiang family heard it, and many of them didn't know what had happened. No matter if it was the elders or the junior members of the Jiang clan, they knew that the clan protection formation had broken. Everyone rushed to the outer courtyard of the Jiang clan. The second elder, who was in seclusion, violently opened his eyes after hearing a loud noise. Broken. He directly ended his seclusion and sped towards the outer courtyard. The casual cultivators who passed by the Jiang family naturally heard the sounds coming from the Jiang family's side. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Many forces within the Heavenly Prayer Imperial City had all heard of this matter as well, and had sent people to the Zhang family wanting to know what had happened. Sect Master Shen, Zhang Tianhua, and a group of elders were enraged by the scene before them after arriving at the outer courtyard, only to see a lot of people lying on the ground. All of them were Zhang family guards. However, at this moment, all of them were lifeless and became a cold corpse. Behind these corpses stood three people, no other than Zhang Ling, Yuan Lao, and a less conspicuous ghost killer. Zhang Tianhua recognized Zhang Ling at a glance, and he was a little disbelieving that Zhang Ling actually dared to come back. And once he came back, he actually killed so many people from his Zhang family. What a death wish! Zhang Tianhua burst into a rage, grinding his teeth clacking, wanting to chew Zhang Ling raw as if he were, looking at Zhang Ling with a decaying grudge in his eyes, saying, Zhang Ling, if that old thing hadn't blocked the blow for you in the first place, do you think you would still be alive now? I didn't think you'd never change your stubbornness and still dare to come back. There's also Zhang Yuan, that punk. I didn't expect to come back with you. In that case, there's no need for me to go through the trouble of searching for them one by one. None of you will be able to leave today. Yuan Lao took a step backward without being noticed by anyone in an untimely manner. Zhang Ling looked at the towering Zhang Tianhua, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhang Tianhua, you are a... My father believes in you so much that he recommended you to be the 9th elder of the Zhang clan, giving you even more resources than Big Uncle. My father did right by you. The Zhang family is also worthy of you. But what about you? Do you stand up to my father? How can you stand up to my eldest uncle? Ganging up and colluding with the other elders in the clan to rebel. Kill my father. Kill my great uncle. Kill innocent people who don't recognize you. Speaking here, Zhang Ling's pupil-sheer water eyes had become moist. Their orbits were incomparably red, and the tears couldn't stop flowing down, falling drop by drop on the ground. Uncle 9, this is the last time I'll ever call you that. Whether it's for father, for the Kong family, or for those dead clansmen. You guys, all deserve to die. Zhang Ling pointed his finger at Zhang Tianhua, at the traitors, the elders, and shouted out in a roaring voice, hysterically, but what about today? How Zhang Ling said, Zhang Tianhua or those elders as well as all the current Zhang family. There is not even a trace of remorse. Finished? Zhang Tianhua pulled out his ears and spoke disdainfully. Seeing that no one present was speaking, Zhang Tianhua looked at the third elder beside him, giving him a look that. The third elder immediately understood Zhang Tianhua's meaning and nodded gently, moving a slight step forward and, Zhang Ling, what's the use of saying more? From the moment you fled the Zhang family, the end was already predetermined. No matter what you're doing, it won't change anything. Today I'm going to clean up the Zhang family as the Zhang family's law enforcement elder, and send you and that old man on a reunion. Go to hell. The words fell. The third elder moved. The aura of the early stage of the great emperor realm was displayed. In an instant he directly disappeared from his original position, lifting his sword straight towards Zhang Ling's face to kill him. When Zhang Ling saw the third elder make a direct move, killing towards himself, he felt a deep fear, and knowing that he could not avoid it, he simply closed his eyes directly to welcome death. To ask if she had ever regretted returning to the Zhang family this time, she hadn't. Yuan Lao wants to make a move, but, with his current injuries, it is naturally too late, so he can only sigh helplessly and, alas, wild winds flew, auras surged, and everyone knew that Zhang Ling would surely die today. But just when the third elder's sword was only 3 inches away from Zhang Ling's face, he found that no matter how hard he pushed, it was difficult to inch in any further, only to see that the man in black who had appeared in front of the third elder at an unknown time used only 2 fingers to clamp the tip of the sword that was about to pierce into Zhang Ling's face in a deadly grip. The people present were shocked beyond belief when they saw the scene in front of them. No one knew who this man in black was and why he suddenly appeared here to save Zhang Ling's life. Zhang Tianhua's face also became a little more grave as he looked at the man in black who had saved Zhang Ling. The third elder looked at the black-clothed man who appeared in front of him with a face full of astonishment. Completely unknown, he desperately wanted to retrieve the long sword. However, no matter how much he exerted his strength, the sword was just like it was cast into steel, and it did not move at all in the black-clothed man's hands. This made the third elder feel a sudden loss of face, especially in front of the many juniors of the Zhang clan, and became even more enraged as he glared angrily at the black-robed man and growled loudly. And, kid, do you know what you're doing? You dare to meddle in the affairs of my Zhang family. Do you think you've lived too long? Zhang Ling was delayed in feeling the pain and was also a bit puzzled. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Ghost Slayer standing beside her. Ghost Slayer did not pay attention to the words of the third elder, but instead looked at Zhang Ling beside him and said to him in a flat and emotionless tone, "This man, to be killed?" Gingerling nodded his head with some soulfulness. Ghost Slayer turned his head to look at the third elder after receiving Zhang Ling's reply, and with a slight force from both of his fingers, the longsword in the third elder's hand instantly snapped into two pieces. The third elder was horrified. That was forged from shin iron. How could it be snapped in two so easily by the person in front of him, using only 2 fingers? It was only at this moment that the third elder reacted to the possibility that this person was a genuine human immortal. He was so frightened that he sat down on his butt and moved backwards desperately with his hands trembling all over and crying out for mercy. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Ghost killers do not have any compassion. The right hand slightly raised, out of thin air manifestation of blood purple palm, toward the third elder neck grabbed. Directly will be the third elder's entire body mentioned in mid-air. Chapter 11, from this moment on, I'll kill whoever you point at. When the Jiang family saw this scene, they were about to go forward to save the third elder. But fortunately, Jiang Tianhua stopped them in time. He knew that the man in black in front of him was probably the one who broke the Jiang family's protective array. Mid-human immortal. Muttering under his breath, Jiang Tianhua was very smart and calm at this time, and did not rush to strike, but instead slightly arched his hand at the man in black and said, Dao friend, can you sell me a favor and release the third elder of my Jiang family? If you leave now, my Jiang family will definitely not pursue the matter and will still befriend it. But if, at this time, Jiang Tianhua's voice was not as kind as it was before, but more than a few points of viciousness. If you, Dao friend, do not intend to give my Jiang family this favor, then my Jiang family's wrath is not something that a mid-human immortal can withstand. Ghost Killer smiled, unconcerned, and with a slight force from his right hand. Ka Chow. The third elder of the Jiang clan's neck directly snapped, and he was lifeless on the spot. Ghost Slayer casually tossed the third elder's body aside like a chicken. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tianhua's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he forced down the anger in his heart and said, fellow Daoist has chosen the latter by default. Yes. Ghost Killer was unimpressed, directly ignoring Jiang Tianhua, patting the dust on his body and looking at Jiang Ling beside him. Hey, don't just stand there. I didn't. Hearing the words of Ghost Slayer, Jiang Ling only now got a reprieve from just almost walking inside the Ghost Gate. She had just been so scared by the third elder's aura that she had already forgotten about Ghost Slayer's existence. It wasn't until she witnessed Ghost Slayer effortlessly snap the third elder's neck that she remembered what she was here to do, and she had just been truly terrified. Ghost Slayer's flat voice once again sounded in Jiang Ling's ears. From now on, I'll kill whoever you point at. After saying that, Ghost Slayer's hand touched the half-black and half-red, looking rather sharp and appalling dagger at his waist. When many people in the Jiang family saw Ghost Killer's appearance like this, they very consciously took a few steps backward. Although they didn't know Ghost Slayer's strength, they knew deep down that the third elder was a genuine great emperor. They were not cuties. They didn't think that they could be stronger than the third elder. At this time, the only people present were Jiang Tianhua, Sect Master Shen, and the second elder, and these three remained standing in place. Jiang Ling stood stupidly in place. This was the first time that there would be someone who would stand by his side so righteously after escaping from the Jiang family. Even if the face is the first and foremost, that is like a big mountain general pressure on their own heart of the Jiang family. She said thank you with great gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Ghost Killer remains flat. You don't have to thank me. It's just my mission. I deserve to kill for you. Rampant. Jiang Tianhua's anger had reached its peak at this time, and his face was a bit grim as he said to Ghost Slayer, Your Excellency, I've tried to speak to you again and again, but you've so disregarded my Jiang family. If I don't leave you behind today, what will happen to the face of my Jiang family? Even if you're a mid-human immortal, I'll let the world know what happens when you anger my Jiang family. Die, said Jiang Tianhua around the body. Breath violently climbed. Just a moment's effort, human immortal middle stage of the oppressive feeling swept the whole field. Jiang Ling's face was filled with horror when he felt the aura released by Jiang Tianhua. He simply couldn't believe it, muttering under his breath, how could it be? How could Jiang Tianhua be a mid-human immortal? Above the Jiang family, the people hidden in the sky also said with some disbelief, the Jiang family has changed its head? You just realized? It's been some time. Shut up, stupid. But I really didn't expect that the new head of this Jiang family would actually have such strength. Forget about the Jiang clan for a moment. That man in black was able to crush the Jiang clan's great emperor to death with his bare hands. Do you think that man in black would be weak? To say the least, a mid-human immortal powerhouse should be there. Well, the crowd is divided. Jiang Tianhua leapt up and stepped into the air. A 5-foot-long sword appeared in front of him and hovered in front of him. Kid, today will let you know. What is the Jiang family? After saying that, Jiang Tianhua made a seal in his hand and shouted under his breath, chopping heavenly deicide. Only to see the original 5-foot-long sword suspended in front of Jiang Tianhua slowly rise to the top of Jiang Tianhua's head. Only to see the body of the sword shaking. then instantly turned into a wide as a doorplate. 100 feet long giant sword. Someone in the sky cried out in alarm. Ow! Heaven-slaying deicide. This is the Jiang family's unrecognized secret technique. Jiang Tianhua smiled evilly and looked at Ghost Killer, who was standing below, with eyes like looking at an ant, and said, "Kid, even if you are a human immortal in the middle stage, in this sword but just jumping clowns, can die in this sword under you, this life is enough." As the words fell, Jiang Tianhua flicked his finger downward, and the huge sword slashed straight toward the Ghost Killer trio. The instant the giant sword fell, the space around them was directly torn apart, bringing the sound of breaking wind straight at the three people. Zhang Ling and Elder Yuan stared at the huge sword slashing towards them with wide eyes, their legs trembling in fear, and they had already forgotten to run away. Ghost Kill looked at the huge sword that came to cut, his eyes narrowed slightly. Holding the dagger, leapt up in the air, the speed of the speed as if it was instantaneous. Straight towards that huge sword rushed over. All the people present were watching the scene in front of them. Human immortal versus human immortal. A rare encounter in 100 years. And it's a big fight. A human immortal is really terrifying. Ghost Kill's dagger and the giant sword formed a sharp contrast between the two, as if they were overate themselves. The dagger and the giant sword collided with a bang, instantly bursting out dazzling sparks. The powerful impact made the surrounding air seem to be shaken, forming a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye. Strength slightly weaker people in contact with this airwave when directly blown away. Organs directly ruptured on the ground without life. Fortunately, Elder Yuan had protected Zhang Ling in time, or else with her cultivation at the god transformation stage, she would have become a cold corpse at this moment. Most of the houses in the Zhang family's outer courtyard collapsed. Some roofs were directly lifted off as if they were rooftops. The green stone ground was in pieces and soot rolled out. The original brilliant outer courtyard was basically destroyed beyond recognition. Even the inner courtyard also suffered considerable damage. The airwaves dissipated, the smoke cleared, and the crowd looked up to see who had won and who had lost. Just see the sky above. The Ghost Kill proudly stood in the hand is also broken 5-foot-long sword, throwing it casually without a care in the world. From the beginning to the end of the Ghost Kill, the face is still so flat. There is no change. Of course, masked face you cannot see. The crowd, no matter how to look at the sky above, and no second person. Only out of thin air Ghost Kill a person. Everyone didn't know what had just happened, and all eyes were searching for Jiang Tianhua's whereabouts. Cough. Cough. Far away from the ruins were peeled away. Jiang Tianhua trembling stood up. The heart of a long sigh of relief. If it is not in the heavenly talisman sect begged to life preservation talisman, I'm afraid that this time it will be really dead. The more you think, the more afraid of the aftermath. Chapter 12, Don't Care About Me? Directly invite the old ancestor. The crowd was all surprised to see such a model of Jiang Tianhua. The mid-human immortal Jiang Tianhua actually lost. I didn't expect this man in black to be so strong. Could. This person is a late-stage human immortal. It's very likely that Jiang Tianhua would still lose even after using the Jiang clan's secret technique. Then this person's strength is at least late stage. And it's highly likely that he's a human immortal great perfection. The second elder to see the head of the family did not die. A long breath of relief rushed to Jiang Tianhua's body to help. After helping Jiang Tianhua gestured the second elder toward the location of sect leader Shun. The second elder to see the head of the family did not die. A long breath of relief rushed to Jiang Tianhua's body to help. At this moment, the ribs are broken 22, and also wasted an arm. At this moment can still stand up as Jiang Tianhua with the last immortal power to protect before barely stood up. He knew that the war definitely can't fight now. The only thing he can rely on is the heavenly prayer dynasty. The sky above the Ghost Kill to see Jiang Tianhua can still stand up is also a slight stunned. Cultivators of the body, some high up no longer think more. Ghost Kill directly raised his right hand, intends to give him the last blow. The Ghost killed the last time. The Ghost killed the right hand to give him the last blow. The Ghost killed the right hand to give him the last blow. The Ghost killed the right hand to give him the last blow. Only to see a huge blood-purple palm appear above Jiang Tianhua's head and fall directly without saying a word. Jiang Tianhua looked at the palm above his head, was already powerless. At this time, the second elder beside him did not hesitate at all to shout. The breath of the great emperor Great Circle was displayed, and he directly flew to prop up the huge palm that was rapidly falling to the ground. When Jiang Tianhua saw the second elder rushing up, he hurriedly came to the side of sect leader Shen. Although Jiang Tianhua was seriously injured and his heart was anxious, he still spoke respectfully to sect leader Shen and said, "Sect leader Shen, right now, only the heavenly prayer dynasty and only you, sect leader Shen, can help my Jiang family. Please also make a move to help my Jiang family through this crisis." Sect leader Shen did not pay attention to Jiang Tianhua beside him, but instead sent a voice message to the heavenly prayer dynasty. The first time Jiang Tianhua fell, inside the imperial study room of the imperial palace of the heavenly prayer dynasty, Emperor Qi, sect leader Shen transmitted a message saying that a man in black dressed quite a bit like a killer beating the Zhang family without any power to fight back. Now the Zhang family is in a very bad situation. I'm afraid the Zhang family is in bad shape this time. The person who spoke is the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty Master of State. Its identity is the existence of 10,000 people on top of one person. His strength is infinitely close to the Emperor of Qi. Qi Emperor sat on a rosewood recliner, holding a book in his hands and looking quite seriously. Hearing the words of the State Master, he glanced and said, "In the absence of determining which force the other party is, first tell Xiaoshan not to rush out to avoid creating any trouble. A Jiang family is just dispensable. If the Jiang family survives, then it stays. If it doesn't, then it doesn't." The State Master nodded. And he did think so, then transmitted his voice to Sect Master Shen. When Zhang Tianhua saw that Sect Master Shen did not take care of himself, he hurriedly knelt down and pleaded. But no matter what, Sect Master Shen did not say a word. As Sect Leader Shen received the instructions from the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty, he looked down at Zhang Tianhua and shook his head, then disappeared to come into the sky to draw a line with the Zhang family. Looking at the disappearing godfather Shen, Zhang Tianhua had 10,000 grass mud horses running through his heart, and behind them, the second elder above the sky did not last long. Directly by the huge palm slapped on the hard and incomparable lapis lazuli floor. The floor is directly even cracked. The second elder has already been slapped into the meat mud. Zhang Tianhua looked at everything in front of him. At this time his brain was blank. He only knew that standing above the sky was a killing god. Looking at the ghost killing Zhang Tianhua directly paralyzed on the ground and gave up struggling. At this time the waist of the family head token just fell down. Zhang Tianhua looked at the family head token. He giggled. He. If it is not because of you, I am now is not still alive and well. The watching crowd all shook their heads in sympathy after seeing Zhang Tianhua in this state. The people of the Zhang family who were still alive shed tears and shouted, "Family master." Lying on the ground giggling, Zhang Tianhua looked at the family head token in his hand and seemed to think of something. He sat up violently as if he had suddenly won $5 million. Yeah, right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm the head of the family, said Zhang Tianhua. Directly bit his finger to drip a drop of bright red blood onto the token. The moment the blood touched the token, the light shone brightly. Zhang Tianhua saw that the token actually had a reaction, also unashamedly let out a loud laugh. After laughing for a while, Zhang Tianhua directly kneeled down and cried out wrongly in his mouth. The Zhang Tianhua, the 6th generation head of the Zhang clan, invites old ancestor to come out. At this moment, Zhang Tianhua's head was buried even lower, and his entire person was respectful to the extreme. Seeing that the head of the family was inviting the old ancestor, the people of the Zhang family followed the head of the family and knelt on the ground. They finally saw a glimmer of hope. The ghost killer above the sky was also rather surprised to see so many people from the Zhang family kneeling down. Old ancestor? What is it? But no matter how his intuition told himself, if he did not kill this person as soon as possible, then the danger is likely to be himself. Said the ghost kill, no longer hesitate. One hand holding the dagger instantly disappeared in the sky, reappeared when has come behind Zhang Tianhua. Without the slightest hesitation, ghost kill holding the dagger toward Zhang Tianhua neck cut. Just when ghost killer's dagger was still 2 fingers away from Zhang Tianhua's neck, an extremely powerful energy suddenly blasted ghost killer out in an instant, crashed through 2 walls before stopping and falling to the ground. The ghost killers stood up and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Ling rushed to check the status of the ghost killers. Some worried asked, "The senior, are you alright?" Ghost kill shook his head and didn't say anything more, wiping away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gazing ahead, only to see the Zhang family bottom of the Zhang family ancestor sacrifice forbidden area. An extremely powerful breath pervades the entire sky, praying for the imperial city. The city above the great emperor, all the powerful, and the feeling of this breath when the face suddenly changed looks extremely grave. The breath dispersed. A figure that appeared to be very young slowly walked out from within the Zhang family's restricted area. Every step as if this earth was trembling. The air around them seemed to be solidifying a little bit. The young figure took a step to come directly to the sky above, stepping in the air. Until this time around, the crowd watching the show to see this person's face clearly, but all do not recognize this person. There is a slightly stronger old man looking at the person, pondering. Barefoot, red robe, bald head, 4 swords at his waist. Ah, I know. This person is none other than the first person of the young generation 8,000 years ago, Jiang Taie. The crowd wondered. Jiang Taie? Who is it? You dirt dogs, you've never seen the world. Let me put it to you this way. Who's the front runner within the 3 realms? All the 4 seas are shocked. The sword Dao wizard Jiang Taie. Hearing these words, all the many people around were horrified, so scared that they withdrew towards the back 100 miles away. Only some of the cuties who were not afraid of death remained in the same place. Jiang Taie, 8,000 years ago, with the great completion of the god of transformation, He fought 3 experts at the early stage of void refinement, and killed them all with only the 4 swords in his hand: Forgetfulness, 100 Flowers, Brahma, and Flowing Light, which were in the same realm. Since then, he has become famous. He is unrivaled among his peers. After becoming famous, there was not a single defeat in 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, he founded the Jiang family and has since retired. Chapter 13, A Pity the mission failed. The people who were originally still sympathizing with Jiang Tianhua looked at Ghost Slayer to show their sympathy. Jiang Tai's eyes were deep and sharp, scanning the surroundings like a falcon, and the people around him who were swept into a cold sweat. Sect leader Shen also sent a message to the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty at the first opportunity. Emperor Qi looked out the window in the direction of the Jiang family, and there was also a trace of gravity in his eyes. Emperor Qi, this time my Heavenly Prayer Dynasty did not help the Jiang family. Will that Jiang Tai? The State Master said with a heavy face at this time. Emperor Qi turned in his chair and said, let's wait and see. Emperor Qi really can't wait any longer. Now we might be able to befriend Jiang Tai. If it's any later, I'm afraid. The State Master continued somewhat anxiously. Emperor Qi looked at the anxious Master of State somewhat helpless. No harm in waiting. You have followed me for so many years, how is still this kind of temper? Cannot be a little more stable. The State Master shook his head helplessly and looked in the direction of the Jiang family. The moment Jiang Tianhua, who was kneeling on the ground, saw his old ancestor, all of his despair disappeared, and he only felt that he had relived his life again. Tell me, why is the Jiang family in this state now? Jiang Tai said in a very flat tone as he looked at Jiang Tianhua, who was kneeling on the ground. Seeing the old ancestor talking to himself, Jiang Tianhua instantly cried out, looking very aggrieved. Old ancestor, it's my incompetence not protecting the Jiang family. I deserve to die. Saying that, he smacked himself with a big mouth. But I didn't expect the Jiang family to actually produce a traitor, colluding with other forces to fight against my Jiang family, sniffing to exterminate my Jiang family's entire clan. Ah, old ancestor. As he spoke, Jiang Tianhua pointed his finger towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Tai looked over and could indeed feel the Jiang family bloodline in Jiang Ling. He couldn't believe that the Jiang family he had created would actually have a traitor. Looking at Jiang Ling's eyes more than a trace of coldness, Jiang Ling was about to retort. Can her cultivation of the transformation of the divine stage by such a strong person so gaze? Stand cannot stand, let alone retort. Ghost Killer could see Jiang Ling's situation, and even though this person was very strong, he stood resolutely in front of Jiang Ling for the sake of his guest. Seeing Ghost Slayer standing in front of him, Jiang Ling instantly felt much more relaxed. Jiang Ling whispered to Ghost Slayer and inquired, Senior, can this person be dealt with? Ghost Kill suddenly froze for a moment when he heard Jiang Ling's words. But in the way of the Dark Spectre, Hall's face still nodded, only the point was a bit strained. Getting Ghost Slayer's affirmation, Jiang Ling then put his heart down. Looking at the old ancestor who had been slow to make a move, Jiang Tianhua's miserable voice sounded once again. Old ancestor, you must do right by my Jiang family. If you don't show up today, the Jiang family might really be finished. Jiang Tai turned his head to look at Jiang Tianhua below, only to see his fingers move slightly to take out a healing pill out of thin air and throw it to Jiang Tianhua. Jiang Tianhua caught the elixir handed to him by the old ancestor and swallowed it directly without saying anything. A few moments later, Jiang Tianhua's injured body was slowly recovering. After doing all this, Jiang Tai directly raised his hand and pointed out a finger. A pillar of light without warning shot towards the Ghost Killer who was blocking in front of Jiang Ling. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ling tightly covered his eyes, did not dare to move for a second. Looking at this pillar of light that was directly approaching him, Ghost Killer felt the fear of death for the first time. But his professionalism told him that even if he died, he would have to die in front of the customer. The dagger in his hand was gripped even tighter, and without the slightest hesitation he charged straight towards that pillar of light. Bang! 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 The sound of rushing, the sound of explosions violently recalled. Unsurprisingly, Ghost Kill's body rebounded to the ground at a speed of 120 mph the moment he came into contact with the pillar of light. The lapis lazuli floor directly shattered. The ground was sunken by the Ghost Killers. Lying on the ground motionless and fainted, Jiang Tianhua only felt a quickness in his heart when he saw such a result, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Jiang Ling didn't expect Ghost Slayer to actually lose, and defeated so completely. At this time, the tears on his face could not be stopped, and he quickly ran to the side of the Ghost Killers to help him up, and said in a hoarse voice, You lied to me. However, the movements of Jiang Ling's hands did not stop in the slightest, taking out all the medicines on his body that could heal his wounds in his head and feeding them to Ghost Slayer one by one. Ah, cough. Ahem. The medicine just reached the mouth of the Ghost Killers will cough up, followed by a large mouth of blood spit out of the mouth. At this time, the Ghost Kill only feel the body's internal organs as if they have moved out of place. The ribs also broke several, Looking at the side of the broken dagger, Ghost Kill was about to pick up but found that the original arm holding the dagger is gone. Jiang Ling looked at the ghost killers who didn't die and still managed to open their eyes. His face finally had a slight smile on his face, said in a voice that sounded worse than crying. "The seniors. Woo woo, it's really great that you didn't die." And at this time, the ghost killers did not say a word, just lay there dumbly. And a drop of blood tears fell from the corner of his eyes. And he, very bad. He shed tears not because of his arm, nor was he afraid of his own life or death. At this time he had only one thought in his mind. And that was, the mission has failed. Stepping into the air, Zhang Taiye looked at the bottom of the not yet dead Ghost Kill. Heart is also slightly surprised. The Earth Immortal mid-range 70% of the strength of a human immortal late Great Circle actually carried down. Couldn't help but make Zhang Taiye somewhat admired. He looked at Ghost Kill and said in a commanding tone, "Kid, name the power behind you and maybe I'll give you a hard time." Ghost Kill did not fail to respond. Seeing that he was actually ignored, Zhang Taiye was a bit annoyed and was about to raise his hand to give him one last blow. Seeing this, Jiang Ling didn't hesitate for a second to open his hands and use his body to block in front of the Ghost Killer. Without any fear in his heart, Ghost Kill, very strained with only one hand left, tugged Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling turned his head to look at the Ghost Kill. Ghost Kill shook his head as if to say no again. Jiang Ling saw Ghost Slayer's meaning and ignored it, but turned his head back, still blocking in front of Ghost Slayer. And the place where Yuan Lao was before was already empty. Zhang Taiye couldn't help but snicker as he watched the traitor of the Jiang family actually blocking in front of Ghost Kill without fear of death. Oh, heavy-heartedness. If you had used your heavy-heartedness of today on your own family, perhaps you could have avoided death. However, you should never have betrayed the Jiang family. That's why you and the people behind you must die today. The words fell. Zhang Taiye no longer have the slightest hesitation, once again a finger pointing out. Only to see a column of light than before is also much stronger than before once again towards the Jiang Ling. Two people shot. Ginger Spirit prepares for death by squeezing his eyes shut. Boom! An explosive sound carried the rolling smoke. The people hidden in the sky were somewhat sympathetic, have sighed for the two of them. Ugh, pity, 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 let's go, it's over. Wait! At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, and everyone's eyes once again gathered at the place where the explosion had just occurred. Chapter 14, No Failure. I'll take over. Only the smoke gradually dispersed and a figure loomed. The crowd fixed their eyes on this person. All of them were confused and did not know who this person was. They only knew that this person's dress was extremely similar to Ghost Killer. Zhang Taiye looked at the sudden appearance of this person, although he was also confused, but his face remained calm and said in a flat tone, "Are you the one behind this man?" The black-clothed man who appeared did not bird Zhang Taiye but turned his head to look at the Ghost Killers who were lying on the ground with a broken arm, and said with some heartbreak, "You've done well enough, Ghost Killer. Get some rest. The mission didn't fail, I'll take over next." Lying on the ground, Ghost Killer looked at the person in front of him and recognized who this person was at a glance. Dark Spectre's land kill code name, Underworld. Every assassin in the Dark Spectre Hall wears a circular identity plate on his chest to classify the assassin's strength level as well as the role of internal communication. If it wasn't for the identity plate on Ghost Killer's chest shattering, the Dark Spectre Hall's inner circle wouldn't have known about Ghost Killer's current situation, and naturally wouldn't have dispatched Underland to support him. Ghost Killer's tense expression finally relaxed and nodded. Jiang Ling is still not clear what happened at this time. The whole person is still confused state. She is not clear who the person in front of her. But look at him and the Ghost Kill, the dress is not bad, should also guess. Ghost Killer signaled her to rest assured. And only then did Jiang Ling sit on her butt and let out a long breath. Above the sky, Zhang Taiye saw that this person actually so ignored his own is also a bit annoyed and angry. Is about to come back to a strike. Suddenly thought that since this person can so easily hard to carry down his own, just attack. Think that this person's strength is not low. Then decided to no longer stay hands. Fingers upward, gently a flick. The waist of the sword, flow of light directly fly out, suspended on the left side of the body. Only to see the finger downward pressure. The sword, flow of light, sword tip forward at the speed of light toward the neck of the underground shot. Swish. Underground sensed the strange behind the head did not even return. The body to the right slightly sideways, left hand instantly raised. The knock. Only to see that Heidi had easily clamped down on Zhang Taiye's sword, that he had used all his strength with only 2 fingers. The whole room was silent. The crowd watching the scene also had a face that felt incredulous. Someone spoke out. If this person is so strong, why didn't he make a move until his own companion was about to die? Someone responded. Playing hard to get. Why else? The others heard the two conversing all. Zhang Taiye's eyes narrowed in concentration at the sight. The palm of his hand turned upward to take back the flowing sword. But no matter how, the flowing sword in the hands of the underworld did not move. Underland clamped the 2 fingers of the flowing light sword with force and folded the flowing light sword, directly broke and became 2 halves. Zhang Taiye looked at this scene with a face of disbelief. pointing at Heidi and saying with difficulty and believing, "You're an earthy mortal great perfection." Zhang Tae although an 8,000 years ago to transform the god to cross the level of the War 3 refining masters, but that is only in the Emperor realm before you can do. As long as to the Emperor above the realm of everyone knows even a small realm want to win is very difficult, unless you talent techniques skills weapons all to top before it is possible to do. Of course if your physique is invincible then forget I said it. Otherwise you want to cross the ranks to win is just a fool's errand. Heidi turned around and looked at Zhang Tae in the sky above with chilling eyes and said, "You enjoy bullying the weak with the strong, don't you? Is it looking for presents?" Zhang Tae quickly waved his hand. "Senior, no I just try his strength wanna guide some." At this time Zhang Tae is really abashed. He is afraid of death. No one is not afraid of death. "Oh, then I'll guide you too." Stygian Earth's tone was cold. "And I forgot to remind you that I don't like people standing on top of me." Speaking an extremely powerful oppressive force centered on the underworld towards Zhang Tae. The surrounding space instantly shattered. Feeling the pressure Zhang Tae was initially able to withstand it for a bit, but as the underland released more and more powerful Zhang Tae fell directly from the sky to the ground. Zhang Tae's body are twisting. Even if Zhang Tae how to resist or in the Heidi difference of two small realms of strength no matter how to resist is futile. I can't withstand just the pressure? Is this the strength of the great perfection? Zhang Tae said with difficulty. Underland looked at such a look. Zhang Tae nourished his mouth and said, "TSK, you can't do it either. I'll give you a chance to live. Call someone what great-grandfather ancestor all called." Heidi put away the pressure of authority in the hands of three fingers erected. 3. Zhang Tae saw the scene. Heart was in his throat, rushed to beg for mercy. "The elder, where do I go to call someone? Elder. You have mercy, let me off, elder." 2. Zhang Tae's eyes went cold. "Good, this is what you forced me to do. If you want to die, let's die together." 1. Click. Flutter. Heads apart. Heads on the ground. Zhang Tae's eyes were still open, and he looked horrified until he died. Zhang Tianhua ran toward the distance, trembling, as early as when Zhang Tae was crushed on the ground. Heidi did not panic and picked up the sword on Zhang Tae's waist and threw it at the limping Zhang Tianhua in the distance. And in the distance, Zhang Tianhua's neck was directly pierced through and he fell straight down. He then picked up the remaining two swords and shot them towards the surviving Zhang family members, leaving no loose ends. The Kong family is extinguished. Stygian Earth turned towards Ghost Slayer, but realized that something seemed to be missing, and after a moment's thought suddenly woke up to the fact that the client was gone. Heidi did not rush, but rather finished treating Ghost Slayer's injuries before letting go of his extreme sense to expand his search. "Elder Yuan, what are you doing? Let go of me quickly, untie me," Jiang Ling shouted. At this moment, she was being tied by Yuan Lao with a rope to fly in the sky. "Shut up, you little. I worked hard to follow you for 18 years just for today. Could not have been so troublesome. Did not expect Zhang Tianhua that old thing actually hold us. But it's okay, at least now I've got you so I can deal with that lord. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. For you I managed to sneak into the Zhang family to become an elder for 18 years. If I didn't have to wait until you were 18 to be useful, I wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble." Jiang Ling didn't understand what Yuan Lao was talking about as he flew. "What, 18 years old? What lurking? Yuan Lao, what the hell are you doing? Quickly let go of me." "Shut up, little. Every day make me this, make me that. If not that lord needs old me would have already put you on the ground." Yuan Lao added, licked his lips, he smiled. Thinking again, he said to himself, "Hey, that lord didn't seem to say that he couldn't," said Yuan Lao, staring at Jiang Ling with an evil smile on his face. The battle experienced in the Zhang family, although Jiang Ling is only watching from the sidelines but still will be affected. The original purple flowing fairy dress has been torn holes. Looking at Jiang Ling's snow-white skin, Yuan Lao kept swallowing his saliva. Jiang Ling saw Yuan Lao this kind of appearance inwardly desperate, and hastily covered her chest with her hand. Chapter 15, You and I are just a deal. No need to be burdened. Yuan Lao observed the surroundings and saw a cave and flew directly toward it. When he arrived at the cave, Yuan Lao lifted Jiang Ling in and threw him on the ground. Jiang Ling cowered and curled up his body, and at this time, the tears were worth the downward flow. "Elder Yuan, what exactly are you doing? Where did I do wrong? I will definitely change when I go back, Elder Yuan." At this time Jiang Ling had already cried into tears. Yuan Lao did not pay any attention to it but instead rubbed his hands towards Jiang Ling, who was curled up on the ground with a smile on his face. "Nothing you can say today will help. Jia. Yuan Lao directly and roughly grabbed both of Jiang Ling's arms, threw her to the ground aside, and sealed her cultivation. The fear in Jiang Ling's heart increased when she saw this, and she hurriedly and desperately kept shouting for help. "Shout, shout. The more you shout the more excited I get." Yuan Lao couldn't wait any longer and took off his outermost robe directly. Coming in front of Jiang Ling, he grabbed her hair, Jiang Ling's hands were bound and completely unable to move. And there was only despair in her heart. Yuan Lao used his other hand to give a hard tug, only to see that Jiang Ling's outermost layer of the jacket was directly torn open. Woo woo! Jiang Ling had completely lost hope and closed her eyes helplessly. Yuan Lao also revealed a smirk when he saw that Jiang Ling was no longer struggling. Don't worry, when I'm done enjoying myself I'll put in a good word for you in front of that person. Jia jia jia. As he spoke, Yuan Lao couldn't wait any longer at this point and was directly about to pounce towards Jiang Ling. Yet just then, Yuan Lao's entire body fell down at a rapid speed. His face dead on the ground, his body in the ground seamlessly moving. What a strong pressure. Who is it? Yuan Lao was struggling to spit out a few words from his mouth at this moment. A silhouette stands against the wind at the entrance to the cave. No, it is two. Underland's shoulders were still carrying the severely injured ghost killer. Looking at the unusually familiar figure in front of him, Yuan Lao was horrified. It's you. Lying on the ground, he prayed, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me I definitely won't tell the one behind me what happened today." Heidi did not pay any attention to take a step forward, and the pressure that pressed on Yuan Lao's body became stronger and stronger. Ah! Yuan Lao miserable screams spread throughout the entire cave. Heidi once again took the second step forward, only to see Yuan Lao's body directly into the ground. A word cannot be said. The whole body bones broken, hard to be flattened, thin as a piece of paper. After doing this, Heiji turned his back to Jiang Ling, only to hear an ah. Heiji remembered that he was carrying Ghost Kill in the opposite direction. A turn of the Ghost Kill. The face is exactly right at this time. Clothes messy. Jiang Ling, Heidi with a hand to cover the eyes of the Ghost Kill, rushed to speak. Miss Jiang, this time things have been completed, but also ask you within a few days to be sure to pay the rest of the 50 million upper grade spirit stone. After saying these words, Heidi's earth-carrying Ghost Slayer looked a bit anxious and directly disappeared in the same place. Looking at the Underland and Ghost Killer who disappeared in place, Jiang Ling hurriedly put his clothes back on with a smile on his face and walked out of the cave to return to the Jiang family. Inside the imperial study room of the Tenji imperial dynasty in Liangzhou, Emperor Qi still has to be you. If the Heavenly Prayer dynasty helps the Jiang family today, tomorrow the Heavenly Prayer dynasty will have to change its surname, the State Master said at this moment with a look of celebration on his face. Emperor Qi looked at the State Master with the voice of a superior person and laughed twice and said, "Ha ha, old Lia, you followed me not a year or two. When it comes to things, don't always think about the benefits without considering the consequences." Li Yunfei, Heavenly Prayer Imperial Dynasty State Master's real name. Emperor Qi continued, "Do you really think it's child's play that my Heavenly Prayer Dynasty has been able to exist for so many years?" Li Yunfei sighed helplessly. Every time he said this, Qi Huan could keep Baba a never-ending. Simply no longer pay attention to directly turn around and walk out of the imperial study. Qi Huan looked at Li Yunfei, who went out and also shook his head helplessly as he continued to delve into the books. Time passes and passes in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed since the extermination of the Jiang family. All the forces that could be ranked within the city all knew that the previous Jiang family was gone, but right at the bottom of the original Jiang family's clan a new Jiang family had appeared. The head of this new Jiang family is Jiang Ling, but the goddess of transformation stage. But no family dares to take action against it, because just yesterday the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty directly announced that this new Jiang family is his Heavenly Prayer Dynasty's guest of honor. Moving the Jiang family is like moving the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty, but everyone knew that even if the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty didn't step in, no power would dare to touch the current Jiang family. Earth Immortal Great Circle. The person who destroyed Jiang Taiye 2 days ago was an Earth Immortal. The person standing next to Jiang Ling. Obviously they didn't know what Jiang Ling's relationship with this person was, but none of the forces dared to investigate either. Everyone also agreed to this by default and adapted to the new Jiang family. After another day's time, Yili Tian was still sitting at the tea table inside the pawnshop drinking tea. Red Rose was still skillfully brewing tea for Yili Tian as usual. "How is Ghost Killer's injury?" Yili Tian asked Red Rose after blowing on the hot tea in his hand. "Ghost Slayer is not much of a problem now. His injuries are basically healed. Although Ghost Slayer's cultivation is not enough to regenerate his broken arm. Ghostface 1000 has already assisted Ghost Slayer in regenerating his arm using the secret method of the hall." Red Rose said under her breath, but the action of making tea in her hand never stopped. Yili Tian nodded and said, "There are too many changes in this world. So act in the future and tell them to be more cautious." "Don't worry, Lord Li Tian, I've already instructed them." Red Rose finished pouring the freshly brewed tea inside the empty teacup in front of Yi Li Tian. At this time the door of the pawnshop Jiang Ling walked in. Seeing the visitor, Yi Li said naturally, "Coming." Although Jiang Ling was here for the second time, but when she saw Yi Li Tian she was still a little nervous and said in a shortness of voice, "Elder, I'm here to deliver the remaining balance of spirit stones to you." Yi Li Tian smiled flatly and stretched out his hand to signal Jiang Ling to sit down and talk. At this time Jiang Ling was a little afraid to face Yi Li Tian but still sat down. After sitting down, Jiang Ling took out a spatial ring and placed it in front of Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian didn't have the slightest bit of politeness to pick up the spatial ring and probe it. Looking at Jiang Ling, Yi Li Tian spoke with some doubt. Did you take the wrong one? Why is there 100 million top-grade spirit stones here? Jiang Ling hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Senior, I didn't take the wrong one. The extra 50 million upper-grade spirit stones can be considered as my gift to you. Yi Li Tian did not feel anything wrong, smiled and took the space ring, thinking cheesy, which has something given for free don't want unless he is a little cute. After seeing Yi Li Tian accept the ring, Jiang Ling weakly asked, Senior, is that Senior still? Good. Yi Li Tian naturally knew who the one in Jiang Ling's mouth was. Naturally it was Ghost Killer. Chapter 16 News of the Three Continents Proceedings. Yi Li Tian now realized why Jiang Ling had given an extra $50 million and shook his head with a light laugh. Ms. Jiang, you can rest assured that Ghost Killer doesn't have any problems right now. You and I just have a very simple trading relationship. If anything goes wrong with my people here, Ms. Jiang can be completely unconcerned, so you don't need to have any mental burden in your heart. Jiang Ling naturally knew that this was just a deal, but she was still very touched and thankful to Ghost Killer, the one who knew he was unbeatable but still stood up for himself. Jiang Ling might never forget that scene that day. Standing up, he said to Yi Li Tian, Thank you, turned and left the pawn store. Yi Li Tian continued to drink tea without thinking. Inside the room Yi Chen walked out and came to Yi Li Tian arching his hand in front of him and said, Senior, thanks for taking me in these days, it's time for me to leave. The injuries on your body are almost all gone. Yi Li Tian said as he surveyed Yi Chen. Thanks to Senior's concern, the injuries have completely healed, said Yi Chen as he waved his fists and feet in place for a few moments before continuing. Then I'll take my leave, Senior. I will definitely come to visit Senior when I have the chance in the future. After saying that, Yi Chen directly left the pawnshop. Yi Li Tian's expression froze at this time. He thought to himself, is this Yi Chen shortcoming? On the way Yi Chen looked at the jade bracelet in his hand and fell into a reverie. Mother! I will find you. Definitely. Yi Chen's figure was getting farther and farther away. Gradually his figure disappeared into Gujia village. Yi Li Tian was not amused. He has looked beyond the world to see all that humanity has to offer. At this time, Red Rose walked over and spoke respectfully to Yi Li Tian. Lord Li Tian, Wang Shuyi sent a message just now saying that it was about the three states' deliberations. Tri-state proceedings? Yi Li Tian looked at Rose with some doubt. He had never heard of such a thing. Red Rose continued to inform Yi Li Tian of the contents of Wang Shuyi's transmission. Lord Li Tian, according to Wang Shuyi's account, the three states' deliberations are the deliberations of the top forces in the three neighboring states of mixed origin continent, Liangzhou and Yunliaozhou. As for the content of the deliberations, Wang Shuyi wasn't particularly clear. He only knew that the last time they were held was 1,000 years ago. Yi Li Tian was not the least bit interested in stretching himself out, but on second thought this sudden emergence of the three continents' deliberations doesn't seem to be that simple. The corner of Yi Li Tian's mouth curled up slightly when he thought of this. Rose, tell little Wang to say that I'm also more than a little interested in this three continents proceeding. Okay, Lord Li Tian. The red rose recedes. Yi Li Tian leaned back in his chair and said to himself, it's really getting a bit more interesting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At dusk, the sun sets in the west. The evening sun covers the sky. Brilliant picturesque afterglow will be on the ground of everything gilded with a layer of golden color, but also like a dream, mesmerizing all intoxicated. At this time, a huge flying boat hovered silently in mid-air above Gajia village. Saying that it was a flying boat, in fact it was more like a huge ship. The whole body was made of the strongest alloy, exuding a cold metallic luster. The two wings of the flying boat were slightly raised, and the head was sharp and pointed, as if it was a sharp sword that could pierce the sky. Gu family village of these mortals when have seen this kind of battle, looking at the huge flying boat kneeling low worship, mouth have shouted, immortals are descending, immortals have descended. The ladder of the flying boat landed on the earth, and Wang Shuyi walked down from within the flying boat, stopping at the door of the pawnshop, bowing and looking extremely respectful. He said, my lord, the villain Wang Shuyi has come to fetch my lord to the tri-state deliberation in 2 days' time. When the store door was opened by Yun, Yi Li Tian walked out from inside, and behind Yi Li Tian was Red Rose, who was wearing a long fiery red dress that looked extremely demonic. Little Wang, what a great deal. This flying boat isn't cheap. Yi Li Tian patted Wang Shuyi's shoulder and looked at the flying boat suspended in midair with some surprise, but it disappeared in just a moment. Wang Shuyi immediately smiled fawningly. He. What did the master say? The master can do this broken flying boat is to give face to this broken flying boat. You kid, are indeed a good seedling. Yi Li Tian smiled slightly. Then he walked towards the flying boat. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi made a particularly eye-catching gesture of please, and invited Yi Li Tian onto the flying boat the entire time. After all of them boarded the flying boat, Wang Shuyi ordered to start the flying boat. The flying boat slowly lifted up to a certain height. The flying boat flew toward the front at an extremely fast speed. Yi Li Tian stood at the forefront of the flying boat and said in a flat voice, "Where is the place of this deliberation? Little king, back to my lord. The place of this deliberation is within the Sword Emperor sect, the top power within the Cloud Liao prefecture." Wang Shuyi returned. "Sword Emperor sect?" Yi Li Tian murmured. Then once again inquired, "Is this Sword Emperor sect very strong?" Wang Shuyi pondered for a while and then immediately returned. "The specific strength is unknown. I only know that the founder of the Sword Emperor sect is rumored to have broken through to the level above the earth immortal." Yi Li Tian's face did not show any change. Whether it was a heavenly immortal or a Xian immortal was no different from an ant to him. His purpose was not to participate in any tri-state deliberations. A bunch of clownish activities were just that. Yi Li Tian turned towards the room on the flying boat. "Do a good job, little Wang. Just call me when you arrive." Wang Shou sent off with a pious face. "Don't worry, master, get some rest." The flying boat traveled at great speed above the sky and soon left the mixed continent to enter the boundaries of Yunliao prefecture. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later, the flying boat through the clouds into the eye is standing in the mountains. At a glance can be recognized as the Sword Emperor Mountain. At the top of the Sword Emperor Mountain a magnificent building was built on the mountain, looking so majestic, giving everyone the feeling that they could look down on everything just by standing on the top of the mountain. The flying boat came above the top of Sword Emperor Mountain and slowly landed on the square of the Sword Emperor sect. At this time, several flying boats have been parked above the square, but no matter which one is better than the flying boat that Yi Li Tian rode in, it is much, much better. The flying boat that Yi Li Tian was traveling in parked above the square looked out of place with the other flying boats. It's like having a Mazda parked inside dozens of Rolls Royces. Wang Shuyi gently knocked on Yi Li Tian's room door. "Master, we have arrived." Rose pulled open the door to the room and Yi Li Tian walked out from the room. It's just as well to look around. Without the slightest interest in stepping off the flying boat. Not a moment after a few people stepped off the flying boat. A disciple wearing the Sword Emperor sect's costume greeted them with a smile on his face. "Several seniors are tired from their journey. Please show your invitations to enter the hall and rest." Wang Shuyi, who was behind Yi Li Tian, hurriedly stepped forward and took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to the disciple of the Sword Emperor sect. The Sword Emperor sect disciple took the invitation and opened it to look at it. What had been a very respectful smile disappeared all of a sudden. Chapter 17, Proceeding to Sword Emperor Mountain. Before the respect directly no longer put away the invitation or have to mean a little to make the gesture of please. Do not know whether it is intentional or unintentional, said. Mixed continent Changsha City Wang family. Third-rate power inside please. This word out of the surrounding those more powerful forces of people see as the Wang family all without the slightest concern laughed. But there were still some people who didn't smile. Like Zheng family's Zheng Jinwu from Royal Gold City. And Lu Changliang, the head of the Lu family from Lingshu City. They were the same third-rate forces as Wang Shuyi. And they had already been ridiculed when they came back. So they knew it well. Wang Shuyi's current face. At this moment, he wanted to find a hole in the ground to drill into. It was too embarrassing. Yi Li Tian's face remained calm as he listened to the ridicule of these people, unimpressed and not caring in the slightest. Toward the direction of the Great Hall, Red Rose, Wang Shuyi is following at the rear. But one thing was different. Wang Shuyi's walking posture was rather strange. He was using his hands to block his face, his body slightly lowered to follow Yi Li Tian. Whoosh! At that moment a whistle sounded and a teenager who looked not too big, around 200 years old, could not hide the lustful power in his eyes as he looked at the enchanting Red Rose. This ass! This body! Absolute! Superb! I really didn't come here for nothing today. Upon realizing that this wave of people was the third-rate power, the Wang family, the teenager did not hesitate at all. Coming to Yi Li Tian, several people reached out and stopped them. The teenager did not put Yi Li Tian's few people in his eyes. His eyes had been greedily looking at the Red Rose without ever leaving. The teenager ignored Yi Li Tian's few people and said to Red Rose in an extremely confident tone, "Chick, you following the Wang family is simply a flower stuck in cow dung. It will only be scorned and abused by countless people. But as long as you follow me, then you will be favorable to 10,000 people, and become an unattainable existence in the eyes of others. What do you think about it, chick?" The Red Rose looked at the teenager in front of her with cold eyes, and only one word came out of her mouth. Get out. The teenager only paused when he heard Red Rose's words, and then he once again revealed that lecherous smile. Yo, Thorny Rose, I like it. Maybe you don't know me yet, so I'll introduce myself. My humble name is Gu of the name, a single word, Shen. Those people from the surrounding family forces were naturally watching this hilarious event. But hearing the teenager say his surname Gu, many people's faces changed slightly. At this time, the young master of the Zhou family, a small family in Lianzhou, opened his mouth with some disbelief and said, Gu, in the 3 states surnamed Gu and is able to come here. Gu family, that is only one. Yunliu Prefecture's top power. The Gu family. The surrounding people were all surprised when they heard the words of the Zhou family's young master, who in these 3 continents did not know the Gu family. The Gu family, the second most powerful force in the 3 continents under the Sword Emperor sect in terms of fame. At this time there is another woman seems to think of something. Cover the mouth looks extremely surprised, said, Gu family, Gu Xian. That Gu family genius young sect leader. Gu Xian, who has already stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor at the age of 200. Everyone was once again startled. It seems that if the Wang family doesn't hand over this woman today, then the Wang family will be finished today. Listening to the praise of the people around, Gu Xian was full of complacency at this time. He firmly believed that as long as he revealed his identity there would not be a single woman in the world who could refuse him and did not want to do so. But the idea is very good, but the reality is very realistic. The red rose still has a cold and unassuming face. Without the slightest emotion, she spat out a word again. Get out! Gu Xian had already revealed his identity but was still rejected. He was a little disbelieving, and at this point, his face was in a bad mood. Red Rose actually let her make a fool out of him in public. At this moment, Gu Xian's face was incredibly gloomy. He waved his hand, and a green and strong man came to bow before Gu Xian and, Young Lord. Gu Xian directly ordered the young and strong man to leave the women behind and the men not to be left alive. Without saying anything, the green man directly raised his fist and killed towards Yi Li Tian. At this moment, Red Rose had already moved to kill. When she was about to make a move, a figure appeared in front of the green man and effortlessly took down the green man's fist. With an extremely dignified face and an unpleasant tone, he said, This is the Sword Emperor sect, not your Gu family. The 3 continents deliberating such an important matter shall not make a move here. If you want to make a move, wait for the deliberations to end and go out of the Sword Emperor mountain before moving. No one cares about you. Gu Xian was about to lash out, but once he saw that the person was a deacon of the Sword Emperor sect, then he also stopped looking at Yi Li Tian and the others threateningly. Not moving you guys today is to give the Sword Emperor sect face when the proceedings are over. Humph. After saying that, he glared at Yi Li Tian and turned towards the main hall. The people around them also dispersed towards the main hall when they saw that there was no more bustle. The Sword Emperor sect's deacon looked at Gu Xian, who had walked away, and also breathed a sigh of relief, turning his head to look at Yi Li Tian and the others before turning to leave. Wang Shuyi opened his mouth at this time and said, Master, don't be general with them. A junior only knows nothing more than to rely on the power behind to support. Yi Li Tian muttered to himself under his breath. Gu family was worried about not having a suitable candidate, but you came to the wonderful plant yourself. Without saying anything more, blandly walking towards the main hall. Entering inside the Great Hall of the Sword Emperor sect. The Great Hall was spacious and splendid, and a long brownish-blue sword hung on the wall at the very front. And the sword seemed to be able to vaguely feel the benefit of the slightest hint of sword energy. The statues of the 4 heavenly kings on both sides of the long sword are magnificent and lifelike. Below is a gold lacquer-carved dragon throne. Directly opposite the red rosewood temple door, 3 rows of seats from front to back were placed on each side of the hall in order. At this time, all the family powers that had come to participate in the deliberations had basically taken their seats. Under Wang Shuyi's guidance, Yi Lidian and the others came to sit on the seats at the very end of the 3rd row. Wang Shuyi said with some self-reproach at this time, My lord, with my Wang family's strength I can only sit in this last row. There's no harm in it. Yi Li Tian didn't care that. After all of them were seated, the frontmost side door of the Great Hall was opened directly by the guards, only to see a figure was smiling and flourishing leisurely toward the gold lacquer-carved dragon throne. The leaders of all the family forces in the 3 states stood up to greet the figure as they saw it walk out. The first to stand up was a middle-aged man sitting at the top of the 1st row, next to Gu Xian. This man was no other than the head of the Gu family and also Gu Xian's father, Gu Qihong. Although the Gu family was the 2nd most powerful force in the 3 states on the surface, Gu Qihong immediately showed a smile on his face even when he saw this person. This smile is not mixed with any color of currying favor. It is just the usual smile. Very blandly said, Brother Wei Zhong is worthy of being the Sword Emperor sect's patriarch. Even without revealing a trace of breath, old brother can feel that Brother Wei's strength is too much thicker than before again. Is there another breakthrough? Ha ha ha. Wei Zhong saw Gu Qihong at a glance and smiled back. Elder brother Gu was observing too closely. It's just a small breakthrough. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Chapter 18, the situation in the 3 states is at risk. Other family forces to see Gu Qihong and Wei Zhong too chat full of envy. if not because of the proceedings usually see each other are not necessarily able to see. The crowd just stood in front of their seats watching the two men chat. Not one of them dared to go up and interrupt or sit down. Who dares to sit? Wei Zhong did not sit down before the presence of a force dared to sit down. No force dared not give. Wei Zhong did not give face to the Sword Emperor Mountain. Of course, at this time, only Yili Tian as well as Red Rose had been sitting leisurely from beginning to end. Wang Shuyi did not sit down. He did not dare. Yili Tian did not care about Wang Shuyi. Want to stand, just stand. Wei Zhong, Gu Qihong. Two people. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wei Zhong directly toward the gold lacquer carved dragon throne before sitting down. The people dared to take their seats one after another only after they saw Wei Zhong sitting down. But of course they did not sit down at the same time. Instead, it's more like it's been pre-arranged. From the top of the first row to the end of the row, followed by the second row, the third row, performs the class relations in the society to the fullest. Yili Tian almost lost his voice and laughed out loud when he saw this scene as well. When the last person sat down, the whole room was silent and terribly calm. Gu Xian turned his head backward, his eyes rolling as if looking for something. It only took a few glances to see the Red Rose sitting at the end of the last row, smiling lewdly and softly and looking again at Yili Tian, who was sitting beside the Red Rose. Yili Tian sensed that someone was watching him. A quick glance revealed Gu Xian, who was making a neck-wiping gesture towards himself. Yili Tian looked at Gu Xian, who had provoked himself, and there was no change in his expression, which remained bland. Ahem. Wei Zhong, who was sitting on the gold lacquer carved dragon throne at the main seat at the very front of the hall, cleared his throat. Gu Xian hurriedly sat back down when he heard the coughing sound, without the slightest hesitation, and was a different person compared to just now. At this time Wei Zhong, who had a serious face, spoke. Gentlemen, it has been 1,000 years since the last deliberation, and you should all be aware of the importance of deliberation. The last three words Wei Zhong was saying with great force as he continued. If it hadn't come to the time of the alien invasion or the crisis in the three states wouldn't have opened the Three Continents Council. Yet this time it wasn't a foreign invasion nor an internal battle that caused the collapse of the three states. Wei Zhong's gaze swept over the people present, his expression grave. This time, it's a matter of life and death for all the forces above the three states of my mixed Yuan Prefecture, Liang Prefecture, and Yunliu Prefecture, regardless of the size of the force, regardless of strength. As long as within these three states everyone will be implicated, including ordinary people. Gu Qihong's face, including everyone present, changed slightly. Zhang Tian, the lord of the Zhang family, stood up at that moment and arched his hand, saying, I wonder what exactly is the matter that Patriarch Wei is talking about that could actually make Patriarch Wei take it so seriously. What Zhang Tian said was also what all the family forces here were curious about, and they all wanted to know what in the end was actually able to do such a big battle for this. Wei Zhongxin matter leisurely sighed. At this time also do not intend to sell, directly said, I won't hide it from you all. Just some time ago my Sword Yellow sect found out some news. At first I wasn't particularly convinced, and after a few investigations to verify, I got this very reliable piece of information. If nothing unexpected happens, 1 month from now the Profound State, which is 10,000 miles away from my three states, will raise its entire state to attack all the forces within my three states. Everyone couldn't believe it when these words came out, and each of their faces looked horrified. Gu Qihong, the head of the Gu family, was not calm at the moment, and simply could not believe it, and could hardly believe it. Why would a behemoth like the Profound State attack our three states? Don't they simply not see us as a small place? It's only just been 10,000 years. Could it be that the Profound State can't help itself? Wei Zhong looked at these horrified family power lords below, the same look as he had when he had just heard the news, and couldn't believe it either. You should know that the Abyssal State is the first of the 4 states within the 3-star domain, and it can also be said that the 3-star domain is only this Abyssal State. A state. If it wasn't for the fact that those inferior people in the original Profound Continent didn't want to be suppressed and divided up by those big powers, and slowly migrated to the outermost small area of the 3-star domain. After 10,000 years of time, slowly the 3-star domain more than 3 states is now the Cool State, Mixed State, Cloud Liao State. Those great powers in the Profound State naturally knew about this, and sent many powerful people to exterminate everyone within the 3 states. The 3 states didn't want to go back to those times of suppression again. So those seniors from the 3 states rebelled and fought with those powerful people from the Profound State. Naturally the 3 states lost, and lost badly. The central area of the 3 states and the Profound State is littered with corpses and grasses, and even now there is still an extremely thick aura of death. Just when the 3 states were about to be razed to the ground, for some reason those powerful people from the Profound State retreated, and although they didn't know what the reason was, the Profound State still hasn't come back to the 3 states once until now. It has been nearly 10,000 years. and slowly the three states have been developing peacefully on the same front. And there has never been too much conflict. And there has been a time when in order to once again prevent the three states from recurring that situation, all the forces in the three states have negotiated to set up a council, and will not deliberate until something too big has happened. The council has only deliberated twice since its inception. Once on a foreign invasion and once on an internal conflict. However, the content of this deliberation everyone did not expect was actually that Yuanzhou was going to fight again. Wei Zhong looked at the face of the crowd below, these noisy, some unhappy body breath exposed, loudly rebuked. Enough! Be quiet. Have you all forgotten the purpose of our council? Only just heard the word profound state. What are you all so abashed for? The purpose of this deliberation is not to hear how you close the battle, how to escape to come. Even if you run, where can you run? Outside the 3-star domain? Do you think you dare? When things go wrong, all you think about is how you're going to get away. How you're not going to jeopardize yourselves. What difference do you guys think there is between you and Yucho now? Oh yes, of course there is a difference. That is, you are no different than ants in their eyes. All you do is blah blah blah. The crowd sitting below, who were originally in disarray, were all scolded awake when they heard Wei Zhong's scolding words. No one spoke at this moment, and everyone's faces changed from the previous horror to gravity. They just reacted to the fact that today they are not here to discuss how to escape. They are here to discuss how to face this matter. At this time, the old man sitting in the second row below on the left opened his mouth. He was the head of the Xin family. Patriarch Wei, forgive me for taking the liberty. I'm naturally not afraid of the profound state, but you should know that I'm the only one in my Xin family who can hold up the facade. If it's a war with that kind of behemoth, I'll definitely be the first to rush to the forefront. It doesn't matter if I die or not. And those of my juniors whose strength is at the bottom of the danger naturally can't participate in the war. So please ask for the understanding of Wei Family Master. Chapter 19, Boring. This is so boring. After the Xin family had finished speaking at this time, another person stood up. Master Xin is right. Everyone has a family. If I was the only one in my Tan family, I could also rush to the forefront without any worries. But what about today? I represent the entire family. If I take one bad step, I, or even the entire Tan family behind me, will be doomed. The people sitting below all lowered their heads when they heard these words. That's right, whether it was the Xin family or the Tan family, everyone sitting here had a power standing behind them. It doesn't matter if they die or not, but what else can the family forces behind them do if they do die? Everyone was making the toughest choice. If they chose to go to war with profound state, then there would only be one outcome. That's death. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. And even Gu Qihong, the head of the Gu family, revealed a difficult look at this time. Wei Zhong looked at the crowd below him and really wanted to laugh a little. And after humming, he said, guys, maybe you haven't figured out what's going on yet. Choices? You guys are still thinking about choices, aren't you? Are you guys really dumbfounded by Yuanzhou? Abyssal State has mobilized the entire state to attack our three states. You're still thinking about your family power. Do you think you'll get away with not going to war? Wei Zhong looked at all the people below him with eyes full of ridicule. If it involves yourselves, isn't one more than the other? Now that a great disaster is at hand, you are still thinking about your own interests when it is really ridiculous. Wei Zhong also looked at Gu Qihong sitting in the first row. The eyes did not have the previous admiration, but more than a few of the disappointment. Gu Qihong, you are also getting more and more despised by me now, aren't you? Even you are thinking about your own interests, aren't you? Gu Qihong, who had been named so by Wei Zhong, had a look on his face that couldn't be put into words. Wei Zhangyaoyao's head was filled with disappointment. Pop! The gold lacquer-carved dragon throne armrest was directly slapped off. Enough, everyone. It seems you are truly confused. You have no choice now, and only one way to go if you do. Either you die in battle with those powerful men from the profound state, or you sit at home and wait to die. Now, do you understand? Wei Zhong was really half dead from these people's anger, and really wanted to slap them all to death with a palm over. Wei man. At this time Gu Qihong stood up and said, Wei man, I know all these can. Yi Li Tian, who was sitting in the corner, smiled slightly as he listened to the conversation of these people from the beginning until now. Bang rub! Yi Li Tian stood up and kicked over the chair behind him. At this moment, everyone's gazes were all directed towards the direction where Yi Li Tian was. Guys, you guys continue to not have to look at me. I'm going back to bed. I'll come back after I wake up from my nap. Yi Li Tian's words were bland, but there was disdain in the blandness. Kid, stop, what's the occasion you know? Yi Li Tian, who was about to walk out of the gate, was stopped by a familiar voice. The owner of this voice was no other than Gu Xian of the Gu family. Yi Li Tian stopped looking at Gu Xian with a playful expression. Oh, what do you call this occasion? I'm standing still now, and what are you going to do about it? Gu Xian couldn't hide the anger on Yi Li Tian's face as he looked at him. An underling of a small family power actually dared to talk to himself like this and provoked him. Gu Xian didn't put the Gu family behind him in his eyes. He said in a threatening tone. Gu Xian lowered his voice and said in a threatening tone, "Kid, you are indeed very mad. But madness is to have capital. Madness without capital is nothing more than talking louder in my eyes," said Gu Xian. Gu Xian gave a wink to the stout man beside him. The stout man immediately nodded his head. Swinging his fist towards Yi Li Tian directly smashed over. This time the Sword Emperor's sect did not intervene. The stout man's fist was fast. It came to Yi Li Tian's face in an instant. Boom! As an explosive sound rang out, a silhouette followed and flew out to hit the ground heavily. This figure was no other than the refined man beside Gu Xian. In looking at Yi Li Tian's side, Yi Li Tian was still standing steadily in the same place. The Sword Emperor's sect guards rushed forward to check the injuries of the stout man, and after checking, they shook their heads at Wei Zhong. Everyone present was somewhat shocked. Other people didn't know the strength of the stout man. Did these people not know it as well? Late human immortal. The strength to instantly kill a late human immortal in seconds. However, Gu Xian didn't pay attention to the complexion of the person beside him, and the killing intent on his face intensified. Third Elder, trouble. Gu Xian bowed slightly into the void and hiss, only to see a crack appear beside Gu Xian, and a white-bearded old man with taut muscles all over his body walked out of it. The people present all sucked in a breath of cool air, staring blankly at the white-bearded old man who walked out of the crack. This old man exuded a powerful to suffocating pressure, as if his very existence was a deterrent. At this time, someone exclaimed, "Could this be the Gu family's third elder who was ranked as one of the 3 earth immortals of the Gu family?" The white-bearded old man's face was expressionless, but his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's as he swept through the crowd. He nodded slightly as a response to Gu Xian's request. Afterward, his gaze landed on the stout man who had lost his vitality, and a trace of imperceptible gravity flashed in his eyes. Yi Li Tian's eyes remained calm as he looked at the old man who had just appeared. "Oh, you're going to stop me too, old man, aren't you?" The 3 old men did not pay any attention to Yi Li Tian. Although they were not sure of this person's strength, but they still made a move for the sake of the Gu family's face. The 3 old men put their palms together and made quick seals with both hands, only to see a giant green long-horned cobra drilling out from behind the 3 old men. "Oh, ow!" The green cobra roared and flew directly towards Yi Li Tian. Its speed was hard to defend. Boom boom. There were 2 more muffled sounds. The green cobra did not fly out, but simply dissipated. Instead, the spot where the 3 old men had been before was empty. The eyes of the crowd were filled with shock. All of them couldn't believe it, but they had witnessed the 3 Gu family members with extremely incredible strength that, in place, he was sent flying directly into the wall behind him. The Sword Emperor's sect guards once again hurriedly ran over to check, and everyone was waiting for the results. The Sword Emperor's sect guards stood up after checking again and shook their heads. Dead. Dead again. Everyone looked at Yi Li Tian with an expression of fear. Yi Li Tian shook his head and sighed. Boring, really boring. Seconds after seconds. No matter who it was, even Wei Zhong froze in place. At this moment, Gu Xian looked at Yi Li Tian's eyes have not the slightest bit of the previous arrogance to look down on. Now there is only a deep fear. Gu Xian unconsciously took a few steps backward to hide behind Gu Qihong. Chapter 20. Who agrees? Who is against? Red Rose walked over to Yi Li Tian and whispered in Yi Li Tian's ear. Does Lord Li Tian want to turn them? Finished Red Rose making a neck-wiping gesture. Yi Li Tian nodded. A deterrent would be good. After saying that, the Red Rose directly disappeared in the same place. It was only a few breaths before it was back beside Yi Li Tian. Puff! Gu Xian fell directly to the ground, followed by Gu Qihong, who also fell to the ground, the blood from his neck flowing uncontrollably on the fine mahogany floor. Everyone didn't know it was happening. They just felt a gust of wind blowing by. Even Wei Zhong, who was in the late stage of the Earth Immortal, did not notice who moved and when. All of them were terrified. As if they had seen the devil, they subconsciously moved away from Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian stretched a lazy waist, did not care in the slightest about anything above the presence. Just very calm, did not carry any tone of voice, said, "I'm going home to bed now. Who agrees? Who's against it?" Although what Yi Li Tian said was just the most ordinary sentence, but in the ears of everyone present, it was like if you dared to refuse in the last second, the next second will have the same consequences as those 2 in the Gu family. The entire room was silent at the moment. The silence is terrifying. Yi Li Tian saw that no one was talking, took big steps forward and walked towards the gate. All the people were very disciplined and made a very wide path. Yi Li Tian walked out towards the gate very calmly. Wang Shuyi had naturally never seen this kind of scene before. Just sparingly, he walked out together behind Red Rose. Outside the hall, Red Rose was a bit confused and came to Yi Li Tian's ear to ask in a whisper. "I'm a little confused. Lord Li Tian, why don't you erase these people altogether and keep them alive?" Yi Li Tian's mouth corner slightly raised has a touch of arc. mysteriously said. There's no hurry. It doesn't matter much whether these people stay or not. You'll naturally know after some time. Although Red Rose hadn't gotten any information, she believed that Lord Li Tian naturally had his own way of doing things. Without any hesitation, following Yi Li Tian boarded the flying boat and flew towards the pawnshop. At the top of the Sword Emperor Mountain, all the people in the hall remained frozen in place shortly after watching Yi Li Tian leave, not having slowed down from the shock they had just experienced. Wei Zhong is naturally among them. Although he himself is also very jealous of this person's strength, but the abundance of the state will be coming. He knows that the three states cannot have a second enemy, especially the kind of Yi Lidian that people cannot see through the strong enemy. Wei Zhong looked at the crowds who were still gazing in the direction of the entrance to the main hall and wrapped his voice in spiritual energy and said, "Gentlemen, now is not the time to worry about this person." Wei Zhong finished saying that the people who were still looking in the direction of the entrance of the hall only slowed down to look at Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong continued, "This person is indeed very strong, not to be messed with, but now is not the time to worry about that. The most important thing we need to worry about at the moment is the behemoth that is Yuchu. And I've just made it very clear to all of you, avoiding the battle. It is impossible to hide from it. We only have the path of resistance to take now. Either we can live in victory, or we will die in defeat." Some of them look like they have made up their minds about something, but there are still some who remain hesitant. This meeting was talked about for a long time, and in the end, the only option was to rebel. The sun sets and the full moon turns. 3 days passed in a flash. Yi Li Tian leisurely sat inside the pawnshop and drank tea, not caring about anything happening in the outside world. At this time, the three states were in chaos. All the forces in the first class, no matter if it was a family or a clan, were all preparing for the battle a month later. Just one day will be a year's resources all consumed. Gathered all the disciples in the door spirit stone with no money like a splurge, emptying the family bottom to do the worst. Those second-rate forces run is impossible to run the bottom line here. It is not easy to develop to the present even if it is dead, but there are still some forces chose to wait and see. They were betting that even if the three states were really defeated, there was still a last glimmer of hope in their hearts, and that was betting that the Yuan state wouldn't drive them to extinction. Of course there are forces that don't dare to gamble. They have already run away long after the council. They don't have that much greed. Third-rate forces are the same everywhere as long as they don't die. Anything else is negotiable. All kinds of forces within the three states. Children in the sky shuttle. At first dozens of, slowly hundreds, thousands and even tens of thousands, wearing different costumes all towards a direction of imperial sword flying. Those ordinary people where have seen this kind of scene have kneeled and saluted. But there are still some more treacherous people, as if they had a premonition of something, packing all the bags and dragging the family towards the outskirts of the city. People are contagious. Seeing a family move away and following suit for safety. At this point in time, basically all of the large cities within the three states seem to have received some kind of message to move away together. Already, the gates of several cities had been blocked by the flow of people, and the city lords had directly ordered a blockade that no one was allowed to leave. Who cares about the city lord at a time like this? You won't let me out? On what grounds? Directly in the gate guard soldiers clashed. As soon as they saw a person dared to go on, the other watchers have swarmed, and the gate guards fought in a ball. The supporting soldiers were already besieged by groups of people on the road before they arrived. This scene was extremely similar to a rebellion, except that the rebels were replaced by the people. It was not only in this one city that this situation occurred. This has happened in all of many cities, large and small. The struggles that ordinary people appeared in cultivators naturally wouldn't get involved. And basically all of the cultivators on the three states had all gathered at the border between the three states and the profound state. It was also above the battlefield 10,000 years ago. Densely packed cultivators were floating on their swords, millions of them at a glance. The flying boats alone are 1 to 200. And not only that, there are still cultivators wearing different sect costumes coming this way. 25 days later the border battlefield had gathered tens of millions of cultivators. Although the number was terrifying, but there were not many top powerhouses in total. 17 Earth Immortals, 216 Human Immortals, and the remaining tens of millions of people are nothing more than the highest of the great emperors. The next most common thing was a low-end, not to be low-end battle power like the Saint King's great sage. Of course, there is a heavenly immortal. It was the old ancestor of the Sword Emperor sect. The world calls him the first sword of the three states. The Sword Emperor sect's oldest ancestor was more grave than anyone else. Although he had tens of millions of cultivators standing behind him, but he knew that the furnishings, they are all furnishings. When a real fight breaks out, only human immortals above can barely participate in the battle. Even a human immortal? They're all just a liability. Chapter 21, The Descent of Fuchu. Of course 5 days after the battle, Wang Shuyi Wang family naturally did not participate. Get the Master's message honestly in the Wang family to stay on the line. Wang Shuyi naturally didn't want to participate. He was also afraid of death. At the border of the three states, at the edge of the battlefield 10,000 years ago, almost all the cultivators in the three states had gathered almost all the time, and time flew by. Everyone's face looked very plain, but in their hearts they all knew that it would be good enough to have a 2-point chance of winning. After all, it was the profound state. It's not comparable to the current three states. This day, in the three states battlefield in the sky, space broke and a space-time crack appeared in the eyes of all the cultivators in the three states. The battlefield above all the three states of the cultivators all clenched, the hands of the weapons looked gloomy to the apex, only to see a young man come out from within the crack in space. This young man wearing a white embroidered dragon robe, hands alternately clasped in front of the chest holding a folding fan, looking at some of the refined touch, but looked down on the place with a look of condescension. This is the so-called three states? It is simply not comparable to the profound state. Hey, there is no way but here. The youth spoke to himself as if this so-called three states already belonged to him. The old ancestor of the Sword Emperor's sect leapt up and flew to the front of the young man. The old ancestor of the Sword Emperor's sect is now still thinking about whether or not he can make peace at this last moment. After all, the three states are not very willing to resist. It would be great if we could make peace, the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor said to the young man with a very, very friendly attitude. Fellow Daoist, I'm here to represent the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor in the three states. I don't know why the profound state is attacking my three states this time. I also ask you to make it clear so that my three states can also be prepared. If it's best to have a peace talk, my three states will definitely fulfill all of profound state's demands. The Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor was already speaking to the young man in such a humble manner at this moment, but naturally, the young man was still standing there looking at the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor with a disinterested face, sizing up the situation. Then with a hint of a complimentary tone, he said, "Not bad. It seems that the development of the three states in these 10,000 years is as rapid as ever. I actually managed to appear a heavenly immortal cultivator like you. It really impresses me." "But," said the young man, who in an instant had gone from his complimentary countenance to a gloomy, "but three states are always three states. With you? You also want to make peace with my Yuan state? Humph. What are you?" The face of the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor immediately became a bit impatient at these words. Who dares to talk to himself like that from the beginning to the end? Looking at the three states who would talk to themselves like this. Who would dare? You are at least a heavenly immortal, and heavenly immortals are not to be insulted. The old ancestor of the Sword Emperor's sect looked at the young man with a gloomy face. "Little friend, I admit that Yuanzhou is very strong, but not just anyone can talk to the old man like that. Just a mere ant that has just broken through to the middle stage of Earth Immortal. Who gave you the guts to call out to a heavenly immortal? You don't deserve to die." The words just fell. Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor will power. The young man's face slightly changed before he had time to make any moves, only to see that the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor's palm had already slapped over. The young man was so close to death for the first time since he was born, so scared that he had frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do. Unbridled, a voice came from the sky. The Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor was just a drop away from being able to get this young man killed, but in the end, it was just a drop. A silhouette in front of the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor swung out a palm towards the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor's palm to meet him. Boom! An explosive sound rang out. The Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor withdrew backward several steps before barely stabilizing his form, while the figure also withdrew only 5 steps. The Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor was shocked and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with a grave expression. "Late stage heavenly immortal, Uncle Mang." The young man shouted towards the figure that had just appeared. The big man called Uncle Mang came to the young man's side with a serious face. "Tian, you're too adventurous. How many times have I told you to do things steadily and importantly steady some? You'll be the first to die if you don't change this problem of yours in the future." Tian scratched his head with an awkward smile. "I know, Uncle Mang, it's not that the big battle is imminent. I'm here to explore first. You." With that, Uncle Mang reached out and patted the back of Tian's head. Then his gaze went to the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor. Without any hesitation towards the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor, he directly killed him. Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor saw the situation and knew that he could not be defeated. Ran backwards, extremely fast. "Want to run?" Uncle Mang had a stern face and directly accelerated to chase after him. A few breaths will come to the Sword Emperor clan behind the old ancestor. Hands sealing a purple aerosol appeared toward the Sword Emperor clan. Old ancestor flew. The old ancestor of the Sword Emperor's sect did not dare to take it hard. The breath emanating from that purple mist was too terrifying. Even hastily offered up a magic treasure to resist it. The magic treasure directly collapsed in the moment of contact with the purple mist. The Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor stared at his eyes in disbelief. Accelerated downward dive. Uncle Mang had a smug look on his face. "Give up. This purple mist of mine isn't something you can fight off with a tiny mid-Tian Xian. Just as the purple mist was about to approach the old ancestor of the Sword Emperor's sect, the old ancestor sent out all of his defensive magic treasures. The energy around him slowly converged. The magic treasures shattered one after another, and only the last one remained. Boom. The last defense treasure also should sound broken. The Sword Emperor clan old ancestor Aiza Ning energy convergence palm violently hit. A huge palm by the energy convergence out toward the purple fog. Hit. Another explosive sound than the previous energy is even more enormous. The Sword Emperor clan old ancestor kneeling in pain, blood flowing from his mouth. Strong support for the body hurriedly shouted. The formation. Battlefield below the 4 light columns rises up to the sky. Directly surrounded by Uncle Mang, in the middle of the Uncle Mang will be firmly trapped. The top of the array of energy surging. A strong column of light toward the top of the head of Uncle Mang instantly shot. Strong as Mang Uncle this are sweating. Not the slightest reaction time. Hard head toward the attack to their own light column is a fist. The click. The bones cracking raw resounded. The pillar of light dispersed Uncle Mang woefully kneeling on the ground. At this time his feet have been bent. The right side of the whole arm has disappeared, neither fell on the ground nor crushed. It was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Uncle Mang! He Tian shouted with a crying voice, directly going to rush into the formation to save Uncle Mang out. Just as He Tian was about to rush over an arm blocked in front of He Tian, Uncle Mang within the array has not the slightest resistance. However, the 4 light columns once again rose up to the sky. Above Uncle Mang, a light column is not weak, and the first one once again shot towards Uncle Mang. Boom! The pillar of light dissipated. And at this moment there was not even a single hair left inside the formation. All of them turned into nothingness. He Tian shouted. Uncle Mang, kneeling down in pain, he cursed angrily at the person beside him who was pulling him. Why are you pulling me? Why? The man did not speak, with a very cold expression. Chapter 22 Bone Sword Out. Immortals avoid it. He Tian looked at those cultivators from the 3 states with a face full of grimace. It's all of you, it's all of you. It's all because of you. You're going to be buried for Uncle Mang today. All of you. Standing up directly, he charged towards the tens of millions of cultivators from the 3 states in front of him with a cold face. The man pulled He Tian again, still expressionless. If you rush over like this, you'll only be like your Uncle Mang, understand? He Tian was a little more lucid this time and looked at the man with a questioning tone. Uncle Mang is your brother. Why did you just see death and save him? I want to save. Cannot be saved. That formation is very strong, but also just a one-time want to destroy the basic impossible. Your Uncle Mang sacrifices my abundance of state occupation of the 3 states must take a step on the heavenly fixed, cannot be changed. Uncle Wan said. Uncle Wan patted He Tian's shoulder. You know the current situation in Yuanzhou, and you should also be clear about who our several great clans have allied to form the Qingyang sect for. He Tian's eyes were unusually resolute at this time, and he took 3 steps forward and pointed his finger toward the sky, only to see the densely packed space directly behind He Tian shattered and countless spatial cracks appeared. Countless cultivators walked out from within the cracks, and there were even several heavenly immortal powerhouses. The people of the 3 states looked at the countless cultivators in the sky, were also so shocked that they couldn't even hold their swords in their hands. The number of cultivators that appeared was fully 3 times as many as the 3 states side. He Tian's finger pointed downward with force, and those countless cultivators behind him killed one by one towards the 3 states cultivators with a neat cry. Seeing this, the cultivators on the side of the 3 states didn't hesitate for a second to shout and kill the Yuanzhou cultivators who were rushing towards them. Tens of thousands of cultivators had already lost their lives the instant the 2 sides collided, and the scene was thrown into chaos. Those several heavenly immortal realm powerhouses from the profound state did not make a move. Although they did, but the dozens of earthly immortal powerhouses from the profound state had already mingled with those earthly immortals from the 3 states. Wei Zhong fought against 3 earth immortal powerhouses, 2 middle earth immortals and 1 late earth immortal. Although Wei Zhong was also a late earth immortal powerhouse, he took on 3 earth immortals and even a late earth immortal powerhouse all at once. At this moment, Wei Zhong seems to be a bit strained. The rest of those earth immortal cultivators in the 3 states can't even take care of themselves, and how can they come to help Wei Zhong? At this moment the situation has become one-sided, and it is a matter of time before the 3 states are overrun by the Sword Emperor's sect's old ancestor was still standing steadily in his original position. From the beginning to the end no one came to his trouble, nor did anyone come to dare to look for his trouble. Even if it is seriously injured, Tianxian powerhouse is not these earth immortal can cope with. Not to mention only dozens of earth immortal. If a little more together with the shot may have meteoric rise of Tianxian's possibility. Standing on top of the dome of the sky, He Tian looked at the scene below without any pity in his eyes. He cruised around seemingly looking for something, but there was no change in his expression, a somber face. Why isn't it? How could it not be here? No? Uncle Wan asked. He Tian shook his head, a little disappointed, but only for a moment. He Tian once again stretched out a finger to point at the Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor. Alive. A very plain sentence. But just such a plain sentence seems to determine a person's life. Behind Tian, a one-eyed man who looked very thin stepped out, and it was as if there were only bones left inside his skin. One step out directly came to the Sword Emperor clan old ancestor within 100 feet in front of him. The one-eyed man glanced at the Sword Emperor clan old ancestor without the slightest hesitation to directly strike. The Sword Emperor sect old ancestor was seriously injured but also can only hard head to meet up. The two only exchanged a move. Sword Emperor sect old ancestor mouth once again spit out a large mouth of fresh blood. Ahem. Late stage heavenly immortal. The Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor was desperate at the moment, and as he looked around at the tri-state cultivators who were looking death in the face, even though he hadn't shed a single tear in thousands of years, his eyes were reddened at this moment. The one-eyed man didn't give the Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor any chance to catch his breath. Taking out a gourd that couldn't be any more ordinary from his waist, and reciting a silent mantra under his breath, only to see hundreds of black bats flying out of the gourd in a swarm, flying straight towards the Sword Emperor sect ancestor. The Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor's eyes were chilled, his right hand reaching behind his back, his face somewhat grim, as if enduring a million sharp pains. A bloody bone sword appeared above the right hand of the Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor in no time at all. The body is a sword. The sword to raise the body. Raise the body, cast sword. The formation of the sword bone. The bone out of the sword into. The bone out of the must also die. Even when the one-eyed man saw this bone sword, he was in disbelief. Ancient body nurturing sword casting technique. The one-eyed man murmured a guess. It's true that there must be karma in the world. I thought that I would never use this bone sword in this life. It's a pity. It's a pity. Although a face of pity, but the movement of the hand did not stop. Bone sword with a wave of a big hand around the body of the dead air filled. Ordinary sword chopped out the blood-colored sword chi with the dead air toward the black bat group. The black bat swarm was directly eroded by the death chi the moment it came into contact with the sword chi, and its life force directly dissipated as one by one it decayed into white bones on the ground. The one-eyed man also had some fear in the bottom of his eyes at the moment. He naturally heard of this ancient body raising in sword casting art. 100 years to feed the sword to feed the sword. Thousands of years into the sword to bone into the sword. 10,000 years into the bone sword out of the dead gas permeated by 1 point. Even if it is a Shinsen, maybe directly perish. At this moment the one-eyed man does not fear that is false. Although it can be seen that the bone sword only thousands of years in the world but also not now their own can deal with. He does not want to give his life for nothing. A flashback to the side of Tian's face was a bit ugly and said, "This Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor, I'm afraid it's hard to take down today, but after today he will die." Tian was a bit disdainful. With that bone sword in his hand? Why have you become so cautious now, Uncle I? The one-eyed man was also helpless. Tian, you don't understand. This sword in his hand is ordinary beyond ordinary in someone else's hand, but in his hands it's different. His body is the equivalent of a scabbard. Mainly his body. Thousands of years of accumulation of death chi within his body is extremely heavy, all attached to the bone sword in his hand. Even a Shin immortal would have to weigh it. Tian looked at the bone sword in his hand and also became a bit gloomy. So it's not possible to take these 3 states with him today? The one-eyed man was also out of ideas and said, "I'm afraid it's hard to take it down today, but once the 12 hours are over this person will die." "Oh, why?" Tian is a little puzzled. One-eyed man explained, "This method of raising the sword has the biggest drawback. As long as the bone sword out of 12 hours after the body will be eroded by the dead gas and died." Tian looked at the one-eyed man somewhat helplessly. "Is there no other way?" Chapter 23, Using Blood as a Guide to Fight to the End. The one-eyed man thought for a moment. As long as there is a Shinsen immortal, perhaps there is still a chance to capture him today, but such powerhouses as Shinsen immortals won't even exist in all of the 3-star domains, so I'm afraid there's no chance today. The one-eyed man shook his head. At this moment, the Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor was holding a bone sword and charging towards the 3 profound state earth immortal cultivators that Wei Zhong was battling against. Knowing that he was running out of time, to be able to kill one is one. The bone sword out of the earth immortal fall. Not to mention the sky immortal realm of the Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor holding a bone sword. In just a few breaths of time the earth immortal cultivators of the profound state had already died. The cultivators of the great clans in the 3 states and even the great lords and patriarchs also saw a glimmer of hope when they saw the Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor being so ruthless. The fighting spirit is getting higher and higher and the shouts are getting louder and louder. And the original one-sided situation of the 3 states actually counter-pressured the abundance of the state by a head. The Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor had once again killed an earth immortal cultivator. But this time the skin of his arm was actually burning. And at this moment it had already burned off most of it. You can even see the white bones underneath that skin. The Sword Emperor sect's old ancestor couldn't hold on strongly enough to fall to his knees and stick his bone sword on top of the ground. And it was as if there was 1,000 pounds of force pressing down on his body that made it difficult for him to stand up. With a single glance, The one-eyed man saw the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor kneeling on the ground and said to Etian, who was beside him, he doesn't seem to be able to hold out much longer. He might be able to take it today. Etian followed the one-eyed man's gaze and indeed saw the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor kneeling on the ground, and with some misgivings. Didn't you say it would take 12 hours? Why not now? Could it be that he's luring us to go over there of our own accord? The one-eyed man carefully observed the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor again. It seems to me that he can't hold on with his current touch. Another roll of his eyes thought of something. It's highly likely that this old man had some kind of accident while raising his sword. Otherwise this wouldn't be possible. On second thought, and then said to Etian who was beside him, tackling now is a good opportunity to still ask something. If he dies in this condition after a while, Etian opened his mouth. Uncle you and Uncle Zhang and the two of you go over to see if you can capture him. It's best if he wants to live. If not, then kill him. The one-eyed man nodded and looked at the fat man behind Etian. Fatty Zhang, waiting for what to go on day after day just no to eat. Fatty Zhang was still holding a chicken leg in his hand, was enjoying it with a satisfied look on his face. After hearing One-Eye's words, he swallowed the chicken leg in one bite. The obese body lifted his leg and jumped directly from the one-eyed man's brain. Although fat, but this fat is still somewhat flexible. The one-eyed man glanced at Fatty Zhang with a face of impatience. A step out will be directly toward the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor. Fatty Zhang, followed by the mouth of the chicken leg, has not yet swallowed. Blind man, who are you calling fat? Wait for me to walk so fast for what? The two of them came to the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor who was kneeling on the ground. The one-eyed man withdrew a step back and pushed Fatty Zhang, who was beside him. What are you waiting for? Fatso, do it still in that bearing what it? Fatty Zhang scratched his head and smiled. Oh, look at me. He wiped his mouth and pulled out a 2-meter-long iron rod from somewhere. Accumulation. Without the slightest hesitation, high jump stick raised above the head toward the kneeling their Sword Emperor clan old ancestor head. Although the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor had reached his physical limit but still managed to raise his bone sword to block Fatty Zhang's iron rod with his tenacious will. Click! The sound of metal and bone colliding. Although it blocked Fatty Zhang's iron rod, but the powerful impact still caused the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor's feet to sink inside the earth. A deep pit appeared directly concave under the feet of the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor. Fatty Zhang, no matter how hard the iron rod is difficult to go down again. Will be the iron rod back to notice that the iron rod contact with the part of the bone sword has been rusty. Fatty Zhang stared at the bone sword in the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor's hand and spoke in disbelief. Deadly chi. Turning his head, he looked at the one-eyed man and said without any good humor, skinny blind man, there is dead air, why don't you tell me MD? The one-eyed man turned his back and whistled not to look at Fatty Zhang. Fatty Zhang saw this touch of the one-eyed man directly dragged the one-eyed man. Little blind. Tian is letting the two of us together to capture him. You let me be the one to contribute. Believe it or not, I'll rotate you with a stick. One-Eye saw that Fatty Zhang was so uninterested, also hastily snubbed. Okay. Fatty, go together, just go together. You hit the head and I'll go around the back. What do you think? Fatty Zhang thought about it and responded painfully. Okay, I can go on then. The one-eyed man made a quick up sign. Fatty Zhang once again built up his strength, but at this moment, the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor did not wait for the body energy evaporated. The one-eyed man saw the scene and eagerly told Fatty, hurry up, he's burning his bloodline to boost his strength. Fatty Zhang listened to the words of the one-eyed man and no longer hesitated to leap up and swing the big iron stick, but it was too late at the moment. The Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor directly raised his bone sword to meet him, but in a moment, he disappeared in place. Fatty Zhang was dumbfounded. The Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor's target was not him, but the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man hurriedly sacrificed a treasure gourd to cover himself at this moment, only just covering the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor's bone sword, then slashed up. The extremely heavy death gas instantly covered the treasure gourd. It was eroding the exterior of the gourd at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the one-eyed man shouted from inside the gourd. Fatty Zhang waited for what? It's stupid. Hurry up and make a move. Fatty Zhang paused for a moment to react, swung up the iron stick toward the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor, smashed. The Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor saw the situation. It turned around and raised his sword crotch down. Instantly put away the bone sword. A flash to come behind Fatty Zhang cut down. Fatty Zhang, extremely flexible hands holding a stick, turned around and raised above his head, crotch down the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor's sword. Both of them are very fast bone sword to baguette weapon collision sound, twisting together without any fancy. The one-eyed man put away the gourd and looked at the gap above the gourd. The death gas is truly evil. A chill ran down his back. Watching the two fighting in the distance, the one-eyed man searched for the right moment at all times. And on top of the battlefield, the three states as well as those cultivators from the Abyssal State had already died for the most part. But the cultivators from the Abyssal State were still twice as many as those from the three states. Many of the cultivators in the three states were already showing fatigue. Wei Zhong is even more bruised and battered. There is not much immortal energy left in his body. Emperor Qi of the Heavenly Prayer Dynasty had even broken one of his arms. And if it wasn't for the state master protecting Emperor Qi, he would have died by now. Almost all of the family patriarchs on the three-state side have already been killed in action, leaving only those first-class powerhouses struggling to hold on. Good chance, skinny blind man, Fatty Zhang shouted. And the one-eyed man directly threw the gourd towards the sky. The gourd instantly became several times larger, shooting towards the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor. Fatty Zhang retreated directly backward after swinging the last stick. Chapter 24, Facing Yuanzhou is like an ant. It was already too late when the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor realized it. And that huge gourd directly smashed on the back of the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor. Click break. The 24 ribs of the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor directly all shattered. The whole person like a kite without a rope fell to the ground. There was still the last breath left even if the strength to stand up was gone. Fatty Zhang took a long breath looking at the stick in his hand. Phew, if I keep fighting my stick will be ruined. The one-eyed man put away the gourd. Don't again waste turn to go. Also did not forget to say with Fatty Zhang, bring the men with you, and you'll get the credit for this one. And snickered twice. Fatty Zhang was not very willing at first, but when he heard the credit, fart grabbed the dying old ancestor of the Sword Emperor sect and brought his ass to He Tian. Fatty Zhang laughed nervously as he mentioned the person in front of He Tian, who bent down and looked at the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor with an arrogant stance. Ask you a question. If you answer truthfully, I'll let you die a quicker death. If not, humph, bah. The Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor weakly spat out a mouthful of phlegm towards He Tian's face, but this mouthful of phlegm was red. He Tian was a bit annoyed. Wipe off the blood on his face. Immediately gave the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor a kick. Old thing, give you face don't you? He Tian directly grabbed the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor's hair and said, I'm asking you now, is there a woman with a special physique in these three states, just like the kind that gets stuck in a certain realm and then finds it hard to store in? The Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor didn't reply as he listened to He Tian's words, but only laughed twice. He Tian saw that this old thing was so uninterested, and no longer say anything more, stood up and casually said, kill. Fatty Zhang hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. A foot stepped on the head of the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor. Click break. With a shattering sound, the Sword Emperor's sex-old ancestor died on the spot. I'm not in the mood to watch anymore. Let's have a quick battle. He Tian overstepped a few steps forward, and behind him, the one-eyed man, Wan Shu, and Fatty Zhang, directly joined the battlefield, sweeping everything. The miserable screams of the cultivators from the three states rang out one after another. And it didn't take much time for the cultivators on the side of the three states to almost fall dead. Only a handful of people remain. Wei Zhong, Emperor Qi, the state master, and the other two family heads were already powerless to fight when they looked at the vast number of profound state cultivators in front of them. Maybe this is the fate of the three states. The five of them sighed. But what turned out to be ushered in was a look of determination as they looked at each other and charged towards the Yuanzhou cultivator without any fear. Click, click, click. A large number of cultivators from the profound state had crossed the battlefield and arrived within the tri-state realm. In just a few days those remaining Sanzhou cultivators within the Sanzhou realm were nearly all exterminated without the slightest sign. Inside the Gujia village pawnshop, Yi Tian sat alone at the tea table and drank tea. Red Rose walked over at this time. How was it? Yi Tian asked. Lord Li Tian, it's been found out clearly that the reason why the profound state attacked the three states this time is because the aura that provided cultivators with cultivation within the profound state has become extinct. It seems that their origin was destroyed and they could only come to the three states. But these days they seem to be looking for someone. It seems like they are looking for ginger spirits with special body types. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. Red Rose spoke. Yi Tian had a look of unconcern. No matter how they like to make a mess. At the moment, wherever the cultivators of the abyssal state within the three states passed through was almost like a civil disobedience. Even ordinary people who disobeyed were directly executed on the spot. The vast flying boats traveled in the sky above the mixed Yuan state, and He Tian sat in the frontmost flying boat. At that moment the one-eyed man ran up and said, already inquired who that particular physique was. He Tian did so violently as if he had heard some shocking secret. Who is it? The head of the Zheng family in Liangzhou, Zhang Ling, with a lifelong cultivation at the God transformation stage. One Eye continued to add, after finishing his sentence, but while the man was found, there was a little trouble. He Tian frowned at One Eye. Trouble? What trouble? One Eye's eyes were a bit evasive. I personally sent someone to make a special trip to the Zheng family, but there was no one inside the Zheng family who knew where they were going. Then he hurriedly said, but don't worry, I've already sent people to carpet search for as long as she doesn't step out of the boundaries of the three states. She will definitely not be able to run away. He Tian nodded, his eyes like torches. This person he was determined to get. At this time, a profound state cultivator walked up to He Tian and arched his hand, saying, Lord He, All the forces within the 3 states have already surrendered to my Qingyang sect's ownership, leaving only one city below, Longstone City in the mixed Yuan state. Why is there one left? He Tian questioned, looking at the cultivator. That cultivator was shivering as He Tian looked at him. Back to Lord He, the cultivators that we sent out with low strength were all nearly decimated by that Longstone City Wang family. Wastes? What a bunch of wastes. Roll off into roll. He Tian's fire was getting bigger and bigger now. That cultivator rolled and crawled and retreated straight away. It's just as well. I have no place to kill this fire. I'll make a trip myself. He Tian finished saying that the flying boat directly turned its direction towards Longstone City. After all, it was in this part of the mixed state, so it didn't take much time to arrive within the airspace over the Wang family. The solemn atmosphere within the Wang family hall was instantly broken by an icy voice. People of the Wang family, quickly all roll out to die. Although that voice sounded calm and incomparable, it shook the hearts of everyone in the Wang family. He Tian, the lord of the Qingyang sect, personally descended on the Wang family. He stepped on the void, not releasing any aura around him, but just standing there could send shivers down one's spine. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger, and the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to make the Wang family's family broken. Inside the great hall, all the people of the Wang family were in a state of panic. They knew the terror of the profound state behind this He Tian. With a wave of the hand, these 3 states would already be Yuchu's, even making the 3 states dead, not to mention their little Wang family. Faced with this kind of existence, the Wang family was plunged into unprecedented despair within the Wang family. At this time, Wang Shuyi stood out, and he walked out of the great hall, straightening his back. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Young Lord He, my Wang family has no grudges against you. Why do you have to drive them to extinction? Wang Shuyi's voice was not humble and echoed in the sky. He Tian stood proudly with his feet in the void. His arrogant gaze swept the path of Wang Shuyi, and a hint of his breath shocked Wang Shuyi into flying backwards. Immediately afterward, he smiled slightly. So what if we drive out all the people? So what if we flatten Longstone City? Wang Shuyi's heart sank. At this moment he was more flustered than anyone else. Although this practice of He Tian's was shameless, he couldn't do anything about it since he had profound state behind him. The saint exalted great circle was like an ant in front of He Tian. Even if he had just been seriously injured at the moment, he didn't dare to have a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. He could not stand by and watch the Wang family ruined in his hands. The shame to the ancestors. He Tian's patience had reached the bottom of the ice at this moment, and he waved his hand. Behind them, hundreds of profound state cultivators approached towards the Wang family with long swords in their hands. Chapter 25, The Wang family is under my protection. Do you understand? Wang Shuyi gritted his teeth and leapt up, standing opposite hundreds of cultivators from Yuanzhou. The Wang family elders and the Wang family crowd in the main hall saw that the family head still stood up at the front of the Wang family in the face of a battle that he had no chance of winning. Everyone, as you look at me and I look at you without the previous fear, eyes firm as if they have made some kind of determination, resolutely walked up to stand behind Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi turned around and looked at the clansmen behind him. There's relief, there's despair, but then there's the openness of the mood. My Wang family does not have people who are greedy and afraid of death. Since Yuanzhou wants to fight, then let's fight. Wang family clansmen listened to the shouts of Wang Shuyi, the lord of the Wang family, one by one. Their morale rose high and their mouths shouted, "War! War! War!" Wang Shuyi turned to look at one of the people of the profound state who had their feet in the void. There wasn't the slightest fear left in his heart. All he had was the hot blood of the men of the Wang family. There was only the last bottom line of being a man of the 3 states. He scanned all the people of the profound state present with a gaze deeper than ever before, and said frankly and bluntly, since profound state is using its power to oppress others, then my Wang family will take it on. Well. He Tian clapped his hands and couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he looked down at those who thought they were so noble. Oh, looking at you guys in such a state, I'm honestly kinda impressed, but as a sign of my sincerity, I've decided to make your deaths a little more painful. He Tian finished ticking his finger and said in a very flat tone, Uncle I you go, leave no one behind. He Tian seemed to be speaking as if he was talking about a very trivial matter. But in the ears of the Wang clan it became a death notice, and the kind that couldn't be refused. Beside He Tian, the one-eyed man's thin body took one step and directly disappeared in place, reappearing already in front of Wang Shuyi. Although Wang Shuyi had already prepared himself, he was still a bit flabbergasted. He knew that he could not retreat at this moment. Behind him was the Wang family as well as his clan. He could not lose face in front of the Wang family. Even if he had to die, he would die before his own people, because he was the head of the Wang family. The one-eyed man looked at Wang Shuyi with a disdainful face. The saint exulted he really didn't put in his eyes. Even if the entire Wang family came together it would only be a matter of one of his fingers. Taking one step, The late-stage heavenly immortal pressure within the one-eyed man's body poured out towards everyone in the Wang family. The moment the Wang clan members came into contact with this pressure, they were all struck by lightning, and their bodies violently stagnated. Puff! He was directly crushed to the ground, and his face instantly faded from blood color. The invisible pressure seemed to have substance, weighing heavily on everyone's heart, causing one's breath to stutter. The eyes were filled with terror and horror. They tried to struggle to stand up, but the pressure was like a heavenly net, deadlocking them on the ground, unable to move. Not even the courage to even look up and look directly at him. At this time all the previous thoughts of everything, all disappeared cleanly. Wang Shuyi, who stood at the front, was under much more pressure than everyone else. His face was on the verge of contorting together. His hands braced on the ground, his legs and the ground close together had sunk in. Still fighting? The one-eyed man looked at Wang Shuyi, who had fallen to his knees in front of him, and opened his mouth with an evil smile. Wang Shuyi spat out a word from his mouth with difficulty. War. The words all became a little unclear. The one-eyed man looked at Wang Shuyi, who was kneeling in front of him and was still persistent, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. One hand grabbed Wang Shuyi's neck and directly lifted him up in the air. Wang Shuyi tried to break free with all his strength, but it was just a waste of effort. The one-eyed man looked at Wang Shuyi fiercely. You're good. You're just in the wrong era. Get a good berth in your next life. After the one-eyed man finished choking Wang Shuyi's neck, his right hand slowly increased its strength. The Wang clan members behind them cried out in pain, shouting with difficulty under their breath that, "Don't, householder." Wang Shuyi felt that his eyes were getting darker and darker and darker. The cries of pain of his clansmen behind him could not be heard at all, and his eyes slowly closed uncontrollably. He tried to open it, but no matter how hard he struggled he could never open it. Gradually his body was getting lighter and lighter, and he couldn't even somewhat feel the existence of his own body. Really just this way, it's over, so he thought, but up to now he still hadn't flinched halfway. But just at that moment, a big strong hand appeared at an unknown time and grabbed the one-eyed man's right arm. Before the one-eyed man could react, his right arm was directly crushed into pieces by that large hand. It was broken on the spot. The one-eyed man let out a heart-rending scream and withdrew a few steps backward, and Wang Shuyi fell to the ground with his ass in the process. The one-eyed man's pressure instantly dissipated, and the clansmen behind him only felt that their bodies had suddenly become lighter, and their strongly bearing bodies sat up with great difficulty, none of them knowing what had happened. Wang Shuyi only felt a pain in his butt at this time, and opened his eyes violently. He found that he actually did not die. Fixing his eyes, he realized that there was actually an extremely familiar figure standing in front of him. The black, masked, scarlet dagger at his waist. Seeing this figure, Wang Shuyi only breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking, steady, no need to die. The one-eyed man stopped the injury to his right arm before he looked up to see a man in black in front of him. The one-eyed man's eyes were burning with rage at the moment, wanting to chew this person raw in general, but he did not do so. He knew that he had actually failed to detect this person's appearance just now, and that could only mean one thing: this person's strength was not below his own. The one-eyed man was about to speak, but he didn't have that chance, because the man in black moved. Bam! Just a moment's effort was about to open his mouth to speak without any room for resistance to the one-eyed man. The head had rolled to the ground, and to his death, the one-eyed man's eyes had not closed. The hand rose and fell in just a breath's time, and the man in black was back to standing steadily in the same place. The people of the profound state above the sky, including He Tian, were also slightly stunned, taking in what had just happened. He Tian no longer had the condescending look he had earlier. The fact that he was able to become the lord of the Qingyang sect showed that he wasn't stupid. To kill a late-stage heavenly immortal with a single move, the minimum would have to be an early-stage Xian immortal, right? He Tian forced himself to be calm and composed, stepped forward and arched his hand unusually politely and opened his mouth. Senior, I am the representative of the Qingyang alliance of the Yuan state. I don't know where my Yuan state has offended, senior, please tell me. The man in black did not pay attention to He Tian's words, wiping the dagger in a flat tone with indifference and said, I don't care if it's Yuchi or whatever state you want to make a mess of, but there is one thing you should know. The Wang family. It's covered by my Dark Spectre Hall. Do you understand? Chapter 26. A man can be killed, but what can you give me? After saying that, the man in black raised his head, and those icy eyes swept over everyone present, as if as long as the people of the profound state dared to shake their heads, then the next second their heads might look just like the one-eyed man's. A dead silence fell over the field. What did senior say? At this time, He Tian smiled with a pleasing look on his face. Since behind this Wang family is the Dark Spectre Hall that senior spoke of, then naturally, we will not dare to come back to trouble the Wang family. He Tian's attitude at this moment was extremely humble. The man in black didn't intend to kill all of these people because no one was paying. So naturally he wasn't in the mood to strike. The icy tone of the man in black rang out once again. Whoever doesn't roll in 3 seconds, dies. His eyes seemed to be from the 9 hells as he looked sharply at the crowd of profound state above the sky. Although Tian was angry at the moment, he didn't dare to have any hesitation, and turned around and quickly left over the Wang family. It only took a second. The people of the profound state all disappeared without a trace. Wang Shuyi stood up and bowed hastily. Many thanks to Senior for helping my Wang family. Immediately after that, the people behind Wang Shuyi did the same as the family head. The man in black remained bland. There's no need to thank me. I'm just following my boss's orders, said the man in black directly disappeared in place. No one reacted. There was no breath. Wang Shuyi once again bowed deeply towards the sky. With great determination in his eyes, my Wang family is willing to saddle up for my master for generations. The speed of the people from the profound state remained unabated after leaving the Wang family, and they flew forward at a fast pace, fearing that the man in black would catch up again. Tian, who was at the forefront, had resentment in his eyes and didn't say a word. Uncle Wan beside him sensed Tian's abnormality and spoke softly. Tian, you don't need to feel any pressure. No one would have thought that a tiny Wang family would actually have a Xian immortal overlord-level powerhouse behind them. Tian still didn't say anything, and Uncle Wan's tone became harsh this time. Tian, do you know what kind of behavior you are doing? Have you forgotten what you are? Listening to Uncle Wan's stern tone, Tian only came out of that resentment at this moment. He almost got entangled in the resentment and blocked his cultivation path. At this moment, Tian seemed like a newborn. Without the fear he had just felt towards the Xian immortal powerhouses, all he had was extreme confidence. I know Uncle Wan, and I understand. I am the holy body. I shall suppress all enemies in the world. But the primary goal right now is that Zhang family woman. Without her my holy body will surely stop here. Tian clenched his fists. Uncle Wan looked at the Tian at this moment and also smiled in relief, no longer opening his mouth. 2 days had passed since the day he left the Wang family. Tian leaned back and sat on top of the gold-painted carved dragon chair in the Sword Emperor Sec's main hall, listening to the guards below reporting to him. Lord I've sent people to scatter to various places in the 3 states, but there is not a single trace of that person in any of them. The guard's head was buried low and he spoke fearfully, afraid of angering Tian. Tian remained expressionless after hearing this. Scram! Keep looking. The voice was not loud without any emotion. The guard's trembling body groped and left the great hall at a quick pace. Tian, who was sitting on the gold-painted carved dragon chair, frowned together. Where can a transformation stage go? Meanwhile, in the 3 states, no matter if it was a large city or a small village, the Yuanzhou cultivators had already turned upside down and still hadn't found the person Tian was looking for. The 3 states are now in a state of panic. Ordinary people don't dare to go out, and every now and then there are 1 or 2 Yuanzhou cultivators that fly past rapidly in the sky. As many places as could be looked for have been looked for, except for 2. No one dares to go to the king's house in Longstone City. Gujia village pawnshop profound state cultivators have already been there, but unfortunately there is no living out. The Yuanzhou cultivators naturally took this pawnshop as the hideout of the Xianxian immortal powerhouse who was in the Wang clan that day. Within the pawnshop, Tian continued to sip tea every day and seemed to have no other hobbies. This day was different. At the entrance of the pawnshop a man clad in a black cloak, even his face was covered to make it impossible to see his face, carefully observing his surroundings, hurriedly shaking run to the pawnshop inside. Into the pawnshop to see Tian. This person is like to see the Savior General. Removing the cloak that was draped over his body, he revealed his face, looking alarmed. Tian was not surprised to see this person, still calmly sipping tea, finished a mouthful of tea before opening his mouth without haste. So it's Ms. Jiang, asking with an expression of not knowing anything. I don't know what Ms. Jiang came to my pawnshop for today? Jiang Ling hurriedly spoke in a pleading tone. And, Senior, please also save me. The people of the profound state are looking for me everywhere. I'm now at my wit's end and can only come to you, Senior, for help. Jiang Ling's tears were almost falling as she spoke. At this moment, she looked extremely aggrieved. On the contrary, Tian's current expression did not change in any way, shaking the teacup in his hand. I can help you. But, Tian paused for a moment to look at Jiang Ling. What kind of payment can you come up with for me to help you? Jiang Ling also understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky, and looking at Tian's eyes looking at her, she immediately understood. After thinking hard for a while, in fact, Tian is quite good. Without any hesitation, raising her hand to her chest, she unbuttoned her shirt directly in front of her chest, revealing a bit of micro-white. Tian's expression froze at this time. The teacup in his hand didn't even know how to turn it. hastily stretching out a finger and pointing it out. He brought Jiang Ling's arm under control and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What are you doing? Jiang Ling's face reddened as she swallowed and opened her mouth. Senior looked at me. Not, too, that? Yi Li Tian a whole big speechless. Still looking somewhat calm. He said. I'm looking at you, just simply looking at you. What are you thinking? I said the reward was an equal exchange of goods. Do you understand that now? After saying that, he unlocked the energy that was bound to Jiang Ling's body. Jiang Ling was so embarrassed at this point that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. It was too humiliating. Yi Li Tian gestured for Jiang Ling to sit down and talk. Jiang Ling's double face flushed red as she sat down, not even daring to look directly at Yi Li Tian. Taking out a space ring from his hand and placing it on the table, he said, Elder, this spatial ring has all the spirit stones of my Jiang family within it. Total top-grade spirit stones, 235 million. I wonder if I can. Yi Li Tian shook his head. I can kill people. It's a pity that your reward isn't nearly enough to kill a heavenly immortal powerhouse. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth and once again took out a spatial ring, removing a crystal from it and placing it on the table. Chapter 27, 10,000 Burials at the top of Sword Emperor Mountain. Elder, this is the last stature of my entire body, and it's also the treasure of my Jiang family's town clan. Xiandu Dragon Vein Crystal can enhance the physical body to create a terrifying physical body defense. It was obtained by chance within my clan. According to the clan's rumors, this treasure belongs to the Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. It's a pity that no one in my Jiang family has been able to refine this object yet, so it's become a family heirloom. I wonder if this is possible for Senior. Jiang Ling stared closely at Yi Li Tian, fearing that Yi Li Tian would refuse. Grade of spiritual treasure, lower grade spiritual treasure, middle grade spiritual treasure, upper grade spiritual treasure, ultimate spiritual treasure, greatest treasure. Yi Li Tian looked at the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystals on the table thoughtfully. It is true that this thing does not exist in the underworld slaying world, but it is possible to make up for one's only shortcoming. That is the physical body. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising at such a thought, but Jiang Ling didn't notice. Yi Li Tian collected the items on the table and nodded very painfully. Man, I'll kill. When Jiang Ling saw that Yi Li Tian agreed, she also put her heart down. To her, this Hongmeng Supreme Treasure was no different than a stone in her hands. It's very profitable to trade it for your life. Elder, can I stay here during this time? Jiang Ling carefully opened her mouth and asked, her eyes wide open. There shouldn't be any man who would reject Jiang Ling at this moment. No. Yi Li Tian's flat voice rang out. Inside the ears of the Jiang Ling was like hearing some heavy news. Frozen on the spot. Yi Li Tian continued to add, you don't need to stay at my place. This commission of yours can be completed today. So no. Jiang Ling smiled awkwardly. He didn't question the strength of the person in front of him, because he had already seen it. He had 100% faith in the words of the man in front of him that it could be done. Bloodshot. Yi Li Tian sat in place and didn't even move, only softly spitting out 2 words under his breath. Just the instant the words ended, a black shadow appeared 5 paces away from Yi Li Tian. No one knew how he appeared. Jiang Ling was startled as she looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared, and almost cried out in shock. Blood Shadow has met Lord Li Tian. The silhouette that appeared bent its upper body extremely low to Yi Li Tian and spoke respectfully from the bottom of his heart. Blood Shadow Dark Spectre Hall, Phantom, Assassin. Yi Li Tian nodded. Go on. Not even lifting his head a bit, he sipped his own tea. The blood shadow arched its circumference into an extreme blur and directly disappeared in place. Gingerling sat there at a loss for words, not knowing what to do. Yi Li Tian personally poured him a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her. Gingerling took a sip from his teacup in a formal manner. At the top of Sword Emperor Mountain, Sword Emperor's sect, He Tian was still leaning back in his chair, but there was no expression on his face. The oppressive atmosphere in the great hall that, the guards who had come to report were all on edge, listening to the reports from the guards below one by one. The anger had been suppressed to the extreme by now. A flash came directly to a guard, a hand choked his neck and twisted it directly off. Each and every one of them is a ING junkie. They can't find a single woman. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. All of you. Get out. Get out. And at that moment a silhouette interspersed with a voice came in from the gate outside the hall. That's a lot of fire. Lord of the Abyssal State. He Tian was incredibly puzzled and looked towards the gate only to see a man dressed in black walk in. Seeing this man, He Tian's face revealed a look of horror. He recognized this person. Protect the Xian powerhouse of the Wang family. He Tian's body couldn't help but slowly retreat backward. He had a bad premonition that, looking at the man in black who couldn't even speak properly. Former, you, what is the meaning of this? The blood shadow did not rush to strike, but took a big step forward, crossing beside He Tian, and He Tian's legs were soft and sat directly on the ground. the blood shadow did not stop straight up to the forefront. Sitting on his but on top of a carved dragon chair in gold lacquer. Hitian didn't know exactly what this person was trying to do, and just sat on the ground cautiously observing Blood Shadow's every move. Blood Shadow's voice without the slightest bit of emotion resounded within the great hall. "I'll give you an incense stick of time to call someone," said the Blood Shadow to himself and lit an incense and stuck it on the pillar. Hitian didn't know why, but even if this person didn't say so, he would have called all the people who could come at the first opportunity. Time passed minute by minute. The Blood Shadow sat on the gold lacquer carved dragon chair and did not say a word. Outside the door, Uncle Wan rushed back in a hurry, and behind him was Fatty Zhang, who was still munching on a chicken leg. Uncle Wan saw the Blood Shadow sitting at the top at a glance, and although he didn't know what had happened, he still came to the side of Hitian, who was paralyzed on the ground. Somewhat puzzled, he spoke. "What happened, Hitian?" Hitian didn't say a word, just kept shaking his head and, I don't know. Uncle Wan did not say anything more when he saw Hitian in this state, and looked at the Blood Shadow. A feeling of uneasiness surged into his heart. Immediately after that, hundreds and hundreds of profound state cultivators walked into the hall. The hall was overcrowded, and the cultivators who couldn't get in were all standing nervously in the square outside the hall, none of them knowing what was going on. At this time, there were already millions of cultivators on top of Sword Emperor Mountain. Basically all the Yuanzhou cultivators have arrived. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Fragrance extinguished. Bloodshot stood up from his gold-lacquered, carved dragon throne, and all of the profound state cultivators in the Great Hall all looked at the Blood Shadow, not knowing exactly what this person was going to do. "All here, yes?" Blood Shadow's emotionless voice once again echoed within the large hall that was silent at this time. Although he was puzzled, Uncle Wan stood out and arched his hand. "Senior, I don't know what you mean by this." The Blood Shadow didn't pay any attention to Uncle Wan's words, and walked towards the bottom on his own, though it was only a commonplace stride. Each step, the Blood Shadow's aura around his body, however, was being released in a steady stream. Just as the last step was taken down the last of the last steps, the breath in the Blood Shadow's body was violently released, like a nuclear explosion spreading out at extremely fast speed towards all the cultivators in the profound state. A wave of air, visible to the naked eye, formed. The person from the profound state's body violently flew backwards and smashed on the ground the moment he came into contact with this airwave. Cultivators with slightly weaker strength were directly shocked to death. Even the cultivators outside the Great Hall were implicated and directly knocked off the Sword Emperor Mountain. There was a dead silence in the hall, and all of the Yuanzhou cultivators collapsed on the ground in agony, spitting out blood. Even Uncle Wan and Fatty Zhang, who were both in the heavenly immortal realm, were only barely able to stabilize themselves, but a trace of blood spilled out from the corners of their mouths. Hitian didn't have much to do behind Uncle Wan and Fatty Zhang, all of which were carried off by the duo. The Blood Shadow was still walking step by step towards the profound state cultivators, and every time he came in front of a profound state cultivator, all of them violently snapped the necks of the men directly with their hands. Chapter 28, A glance of 10,000 years is but dust. At this moment, the Blood Shadow was like a killing god from hell, causing the Yuanzhou cultivators to be so afraid that they couldn't even fight back. No one survives wherever they go. Hitian couldn't suppress his inner fear any longer as he looked at the Blood Shadow that was approaching step by step, and his trembling fingers braced themselves against the ground, had panicked and red-eyed, and shouted hysterically, in a trembling voice, "Why, I, Yuanzhou, have no grudge against you, but why do you have to kill us?" The Blood Shadow stopped, patted the dust on his hands, and looked at Hitian, who was sprawled on the ground in that wretched state. He couldn't help but scoff out. Is this the Lord of the Profound State? How could he be scared like this?" Said straight towards Hitian, very slow speed while walking. "Since you want to know the reason, I'll let you die a little too. I'm too lazy to kill you actually, but there's no way I have to do something when someone pays me, so you should get it." After saying the last sentence, Blood Shadow had already arrived in front of Hitian, but at the moment his hands were already choking Uncle Wan, as well as Fatty Zhang. Raise it high and click. Uncle Wan and Fatty Zhang's necks had snapped. Even if the two of them were late-stage heavenly immortals, they were like ants in front of Blood Shadow, the Phantom Killer. The Blood Shadow very casually threw the corpses of the two on the ground and turned to look at Hitian. Hitian and Blood Shadow's eyes only locked for a second before they were already sweating, hastily withdrawing their gazes to look away. The Blood Shadow didn't care where you looked, directly reaching out a hand to grab Hitian's collar and effortlessly lifted him up. Immediately afterward, he carried Hitian towards the outside of the hall. Hitian struggled hard, but no matter how he did it, he couldn't break away from the big hand that grabbed him, as if it was welded together with himself. Coming above the square of Sword Emperor Mountain, He Tian looked at those Yuanzhou cultivators who still had a breath left and directly ordered, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and save me from a bunch of losers?" Although those cultivators were full of reluctance, He Tian was after all the lord of the profound state, and they swarmed towards the blood shadow to kill him. The blood shadow simply stomped his foot, and the organs and bowels of those Yuanzhou cultivators who rushed up and even those who didn't were directly shattered. The heavenly rain fell on the square like flowers. All of them lost their voices. Seeing this scene, He Tian had frozen on the spot, his face white as if he had accepted his fate. Blood shadow smelled a foul odor and fixed his eyes on He Tian's lower body, dripping, already peeing his pants. With a look of disgust, he directly and heavily threw He Tian on the ground, and once again stretched out a finger to lift He Tian up out of thin air and sealed his cultivation. He Tian was now no longer any different from an ordinary person. Out of thin air, He Tian was brought to the top of the cliff at the highest point of Sword Emperor Mountain, and with his finger slightly forward, He Tian was suspended above the cliff out of thin air. Underneath his feet was an abyss of 10,000 feet. If he threw himself down from here, then even the late emperor who had his cultivation sealed would be crippled if he didn't die. Of course the ones with awesome flesh didn't count, but He Tian didn't have it. He Tian, who was suspended in the air, hissed powerlessly, but it was all just useless. The blood shadow looked at He Tian without any pity in his eyes and said in an icy tone, "You see the three states as ants, but I see you as well." After saying that, blood shadow directly threw He Tian down without any hesitation. There was only a loud yelling sound, after which there was no more sound. The blood shadow also personally went down to check to make sure there was no mistake before returning to the Gu village pawnshop to deliver the goods. At this moment, there was no one alive at the top of Sword Emperor Mountain. Even with the strength of a phantom killer like blood shadow, it was like the strength of a Xianxian immortal in the immortal cultivation world. It wouldn't take long to get from Sword Emperor Mountain to Gujiao village. Lordly Tian, things have been done cleanly. The blood shadow that had appeared at an unknown time inside the pawnshop was reporting the results of the mission to Yili Tian with a respectful face. Gingerling was once again taken aback, this time screaming out. Yili Tian and blood shadow both didn't care. Yili Tian nodded with satisfaction and, "Well done, getting faster, Bloodshot." Even after receiving Yili Tian's praise, blood shadow remained humble, following closely behind Lordly Tian's pace. "My subordinate will leave first." Bloodshot's figure once again became blurred and disappeared in place. It didn't take more than a few seconds to come and go, but Jiangling had already been shocked several times. "It's over. You can leave without fear." Yili Tian's indifferent voice rang in Jiangling's ears, and Jiangling would definitely believe Yili Tian's words, but at the moment is still a little confused. Stood up and walked out of the pawnshop. Looking at the sky, only feel regained a new life in general, but the words Yili Tian said inside the pawnshop still lingered in her mind. "Your physique is rather special. I'm not sure, but it has great benefits for a certain special physique. Don't expose it easily in the future." Jiangling just thought. Although he did not know what kind of physique he was, but a lifelong cultivation of the transformation god stage could only stay within these three states for a lifetime until his lifespan was exhausted. Yili Tian sat at the tea table, and he didn't even have the heart to drink tea anymore. Seems to be thinking about something. At this time, the Red Rose walked over and looked at Yili Tian, who was sitting there in a daze, and asked with some doubts, "What's the matter, Lord Righton? Is something on your mind?" Yili Tian turned his head to look when he heard Red Rose's voice and smiled faintly. Nothing, suddenly remembered an old friend from the Underkill world. "What's the matter, Rose?" Red Rose smiled sweetly and did not look deeper into the deceased person in Yili Tian's mouth, because she knew very well who the deceased person in Yili Tian's mouth was. Yili Tian, even when he was in the Underworld Slayer world, he would sit there dumbfounded thinking about that deceased person from time to time. Red Rose poured a cup of tea for Yili Tian, tearing away from the topic just mentioned, and opened her mouth to ask, "Lord Li Tian, now that there are basically no more cultivators existing in this 3-star domain, what is my Dark Spectre Hall going to do in the future?" Yili Tian directly drank the tea on the table in one go, as if he had drunk a cup of strong wine. Speaking with the stance of a chess player in control of everything, he said, "The immortal realm is vast. This 3-star domain is just a speck of dust. It can also be said that the first step that my Dark Spectre Hall truly has to take has only just begun." Looking at the Red Rose of Yili Tian at this moment, she only felt that she was so small in front of Yili Tian. Arching his back in a tone of great loyalty, he said, "My subordinate is willing to serve Lord Li Tian for eternity." Yili Tian looked at Red Rose with relief and stood up to walk towards the interior of Dark Spectre Hall. "Before that, I'll go within the Dark Spectre Hall to refine some of this Xiandu Dragon Vein Crystal. I'm also not sure if there are any immortal cultivators in this immortal world that can rival those 5 existences in the underworld of slaying. If there were, I would have a huge headache as well," said Yili Tian as he walked towards the innermost part of the pawnshop and entered the Dark Spectre Hall. Chapter 29, Xiandu Dragon Vein Crystal. It dares not resist. Yi Li Tian came to the door of a cultivation room and pushed the door in. What met his eyes was an extremely wide chamber. The size of this secret room was in no way smaller than the Sword Emperor's Great Hall, and was even much larger. Yi Li Tian came to the center of the secret room and casually sat cross-legged, taking out the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal from within his spatial ring and holding it in his hand. After scrutinizing it for a while, he realized that he didn't seem to be able to refine this thing at all, and after looking at it for half a day he didn't see a reason for it. For a moment there was a dilemma. Is it eaten or what the hell? Whatever, let's inject some Genjutsu power first. Note, the power of the metaphysical underworld is the energy necessary for the killers of the underworld to cultivate, similar to spiritual power, as well as immortal power. It was only seen that a line of dark red energy from Yi Li Tian's fingertips was slowly flowing within the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal. But even then Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal didn't react even for a drop. Yi Li Tian is also a little speechless. The underworld does not have this broken thing. I still really do not know what to do. He was also a bit annoyed for a while, so he directly threw the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal on the ground. In that case, I'd like to see how much massive energy you can withstand. Yi Li Tian inserted his hand into his mouth. His own aura continued to strengthen, and the temperature within the chamber grew rapidly. A huge strand of energy was directly injected on top of the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal, and at this moment, the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal actually trembled. Yi Li Tian saw the situation directly without the slightest reservation. Will be their own energy convergence of a place, only to see more than several times more powerful than the previous energy source into the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal above. At this moment, the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal trembled even more, and something seemed to have cracked an opening on its surface. Yi Li Tian saw this and once again increased the intensity of the energy. Cracks appeared on the floor of the chamber and even the far wall. Only a click was heard as the protective layer covering the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal's circumference directly collapsed. The Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal slowly floated up and hovered in front of Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian withdrew his own energy at this sight and surveyed the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal at this moment. What Yi Li Tian didn't know was that all Hongmeng supreme treasures like this one needed a specific mantra as well as spells to lift the seals around them. It could only be refined or absorbed after the seal was lifted. But now Yi Li Tian had broken the seal of the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal purely by brute force. Suspended in front of Yi Li Tian, Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal itself rapidly rotating, gradually the crystal-like appearance directly into crystal water. Without any surprise it directly drilled into Yi Li Tian's body. Yi Li Tian was a bit flustered at this point, hastily mobilizing his soul force to probe his body. He only saw that the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal had directly entered Yi Li Tian's dantian. Yi Li Tian's dantian was a little different. He was pure bubbling with extremely heavy black dead qi, blood red dantian. Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal also paused for a moment before entering, also did not think much about it, directly drilled into it. Unlike cultivators in the immortal realm, who needed to slowly and extremely carefully introduce the energy into the dantian, it was only after getting used to it that the energy was slowly transferred little by little to every vein, during which the body had to endure the pain of being turned around by thousands of swords in the body. It might take 10 days or even months to fully refine it, but Yi Li Tian was different. He didn't even deliberately channel the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal. It was as if it was the energy within his dantian that forcefully refined him. Xiandu Dragon Vein crystals want to escape, but it is nothing more than a pie in the sky, directly arranged by Yi Li Tian's dantian, clearly transported to every part of the meridians of the physical body. Even the bones, bone marrow, blood vessels, and cells are slowly being altered. During this period Yi Li Tian didn't have any pain, and Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal didn't dare to let Yi Li Tian have any pain. He was afraid that the dark black bubbling dead energy within his dantian that took on a blood-red appearance would wipe him out directly. That's why the Xiandu Dragon Vein crystal was unusually obedient. But even so it still took time to change. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. It wasn't until the noon of the 7th day that Yi Li Genius slowly opened his eyes, and the curves of his mouth became visibly larger. Yi Li Tian stood up and felt the brand new physical body after being altered, clenching his fist and gently swinging it. Just by the power of the physical body alone, the hardened walls of the chamber were directly pierced through. Yi Li Tian was very satisfied. At this moment, with the strength of my flesh, even those 5 old guys will have a hard time hurting me. Ha 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 ha. Yi Li Tian smiled. At this time several figures appeared here. Yi Li Tian fixed his eyes on it was the 3 rulers. The 3, Night Ruler, Ghost Ruler, Blood Ruler. The 3 adjudicators rushed straight over when they heard the commotion over here. And when they saw that it was Yi Li Tian they all bowed respectfully. My subordinate has met Lord Li Tian. Yi Li Tian waved his hand. It's nothing for me to move my muscles. After saying that he walked towards the top of the pawn store, then paused for a moment to say to the trio, oh yeah, fix this place up. The 3 of them nodded in unison. respectfully welcoming Yi Li Tian's departure. Yi Li Tian returned to the pawnshop leisurely making tea. At the moment the mood seems to be very good. Yi Li Tian called Red Rose and asked her to inform Wang Shuyi to come to the pawn store. Not long after, Wang Shuyi stood respectfully at the entrance of the pawnshop, and only after receiving Yi Li Tian's permission did he enter inside the pawnshop. Came to stand respectfully in front of Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian signaled Wang Shuyi to sit down. Wang Shuyi only then carefully came to sit on the chair next to the table in front of Yi Li Tian, but it still seemed a bit formal. At this time Yi Li Genius slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Little king, do you know beyond this 3-star domain? Or have you ever been beyond this 3-star domain?" Hearing Yi Li Tian's question, Wang Shuyi spoke directly without any hesitation and said, "Master, you don't know, but in fact, this 3-star domain doesn't belong to the immortal realm." Yi Li Tian got a little curious as Wang Shuyi continued to speak. "I also heard from my ancestors seniors that this 3-star domain is actually the same 3 continents that were split from the immortal realm over a long period of time before gradually forming the current 3-star domain. But before that the 3-star domain was indeed connected to the immortal realm. But for some unknown reason it was separated as early as hundreds of thousands of years ago. No one knows where the 3-star domain is from the immortal realm even now. But someone did walk out of the 3-star domain before and went to the immortal realm. And no one who knows exactly what happened afterward. The immortal realm is as big as it is strange. And the 3-star domain is probably just an insignificant speck of dust in front of the immortal realm." Wang Shuyi sighed and shook his head. Before, everyone aspired to the immortal world. But then they slowly realized that the 3-star domain probably shouldn't exist at all. And the immortal world probably doesn't know about the existence of the 3-star domain. Wang Shuyi didn't have the slightest concealment to tell all he knew. Chapter 30, Will you go with me to the immortal world? Yi Lidian also became more and more curious when he heard that. He had always thought that this 3-star domain was just a continental plate in the immortal world. I didn't realize that the 3-star domain was actually an independent existence, which was somewhat like the underworld slayer world. However, the underworld slaying world wasn't as small as the 3-star domain. Yi Li Tian said to himself as his fingers tapped on the armrest of the seat. It's really getting interesting. Then he thought of something and looked at Wang Shuyi and asked, "Do you know how people from this 3-star domain can go above the immortal realm?" Wang Shuyi pondered for half a day, his eyebrows dancing, but he just shook his head. "Master, I'm really not sure about this. Before that person was in the 3-star domain when it was still relatively close to the immortal realm. Directly nothing prepared to cross the black hole dark current before going. Said that he went to the immortal world, but who knows whether he arrived or not. It's also quite possible that they died in the undercurrents. No one knows where the 3-star domain is now, and naturally no one knows where the immortal realm is either. The teleportation array naturally doesn't exist either. So there's no way to get to the immortal realm right now." After saying that, Wang Shuyi even looked at Yi Li Tian's face. He was afraid that what he said would make Yi Li Tian unsatisfied. It was only after realizing that Yi Li Tian's face did not change in any way that he breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Li Tian was in a state of contemplation. If we look at it that way, then the only way to get to the immortal world is to cross the turbulence. But even if we can traverse the turbulence, trying to find the exact location of the immortal realm is as difficult as climbing into the sky. Yi Li Tian thought for a long time and still hadn't thought of a more secure way to travel to the immortal world. For a while it was a lost cause. Wang Shuyi looked at Yi Li Tian, who didn't know what he was thinking, also didn't say another word. Just sat there quietly, not daring to disturb. Ryo-ji. Yi Li Tian picked up a cup of tea and sipped it carefully. As if he had thought of something, a smile appeared on Yi Li Tian's face. Wang Shuyi saw that Yi Li Tian was laughing, also immediately compensated for the smile. Although he did not know what he was laughing at, but he knew that laughing would be the end of it. Yi Li Tian stood up and walked towards Dark Spectre Hall without saying a word. Wang Shuyi completely did not understand how Yi Li Tian, a moment to laugh, a moment to go straight away. He didn't know whether he should follow or not, so he just stood aside the table and waited. Dry. Yi Li Tian didn't go anywhere within the Dark Spectre Hall as he walked straight towards the bottom of the stairs. Because the Dark Spectre Hall was an entire building buried underground when it was teleported over, the location Yi Li Tian entered was the highest level. You can only go all the way down the stairs to the bottom floor, the first floor of Dark Spectre Hall. There were a total of 12 floors in the Dark Spectre Hall, representing the 12 ranks of assassins within the Dark Spectre Hall. Yi Li Tian walked very fast and came to the first floor in no time. He observed the ground on the first floor, and it was just as he thought. Yi Li Tian was getting a little excited at this point. Sure enough, since the Dark Spectre Hall can traverse to this place, the 3-star domain, there must be a teleportation spell formation. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Who could have laid such a large teleportation spell at the bottom of the Dark Spectre Hall? Yi Li Tian shifted from his previous smirk to suspicion. I don't know what the hell is going on, though, so I don't think about it anymore, either. studying the spells on the ground to himself. Yili Tian looked the formation over from the inside out. It's a shock to not see it. This formation was very strange. Both the direction and the lines were completely out of this order. Yili Tian roughly looked at it and realized that this formation had as many as 107 routes of alignment alone. And there were a full 62 formation eyes alone. What a concept! It was important to know that the most ordinary formation eyes were only 36 at the most, while the formation at the bottom of the Dark Spectre Hall was twice as large as it was. Even if it was Yili Tian, it took a full 3 hours to barely observe a generalization. Yili Tian was still carefully probing the mysteries of this formation. Time rushes by, and this look is 19 hours. Yili Tian's indifferent face finally revealed a throw of a smile once again. This formation is indeed strange, but it can still be used, but trying to return to the underworld of slaying would be impossible. But one can use this formation to teleport to the immortal realm shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just modify the route. Despite saying that, but Yili Tian still spent an hour changing the wiring before returning inside the pawnshop. Just arrived at the pawnshop to see the first sight is standing there covering the legs of Wang Shuyi. Yili Tian some doubt. You didn't leave, little one? Wang Shuyi smiled awkwardly. No master, you didn't say I would have to wait here for you. Although he was laughing, but Wang Shuyi's hands didn't leave his legs for a moment. Yili Tian patted Wang Shuyi's shoulder. Wang Shuyi's legs trembled for a moment, but still did not fall down with his tenacious will. Looking at this appearance of Wang Shuyi, Yili Tian was a bit puzzled. What's wrong, little Wang? Wang Shuyi shook his head. I'm fine, master. Yili Tian also no longer cared more and sat down on the chair, signaling with his eyes that Wang Shuyi could sit down. Wang Shuyi looked at the chair beside him and gritted his teeth. Sitting on his butt. At the moment Wang Shuyi's expression was close to making a sound. Still, it was tightly held back from making a single sound. Yili Tian looked at Wang Shuyi after he sat down and asked him a question. If we were talking about going to the immortal world and being in the 3-star domain, what would you choose? Wang Shuyi didn't care about his legs when he heard this question from Yili Tian and said with a sincere face, Master, it actually doesn't matter where I am, but the strength of the family behind me. If I really had to choose, I would naturally choose to visit the immortal world. After all, I still don't know what the immortal world looks like, but the Wang family behind me, I will continue to let them stay in the 3-star domain because this is home. Yili Tian listened to Wang Shuyi's answer. He was calm and collected his teacup, clearly smiling for a moment but with a cold coolness. Home. If she's still around, I should have a home too. Yili Tian's face instantly darkened, his eyes became deep, killing intent rumbled around him, and the temperature inside the pawnshop dropped steeply, but it was only for a moment before the peace was restored. The red rose in the dark could not see her face, but she just shook her head, rather like she felt the injustice for Yili Tian. Although it was only an instant, but Wang Shuyi, who was sitting opposite Yili Tian, his breathing became a little difficult and he didn't dare to move a muscle. Do you want to follow me to the immortal world? Wang Shuyi froze for a moment after hearing these words, but still raised his head and looked at Yili Tian with some disbelief. Master, you said you're going to the immortal realm? Wang Shuyi opened his mouth to ask again for fear of mishearing. Yili Tian didn't say anything, just sat quietly drinking tea and nodded. Chapter 31, First time in the immortal world, still ruthless. Wang Shuyi was all agitated inwardly as he received the affirmation. He wouldn't think that his master would lie to him, but rather he was thinking that his master was going to the immortal realm and actually wanted to take himself with him. Wang Shuyi was already moved to tears at this moment, and he hastily nodded his head. My subordinate, Wang Shuyi, is willing to travel to the immortal realm with my master, said he. Even stood up and bowed respectfully. Yili Tian also shook his head and laughed when he saw Wang Shuyi's appearance. You should go back and settle down first, and depart for the immortal realm the day after tomorrow. Wang Shuyi did not say anything again. Salute out of the pawnshop, with the fastest way to rush to the Wang family. There was no delay after arriving at the Wang family, and a family meeting was held directly, the biggest ever. Even juniors must participate. This conference had been going on for most of the day, and the people of the Wang clan had been a bit disbelieving at first. Later, after Wang Shuyi's explanation one by one, they also had a sad face to give up the family head, but in the end, he packed up what he was going to take and left the Wang family with a cry of care from the clan. Wang Shuyi is naturally reluctant to give up, but he believes that he will come back in the future, and when he comes back again, he will be a different person. By the time Wang Shuyi returned to the pawnshop again, it was already noon the day after tomorrow. Into the pawnshop Wang Shuyi did not see Yili Tian. Into the eyes is still a blood-red dress, looks extremely enchanting. Red Rose. Wang Shuyi naturally knew that Red Rose arched his hand at Red Rose. Red Rose didn't say much, just two simple words. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the interior of the Dark Spectre Hall, and Wang Shuyi followed behind the Red Rose unhurriedly. When he had just entered the Dark Spectre Hall, Wang Shuyi was also surprised. He also only just realized that there were buildings underneath the original pawnshop, and that the architectural style of this was completely different from the 3-star domain. Along the way, Wang Shuyi was surprised in succession. Just the breath that could put himself down in seconds at once was no less than dozens, led by Red Rose from the 12th floor all the way to the first floor. Just after entering inside the first floor hall, he saw Yili Tian standing at the very center. Wang Shuyi respectfully arched his hand. Yili Tian saw that Wang Shuyi had already come down without saying anything and stretched out his palm towards the ground and pressed it. Immediately after that, there was a crazy injection of Xianmei power, and although the surrounding area had been arranged with thousands of spirit stones, Yili Tian was still personally manipulating them to be on the safe side. The formation lit up. The people within the first floor were all stunned, almost not standing still. Immediately afterward, the formation was spinning at a speed beyond light, and the surrounding spirit stones instantly dried up into powder. An extremely blinding light lit up, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Brush! The entire Dark Spectre hall underneath the pawnshop disappeared. The pawnshop collapsed and a huge pit appeared here. It's as deep as a 12-story building. The light slowly dissipated. The entire Dark Spectre hall building also stabilized and shook. Everyone except Wang Shuyi all well. Only Wang Shuyi dizzy to vomit out. Yili Tian stood up straight and pushed open the pure black huge iron door of the Dark Spectre hall to look out. There were only a handful of stars and the stars that floated in them. Not even a hint of aura. Teleportation is wrong? Yili Tian said to himself. The door was then closed and the lines of the formation were adjusted again. About half an hour later, Yili Tian once again channeled energy towards the center of the grand formation. Spirit stones were once again placed all around the big formation. The large formation spun rapidly. The spirit stones turned into pieces, and a strong light lit up again. The entire Dark Spectre hall disappeared into thin air once again. Brush! The strong light receded, and Yili Tian pushed open the door again to look at it. Starfield again. This time different, this time with a little more turbulence. Yili Tian no longer knew how to adjust, and when he saw the turbulence he once again had confidence that there's only turbulence outside the world, and although this turbulence isn't strong, I'm sure it's not far from the immortal realm. Yili Tian continued to close the gate and adjust the line. At this moment, Wang Shuyi had collapsed to the ground. Yili Tian didn't care and continued to put on the spirit stones to infuse the power of Xianwei. The large formation rotated, the hall shook, and the spirit stones were once again reduced to powder as a blinding, powerful light once again lit up. Brush! The strong light receded again, and at this moment, Wang Shuyi's eyes were filled with despair. Yili Tian once again pushed open the door and looked out. This time the outside is not a starfield. When the door is opened it is an extremely dense aura that is so thick that it has formed clouds. Looking onwards was an extremely special environment. The mountains on both sides of the river were cramped, and the whole Dark Spectre hall was right in the middle of a valley. Yili Tian walked out of the Dark Spectre hall, looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel. Is this the immortal realm? It does have a few standards. Seemingly sensing something, his brows furrowed. Yili Tian looked towards the distant sky, only to see a figure flying towards this side in a hurry. Without any sign Yili Tian slowly raised his left hand and an extremely strong suction force lunged towards the figure. The silhouette's face changed slightly at the sight. Not good. It was about to turn around and flee, but unfortunately it was already too late. His body swooped down towards Yili Tian's palm uncontrollably, and he could no longer even resist. Faster than his own flight. In just a few breaths of effort, he felt that his own neck was being choked to death by a large hand. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw Yili Tian who was strangling him. At this moment he had panicked a batch. Just heard a movement over here and came to take a look. I didn't expect to be choked this time. Senior. I didn't mean to, senior. Please be gracious and let my little one off, senior. He hurriedly opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Yili Tian's face didn't change in any way. A small human immortal. Humph. Noisy. After saying that, Yili Tian did not kill him directly, but raised his right hand and placed it on this person's head. Performed the heaven-swallowing devil technique. Forcefully plunder this person's memories. This person who was pinched by Yili Tian naturally knew what Yili Tian wanted to do, and was so frightened that he quickly struggled and shouted. But it was only a struggle for a moment before the body went straight into convulsions. Yili Tian retracted his right hand and broke this person's neck and threw it on the ground, and finally released blue flames to burn all the corpses into ashes. Didn't even look at it from start to finish. From this person's memories Yili Tian roughly understood what kind of place this was. This place was indeed the immortal realm, belonging to the heavenly Mang domain, and the place where the Dark Spectre Hall was located was within a valley in the Green Lotus mountain range. 1,000 miles away from the Green Lotus mountains, there is a city called Sichuan that belongs to the Great Diffusion dynasty. After getting this information, Yili Tian decided that the first step would be this Red River city. The Dark Spectre Hall teleportation place is extremely secretive and will not worry about being discovered. Although I do not know how strong the immortal world's strongest person can be. But in order to be safe, Yili Tian is not ready to do things with great fanfare. But first return to the Dark Spectre Hall to rest and recuperate tomorrow before starting to act. The realms after Xianxian. True Immortal. Taiyi True Immortal. Dala Golden Immortal. Chapter 32 Exterminating a Clan. Everyone knows about it. Wang Shuyi remained on the ground, his vertigo making it difficult for him to stand up. However, this aura that was so dense that it turned into mist was slowly being absorbed by Wang Shuyi. By the early hours of the morning, Wang Shuyi opened his eyes from the ground. Now he only felt that his body was numb. Sitting up with difficulty with a face of joy, feeling their own cultivation some disbelief. I actually made a breakthrough. Stuck in the Saint Exalted Great Circle for so long, actually came to the immortal realm and made a breakthrough after a sleep. And it's actually breaking through 2 realms in a row. Coming to the Great Emperor. Wang Shuyi was already so happy at this point that he completely forgot about the numbness of his body. Without delaying a single moment to sit down cross-legged to stabilize his cultivation. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly. Wang Shuyi left the Dark Spectre Hall early in the morning and followed Yili Tian's instructions to head to Sichuan City. Along with them, there were also the 2 assassins of the Dark Spectre Halls, Heavenly Killing, Dark Sky Blood Sky. However, the 2 did not walk in the open but followed hidden in the shadows. There was still some distance from the Green Lotus Mountain range to Sichuan City. Even if Wang Shuyi was now at the early Great Emperor realm, rushing to Sichuan City took 3 hours of effort. Wang Shuyi came to the gates of Sichuan City, was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was too big. From the front of the gates you can't see as far as you can see inside. But one thing was different. A human head hung in the most prominent position above the gates of Akagawa Castle. At first glance it all looks a little dried out, like it's been hanging around for a long time. Wang Shuyi did not take it seriously, but he had his own master behind him. After coming to the immortal realm, the whole person has changed. No longer the previous obsequiousness. Striding towards the city, a soldier stopped him upon reaching the gates of the city. Wang Shuyi was taken aback, not knowing at all why he was stopped. He had a puzzled look on his face. The soldier looked at Wang Shuyi and held out a hand, which Wang Shuyi was a bit confused about. It was only after seeing the person beside him entering the city handing the soldier 10 top-grade spirit stones that he reacted. The immortal world is really different. You need to pay to enter the city. Wang Shuyi hurriedly took out 10 top-grade spirit stones from within his spatial ring and handed them to the soldier, who collected the spirit stones and put down his arm that was stopping in front of Wang Shuyi. It was only then that Wang Shuyi managed to enter Sichuan City. When he entered the city, he realized that someone had entered without giving a single spirit stone, and the soldiers didn't stop him. He was a bit confused, and pulling a casual cultivator beside him, he asked, "Fellow Daoist, why did he enter the city without giving a single spirit stone, while I had to give 10? The loose cultivator sized up Wang Shuyi and said with a look of disgust, "Whenever you cultivate to Earth Immortal you can too." After saying that, the loose cultivator directly left without even giving Wang Shuyi a second glance. Wang Shuyi looked a little embarrassed at the moment, even looking around to see if anyone was looking at him. After realizing that there were none, he accelerated his pace towards the center of the city. Flying was forbidden within the city, so Wang Shuyi could only walk towards the center of the city. After walking for about an hour, Wang Shuyi stopped in front of a store next to the street and walked in. After going in for about 10 minutes, a person came out of the store, but it wasn't Wang Shuyi. It was the store manager of this store from before. Why before? Because Wang Shuyi had just spent 215 million upper-grade spirit stones to dish out this store. Within a short while of plopping down the store, Wang Shuyi transmitted his voice to Yili Tian. "My lord, a store has already been set up within Akagawa City, in a prominent location as you intended. Not bad. You stay here first and wait for my news." Yili Tian said back, "Okay, master." After Wang Shuyi finished speaking, he stayed inside this rather conspicuous store. Meanwhile, Dark Sky and Blood Sky had arrived within the Zhang family, a third-rate force within Sichuan City. The two of them did not hide their faces, but came directly above the Zhang family with great fanfare. Looking down at everything in the Zhang family, an energy blast sounded, and a house within the Zhang family was directly destroyed. The Zhang clan elders, as well as the Zhang clan's lord, rushed out to check. As soon as he came out, he saw Dark Sky as well as Blood Sky, who were stepping into the air. Although the lord of the Zhang family was angry, he suppressed his anger when he saw that it was two heavenly immortals and said, "Seniors, it seems that my Zhang family has not offended you. Why did you come to my Zhang family to cause trouble?" Dark Heaven and Blood Heaven didn't even look at the lord of the Zhang clan as they took out a token from their belts and threw it directly in front of the lord of the Zhang clan. The head of the Zhang family looked at the token on the ground and picked it up with some confusion, only to see three big words, "Dark Spectre Hall," written on the front side. turning over the back to look at it. There was only one word, death. The lord of the Zhang family looked at the token and remained puzzled. At which point Dark Sky's emotionless voice rang in the ears of everyone in the Zhang family. Someone paid for the death of your Zhang family, and I, Dark Spectre Hall, will never keep you until the 5th night. The lord of the Zhang family's hands trembled, and the token in his hand fell to the ground. And at that moment, Blood Heaven had already arrived in front of him, and the half-black, half-red dagger had now penetrated the throat of the Zhang family's lord. Although the Zhang family's lord was a strong person in the middle stage of Heavenly Immortal, he still wasn't good enough in front of Blood Heaven. The lord of the Zhang family will never know who is trying to kill him until he dies. Not only the head of the Zhang clan, but everyone within the Zhang clan at the moment had no survivors. After doing this, Dark Sky Blood Heaven directly disappeared in place. The Zhang family's location wasn't very remote, and the Dark Sky and Blood Sky had moved during the day. Naturally, there are many people around to see that the Zhang family is not a small family. Well, at least it is also counted as a third-rate force in Sichuan City. Just like that, in broad daylight for two mysterious people to exterminate. The defense team of Akagawa City rushed to the Zhang family without stopping after learning about this incident. At the head of the group was a burly man with a bearded face, and behind him were a dozen or so men from the defense team. These people started their investigation after entering the Zhang family, and the captain of the defense team walked slowly in the courtyard observing the surroundings. His scalp also tingled at the sight of the corpse of the lord of the Zhang clan. The death was extremely tragic and strong, and in front of the corpse the captain of the escort saw the token on the ground at a glance. Holding it in his hand, he examined it closely. Dark Spectre Hall? Mouth muttered to himself. The entrance of Zhang's house was surrounded by people, and at this time a scholarly-looking man said, I could have been there at the time. I saw with my own eyes how the Zhang family lord died. I'll be damned, it was too tragic. The people around us spoke up. Who did the Zhang family offend? All of a sudden, they've been exterminated? Who knows? I guess it could be the city lord. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 watch your head. The crowd spoke with great vehemence. The captain of the escort put away his token, closed the line. The crowd watching outside the door was dismissed straight away. Without stopping, he rushed to the city lord's mansion. The news of the Zhang family's destruction spread quickly, although those first-class families did not place this matter in their eyes. But those families that were in the same third tier of power as the Zhang family all closed their doors tightly for fear that they would be next. Inside the city lord's mansion, City Lord Qian Yukai was in deep thought with the token that the captain of the guards had just delivered to him in his hands. Chapter 33, Power in the Open. Qian Yukai carefully examined the token. Apart from the 4 characters, there was nothing else special about it. Dark Spectre Hall? Could it be an assassin organization? I've never heard of this organization after thinking about it for half a day. At this time, a very lively street in Sichuan City was surrounded by people at a stall. Bang. Mr. Storyteller slammed the waking wood in his hand hard on the table. Guess what? The people around us were eager to know the follow-up to the, what's wrong? What's going on? Mr. Storyteller unhurriedly took out a folding fan from his back and threw it with force to open it, on which were written 4 big words. Omniscient. A burly, scar-faced man got a little impatient and, don't be so blind and wiggly. Are you going to say it or not? Obediently Scarab raised his fist. The storyteller drew back a little, and after 2 timid laughs continued. Those 2 black-clothed assassins threw a token to the lord of the Zhang family. There are 3 words written on the front above that token. Dark Spectre Hall. The backside is stoned with the word death. Mr. Storyteller put away his folding fan and took a sip of cool water. After they were done, those 2 men in black just said something to the lord of the Zhang family. Someone paid to make your Zhang family disappear. Slap. Mr. Storyteller slapped the waking wood on the table again, and after a pause then said, the Zhang family has since been exterminated, with no survivors. The onlookers all secretly shook their heads and felt sorry for the Zhang family. A very scruffy-looking teenager in the corner of the crowd curled up and listened to the storyteller as he finished from beginning to end. The crowd gradually dispersed and the teenager stood up and left with his head down. That's when the teenager looked up as if he'd bumped into something and, only to see a big man was looking viciously at the teenager. Without any hesitation kicked the teenager out. Bad luck. After saying this, he walked straight ahead without looking back. The teenager was kicked to the ground and rolled around on the ground covering his stomach, which was very painful to look at. Even so, none of the pedestrians passing by were willing to lend a hand to help him. The teenager braced himself and stood up, covering his stomach as he wobbled forward. From the beginning to the end, he didn't scream out. Even if it was very painful, he gritted his teeth and desperately endured it. There's something I don't understand. Lord Li Tian. in the Green Lotus Mountain Range, at the top of the 12th floor of the Dark Spectre Hall. Red Rose looked at Yi Li Tian with an expression of complete incomprehension. She wanted to know why the Zhang family, a third-rate force in Sichuan City, had to be exterminated for no reason, and no one had paid money to exterminate the Zhang family. Yi Li Tian leaned on top of the pure black Qilin chair. The left and right armrests were carved into two different-looking dragon heads. It looked majestic from below. Red Rose sat on a chair not far from Yi Li Tian below. The extermination of the Zhang family is not unreasonable. Yi Li Tian's indifferent voice resounded within the hall. If a power wants to rise strongly in a new place, it has to build momentum. Building momentum? Red Rose looked at Yi Li Tian with a seeming understanding. That's why, Lord Li Tian, you had Dark Sky and Blood Sky forcefully exterminate the Zhang family in broad daylight, and made it clear that it was the Dark Spectre Hall that did it. It's because I want to create momentum for the Dark Spectre Hall and let those Akagawa City forces know about the existence of the Dark Spectre Hall. Yi Li Tian nodded. Not bad, we are assassins. But if we want the Dark Spectre Hall to grow steadily within the immortal world, it's about to create momentum on its own. Letting everyone in the immortal world know that my Dark Spectre Hall is the top assassin force within this immortal world. Let all the forces in the immortal world, including everyone, but whenever the three words Dark Spectre Hall are mentioned have to have a fearful mentality. Red Rose seemed to get it but from her expression didn't seem to get it all. Yi Li Tian didn't say anything more and asked Red Rose to inform Wang Shuyi that he could start. Wang Shuyi inside the store in Sichuan City began his preparations without stopping after receiving Yi Li Tian's instructions. The next day, people were coming and going in the street, but there was one house that was filled with people at the entrance to the store. There were a lot of people looking at the store with rather surprised eyes. Just one line written on each side of the store doorframe. The couplet reads, going and coming to heaven and earth with few tracks. The next couplet reads, professional killers buy and sell murder. There were also three big words written at the top, Dark Spectre Hall. Mentioning the words Dark Spectre Hall, there were quite a few murmurs in the crowd. Dark Spectre Hall? Is it the Dark Spectre Hall that destroyed the Zhang family yesterday? The man who spoke was wearing a long shirt with a somewhat plump body type. Which else could it be if not this Dark Spectre Hall? I was there yesterday. The scholarly-looking man replied in a hurry. Too crazy, right? This too. Yesterday destroyed the Zhang family, today they dare to be so rampant in building forces in the open. Are they not afraid of retaliation? Retaliation? Who's taking revenge? Who would retaliate when the Zhang family is gone? Look at what you're saying. The crowd spoke in a continuous stream of words, as if they had eaten some amazing melon. In this way, the rumor spreads, and the rumor is getting more and more evil. Some say the Dark Spectre Hall will destroy the City Lord's mansion tomorrow. Others said that behind the Dark Spectre Hall was the City Lord's mansion. It is well known that while all people hear different accounts, one thing is the same. The Zhang family was destroyed yesterday, and today the Dark Spectre Hall was established in the most prominent location in Sichuan City, and it was so rampant. City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's parlor, the captain of the escort was truthfully reporting everything that happened in Akagawa City today. Xian Yukai also looked a bit incredulous upon hearing this. Killer forces established in the open? Oh, a bit rampant. The captain of the escort said respectfully. Should the city lord be concerned in this matter? Xian Yukai thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Let's take a look first and see what else this Dark Spectre Hall can whip up. Yes. As the captain of the escort retreated, Xian Yukai walked over to the window to look at the Dark Spectre Hall store, only glancing at it before looking no further. Wang Shuyi in the store is really admiring the master, admiring the five body. That's a brilliant move, master. And not far from the store a middle-aged man was looking at the Dark Spectre Hall's pawnshop, pondering. Seeing no one around before masking his head, he quickly walked into the Dark Spectre Hall pawnshop and walked up to the second floor. Wang Shuyi, who was sitting on the recliner laughing, saw the sudden appearance of a figure at the door and was so frightened that the chair he was sitting on didn't sit still. Flopped down hard on the ground. At this time, Wang Shuyi appeared to be in great distress, and was about to display his own great emperor aura to shock the people coming down. Hard to climb up to look at the other side. Wang Shuyi expression froze for a moment, which came to the person's stature has a little bit of kuewu. Wang Shuyi could only pretend as if nothing had happened, picking up his chair and sitting down again. Looking at the middle-aged man, who was a bit of a quirky man, he asked, with a somewhat understated bottom. Former, ahem, I wonder, what is the reason for your friend to come to my Dark Spectre Hall? The middle-aged man was still blindfolded at the moment, although he knew that Wang Shuyi was talking nonsense, but it was true that the Dark Spectre Hall had exterminated the Zhang family, and did not act unreasonably. I heard that the Dark Spectre Hall destroyed the Zhang family yesterday. I'm really impressed. That's why I came today to try to make a deal with the Dark Spectre Hall. I don't know if the Dark Spectre Hall dares to take it or not. Chapter 34, the first order of the store is a bit big. Although the middle-aged man was not afraid of a small force of the Zheng family before, it was the first time he saw a killer force that dared to open in the open. So he decided to try to see if the Dark Spectre Hall had the strength to help him avenge this humiliation. Wang Shuyi thought that it was a smash-up to come, and was about to do it. I didn't realize it was a sale on the doorstep, so I'll let him off the hook. Then sitting up a bit straighter, with a bit of Yi Li Tian's tone, he asked, I don't know before. Ahem. I wonder who your excellency is going to kill. The middle-aged man casually found a chair and sat down. As if recalling the past, his face sank slightly and said, Your excellency doesn't know. In fact, this is not something I really want to bring up. It started 3 years ago. The corner of Wang Shuyi's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, You don't want to bring it up, then don't bring it up, no one is forcing you. Just say who to kill. The middle-aged man saw the change in Wang Shuyi, somewhat puzzled, and asked, What's wrong with his excellency? Wang Shuyi quickly waved his head. It's fine. You continue. The middle-aged man's expression sank once again. 3 years ago I was originally an envoy of the Yang family, a first-class force in Sichuan City. For the Yang family center Gung sold to remove all obstacles. But one day, when my wife came to visit me at the Yang family, it was unfortunate that she happened to be seen in this scene by Yang Chen, the Yang family's eldest son. He was completely oblivious to the fact that I was right next to him, looking at my wife with lustful eyes. However, on that very day I happened to be sent out by the Yang family on a mission that didn't even require me to be there. Upon returning to the Yang family again, I realized that my wife was not in the compound where I lived. Just as I was hurriedly looking around, I immediately thought of Yang Chen. It was too late when I arrived at his compound, and inside Jansen's room I heard my wife's screams. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man's face sank in a flash. I was instantly enraged. I was about to rush in and cut Yang Chen into pieces by 1,000 cuts. But this is the Yang family. Even if I'm already at the heavenly immortal realm, I'm still an ant in front of the Yang family. Before I even pushed open the door I had already been crippled on the ground by the elders, having my cultivation wasted, and was humiliatingly left at the entrance of the Yang family. The middle-aged man's voice was muffled at the moment. I just watched with my own eyes as my wife was given by that Yang Chen. Having said that, the middle-aged man's face at the moment seemed very plain. But it was an individual who could see how difficult it had been for him over the past 3 years. He also wasn't sure if the Dark Spectre Hall had the strength to fight against the Yang family, and he wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing right now, even if the Dark Spectre Hall accepted it. But what if it lost? One would also be implicated, but he knew how he would know unless he tried. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Shuyi. That's how it is. My purpose is simple. I want the Yang family to disappear from Sichuan City. Forever. I wonder if the Dark Spectre Hall can take it. Ha! Wang Shuyi didn't even listen to what this person was saying, and only heard the last sentence that, although he didn't know who this person was talking about, it looked like the Yang family in this person's mouth was not only somewhat powerful, and it seems to be terribly strong. He didn't know. He had to ask his master too. Then said, I'm not sure. I'll have to report back to headquarters, you'll have to wait a little while. The middle-aged man nodded, then sat back in his chair without saying another word. Wang Shuyi stood up and walked towards the inside of a small room behind him, transmitting the matter to Yi Li Tian. After a while Wang Shoufan walked out from inside the hut without any expression and sat back on the previous chair once again. When the middle-aged man saw Wang Shuyi walk out, he desperately wanted to know the result and stood up and walked to Wang Shuyi. How? Wang Shuyi's silence suddenly detached, a smile nodded. This order, Dark Spectre Hall, take it. When the middle-aged man heard this, a hint of joy appeared in the corner of his eyes. But the middle-aged man froze for a moment looking at Wang Shuyi, who didn't care about this person's mood, and then added, a total of 1.5 billion upper-grade spirit stones. You need to deliver 1/2 of the deposit first, 750 million upper-grade spirit stones. Wang Shuyi just looked at him like this when he finished. The middle-aged man directly took out 60,000 immortal crystals within his spatial ring and placed them on the table. This is all I have on me, but I still have a mansion within Akagawa City. Plus these should be enough. Wang Shuyi was stunned by the immortal crystals on the table. A full 60,000 immortal crystals, and 1,000 immortal crystals were equivalent to 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 immortal crystals were equivalent to 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The 60,000 immortal crystals on the table was 600 million top-grade spirit stones, plus a mansion in Sichuan City is about the same. If it is close to the center of the mansion, even if it is small enough to be billions of top-grade spirit stones. Wang Shuyi nodded directly without any hesitation. Yes, and within 5 days your commission will be completed. After saying that, Wang Shuyi directly put the 60,000 immortal crystals on the table into the space ring. afraid that the middle-aged man does not believe, then added, "Don't worry, my Dark Spectre Hall always keeps its promises." Although the middle-aged man was still a bit skeptical, he could only choose to believe that good, then I'll come back in 5 days. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and left, walking out of the Dark Spectre Hall. Still hooded, he walked out carefully looking around. Blood Heaven and Dark Heaven naturally did not leave Akagawa City, and the two of them had been waiting for instructions within the store. But at this moment now only Blood Sky is here. After the commission was confirmed, Dark Sky went to the young family at the first opportunity to investigate how strong this family is. In the early hours of the morning, Dark Sky appeared in the store, still suffering some injuries at this point. Blood Heaven showed up to check how the injuries on Dark Heaven's body were, but fortunately they were all superficial wounds with no major problems. "Trouble?" Blood Sky asked, opening his mouth. Dark Sky said as he treated his wounds, "The young family does have some strength. I originally wanted to investigate how strong the lord of the young family is. It's a pity that he was discovered by the elders without seeing his face, and he failed to take him down after exchanging blows with him a few times. I was helpless to wake up the other elders and had to wait until night to use the blood shield to escape." Having said that, Dark Sky was having some heart palpitations at the moment. Blood Sky couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh after hearing this. Ha 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 ha. Sky Killer's number 1 in 5 kills, and he was actually beaten to use a blood shield. Dark Sky glared at Blood Sky, and Blood Sky stopped scoffing when he saw Dark Sky glaring at himself. Cough cough. Aha. Blood Sky then asked with a serious expression on his face again. How about the strength of the young family? Dark Sky narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm not very sure about the specifics. There are 7 or 8 celestial immortals auras alone. As for Xian immortals, I haven't seen any, but they are bound to exist. Chapter 35, The Young Family's Joyous Event, a Banquet. Dark Sky then looked at Blood Sky with a look of contempt. TSK, TSK, TSK. How come you want to take it? Don't even think about it. This quest isn't something Heaven's Kill can take on. Wash your hands of it. Dark Sky left. Blood Sky swung his fist up and threw a heavy punch in the direction Dark Sky had left, and something else seemed to come out of his mouth that was somewhat inaudible. But I have to say, this young family actually has some strength in being able to make Dark Sky use the blood shield. Said Blood Heaven's figure also disappeared into thin air. The blood shield was the last resort of every assassin within the Dark Spectre Hall. It wouldn't be used easily until it was absolutely necessary, and each time it was used, it required the consumption of a blood source. The blood source was something that could only be formed after the arcane power had coalesced to a certain level in itself. Every time the blood shield was used, it took an extremely long time to recover the blood source. And a simple understanding of this would be like an immortal cultivator's soul burning, which consumed their lifespan. However, blood shield wouldn't have as many side effects, but you can't use it too much either. It's extremely difficult to recover, or possibly even impossible to recover. Green Lotus Mountain Range. Within the Dark Spectre Hall, one of the Phantom Killers, Ghost Shadow, was offering his body, extremely respectful and saluting Yi Li Tian, who was sitting above him. Lord Li Tian, Dark Sky has already passed a letter with me. I will seek him out to negotiate the specifics in person. This time when we go forward, my subordinate will not be merciful to ensure the completion of the mission. Yi Li Tian looked at Ghost Shadow with a pleased expression. Ghost Shadow, this time is the first mission you received when you came to the immortal world. Don't let me down. The ghostly figure's upper body bent even lower, all the way to his knees. Yi Li Tian's face changed and suddenly became serious. Ghost Shadow, maybe you haven't remembered the rules of the Dark Spectre Hall. Ghost Shadow said in a panic as he heard these words, and cold sweat ran down his face. Subordinate naturally knows all the rules within the Dark Spectre Hall. The 5th rule of the Dark Spectre Hall's rules. Say it out loud. Yi Li Tian's voice without any emotion was echoing in Ghost Shadow's ears. Ghost Shadow didn't think about it for even a second's hiatus, and went straight to the point of saying that the Dark Spectre Hall rule number 5, Dark Spectre killers never kneel. Not even to heaven and earth. Not even to the Hall Master. Yi Li Tian looked at Ghost Shadow without the seriousness he had just shown. Just remember. Go and don't have a next time. The ghostly figure stood straight on his legs at the moment, with only the upper half of his body arching slightly. Lead the way. The ghost's figure directly became blurred and gradually disappeared in place. From this moment onwards, Ghost Shadow's heart was becoming more and more reverent towards Yi Li Tian. With the cultivation level of the ghostly phantom, it was as if it was the Xian immortal great perfection realm of an immortal cultivator. Wang Shuyi took 3 hours to travel, but Ghost Shadow only took 10 minutes to arrive. Inside the Dark Spectre Hall branch store in Akagawa City, the blurred figure of the ghostly shadow gradually materialized. The ghostly shadow had just appeared, and Wang Shuyi, Blood Sky, and Dark Sky had already detected it. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed and saluted the ghostly shadow. Greetings, Lord Mirage. Ghost Shadow nodded. There's no need to be polite. Tell me how I couldn't understand a single word of Dark Sky's voice transmission. What heavenly fairies? Much more? Dark Sky laughed awkwardly. Lord Mirage, wasn't I discovered then and hunted down? A full 4 heavenly immortals chased me. There was also a late-stage great perfection. I wanted to ask for help. Then I couldn't wait any longer, so I used the blood shield. Ghost Shadow wasn't impressed. He only cared about the results of the investigation. How's the investigation going? Dark Sky turned back to his serious appearance at this moment, and talked to Ghost Shadow again about the results of the investigation that he had spoken to Blood Sky about. Ghost Shadow nodded. I see. Then he added, has the person who placed the order been watched closely? Blood Sky stood out and said, don't worry, my lord. I can't run away from the single with a dead eye. Ghost Shadow nodded again. Each do their own job, no slacking off. The ghostly shadow's body then became illusory once again and disappeared. The 3 men arched their hands. In the darkness of the night, the ghost's illusory figure turned into substance, and in no time at all, he had already arrived in the sky above the Young family, looking down and watching everything in the Young family. But Ghost Shadow did not intend to do it now, but decided to do it tomorrow during the day. He hoped that his battle would make the Dark Spectre Hall's name resonate throughout the entire Akagawa city. So thinking, the ghostly figure gradually hid itself in the darkness of the night, and in the deepest part of the Young family's inner courtyard, an old man opened his eyes as if he had sensed something suspicious. Raising his head to the sky, which was filled with nothing but stars, the old man frowned slightly for a few moments and, could it be that I'm feeling wrong? He was a bit puzzled but closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The ghostly figure in the night sky looked at the depths of the Young family's inner courtyard. A flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes, but the expression on his face remained unchanged as he continued to wait. One night later, at this moment, the Young family was exceptionally lively, with people coming and going in lights and colors. It turns out that today the Young family is celebrating the Young family's old ancestor, Yang Wanlin, who was honored with the position of Vice City Lord of Chichuan City. All the dignitaries in Chichuan City basically all came to celebrate Yang Wanlin's promotion. Aside from some forces that were stronger than the Young family not coming, who else in this Chichuan city would not dare to give face to the Young family? At that moment a loud voice resounded outside the Young family's main gate and traveled into the inner courtyard. Su family, the lord of the Su family comes with an extreme spiritual treasure. One oriental green lotus treasure color flag. At this time has been seated in the other forces of the big names. In the hearing of the Su family, when all stood up, a face of compensatory smile applauded. Su family master is really not losing his demeanor. The moment he strikes, it's not comparable to the likes of us. Yes, compared to the Su family masters, these things of ours are really too shabby. The crowd was full of compliments from you and me. Su Jingheng, the lord of the Su family, walked into the Young family's inner courtyard and symbolically nodded at these people, but did not say a single word more to these people. The Su family is a first-class force that is on par with the Young family, although it is a little bit worse. It is not something that these second and third-class forces can talk about. When the Yang family head, Yang Tianhong, saw that the Su family had also come, he also personally went to the door to greet them. Brother Jingheng is really giving face to my Young family, actually coming personally. It really makes my Young family shine. What Brother Tianhong said. How dare I not come to such a big happy event for the Young family? Ha ha. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries for a few times, Yang Tianhong personally guided Su Jingheng to the main table. Face was given to the full. Those family heads below were also envious when they saw this scene, and could only be polite and courteous to each other before taking their seats. After Su Jingheng arrived at the main table, he saw a few more familiar faces, respectively, the first-class power of Chichuan City, Shu Wanqing, the master of the Chu family, although it is a woman but also not to be underestimated. Then came Jun Mufeng, the lord of the Jun family, and Mo Hao Yu, the lord of the Mo family. Although all of these people are not as good as the Su family, but they are also first-class forces within Chichuan City, still have to give some face. It was only after one by one had finished their courtesies that the crowd simultaneously took their seats one after another. Chapter 36, The Dark Spectre Hall is here to congratulate you. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked out from the room, walking at a steady pace towards the high platform in front of him. This person is the old ancestor of the Young family, Yang Wanlin, although he looks like an old man, but this person's posture is still straight, although over the age of old, but do not see the slightest stooped state. The body looks very robust. Yang Wanlin did not emit any breath, but gave the feeling that it is like an abyss, like the sea is unfathomable. Yang Wanlin stood on top of the high platform. His face was kind as he swept over the heads of the various families below, the various powerful dignitaries of Chichuan City, with a smile that was quite a bit of interest. Thank you all for being able to come to my Young family to attend Mr. Yang's honorary banquet in your busy schedules. Really give enough face to my young Magara, so much I will not say and more. Everyone eat and drink well. Ha ha. After Yang Wanlin finished speaking, he directly picked up the wine cup on the side and raised it high above his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd below stood up and picked up the glasses in front of them to make the same toast. Yang Wanlin didn't have any hesitation to directly drink the wine in his cup in one good swig. Good wine. When the crowd saw Yang Wanlin dry up, they all drank the wine inside their cups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly a voice outside the door rang out at that moment. Ghost Shadow of the Dark Spectre Hall. Come to the banquet of the Yang family's ancestor. Yang Wanlin was a bit puzzled. Dark Spectre Hall? He hadn't really heard of this power. Raising his eyes, he saw a ghostly figure dressed in all black walking slowly. Even his face was blocked by a hat to see a little. Those first-rate and second-rate forces all looked in the direction the voice came from, and they hadn't heard of the Dark Spectre Hall as a force. But those third-rate powerhouse heads thought for a moment, and all of a sudden, they thought of the Dark Spectre Hall that had exterminated the Zhang family. Knowing but instinctively no one spoke up. The ghostly shadow walked to a stop not far in front of the high platform where Yang Wanlin was standing, gazing at Yang Wanlin without any emotion in his eyes. I'm not late, am I? Although Yang Wanlin didn't know who this person was, his years of experience as a higher power reacted at once and eased the atmosphere of the banquet after laughing twice. Ha ha, naturally it's not too late. Little friend being able to come is giving me face. Quickly take your seat. The ghost shadow didn't even move. Still standing in the same place, took out a token from his waist and threw it directly to Yang Wanlin. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, old ancestor Yang. Yang Wanlin froze for a moment, but still caught the token that the ghostly shadow threw at him, glancing casually at it for a few moments. But after he turned the token over and saw the words on the back, the expression on his face could no longer be contained. Slammed the token to the ground in a direct fit of rage and, Kid, you have to choose a place to cause trouble, but you should never have come to my Yang family. Looking at Yang Wanlin, who suddenly became angry, the crowd was also a bit puzzled. Their gazes fixed on top of the token that was thrown on the ground by Yang Wanlin. There was some surprise in everyone's mind, only to see the word death stoned grimly on it. All of them couldn't believe that there were actually unafraid of death who dared to come to the Yang family to cause trouble. The whole place was unexpectedly extremely quiet. These powerful people were all emboldened to watch this farce. They knew that this person could not make any waves in the Yang family. The ghost shadow was still standing in place at this moment. His gaze was flat, and his icy voice rang out in the field. Someone paid for your Yang family to disappear in Sichuan City. And forever. Those surrounding powerhouses were all smiling and not saying anything. Making the Yang family disappear in Sichuan City was a joke in itself. However, those third-rate forces didn't laugh. They naturally stepped backward and, although they knew that the Yang family was strong, but they didn't think that the Yang family could get an advantage. Even if they won, it might be a miserable victory. When Yang Wanlin heard these words, his eyes became extremely terrifying. He just gazed at the ghost shadow. The ghost shadow's eyes didn't blink or avoid meeting Yang Wanlin. Although Yang Wanlin was furious at this moment, it was impossible for him to personally go out and tackle a junior. It would be a loss of face for him. At this moment, Yang Tianqi, the third elder of the Yang family, hurried over, and behind him were 5 mid-Tianxian immortal provisioners of the Yang family. Yang Tianqi looked at the ghostly shadow angrily. Kid dares to cause trouble in my Yang family. Today I will teach you how to write the word death. Yang Tianqi waved his hand, and the 5 offerings behind him rushed towards the ghostly shadow without the slightest hesitation. They wanted to tackle this man as fast as they could and end this farce. Ghost Shadow looked at the 5 Yang family confessors who were rushing towards him and didn't even look at them. He just lifted his right leg and stomped downward with force. Boom! The moment he stomped down, a wave of air swept directly towards the 5 people rushing towards him. Some trepidation appeared in the eyes of the 5 as they looked at the airwave, but it was already too late. Just the instant they came into contact with this airwave, all 5 of them had their internal organs shattered and flew backwards. It smashed against a wall not far away and fell to the ground without a sound. Yang Tianqi couldn't help but feel some surprise on his face when he saw the scene, but what followed was fear. The ghost shadow had appeared in front of him at an unknown time, and in just the blink of an eye, Yang Tianqi's neck had been broken. The body fell to the ground paralyzed. At this moment, Yang Tianqi's expression still wore an expression of fear. He didn't even know when his neck broke. All of the powerful nobles present thought they were blinded when they saw the scene. 5 mid-Tianxian immortals and 1 late Tianxian immortal were killed in seconds just like that? Who would believe that? It was not until this moment that all of them realized that the person in front of them was not a generalized person at all. Instead, he was a genuine Xianxian powerhouse. But even then there were many who didn't think he could destroy the Yang family. Indeed, even a first-class force would not be able to get half an advantage against such a strong person as a Xianxian, and could completely escape if they couldn't beat him. But any junior in your family, but to go out of the family and be targeted by a Xian immortal, that is certain death. Everyone had withdrawn a great deal towards the back, not for fear of not wanting to get too involved with Xianxian. Even those first-class clans of Su Jingheng took a few steps backward. Ghost Shadow patted the dust on his hands and looked at Yang Wanlin with a disdainful expression. Do you really think I'm kidding you? After saying that, Ghost Shadow did not have any hesitation to attack towards Yang Wanlin in a flash. Yang Wanlin only had extreme icy coldness in his eyes at the moment, but he still stood still without any intention of making a move. Ghost Shadow didn't care about this. He made a killing move, holding a half-black, half-red dagger and wiping it towards Yang Wanlin's neck. Just as the tip of the dagger was about to touch Yang Wanlin's neck, Ghost Shadow's expression changed slightly. He sensed that a knife was slashing towards him. Ghost Shadow hastily withdrew his strength, turned his body around, and returned to the position he had just been in with a flash. Ice-cold eyes looked, only to see that in front of Yang Tianlin, family head Yang Tianhong and Grand Elder Yang Tiansen were standing there. When the two were about to make a move to capture this person, Yang Wanlin's hands were on each of their shoulders. Stop, you two are no match for him. Although Yang Tianhong and Yang Tiansen were a bit reluctant, they could only do as they were told and obediently stood aside. Chapter 37, An Agitated Mood. Blood Sacrifice to Qitian. Yang Wanlin watched as the ghostly shadow took a step forward, his late Xianxian cultivation on display. Kid, it's my eyes that are blind. You do have the capital of arrogance, but alas, you chose the wrong man. As the voice fell, an extremely strong pressure enveloped towards the ghostly shadow. Without flickering or avoiding, the ghost shadow also took a step forward, and the pressure of the late Xianxian immortal great circle directly collided with that of Yang Wanlin. Yang Wanlin was also a bit surprised at this time. I said, so you're also a late Xian immortal. No wonder you're so emboldened. But so what? Yang Wanlin's aura soared once again, and the aura of intimidation was a few points stronger than before. How? Then I'll show you. The ghostly shadow's expression was still cold and arrogant, and his breath was climbing. No power has yet survived being targeted by my Dark Spectre Hall. Not to mention you, a tiny young family. Humph, said two late Xian immortals. Pressure that had reached the extreme collided directly. Bang! The moment the two pressures touched, they directly set off a heaven-destroying deterrent. Those nearby onlookers who were slightly weaker in power saw this scene and immediately had the foresight to flee out of the Young family. This is actually a powerhouse on the same level as the Young family ancestor. Run! However, there were still many people who were too confident in their own strength, didn't leave in time, and in the twinkling of an eye, they were blown away by these two pressures. It rubbed against the ground for several hundred feet before coming to a halt. There were even people who were directly blown away from the inner courtyard to the outside of the Young family's gate in a good way. Lumbering up from the ground, he held onto the wall and moved away from the Young family. There were only a few Xian immortal powerhouses left on the scene, but a few of them didn't look very good either. One after another, they moved away from the battlefield and came to a place where the waves couldn't reach them to continue to follow the battle. At this time, the Young family's inner courtyard was basically razed to the ground. The houses in the inner courtyard were all mostly destroyed by the two men's pressure. Even the ground underneath the two men's feet had sunken down, cracks could be seen everywhere. The two men continued to collide purely based on their might alone, neither of them taking half a step back. The Xian immortal powerhouses who had gathered around seemed to have thought of something, opened their mouths in some disbelief. Come to think of it, isn't this Dark Spectre Hall the same force that destroyed the Zhang family a few days ago? The crowd was somewhat impressed by this. When you say it like that, I've heard of some assassin forces that have been established openly in Akagawa City. Then according to this, it's really uncertain who will win and who will lose between this Yang family and this Dark Spectre Hall Slayer. Several people had also sweated for Yang Wanlin, although he knew that Yang Wanlin's battle power was extremely strong, and he was now a deputy city lord. But even so, the ghostly shadow that fought against Yang Wanlin didn't seem to fall below or even somewhat stronger than Yang Wanlin. At this moment, a few drops of fine sweat flowed down Yang Wanlin's forehead, as if he was gritting his teeth. Ghost Shadow doesn't care about that, and fights quickly to avoid more trouble. The ghostly shadow took a hard step forward, his breath still climbing. Boom! The two pressures exploded again and dispersed directly. Yang Wanlin took dozens of steps back before stopping. No! It was directly kneeling down after taking dozens of steps back. Covering his chest with his hand looked extremely painful. On the contrary, Ghost Shadow only took 3 steps back. Even so, nothing happened to Ghost Shadow. Even the slightest injury is non-existent. Those onlookers were also a bit disbelieving when they saw this scene. What? Yang Wanlin is actually undefeated by this person, and it's actually a one-sided crush. Yang Wanlin stood up with great difficulty, somewhat incredulous. You You actually still have some strength left. You're a late Xian immortal great perfection. Ghost Shadow didn't want to be talking nonsense with this person. The blood-colored energy around his body quickly gathered at the top of his head, slowly forming a blood-colored steel spike as thick as the size of a pillar. Ghost Shadow's arm slowly raised to point at Yang Wanlin without the slightest bit of emotion. The pulse of life stops. The flower of life fades, only to see the blood-colored steel nail shoot violently towards Yang Wanlin at an extremely fast speed. Yang Wanlin's eyes crossed. This is my Yang family. It's not that easy to kill me. Yang Wanlin made seals with both hands and recited a mantra under his breath, only to see a huge golden bell fly out of Yang Wanlin's sleeve and quickly become bigger, completely covering Yang Wanlin in it. Crackle! The blood-red steel spike and the golden bell clashed and cracked, and the golden bell instantly crumbled. The blood-colored steel nails disappeared with them. Yang Wanlin sat on the ground with his hands blocking his face, and was relieved to see that he was fine. With that, he directly leapt up. Kid, you won't suffer well today. Yang Tianhong, Yang Tiansen, stall him. Although Yang Tianhong, Yang Tiansen knew that they were undefeatable, they did not hesitate when they heard the words of their old ancestor, directly in front of the ghostly shadow. On the contrary, Yang Wanlin had already run towards the back of the Yang family at this moment, in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Ghost Shadow looked at Yang Wanlin, the direction he ran to, and a touch of gravity also appeared in his eyes. An instantaneous movement came directly in front of Yang Tiansen and Yang Tianhong, and before the two could react, the Ghost Shadow deadlocked the two men's necks, and Yang Tianhong and Yang Tiansen only felt that it was difficult to breathe. Both eyes instantly went black and there was no sound. After resolving these two people, Ghost Shadow didn't have any hesitation. In a flash came above the sky dome and stepped into the air. Looking at the speeding Yang Wanlin in front of him, he stretched out a hand to grab out without haste, and, only to see that a big bloody hand appeared above Yang Wanlin's head at an unknown time and grabbed Yang Wanlin's body in a death grip. No! 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 Yang Wanlin struggled hard, but it was all in vain. Just now the pressure released too much immortal energy, now there is no energy to escape. He didn't understand why this ghostly figure's energy flowed as if it couldn't be used up, but now is not the time to think about this. Yang Wanlin gritted his teeth and, directly abandoning his physical body, a soul floated out of his body and fled towards the city lord's mansion at an extremely fast speed. Ghost Shadow was now in a somewhat irritated mood. Exasperated, he directly pinched Yang Wanlin's physical body and chased after him towards the soul-bodied Yang Wanlin with a step and an instantaneous movement. He knew that he couldn't let him enter the city lord's mansion or he would be in great trouble. This mission must be completed. Ghost Shadow was even more annoyed at the moment, standing in the void, looking at Yang Wanlin's soul body, which he could not catch up with at all. His eyes were filled with coldness. Biting his finger and dripping it into his palm, he put his hands together to change his gesture, so fast that a stump had appeared, and shouted under his breath that, blood sacrifice to Qitian. Yang Wanlin, who was running away, only felt that it had become chilly all of a sudden, and an extremely strong smell of blood appeared in the air. Yang Wanlin looked up at once and dropped his jaw in shock. Only the piece of sky above his head turned blood red, and there were hints of lightning filling the air. At this moment, he only felt that something bad had happened, and hurriedly accelerated his speed to escape, only to see that above the blood-red sky, a blood-colored column of energy blood with red lightning attached to it fell down towards Yang Wanlin's head. Yang Wanlin eyes only endless panic. No matter how to run, that blood column seems to be tracking the general toward their own down. Chapter 38, the Dark Spectre Hall is on fire, everyone knows about it. Yang Wanlin was directly enveloped by a pillar of blood. No. Miserable voices resounded within the column of blood, only to see Yang Wanlin's soul melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, Yang Wanlin's soul was directly dissolved. Not even a trace of it remained. Yang Wanlin, dead. Soul extinguished. The crowd was in a bit of disbelief at what they were seeing at the moment. The Yang family's oldest ancestor is actually dead. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although they expected the Yang family's ancestor to die, they still couldn't believe it when they saw it with their own eyes. Late Xianxian immortal powerhouse, the vice lord of Qichuan city, is really dead. The Ghost Shadow scanned the surrounding circle, and the several Xianxian family lords who felt the Ghost Shadow's gaze on them were all a bit frightened and did not dare to meet their eyes. Ghost Shadow's body also became a bit weak after casting this spell. However, he still braced himself and pretended to pass by the several Xian immortals watching the battle as if nothing had happened. Several Xianxian immortals didn't dare to breathe at the moment. Their bodies were frozen in place. Terrible. Seeing that the ghostly shadows were far away, several people drove quickly towards their respective clans at lightning speed. Although the Yang family still had some stumps and broken roots left, Ghost Shadow didn't care at the moment. flying quickly towards the Dark Spectre Hall store. He had to hurry and find a place to recover his blood source. Dark Sky and Blood Sky naturally knew how great the Ghost Shadow's exertion was, and the duo immediately appeared at the Young family after the Ghost Shadow left. It didn't take long for the two of them to leave the Young family and go away. Of course not empty-handed to leave. The Young family can look on the whole by the two packed away. Even if those who are the head of the family to send the gift is also not a drop of packing away. The Yang family was wiped out, with no survivors. Akagawa City. Inside the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Qian Yukai was drinking the Dragon Immortal Well tea that the Chu family had sent to him earlier with a great deal of intention. As early as when Yang Wanlin asked for help from himself, Qian Yukai already knew the news that the Yang family was about to be destroyed, but he didn't put out his hand to manage it. Originally he was not used to seeing the face of the Yang family's old ancestor, who had obviously become a deputy city lord after only a few 100,000 years, and I have to be almost 100,000 years before becoming the city master soon. Think of this money has a wealth of some atmosphere for their own injustice. Humph, a vice city lord. Dead is dead. I still have to thank the Dark Spectre Hall. Ha. Today's Qian Yukai is in a great mood. Baird. Ah, cozy, ha. Looking at the scenery and buildings outside Akagawa City, the more I see, the more I like it. This day an explosive news spread rapidly within Sichuan City, from the first-class forces down to the common people. A male cultivator with a turban on the street was chatting furiously with the cultivator beside him. Hey, did you hear? The Young family was exterminated by the Dark Spectre Hall. Of course I heard about it. I also heard that the two Qian immortals, the Young family head and the Grand Elder, were clicked by that assassin with one hand. Not only these two, but basically everyone in Akagawa City was talking, especially a group of strong female cultivators at the God transformation stage. Sisters heard about it. Well, it has to be. Who doesn't know that? I know how miserable the Young family was at that time. TSK, tisk old misery. The slightly chubby female cultivator's expression was all acted out as if he had seen it with his own eyes. I'm telling you, just that. I'm dropping my mom. Geez, I'm dropping my mom. The slightly more handsome-looking female cultivator beside the slightly chubby female cultivator was extremely cooperative. Really? I didn't really know that one. So it was still like that. Aha! A few people, you a bunch of words. She a bunch of chatting that cannot stop. Bang. Mr. Storyteller on the far side of the road. Wakewood pounded hard on top of the table. Hey, isn't that who? That storyteller from last time, go check it out. Passers-by directly surrounded Mr. Storyteller's table. Guess what? Snap. Mr. Storyteller slapped the waking wood on the table again and swept his eyes over the passers-by who had gathered around. The Young family, just like that, was one person, to be exterminated. Many people couldn't help but show a look of fear when they saw Mr. Storyteller speak so well. Who would dare to offend anyone in the future? Just get a killer to exterminate me. The storyteller laughed twice. Ha. Drawing out the folding fan behind his back, he threw it with force and opened it, on which 4 big words were clearly written. Omniscient. The crowd applauded and applauded. Well said. Standing on top of the balcony, Wang Shuyi looked at this scene as also incomparable pride surged to the heart, wiping the tears in his eyes some excitement. It's right to be the master's little brother. After drying off, he turned to look at the ghostly figure sitting on the floor. After a while the ghostly shadow opened his eyes. Wang Shuyi quickly said with a playful smile, Lord Mirage, you are too powerful. Little King admires you too much. Really? A round of ass-kissing more than anyone else. Ghost Shadow let out a breath. Phew, and stood up directly. I'll go back to the headquarters first to report. I'll leave this place to you. Wang Shuyi's body stood straight after hearing these words. Don't worry, Lord Mirage. Just leave everything to little Wang. The ghostly figure nodded and disappeared into the store. A middle-aged man on the street covered his head. He had also long heard the news that the Young family had been destroyed. This time he did not dare to have any delay. Although it was not yet 5 days, but his heart was too excited at this moment. Still observing the crowd, he carefully entered inside the Dark Spectre Hall store and went straight up to the second floor. Wang Shou had noticed him on the balcony early in the morning and sat down in his chair early to wait for his arrival. Seeing the middle-aged man enter the door, he immediately assumed a posture of Yi Li Tian. Coming? The middle-aged man nodded his head, not daring to have any carelessness now. Steward, I heard about it early in the morning, so I came straight here without delay. The steward in the middle-aged man's mouth was naturally talking about Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi nodded. Sit down. The middle-aged man sat down according to Wang Shuyi's intention and took out a house deed and a key from inside his chest clothes and placed them on the table. Steward, this is what we agreed beforehand. The mansion is just 100 or so meters to the north within your store. Wang Shuyi took a close look at the deed of the house on the table and accepted both without any problems. Good. You're very disciplined. Very good. The middle-aged man smiled from the bottom of his heart. And although the house was now all gone, ha ha, what your lordship said. Then if there's nothing else I'll leave first. Wang Shuyi nodded without saying another word. After seeing this person leave, Wang Shuyi directly collapsed in his chair and let out a long breath of relief. Wu, who's so tired, wiped the sweat from the top of his head with his sleeve. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, here all the family patriarchs are gathered. Sit down around the table. Chapter 39, all forces gathered to destroy the Dark Spectre Hall. Shen Yukai sat on the main seat, and on his left and right were Su Tianhe, the old ancestor of the Su family, and Shiman Blowing Snow, the old ancestor of the Shiman family. After this comes the rest of the first-class forces in Akagawa City. Jun Wuji, the old ancestor of the Jun family, Mo Xing, the old ancestor of the Mo family, and Qian Yi, the old ancestor of the Qian family. However, the Chu family was Chu Wanqing, the head of the Chu family, because the Chu family's old ancestor had failed to make a breakthrough 10,000 years ago and had gone off the deep end and died of exhaustion. Therefore, all the affairs of the Chu family now were solely under the responsibility of Chu Wanqing. Excluding the Yang family, the 7 great families at the head of this Sichuan city are considered to be complete. But with the Yang family gone, naturally, it changed from the previous 7 great families to the current 6 great families. Shen Yukai looked at these 6 people who were still talking and laughing and did not feel that there was anything wrong, just tapped his hand on the table, and said, with a serious look on his face, "Gentlemen, naturally, I called you here today because I have something big to discuss with you." The several elder ancestors and family heads were tacitly quiet when they heard Qian Yotsai's words, and they all looked towards him. Qian Yukai continued, "Gentlemen, you should have all heard about the Yang family's matter, and naturally, you should know very well who did it. We naturally know that things are making such a big deal, but what do you mean by that, city lord Qian?" Su Tianhe, who was sitting beside Qian Yukai, said with some confusion, "The rest of us naturally know about this, but what's it got to do with us if the Yang family is destroyed?" The crowd also looked at Qian Yukai in confusion. Qian Yukai was also speechless when he saw them in this manner of not caring about their own affairs. "I mean, who among you dares to say that you are stronger than the Yang family?" Qian Yukai raised his eyes and swept them from each of these people present. The crowd is silent. Since there isn't, none of you seem interested in the matter. And if you say you have enemies, I don't have to ask any of you. The crowd remains silent. Indeed, the cultivation world is the weak and the strong. To say that the enemy is an individual will have so one or two, not to mention these clans that stood as first-class forces in Akagawa City. Qian Yukai continued without pause. Why was the Yang family exterminated? Was it because of the Dark Spectre Hall? Not really. The Dark Spectre Hall is only paid to do its job. The real trigger is what I said. The enemy. Maybe tomorrow your Su family will be the same as the Yang family. Qian Yukai pointed his finger at Su Tianhe, who said nothing. It could also be your Shiman family. Qian Yukai pointed at Shiman Shueishuat again. Simon the snowblower didn't say anything either. Of course, there are possibilities for everyone here, but if it's true that you didn't want this to happen, what do you think we're going to do about it? Qian Yukai sold the question to the 6 people present to answer. The 6 looked at each other, and Mo Xing, the oldest ancestor of the Mo clan, replied with some lack of confidence. Exterminate the enemy? Jun Wuji, the oldest ancestor of the Jun family, could no longer hold his tongue and laughed out with a coaxing laugh as he slapped the table. "Ha ha ha, old Mo. You are worthy of being the old ancestor of the Mo family. Really, but if you Mo family change someone to be, your Mo family is not as bad as it is now." Originally, the crowd didn't think there was anything wrong when they heard Mo Xing's answer, but hearing Jun Wuji say that, all involuntarily laughed out loud. That's right. The Mo family has probably become a hegemon in Sichuan City now. Ha ha ha. Qian Yukai had written speechlessness on his face at this moment, and once again slapped the table with his hand and, "Okay, be quiet." The laughter in the hall came to a screeching halt. "I'm not going to beat around the bush with you guys, so I'll get right to it." All 6 of them became serious at this moment, listening attentively to what Qian Yukai said. "The Dark Spectre Hall is a tumor that must be wiped out. Of course, if it were myself, I'm not sure I could wipe out the tumor that is the Dark Spectre Hall, but if we join forces, then this Dark Spectre Hall will definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Of course, this is only good for you. For me, no harm. It's up to you all to choose next." All 6 had a somewhat difficult expression on their faces, and they had concerns. Yang Wanlin, who was in the late Qian immortal stage, was not even able to defeat the Dark Spectre Hall, and the master behind this Dark Spectre Hall hadn't shown his face yet. It was not even known what this person's strength was. If it's above the Xian immortals, it'll be an old crime. At this time no one stood out to show their position. Even if you reject Qian Yukai, It is not inevitable that he will give you small shoes behind your back. Qian Yukai looked at these people to make a choice so difficult. Also added, there's no need for anyone to have concerns. I've already gotten through to the person behind me. Hearing these words, the 6 people looked at Qian Yukai in unison. Who else in this Sichuan city would not know who was behind Qian Yukai? That's a real behemoth. Even if all 6 families were added together, they wouldn't be enough for a single finger. Shiman Shui did not hesitate to stand up. To bring justice, my Shiman family naturally has to participate. Seeing one person stand up, followed by a second and a third, my Su family is also participating. The Mo family, will also participate. All 6 of them agreed to this eradication of the Dark Spectre Hall. Qian Yukai nodded with satisfaction. The people left one after another. Xu Wanqing stood up and was about to leave when Qian Yukai pulled her back and whispered in her ear. When in action, stand at the end. With just a simple sentence, Qian Yukai also left the conference hall. Xu Wanqing was a little confused as to what Qian Yukai meant, and then also left the council hall. The date of the operation was set for the day after tomorrow at noon. All of them went back to their clans to make preparations. On the way, Xu Wanqing could not help but recall what Qian Yukai said to her. Standing at the end of the line? What the hell does that mean? Forget it, we'll see on the day. Xu Wanqing raised her head and left. In the past 2 days, the forces of all the great clans had been preparing in earnest to prepare for the removal of the Dark Spectre Hall. The streets were noticeably much less pedestrianized, although there were still some people wandering the streets. But looking at the street, which had become less crowded all of a sudden, one couldn't help but think of something as well. Why are there so few people on the streets today? Who knows? It might be raining. Hearing this answer, the corner of that male cultivator's mouth twitched. And I'm hailing, you little cutie. The streets near the Dark Spectre Hall were empty at the moment, and above the sky of the Dark Spectre Hall store, it was already crowded with cultivator elders from all the great clans, as well as family heads and elders. Xu Wanqing listened to Qian Yukai and stood at the end of the last party. All eyes are on this little pawn shop. Don't you tell me just this killer within the pawn shop wiped out the Yang family? Don't you believe it? It's true. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that the Yang family was exterminated by fear. Yeah, I don't really believe it either. Is it such a big deal for such a small store? Everyone didn't rush out and just watched. They were waiting for the Lord of Sichuan City, Qian Yukai, to come. Chapter 40. Even if he's in a place of death, he's still Dark Spectre Hall. When Wang Shui inside the pawnshop saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. Your Excellencies, what to do about this? Wang Shui hurriedly looked at Dark Sky and Blood Sky, who were sitting at the side, with a look of help. However, these two were not as flustered as Wang Shui, and continued to sit there leisurely as if they were nothing. Seeing the two so calm, Wang Shui was even more anxious at this time, walking back and forth inside the store, mouth still muttering, what to do? What to do? What the hell to do? Looking at Wang Shui, who has been walking back and forth, the Blood Sky really cannot stand it. I's turn seems to think of something, with serious words and with a hint of playfulness said, Old Wang, actually you don't have to be so flustered. Look at the two of us. Aren't we in a hurry at all? Wang Shui stopped in place and looked at Blood Sky, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lord Blood Heaven, could it be that you must have a good solution, right? Blood Heaven nodded. Seeing Blood Heaven nodding, Wang Shui's anxious and gloomy face finally revealed some smiles. Sitting on the chair with a long sigh of relief. Yeah, what's my hurry? It's just a few first-class forces. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Wang Shui instantly lost those fearful looks he had before and looked at Blood Sky with a smile on his face and said, Lord Blood Sky, if you have any good methods, you might as well tell me about them, so that I can also be a bit more solid in my heart. Bloodsky's playfulness intensified and said with a smile, What solution? I didn't say I had a solution. Wang Shui froze for a moment and stood up again, but only for a moment. His face was once again filled with smiles. Lord Blood Heaven, you quickly stop joking with me. My old bones can't withstand the tossing and turning. You are so calm and collected. Naturally you know this cracking method, right or wrong, Lord Blood Heaven. Bloodsky's face became serious as he looked at Wang Shui. Old Wang, you just rest assured to sit on the line. You see, the two of us do not just calmly sit and wait for death. Wang Shui heard the first half of the sentence when the mood is also a lot of relaxation, and rest assured to sit back in the chair. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, Wang Shui's but slowly lifted up from the chair again. What? Wang Shui's face froze and he fell to his knees with a look of despair. When Blood Heaven saw Wang Shui's appearance, he was laughing while slapping his thighs and laughing. Ha 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 ha, it's too funny. Dark Sky, on the other hand, was sitting with his eyes closed from the beginning to the end, and the conversation between the two did not affect him in the slightest. Outside the Dark Spectre Hall store, LOL. The family forces seemed to have sensed something and raised their eyes. Only 3 extremely strong auras instantly appeared above the empty sky. Everyone was overjoyed. It's Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord has come with the strongest members of the City Lord's mansion. The person who came was none other than Qian Yukai, a half-step true immortal. Behind Qian Yukai on the left and right were the 2 strongest combatants of the City Lord's mansion, the left lieutenant, as well as the right lieutenant. Both of them could be genuine late Qian immortal powerhouses. Everyone hadn't had much to go on, even though the Dark Spectre Hall was just a small pawnshop, but people had exterminated a terrifying existence like the Young family, so they had to be taken seriously. But the City Lord came. Everyone's concerns all disappeared without a trace at once, and what came instead was fighting spirit. Destroy the Dark Spectre Hall and rid my Akagawa city of the poisonous tumor. A cultivator in the crowd shouted directly out of his mouth because he was too excited to see the City Lord. All at once everyone's fighting spirit grew higher and more violent. This Dark Spectre Hall will be destroyed today. That's right, relying on having a strong late Xian immortal great circle to recklessly flaunt their power in my Chichuan city. Yes, today even whoever comes is no good. Eradicate the Dark Spectre Hall. The crowd shouted in agitation. Qian Yukai made a gesture of rushing. All of those low-ranked cultivators rushed towards the Dark Spectre Hall store with fervor. The densely packed cultivators were as if a heavy rain had only partially fallen on the head of the Dark Spectre Hall. Boom! Dark Sky inside the store opened his eyes violently. A breath with a hint of blackness pouring towards the surroundings, violently spreading to the surroundings. The low-level cultivators who rushed up. Cultivators whose cultivation level was below the Earth Immortal. At the moment they came into contact with this aura, their bodies directly disintegrated and instantly fell to the ground. The immortal power in their bodies directly disintegrated instantly without a sound, and one by one they declined and fell to the ground. Seeing the cultivators around them die tragically one by one, all of them stopped in place at a loss for words. Destroy my Dark Spectre Hall. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ah! Inside the Dark Spectre Hall as a voice rang out, the figures of Dark Sky and Blood Sky appeared directly above the store. The two looked at these densely packed cultivators without a trace of fear in their eyes, but there was still some excitement. From the beginning to the end, my Dark Spectre Hall has only exterminated others. No one has ever dared to say that they want to exterminate us. Blood Heaven's grim eyes looked at the heavyweights behind these low-ranked cultivators. Yes, Mo Xing, the old ancestor of the Mo clan, stood out to look at the Blood Heaven and Dark Heaven in front of him, 2 heavenly immortals. Ha! Just ants, said Mo Xing's figure directly disappeared in place. The 2 of them, Dark Sky and Blood Sky, glanced at each other, and when they saw that the situation was not right, they cried out under their breath. Blood Shield. Blood Heaven and Dark Heaven's figures directly disappeared in place, and only a moment after the 2 had just disappeared, Mo Xing appeared on his hind feet at the place where the 2 had been standing before. Mo Xing was a bit puzzled in his heart at this time. What's going on? 2 heavenly immortal realm griffins actually managed to escape under Lao Fu's nose. Mo Xing directly unfolded his divine sense and covered 10,000 miles around. Eyes slanted around to look 100 miles behind him. At this moment, Dark Sky and Blood Sky were supporting each other. The blood source consumption was immense and incomparable, and now it seemed very difficult to stand straight. Is this the Xian Immortal? Strong. Very strong. Just by using the blood shield against Mo Xing once, it's as if my body is almost deflated. The 2 had no power to fight back in front of the Xian Immortal. Although the duo could have easily left just now, they knew they couldn't. Even if this store only carried the 3 words Dark Spectre Hall, the duo would fight to the death until the last moment. Mo Xing couldn't help but praise the 2 as he looked at them. Is this the assassin of the Dark Spectre Hall? A heavenly immortal's cultivation actually managed to escape from my hands. I have to say, you guys do have some skills. Although Blood Heaven and Dark Heaven were incredibly weak at this time, they still didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their eyes when they looked at Mo Xing. However, it's just a shame that you all have to die. Mo Xing's words landed, hands clasped together, only to see that on both sides of the Blood Sky and the Dark Sky, a golden giant hand appeared respectively, slapping towards the 2 with unabated speed, bound to slap the 2 into meat cakes. Wan Shuyi inside the store's heart trembled when he saw this scene. It's over. It's over. Even if Dark Sky and Blood Sky were in a place of death at this time, their eyes were still loyal to the Dark Spectre Hall. There is no regret in dying. Chapter 41. You think you're good? Boom! The 2 large golden hands merged together, erupting with a might that was generally destructive of the heavens and the earth. All the houses within 100 feet collapsed and smoke rolled out. Mo Xing casually patted the dust on his hands, his face looking smugly at the group of Chichuan City's old ancestors behind him. Humph! A group of old ancestors and family heads, including the city lord, looked at Mo Xing with slight joy on their faces, and others couldn't help but praise that. Old Mo. Okay, you've got some skills. When Mo Xing heard someone praising himself, he became even more complacent and waved his hand. A small scene. just a small scene. However, the crowd's joyful expression did not last long, as everyone's faces gradually pulled down and became a look of gravity. In unison, they looked behind Mo Xing. Mo Xing looked at the sudden change in the complexion of the crowd and was somewhat confused as to what was wrong. Until then, a cold, and with an extremely icy and chilling voice, sounded behind Mo Xing. Who injured the people of my Dark Spectre Hall? And who has such a big mouth to destroy my Dark Spectre Hall? You, do you think you're good? Hearing this voice, Mo Xing then slowly turned his head. The scene in front of him, even as a Xian cultivator, also could not help but tremble and take a very conscious step backward. The Blood Heaven and Dark Heaven that should have let him slap them to death were actually standing intact at this moment. Not even the slightest trace of a skin wound had appeared. What was even more unbelievable to him was that 100 feet in a square should have all been leveled to the ground. Yet, at this moment, the Dark Spectre Hall pawnshop was now standing firmly at the center of the ruins, and at the very top of that Dark Spectre Hall store, there was actually another man in black. However, this person's clothes were extremely dissimilar to the style of clothes of the Dark Sky as well as the Blood Sky. Although this person was also dressed in black, there were many more lines as well as patterns on top of the black clothes. The most dazzling pattern is on the chest, one of the 10 temples of hell, the Wheel King. Not only that, when Mo Xing felt this person's breath, he only felt that it was a big mountain pressing on his chest, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Dark Sky and Blood Sky, when they saw this person, also bowed respectfully, thanks to Lord Underblade for his timely assistance. The person who came was none other than the Dark Spectre Hall, Blood Blade Killer, Underworld Blade. Stygian Blade nodded. There's nothing more for you two here. Withdraw. The two men arched their hands and turned to leave. Wang Shuyi saw the scene from the beginning to the end inside the store, and he was also trembling with fear. And this man is? Looking at Underblade for a long time, he didn't recognize it. It would be really strange if he could. Although Underblade was an assassin, he still had some of the air of a scholar in him. Looking at Mo Xing in the distance, Underblade was smiling from the beginning to the end. They just couldn't see it with the mask on. Just now when I came from a distance, I seem to have heard the words, Mole, did you say them? Underworld Blade's tone was very gentle, but in Mo Xing's opinion this was properly the King of Hell demanding his life. Mo Xing hurriedly shook his head. No, Senior, you must have gotten it wrong. Stygian Blade still smiled. Oh, is that so? Well, then even if I'm mistaken this time, that very bullish palm just now was placed by you. Mo Xing's feet have been slowly retreating backwards at the moment. No, none of that. Let me go. Mo Xing was so frightened that he had completely lost the appearance of an old ancestor, madly running backwards with all his might. Help me. Mo Xing shouted at the pile of people where those old ancestors were. Stygian Blade laughed even more. Funny, really funny, said Stygian Blade and his mouth slowly spat out a word. Set, only to see that Mo Xing's body, which was still escaping, looked like it was being controlled by some kind of power over his feet. At the moment, only the upper half of his body was able to move, and his feet were glued dead in place and unable to move. Inkbrand had been afraid, really afraid. Help me, Lord City Lord, come and save me. His eyes prayed as he looked at Qian Yukai in the distance, yet Qian Yukai was indifferent. Mo Xing became even more desperate, tears streaming down to the ground. Stygian Blade still smiled, but at the moment, his smile carried a murderous intent. Gentlemen, would you like to see what a human stomach cut open looks like? Qian Yukai and a number of other people did not say anything, but just looked there with extremely grave faces, joking who dares to say anything. This person in front of them, the sense of oppression given to them is not inferior to the one from the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty. Stygian Blade let out a laugh and took a step towards Inkbrand. Ha. Mo Xing looked at the underworld blade that was coming towards him. Knowing that he couldn't run away, he simply used all the spells he could. Vajra fingers, 8 desolate palms. However, all of this was useless, as Underblade simply waved his hand, and the various attacks coming towards him were all neutralized. With an instantaneous movement, he came directly in front of Mo Xing, holding a half-black, half-red dagger with a purple blade, from the neck of the Inkling all the way to the stomach. The comparison of Mo Xing has been scared pale. No, don't. Stygian Blade smiled and glanced at Mo Xing. Pust. The dagger dug into Inkbrand's stomach, slowly slashing along the top of it. Mo Xing directly shouted. Directly fainted from the pain. Underblade was even more excited at this point. Hey! Yanked the intestines right out of it and threw them skyward. Fly. After throwing it, the underworld blade directly choked Mo Xing's neck in death, and without the slightest hesitation directly twisted it off and threw it aside. At this moment, There was no more smile on Underblade's face from before, and now there was just a cold and serious expression. Game over. Then it's time to start talking about who is trying to destroy my Dark Spectre Hall. Stygian Blade's gaze swept over the faces of all the bigwigs of Akagawa City on the scene. Those who were swept by the Stygian Blade couldn't help but shiver in their hearts. Everyone looked at Qian Yukai, but at this moment, the position Qian Yukai had previously stood in was empty. The crowd froze. It was a cutie. All could see it. Qian Yukai has run away. But what everyone failed to notice was that not only Qian Yukai, but even Shu Wanqing at the very back didn't know when she left. At this moment, everyone looked at Underblade once again, knowing that they couldn't run away. They directly knelt down on the spot. Now also do not care about their own identity. What old ancestor family had eyes not? Now they are most concerned about their own lives. At this moment everyone all knelt down. Senior, spare your life. Senior, spare your life. Yeah, senior, we're not sincere. We're all seniors who are mesmerized by money having wealth. A crowd of people were on their knees begging for mercy. Hades Kill's face didn't even change, remaining serious as he walked forward. Those who tried to kill my Dark Spectre Hall earlier, have you thought about anything? Now that you know what strength you have, you come to beg for mercy? Underworld Kill walked to Su Tianhe, crouched down on the ground, his dagger against the chin of Su Tianhe, the oldest ancestor of the Su family. Su Tianhe revealed a pleasing expression, the corners of his mouth grinning very wide as he giggled twice at the Underworld Blade. Stygian Blade has a look of disdain on his face. Humph. Late. Chapter 42. Sure enough, the two most educated. Click. The dagger slashed Su Tianhe's throat. Even the blood didn't react. Not a single drop fell. Su Tianhe directly collapsed to the ground. No sound. Dead beyond death. The eyes of those kneeling family ancestors beside Su Tianhe widened even more. Seeing this scene, without even thinking about it, they directly stood up and fled in all directions. No matter where the front was leading to, they knew that running was the right thing to do. All the family masters and ancestors, all of them scattered in different directions. Underworld Blade looked at these people who were fleeing around, and there was no look of anxiety on his face. Instead, he stretched out his back, before absently pointing his finger toward the sky and only a blood-red ball of energy appeared at the tip of Underblade's finger. The Underworld Blade bellowed, and the ball of blood-colored energy rose skyward, straight into the clouds. In a moment within the clouds above the sky, a dazzling red light blossomed, and countless blood-red arrows shot out in all directions without any trajectory. Hundreds of thousands of arrows scattered towards the surroundings with a clattering rain, and not a moment later screams resounded all around. Ah, no, of course this wasn't enough to kill those Xianxian cultivators. Hades Kill sneered a cold smile and, back, Chaotian's fingers instantly clenched into fists, only to see those blood arrows that had shot at the Xian immortal cultivator's body, one by one, being held back by a thin thread. Before long, above the sky in front of Underworld Slayer, those Xian immortal ancestors from all the great clans were floating in front of Underworld Blade like kites. Elder, we were wrong. Let us go, Elder. Yeah, Senior, we really know we're wrong. Please, Senior. All of my June family's possessions can be given to you, Senior. All of the family ancestors had opened their mouths to beg for forgiveness at this moment, as long as they could save their lives. What would be the harm in exchanging even the entire family behind them? Even if these people said anything, the Underblade all ignored them. Looking at the various family ancestors floating in front of him, there didn't seem to be any emotion in his eyes. The faces were terribly flat. Wrong. After you die, your things will still be mine. Still belong to my Dark Spectre Hall. After saying that, Underblade turned around, turning his back on these people and walking forward on his own, his clenched fist slowly opening up. Boo! The blood arrows inserted in the crowd directly exploded. The bodies of all the old ancestors of the family forces that participated in this extermination of the Dark Spectre Hall were directly blown apart in a miserable scene. After an explosion, silence ensued, dead silence. Stygian Blade never once looked back from the beginning to the end, flying straight towards the Dark Spectre Hall store. Arriving on top of the store, Underblade paused for a moment and scanned the surroundings before entering the store. Quiet. It's too quiet. The people who hid inside the houses 1,000 feet away and saw the end from the beginning unconsciously gulped. They now changed their opinion of the Dark Spectre Hall all of a sudden. Before, they viewed the Dark Spectre Hall as just that, but now that they went back to see it again, it gave them a feeling of only two words: cruel. Extremely cruel. Wang Shuyi inside the pawnshop had long since opened the door to greet him, and when he saw Hey Blade arrive, all that was left on Wang Shuyi's face was a smile. Ha ha ha. Blood Blade Lord, you quickly inside please. Underblade walked into the store and casually sat down at a table and crossed his legs. Wang Shuyi, this eyesight is really poisonous. Hey Blade just sat down. Wang Shuyi served a cup of tea, came to the front of Hey Blade. Ha ha ha. You're quick quick to drink tea. Lord Bloodblade. Stygian Blade picked up his teacup and took a sip to himself. Not bad. It's like, bamboo bed paper is as clear as water. A pillow of pine breeze to listen to cooking tea. The Underblade at this moment was a completely different person from the one who was killing and decisive before. Wang Shuyi muttered the verse that Hey Blade had said, and seemed to feel where it seemed to be wrong, and said in succession, my lord seems to be, the bamboo bed with paper accounts is as clear as water, and a pillow of pine wind listens to boiled tea. Stygian Blade gave Wang Shuyi a cold look. Oh, wrong? Seeing this look from Hades' Blade, Wang Shuyi shivered and shook his head back and forth. No, it's indeed paper. Paper, he. Underworld Blade patted Wang Shuyi's shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You and I are the only ones within this dark specter hall who are more somewhat cultured. Wang Shuyi hastily responded. Yeah, hey. The two of them were chatting furiously, when Bloodsky spoke up at that moment. Don't worry. I won't tell those guys anything I just heard. Wang Shuyi's body trembled again and he shook his head repeatedly. No. Although he didn't know who the ones Bloodsky was talking about were, whichever one it wasn't something he could offend. Underworld Blade, who was drinking tea, heard Bloodsky's words and his face stuttered, choked, and directly sprayed out. Ahem. Cough. Well, get down to business. Naturally, Hades' Blade didn't dare to be offended, so he quickly spoke to change the topic. Wang Shuyi, Blood Heaven, and Dark Heaven also became serious at this time. My lords, almost all the clans in Sichuan City were destroyed in this battle, but only, the city lord ran away. I don't know, Wang Shuyi said. Underworld Blade laughed twice. This, not enough to worry about. Run away. Dark Spectre Hall is originally to collect money to kill. Without the benefit of the shot, I think Lordly Tian will not have any interest. Dark Sky and Blood Sky nodded in silent agreement when they heard this. After this battle, my Dark Spectre Hall's reputation is bound to rise even higher. Well, I'll go back first to report the results to Lordly Tian. With that, Styx Blade jumped straight off the table and took a step forward, disappearing into thin air. The three men arched their hands. Greetings, Lord Bloodblade. When the people inside Akagawa City saw that there was no more movement, they cautiously stepped out of their houses to check the situation outside. Is it over? It's over. Not only in the center of Akagawa City, even the zones on the edge of Akagawa City's inner sun had heard about it. Inside a small storefront Baozi store, the bald boss was holding a bun for a customer. A conversation between two men sitting at a table on the street caught the attention of this customer. And hey, you say this, the first-class forces are all gone, so do I still need to pay back this loan of spirit stones? The roughly clothed, linen-clad youth asked to the teenager holding a folding fan. The teenager tapped the youth on the head with his fan and, confused, what kind of beauty are you thinking of? What's not, there are some second-rate forces of the first-rate forces, but those third-rate forces within the city have long since divided up all the properties of those family forces long before you asked that question. Do you think it needs to be returned? The youth was a little speechless, muffling his bun. The young man opened his fan and said, with a smile on his face, but, the youth looked at the teenager again, a bit skeptical, but what? You don't have to pay it back if you don't want to. When there's no more Akagawa City, you don't have to pay it back, the teenager said. The youth had a disappointed look on his face. Your bun is ready. Hey, your bun is ready. The owner of the Baozi store, after calling out a few times and seeing that the customer didn't answer, he slapped him and, your bun is ready. The customer was taken aback, before reacting to the, oh okay thanks. Chapter 43, is everything a reckoning? Get out of here. This person's name was Chen Liang, dressed in plain clothes, a proper little commoner, but there was one difference. He was a cultivator but not a loose cultivator. There was also no sect behind him, and he had been practicing with an old man since he was a child. Chen Liang picked up the buns and turned to leave, pondering with his chin in one hand on the road. Akagawa City's first-class forces have been exterminated? It can't be. I've only just come down from the mountain for a bit of traveling. The thought of it instantly puts the mood in a bad way. And, hey, have to go back again. Annoying. In passing, he kicked a stone on the ground, and the stone coincidentally hit the wall not far away and bounced back to hit his own head. Covering his head with a pained cry, the bun in his hand not even smelling good anymore. He was already annoyed, but now he was even more furious, picking up the stone that smashed on his head and throwing it directly toward the sky with all his strength. It's all your fault, old man. After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the city with a face full of impatience. And in the southwest of Sichuan City, 4,000 miles away on top of a barren mountain, a white-haired old man is leisurely sleeping nap, mouth with a pipe, but also humming a little song so comfortable. Ha-chi! The old man suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, smiled and didn't care. Cooling down, time to add clothes, but I'm a cultivator, don't need it. After that he slumped back in his chair once more, humming a little tune in a leisurely manner. Half a day later, above the sky, Qian Yukai was pulling Xu Wanqing in a fast flight. When Xu Wanqing scattered Qian Yukai's hand, Qian Yukai was uncertain, and Xu Wanqing just looked at him like this. And, did you already know? Qian Yukai didn't understand what Xu Wanqing was saying. Know what? Seeing that Qian Yukai still didn't admit it, Xu Wanqing also stopped beating around the bush and said directly, you obviously knew that true immortal powerhouses existed in the Dark Spectre Hall a long time ago, but I just don't understand why you're still planning such a siege. Seeing this situation, Qian Yukai didn't intend to pretend anymore and opened his mouth directly. That's right, but you're only half right. Xu Wanqing was still looking straight at Qian Yukai. Qian Yukai looked at Xu Wanqing, the corner of his mouth showing a hint of a smile. I didn't know that there were true immortal powerhouses in the Dark Spectre Hall, but I guessed, and I guessed correctly. As for why I'm planning this siege, I can only say that it's for my own sake, and I should also thank the Dark Spectre Hall. If it wasn't for their appearance, it would be hard for me to handle all these first-rate forces in Sichuan City on my own. Shameless. Anger appeared in Xu Wanqing's eyes as she looked at Qian Yukai. Qian Yukai didn't care at all. So what if it's shameless? You have to know that in this world the strong are honored. Only the strong have the right to speak. I've been stuck at half-step true immortal for 300 years. Not a single sign of a breakthrough has appeared. But Luoha clan said that as long as I mess up all of the Xianxian immortal cultivators in Sichuan City, he will give me the mirror-breaking pill so that I can break through to true immortality. Xu Wanqing's eyes were filled with a cold light. You sold out just for that one mirror-breaking pill? Going to work as a lapdog for that Luoha sect? Oh, you really are hopeless. Qian Yukai is full of gloomy smiles. So what? I'll do anything to become stronger. Only by becoming a true immortal will I not be at the mercy of others. Only by becoming a true immortal will I be able to go from being a pawn to being the one who executes the game. Qian Yukai laughs more and more wantonly at this time. Xu Wanqing looked at this appearance of Qian Yukai, did not say anything to turn around and leave. Qian Yukai directly pulled Xu Wanqing when he saw this. You want to go back? Get lost? Xu Wanqing's face was full of grimness. Qian Yukai stopped Xu Wanqing dead in front of her. Can you really not see that I like you at all? Xu Wanqing let out a cold laugh. Oh, die. I wouldn't like a villain. Villain? Qian Yukai froze in place. Xu Wanqing directly pushed him away and walked forward on her own. Ha 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 ha. Qian Yukai stood still and giggled. Anyone can call me a villain. But not you. Saying that, with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he stabbed his sword behind Xu Wanqing's back. Xu Wanqing let out a cry of pain. Her face gradually lost its blood color, and disbelief was written all over her eyes. How dare you mess with my Dao? Damn it! Qian Yukai pulled out the long sword that was inserted behind Xu Wanqing, and without a hint of hesitation directly chopped down the sword. Xu Wanqing's head fell to the ground. Qian Yukai left in style with his sword. After flying at extreme speed for a few hours, Qian Yukai arrived at the southernmost part of the Tianmong domain in the land of the South Sea, in front of a waterfall. A magnificent building was built alternately with the waterfall above, and this was the Luoha sect. Under the leadership of the Luoha sect's disciples, Qian Yukai entered within the Luoha sect's main hall. There were a total of 8 people in the hall, all of whom were core elders of the Luoha sect. At the top of the hall, a middle-aged man with white hair and whiskers sat majestically, and he was the lord of Luoha sect, Wang Tianba. What's the point of coming to my Luoha sect without staying in your great diffusion dynasty? Wang Tianba opened his mouth and asked. Qian Yukai lowered his body, was shocked by this person's aura, panicked and opened his mouth. Patriarch Wang, didn't you say some time ago that you would give me the mirror-breaking pill as long as I messed up those Xian immortals in Sichuan City? When Wang Tianba heard this, he laughed out loud. So you ate up? Qian Yukai nodded repeatedly. Getting affirmation, Wang Tianba laughed even louder. Not only Wang Tianba, the remaining 8 core elders in the hall all opened their mouths and laughed. Qian Yukai didn't know what to do and could only press his body even lower. Are you missing a string in your brain? I'm just talking to you for fun. Wang Tianba opened his mouth. Qian Yukai's face instantly stiffened when he heard this. He had calculated everything, but he just hadn't calculated that this Luoha sect's lord was joking with him, which instantly left him at a loss for words. Even if he goes back now, if the Great Diffusion Dynasty finds out the situation, the forces of Sichuan City that were framed by himself will definitely have no chance of survival. Qian Yukai's face stared and he directly stood up. He didn't care about anything now. Old undead, I've worked so hard on this, and you're actually saying you're messing with me? Well, since you don't want me to be good, then don't be good at all. Saying that, Qian Yukai directly killed towards Wang Tianba with his sword. Wang Tianba's face instantly turned cold. Seek death. Boom! An aura directly erupted from Wang Tianba's body, and Qian Yukai was directly bounced off by this aura to the top of a distant pillar. Click! The pillar broke. Qian Yukai's speed was unabated as he slammed directly on top of the distant wall of the hall. The wall was all knocked open, and Qian Yukai was directly stuck inside, fainting. Wang Tianba didn't think it was a big deal and directly called his disciples to carry Qian Yukai out to find a place to bury him. 2 disciples came in and carried the fainted Qian Yukai out of the main hall to the top of the waterfall. Scavenging all the valuable things on Qian Yukai, the 2 of them divided the spoils. After dividing the booty, to be on the safe side, he made up 2 more cuts to Qian Yukai and dropped the waterfall in the process. The 2 disciples clapped their hands and turned to leave. Chapter 44, Destroyed. Shade. Find a place with good wind and water. Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty. On the top floor of the palace hall, inside a room, the Lord of the Imperial Dynasty, Chu Tianya, is very busy at this time. The table on the large and small folders, a dozen books. It can't be helped. Who let so many clans in Akagawa City all be exterminated in one day? He has to approve them one by one. It's too busy. At that moment there were 3 knocks on the door from outside the room. And, knock, knock, enter, Chu Tianya said casually without even lifting his head. Permission was given before the door to the room was opened. An old eunuch wearing a eunuch's uniform walked in through the door and bowed to Chu Tianya. This person was none other than Eunuch Qi, who was on par with the state master in the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty. How's it going? Chu Tianya casually opened his mouth and asked, still not raising his head, still busily reviewing the Zhangfu. Eunuch Qi smiled and spoke. Back to the emperor. Qian Yukai died, and you guessed correctly, is to go to the Luoha clan. Out of the time was carried out, thrown under the Luoha clan waterfall. The mongrels personally sent someone to check it out, and it's dead through and through. Chu Tianya stopped his pen and snorted coldly. Humph. Self-inflicted sins. Then he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Your Majesty, then what is going to happen to the assassin forces within Sichuan City? Eunuch Qi asked again. Extinguish. Shade. Eunuch Qi turned to leave. Wait. Chu Tianya seemed to have thought of something and called out to Eunuch Qi. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Is the day coming when the 5 lords will divide the disc? Eunuch Qi thought for a moment and then said, back to your Majesty. It should be in 12 days from now. Chu Tianya glanced at Eunuch Qi, who trembled and directly knelt on the ground. Back to your Majesty. The 5 lords split plate is in half a month's time at noon. Chu Tianya nodded. Well, go down. Eunuch Qi carefully looked at Chu Tianya again. Your Majesty, the killer forces, in Sichuan City, after the 5 main divisions of the disc, Shade, the miscellaneous family will retire. Eunuch Qi exited the room and carefully closed the door. Chu Tianya deeply glanced out the window in the direction of Sichuan City and said with his mouth, Dark Spectre Hall. After 3 days of rolling around Sichuan City's City Lord's mansion, Zhao Kong assumed the position of new City Lord, and the streets once again returned to their usual bustle. Snap! At the entrance of the most lively street, Mr. Storyteller's hand-waking would once again hard towards the top of the table. Guess what? Dark Spectre Hall. Raise your name, Mr. Storyteller raised his hand to pick up the folding fan pinned to his back, and with a strong fling the fan opened, on which were written 4 big words. Omniscient. The watching crowd applauded and applauded the good, good, well said. At the corner of the street wall, a dirty teenager was still huddled there, and after hearing the storyteller's speech, his face was also overflowing with longing. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the teenager stood up slowly with intent, walking slowly towards the front where he didn't know where he was going. Who? Chen Liang was walking step by step towards the top of the barren mountain, because the entire mountain had been placed under a ban by the old man. The current Chen Liang was as good as an ordinary person. Asterisk. Old undead. I'll be. One day sooner or later. Chen Liang stopped and looked at the old man who was still sitting there sleeping, and became furious. Damn. You were like this when I left, and you're still like this now that I'm back. Good. With that, Chen Liang quietly walked over towards the chair where the old man was sleeping. Hey, smoke a pipe. I'll let you smoke a pipe. Chen Liang, out of nowhere, took out a bit of an unknown object and carefully placed it inside the old man's pipe. Ha, gas. The old man's eyes slowly opened and, yo back Rio. Chen Liang, taken aback, nodded his head back and forth. Aha! I'm back, master. Why are you back after only a few days out? Do you think it's not as much fun out there as it is up here in the mountains? The old man sat up and stretched. Chen Liang now wanted to give him a slap on the face, thinking, weren't you the one who told me to hurry back when I saw something big outside? But though he thought so, he dared not say so, and said, with a smile, Master, wasn't it you who told me to hurry back if I saw anything big out there? The old man lazily lay down again. Oh yeah? So what's the big deal you had out there? I heard outside that the closest ones to our place, those first-class big forces in Sichuan City were all exterminated in one day. Chen Liang said. Oh, anything else? The old man responded indifferently. Chen Liang now really wanted to give him a slap in the face. Could it be that all those first-class forces in Sichuan City were destroyed in one day were not called a big deal? Has this old man never seen the world? Chen Liang laughed once again. He. Without the master. Then this means I came back for nothing. The old man picked up his pipe and took it in his mouth. And his words were indistinct. Well. Oh yes. Hurry up and go away. And don't bother me to go to bed. Chen Liang is now really have been exasperated to death. But there is no way to fight and cannot fight. Okay, got it, master. After saying that, he made several swinging motions, his face still a bit annoyed, and turned around to head down the hill once again. Oh yeah. Hearing his master's words, Chen Liang stopped once again, this time with a delighted look on his face. Why, master? Is there something good for me again? No. I'm just telling you that you need to practice hard or that little fiancé of yours is going to run off with someone else. Chen Liang thought it was something, nodding his head casually. Alright, master, I know. After saying that, he once again walked towards the bottom of the mountain. This time he recalled something in his eyes that, Spirit, wait for me. Chen Liang became much firmer in his eyes than before. Green Lotus Mountain Range. Dark Spectre Hall Headquarters. 12th floor tea room. Yili Tian was sitting at the table, savoring the good tea that he had scavenged within those first-class power families. Nice. Red Roses unknowingly appeared beside Yili Tian and opened her mouth, saying, Lord Li Tian, I've already dispatched all the assassins under Heaven's Slaughter to spread out within 10,000 miles with the Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters as the center, so that they can be the first to receive news if there's any breeze. Well done. Yili Tian nodded his head, then asked, Is there any movement on the side of Akagawa City now? Sichuan City belongs to the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, so it's reasonable that the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty should have responded. But now for some reason, there's no action. Red Rose said. No harm done. These are trivial matters not to be heeded. Yili Tian took a sip of tea, then said with an extremely serious face, Let's find a feng shui place. It's almost time by the math. After saying that, Yili Tian's grip on the teacup tightened even more, but the face remained as normal. Red Rose looked at Yili Tian, and the expression on her face changed slightly. Obey, Lord Li Tian. This time the Red Rose spoke hard and her face was much more serious than usual. Without lingering too long, Red Rose turned around and disappeared straight into the tea room. Chapter 45, The Day of the Five Lords Divided Plate. None of them will be allowed. Used as phonetic ka. The teacup in Yili Tian's hand clicked. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The teacup violently shattered. But Yili Tian's hand did not withdraw its force but increased more and more. The teacup fragments were directly pinched into powder in Yili Tian's hand, waving it inside the tea room. At this moment, Yili Tian's eyes had more indescribable looks and gestures. Time passes the knee and it is 15 days later. This day seemed to be as calm as water within the Tianmong domain. But in reality, today was the day when the regions of the five forces standing at the apex of the Tianmong domain were divided. To put it simply, it's all about dividing the cake. Inside a pavilion in the Falling Cloud Mountain Range in the center of the Tianmong domain, Chu Tianya, the lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, had arrived early to wait, and beside him was Eunuch Qi. Back and forth are a few of them so abrasive, Chu Tianya said with some impatience. Eunuch Qi looked at Chu Tianya with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, be at ease. Counting the time, it should be almost here. Not long after Eunuch Qi's words fell, two huge danding cranes were flying towards the gazebo side above the southern sky. And on top of that dandelion crane, there was also one person standing on each side. These two were no other than the Luoha sect's lord, Wang Tianba, and the Luoha sect's grand elder. The danding crane fell. The two men jumped down from it respectively, and Wang Tianba walked into the gazebo with a fake smile on his face. Chu Emperor back to come back all quite early. This is can't wait. Ha ha. Chu Tianya had not been treating this Wang Tianba well, and was about to vomit at the sight of his face. That surely can't wait. Unlike Patriarch Wang, who is so elegant, now going out her riding on a dandling crane. Ha, that's for sure. Just this dandling crane is probably more expensive than that little eunuch behind you. Wang Tianba sat down with a smile on his face. Chu Tianya couldn't listen any longer, and directly slapped the table angrily and stood up, pointing at Wang Tianba. Little bastard, don't think I don't know what you've done. The smile on the face of Wang Tianba, who was pointed at by Chu Tianya, also disappeared, and he looked at Chu Tianya with some anger in his eyes. Say that again if you dare. Chu Tianya laughed. Oh, So what if I say it 10 more times? You little bastard. You. Wang Tianba was truly enraged and was about to stand up and battle Chu Tianya when a woman's voice rang out not far away. Why do the two of you fight whenever you meet? It's been going on for almost as many years. The woman who spoke was no one else but the 100 Flowers Valley Master, Murong Yun, one of the 5 major forces in the Tianmong domain. The 5 major forces were the Great Diffusion Dynasty, Luaha Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, Yen Huang Sun Family, and Domain Northly Family. Murong Yun was wearing a floor-length brocade dress embroidered with a variety of flowers, and on her upper body was a brocade bustier, which outlined her slender figure appropriately. She just walked towards the gazebo step by step, each step reflecting her seductive and charming-like figure. When Wang Tianba and Chu Tianya saw Murong Yun arrive, they each glared at the other and stopped saying a word. Murong Yun covered her lips and smiled, casually finding a seat. Immediately after that, Sun Xian, the head of the Yen Huang Sun family, and Li Siyuan, the head of the Li family of the northern domain, both of them walked in quickly with a smile on their faces. Haha, brother Li, please come inside. Brother Sun, please come inside. The two of them coincidentally made the gesture of inviting each other respectively. The two laughed and walked inside the gazebo together and sat down. Since everyone has arrived, let's start quickly, Chu Tianya said. The remaining 4 people also nodded their heads in response respectively, and the rest of the people in the gazebo, excluding the heads of the 5 great families' forces, all retreated. The 5 of them glanced at each other, and Wang Tianba glared at Chu Tianya and took the lead, saying, I feel that my Luaha sect is too remote in the South Sea geology, so I feel that all of Chichuan City to the south, including Chichuan City, should be owned by my Luaha sect. Chu Tianya instantly became anxious when he heard these words. Are you farting, old bastard? He. Wang Tianba laughed. Now who doesn't know that all of your Chichuan City Xianxian forces have been exterminated? Even that half-step true immortal city lord is dead. What strength do you still have to grasp Chichuan City? Chu Tianya angrily slapped the table once again. You dead bastard. Don't think I don't know how that city lord died. What's the harm if you know? Hit me if you can. Wang Tianba was disdainful. Old bastard. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Alright, I'll be quiet. Don't you know what identity you have? Murong Yun spoke. The two resumed their seats, and Yen Huang Sun Jia stroked his beard and said, then or else just divide it like you always do. Or else. I disagree. Murong Yun quit at this point. My 100 Flower Valley is allocated such a small area every time. How else can this allow my 100 Flower Valley to develop? In the past, my 100 Flower Valley's lack of strength was just fine, but now my 100 Flower Valley also has the qualifications to compete with all of you. Li Siyuan laughed. I don't care how you divide it up. My Li family must have 10,000 miles more than ever. You're talking out of your ass. Li Siyuan. Wang Tianba was enraged at this moment. Li Siyuan looked at Wang Tianba with cold eyes. Wang Tianba, you say me again? What kind of thing are you? Chu Tianya is afraid of you. I, the Li family, am not. Say it again if you have the guts. Although Wang Tianba had a great deal of fire in his heart, Li Siyuan was right and could only sit back helplessly. Humph. Li Siyuan smiled disdainfully. At this time the atmosphere of the scene, some silence, anyone who wants more, but no one wants to become less. It is a little difficult. Meanwhile, the Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. The door to the first floor was pushed open by the 2 human killers, and Yili Tian walked out slowly from inside wearing green clothes. Outside the door, the major level assassins of the Dark Spectre Hall had already stood straight in front of the main door of the Dark Spectre Hall early on. They were all dressed in black, but the patterns on their clothes were all different. Seeing Yili Tian walk out, all of them bowed and saluted with extreme respect. My subordinate has met Lord Li Tian. The voice was incomparably vast and went straight to the sky. Yili Tian nodded and said, how is it? At that moment, Red Rose took a step forward and spoke back. It's all been arranged, and the heaven and earth level assassins I sent over in advance to make sure that there won't be any mistakes. Yili Tian's eyes were extremely grave as he looked at Red Rose. You should know clearly how important today is, Red Rose said in a very firm tone. My subordinate naturally knows the importance of today. Please also rest assured that Lord Li Tian, my subordinate guarantees that absolutely no accidents will occur. Yili Tian raised his eyes and looked deeply at the sky, then walked straight ahead. All the killers at this time all had an extremely grave color in their eyes, and they moved to both sides, making a path for Yili Tian. Yili Tian crossed over these killers and continued walking towards the front. The 4 of them, Red Rose, Ghostface Thousand, Blood Golden Lotus, and Illusory Knight, followed Yili Tian's pace closely behind them, and behind these 4 were the 3 mourners. After them were the pallbearers, the rulers, the Juggernaut Slayers, the Lord Slayers, the Venerable Lord Slayers, the Blood Blade Slayers, the Phantom Slayers, the human slayers, and at the very end of the group, Wang Shuyi, and Yener. At this moment, all of them looked serious, and no one dared to say a single word more. Chapter 46. There must be no surprises, and yet you still have to open your mouth. Wang Shuyi at the very end was also shocked. He was not shocked at their cultivation. He could not see through it. He was just wondering what in the world so many people were doing to go, and it was a bit curious that his master had actually come out as well. Then in a small voice, he asked Yonyan beside him, Yener, do you know what we're doing here? Why is it such a big battle? Yeol shook her head. I don't know. The conversation between the two was heard by Man-Killer in front of them. Man-Killer's eyes chilled and glared at Yener. Without any hesitation he directly choked Yener's neck and lifted it up high. Yeol's eyes were terrified at this point, completely unaware of what she had done wrong. He was so scared that he was shaking in a cold sweat, but his own neck was choked, and even if he wanted to speak, it was completely impossible. Click! Man-Killer's large hand slightly exerted force, and Yen's neck was instantly snapped. Yener, who had just been struggling, had completely lost her voice at this point. Man-Killer casually threw Yunel on the ground, then continued to turn around and follow the group. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi also did not dare to say anything more, and could only follow closely behind the team in silence. Yili Tian naturally noticed what had just happened behind him, but did not make a move to stop it and continued to walk forward. And the 5 Heaven Slayers and 5 Earth Slayers had already arrived at this destination ahead of schedule. Coincidentally, this is the Falling Cloud Mountain Range. Upon arriving at the Falling Cloud Mountain Range, the 5 Earth Slayers had already dispersed nearby to ensure that no one would intrude into it. The 5 Heavenly Slayers, on the other hand, entered the interior of the Falling Cloud Mountain Range and headed to the location that had already been chosen to wait for Yili Tian and the others to arrive. After entering the interior, the 5 Heaven Slayers froze for a moment as they saw Chu Tianya and the others within the feng shui treasure they had found beforehand. Why is there someone here? Blood Sky spoke. The remaining 4 people's faces all changed in succession. Night Sky looked at the 4 people gruffly and opened his mouth. You're not unaware of how important today is to Lord Li Tian. The other 4 people's faces were also all gloomy. Who all know what day today is? Who all know that there can't be any accidents today? Night Sky directly disappeared in place, followed by the rest of the 4 who all disappeared in place as well. Who? Sun Xian's brows furrowed as he looked towards the outside of the pavilion. And naturally, Wang Tianba and the others noticed it as well, and looked outside of the pavilion, only to see that 100 meters away from the pavilion, 5 men in black were walking towards Wang Tianba and the others. Eunuch Chi and a group of 5 family forces stood at the entrance of the pavilion at the very first moment when they saw an outsider, ready to strike at any time. Night Sky walked in the forefront and spoke to Wang Tianba and the others in an icy and unquestionable tone. The Dark Spectre Hall has commandeered this place, so please move away. The 5 people within the pavilion, after seeing Night Sky and the others who were still a bit puzzled, all laughed out loud when they heard what Night Sky said. Dark Spectre Hall? What kind of goods? Wipe your dog's eyes to see clearly what kind of people are here. Wang Tianba finished laughing even louder. Night Sky 5 people stopped in their footsteps and stood in place looking at those people. Their faces were cold to the extreme and opened their mouths again. What man? It's none of my business. The Dark Spectre Hall is now commandeering this place. So everyone move away. The laughter stopped, and the 5 people inside the pavilion looked at the 5 black-robed men. And at that moment, they only felt that they were a little too arrogant. Kid, you're pretty cocky, but you have to have the capital to be cocky. I have yet to see any heavenly immortal realm griffin dare to provoke our 5 forces. Do you think that the Dark Spectre Hall you're talking about has the strength to do this? Ha ha ha. Wang Tianba opened his mouth to laugh once again after he finished speaking. Alright, which of your land's forces is this Dark Spectre Hall? Hurry up and clear it. Business is important. Moron Yun spoke impatiently. Cough. Cough. It's mine. Chu Tianya awkwardly coughed twice and said. All 4 of them looked at Chu Tianya, and Wang Tianba coldly snorted and, humph. Chu Tianya, what should I say about you? If you can't control the forces within your own territory, what else can you do? If I were to say, I'd say give me the Luoha sect all of Chichuan City to the south before it's too late. Chu Tianya glared at Wang Tianba and didn't say anything more. Wang Tianba was right. It was like a villager pointing his nose and cursing the village headman, which made him very unable to get down. Chu Tianya looked at the Night Sky 5 with a gloomy face. Ziggy, the miscellaneous family is here. Not a single one. Shade. Eunuch Chi responded, looked at the 5 people of Night Sky, shook the duster on his hand, and walked towards a few people. Just when he took 3 steps out, Eunuch Chi injected his immortal power into the handle of the duster, and the duster in his hand swung violently towards the 5 people of Night Sky, only to see the pointed tail of the dust whisk sweeping out like a row of lances, stabbing straight towards the vital parts of the 5 people. Seeing this, The faces of the 5 people of night sky became grave, and they all pulled out daggers from their waists to fend them off, their bodies dodging strangely. Eunuch Chi's face changed. What a bizarre stance. The duster was once again flung towards the sky, no longer hesitating to fight quickly, only to see the duster tail once again sweeping across, indiscriminately stabbing madly at the 5 people of night sky. Even if the Night Ski 5's stance at this moment was in how weird it was, the difference in realms was already there. A lot of blood marks have appeared on various parts of his body. The Eunuch Chi shouted. The duster above the sky had already formed a tornado like tens of thousands of lance-like tornadoes from its pointed end, rapidly stabbing madly towards the 5 people of night sky. This time, even if the 5 people of night sky wanted to hide, there was no place to hide, whether it was their arms, thighs, and shoulders that were directly pierced through. All 5 of them had different degrees of damage at this time. Now even if one wanted to cast a blood shield to escape, they didn't have that energy. Wang Tianba within the pavilion once again smiled disdainfully. Oh, really have what kind of master has what kind of subordinates? True immortals against heavenly immortals to now has not taken. Ridiculous when really ridiculous Chu Tianya originally had a bellyful of fire, and now his face became even more ugly when Wang Tianba said so. Little Zizi, did I raise you for food? Eunuch Chi hurriedly responded. Miscellaneous. Got it. After saying that there was no longer any stay, although there hadn't been any before, Eunuch Chi once again bellowed. The whisk whirlwind was even faster, sweeping towards the 5 night sky people quickly without any difference, and in just a moment's effort, the 5 night sky people were caught up in it. The whirlwind stopped, Eunuch Chi retrieved his duster, and the 5 people of night sky fell from the sky above onto the ground, not knowing whether they had fainted or really died. No one was standing up at this time. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Eunuch Chi was also a bit surprised that these 5 people actually didn't utter a single cry from start to finish. The miscellaneous family is really somewhat impressed. With a flick of his duster, he once again stood back in his previous position. Bang. Morongyan clapped her hands. This self-proclaimed Dark Spectre Hall person should say no. There's something about the stance. A force with such a stance. Will the Chu Emperor fear retaliation? Morongyan lightly laughed twice and looked at Chu Tianya with a flirtatious face. Revenge? Chu Tianya was a bit disdainful. I won't hide it from you all. After today's incident, I will personally take action to exterminate the tumor that is the Dark Spectre Hall. Wang Tianba looked at Chu Tianya's appearance at this moment with disdain. Ridiculous. Chu Tianya snorted coldly, already not wanting to pay attention to Wang Tianba. Alright everyone, it's getting late. Make a decision. Li Si Yuan urged a few people. At this moment, at the edge of the Falling Cloud Mountain Range, Darklens was watching Yili Tian and all the adults enter within the Falling Cloud Mountain Range with a respectful face. Only after seeing Elidian and the others disappearing from his field of vision did he continue to watch over this place with a serious face. Chapter 47, My subordinates lead the way. Clear the field. The 5 people in the gazebo were discussing the matter without you letting me or me letting you. Seemingly sensing something, all 5 people stopped talking, and the scene instantly became quiet. Almost at the same time, the 5 people looked in the same direction in unison. Eunuch Chi and the other people present from the various forces also all looked towards the direction they were looking at with a grave expression on their faces, and some fine sweat appeared slightly in their hands, only to see that many people appeared in front of them, other than the one at the very front. All of them were dressed almost exactly like the 5 people who had just fallen to the ground. It can't be that the people from the Dark Spectre Hall have come to trouble you so quickly. Chu Emperor. Morongyun spoke with some surprise. Chu Tianya also froze on the spot at that moment, somewhat in disbelief. Sun Xian's face was also gloomy at this time. There are many of these people that I can't see through. The whole place was awfully quiet at this point. Yili Tian stopped, looking at the 5 heavenly slayers lying on the ground not far away, and then looking at the several people sitting in the gazebo. His face changed slightly. At this moment, the people in the gazebo felt like they were seen through all of them just by Yili Tian's glance, although he did not release any breath. But the sense of oppression directly surged to the heart. Dense and tiny beads of sweat unconsciously fell on his forehead, and none of them dared to make any movements or open their mouths. They only felt that this person was terrifying to the extreme. It was like being stared at by a flood beast. The blood golden lotus standing behind Yili Tian arrived beside the 5 heavenly slayers lying on the ground in a single instant. After checking it out, his face froze. Blood golden lotus at this time some cannot believe. Panic raised his head. With the eyes of not knowing how to open the mouth to Yili Tian said, the veins are all destroyed. The limbs are almost completely wasted. There are large and small blood holes in the chest, and there is only a trace of the blood source left in the body, and the chance of life it's slim to none. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Hearing the words of the blood golden lotus, Yili Tian's face became a bit gloomy at this moment. Red Rose was also terrified at this time, and bowed hurriedly and said, "Leaving the Sky Lord." Before Red Rose could finish her sentence, Yili Tian interrupted her and, "Is that what you're saying? That there's no room for error?" Red Rose's head was buried even lower, and at this point had absolutely no idea what else to say. Yili Tian stretched out his hand and punched an energy into each of the 5 heavenly slayers, which was enough to protect the trace of the blood source within the 5 heavenly slayers. The 5 phantom killers behind him, after seeing Yili Tian strike, had the good sense to directly step forward to lift up the 5 heavenly killers, and only after receiving permission did they return to the Dark Spectre Hall for treatment ahead of time. Yili Tian still looked ahead and said to himself, "What has happened cannot be changed no matter what you do, but the outcome can." After Red Rose heard Yili Tian's words, the color in her eyes changed and she respectfully opened her mouth. Subordinate knows. After the Red Rose finished speaking, she turned to look at the several people within the pavilion, her eyes extraordinarily cold. The few people inside the pavilion only felt like they were going to be finished when Red Rose looked at them. How can they fight with this breath? Wang Tianba spoke directly without any hesitation. "Senior, calm your anger." Those 5 men in black were beaten by him. As he spoke, Wang Tianba's finger quickly pointed at Chu Tianya. "I really did not do it. I also advised him not to fight. He did not listen to us seniors." Chu Tianya cursed angrily in his heart. Grass. At this moment, the other 4 people in the pavilion were all far away from Chu Tianya. When Chu Tianya saw this scene, he also panicked a bit in his heart. He knew that it was definitely going to be over. Being frightened, he sat directly on the ground. At this moment he did not want to care about anything, and hastily said to the 4 people that, "Everyone, why are you so intimidated? If you all can help me, not to mention Akagawa City, I'm willing to give up half of my territory." No one's responding. Chu Tianya's voice was already trembling. "All of it. I'm willing to cede all of my territory." Still no answer. Wang Tianba sneered at Chu Tianya. He, and then respectfully said to Red Rose, "Senior, I personally saw Chu Tianya strike out and beat your hall's men half to death, in order to apologize that we didn't step in to stop them in time. So today, the kid is willing to execute Chu Tianya on his behalf." Chu Tianya's eyes glared even wider. At this moment he didn't care about anything. His eyes were cold like he had made some sort of determination. Directly slapping his palm towards Wang Tianba's head, he did not hold back. "Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Grass. Wang Tianba's eyes also iced over as he directly met Chu Tianya with a palm towards him. Red Rose looked at this scene, no change in her eyes, still morose and cold, and her mouth faintly spat out 2 words. Clear out." Before the Red Rose's words fell, a voice instantly sounded behind her. Lead the way." Immediately after that, the figure of an exalted lord-level assassin instantly appeared 3 paces in front of the 5 people in the gazebo. Boom! Without any hesitation, a punch directly blew out the head of Eunuch Chi, who hadn't reacted yet. In an instant, the 5 of them were scared out of their wits all of a sudden. They didn't even have time to react, and Eunuch Chi's head exploded? Sensible Wang Tianba hastily knelt down. The other people are still frozen in place, did not react. See, kneeling on the ground Wang Tianba. Other people also followed the kneeling. "Senior, I really didn't make a move. It's all Chu Tianya. It's all Ima senior. Get out." Wang Tianba was confused for a moment, but reacted in a flash. "Senior, I'll roll. Wang Tianba did not have any stay, directly turned to leave. The other several people see this, do not know what to do. Is it roll or not roll? Also followed Wang Tianba's words and said, "Elder also has nothing to do with us. We simply don't know Chu Tianya. It's all about him moving alone, Elder." The 3 said while kowtowing and begging for mercy. "If you don't get lost in 3 breaths, then you die." The 3 of them turned around and ran directly upon hearing this. And to say that the one who ran the fastest was 100 Flower Valley Master Morong Yun. After everyone left, Chu Tianya was the only one left in the pavilion. Chu Tianya knew that he would definitely die today, so he directly shouted and chose to self-destruct to die. You're the ones who forced me to die. If you want me to die, then die together." Pust. The exalted Lord Slayer Ghost Sovereign directly put his fingers together, and a hand knife struck Chu Tianya straight in the abdomen. The power that was being condensed within Chu Tianya's body was directly crushed by this blow. Chu Tianya spat out large mouthfuls of blood directly from his mouth, his hands covering his stomach as he frantically rolled on the ground. Chu Tianya was horrified. "Cultivation? My cultivation? Why can't I feel my cultivation? No! This can't be! From the beginning to the end, the expression on Ghost Zun's face did not change in any way, casually lifting up the already wasted Chu Tianya to the front of the Red Rose, waiting for the next instruction. Chapter 48, Sacrificing a Dead Daughter. Jiang Ziyue. Red Rose looked at Chu Tianya and opened her mouth in a morose tone. Bring it back to the Dark Spectre Hall after this is over. And do all 18 tortures again. Lead the way. The Ghost Zune responded. Then respectfully stood aside, casually stepping on Chu Tianya's feet. After doing all this, Red Rose came to Yi Li Tian's side and respectfully opened her mouth. Lord Li Tian. Things are all settled. Yi Li Tian nodded his head in response and then spoke. Go on. As the voice fell, Yi Li Tian walked towards the front, and behind him, all the assassins of the Dark Spectre Hall, all of them followed at the back in silence. After walking for a short while, Yi Li Tian stopped at a place with an extremely beautiful scenery and looked around with great satisfaction, whispered under his breath, sacrifice. After Yi Li Tian finished speaking, he only saw that the two mourners behind him, Burial 1 and Burial 2, were carrying a huge stone monument as tall as a human being over, and slowly inserted it in the center of this place of extreme beauty, and after doing this, the two of them went back within the group. Yi Li Tian looked at the huge stone monument in front of him and fell into deep thought, slowly reaching out his hand, carefully stroking the portrait on top of the stone monument, and could not return to his senses for a long time. The portrait was carved by herself with the memories in her mind. There was no color, but just by looking at the way the woman's features looked, you could tell that the woman was beautiful. Although it couldn't be compared to those really good-looking women, this woman gave off a very pure look, and in the portrait of this woman is engraved right below 3 words. It is this woman's name, Jiang Ziyue. This Jiang Ziyue was no one else but Yi Li Tian's fiancée within the underworld Slayer world, who had of course killed herself a long time ago. Yi Li Tian retracted his arm and looked at the portrait. A touch of tenderness that had never appeared on his face appeared in his eyes. Worship. Rise and kneel. A kowtow. Even though the rules of the Dark Spectre Hall did not allow for kneeling at this moment, Yi Li Tian slowly knelt down. The moment he had just knelt down, the sky changed color abruptly and dark clouds rolled in. This day, not worthy. A worship. Yi Li Tian's eyes were resolute as he paid his respects. Behind them, all the assassins of the Dark Spectre Hall, all knelt down and bowed deeply. The sky changed color once again, and at this moment, not only the sky here, but all the skies within the heavenly man's domain were instantly covered in dark clouds, and the sound of thunder rose in all directions. What? How come it's dark all of a sudden? An ordinary person within a small town looking at the suddenly color-changing sky was also unsure of what was happening. All the cultivators within the entire Tianmong domain all looked at the sky in unison with a grave expression. Transition? A casualty guessed. The man beside him looked at the sky with a suspicious look in his eyes and, unlike, everyone has speculated about what happened. But no one knows. On top of a deserted mountain, the old man who was sleeping on top of a recliner was woken up by the sudden change of color in the sky, reluctantly sat up and looked at the scene in the sky, which is not clear to see. A look is still a bit unbelievable. The heavenly Tao here seems to be fearing something weird and strange. Get up. Yi Li Tian including all the cultivators behind him all got up. Kowtow again. Second bow. Yi Li Tian once again paid his respects. All the killers behind them had once again followed Yi Li Tian and worshipped. Boom! Above the sky, an extremely strong heavenly thunderstorm violently struck above the deserted open space the moment Yi Li Tian worshipped. As long as a great power was here, it was known that even the heavenly Tao was kneeling. Get up! Most bow. 3 bows. Everyone within the Dark Spectre Hall all paid their respects for the 3rd time. Boom! 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 3 times in a row. The power of the heavenly Tao's heavenly tribulation all struck the same place. The earth shook. That place was no other than the Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. However, this thunderbolt did not do any damage. The power of the heavenly tribulation was washing the essence of the 5 fainting heavenly slayers, and the blood sources in their bodies were slowly recovering. This was a heavenly tribulation thunder that could only be formed by someone's tribulation. Yet the heavenly Tao couldn't withstand Yi Li Tian's 3 kowtows, and could only use the heavenly tribulation thunder with the heavenly Tao's purity attached to it to eliminate this great karma. All of the cultivators within the Tianmong domain all detected this terrifying power of the heavenly calamity. This is Tai True Immortal Tribulation Thunder. Li Siyuan of the domain Northly family. His pupils were somewhat afraid to be shocked. Even the Sun family, the 100 Flowers Valley, and the Luaha sect were lamenting. Someone from the Tianmong domain is crossing the Tai True Immortal Tribulation? Could it be that a Tai True Immortal powerhouse is going to appear in my Tianmong domain? Morong Yun had lost her flirtatious color at this moment. And there was only gravity. The old man on top of the barren mountain naturally felt the lightning of the heavenly tribulation, and at this moment, he had already stood up and was just looking at the sky. This thunderbolt. There's something weird. Could be. The old man's face was grave to the extreme at this moment. How come? A tiny true immortal cultivator came to this tiny projectile land to cross the threshold? The old man's face was still a bit puzzled. This lightning tribulation stopped after only 3 times? Isn't the great Luo golden immortal 9 times? Am I misremembering, or did he fail the tribulation? Solely not bothering much, he continued to recline in his chair and sleep. Get up! Rite of passage. Yili Tian slowly stood up, and all the killers behind him rose together. At this time, everyone's face was serious. Yili Tian took out a bouquet of chrysanthemums within his spatial ring and placed it in front of Jiang Jiyu's stone monument, half crouching down and speaking softly. The 13,567 years, and the 13,567 times I have come to see you. Still, this life also waits for you. Yili Tian stood up and watched for a long time before turning to leave. Behind them, all the assassins of the Dark Spectre Hall bowed deeply to Jiang Jiyu's stone monument and turned to follow Yili Tian back to the Dark Spectre Hall. A good long time. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. 3 voices whispered at the mountain range of falling clouds just now. Chen Liang watched the entire process from the top of a distant mountain. This person's kneeling can actually invoke the heavenly Tao. I'm dripping too strong. Chen Liang jumped off the top of the mountain and carefully walked towards the stone monument. Just within 10 meters of walking to the place of the stone monument, Chen Liang found that no matter how he walked, it was difficult to take another step forward. Formation? Chen Liang murmured. That's right, an existence that can cause someone who invokes the heavenly Tao to kneel is bound to be important to him. He wasn't thinking of destroying it either. And he couldn't. Chen Liang was just 10 meters away, carefully observing the huge stone tablet. Jiang Jiyue? Pretty good name, he. But it's far from my wife's. Chen Liang then looked down again, only to see 2 sentences written below Jiang Jiyue's name. Chen Liang's body involuntarily trembled and froze in place when he saw those 2 sentences. I only saw that the 2 sentences were, a proud smile breaks the dreams of the past, and the demon sword is in the grip to point straight to the gods. Chen Liang had a bit more of a different glow in his eyes, and at this moment, he bowed very reverently to the stone monument, then turned to leave. Chapter 49. Lots of articles of big news coming out. Yili Tian returned inside the Dark Spectre Hall. At this time, he was also a bit surprised, watching the wounds of the 5 heavenly slayers in front of him being recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even he himself was somewhat shocked. After probing a bit with his extreme consciousness, he found that a very kind and pure energy within the 5 heavenly slayers was repairing several people's meridians, and it was also nourishing several people's divine souls, and even the blood source was slowly recovering. Yili Tian realized that the energy in the bodies of several people was extremely similar to the heaven and earth here, but was a little unsure why such pure energy should help Heavenly Slayer repair their injuries. Could it be because of the heavenly calamity just now? It just so happened to help a few people recover? Thinking of this, Yili Tian himself was a bit unconvinced, shaking his head and laughing lightly. That's good. And you don't have to spend your own essence source to rescue them. Although he didn't know why, Yili Tian was no longer prepared to care more, so he turned around and left the room of the 5 people. With a single step, Yili Tian arrived inside the top floor hall of the Dark Spectre Hall and sat on top of the dark and majestic seat. At the bottom of the great hall, Wang Shuyi stood respectfully. Little king, I think highly of you, Yili Tian said. Wang Shuyi hurriedly saluted respectfully and said, to be looked upon favorably by the master is the honor of little king's life. He. Yili Tian lightly laughed twice, then continued. You immediately go to the Tianyin Imperial Palace, where I've already taken care of things, and from today onwards the Dark Spectre Hall's explicit matters will be in your charge. Wang Shuyi's body froze after hearing these words. The heart was already excited. What? Did I hear you right? My master has put me in charge of all the things in the bright side of the Dark Spectre Hall? My God! Wang Shuyi, at the moment his waist bent deeper. Little Wang thanks the master for his appreciation. Please master, put 100 hearts. I will definitely take full responsibility to the end, master. Yili Tian nodded. Wang Shuyi respectfully retreated and without any delay headed to the headquarters of the Great Diffusion Dynasty, which should now be called the Dark Spectre Hall branch. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 days later. As today in the Tianman domain, there were many explosive news coming from all of them. Big news. Not long ago, an outside Tai true immortal cultivator came to my Tianman domain to cross the threshold, and he only managed to carry down 3 heavenly thunderbolts and failed. He will not survive. Terror! The Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty has been destroyed, and the head of the Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty was hung above the gates of Chichuan City. Crazy, crazy, crazy! It is said that the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty was destroyed by the Dark Spectre Hall, and that the previous Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty Hall has been changed into a Dark Spectre Hall branch hall. What? The other 4 forces in the Tianman domain that are on par with the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty are actually making overtures to the Dark Spectre Hall? These messages are coming out.
Undoubtedly it had spread into all the corners within the Tianmong domain in just an instant.
And when they heard this news, the crowd was also shocked beyond measure. All of them all agreed that the Dark Spectre Hall, a killer force, existed true immortal powerhouses. And in the Tianmong domain, the Dark Spectre Hall has become the #1 force in the Tianmong domain. Sure, there are still a lot of people who don't believe the news at all because there are so many rumors going around these days. In order to confirm the reliability of these news, there were many people who came to Sichuan City just to see with their own eyes the head of one of the former Tianmong domain overlords, that lord of the Tianyan imperial dynasty, Chu Tianya. At this time, there was a sea of people at the entrance of Akagawa City, a crowded kind of scene. Those who wanted to get out of the city were in turn crowded by those who wanted to get into the city, all of whom were particularly helpless. Hey, guess my foot. Who the kicked my ass? There's something wrong with you. Don't you let me see your grandson. Where are my spirit stones? Who stole my spirit stone? Algo Chu Tianya died so tragically. Of course the lord of Akagawa City was also very helpless. He had already raised the entry fee by a full 30 times. What a concept. That's 300 spirit stones. But even so, the number of people coming into the city is very high. Of course there are those who have no money. What can they do without money? No money to watch outside the city is also to watch. Not many people have left yet. Snap. A crunch. Mr. Storyteller slammed the waking wood in his hand down hard on the table, just straight away. He also met so many people for the first time, and at the moment, he was also excited. Guess what? Snap. Mr. Storyteller slapped the waking wood on the table again. The #1 force in the Tianmong domain is actually the Dark Spectre Hall. After saying that, Mr. Storyteller reached out and took out the folding fan hanging behind his back, holding it in his hand and flinging it open with force. There were 5 big words written on it. Omniscient. Meanwhile, the little beggar boy, who often listened to Mr. Book stories, was perversely not here today, and 100 miles away from Sichuan City. The little beggar boy was seen walking forward with bare feet and wearing thin clothes with difficulty, though his body told him to stop. His will told him no, and he can't stop. At this moment in the eyes of this beggar boy inexplicably more than a trace of perseverance color. He just so towards the front has been walking, never stopped, even if the soles of his feet had been punctured by debris, even if his feet left a bloody footprint with every step, but even so, his pace never slowed, he never stopped a step. Akagawa Castle is 4,000 miles away to the south, above the barren mountains. Chen Liang seemed like a different person after just arriving at the barren mountain, just got back and was there diligently trying to practice. Even the old man lying asleep in his chair was a bit surprised. Trying so hard? Taken over? The old man suspected in his mind. But no matter how you look at it, it's the same Chen Liang from before. Only now it's become more diligent. The old man laughed. How did you figure it out? Cultivated so hard? Chen Liang looked at the old man, still resolute in his eyes, and said, going out on this trip, I've seen a lot and figured out a lot, and I've realized that strength is honored in this world. But even if you're strong, what's the use if you can't protect the woman you love? So I hope I grow up quickly. I hope that when I see her again, I can stand in front of her with determination. And I hope that I will have the strength to stand in front of her at that time. The old man looked at Chen Liang at this moment, and was somewhat unsure whether it was good or bad. Solely saying nothing more, he slumped back in his chair and went back to sleep. And for once the old man wasn't humming a little tune or holding a pipe in his mouth. Even his eyes didn't close. He just looked above the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Liang, on the other hand, continued to cultivate hard without slacking off for a moment. The old man turned his head to Chen Liang once again, muttering, so what if it were to say that you would never have any possibility of standing in front of her in your life? Would you still try so hard? The old man smiled to himself. Oh, if the effort worked, I wouldn't have to bring you to this bullet-ridden place. Although the old man said so on his lips, he still didn't tell him all the truth when he saw Chen Liang who was working so hard. You'll find out later. After that the old man slumped back into his chair, not knowing whether he was asleep or not. Chapter 50. Let me hear your reasons. The moon was like a silver disc. Time was in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed from the day when the great news of the Tianmong domain shook. At this moment, Sichuan City was no longer overcrowded, but there would still be some outsiders who couldn't help but be curious and come to the city gates to watch Chu Tianya's head. These were no longer important, although the name Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty still existed. But as long as people mentioned the name Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty, the first thing that came to mind was not Chu Tianya, but rather the Dark Spectre Hall, an assassin force. At that time, people were only focusing on watching Chu Tianya's head, completely oblivious to the fact that there was another head on the far left above the gates. This head was basically all that was left of the skull. At which point a male cultivator opened his mouth in confusion. Hey, whose skull is that on the far left above the gates? Did none of you see it? This male cultivator immediately drew attention to himself after he finished speaking. I'll go. Really, eh? I didn't see it until you said so. Yeah, who's this one? You guys don't get it. At this moment, a native cultivator of Sichuan City spoke up. This skull is none other than the previous city lord's. Oh, so the city lord doesn't even like to be buried when he dies and likes to hang his head up there for people to see? An outsider guest cultivator spoke up. Oh ho! When the native cultivators of Sichuan City heard those words, they looked at that outsider with the eyes of a retard. What? The outsider was all over the place at that look. Sichuan City native cultivator laughed. What do you think? Still hanging above to see? This is offended by a full family beheading it. At this moment, someone else said. Who was offended? Could it be Chu Tianya? The native cultivator shook his head. No, 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 no. This big shot who offended could be even more powerful than Chu Tianya. It's rumored that he's not from the Tianmong domain. It's not the Tianmong domain? How did a great power from the outside world get involved with the Tianmong domain? The native cultivators didn't know how to answer. At this time a person from the Tianyin Imperial City whispered to the crowd and said, Wrong. This person has not offended anyone. And according to the grapevine, it was someone from the outside world who gave Chu Tianya a downward spiral. All of the surrounding cultivators revealed a look of incomparable surprise, as if they had heard some big news. And then what? And then what? Just as the people of the Heaven's Eye Imperial City were about to say something else, a voice shouted up from the crowd. Transitioned. Someone has transited. As soon as the crowd heard that someone had crossed the threshold, all of them lost any interest in the matter and ran in one direction. Transitional robbery? It's the first time I've ever seen a tribulation in public. The people of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial City similarly ran towards the place of the tribulation. The crowd was filled with black lines when they arrived at the place of transition. The so-called transmigration was indeed a transmigration, however it was not an immortalization tribulation. At that moment, someone cursed angrily. Break through a saint? Damn you! At this point the crowd was no longer interested in dispersing, and 4,000 to 5,000 miles away from Sichuan City, a dirty little boy was still struggling to walk forward. His feet were already bloody, so you could imagine how long he had been walking, tired to rest for a while, thirsty to go to the river to drink some river water, hungry to see some wild fruits will be able to fill up the hunger, really cannot find then can only starve. Even so, this little boy still didn't give up, and just walked forward and, no one knew where he was going or what he was going to do. And he just kept walking. After just a few more days of walking in a row, a city appeared in the little boy's vision. The little boy was overjoyed at the moment and hurriedly ran towards the city. This city was the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial City. At this time, there were not particularly many people entering the city, and the little boy, full of joy, was at the very back of the line. It wasn't long before it was the little boy's turn to enter the city, and when the little boy saw it was his turn he walked right in. At that moment the guards at the gates stopped him. The fee for entering the city is 20 spirit stones. The voice was icy, not taking the little boy seriously at all. The little boy touched his pocket and took out 20 spirit stones. No more, no less. This was all the little boy had. After handing the spirit stone to the guard, the soldier told him to hurry inside with a disgusted look on his face. Without any hesitation, the little boy walked in with a face full of excitement. After entering the city the little boy stopped, turned around and bowed deeply in the direction of Akagawa Castle. Thank you. Sir, I will repay you. After saying that, the little boy walked straight towards the northernmost part of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial City. This Heavenly Diffraction Imperial City is also really big, almost 4 times as big as Sichuan City, and the buildings here are also extremely spectacular, not comparable to Sichuan City at all. In the northernmost part of the Imperial City was the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Palace, but it had now been renamed as the Dark Spectre Hall branch. Inside the main hall of the subchurch, Wang Shuyi was sitting at the very top of the hall with a smile on his face. At this time a guard hurriedly ran in, kneeling down on one knee respectfully and said, Lord Wang, there is a beggar outside the temple who says he wants to see you, and we can't drive him away no matter how hard we try. Wang Shuyi pondered for a while or decided to meet. Let him in. Nah. The guards left. Before long, 2 guards walked in with a beggar boy. This little boy was the one who had traveled all the way from Akagawa City with great difficulty. Wang Shuyi waved his hand and the 2 guards immediately understood and turned to leave. Wang Shuyi shot a glance at the little boy, then said, You wanted to see me? The boy hesitated then nodded but didn't speak. Wang Shuyi was also a bit speechless and continued to ask, Why did you come to see me? With a look of determination in his eyes, the little boy opened his mouth and said, I want to join the Dark Spectre Hall. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth.
indicating hesitation or thinking over. A beggar actually wants to join the Dark Spectre Hall? If this was heard by the people outside, they would directly take it as a joke. However, when Wang Shuyi heard these words, he didn't have any color of ridicule, but instead, he seriously sized up the little boy in front of him. The top half of a thin tunic with a lot of holes sewn and torn is gone. That's all there is. Looking again at his feet, which were almost a blur, and still able to stand, you can imagine how strong this little boy, not yet old enough, must be inside. Wang Shuyi didn't agree to him joining just because he looked at him pitifully, even though it was only a branch hall. If every pitiful person came to him and said that he wanted to join the Dark Spectre Hall, wouldn't he, Wang Shuyi, agree to all of them? That's not possible. Wang Shuyi changed his usual lazy attitude, but asked the little boy a question with a serious face. Can you tell me the reason you want to join the Dark Spectre Hall? Without the slightest hesitation at this point, the little boy opened his mouth with a face full of determination. My life is my own. I wake up holding a murderous sword. I don't want to be connected to a wall, but I want the right to kill. Wang Shou gave a start. Looking at the little boy in front of him, it was a little hard to believe that those words could actually come out of the mouth of a little boy that age. He was also a little curious as to what the little boy had gone through to be able to say those words. Wang Shuyi had only casually opened his mouth to ask, not really wanting to agree to him joining. But these words of the little boy at this moment made Wang Shuyi change his mind. Chapter 51, The Outside Man Speaks Out. Wang Shuyi was just looking at the little boy, and that little boy was also looking at Wang Shuyi. In his heart, he thought, if I can train a top assassin, will the master look at me in a higher light? He. With that thought, Wang Shuyi's face involuntarily smiled. Wang Shuyi then nodded his head and said, I agree, but you have to remember one thing. You're joining the Dark Spectre Hall branch, not the main hall. The little boy couldn't hide the happiness on his face at this time, and didn't care about the pain brought on by his body. He was about to kneel down and salute. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi directly waved his hand to reject it, and then said righteously, since you have joined the Dark Spectre Hall, then I will tell you the first rule. Dark Spectre killers never kneel. Can you remember that? The little boy nodded solemnly. I remember, my lord. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Wang Shuyi once again opened his mouth and asked, oh yes, I still don't know your name. The little boy yawned his head and said, I don't have a name. No name? Wang Shuyi muttered. That's right, beggars usually don't have names. What should I call them? The warlike wolf? Or the brave turtle? After thinking for a moment, Wang Shuyi said, then you will be called Cold Knight. Cold Knight? The little boy was actually indifferent. In fact, he could be called anything. After Wang Shuyi finished speaking, the little boy respectfully arched his hand and said, Cold Knight, thank you, my lord. Wang Shuyi nodded his head in satisfaction with a smile on his face, then threw a gongfu to Cold Knight. This gong method is not simple. This gong method is based on the gong method left by his Wang family ancestor after Yili Tian's hand personally transformed after the killer gong method. Just Wang Shuyi too lazy do not want to practice. This is a gong method, go down and cultivate it. Cold Knight was not polite and picked up the gongfu and nodded his head to leave. Then a guard brought Cold Knight to his new residence. Cold Knight entered the room and didn't rush to rest. Instead, he casually cleaned up his own wounds and plunged headlong into cultivation. Wang Shuyi was still sitting on top of the Great Hall, and at this time, he was a bit sleepy. Not a moment later, a guard ran in even more flustered than before, unable to speak properly, and, big, Lord is not well. Wang Shuyi, who was sitting on top of his chair, was startled by the guards who suddenly ran in, and he was just about to squint for a while. Then with some annoyance, he said, panic is a good thing. Before Wang Shuyi finished speaking, a woman outside the main hall directly walked in, looking cold and colorful. Ignoring everyone in the Great Hall, he directly walked towards a chair on the side and sat down very casually and domineeringly. Wang Shuyi was a bit confused. He had absolutely no idea what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. Someone had trashed him. Since Wang Shuyi had followed Yili Tian, when had he ever received this kind of anger? He directly shouted towards the outside of the hall, come on, man. In an instant, dozens of lance-wielding guards rushed straight in from outside the door, and without any hesitation directly surrounded the sitting woman to death. Take that! At Wang Shuyi's command, dozens of guards armed with lances stabbed towards the woman. The woman didn't even move at this point, her face full of disdain. The Griffin! As the words fell, a single glance swept out, only to see the dozens of guards instantly sent flying out, smashing on top of a distant wall before coming to a stop. Falling to the ground, they didn't even have time to cry out in pain. All were lifeless. When Wang Shuyi saw this scene, his face was filled with disbelief. Both legs were trembling now, carefully inquiring, who the hell are you? The woman laughed softly, playing with the long, slender nails on her hands contemptuously. and said, Chu Tianya's soul blood broke. I thought it was destroyed by the other 4 families. I didn't expect it to actually be a great emperor. What a waste. Chu Tianya. Although the woman said so, she naturally wouldn't believe that Chu Tianya had been destroyed by the great emperor, and looked at Wang Shuyi with the eyes of an ant. You don't deserve to talk to me yet. Call out the person behind you. Wang Shuyi thought to himself. My master has only just made me the head of this branch hall for a few days. If I have to call my master every time I encounter a major event, then wouldn't I be a bit too useless? Thinking of this, Wang Shuyi pretentiously adjusted his sitting position and looked at the woman and said, The man behind it? Honestly, when you came in, you should have seen that the head of this Dark Spectre Hall branch is me, and I am the person behind this. The woman's brow furrowed, and her eyes turned a little cold. Are you kidding me? The woman directly released her own aura to press towards Wang Shuyi. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi hurriedly spoke. Your Excellency, if you have something to say, I can make the decision. Oh, yes? The woman withdrew her breath and spoke with a smile on her face. You're much more sensible than Chu Tianya. Since this is the case, then I'll be straightforward. In the future I'll be coming every year at this time, and before that are going to prepare 7/10 of your Tianmong domain's resources. Do you understand? Wang Shuyi was stunned for a moment. What did she say? 7/10 of the resources? Why didn't she go to heaven? Although he thought so, but Wang Shuyi didn't dare to say so, opened his mouth and said to the woman, Your Excellency, I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. I can't make the call on this one. The woman's eyes went cold. So you were teasing me about what you just said? After saying that, the woman waved her big hand, only to see a short sword flying out from her sleeve, shooting towards Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi saw the situation. His face suddenly changed. His body has been scared stiff in place. With a bang, the short sword was not far off from being directly inserted on top of the backrest of the seat beside Wang Shuyi, a mere 7 centimeters away from Wang Shuyi's head. Wang Shuyi's face was so white at the moment that one could hear Wang Shuyi's heartbeat as it fluttered. My patience is limited. This is your last chance. The woman's voice once again rang in Wang Shuyi's ears. Wang Shuyi didn't dare to breathe at the moment. His voice trembled and said, Former generation, I indeed can't make the call, but the person behind me can. The woman grimaced. I don't have much patience left. You only have 10 minutes. Wang Shuyi hurriedly took out his transmission jade tablet and informed Yi Li Tian of this matter in full. Just like that, not a moment later, Yi Li Tian's figure silently appeared inside the main hall. When Wang Shuyi saw Yi Li Tian arrive, a smile finally appeared on his face, and he hurriedly stood up and wiped his chair down. Hey, master, please sit down. Yi Li Tian sat down on the chair very casually. Wang Shuyi stood aside very consciously. The woman in the hall was also a little surprised in her heart when she saw Yi Li Tian appear. When this person appeared, I actually failed to detect this person's aura. Could it be that there is some kind of magic treasure? Thinking about it, the woman was somewhat certain that it would be the manna. Chapter 52, You can go now. Really? Needles. The woman looked at Yi Li Tian and spoke. You're the one behind him? Yi Li Tian nodded his head and did not speak. The woman continued. I'm sure he's already told you the purpose of my trip. Yi Li Tian nodded his head again, still not speaking. The woman saw that Yi Li Tian kept nodding his head and didn't get annoyed. She only felt that this person should have been intimidated by his own aura, then continued to speak. So your answer? Denied. Yi Li Tian's indifferent voice resounded within the great hall. The woman slightly froze for a moment, but only for a moment. The icy cold eyes directly lifted up, and a late-stage true immortal's pressure directly swept towards Yi Li Tian. Seeing this scene, Wang Shuyi directly leaned towards the chair behind Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian was still sitting there without flickering. His face was still flat, letting that terrifying pressure hit his body. Griffin. Yi Li Tian snorted coldly. The woman's pressure instantly dissipated, and the woman in the distance directly flew backwards along with her chair. The woman braced herself and struggled to get up from the ground. At this moment, she no longer had the lofty attitude she had before. All she had now was the disbelief in her eyes towards Yi Li Tian, as well as a deep fear. You are a Tai true immortal, the woman said with a trembling voice as she looked at Yi Li Tian. But at this moment, he was in complete disbelief. Impossible. How is it possible? How could a Tai true immortal exist in this tiny place? Yi Li Tian didn't care at all what this woman thought. Looking at this woman with a downward gaze, you have 3 chances to speak, and if what I hear is not satisfactory, you will die a horrible death. Understand? The woman looked at Yi Li Tian at this moment, even if she knew that Yi Li Tian was a Tai true immortal. But the moment she thought of the lady behind her, the fear in the bottom of her eyes directly dissipated, and what changed was a face full of disdain. So what if it's a Tai true immortal? In my lady's eyes it's just a mole cricket with a bit of strength. Click. Without any sign, The woman's arm directly broke and fell to the ground. Before the woman could react, she saw that one of her arms had fallen to the ground. The eyes were glazed over with horror. Immediately afterward, a tearing pain at the woman's shoulder swept through her body. Ah! No! The woman's face had twisted together at this moment, and she kept rolling on the ground in pain. Twice. Yi Li Tian's voice once again resounded within the great hall. When the woman heard Yi Li Tian's voice, there was only anger in her heart. He only wanted to eat Yi Li Tian alive at this moment. Enduring the pain, he used his other hand to stop the wound with magic power, and stood up from the ground with great difficulty, looking viciously at Yi Li Tian in his eyes. Kid, have you stayed in this tiny projectile land for too long? Do you really think that a Tai true immortal can do whatever he wants? Ha! Ridiculous. You have to know. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she heard yet another clicking sound in the great hall. Bang! The woman's body directly did not stand firm and fell hard on the ground. The woman looked at her left leg in disbelief, which was gone at the moment. Ah! A sound even louder than the previous scream resounded within the hall, and had even reached the outside of the hall. Those who heard it thought it was someone killing a pig, so they didn't pay any attention to it. The woman's face was now white and bloodless, and with great difficulty, she used a spell to stop the blood from her thighs. By now the woman had lost so much blood that her lips were white and she had little strength even to speak. Once, Yi Li Tian's voice once again resounded within the hall, but the woman sitting on the ground at the moment heard it clearly. Yi Li Tian's voice came into his own ears as if he heard the god of death pronouncing his death. An unprecedented sense of fear appeared in his heart. Elder, spare your life. I'll say everything. She panicked. She was really afraid at the moment that Yi Li Tian would give him death in one go. Say everything you know, Yi Li Tian said. Although the woman's body was in extreme pain and her body was extremely weak, it was useless at the moment. She spoke with difficulty. Senior, I come from the Tianxian continent outside of the Tianmong domain. In your words, I am called a person from the outside world, and the location of the Tianxian continent is just 100,000 miles away from the northern sea of the Tianmong domain. My name is Du Cuckoo. I'm one of the Fan family's offerings and my young lady's personal maid. Yi Li Tian smiled at the corner of his mouth. Tianxian continent. Interesting. Continue. The woman was taken aback and then told everything she knew in full. The young lady in her mouth is the third young lady of the Fan family. Fan Xinyan. Of course, as her name suggests, she will do whatever it takes to get what she wants. And Fan Xinyan has two brothers above her. Because the Fan family head was old, the Fan family had decided that after 50 years, the three members of the Fan family would elect one person to be the new head of the Fan family. Of course, this year is the 45th year, which means that there are 5 more years before the general election for the Fan family's lord will be coming up. The reason why Du Cuckoo had come to this bullet point was nothing more than Fan Xinyan's order to suck up some resources to help her breakthrough. And only if Du Cuckoo became stronger would she have a chance to be elected as the head of the family 5 years later. Of course, the head of the family was naturally the one with the highest strength and the best business skills, except for the three of them. Although the Fan family was too anxious to choose a new family head right now, it couldn't be helped that the three hadn't grown up yet. The family head's lifespan didn't have some days left, so this highest strength is changed to whoever is looking for a higher strength. That's all I know. I'm not sure about anything else, Cuckoo said in a raspy voice. Yi Li Tian's face remained flat. He knew very well that Du Cuckoo was just an envoy knowing only so much. Okay, you can go. Azalea froze for a moment, somewhat in disbelief. Really? Yi Li Tian nodded. Cuckoo was full of joy, and with a hop and a limp she walked quickly towards the outside of the great hall. All she wanted now was to get out of this place that frightened her so quickly. Yi Li Tian raised a finger and aimed it at Cuckoo's chest. Bang! A finger-thick pillar of blood-red energy light shot out directly from Yi Li Tian's fingertips, shooting towards Du Cuckoo. Du Cuckoo only felt a pain in his chest, lifted his eyes and looked up, full of disbelief, directly fell to the ground. With his last breath of doubt, he said, didn't you say, let me go? Yi Li Tian's mouth smiled. That's right, it's a pity I don't like the way you walk. Cuckoo was straight up silent. Master is so awesome. Wang Shuyi quickly stepped forward at this time. His face was full of smiles, and he hurriedly complimented Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian did not take it personally and casually said, dispose of it. After saying this, Yi Li Tian's figure disappeared inside the grand hall. Wang Shuyi hurriedly nodded his head. Don't worry, master. Isn't it just the corpse of one woman in the true immortal realm? I will definitely handle it cleanly and beautifully. Although Yi Li Tian could no longer hear Wang Shuyi's words, Wang Shuyi still insisted on finishing before raising his head. Then he shouted at the door. Somebody! Chapter 53. There's no end to my violent temper. Tianxian continent. Fan family, inside a closed cave. Fan Xinyan, who was in seclusion. snapped her eyes open and took out a soul jade token from within her spatial ring, which was none other than Du Cuckoo's, only to see that the soul jade plaque in Fan Xinyan's hand had shattered. Fan Xinyan looked at the broken soul jade plaque in her hand, her eyes filled with a morose coldness. The Heavenly Diffraction Imperial Dynasty. What a Heavenly Diffraction Imperial Dynasty! Damn! Damn you all! Fan Xinyan's icy, murderous voice resounded throughout the entire cave. Outside the cave, a burly middle-aged man who was guarding the spell for Fan Xinyan was also the first to enter to check when he heard the sound coming from inside the cave. Upon seeing the angry Fan Xinyan, the middle-aged man opened his mouth with a puzzled face. What's wrong, miss? Did something happen? Fan Xinyan looked at the middle-aged man and spoke in an icy tone. Uncle Wu, take a trip to the Tianmong domain and destroy the Tianyan Imperial Dynasty. As Fan Xinyan uttered these words, it was as if she was giving an account of a trivial and insignificant matter, completely failing to place the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty in her eyes. Yes, miss. Without any hesitation, the Uncle Wu in Fan Xinyan's mouth directly answered and turned around to leave. This Uncle Wu is also one of the Fan family's worship, and Fan Xinyan stand a team. And 5 years later Fan family head selection. Uncle Wu is Fan Xinyan's biggest card. Fan Xinyan inside the cave was filled with icy colors as she looked in the direction of the Tianmong domain. No matter who it is, if you dare to jeopardize my grand plan, you'll all have to die. Above the 100,000 miles of ocean, Uncle Wu's figure was speeding in the direction of the Tianmong domain. The speed was as fast as a stream of light cutting through the sky. After only a day's time, Uncle Wu had already arrived at the Tianmong domain. Uncle Wu stood in the sky above the Tianmong domain, his eyes scanning everything in the Tianmong domain, his own aura of an early-stage Taiyi true immortal not converging at all. After locking onto the location of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, Uncle Wu's figure directly disappeared in place and flew towards the location of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty. On top of the barren mountain, the old man who was sleeping suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, somewhat puzzled. This is the aura of a Taiyi true immortal, but the aura is a bit weak, like it just broke through not long ago. But why would a Taiyi true immortal come to this small place? Could it be them? But the scent is completely different. Forget it, just don't come to me. At that thought the old man took another nap. Inside the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty, Uncle Wu stood over the Imperial City, looking down on the place, and shouted under his breath that, Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty, come out, little boy. This shout was heard by all the people in the city, and they all raised their heads to look towards the sky above them. Someone spoke up. Who is this guy? So crazy. Doesn't he know that flying is forbidden here? Could it be that he's here to smash the scene? He actually dared to call the Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty a little child. Doesn't he know that the Dark Spectre Hall is in charge now? Whether he knows it or not I don't know, but I do know that there's a good thing going on right now. Inside the Imperial Palace, Wang Shuyi naturally heard this person's shouts, and Wang Shuyi had basically guessed this person's purpose. No? Just a few days ago? You came to the door so soon? Wang Shuyi was full of anger at this time, crouching behind his chair in the Great Hall. There's no end to it. My violent temper. Although Wang Shuyi said this on his lips, his body still remained unmoving. When Uncle Wu saw that no one had come out of the Great Hall after a long time, his face also turned cold. Since you're not coming out, then you can even save the effort of burying it. Go to hell. Without any hesitation Uncle Wu directly slapped his palm down, only to see a huge palm above the sky, falling from the sky, towards the Great Hall at great speed. The palm of his hand was large enough to cover the entire palace hall. Before even getting close, the terrifying might had already pressed out dense cracks in the houses of the palace hall. When the people in the city saw this scene, they scattered in all directions as if they were crazy, fearing that they would be dragged along with them. Bing bong, only to see an energy within the hall shoot out towards the huge palm. An energy blast sounded, and the huge palm above the sky directly dissipated without any sign. Uncle Wu's pupils contracted violently as he looked towards the main hall. Immediately afterward a voice came out in the Great Hall. Who is it? Causing trouble in front of my Dark Spectre Hall branch? In front of the door. As the voice fell, only a straight figure was seen standing in front of the entrance of the Great Hall. This figure is the Dark Spectre's master assassin, Blood Honored. The crowd that was fleeing saw this scene and stopped again, stopping to watch the show. Seeing this scene, Uncle Wu also looked at the figure in front of the gate of the Great Hall with a face of surprise, and said with a face of disbelief, how is that possible? You're a Taiyi true immortal. In Uncle Wu's opinion, his coming to the small Tianmong domain was nothing but, a big deal. The person with the highest realm here is only a true immortal great perfection. How could there be a Taiyi true immortal powerhouse? At this time, Uncle Wu's face, there was no longer the previous blandness,
and what transformed was the color of extreme gravity. Ha! Bloodzone laughed twice and without any hesitation. A flash came directly in front of Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu was astonished beyond belief. So fast. The body instinctively withdrew toward the back for a distance of tens of feet. He knew that facing a strong person who was also a Tai true immortal, as long as he had the slightest hesitation he was bound to fall here. After Uncle Wu stabilized his stance, without any hesitation, his fingers changed rapidly, striking out an extremely arcane seal. The next moment Uncle Wu yelled, Tian Luo's seal. Seeing a terrifying palm print coalesce in the center of Uncle Wu's palm. However, the blood honors are gone. Uncle Wu's pupils once again shrunk violently. Where are the people? There's nothing fancy about it. Uncle Wu hadn't had time to react in any way, only to see that his neck had been grabbed by the blood sovereign in a death grip. The body was lifted hard and hung in midair. Uncle Wu was horrified beyond belief. When? How? It wasn't until this moment that Uncle Wu truly realized the gap between himself and this person. You are a mid-stage Tai true immortal. No. Uncle Wu looked at Bloodzone at this moment, and now even breathing felt difficult. Trying to break free, nothing more than a waste of effort. How? Upon sensing the aura emanating from this person, Uncle Wu's pupils contracted once again. This aura, it's only ever been felt on the family head, even stronger than the family head. Uncle Wu was already staring with wide eyes, his chin trembling so much that he couldn't even speak properly. You are Tai true immortal late stage great circle. One must know that at the realm of Tai true immortal, wanting to break through again is incredibly difficult. Even if one breaks through from the early stage to the middle stage, it may take 1,000 years to consume, or even 10,000 years, and there is the possibility that one may never break through. Even if he could break through, he would still have to consume 1,000 years of preparation time. So one could imagine how terrifying the Tai true immortal great circle was. Chapter 54. Either she lies or you all lie together. At this point, Uncle Wu was desperate. Why did he come? At the moment he was somewhat of the opinion that it was the young lady who disliked him and had sent him here to learn a long lesson. No, this is not a lesson. This is to get killed. Bloodzone looked at Uncle Wu without any compassion in his eyes. Smiling, he opened his mouth. What's the name of the one you just hit? Uncle Wu froze. Ha! Then immediately reacted with the thought in his mind that, there's a play. It'll live. Then Uncle Wu spoke directly and said, Sky. Before Uncle Wu could finish, Blood Sovereign directly snapped Uncle Wu's neck. Ink! The Blood Sovereign then turned around and left without looking back. All that was left in the spot was Uncle Wu, who was still glaring. The death is not close to the eyes. The crowd watching the show were all wide-eyed and somewhat incredulous. Why does he look a little bit handsome to me? A female cultivator spoke up while committing nymphomania. At this moment, a male cultivator, without any hesitation, came to the woman and showed off his muscles. Fairy, am I not handsome? The female cultivator gave a blank stare and turned away without looking back. The only thing left at the scene was the male cultivator, who was still doing the muscle-showing pose with a cool face. Inside the main hall of the Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters, Bloodzone bowed his body and spoke to Yi Li Tian with extreme respect. Lord Li Tian, this person is indeed an outside cultivator. I found a jade pendant on him. As he spoke, Bloodzone directly sent the jade pendant, teleporting it in front of Yi Li Tian. Yi Li Tian looked at the jade pendant in front of him. On it was engraved a word, big or small. Fan. Yi Li Tian's eyes were cold, and he muttered under his breath, Fan family, Fan Xinyan. Speaking of this, Yi Li Tian signaled that Bloodzone could leave. Not a moment later, Yi Li Tian thought of something else. It's hard to recover from a strike when there's no bloodbath in this immortal realm. How about slaughtering the city? No. There should be nothing strange in the immortal world. Let's talk about it later. Yi Li Tian then didn't intend to move the Lord Killer and once again called for Bloodzone. Lord Li Tian. The Blood Sovereign bowed once again. Yi Li Tian looked at Bloodzone and spoke indifferently. Not a moment later, the Blood Sovereign answered and turned to leave. At this moment, above the northern sea of the Tianmong domain, a silhouette was flying rapidly at a speed that was more than several times faster than Uncle Wu's speed before. This man is none other than the Blood Sovereign. Blood Sovereign remained indifferent as he flew towards the Tianxian continent. Tianxian continent. Within the Fan family. Inside Fan Xinyan's closed cave. At this moment, Fan Xinyan was in some disbelief, only to see that what Fan Xinyan was holding in her hand was none other than Uncle Wu's soul jade tablet. How is it possible? This must be a dream. Right. Ah, damn it. Fan Xinyan directly flipped her face and slammed the soul plate in her hand on the ground with an angry face. How could Uncle Wu fall in a tiny wasteland land? Fan Xinyan was no longer interested in cultivating at the moment. Cuckoo's death is just that. A true immortal. But Uncle Wu,
a Tai true immortal, is actually gone. It wasn't Uncle Wu's death that made her angry. It was the position of the family head in 5 years. Now it seems that Fan Xinyan, the last card is gone. Forget about how to find out about Uncle Wu's death. The most important thing right now is, she, Fan Xinyan, was no longer related to the position of family head. I'm not willing. Fan Xinyan was desperately pounding the wall with both hands at this point, not stopping even though she was already bleeding. Not a moment later within the Fan family, a majestic aura covered the entire Fan family. The clansmen within the Fan clan looked up, only to see a man in black stepping into the air, standing above the Fan clan. This person was none other than the Blood Sovereign. All the elders within the Fan family, when they felt this aura, they also all rushed out at the first time. Opposite that figure, everyone's faces were horrified. As Fan family elders, how could they not feel what kind of aura the Blood Sovereign was emitting? That was the aura of a late-stage Taibei true immortal great circle. At this moment, even Fan Yang, the head of the Fan family, who never showed up, at this moment, when he felt the aura, he also had a grave face, walked out from the place of seclusion. Although Fan Yang was also in the late stage of Tai true immortal. However, it was only a late stage, and there was a full 3 characters difference between it and the great perfection. Even if they were at the same late stage of Tai true immortal, at this moment, with their old and decrepit bodies, how could they possibly be able to beat the Blood Sovereign who was in the prime of his life? Although they were beaten to the door, no one in the Fan family dared to say the word no. Fan Yang opened his mouth with a grave expression, and his aging body bowed to the Blood Sovereign. Elder, I wonder if there's something you want to do with your honorable visit to my Fan family. Although Fan Yang was older than Blood Zun by an unknown number of years, this was the immortal realm. Strength is honored. The strongest is above the strong. Even if you are a 12-year-old brat, but as long as you are in a high realm, others will have to call you senior. This is the eternal truth and the truth. Humph. Blood Zun didn't give Fan Yang any good face at all. In his opinion, this kind of late-stage Tai true immortal, he could fight 10 of them. With a cold face, he said to Fan Yang, "This is the Fan family?" Although Fan Yang was puzzled, he still nodded and said, "Indeed, elder, this is the Fan family." Unknown. Just as Fan Yang was about to continue opening his mouth, wanting to say something, Blood Sovereign directly opened his mouth and interrupted him. Is there a woman in the Fan family named Fan Xinyan? Fan Yang's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, looking for Fan Xinyan? Could it be that Xinyan has provoked this person? Or perhaps he has a crush on Fan Xinyan? Although Fan Yang wasn't sure what the Blood Sovereign was looking for Fan Xinyan for, he hoped that it was the latter. After all, that was a young late-stage Tai true immortal. Although Fan Yang hesitated, but in front of such a strong person, there was no use in speaking directly. Senior is right. I do have a daughter named Fan Xinyan, but I don't know what you are looking for her for. After making sure, the Blood Sovereign directly took out a coffin and threw it in front of several people from the Fan family. The Fan family elders were a bit confused as to what this meant. At this time, even Fan Yang, who had vaguely guessed what was going on, was in a bit of disbelief, but still playing dumb and asking, "Elder, what do you mean by this?" Blood Zun opened his mouth indifferently. "Are you blind? Coffin unrecognizable?" The people nodded their heads in a hurry, afraid of angering this lord. "Recognize it, naturally. I just don't know, senior. What are you taking out a coffin for?" The Blood Sovereign had gotten a little annoyed watching these people pretend to be confused when they were trying to understand. Asterisk. Within an hour, if Fan Xinyan doesn't lie in, your entire Fan family will lie in together. Understandable? The Blood Sovereign spoke in a not-so-low voice, and it wasn't just Fan Yang and a few elders who heard him. Even the entire Fan family heard it. Everyone was a tiger. Fan Yang, with forced composure, said archly, "Seniors, difficult to understand on." The blood-honored one directly waved his hand and, "Even if you guys don't choose, I'll default to lying together with the Fan family in an hour." Fan Yang was a bit helpless at the moment, but more than that, he was deeply blaming himself. Helplessly, Fan Xinyan is too capable of causing trouble, blaming herself for not being able to. At this moment, Fan Yang and a group of elders returned to the family hall to discuss the matter. Chapter 55, The Xiao family's visit. The Shin family's reluctance. Fan Yang sat on top of the main seat with a helpless look on his face. At this time, one of the elders said worriedly, "What can we do if we are beaten to the door by such a senior? Or else discuss it with Fan Xinyan? I say, Fan Chong, have you been scared silly? Negotiate? What's there to discuss with a dead man? Dead people?" Fan Chong suddenly came to a realization when he heard the words of the Grand Elder. It seemed that he had indeed been blindsided. Fan Yang also just sighed. "Hey, bring Fan Xinyan here." After Fan Yang finished speaking, The Grand Elder personally moved to Fan Xinyan's cultivation cave to capture Fan Xinyan, because it was a cave used for seclusion. Fan Xinyan didn't know anything about what happened in the outside world. At this moment, Fan Xinyan sat on the ground with an unwilling face, her hands covered in blood. The door to the cave was opened and the Grand Elder walked in. Fan Xinyan was a bit surprised. He and this Grand Elder, originally, were not on very good terms. What's wrong with you today that you would actually come to your own cave? Did I let you in? Fan Xinyan said in an icy tone to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder completely ignored Fan Xinyan. Walking directly in front of her, he took out a sword and without any hesitation directly stabbed it towards Fan Xinyan's chest. Fan Xinyan was uncertain and struggled with all her strength. Ah, you, Great Elder. Just a few moments Fan Xinyan's head directly hitched down. No sound. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, his face not changing once from the beginning to the end. Carrying Fan Xinyan's body directly, he came to the Blood Sovereign and threw the body inside the coffin. Elder, according to your orders, Fan Xinyan has already been killed by me. The Blood Sovereign nodded with great satisfaction, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Not bad. You're good. After saying that, Blood Sovereign's figure directly disappeared in place. The coffin remained in place, but a fire from somewhere had burned it down to nothing. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief and all of the Fan family members also breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Fan Yang let out a sigh that rang out in the Great Hall. It's just. In the Tianxian continent, although the Fan family was only a small third-rate power, it still had a certain amount of influence. After all, a paper bag is not a fire. Jintian City is the city where the Fan family is located. Although the Fan family is a third-rate force, but Jintian City is a veritable second-rate city. Even in the entire Xiantian continent, Jintian City could rank in the top 30. At this moment, on a street in Jintian City, by the table in front of the tea house door, the two cultivators that called for a hot chat. The Fan family's youngest daughter is called Fan Xinyan, right? I have to tell you when you talk about it. Just yesterday I tell you, Fan family residence over the sky. Suddenly appeared a man in black. I can be on the scene. I go. That black man's breath release. I do not dare to speak, you know? Fan Xinyan was executed by the Fan family's Grand Elder himself just yesterday. Can you understand? The cultivator was listening in awe. What? The Fan family executed their own youngest daughter with their own hands? Aha, I was there. The friar was a little disbelieving. Why? Just as the cultivator was about to say something else, a few figures ran towards a direction with extreme speed. The two were uncertain, and pulled a cultivator to ask in a hurry. Fellow Daoist, what is the reason for you to be so quick? The cultivators who were rushing along were also confused. You guys don't know? The Xiao family and the Shen family are going to. Let's not talk about it first, I have to go over and see what's going on. The two of them were also a bit disbelieving when they heard about it, and after looking at each other, they rushed towards that side. At this moment, outside the Shen family residence in Jintian City, Uncle Shen, aren't you being a bit too disrespectful to me by turning me away like this? The person who spoke was this Jintian City, Xiao Yun, the only son of the Xiao family. Although Xiao Yun had just said the words he did, there was not a trace of anger on his face and there was also a hint of a smile on his face. All the surrounding onlookers looked at each other in disbelief, but some of those who had just arrived didn't know what was going on, and hurriedly looked at the people beside them. Fellow Daoist, what's going on here? The person being asked looked at the questioner and said directly, what else could it be? The son of the Xiao family has been pursuing the daughter of the Shen family for more than 3 years, and this is not a door-to-door marriage proposal coming. The man who asked the question was confused. Proposing marriage? Aren't the Xiao family and the Shen family both second-rate forces? How many times has the Xiao family come to the door to propose, and haven't they all been rejected? I thought why? The moment I heard about the marriage proposal, I lost interest in it instantly. The man glanced at this person and continued. Fellow Daoist, wrong. Big mistake. Do you think it's still the same as before? And what else? Nowadays, the Xiao family is different from the past. Before, the Shen family could refuse. After all, they are all second-rate forces who can't do anything about it. But now, times have changed. Today, the Shen family must agree even if they agree. And he must agree even if the Shen family doesn't. Is that clear? Fellow Daoist? The man was still confused. Fellow Daoist, you're afraid you're practicing cultivation foolishly, aren't you? Now who doesn't know that Xiao Yun, the son of the Xiao family, has already become the chief shut-in great disciple under the Grand Elder of the Tianshan Academy some time ago? That's the Tianshan Academy, the third most terrifying force in Tianxian continent. Today the Xiao family comes to the door. If the Shen family doesn't agree, you get the picture. The man nodded as if he understood. Xiao Yun's natural talent was indeed terrifying, having already broken through to the early stage of true immortality at only 3,000 years old. Moreover, his own physique was still an extremely special saint grade. You have to know what the concept of a holy product is. The entire Tianxian continent could be counted on one hand. Mortal, spiritual, king, royal, and on top of that is the extremely special sacred product. Possessing a holy product, as long as you don't fall, you will reach above the great Luo golden immortal in this life, or even higher. But unfortunately, Xiao Yun's natural talent was indeed terrifying, and his physique was also extremely good, as well as his origins. Nay, Xiao Yun is a downright lecherous gentleman. In Jintian City, basically as long as there are some women of good looks, he has played all over, and played quite flowery. Right at this moment, the closed door of the Shin family was slowly opened. The smile on Xiao Yun's face was even thicker at the moment, and when he saw the visitor, he greeted him with a smile on his face. Uncle Shin, how has your health been lately? The Uncle Shin in Xiao Yun's mouth was Shin Qingyun, the current head of the Shin family. Although Shin Qingyun was not looking particularly good at the moment, there was no way who let Xiao Yun stand behind the Tianshan Academy. It wasn't like he could kick him out. It wasn't the old days. Mr. Xiao is polite. Let's talk inside. Shin Qingyun personally went out to greet him, so one could imagine the terror of the Tianshan Academy. Seeing that Shin Qingshan was so polite, Xiao Yun did not act like he did before and made a similar gesture of invitation. Uncle Shin, you are too polite. Are their own people? What are you doing? There is no need. In the future these courtesies will be waived. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Shin Qingyun's face darkened even more. But there's no way, there are so many people outside, and besides, Xiao Yun is behind. At the moment he could only smile helplessly. The two of them, with Xiao Yun in the front and Shin Qingyun in the back, walked inside the Shin family hall. The onlookers also dispersed when they saw that there was no more fun. At this time, within the Shin family hall, the 9 elders of the Shin family saw Xiao Yun walk in. Everyone's faces were somewhat not particularly nice. Chapter 56. Okay, I agree to marry you, but even if this was the case, what could be done? Xiao Yun had just stepped inside the Shin clan's main hall, and the 9 elders had reluctantly risen to greet him. It can't be helped. Who made people backed by Tianshan Academy? Not to be scrupulous, it's really a blessing for my Shin family that Mr. Xiao can come to my Shin family. Ha ha. The smile on Xiao Yun's face hadn't stopped since he had entered within the Shin family. Ha ha, a few uncles are joking. There's no need to be so quick. Please sit down. No need to be so polite, all are family. After saying this, Xiao Yun walked towards the main seat of the Shin family hall. Without any hesitation sat down directly. When the Shin family members saw this, they also froze on the spot and looked at Xiao Yun with strange eyes. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, did not think anything was wrong as he straightened his clothes. Looking at those people from the Shin family who were still standing, they were also a bit puzzled. What's the matter with the uncles? No one's talking. Just then Shin Qingyun hurriedly stood out and said, Ha ha, there's nothing to do, so take your seats, said Shin Qingyun, sitting on top of the deputy position next to the main seat. When the elders saw that the head of the family had already sat down, they couldn't say anything else and sat down. Seeing this, Xiao Yun did not have a trace of displeasure on his face, but directly opened the door and said, Uncle Shin, today I came to the Shin family. You should also know my purpose. I've been pursuing Shin Jiani for more than 3 years now, but nah, she just ignores me every time. My master, the Grand Elder of the Tianshan Academy, was afraid that I would retain an obsession that would delay my cultivation, so he specially ordered me to come and dissipate this obsession. That's why I'm here today to propose marriage. Shin Jiani is the first eldest daughter of Shin Qingyun, the head of the Shin family. He didn't particularly want his daughter to marry Xiao Yun, who didn't know what kind of person Xiao Yun was. What was the difference between his daughter marrying over and a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? I could have refused before, but now, Shin Qingyun's face was a bit ugly, but he still spoke kindly to Xiao Yun and said, Mr. Xiao, with your natural talent you are bound to be a dragon and phoenix among men in the future. My daughter is so mediocre. I'm afraid she won't be good enough for Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yun's face was still covered in smiles as he said in a breezy manner, Uncle Shin, you're joking. There's no such thing as matching or not. As long as I like it, it's good. I still need to trouble Uncle Shin to call Shin Jiani here, so that we can talk about which day to set the wedding day. Shin Qingyun was also helpless, but for the sake of his daughter still apologized and refused. Mr. Xiao, you also know that feelings are between two lovers. Besides, my daughter doesn't like you. Aren't you forcing the issue? Snap. Xiao Yun directly slapped the table beside him with force, his face somewhat unhappy. Everyone in the hall was taken aback by this. Xiao Yun said with some impatience, Uncle Shin, what do you mean by that? Let me be clear with you, Uncle Shin. Today I am here to get engaged. Your Shin family agrees that it would be best. Xiao Yun's expression was a bit grim at the moment. If your Shin family doesn't agree, tomorrow I'll let my master personally make a trip to your Shin family. What do you think, Uncle Shun? The various elders of the Shin family were also showing their anger at this time, but when his master was mentioned, there was more or less some fear in their hearts. Shin Xingyun didn't know what to say at this point. If he agrees, then his daughter's life will be over, but if he does not agree, then the Shin family is facing a likely catastrophe. At this time, Shin Xingyun was also momentarily in trouble. In the inner room of the main hall, a woman in a light blue dress. She had picturesque eyebrows, but 2 lines of teardrops fell above her crystal clear eyes. This woman was none other than Shin Xingyun's first eldest daughter, Shin Jiani. She heard the conversation of everyone in the great hall in its entirety. Inside, she couldn't help but despair a little. But on second thought, if he was bent on having his own way, not only would he involve his own father, but even the entire Shin family would be plunged into a catastrophe. After some thought struggle, Shin Jiani wiped away the tears on her face, stood up and walked towards the main hall. Shin Xingyun, who was in a difficult situation in the main hall, saw his daughter walk out, and was also the first time to walk up to stop in front of Shin Jiani. Whispered, "Johnny, what are you doing out here? Get back in. I can handle it from here." Shin Jiani saw that her father, who was in such a difficult situation, was actually determined to think of himself, and she couldn't help but be a little touched. "Dad." Shin Jiani gently spat out a word from her mouth and said nothing more after that. After glancing at his own father, he directly crossed over Shin Xingyun and walked into the grand hall. Hey, it's father who's incompetent. Shin Xingyun, who was frozen in place, naturally knew what his daughter was thinking at this time. His face was a little helpless, a little bitter, and he shook his head. Xiao Yun, who was sitting on top of the main seat, immediately changed to another face when he saw that Shin Jiani had arrived and looked at Shin Jiani with a smile on his face. "Yeah, Jia and I is here. Did you miss me? Ha ha, my Jia and I is really getting prettier and prettier." Listening to Xiao Yun's words, Shin Jiani only felt nauseous. Her face did not have any expression. Looking indifferent. "You're not going to marry me? As long as you don't make things difficult for my Shin family." "I agree." Thump. The faces of all the elders of the Shin family changed, and they all knew why Shin Jiani had agreed that. Hey, they could all have grown up watching Shin Jiani from a young age, and all of them present could be said to have favored Shin Jiani. But today, Shin Jiani, she wants to cut off her own happiness in the future in exchange for the peace of the Shin family. It's not fair, but even so, no one dared to open their mouths and say the word no. Xiao Yun also froze for a moment. He did not expect Shin Jiani to agree so quickly, but didn't think too much about it. Nothing more than what he expected. Xiao Yun looked at Shin Jiani with a lustful glance, unable to hide the desire to take possession in his eyes. Even if the great hall was filled with people from the Shin family, he was not the least bit shy. "Ha ha, Jia and I, it's still you who has the sense of propriety. Unlike these old things of your Shin family, what else can they do besides verbal bravado?" Shin Jiani didn't have the good sense to say, "I've already agreed. Don't you ever stop." Xiao Yun smiled cheaply and laughed. "Oh, well, you don't like it, then I won't say anything." After saying this, Xiao Yun stood up and walked towards Shin Jiani, directly going to pull Shin Jiani's hand, not caring in the slightest that this was in the Shin family. Shin Jiani's body unconsciously took a few steps backward, her eyes cold and hard as she looked at Xiao Yun. "Mr. Xiao, please also have some self-respect, even if I promised to marry you, but right now I haven't." Xiao Yun's face turned a little ironic, and in his heart, he thought, "Stinking, well, I'll let you bounce around for a few more days, and on the day we get married and go into the bridal chamber, let's see how I'm going to ravage you." Humph. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun's face instantly changed back to a smiling color. "Good, all according to you. Then today I will take my leave first. 3 days later my Xiao family will definitely make a feast 18 big sedan chair to carry you back." Shin Jiani was startled for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words. 3 days. The Shin family elder was also startled for a moment, and a look of sadness appeared on his face as well. Even Shin Xingyun's face was a bit stiff at the moment. Chapter 57, Gambling for My Sister. Plus one more chapter. Xiao Yun didn't care what mood they were in and directly walked towards the main door. Shin Xingyun hurriedly stepped forward to stop Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was startled, thinking that the head of the Shin family was going to make a move. At this time, he had come by himself, and he didn't even have any of his Dao protectors with him. Xiao Yun looked at Shin Xingyun, who had stopped him, with a wary expression. "Uncle Shun, what are you doing?" Although Shin Xingyun had a great deal of anger in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. "Mr. Xiao, isn't 3 days a bit too short? My Shin family has to make some preparations. Don't we still have to choose an auspicious day?" Xiao Yun didn't care at all. It was still short? He wants to go into the cave now. With a teasing face of impatience. Short, then otherwise mid-spring in 300 years? When Shen Qingyun heard this, some smiles appeared on his face, but he still asked with some uncertainty. And, 300 years from now? I think it should be a good day. Xiao Yun thought to himself. I just said that casually and you really believe me? 300 years? Go ahead and fart. With a direct cold snort. Humph. Uncle Shun. You're quite old. Why do you have so many ideas? 3 days is 3 days when I say so. Uncle Shun, don't worry. 3 days isn't short. Your Shin family doesn't need to prepare. My Xiao family will make all the arrangements. Don't worry. After saying that, Xiao Yun completely disregarded the feelings of the Shin family and directly raised his head and left. In order to ensure that the Shin family would not back out, Xiao Yun decided to have his master teacher come along with him 3 days later. The people of the Shin family looked at Xiao Yun's back with a look of indignation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The third elder of the Shin family, Shen Yuanba, had a stifled look on his face, then looked at Shin Jiani and said, Jia and I, as long as you don't agree, your third uncle even if I spell this old life will not let you marry that. Shin Jiani's eyes were soaked now, and, Uncle Sam, in the end, she still didn't say anything. Shin Jiani directly turned around and left the Great Hall, heading within her own compound. Humph, old 3, you're only capable of being more patient now. You didn't even dare to fart when that Xiao Yun was here just now. Ha! The person who spoke was the Shin family's second elder, Shen Mufeng. Shen Yuanba couldn't hear it anymore and directly retorted. Humph, what do you know? I was looking at Johnny's eyes. You watch. Alright, I'll stop talking. Shen Qingyun interrupted several people at this time. His face stiffened as he sat down on the chair. Evening. Inside the Great Hall of the Shin family. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the Great Hall, and Shin Qingyun had already sat down from the daytime, and his face was still stiff and incomparable. Father, you've been sitting here all day. Go rest. It's no use. The person who spoke was Shin Qingyun's youngest and only son, Shin Yi, Shin Jiani's younger brother. Shin Qingyun still didn't say anything, just sat there, not knowing what he was thinking, his eyes empty. Shin Yi shook his head and helplessly walked out of the hall. He came outside his sister Shin Jiani's compound and didn't go in. Sister. Shin Yi did not know what mood he was in at the moment, but only felt that inside, something seemed to be missing. Some pain. Just looking at my sister's compound for an hour before leaving with some reluctance. Shin Yi walked out of the Shin family and came to crouch at the corner of the wall outside the main door of the Shin family. Around half an hour or so, only to see a figure jumping around on top of the roof in the distance, rushing towards Shin Yi's side. The silhouette landed on the ground and came in front of Shin Yi, looking at Shin Yi with an unabated smile on his face. Yo, what happened to Mr. Shen? Fallen out of love? Shin Yi gave him a blank look. Come on now, what's the news? And Shin Yi jokes person called Li Qinfu, and Shin Yi is a good brother from childhood to play, have lifelong friendship. Li Qinfu was not one of those big families, just an ordinary family child. Ordinary cannot be in the ordinary. Li Qinfu smiled once again and, ha ha, well not kidding you. No fun, said Li Qinfu immediately changed his more serious attitude and said, I know 2 of the forces you asked me to look for that can counterbalance the Heaven Mountain Academy. When Shin Yi heard Li Qinfu's words, a smile finally appeared on his face, eager to know the result. Which 2? Take it easy. Li Qinfu waved his hand. Above the Tianshan Academy is, the Duo Bao Chamber of Commerce, a power that does not fear the Tianshan Academy. However, the first one is this, the capital of Xiantian County. I've inquired about it. It's old and strong. After Shin Yi heard this, he looked at Li Qinfu with the eyes of a little cutie. Eyes at Li Qinfu. Old Li, do we need to inquire about this thing? Who in Tianshan continent doesn't know about it? Are you kidding me? Besides, do you think he can help me? Who am I? Li Qinfu rubbed the back of his head and let out an awkward laugh. He cough. I know. Isn't this me laying it out for you first? Actually, barring that, I've also inquired about a power. Although the county capital and the Duo Bao Chamber of Commerce won't help you, this power might. Don't sell the story. Just say it. Shin Yi was no longer in the mood to listen to him blather, and only hoped that Li Qinfu would say something useful. Li Qinfu didn't sell the idea anymore, and spoke directly. Tianmong Domain. Dark Spectre Hall. Shin Yi was puzzled. Dark Spectre Hall? He hadn't heard of this power at all. But he knew about the Tianmong Domain. A mere bullet point. No, old Li, where did you get this third-rate power? Can't you be more reliable? What can be found in a place as big as the Tianmong Domain? Li Qinfu hurriedly made a shushing gesture and, keep your voice down. Maybe you don't know it yet, but you should know about the Fan family. That's a proper third-rate power. Li Qinfu told Shenyi everything that happened in the Fan family. Shenyi's brows furrowed in some disbelief. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Li Qinfu put his 3 fingers together and raised them directly toward the sky. I swear. Seeing that Li Qinfu was so sure, Shenyi was also somewhat convinced, and thought seriously about it. Although I'm not sure if the Dark Spectre Hall can fight against the Tianshan Academy, but an assassin organization, as long as the money is given, will indeed make a move, and there is no other way at the moment. So for the sake of my sister, I can only try. Thinking of this, Shenyi looked at Li Qinfu with a determined face. Go. Li Qinfu's entire body was a bit confused, as if to say, go, you mean me? Ha, I agree. Without waiting for any reaction from Li Qinfu, Shenyi directly pulled Li Qinfu and ran in the direction of the Tianmon domain. Ha, it's not old Shun. Hey, Shenyi completely ignored him. Hey, what the hell? Just go. But if we just go like this, with our cultivation levels, when we arrive, your sister will have already finished cavorting. Shenyi stopped and felt that what Li Qinfu said made sense. So he returned directly to the Shin family and took out the Shin family's flying boat. Riding a flying boat, he flew quickly towards the Tianmon domain. Chapter 58. Can your hall help me to protect one person? Inside the Shin family hall, Shin Xinshan was still leaning on the main seat, his face still stiff. It was already unknown how long he had held this position. On the contrary, inside Shin Jiani's compound, it's already early lights out, so I don't know if I'm asleep or not. Above the 100,000 miles of ocean, the flying boat was flying at an extremely high speed, flying at a speed that was not at all slower than that of a cultivator at the late stage of Tai True Immortal, and even much faster. Shin Yi and Li Qinfu were standing on top of the flying boat's plywood, and there were some worried colors in Shin Yi's eyes as he just silently gazed ahead. Li Qinfu saw Shin Yi's concern and patted his shoulder. Although he didn't know how to comfort people, he still spoke with a firm tone and said, Old Shin, you don't have to be like this, even if the Dark Spectre Hall doesn't dare to take it. But on the day of our sister's wedding, as long as you dare to rush up, I, Li Qinfu, will surely follow behind you. Shin Yi paused for a moment and turned his head to look at Li Qinfu with a slight smile on his face. Still, he didn't say anything, just patted Li Qinfu's shoulder with his hand and continued to look forward. Early the next morning, the flying boat arrived at the Tianmon domain. Li Qinfu relied on the information he had inquired about and maneuvered the flying boat in the direction of the Tianyan Imperial Dynasty. In the Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty, within the Dark Spectre Hall branch hall, Wang Shuyi was seated high above the main seat and was teaching Cold Night the difficulties in cultivation. Not a moment later a guard entered the hall to report. My lord, there are 2 men outside the door who say they want to see you. Wang Shuyi had gotten used to listening to the reports from the guards below and directly nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. The guards got up and left. Not a moment later, 2 figures walked in from outside the hall, Shin Yi and Li Qinfu. Wang Shuyi didn't feel anything wrong when he saw the 2 men come in. Other than not being able to see through the cultivation of the 2 men, there was nothing else. After all, he was already used to it. But as the head of the branch hall himself, he still had to show a little bit of his temperament. Wang Shuyi then looked at the 2 men in a pretentious manner, and with a tone of superiority asked, What is it? The Cold Knight beside him saw the appearance of Wang Shuyi at this moment, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Below Shin Yi Li Qinfu 2 people, and then see sitting above the Wang Shuyi Wen, is also a little surprised. They hadn't expected at all that the head of this Dark Spectre Hall was actually a great emperor, but when they thought of the Fan family, the 2 of them were also skeptical. In order to make sure that he hadn't made a mistake, Shin Yi also arched his hand very politely and said, Elder, Senior, I wonder if this is the Dark Spectre Hall. Wang Shuyi was happy in his heart. What did you say? Seniors? Not bad, not bad, Wang Shou said with a smile on his face. Not bad, this is the Dark Spectre Hall, and I am the head of this Dark Spectre Hall branch. He also quite wanted to say that he was the lord of the Dark Spectre Hall and put on an act, but he didn't dare. The 2 were also a little reluctant to believe it when they heard Wang Shuyi himself admit that this was the Dark Spectre Hall. After all, this Dark Spectre Hall's master is more or less a dish. However, once they heard that it was the time of the branch hall, the 2 of them were also relieved, indicating that the rumors should be true. I thought to myself, this main hall must be much stronger than the sub-hall, otherwise the Fan family. Right or wrong, Shin Yi stood up straight, but still with respect, and said, Hall Master, I don't know if this Dark Spectre Hall takes orders from outside the Tianmong domain, the Tianxian continent. As soon as Wang Shuyi heard this, his face changed and he understood at once, waved his hand directly at the 2. Seeing this, the 2 of them, Shin Yi and Li Qinfu, also looked somewhat disappointed. Helplessly, he walked towards the outside of the temple. Wang Shuyi saw that the 2 who were about to leave were a bit confused and hurriedly called out to the 2. What's going on here? You too? The two of them turned their heads to look at Wang Shuyi and said, isn't the Dark Spectre Hall not picking it up? So naturally, the two of us are going to leave. Wang Shuyi froze, a little uncertain. I didn't say not to take I mean to let you wait. After all, nothing I do. Besides, such a big single can't let you run away. Wang Shuyi laughed before saying, ha ha, the two of you may have misunderstood. My branch hall naturally can't take it, but my Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters can. What I mean is that the two of you will wait for a moment and I'll go contact the headquarters. Shenyi Li Qinfu, two people also once heard, is once again revealed the color of hope. This may be for the sisters' last chance. They only hoped that this Dark Spectre Hall headquarters would take it. The two stood still and silent. After about 10 minutes or so, a somewhat incredulous look appeared in the eyes of Shenyi and Li Qinfu. Under the situation that the two of them did not notice at all, above the uppermost seat in the Great Hall, at some point, a person had already sat down. Shenyi was even more scornful at this moment, and his heart was surprised. Not to mention when this person appeared, just this person's aura alone. Although it has not been released in the slightest, but it gives me the feeling that this person is even stronger than father. Li Qinfu naturally knew about it as well, and at this moment both of them were bowing extremely respectfully to Yi Li Tian. Before, they were respectful towards Wang Shuyi, but now towards this person, the two of them were respectful from the bottom of their hearts. Senpai, Yi Li Tian, on the other hand, was unimpressed and directly brought the topic to the point. I heard that the two of you are going to ask if my Dark Spectre Hall will take orders from the Tianxian continent. Let's hear it. In front of such characters, Shenyi did not dare to be the slightest bit sloppy, and directly opened his mouth and said, Elder disgruntled, the two of us are from the Shin family of Jintian City in the Tianxian Great Land, and we came to your hall this time because we wanted to ask if your hall could help me bail out a person. Insured? Yi Li Tian's mouth couldn't help but reveal a touch of arc when he heard it and spoke in an indifferent voice, saying, my Dark Spectre Hall only kills, not insures people. Do you understand? Shenyi knew for himself that it was indeed a bit difficult to get a killer organization to protect a person, and he knew that killer organizations were paid to watch people. Killing one person is a price, but if you're protecting one person, then no one can be sure how many people you're going to kill. That could be an astronomical amount now, but at this time Shenyi had only one choice left. He could not possibly give up, and after clenching his teeth he blurted out, Senior, this is indeed a bit abrupt, but if your hall agrees, I'm willing to take out 1 billion immortal crystals. Wow dash, 1 billion immortal crystals? Others may not know, but how can Li Qinfu, who is beside Shenyi at this moment, not know? That was almost all the deposits of a second-rate power in the Tianxian continent. Li Qinfu at this moment is also admiring Shenyi admiration. You can imagine how much he wanted his sister to be safe. Wang Shuyi, at this time, was already breaking his fingers and counting up. How much is 1 billion immortal crystals converted into spirit stones? Wow, can't believe it. Above the great Luo golden immortals, immortal kings, immortal monarchs, immortal honored ones, quasi-immortal emperors, immortal king to immortal Zun. Each realm is further divided into 1 to 9 products, quasi-immortal emperors to immortal emperors. Each realm is further divided into 3 revolutions of emperor. Quasi-immortal emperors, first revolutions, beginning realm quasi-immortal emperors, second revolutions, deep realm quasi-immortal emperors, third revolutions, thorough realm quasi-immortal emperors, immortal emperors, first revolutions, forbidden immortal emperors, second revolutions, silent immortal emperors, third revolutions, immortal emperors. Chapter 59, Raider? You said, Raider. Yi Li Tian also had a frown on his face, and in his heart he couldn't help but think, $1 billion? This kid is so rich? Maybe when you think about it, it's not too bad. It's something. Shenyi's eyes had been looking at Yi Li Tian, fearing that he was refusing. $1 billion was already all he could take out. Or rather, it was all the Shin family could take out. At this time, within the Great Hall, Yi Li Tian's flat voice once again rang out. It's true that I, the Dark Spectre Hall, have never taken on the job of bailing out a person, but seeing as you're so sincere, I, the Dark Spectre Hall, will take on this order. Shenyi was also thrilled to hear what he said. But at the moment he did not show it in the Great Hall. His heart was ecstatic. However, once he thought of the power of Tianshan Academy, Shenyi was also a little unsure and spoke out to remind him. Elder, are you sure? The person to protect is my sister, and the other party is very powerful. Yi Li Tian is completely disdainful. 1 billion, that is 1 billion. Who cares who he is? Said in a flat tone. Don't worry, since I, Dark Spectre Hall, have taken it on, I will definitely do the bottoming. And if it fails, it will be doubled back. Once Shenyi heard this, although his heart was still a little unsure, He could only believe it for once. Good. Since Senior has said so, then I naturally in no words. This is 500 million immortal crystals. With that, Shin-Yi threw a spatial ring containing 500 million immortal crystals to Yi Li-Tian. Then he arched his hand again and said, the remaining 500 million immortal crystals, after the matter is accomplished, Mr. Shin will surely give it with both hands, and the kid will be waiting at the Shin family 2 days later. Yi Li-Tian also hadn't encountered such a refreshing person in a long time. After checking the immortal crystals within the ring again without error, he also then said, good, the Shin family is indeed refreshing. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down after 2 days. Shin-Yi and the two of them once again arched their hands, then turned to leave. Inside the main hall, Yi Li-Tian looked at Cold Knight who was standing there. Cold Knight was looked at with some uncertainty, but his eyes still had the same color of determination that he had in the beginning. When Wang Shuyi, who was on the side, saw this scene, he immediately walked up and said to Yi Li-Tian with a smile, Master, this child was taken in by me unintentionally, and I saw that he had some potential, so I took it upon myself to include him within the branch hall. After Wang Shuyi finished speaking, he hurriedly signaled Cold Knight to salute Yi Li-Tian. Without the slightest hesitation, Cold Knight bowed 90 degrees and said, Cold Knight, meet your excellency. Yi Li-Tian was still sizing up Cold Knight, then asked, your name is Cold Knight? Even though Cold Knight didn't know who Yi Li-Tian was, he replied, yes my lord, my name is Cold Knight. Lord Wang helped me to name it. Yi Li-Tian nodded, and glanced at Wang Shuyi again. Wang Shuyi hastened to smile. Hey, I took it, master. Yi Li-Tian also could not help but open his mouth with some surprise. Little king, your vision is indeed good. This child is indeed a bit special. Although it's not one of those powerful physiques within the immortal realm, this child's bloodline is extremely good, although it hasn't been fully awakened. However, it will definitely be a strong person in the future. Wang Shuyi froze and looked at Cold Knight with some disbelief, surveying the area without finding anything special. Then he looked at Yi Li-Tian once again, wanting to ask what kind of bloodline this Cold Knight was available at. Yi Li-Tian is no longer there and has gone. Wang Shuyi also sighed and could only talk about it later. Looking at Cold Knight, Wang Shuyi's face also showed excitement. Cold Knight, cultivate well. To be recognized by your master means you have good qualifications. Understand? Cold Knight nodded seriously. Cold Knight will definitely not fail Lord Wang's expectations of me. Aha! Go ahead and remember not to be lazy. Cold Knight left the great hall and went forward to cultivate. Wang Shuyi continued to sit leisurely in his chair with some smiles on his face. Sunset and dusk. Tianxian continent. In front of the Shin family gate in Jintian City. Old Shin. I won't go in. I'll come back in 2 days. Bye. Li Qinfu said. Shin-Yi nodded and looked at Li Qinfu who disappeared in the street. It was worth it to know you in this life. After saying this, he directly walked inside the Shin family and arrived at the Shin family hall. Shin-Yi had just walked inside the hall and saw all the elders of the Shin family sitting with serious faces, including his own father, Shin Qingshan. All of them did not speak. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit stagnant. When Shin Qingshan saw his son Shin-Yi walk in, he said in an unusually harsh tone to Shin-Yi, on your knees. The gazes of all the elders in the great hall all looked at Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi was a bit confused, but chose to kneel down in the face of this situation. He had absolutely no idea what was wrong with his old man today. What kind of madness he was having. Shin Xingyun didn't care what Shin-Yi thought. He directly stood up and slapped his right hand very hard towards the table beside him. Click! The table broke right into several pieces. Shin-Yi was taken aback, completely unsure. Shin Xingyun directly walked towards Shin-Yi in anger. Little brat, if I don't beat your ass today I won't be named Shin. Seeing this, Shin Yuanba hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Shin Xingyun back. Big brother isn't even close. The other elders also all rushed forward to stop in front of Shin Qingshan. Master of the house. Never, never. Shin-Yi was scared. His legs crawled straight back. Although he was scared but still shouted at his old man with a puzzled face. And, old Shin, what's gotten into you? What's wrong with me? Aren't I just going out? When Shin Qingshan heard this, his anger increased even more. Damn it, bastard. You went out for a trip and emptied my family's coffers. And you still have a helpless look on your face. Let's see if I don't break your legs. Saying that Shin Xingyun's aura was getting bigger and bigger. Several elders could barely pull themselves up. Once Shin-Yi heard that, he kind of knew what was going on. While taking the effort to get the flying boat, isn't it just a matter of emptying the family treasury in the meantime? Shin-Yi directly stood up and righteously said, old thing, don't I just take something from you? I'll pay you back later. Hey! Shin Xingyun's direct chi was in full swing, and those Shin family elders who had pulled themselves up, all stumbled and fell to the ground. Shin Xingyun angrily walked towards Shin-Yi. This posture was bound to cut Shin-Yi into 8 big pieces. Bastard! Today there's you without me. And me without you. Follow me, old man to old man. See if I don't whip you to death. Shin-Yi saw the situation. Feeling that his life is about to be handed over in this, even backward mouth, hastily opened his mouth and said, Dad, you calm down. I took those things to help my sister. Your sister? Once Shin Qingyun heard that it was for his precious daughter, his anger subsided by a large margin. Instead of moving forward, he stood in place, still looking at Shin-Yi with some anger in his eyes. For your sister? Tell me what happened to the billion immortal crystals first. If you're fooling around, I'll see if I don't break your legs. Those elders sitting on the ground were also relieved to see that Shin Qingyun had calmed down. Chapter 60, Kid, I don't agree with my sister marrying you. More. Shin-Yi was relieved to see his old man stop, but he was still a little afraid when he heard the last sentence. After all, that is the feeling of oppression from the bloodline. Cannot be afraid. Shin-Yi then told all the things he had done from the time he went out until now, all of them to his old man. Shin Qingshan listened with a serious face and directly shouted at the door. Family law. Seeing this, Shin-Yi hurriedly said, Dad, what's wrong again? Shin Qingshan's anger deepened at this time. And what? You're being treated like a cutie. Gave a cheat. You still have the face to say it? A killer force in a small place. When it's really ridiculous. How dare they? You bastard. Still Dark Spectre Hall. That Dark Spectre Hall might have run away by now. Shin-Yi is not going to spoil him at this time. What can his own father do? Shin Qingshan. You old thing. You think everyone is you. Shin Qingshan exploded after hearing this. Straight away, he violently stood up and kicked towards Shin-Yi. Fortunately, Shin-Yi dodged quickly. Otherwise this kick might have been the end of the game. Those elders saw that Shin Qingshan moved for real, also hastily pulled Shin Qingshan. Big brother, he's still a kid. Shin Qingshan didn't care about that. Even if he was pulled, he was still desperately kicking at Shin-Yi. When Shin-Yi saw this, he also skipped straight away. I'll leave with a stern message. Old thing, I'll return that billion to you sooner or later. After saying that, he directly took a vertical leap and left the Shin family. Shin Qingshan had already been exasperated, and directly cursed angrily at the direction Shin-Yi had disappeared in. Son of a, don't come back if you dare. Seeing this, the elders of the Shin clan once again breathed a sigh of relief, and they all paralyzed in their chairs. Woohoo! Time rolled by, and it was 2 days later. Shin-Yi did not return within these 2 days, and did not return to the Shin family until noon today. Returning with Shin-Yi was Li Qinfu. Today's Shin family, though everyone is in a bad mood, but today was, after all, the Shin family's daughter, Shin Jiani's wedding day. The Shin family was also decorated extremely lavishly, with red satin hanging above all the houses. Even the main entrance of the Shin family had hung auspicious streamers, as well as many red lanterns. Basically all the things that can be used for the wedding. All of them were arranged within the Shin family. One can only imagine how much importance this places on Shin Jiani. Although Shin Jiani was going to marry a very lecherous person, Shin Qingshan still had to give Shin Jiani enough platitudes. This is the love for Shin Jiani, but also a warning to Xiao Yun that even if his Shin family is like this, in the future, as long as Shin Jiani suffers any grievances, he, Shin Qingshan, even if he spelled out this old life, he had to bring Shin Jiani back. At this moment within the Shin house, is also lively and extraordinary. Jintian City, almost all the families and sects, all have to come to the scene to come to congratulate. Even if you don't give face to the Shin family, you still have to give face to the Xiao family. Shin-Yi brought Li Qinfu inside the Shin family hall. The people here are much less compared to the outside, which is basically the people of the Shin family. Of course, Shin Jiani is also among them. Shin Jiani sat at the very center of the hall, wearing a 7 phoenix wedding dress, wearing a phoenix crown on her head and a dragon and phoenix haze cloak, looking extremely beautiful and touching. But on Shin Jiani's face, she couldn't see a trace of happiness, and looking closely she could vaguely see that there were tears in her eyes. Shin-Yi carefully walked to Shin Jiani's side, but didn't get too close. He just looked at this sister of his from a distance, although his face did not show any expression. Shin-Yi's voice was a bit hoarse as he whispered, "Sister." Shin Jiani turned her head to look at Shin-Yi, and although she herself had a bad taste inside, she still forced a smile from her face, though nothing was said. Yet it seemed as if everything had been said. Sister. Just when Shin-Yi was about to say something else, a voice outside the door resounded through the Shin family residence. Young Master Xiao Yun of the Xiao family has come to receive his bride. The voice hadn't completely fallen, and the Shin family crowd looked towards the outside. Only outside the gate of the Shin family, far above the sky, a team of more than 800 people was flying towards the Shin family residence's side, and the scene was immense. The most conspicuous one had to be the flower jiaozi pulled by those 2 huge and incomparable augurs.
The palanquin was extremely luxurious and appeared to be made of dragon scales.
The crowd couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw this. I'll go. The Xiao family is putting down blood money here? Jiao Long La Jiao. This card is too luxurious. There's someone on top of the dragon's head. That's Xiao Yun, the young master of the Xiao family. I'll go. It's so overbearing. Yeah, not just this one. Can't you see the two cultivators with swords at the front? They're both wearing Tianshan Academy disciple costumes. Asterisk. A disciple of the Tianshan Academy personally guarding Xiao Yun's path. I can't believe it can't be believed. Jin dash. Twin dragons lingering in the sky.
The entire procession stopped above the Shin family residence.
Xiao Yun, who was on top of the dragon's head, directly jumped down with a long leap.
With a face full of smiles, he walked towards the Shin family hall. The crowd arched their hands in congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Xiao. Congratulations. Xiao Yun's smile became even more intense at this moment. Ditto. Ha ha.
Xiao Yun walked to the entrance of the Shin family hall and stopped 3 steps away,
shouting impatiently to the inside. Johnny, I've come to take you home. Xinjiani, who was inside the main hall, was shocked.
What should come is still coming. Xinjiani stood up somewhat reluctantly. Her body was shaking at the moment. She could only bite her lips fiercely to calm herself down, and step by step, she walked towards the front.
At the moment, with every step she took,
it was as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on her legs, making it difficult to move forward.
Shin Qingshan, who was on the side,
saw his daughter like this, and his heart was also mixed.
He just hates himself for not being able to do it. Just like that, Xinjiani walked out inside the large hall.
Xiao Yun couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized when he saw Xinjiani at this moment again. Beautiful. So beautiful. But the next moment there was a lecherous smile that, 10 times better than any woman I've ever played with.
Xinjiani is truly the best. He. Xiao Yun directly took 2 steps forward,
holding Xinjiani's white and slender jade hand, and whispered in Xinjiani's ear.
Let's go, maiden. Ha! Xinjiani's eyes widened,
but she was still forcefully pulled by Xiao Yun towards the sedan chair. At this moment Xinyi was a bit anxious.
He looked around. Where is everyone? Why don't they come yet?
When he saw that his sister was about to walk onto that sedan chair,
Xinyi was really a bit desperate. Am I really being lied to? Thinking of this, Xinyi also went out of his way. No matter what, Xinyi directly rushed towards Xiao Yun Xinjiani, directly forcing the two to separate,
dragging Xinjiani behind himself, looking at Xiao Yun with eyes full of anger.
Kid, I don't agree with my sister marrying you. Chapter 61, Stunned? Scared? Wow dash. Everyone's jaws all dropped in shock at this scene. I'm not mistaken, am I? Who is that person? Actually dares to rob Xiao Yun's woman. Young people, I guess. It's normal for them to be ignorant. They'll know how they're going to die in a little while. What young people? That person is Xinjiani's own brother. Xinyi also right, do not like their own sister suffered. Normal, but still young and vigorous. Chose the wrong occasion.
When the Shin family members saw this scene, they were also terrified. But when Shin Qingyun saw this scene, in his heart, he also looked at this son of his in a different light.
However, Shin Qingyun's face was also a bit gloomy on his face,
and he secretly made a decision in his heart. Selling my daughter for the survival of the Shin family.
I, Shin Qingyun, cannot do it. Even if I die today, I will die before you too. The immortal power within Shin Qingyun's body was surging secretly, making plans to be ready to strike at any time. Xinjiani, who was behind Xinyi,
looked at this younger brother who was in front of her, and her heart could not help but be a little touched.
But the consequences of doing so, she was bound to know, and hastened to persuade Xinyi. Brother, don't do this. You'll not only harm yourself, you'll also involve the entire Shin family. But no matter how Xinjiani tried to say it, Xinyi still stopped in front of Xinjiani with a firm face.
Xiao Yun was also in a daze at this moment.
Turning to look at Xinyi, he couldn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. But nay, this situation is not good to move, or forced to hold back the anger in his heart, and said to Xinyi, that's right, as my Xiao Yun's future brother-in-law, which one doesn't give money for receiving the bride? Look at my memory. Don't be hasty, Anon.
As he spoke, Xiao Yun took out a treasure within his spatial ring and threw it to Xinyi.
Xinyi caught what Xiao Yun threw at him, and without even glancing at it, he directly threw it on the ground. Wow dash. The onlookers were once again shocked and whispered, what does this Xinyi mean? Xiao Yun has given him a step down, but this Xinyi actually won't go down? Who says it isn't? If this continues, I'm afraid that not only this Xinyi, but even the Shin family will have to play through. Hey, why bother? Originally is not a level.
From not just finished, how to think. When Xiao Yun saw this scene, the anger within him could no longer be suppressed.
Give face. Without saying a word, He directly raised his fist without the slightest bit of retention and directly blasted towards Shen. Seeing this, Li Qinfu, who was beside Shen, did not hesitate in the slightest and similarly raised his fist and just met Xiao Yun's fist. Boom! An explosive sound rang out in the arena, followed by Li Qinfu's body flying directly backwards. Seeing this, Shen hurriedly caught Li Qinfu unloading, but even so, the two also slipped on the ground to withdraw more than 10 meters away, only to be able to stop. After stopping, Shen hurriedly checked Li Qinfu's body. Li Qinfu, on the other hand, was unimpressed, and braced himself to stand up and, "Old Shen, I'm fine. It's just a broken arm, a minor injury." Shen, on the other hand, looked at Li Qinfu with an embarrassed expression. "Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Just watch from the sidelines." Li Qinfu completely dismissed it as inaudible and smiled casually. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. "Kid, you've got guts to take a punch from me." With that said, Xiao Yun directly built up his strength again and, "Then I'd like to ask if you can catch this next punch, or if you can't." When Xinjiani saw this scene, which was completely unexpected, she hurriedly used her own body to stop in front of the two of Shen. At this time, there were already tears falling from Xinjiani's eyes, and she said to Xiao Yun with a sobbing voice, "Don't! I'll go with you. I'll go with you. And please don't hurt my family. I'll go with you now." Xiao Yun was about to punch these two unknowing things to death, but seeing Xinjiani like this, she also decided to give them a chance in the, "Good, that's what you said. If it continues, he will die." Xinjiani turned her head to look at Shen, after which she walked forward without looking back. When Shen saw this, his eyes turned cold and he directly pulled out his long spear and stabbed straight towards Xiao Yun's back. Xiao Yun's eyes instantly went cold as he sensed the difference behind him. Something that doesn't know how to die. Since you're looking for death, then die today, without any frills. It was a direct kick towards Shenyi's abdomen. Before Shenyi's lance could touch Xiao Yun by half an inch, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. Immediately after that, his own body flew backwards without any control, and instantly smashed on top of the distant wall, which instantly cracked. Shenyi only felt at this moment that his body did not belong to him now. It hurts. Shen Xinyun also came to Shenyi's side at the first time and fed a healing elixir to Shenyi. The medicine dispersed in all directions, and only then did Shenyi feel much better. After dealing with his son, Shen Xinyun directly stood up and looked at Xiao Yun with a cold expression on his face. "Kid, you can marry my daughter if you want it today, then step over my corpse." After saying that, Shen Xinyun instantly disappeared in place and had already arrived in front of Xiao Yun when he reappeared. Xiao Yun's face suddenly changed when he saw this, and he secretly said, "Not good." Shen Xinyun did not have any nonsense and directly slapped his palm towards Xiao Yun's head. This palm did not have any retention, directly intending to kill him. The speed was so fast that everyone present did not react. "Master, save me." Only a voice from Xiao Yun was heard. Bang! Shen Xinyun flew backwards. The speed was so fast that no one present could see exactly what had just happened. Shen Xinyun's body slammed down heavily on top of the ground, and he stood up with great difficulty. At this time he had completely lost sight of his injuries, and with a face full of gravity, he looked in front of him, only to see that in front of Xiao Yun, there stood a white-bearded old man wearing the costume of an elder of the Tianshan Academy. The crowd all cried out in shock at the sight of this person. This person is that grand elder of the Tianshan Academy? What? The Tianshan Academy is actually on Xiao Yun's side. It seems that the rumor that Xiao Yun was accepted by the grand elder as his great disciple is not true. It seems that today, the Shen family is in danger. Xiao Yun was also relieved when he saw that his master teacher had made a timely move. Just now he was just that much closer to death. Luckily, he had called his master to come along beforehand. The Grand Elder of Tianshan Academy looked at Shen Xinyun with a cold face. "Don't you know that Xiao Yun is my great disciple? How dare you still lay a deadly hand on him?" Shen Xinyun knew that today, the Shen family would definitely be in danger. Facing a terrifying powerhouse of the late Dala Golden Immortal like the Grand Elder of Tianshan Academy, a tiny early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal by himself didn't have any power to fight back at all. So why not die standing up if you're going to die? Shen Xinyun looked at the Grand Elder in front of him, his eyes already relieved. "So what if I know? The one I killed was your great disciple under the seat of Tianshan Academy." The Grand Elder's eyes were chilled. The tiny Shen family, how dare they be so rampant? Humph. With that, the Grand Elder took a step out, only to see a powerful to suffocating airwave, overflowing extremely fast around the Grand Elder, attacking towards Shen Xinyun. Although Shen Xinyun had some trepidation in his heart, he still accepted it with a stiff upper lip. The moment he came into contact with this airwave, Shen Xinyun's internal organs had already been adjusted, followed by his body directly flying out and crashing on top of a distant stone pillar. The pillars should break, and the house that supported them collapsed straight away. The house debris instantly buried Shin Yun. Chapter 62. One move. One defeat. Kowtow directly? Big brother, dad, master of the house. When the Shin family members saw this scene, they no longer cared about what was finished or not. They all ran to the place where Shin Yun was buried and dug Shin Yun out in a hurry. The most anxious ones are also Shin Yi and Shin Jiani. These two were the ones who dug the hardest. Dad, Shin Jiani had already cried into tears, but the movements of her hands still hadn't stopped. The grand elder looked at the scene in front of him without any compassion in his eyes, slowly lifting his right hand and pressing downward with force, only to see that above the heads of those people from the Shin family, a giant sword silhouette instantly formed and stabbed down violently without the slightest bit of artifice. When the people of the Shin family saw this scene, a look of fear appeared in their eyes, and they sat paralyzed on the ground with a face full of despair. However, the figures of the duo of Shin Yi and Shin Jiani still didn't stop and continued to dig those rubbles. Xiao Yun had an anxious look on his face when he saw this scene and hurriedly bowed and said to the grand elder, "Master, please also leave Shin Jiani behind." The grand elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and the giant sword silhouette that stabbed at the Shin family's crowd hovered at the place above the Shin family's head. Shin family people looked at the giant sword shadow that stopped above their heads. They were all in a state of fear. At this moment, their legs were completely insensible. Even standing up was a bit of an effort. The grand elder turned his head to look at Xiao Yun and admonished him in a teaching tone. "Xiao Yun, do you know what your biggest flaw is right now? It's these worldly and mundane things. Cultivation and ascension relies on nothing more than women. Do you understand?" Xiao Yun nodded his head repeatedly. The disciple understands. The disciple is enlightened. Although Xiao Yun said so on his lips, that was not what he thought in his heart. Old thing. Old me cultivates for women. Ha! The grand elder once again turned to look at those people from the Shin family, especially when he looked at Shin Jiani. A cold light appeared in his eyes. "Xiao Yun, today, the teacher will break this mortal past for you. In the future, you can't blame the teacher. After all, the teacher is doing this for your own good." Xiao Yun's face was full of reluctance upon hearing this, and at this time, he looked at the grand elder with a great deal of anger in his heart. But even so, he didn't dare to show any color of dissatisfaction, and could only watch as the cauldron he had been pursuing for years was destroyed in front of him. At this time, the grand elder no longer had any hesitation. His right hand directly swung down, and the giant sword shadow instantly stabbed downward. The tip of the giant sword was facing Shin Jiani. Although those people in the Shin family were beyond despair, they could only helplessly close their eyes tightly and wait for death. Perhaps they could feel better by doing so. Buzz dash. 1 breath. 3 breaths. 9 breaths. The people of the Shin family had been a bit uncertain. Did death not have any feelings? After 10 breaths had passed where there was still no difference, all the people in the Shin family opened their eyes and looked at them. At this moment, everyone in the Shin family was confused. Just looking ahead, eyes glazed over. Not only the Shin family members, everyone within the presence was a bit confused. Shin Jiani, at this time, also slowly opened her eyes toward the front, just to look at the. Shin Jiani's eyes were then filled with shock, doubt, and even some disbelief. She saw that there was a black-clothed man standing right in front of her, and that black-clothed man had firmly grasped the tip of the giant sword shadow that was falling at great speed with just one hand. Bang! The black-clothed man's hands increased in strength, and the giant sword's shadow directly shattered and turned into dust, scattering on top of the earth. All the people present looked at the black-clothed man who suddenly appeared were all unsure, including the Shin family. At this moment, the grand elder was also looking at the black-robed man who had suddenly appeared with some surprise. In his mind, he couldn't help but think, saving someone's life in front of his own face. So with a cold face, he looked at the man in black and threatened him, saying, "Your Excellency, who are you? Could it be that Your Excellency doesn't know about my Tianshan Academy? Or is it that Your Excellency has made it clear that you are going against my Tianshan Academy?" This black-robed man is the Dark Spectre Hall's leading assassin, codenamed Ghost Master. The Ghost Lord pulled out his ears and smiled disdainfully. And, I don't know what kind of bull Tianshan Academy is. I can only tell you that you can't move this female. This female in the Ghost Master's mouth was Shin Jiani. Wow dash. Those present were shocked beyond belief. What? What did he say? To actually say that the Tianshan Academy is dog? Too crazy. Could it be that this person doesn't really know how terrifying the Tianshan Academy really is? A cold aura flashed in the eyes of the Grand Elder, and his face was ugly to the extreme. "Kid, whoever you are today, the words you just said are enough to kill you 10,000 times over," said the Great Elder. A healthy step directly toward the Ghost Master to kill. The hand out of the fist quickly, fast as lightning, hit a path of the shadow, issued a whirring sound, set off gusts of wind, people's hearts and guts all cold. 100 punches a second. Ghost Lord just stood in place, cold smile. The next instant of the blood fury gas steep outbreak. The the vast blood fury power constantly surging in the circumference of the body. Between the fluttering of the sleeves, take out the waist dagger a stroke, the biting edge of the gas accompanied by the sound of killing, directly stabbing the heart of the eldest. Great elder saw the face of the situation is very heavy. Know that it is too late. The shape of the steep change. Double fists once again stored power fist wind whistling straight toward the ghost master stabbed the dagger bombarded. LOL. A sound of fists and blades cutting resounded in the arena. And the grand elder violently fell backward hundreds of feet before slowly stabilizing himself. Xiao Yun looked at the grand elder, who was in a sorry state at the moment, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. His own master lost in one move? At this moment, Xiao Yun's heart has some fear. If his master died then he. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun hurriedly pretended to worry about his master's safety. Are you alright, master? The grand elder did not pay any attention to Xiao Yun. At this moment, his hands were already bloody and dripping blood all the time. As the grand elder looked at the ghost lord in front of him, the look of gravity in his eyes had reached its peak. There was even a slight tremor in his heart. Late great Luo golden immortal great circle. Facing this kind of level, if I hadn't just wasted my hands, I might have died with that slash just now. Thinking of this, the grand elder was a bit thankful at this point, but he knew deep down that if he fought any longer he would surely die. Hastily and sensibly, he gave a slight bow to the ghost lord. Elder, just now it was me who offended Senior with no eyes. Senior has already wasted his hands as an indemnity to Senior. Senior only hopes that today's matter will end here. What do you think, Senior? Hiss. The people couldn't believe it. Did I read it right? One move to lose and kowtow directly? Isn't this Tianshan Academy the third largest power? Why is it afraid? I'm also a bit confused. But that man in black, I'm sure this person is stronger than the Grand Elder. Although it was a bit humiliating to do so in this kind of scene, he was no cutie pie. It was impossible for the Tianshan Academy to offend a strong person in the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Great Circle for the sake of a Xiao Yun, especially since there was likely to be some sort of powerful force behind such a strong person. The Ghost Lord, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. When did everyone in the immortal world become so sensible? A little confused, but on second thought, 1 billion immortal crystals could be obtained without any effort. It's totally a sure thing. The Ghost Lord sneered and said, roll within 3 breaths, otherwise, die. Chapter 63, No Kid. Are you questioning, brother? The Grand Elder hastily nodded with a smile as soon as he heard this. Many thanks, Senior. Many thanks, Senior. With that, he directly led Xiao Yun towards the outside of the Shin family. Xiao Yun naturally followed the Grand Elder's pace. After all, that black-clothed man was undefeatable even to the Grand Elder. He didn't want to stay here, but he still glanced lustfully at Shinjiani before he left again and, "Humph, I'll sleep with you sooner or later." After that, he headed out the door without looking back. Stop! The Ghost Lord's icy voice once again resounded in the arena. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The Grand Elder's body flamboyantly trembled upon hearing this, and there was some uneasiness in his heart. Could this person be backtracking? Though a little reluctant, he stopped as the Ghost Lord wanted him to. After all, he couldn't run away. The eldest elder looked at the Ghost Master with a trembling face and carefully and doubtfully opened his mouth and asked, Senior doesn't know what else you are doing here. You can go, but he has to stay. The Ghost Lord lightly pointed at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's face suddenly changed upon hearing this. The color of fear swept through his body, and his body went limp all of a sudden. At the moment his mind had gone blank. Hastily kneeling and crawling in front of the Grand Elder, he tightly hugged the Grand Elder's thigh. His voice constantly hoarse and shouted, Master, don't abandon me. Master, don't ever abandon me, Master. A difficult look also appeared on the face of the Grand Elder. He was very clear that the words spoken by this black-robed man in front of him would definitely not change. But still, he looked at this disciple of his with some reluctance, and then looked up at the Ghost Lord. The face stared, as if he had made some sort of particularly significant decision. He directly and mercilessly kicked Xiao Yun to the side. Get out! He then turned around and walked towards the outside of the Shin family without any stops. Xiao Yun sat up with a strong hold on his body, and with a look of disbelief, he looked towards his master who had already walked away. At this moment, Xiao Yun's face had frozen, but he still held on to his last glimmer of hope, lying on the ground and shouting towards the departing figure of his master. Master, save me. I'm a sacred body, Master. You can't abandon me. I'm the future of Tianshan Academy. I am a holy body, Master Teacher. Xiao Yun's voice became smaller and smaller, but at this moment, his master had already disappeared and left. Xiao Yun was in complete disbelief that he, a saint body, would actually be abandoned. I'm a holy body. All of a sudden, Xiao Yun gradually revealed a demented laughter from a face full of fearful crying, and, Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I am the sacred body. I am a holy body. Ha ha ha. The crowd did not show any trace of pity in their hearts when they saw the scene, and all of them loudly pointed at Xiao Yun without any trace of fear from before. Bah! Serves you right. My friend's daughter was victimized by you, and you'll have your day too. Humph. Yes, deserved. How many innocent women have you plagued, do you know? How many people have you killed, do you know? Ha! The crowd turned their heads to look at the cultivator who had just spoken, and that cultivator's face instantly became embarrassed when so many people looked at him, and he hurriedly added, said it wrong. I don't have a daughter-in-law. My friend, I'm talking about my friend's daughter-in-law. The Ghost Lord, on the other hand, was unimpressed, and with a big suck of his hand, all those debris that pressed on Shin Qingyun's body dispersed. Shin Qingyun was just sucked into the hands of the Ghost Lord, and then very casually and without a care in the world, he threw it on the ground. When Shin Jiani saw this, although she was a little afraid, she was still dissatisfied with the Ghost Master's approach, and shouted loudly at him, "And, what the hell do you want? It seems like my Shin family hasn't offended you." The Ghost Lord, on the other hand, opened his mouth casually without a care in the world. "Don't worry, the man is fine, he won't die." Shin Yi walked out at this time. He naturally knew who the Ghost Lord was and spoke respectfully. "Many thanks to Senior for arriving in time to help my Shin family." The Ghost Lord was a little confused. "In time? Are you kidding me? Are you questioning my speed? I arrived a day ago." Okay, no. Even though the Ghost Lord thought so, he certainly couldn't say it out loud. Shin Yi was also a bit puzzled after hearing this. Didn't Senior arrive just in time to save my Shin family in a time of crisis? The Ghost Lord was confused by the question. "What are you talking about? Why would I save your Shin family? I saved this woman. Also, I arrived a long time ago." Okay. The expression on Shin Yi's face at the moment was somewhat unreadable. Since Senior has arrived early, could it be that Senior has been behind the scenes watching the show? The Ghost Lord once again pulled out his ears, and with a frank expression on his face, "Why don't you watch the show? The mission I received was to protect this woman, not your Shin family." Shin Yi also sort of figured out that indeed what he said was indeed this. Scratch that. Careless. The Ghost Lord who had finished pulling out his ears directly stretched out a hand at Shin Yi with a look of impatience. Shin Yi paused, but understood at once and immediately placed the spatial ring containing the remaining 500 million immortal crystals in the Ghost Lord's hand. The Ghost Lord swept it with his extreme sense and then directly accepted it, not hesitating at all as he directly turned around and left. And when he left a message. "Oh yeah, the kid on the ground, you guys see to it. This order is over." Shin Yi arched his hand to send him off. Shin Jiani, on the other hand, was becoming more and more uncertain. What list? What protection for me? With that, his eyes looked at Shin Yi and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Shin Yi, with a helpless smile, Shin Yi then informed Shin Jiani of everything from beginning to end. Seeing that the matter was over, the people who had come to the Shin family to attend the wedding also left in droves. The Shin family has also returned to its former self. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was directly chopped off his arms and legs by the Shin family and tortured him to death. But even so, the Xiao family of Jintian City didn't dare to have any complaints. The news of this day spread directly within Jintian City, and even almost more than half of the forces in the Tianxian continent had heard of this matter. Tianshan Academy. Inside the mountaintop scripture transmission pavilion. The scripture transmission pavilion was the most special place in the Tianshan Academy, just above a relatively high peak within the Tianshan Academy. On top of this mountain peak was a small 4-story high hall, which was decorated in a very ordinary way, just looking a bit older. The Grand Elder was standing at the entrance of this hall with a humble face, when a majestic woman's voice came from inside the hall. "It's just a sacred body. My Tianshan Academy can still afford to lose it. As for that golden immortal great perfection person in your mouth, it is indeed a bit mysterious. But wait for me to come out of the gate for everything." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face was overwhelmed with excitement. "Dean, you have touched that realm." The voices within the great hall no longer resounded, and the Grand Elder, knowing that he could not be disturbed, directly turned around and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. But there was inevitably some excitement on his face. Chapter 64 Invitations sent out. Invitations to the auction. Tianxian Continent. Sunyan Sacred City. *********. What did you say? Tell me again. Mang, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Inside one of the busiest streets and alleys of the Sunyan Sacred City, a fat man with an explosive head full of meat was beating up on a male son of a worldly family. "How many times have I told you that you moved someone you shouldn't have? And you really don't understand, do you?" That male was so scared that he backed up and sat on his butt, but even so that male fought to move backward and, with words begging for mercy coming out of his mouth all the time. Brother Mang, I was wrong. I have money, I'll give you money, $100,000. Give me another chance. Please, Brother Mang. The man the gentleman called Mang is this fat man with an exploding head. Although Brother Mang was a bully casual cultivator, he had absolutely no scruples about the son of the family in front of him. Even if this male's family possessed someone with a higher cultivation level than Brother Mang would bet that this worldly son did not dare to have any retaliatory mentality, because behind Mang stood the second most powerful force in Tianqian continent, the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. What he did was the trade behind this entire Tianqian continent, also known as the black market. Of course, Mang is just an errand boy. Mang wasn't used to this person in the slightest, and went up and kicked him, directly breaking his left leg. Ah. That dandy hurriedly covered his left leg. His face was bruised. His teeth were bared in pain. The more Mang looked at such a pitiful worldly man, the happier he became. The happier he was, the more he enjoyed torturing people. Ha! What did you say just now, kid? You're going to get the Dark Spectre Hall to cut me? Grass, said Mang with another kick, this time still on his left leg. The son of the worldly family exclaimed out in shock. He wanted to escape from this place, but this alley was already blocked by Mang's people. He can't run away. Remember, kid, don't ever offend anyone blindly again. Got it? Immortal crystals, old man also accepted. Go down and earn them again yourself, said Mang, stretching himself a bit, and after looking around to make sure no one was there also opened his mouth and said, buried. Then Mang left in style. The two henchmen in the back directly knocked this male out and then took him away to leave. Can't really blame him. Who made him too arrogant yesterday? Relying on the identity of a third-rate family's son, he touched the woman of Victor Chia, the second son of the first-rate Power Victor family, Sanyan Sacred City, the top floor of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce branch. The decoration here was extremely luxurious, and from the decoration alone, one could tell that the Duobao Chamber of Commerce wasn't bad for money. Inside an extremely spacious room on the top floor, there are 3 separate people sitting here. On the innermost seat of the round table was a middle-aged man with sword brows and eyes as deep as an abyss, and from the way this person sat, it was clear that this person was not a person of amiability. This person was none other than the Tianqian continent's multi-precious Chamber of Commerce chapter chairman, Xu Zhuang, and sitting on Xu Chang's left-hand side is the vice president, Jiang Ziyuan. On the right-hand side was the black market chief of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, Mu Qingsong. President, after my investigation, this Dark Spectre Hall is above the Tianmong domain, and the strongest person within it shouldn't be more than a great Luo Golden Immortal Great Perfection Powerhouse, Jiang Ziyuan said. Xu Zhuang nodded. A killer force that possesses the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal would actually be willing to be in a small place like the Tianmong domain. It's really somewhat interesting. Jiang Ziyuan, on the other hand, was unimpressed. President, this is after all an assassin force. It's quite reasonable to be in a small place like that. You mean to recruit it? Xu Zhuan was also a bit indecisive at this point. At this time Mu Qingsong spoke. Chairman, I think it's necessary. After all, the influence on this side of the black market is now getting out of control now. Those big families seem to be unable to hold back. If the Dark Spectre Hall is recruited under the name of the Duo Treasure Pavilion, then the black market side will also be able to deter those people from the big families. Jiang Ziyuan somewhat disagreed and opened his mouth to retort. Chairman, I don't think it's possible. After all, that's a killer force. You also know that those killers don't follow the usual path, let alone how they think. Mu Qingsong glanced at Jiang Ziyuan. His face changed slightly, but Jiang Ziyuan's identity and strength was not exported to refute. Jiang Ziyuan, on the other hand, saw through Mu Qingsong's thoughts and said, in a masculine tone, Chief Shogun, you look at me. I said the wrong thing. I didn't say that you are that kind of person too. Don't take it to heart. Although Mu Qingsong had anger, but only dared to curse in his heart, and surely did not dare to do so in the open, and could only smile and laugh. What are you talking about, Vice President General? How dare I? I'm just a rough man. You don't need to mind me. Xu Zhuang cleared his throat and opened his mouth with some uncertainty in his eyes as well. Although the Dark Spectre Hall is an assassin force, but in fact and we are not too different are all for money. So let's do this. Send an invitation to the Dark Spectre Hall. This matter you go to do it, Jiang Ziyuan. After saying that, Xu Zhuang closed his eyes, signaling that there was no need to say more about this matter. Seeing this, the two of them also left in a very sensible manner. Within a sparsely populated street in Sanyan Sacred City, this place was basically under the scope of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce's black market trading floor. In a darkened room within it, Mang leaned back in his chair casually, and across from Mang there was another person the man was Victor Chia, and without saying a word Mango directly placed the head of the male he had previously buried on the table. Victorkia didn't have any fear on his face when he saw the head. Instead he had a smirk on his face. Ha ha, this black market really lives up to its name. Doing things so efficiently, not bad, not bad. This is 10 million immortal crystals. Check it out. I'll pay a visit next time I have the chance. Victorkia placed the fairy crystals directly on the table and then turned to leave. Then I hope Mr. Shio will be more supportive. Ha ha. Tianmon Domain. Green Lotus Mountain Range. Within the Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters, Yili Tian was sitting on top of the main hall, still holding an invitation in his hand. Below, Wang Shuyi stood respectfully. Master, the person who sent the invitation said that it seemed to be from the Tianxian continent, called something like the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, and after giving it to me, he said that he hoped that the Dark Spectre Hall would be there at that time. Yili Tian looked at the content on top of the invitation to himself and could not help but be a little surprised. The multi-treasure chamber auction in 5 days? That sounds interesting. Unlike the Underworld Slayer world where you can only rob, I didn't realize that things can actually be sold here. But why was the Dark Spectre Hall invited? Yili Tian also frowned a little, but after a while the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smirk. Interesting, really interesting. With that, he put the invitation away and said to Wang Shuyi, Little Wang, what do you think can be some good things on top of this so-called auction? Wang Shuyi thought for a while, then spoke. Master, I'm not particularly sure about this, but the ones that can be auctioned above the Chamber of Commerce should not be bad. Yili Tian nodded and stopped speaking, but the smile at the corner of his mouth never tightened. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi also very consciously arched his hand and left. Chapter 65, Seeing the World and Breaking into the 100 Flowers Valley. Yili Tian casually picked up a cup of tea beside him and sipped it before drinking it directly. He then stood up and disappeared into the Great Hall with a single step. Heavenly Diffusion Dynasty, Dark Spectre Hall Branch. Wang Shuyi, as always, sat lazily paralyzed on top of that Great Hall seat. On the contrary, Cold Night remained on the sidelines, cultivating painstakingly. And right at this moment, Yili Tian's figure quietly appeared inside the main hall of the branch hall. When Wang Shuyi and Cold Night saw the visitor, they also hurriedly stood up and bowed to him. My lord, here you are, master. Yili Tian nodded his head in a bland manner, then turned his gaze to Cold Night and said to him, Let's go. Cold Night was in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on. Fortunately, Wang Shuyi's reaction was relatively fast, and he hurriedly signaled Cold Night to nod his head quickly. Although Cold Night didn't know what was going on, he still did as he was told and nodded his head. Good. Yili Tian then turned his head back to Wang Shuyi and said, He'll be back by tomorrow. After saying that, Yili Tian took a step towards the outside of the hall, and Cold Night followed closely behind. Wang Shuyi bowed in respect, his mouth still muttering, Brat, you've got to take advantage of this opportunity. Outside the Dark Spectre Hall branch, inside the Tianyan Imperial City, Yili Tian was in the front, and Cold Night was in the back. The two of them just walked in the direction of the outside of the city one after the other. On the way, Cold Night was a little nervous and didn't dare to speak, and didn't dare to ask where he was going, so he honestly followed behind Yili Tian. In no time, the two of them were out of the Heavenly Diffusion Imperial City, but their footsteps still had no intention of stopping as they continued to walk forward. On the way, Yili Tian eyed the front and said under his breath, Want to be a killer? Hearing these words, Cold Night looked towards Yili Tian. Although Yili Tian did not turn his head, Cold Night knew that these words were addressed to himself, so without any hesitation he opened his mouth and said back, Think. Yili Tian's face remained expressionless as he continued to ask, Why? To want to be a killer. Cold Night's eyes at this time were still as determined as they had been at the beginning, and he spoke directly without even thinking about it. Kill what needs to be killed and do what needs to be done. A hint of a smile appeared on Yili Tian's face, and then he asked the most deadly question of all. Have you ever killed anyone? Cold Night froze for a moment, but honestly shook his head and said, Not yet. Yili Tian stopped and didn't open his mouth. Cold Night was a bit unsure, but the next moment, Cold Night only saw a bright light appear above the ground, and Cold Night was stabbed so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. The bright light dissipated and the two disappeared into thin air. When Cold Night opened his eyes to look again, he realized that this place was not the same place he had just been. In his heart, Cold Night only felt some incredulity. Is this the teleportation of an immortal cultivator? So powerful. Yili Tian didn't care what Cold Night was thinking right now, and straight away he continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Cold Night also hurriedly followed Yili Tian's pace. After walking for a short while, the two of them came before a mountain gate. Cold Night raised his eyes and was shocked by the building in front of him. So, what a spectacle! Yili Tian, on the other hand, was not surprised and took a step towards the mountain gate. just as Yili Tian had just taken his first step inside the mountain gate, only to see that in front within the mountain gate, two female disciples wearing the clan's clothing seemed to have sensed something and immediately rushed towards Yili Tian's location. Who dares to trespass my 100 Flowers Valley? A female disciple pointed at Yili Tian with a sword and said in a forced tone. When Yili Tian saw this, his eyes turned cold and his face became gloomy as he continued to take a second step forward. Click! The heads of the two sword-wielding female disciples instantly rolled to the ground. Blood is dripping. Death is not an option. Yili Tian was still walking towards the front with a calm demeanor, as if the death of these two female disciples had nothing to do with him. Cold Knight, on the other hand, was shocked by the scene that had just occurred, and it was the first time that he had witnessed two living, breathing people die in front of him, separated by their heads. But he didn't know why. He didn't feel any color of fear at all in his own heart. Instead, there was still some excitement. When he looked at Yili Tian's back again, he only felt that so handsome. After walking around a bit more, only to see that in front of the two of them, four old men walked head-on. These four people were the four outer sect elders within the 100 Flowers Valley, but they were all female elders because the 100 Flowers Valley had no male disciples. The leader of the elders looked at Yili Tian with a cold and arrogant look on his face and angrily said, "Your Excellency, barging into my 100 Flowers Valley and killing my 100 Flowers Valley disciples. If you don't tell us the reason why, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time getting out of this 100 Flowers Valley today." Yili Tian's eyes remained flat and his footsteps did not stop for half a second. There was no intention of putting these four people in their eyes at all. When the 100 Flower Valley elders saw that this person dared to disregard her 100 Flower Valley so much, her eyes instantly became a bit morose and cold. "Your Excellency, since," click, only to see that the head of that 100 Flower Valley elder in the lead's head rolled to the ground before he could even finish his words. "Still dead." Yili Tian smiled disdainfully. Long-winded. When the other three elders saw this, their faces changed abruptly. Without any thought, they directly flew towards their backs at great speed. Right now they only wanted to escape from this place. Yili Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a slight arc. "Run? Ridiculous." Click, click, click. Only three voices were heard, without any warning, ringing out in the mountains. The next moment the bodies of the three elders who were fleeing at breakneck speeds lost their momentum all of a sudden, only to see the bodies of the three people fall straight from the air quickly and freely, falling hard to the ground, all gone silent. Yili Tian's footsteps were unceasing as he continued to walk towards the top of the mountain, and on top of the mountain was Morong Yun, the current head of 100 Flowers Valley. She had noticed Yili Tian as early as when the outer sect elder died. Looking at Yili Tian's appearance, she was shocked, and how could she not recognize this person? What she experienced that day was something she would never forget. Although she was not sure why this person had come to her 100 Flowers Valley, she knew that she absolutely could not provoke this person. Even more so, he mustn't upset this person in the slightest. So Morong Yun panicked and descended the mountain himself, with a smiling expression, and came straight to Yili Tian with quick steps. With a pleasing look, he opened his mouth and said, "Hello Senior, I am Morong Yun, the master of 100 Flower Valley. Senior, being able to come to my 100 Flower Valley really makes my 100 Flower Valley glow." At this moment, Morong Yun looked more humble than ever, but even so, Yili Tian didn't look at her squarely for a single point, and only opened his mouth faintly and said, "Lead the way." As soon as Morong Yun heard this, she quickly understood the meaning and very carefully led the way for Yili Tian from the side. Soon, under Morong Yun's leadership, the three of them arrived inside the 100 Flower Valley's main hall. Yili Tian sat on top of the main seat of the hall with a flat face. Below him was a group of elders within the 100 Flowers Valley as well as Morong Yun. At this time everyone's heart is a color of horror straight standing below. The atmosphere do not dare to gasp. Chapter 66, I've come for money and for killing. However, in Morong Yun's mind, it looked like he was thinking about something. Above the absolutely beautiful face, a faint, seemingly soul-hooking smile appeared, accompanied by the enchanting figure below after an imperceptible twist. With a whiny voice, she said to Yili Tian, "Elder, I don't know what you are shivering about when you come to my tiny 100 Flowers Valley." Looking at Morong Yun who looked like this in front of him, Yili Tian was still cold in his eyes, but the corner of his mouth hooked up an arc and smiled, saying, "I've heard that in this Tianmong domain, the 100 Flower Valley Ichuan House's industry is spread all over the continent and is fully staffed every day. I guess if this 100 Flower Valley dares to say that it ranks second in terms of financial power, then no one in this Tianmong domain should dare to say first." Morong Yun's pink face paused as she listened, but as the 100 Flowers Valley's master, the meticulousness of its mind, and how it is possible that the average person can be compared, without the crowd noticing it at all. Morong Yun changed into an extremely seductive smile again. With that smile, I'm sure it should be a guy who can't help but look twice. Not only that, under that smile that was filled with extreme temptation, Morong-yeon's hands, from time to time, were still caressing her proud figure. With a twist of her body, she slowly walked towards Yi Tian, who was sitting there, and while walking, she said with a whiny voice, saying, "Seniors, you say this what words while you also see I am a woman of the generation. If you want to stand firm here, then certainly need a like seniors such an handsome and powerful people as a backer. You see, what do you think, Prince, you have me, is not equivalent to you also have the second financial power of this Tianmong domain." After Morong-yeon finished the last word, his figure had already arrived beside Yi Tian. Morong-yeon unhurriedly stretched out her delicate jade hand, and with enchanting and charming movements, slowly stroked down towards Yi Tian's majestic chest. When Yi Tian saw this scene, his stance remained calm and his eyes flashed with hostility. Roll! An aura of faint blood-colored smoke spread out in all directions towards the entire hall with Yi Tian as the center. Before Morong-yeon had time to make any reaction, she only saw that her body had already been blasted out dozens of feet away. The mold was very downcast and smashed down on top of the jade floor, right below the main hall. Several huge cracks appeared on the ground, and even the floor shattered in several pieces. Morong-yeon was helped up with great difficulty by the elders beside her, looking at Yi Tian above with disbelief, and said in her heart, "How can that be? How can any male in this world reject me? Even if you're strong, you're not." Morong-yeon's face at this moment had completely lost the look of being in control of the whole situation before. What was there now was nothing more than a deep look of fear towards Yi Tian. Inside the great hall now, blood-colored smoke appeared around the naked eye was spreading in the air. Even the temperature inside the great hall had dropped by as much as a few dozen degrees from before. Yi Tian's eyes sank slightly, although he himself did not release any pressure. The atmosphere within the great hall was oppressive to the extreme at the moment. Yi Tian looked at Morong-yeon. His eyebrows were deep and his eyes even revealed 2 points of coldness. "What are you? Did I give you permission to move?" Bang! Morong-yeon's face changed drastically upon hearing this. The body was instantly fixed there, with fear in his eyes. It was a different person from just now. Clunk! Without any hesitation, Morong-yeon directly knelt down on the ground and hurriedly kowtowed to Yi Tian and begged for forgiveness. "Senior, I'm wrong. Senior, I'm wrong. Senior, I promise I won't dare next time. Spare me this time." Looking at everything in front of him, Yi Tian's gaze in his eyes was serene and deep as he said to Cold Night beside him, "What I have done today, keep in mind." Cold Night didn't dare to be the slightest bit sloppy as he nodded his head, still a little excited inside. Yi Tian continued, "Killer, the so-called killer, is not to take a dagger to wear a black, even go out to kill a person to be careful. That is not called a killer, that is called a wimp. Do you understand?" Cold Night seemed to understand and nodded. His eyes were firm as hell. Then Yi Tian added again, "Do you know what a killer is? When you can kill whoever you want whenever you want, that's called a killer." After saying that, a dagger appeared unconsciously in Yi Tian's hand and casually handed it to Cold Night. The dagger was a pure black color all over, and the blade was incredibly sharp. Cold Night took the dagger and held it in his hand and observed it carefully, unable to hide the look of love for the dagger in his eyes. Before Cold Night could finish his appreciation, Yi Tian's voice once again sounded in his ears. "Although the dagger is good, it needs to be sacrificed. This dagger is different from ordinary daggers. Whenever you kill one person with it, this dagger will become stronger. If you kill people in a constant stream, this dagger will become stronger in a constant stream. There is no upper limit. Go on, kill her." After saying that he could not see any emotion in Yi Tian's eyes, he casually pointed at Morong-yeon. Morong-yeon's face froze. Cold Night's face froze as well. He had never killed a single person. Even old hens he had never killed a single one. And this all of a sudden he let himself go and kill someone. Cold Night couldn't believe it and glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't say anything and just watched quietly. After hesitating for a long time, Cold Night held the dagger in his hand and walked towards Morong-yeon step by step. At this moment, the Cold Night expression has been changing. Sometimes happy, sometimes intolerant. However, on the contrary, Morong-yeon's expression had never changed from the beginning to the end, and she still looked fearful to the extreme. Looking at the Cold Night that was getting closer and closer to her, the current Morong-yeon had felt the color of fear from the bottom of her heart, although the child in front of him was nothing more than Jin Dan. But with Yi Tian above her here, she didn't dare to make a move, because she believed that as long as she had any thoughts of striking out, then the one above her would naturally obliterate herself faster than she could. Cold Night had arrived in front of Morong-yeon by now. He just looked at Morong-yeon. The dagger in his hand was raised high, but it was slow to fall. Morong-yeon's mood was in her throat at the moment, and she just looked at the dagger that was above her head with such horror. "Don't even dare to move." The two just stood there for a long time. Yi Li Tian looked at Cold Knight, who was still slow to make a move, and also spoke out and said, "Good looking." Ha! Cold Knight was a bit puzzled in his heart as to why Yi Li Tian would ask this, but even so, Cold Knight still looked at Morong Yun's face, and then said with great certainty, "Good looking." Yi Li Tian's face smiled lightly. Unwilling to give up? Or don't dare? Cold Knight froze, but he was also enlightened. At this time, Cold Knight looked at Morong Yun in front of him, without the slightest hesitation in his eyes. The dagger fell fast. The hand rose and fell as fast as lightning, and not even a trace of blood stuck to the top of the dagger. Morong Yun's eyes were wide with disbelief. Her body just went straight down. Note, dagger grade, black, red black purple, half red half purple, pure red. Heaven's punishment dagger dark red brown. Chapter 67 Long time no see ERD. Cold Knight stayed where he was, looking at Morong Yun, who had fallen to the ground bleeding. There was an additional indescribable feeling in his eyes. Another look at the arm he was holding the dagger with, both of which were trembling slightly at the moment. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Looking at his trembling arm, Cold Knight didn't know if this was fear or excitement, but he could completely feel that there didn't seem to be any color of fear in his heart, but instead there was an indescribable sense of affection. Cold Knight didn't know why, but he seemed to be enjoying this feeling a little bit. How does it feel? Just as Cold Knight was still savoring the feeling, Yi Li Tian's voice rang in his ears, pulling him back to reality. Cold Knight, who was in a daze, hurriedly turned to Yi Li Tian and said, "My lord, there is one thing I don't understand. For some reason my body is trembling, as if it longs for this feeling of killing." Upon hearing Cold Knight ask this, Yi Li Tian did not feel any surprise, as if he had already known it. The eyes gazed at Cold Knight as if they had already seen through him. Yi Li Tian slowly stood up and slowly walked towards Cold Knight with a mysterious smile on his face, saying, "It's normal to feel this way. After all, your bloodline is the 29th existence in the ranking of killing bloodlines, the Desire Blood Clan." Cold Knight frowned, somewhat unable to understand Yi Li Tian's words. What bloodline? What bloodline he was completely unclear about. Looking at the unintelligible Cold Knight, Yi Li Tian also patiently explained. To put it simply, your ancestor's ancestor had a relationship with the people of the Desire Blood Clan a long time ago, and in a twist, some of the bloodline power of the Desire Blood Clan will remain in your body now. Saying this, Yi Li Tian himself froze a bit. In his heart, he thought with some disbelief, this is the immortal realm. Why would the Desire Blood Clan exist? Could it be that they have traveled here? Or perhaps the Desire Blood race exists in this immortal realm itself? Or maybe, Yi Li Tian thought of a series of things that could happen, but on second thought it was completely impossible for all of them to happen. Solely Yi Li Tian also stopped thinking about this. After wiping out all of the remaining elders in the Great Hall, he left the place with Cold Knight. Certainly, the assets became certainly much stronger than when they came before. It wasn't long before Yi Li Tian returned inside the Dark Spectre Hall once again. Cold Knight immediately returned inside the Branch Hall as well, and after arriving at the Branch Hall, Cold Knight didn't have any intention of resting. He went directly to his room and practiced this technique that Yi Li Tian had given him, the Underworld Inferno Divine Demon Skill. This technique was the unspoken technique of the Underworld Slayer world, the Desire Blood Clan. It was only after Yi Li Tian personally came to his door that the Desire Blood Clan gave it to Yi Li Tian somewhat reluctantly. Cold Knight had thus cultivated directly from last night until now, but should it be said or not, Cold Knight's cultivation at the moment had broken through 2 major realms in a row in just one night's time, arriving at the middle stage of transformation spirit. At this point, should we say that the bloodline was strong or that Cold Knight's qualifications were good? Green Lotus Mountain Range, Dark Spectre Hall Headquarters. Lord Li Tian, are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? While Red Rose was speaking, Yi Li Tian shook the teacup in his hand and faintly opened his mouth. No need. This trip is also to make a name for the Dark Spectre Hall, and by the time I return, the Luo net can begin to be set up. Red Rose respectfully said. As you wish, Lord Li Tian. I'll go prepare the arrangements for Luo net. Yi Li Tian nodded. Red Rose's figure disappeared directly into the Great Hall. Looking at the teacup in his hand, Yi Li Tian's mouth couldn't help but hook up a cold smile. Casually, the teacups were placed on the table, only to be seen between the gaps where the teacups were placed on the table. A person who looked exactly like Yi Li Tian appeared in front of him. This person was also Yi Li Tian, and could also be said to be Yi Li Tian's doppelganger. But this bilocation was different from the bilocations of cultivators in the immortal cultivation world to a great extent. The immortal cultivation world could split into 3 or even more doppelgangers, but the gap between the strength of the doppelganger and the strength of the main body was still relatively large. Even if the bilocation exploded with its strongest strength, it could only exert 1/2 of its own strength. However, this detachment of Yi Li Tian was only 1. This was a cultivation method that he had obtained by chance in the underworld Slayer world, and it had been more than 6,000 years since the time he had started cultivating this technique. The most special thing about this Gong method was that the doppelganger could also carry out cultivation on its own, and would not dissipate even if the doppelganger was seriously injured. It was exactly the same as the entity, and it could also be said that this doppelganger was Yi Li Tian's second self. Even if the main body died, he could continue to survive with the help of his bilocation. Except for the word bilocation, which was different. All the other places were the same. Even in terms of strength, the bilocation, which had been cultivated for more than 6,000 years, possessed 7/10 of the strength of the main body. Go, second brother Yi. Yi Li Tian said to the doppelganger. The Yi Erdi in Yi Li Tian's mouth was Yi Li Tian's doppelganger, which was the name he had given him. Yi Erdi nodded. In an instant Yi Erdi's figure disappeared inside the dark hall. Tianxian continent. Sanyan sacred city. With a bland look on his face, Yi Erdi walked towards the headquarters of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Although the Tianmong domain was more than 100,000 miles away from the Tianxian continent, with second brother Ye's strength, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. Yi Erdi walked on the streets of the Sanyan sacred city and could not help but be a little surprised. He only felt that there were actually so many people in this pale flame sacred city, especially in the center of this city. It was a bit difficult to move forward. At this moment, Yi Erdi already had some coldness in his eyes. He wants to kill someone. From the time Yi Erdi had just left until now, there had been a full dozen women who had bumped into him. Solely thinking for a moment and taking a deep breath, Yi Erdi's figure strangely disappeared within the same spot. When he appeared again, Yi Erdi's figure had already arrived at the entrance of the Duobao Pavilion. The number of people entering the Chamber of Many Treasures at the moment was also relatively not that many. Scram! The auction hasn't even begun yet. An entry to the Duo Treasure Pavilion is strictly forbidden right now. The guards at the entrance of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce were aggressively throwing a worldly gentleman in gorgeous attire out the door. The son of the worldly family stood up from the ground with an angry face, looking at the guard with a face that was not to be messed with. The Duobao Chamber of Commerce guards were not at all accustomed to this person, and together they threw this male's invitation on the ground. With murderous intent in his eyes, the worldly prince viciously picked up the invitation on the ground, then glared at this guard before turning around and leaving without looking back. The surrounding people all looked at this person with a mocking face when they saw this scene. Seriously, I thought he was going to fight for his life when I saw that stance. Didn't expect that. Ha, really I thought so. Laughed my ass off ha. Yeah, my rhubarb knows how to bark twice. I didn't realize he knew how to bare his teeth. Yi Erdi naturally saw this scene, his eyes disdainful and, humph, little Duobao Chamber of Commerce, pretending. After saying that, Yi Erdi directly walked towards the entrance of the Duo Treasure Pavilion. The crowd naturally saw this person, and hurriedly whispered that, who is this person? We've just had one thrown out already, and I didn't expect another one who isn't afraid to die. Who knows, maybe he just simply likes the feeling of being thrown out. Chapter 68, You threaten me? Did I tell you to sit down? Yi Erdi looked at the ferocious guards at the door. His eyes remained indifferent as he casually took out his invitation and handed it to the guards at the door. The guard, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face, but still opened the invitation and looked at it. After he saw what was on the invitation, his face changed violently. At this time, that guard had completely lost that ferocious expression from before. All that was there now was respect to the point of deference. That guard hurriedly bent 90 degrees and opened his mouth to Yi Erdi. Senior, please go inside. I will personally show you the way. Wow! Those watching at the door were ready to start laughing, but didn't expect this. Who is this person that he can make the guards of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce personally show him the way? I don't know. It looks unfamiliar. Could it be that this person is from a great power in the outer regions? I think it's extremely likely. Perhaps it's the holy son of some holy land, but no matter which one it is, this person's identity is by no means simple. Yi Erdi was also a bit surprised. He had already thought about it. If this person dared to stop himself, he would destroy this multi-treasure chamber of commerce today. I didn't expect the guards to take a look at the invitation. The attitude came to a 18-degree turn. The guard was also wiping the sweat from his forehead at this time. He didn't actually recognize this person either. But nah, this was an invitation. Not an invitation Moreover, this invitation was written by the vice president of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Ziyuan himself. Even if he gave himself 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to have any slack The guards were extremely respectful as they led Yi Erdi inside the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, not daring to show the slightest hint of slackness. This multi-treasure chamber of commerce was worthy of being the second most powerful force in the Tianxian continent. Its internal decoration is completely luxurious to the extreme.
From the internal view of this multi-precious chamber of commerce is divided into 9 layers. And this first floor to the 8th floor is a one-piece floating mold. And its interior is spacious. There were only 5 pillars supporting the surrounding area. But upon closer inspection, these 5 pillars were all made of spirit stones, as luxurious as can be imagined. Under the guard's guidance, Yi Erdi arrived in a room on the top floor of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Here, on the other hand, it seems more spacious and thrifty. The room's amenities also consisted of little more than a huge table and a few chairs underneath it. Yi Erdi casually sat on the reclining chair in the very center. When the guard saw this, he also said, with a smile on his face, "Elder, wait here first, I'll go and inform the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce." The guard turned away after that. It didn't take long. The door to the room was pushed open. At the door, a middle-aged man walked in. This person was none other than the vice president of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan had just walked inside the room when he saw Yi Erdi sitting there. Although he didn't have any good feelings towards the killer in his own heart, he still said to Yi Erdi with a polite face, "Your Excellency should be the rumored Dark Spectre Hall's Hall Master. It's really completely different from what I thought. I didn't expect this Dark Spectre Hall's lord to be so young." Ha ha. Yi Erdi looked at Zhang Ziyuan, a cold color in his eyes, and spoke faintly. "Say something." Zhang Ziyuan froze slightly, and his face turned a little ugly, but there was no way to let it be the president's explanation. He could only force down the anger in his heart and use a smile to cover the ugly color. "Ha ha, as expected of an assassin, it's really straightforward enough," Zhang Ziyuan said, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing this, Yi Erdi's eyes changed slightly, and with a morose tone, he said, "Did I tell you to sit down?" Buzz. Zhang Ziyuan froze for a moment, his face hard to see. He didn't care if anything would grow or not at the moment. Looking at Yi Erdi with a threatening face, he said, "You, what did you just say? Say it again." Yi Erdi saw this, his eyes had more than a hint of killing intent. Boom! Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Yi Erdi merely glanced at Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan's body was then directly blown away on top of the wall in the room, along with the chair underneath him. At this moment, even the wall was smashed out of a huge hole. Immediately afterward, the entire wall collapsed violently. Zhang Ziyuan, who was suddenly blasted out, was a bit unresponsive, but the 16 broken ribs in his body told him it wasn't a dream. Zhang Ziyuan stood up with great difficulty and took out a pill and put it into his mouth. At this moment, he was in complete disbelief. He was a half-step immortal king, to be blown away so easily? Zhang Ziyuan looked at Yi Erdi with a grave look on his face. His face had completely lost its previous arrogance, and exclaimed, "You're not a great Luo golden immortal. You're an immortal king." Yi Erdi was still sitting there blandly, unable to hide the killing intent in his eyes, and said to Zhang Ziyuan, word by word, "Did you, just now, threaten me?" Zhang Ziyuan's body trembled for a moment. His whole body tensed up, completely unable to hide the color of panic at this moment. He knew that facing a giant rudder like the immortal king, he was completely powerless to resist in the slightest. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ziyuan directly knelt down. When Yi Erdi saw this, there was no mercy in his eyes, and he directly raised his hand to behead this person here. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyuan completely disregarded his status and directly kowtowed. "Senior, spare my life. Senior, I really didn't know that you were an immortal king, senior. It's me who has eyes but no eyes." Yi Erdi sneered, begging for mercy? "Oh well, it's a shame. I'm a killjoy." Yi Erdi didn't want to bull ***** anymore at this time. The coldness in his eyes was greatly harmful, and his palm directly fell. "Stay." Click. Yi Erdi's palm stopped in midair as he heard Yi Li Tian's voice in his head. Yi Erdi was a bit puzzled. "Why? Useful," Yi Li Tian said. The killing intent in Yi Erdi's eyes grew even greater, his heart burning with rage. "But he just dared to threaten me. I can't rest until I kill him." Yi Li Tian was somewhat speechless after hearing this, but still, he spoke. "Stay and be of great use. Do you understand?" Although Yi Erdi was reluctant, he knew that he couldn't disobey Yi Li Tian's words. One can only helplessly lower one's palm and. But, click. Yi Erdi's eyes were cold, only to see one of Zhang Ziyuan's arms. It directly broke off. He looked at Zhang Ziyuan with the eyes of an ant. "You're lucky today. I won't kill you, but the punishment is still there. But don't let me see your arm grow, or else. Die." SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Zhang Ziyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Although his arm was broken, but it was worth it to save his life. Hastily kowtowing to Yi Erdi in gratitude. "Many thanks to Senior for not killing me. Junior will definitely keep that in mind. Then, little one will roll first now." With that,
Zhang Ziyuan carefully walked towards the outside of the wall, not daring to make any stops. But at this moment, Yi Erdi's voice sounded once again. I let you go. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan's heart was once again shocked, and he quickly turned around and jogged back, directly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing frantically. It's the little one who has no eyes. Senior, spare your life. Senior, spare your life. Yi Erdi's eyes smiled coldly, then casually threw Zhang Ziyuan a pure black token. Put this up for sale at auction. Get it? Zhang Ziyuan looked at the token and nodded his head in a hurry. I understand. I'll get on with it. Get lost. Zhang Ziyuan hurriedly rolled and crawled to escape the place. Chapter 69 Central State Heaven's Pride List Characters Auction begins. Yi Erdi just wandered around the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, waiting for the auction to start. The president of the Multiple Treasure Chamber of Commerce naturally knew about this matter, but didn't look for trouble with Yi Erdi, and seemed to be going about deliberately pleasing Yi Erdi. In the next day or two, the Duobao Chamber of Commerce's auction was just about to begin. There was another influx of people within the Tsunyan sacred city, and it seemed that there were many forces from outside the domain. At this moment, inside the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, the place was almost half full, but even so, there were still a lot of people flocking through the front door into it. Although this multi-treasure chamber of commerce was only a branch in the Tianxian continent, however, anyone who can enter into this, that minimum is the kind of third-rate family power in Tianxian continent. Even for that matter, these third-rate family powers could only sit on the first floor of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. There are even some second-rate forces that can only sit within this floor. To say that the people who could sit on the second floor, or a higher floor, were all high-ranking people within the big forces, or even the lord of the forces, or even the holy son of a holy land. Look who that is. A voice rang out, and everyone all looked over in the direction of the doorway. Just see, in the Chamber of Commerce outside the door, walked into a woman. Into the eye. The woman ice clean, eyebrows like a picture, the beauty of some not quite real, a white dress. Look is so spotless. Goddess. My goddess is actually here. Goddess, I love you. Among the sons of the worldly families in the middle of the first floor, there were many who were attracted by the face of this woman in front of them, wanting all the information about this woman. Even more so, some people directly began to introduce the woman's origin. This woman's name is Luo Shuyu, the holy daughter of the Ice God Palace in the Central State. Her talent is superb. Even in the Central State, she's ranked among the top 30 existences. Without any surprises, Luo Shuyu was directly seated on the 6th floor. When the crowd on the first floor saw this scene, they took off and started kneeling down. Why should my goddess only be able to sit on the 6th floor? It's not fair. Quickly stop shouting and look at the door. At that moment someone spoke out sharply, saying, only at the doorway. A young man of about 20 years of age walked in. Those female disciples within the clans on the first floor had expressions of infatuation when they saw this person. Boy God, I love you, God. And those men on the first floor were not amused that who's this guy? The crowd shook their heads. I don't know, haven't heard of it. The female disciple of the family on the side, hearing that those men actually didn't recognize his male god, also opened her mouth with a conspiratorial face. Turtle, this is the true disciple of the Central State's Qingshu sacred ground, Li Xingyun. Ah, it can be ranked several places higher than that vixen in your mouth. Ha! When Luo Shuyu's loyal fans heard this, they couldn't sit still and were about to directly open their mouths to dislike her. Yet at that moment, all of the gazes of everyone froze at this moment, only to see that on the 8th floor of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, the place that hadn't been lit up for 10,000 years was so perversely lit up today. Not only the first floor and even everyone seated within the 2nd to 7th floors raised their eyes, wanting to know who the figure within this 8th floor actually was. However, just as everyone dropped their jaws at the sight of this person's face, even the people at the 7th level couldn't help but blurt out when they saw this person's face. Duan Dust Ming, 6th on the Central State Heaven's Pride ranking, Sword Emperor Duan Huaifeng's only son, Duan Ming, who was claimed to have already booked the title of the future Gun Emperor. Wow dash. Hearing this person's words, everyone in the room was surprisingly quiet. No one dared to discuss this matter anymore because the Sword Emperor's son was not something they were qualified to discuss. Still, someone couldn't help but be curious and asked, in a whisper, the son of the Sword Emperor, why would he practice with a gun and not a sword? Someone said back, this you don't understand, right? Before he played also sword, unfortunately practiced for 10 years and know nothing, but only the gun. A look at it. Once learned, this auction today can be said to be the most voluminous ever. Geniuses and powerhouses were arriving outside of the domain, and they weren't giving face to the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. It was because this time, the finale lot of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, they were determined to win. Wow dash. Everyone gasped out in shock once again. and this time they really couldn't believe it for a bit. They looked up and saw Chu Zhuang, the president of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, following a young man with a respectful face. It was even as if they felt that this Chu Zhuang was somewhat afraid of this young man. Many people were curious as to who this man was. It was actually possible for the president of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce to personally escort him to his position on the 7th floor. Why haven't I seen this person before? Could it be the young lord of some great family? Everyone shook their heads. No one recognized it. They naturally didn't recognize that this person was the resolute and decisive Yi Erdi. Bang! A voice rang out across the room, only to see that at the center of the 1st floor, on top of a high platform, the curtain was drawn back and a host, Mu Qingqing, wearing a purple dress, slowly marched to the auction stage with a smiling face. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. This year's auction is still me as the auctioneer for this auction. My name is Mu Qingqing, concave and convex figure, bare jade back and shoulders, natural charm of the face. Should say not to say that this woman does have a lot more mature sense of temptation. The crowd, which was still clamoring, couldn't avert their eyes when they saw the appearance of this woman. It could even be said that there were a lot of people who didn't come to participate in the auction, but came specifically to see Mu Qingqing. At the sight of Mu Qingqing's appearance, some people's mouths unconsciously drooled greedily. Alright everyone, Qingqing won't waste any more of your time. This auction will officially begin. After Mu Qingqing finished speaking, a woman wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam came beside Mu Qingqing with a tray in her hands, which was also covered with a red cloth. Mu Qingqing carefully removed the red cloth on top of the tray, only to see a bull-sized metal club presented in front of everyone's eyes. Mu Qingqing began to introduce. This first lot, named Soul Refining Rod, is a magic treasure that can devour souls, and of course can also manipulate souls to fight. The starting price is 10 million immortal crystals. Those who need it can bid now. This first lot was so precious, so one could imagine how much manpower and financial resources the Duobao Chamber of Commerce had consumed for this auction. 12 million. Right after Mu Qingqing's words fell, an old man in the 2nd floor room directly opened his mouth to shout, and a price increase is 2 million immortal crystals. 14 million. 1,000. Auction in progress, but there were only a few people below the 3rd tier who were competing. Those above the 3rd floor were basically watching the show, and they were completely uninterested in these ordinary items. Chapter 70 Giving You Face, What a Thing You Are. It was followed by the 2nd lot, the dragon scale armor. And of course the competition was still those below the 3rd floor. Those above didn't raise any interest at all. It could also be argued that those above had no interest whatsoever in everyone's lots. They had come for one purpose this time, and that was today's grand finale. By the time of the 3rd lot, those below the 5th floor also started bidding. This 3rd lot was a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine nebula fruit. This fruit appeared to have a blue ripple on the outside, but the color of the fruit appeared green. To be able to attract the auction of the people on the 4th floor, one could think that this fruit was still relatively precious. If a cultivator obtains this fruit and refines it, he or she can expand his or her divine sense and even enhance spiritual power. This nebula fruit was a dream fruit for alchemists. Although there were no pill refiners within the auction house here, within some of the big families, there were many high-level alchemists that were specifically hired as guest ministers. $30 million. Those below the 2nd floor had thought of shouting, but when they heard the price, the arms that had been raised were silently lowered again. 35 million. A figure from the top of the family within the 5th floor blurted out, and looked at the person who had just shouted the price after finishing, with some threatening intent. The man took one look at the moment and sat down honestly. No longer competing. Who dares to compete? That's an elder of the Chang family in central China. Although this Cheng family was so average in the central state, within this Tianxian continent, it was not comparable to these native families. The scene was quiet, only the sound of the hammer falling from Mu Qingqing's hand. 35 million for the 3rd time. Sold. Let's congratulate the elder of the 5th tier Cheng family for obtaining the nebula fruit. Although the competition within the Duobao Chamber of Commerce was about financial strength, and one could not maliciously use their power to oppress others, but the scene in front of me, but any human being can see that it's not really right. He was the one who gave it up, and there was absolutely no use of power over others. Yi Erdi, who was at the 7th floor, on the other hand, didn't put any of this in his eyes at all. In his eyes, all of them in the field are just clowns. Immediately following the 4th lot, the moment the red cloth was lifted, a sharp blade aura spread out in all directions. Those on the 1st floor, who were closer, only felt their skin being pricked inadvertently when they felt the blade aura. Mu Qingqing introduced. The name of this object, Ghost Bone Knife, body length of 3 feet 2 inches, bing length of 3 inches, weighing 1 catty 10 tails. The material of its knife is forged with the spine of ancient ferocious beasts. Its sharpness can be Blowing silk can be broken. The starting bidding price of 100 million immortal crystals. As Mu Qingqing's words fell, those at the 6th and even 7th layers seemed to have some interest in this sword. 105 million. A swordsman within the 5th floor was staring at this sword with both eyes, and was somewhat unable to take his eyes off of it. Humph. $130 million. Wow. A voice rang out from the 6th floor, and the speaker was a man with a knife at his waist. The crowd did not feel that there was any problem there when they took a look at this person's bidding, and it seemed that they also felt that it was impossible for this person not to bid. This man was the Central State, the young master of the Fast Blade Pavilion, Manhwa. Manhwa smiled and arched his hand at the crowd, saying, "Gentlemen, please cut me some slack. I really like this knife a lot." Hearing this, the crowd was justified. After all, that was Manhwa who regarded his sword as his life. Besides, he is also a pride who can enter the top 100 in the Central State's Heavenly Pride list. Even if they didn't give face to Manhwa, the Quick Dagger Pavilion behind him still had to give it, and the crowd was very sensible and stopped competing. 130 million for the first time. Mu Qingqing's voice rang out in the arena. $130 million for the second time. The fondness in Manhwa's eyes was overflowing, just looking at the knife on the stage as if it was already in his possession. $150 million. Just as Mu Qingqing was about to drop the hammer, a voice rang out from the 7th floor. All eyes looked up and, it's that man. That mysterious man who was greeted by the president himself. A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone thought that it was some unknowing person who actually dared to grab something from Manhwa, but now when he thought about it, after all, Manhwa's floor was on the 6th floor, but that person was on the 7th floor. It's kinda hard to know who's the better of the two at this point. The person who made the bid was none other than Yi Erdi. Just when Yi Erdi had just seen that sword, he thought that it was very handsome. If you hold it in your hand. Hey! When Yi Erdi thought of this, his eyes couldn't hide a smirk. Manhwa glanced at Yi Erdi and said in his heart, I haven't seen this person in the Central State. Could it be a guest of the Multi-Treasure Pavilion? Although the identity of this person was unclear, this auction naturally had the wealthy on top. Humph. $160 million. Manhwa snorted coldly and glanced at Yi Erdi again, as if to say again, don't you have money? You add it. Yi Erdi's eyes were chilled, but on second thought, he still had things to do and didn't make a move. Otherwise, with his character, he would have directly gone down to exterminate Manhwa. 200 million. Yi Erdi's voice once again resounded within the 7th floor. Manhwa smiled disdainfully. Compare your financial strength with me? Ha! $230 million. Wow dash. The crowd also cried out in shock. This is the first few pieces? Tens of millions and tens of millions of dollars? Who knows, but I think it should be at the top. Yi Erdi bent a glance at Manhwa, who happened to meet his eyes at that moment. Although this person was on the 7th floor, Manhwa was not afraid of this person. He even revealed a provocative expression to look at Yi Erdi. Yi Erdi had already forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart at this moment, but the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. 500 million. When these words came out, everyone had a surprise that, what? I didn't hear you right. How much did he say? 500 million? Even Manhwa was in a bit of disbelief when he heard those words. The heart is reluctant, but 500 million is a bit too much. He is not a cutie pie. Who dares to raise the price when people are offering 500 million? Even if he had, he couldn't have added more. At this moment, Manhwa's lungs were about to explode, and after glaring at Yi Erdi he sat back in his chair with an angry face and an unkind intention in his heart. Kid, it's not over today. I don't believe you can call another 500 million out. At this moment, Mu Qingqing's voice rang out in the arena. 500 million immortal crystals for the first time. 500 million immortal crystals for the second time. 500 million immortal crystals for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman from the 7th floor who won the Ghost Bone Sword. As Mu Qingqing's words fell, many people unconsciously looked at Yi Erdi on the 7th floor. After all, it was the first time they had seen someone who was so generous with his hand. Even the Ice God Palace's holy maiden, Luo Shuyu, looked with some curiosity at Yi Erdi, who was sitting on the 7th floor. It should be said or not, Yi Erdi is indeed very handsome. Just sitting there can be seen. Its eyebrows like a sword, eyes without distractions, a good stranger like Jade, the gentleman world without peer. Chapter 71, when I say 3 breaths, I mean 3 breaths. Yi Erdi naturally also noticed Luo Shuyu looking at himself. Between casually raising his eyes, he looked towards the 6th floor where Luo Shuyu was. In the instant they looked away, Luo Shuyu and Yi Erdi's eyes locked without even realizing it. Luo Shuyu's small face flushed and she hastily withdrew her gaze, tightly clasping her hands to hide her inner panic. This man, indeed, has some. When Luo Shuyu thought of this, the red rhythms on her pretty face became heavier, and she was somewhat embarrassed. Yi Er-D, on the other hand, casually retracted his gaze. No color of emotion could be seen in his eyes. Just as the crowd was still immersed in the just 500 million immortal crystals, Mu Qingqing's voice rang out in the arena. The next lot is. And so another dozen items were auctioned off in a row. The crowd was also bidding, having completely forgotten what had happened before. Immediately after Mu Qingqing's voice sounded again. Next up is my multi-treasure chamber of commerce. The last 3 items. As the words fell, he only saw that behind Mu Qingqing, a woman carrying a tray walked up. Mu Qingqing habitually lifted the red cloth covering the top of the tray. Only on top of the tray, a blood-red-colored bead was reflected in the eyes of everyone present. Mu Qingqing clapped her hands, and with a smiling face, she introduced the bead. The name of this item is Bloodbane Bead. As the name suggests, this bead can store Bloodbane Qi. And of course, it can also absorb Bloodbane Qi, with a starting price of 10 million immortal crystals. As the words fell, not a single person within the scene made a bid. At this point someone said, impatiently, hurry up. Next, don't waste time. Yeah, next, waste of time. In fact, this Blood Fury Pearl was obtained by the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, in a chance encounter, and it was the only thing that the Duobao Chamber of Commerce had been unable to sell for so many years, and the only existence that had appeared countless times in auctions. There is of course a reason why it will not sell. After all, cultivators are not little cuties, they rely on aura immortal chi to cultivate. This Blood Fury thing didn't do them any good, and there were even quite a few bad things about it. Even if you get a different bead that can store aura, it's not like it's going to be dusted here again for so many years. Mu Qingqing was already used to seeing this scene, but the smile on her face never disappeared from the beginning. That's why Mu Qingqing has been able to work for Duo Baoshang for so long. Mu Qingqing looked at the dress lady and signaled that she could go down. The dress lady understood in a second, and went straight towards the stage with the bloodbath beads in her hands. $20 million. The dress lady, who was just about to go down, also subconsciously stopped in her tracks when she heard this voice. Everyone in the arena also looked up. Isn't that brother 500 million? What's he buying this for? The person who shouted the price was none other than Yi Er-D, who was sitting on the 7th floor seat. A lot of people were unsure, but didn't pay much attention. A broken bead is useless, and there wasn't a single bidder in the field. However, what Yi Er-D didn't know was that, without him realizing it, he gained the title, the cutie with money and no place to spend it, commonly known as the landlord's son. 21 million. Just when the crowd thought that no one would come out to raise the price at all, a voice rang out from the 6th floor. This person was none other than Manhwa. When the crowd saw this, they all understood why, and immediately remembered the 500 million brother, and sat down to watch the show. Manhwa glared at Yi Er-D with a disdainful look on his face. Sorry Anan, I happen to be interested in this stuff too. Manhwa just looked at Yi Er-D and said loudly, fearing that the people in the arena couldn't hear him and even looked at Yi Er-D with a provocative face after he finished. Ha! Yi Er-D's mouth smiled coldly, directly stood up. His eyes looked at Manhwa with a cold color, faintly opened his mouth and said, you're rich, aren't you? Good. 2 billion. If I don't see 2 billion in 3 breaths, you die. At this moment, Manhwa was stunned. He was in complete disbelief that this person would actually say such things to himself on such an occasion. Manhwa also got angry and pointed at Yi Er-D and cursed. How dare you talk to me like that? $2 billion? And 3 breaths? I'll take a look at you today. Click. Manhwa hadn't finished his words. Immediately afterward, however, only the head of Manhwa above the 6th floor was seen. Without any anticipation, it just rolled off the floor. Slowly, it dropped from 6 stories to 1. At this time, on the 7th floor, Yi Er-D was sitting on top of the fence with an indifferent look on his face, speaking softly. 3 breaths. R'u. The room was silent. Everyone was staring at the head that fell to the ground. This. Even those who were on the same 7th floor were shocked. This person actually dares to kill people at the treasure-taking Chamber of Commerce. Is he not afraid of the retaliation from the treasure-seizing Chamber of Commerce? Or the Fast Blade Pavilion? An old man behind Manhwa's corpse hadn't even slowed down until this moment. Young Lord. That old man then looked violently at Yi Er-D. Kid, today I don't care who you are. You don't want to leave this duo bao alive. Click. Only another blade sound rang out in the field. Immediately after that, only the head of the old man who had just spoken was seen to fall along with the trajectory of Manhwa's head before. Yi Er-D sneered ridiculously and said, you could have lived, but alas, I dislike it when people threaten me. Buzz. At this moment, everyone, all of them looked at Yi at this moment with a gaze of disbelief. But now, none of them dared to open their mouths and say a word. They wouldn't dare. If they opened their mouths at this moment, they were afraid that this person's next slash would be on their own bodies. Luo Shuyu, who was above the 6th floor, was also looking at Yi at this moment, but there was no look of fear in her eyes. Instead, there were more than a few shades of fondness. Unconsciously, he spoke in a whisper. This man, so handsome, but even so, Yi wouldn't notice at all. Fellow Daoist, good sword technique. At this moment within the quiet venue, above the 8th floor, Duan Ming uttered a sentence that instantly broke the quiet environment. Yi looked up, his eyes still flat, but he only glanced at Duan Ming and stopped looking at him. At that moment, Duan Ming continued, fellow Daoist, your blade technique is indeed fast enough, but it's not even close. When Yi heard this, a cold laugh resounded throughout the room. Ho 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 ho. Immediately afterward, he raised his eyes and looked towards Duan Ming. Just within an instant of seeing Duan Ming, a mighty pressure swept through the entire 8th floor. Boom! Within moments of the entire 8th floor feeling this pressure, all of the buildings within the 8th floor crumbled and smoke filled the air. Chapter 72, what's the problem? How about 100 million immortal crystals? I'll kill him for you. Right at the moment, Duan Ming came into contact with this pressure. His body was already forced to the ground. Even if he tries to fight it off however he can, and all in vain, the floor crumbled, and Duan Ming's entire body was directly forced from the 8th floor, collapsing and collapsing, all the way to crashing through the entire 7 floors, falling on top of the first layer of hard ground. Only then did he stop. At this moment, Duan Ming was covered in wounds. What's the harm even if he's the 6th in the Central State Heaven's remarkable ranking? What about the future king of guns? So what if you're in the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? At this moment, his current appearance was like a cold wind blowing in the Valley of the Fallen. Duan Ming gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty, looking at Yi with a face full of incredulity. He wouldn't think of hitting back. In this moment he had realized the gap between the two. Duan Ming arched his hand at Yi and said, Elder, it's me who has eyes but no eyes. Thank you senior for being merciful and not killing me. Mr. Duan is leaving. Duan Ming left. The room remained silent. Originally, Mang Haofeng's death didn't make those people of the great powers of the Central State half move. A fast knife pavilion is nothing more than a clown's existence in the Central State. However, everyone froze in place with stunned colors at Duan Ming's departure. Who is Duan Ming? 6th on the Central State Heaven's pride list. Sword Emperor Duan Huaifeng's only son. All of those Central States prides that were present were stunned. They thought that they couldn't compare to Duan Ming, but this crushing ending, it was also something they hadn't expected. Even Duan Ming actually just, insignificantly, left. In the minds of all at once sprang the thought that the second young immortal king powerhouse in Tianxian continent, the existence that could make those bigwigs in the Central State give this evaluation could be imagined. As for the first one, that was 10,000 years ago, and at the age of 2000, he had already arrived at the immortal king level. Constant pressure, a character of the times, never lost, undefeated. Yi didn't care what they were thinking at this moment. His eyes casually scanned everything in the arena, and faintly said, go on. The room remained quiet and no one spoke. At this time Mu Qingqing, who had a very high professional quality, continued after coughing. Ahem. Next up is the penultimate lot of the auction. Immediately after a woman panicked and hurriedly walked up with a tray. Mu Qingqing lifted the red cloth and explained. This lot, rather peculiar, is a token, a killer token. This token is from a killer organization, the Dark Spectre Hall. It is rumored that within this assassin organization there exists an immortal king-level assassin, and the person who obtains this token can use it to designate for the Dark Spectre Hall to kill one person. The starting price is 100 million immortal crystals. The crowd reacted as the words fell, hastily keeping themselves from thinking about what had just happened. But just going to see Yi still couldn't help but send a shiver down one's spine. $130 million. At that moment, someone spoke up. And the person who spoke up was a middle-aged man from a family within the 5th floor. It was only after this person called for the price that all of them scrutinized the token. An immortal king-level assassin force? Dark Spectre Hall? It won't be a lie, right? It shouldn't be. After all, this is the Duobao Chamber of Commerce's auction. The accuracy rate can be as high as 99.9%. That's when someone from within the 6th floor made a bid. $150 million. $170 million. After several rounds of bidding, in the end,
This Dark Spectre Hall token was bought by a man in a cloak for $560 million. It was impossible to see the person's face clearly, even his face was blocked. The crowd didn't care as the last lot was brought up. Mu Qingqing lifted the red cloth, only to see a jade screen presented in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd was so excited that they jumped at the chance. Mu Qingqing opened the bottle. Just the moment the bottle was opened, a strong scent of Dan came to his nose. Mu Qingqing picked up the bottle and introduced it to the crowd. This last lot is this. The Wuji Broken Mirror Dan. Although the Wuji Broken Mirror Dan can be made by a competent alchemist, but this one is extraordinary. This infinite mirror breaking pill has a full 7 Dan lines. Even immortal king powerhouses can take it to break a realm without any side effects. Starting price 700 million immortal crystals. Bidding begins. 800 million. Just the moment Mu Qingqing's words fell, a voice rang out. Immediately after that, all the people of the great powers began to call for bids. It was no wonder those people could be so crazy. After all, there were a lot of family power heads or old ancestors stuck in the immortal king realm for a long time so far unable to break through. And as long as they auctioned this infinite mirror breaking Dan, then the family behind it could still prosper for 10,000 years. Those people of great power have shouted the price who will not let anyone. $1.5 billion. Just then Luo Shuyu inside the 6th floor opened his mouth and shouted. The crowd also hesitated when they heard this price. And at this moment, 2/3 of the forces had already withdrawn from the competition. $1.5 billion. The Li Xingyun who has been watching the show for a long time is also competing at this time. Seeing this, Luo Shuyu also continued to shout. 16 billion. Not dragging his feet at all. He added it directly to 1.6 billion. Li Xingyun was also a bit depressed. His master had only given him 1.7 billion but thinking about it, he believed that Luo Shuyu shouldn't have much left. And so a stream of brains said directly. 1.7 billion. After shouting, Li Xingyun also looked at Luo Shuyu and said, with a smirk on his face, Holy Maiden Luo Shuyu, I wonder if you can give my Qingshu sacred ground a thin face and let this stand within my Qingshu sacred ground. That's a nice way of saying nothing more than a threat in a different way. The Ice God Palace was no match for the Clear Void Holy Land, and it was a person who understood that and gave back a thin face. To put it in another way, it meant that if the Ice God Palace didn't give him this face from the Clear Void Holy Land today, then I'm afraid that the Ice God Palace behind her would have a very difficult time in the future. As much as Luo Shuyu didn't want to give up, the Ice God Palace really couldn't be compared to the Clear Void Holy Land. In the end, Luo Shuyu chose to give up. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, arched his hand at Luo Shuyu in a fake and sympathetic manner. Thanks to the Holy Maiden for being able to give me this thin face now. Ha ha. At this point there was no one else in the arena to raise the bid. 1.7 billion immortal crystals for the first time. Mu Qingqing's voice rang out like a bell in the arena. At this moment, Yi Erdi, who was sitting on the 7th floor and fuming, in his mind Yi Li Tian's voice rang out. After listening to Yi Li Tian's instructions, Yi Erdi smiled and muttered under his breath. Still, you know how to play, boss. Subsequently, within the 6th floor, Luo Shuyu's mind resounded with Yi Erdi's voice. 100 million immortal crystals, I'll help you kill him. Luo Shuyu's face changed slightly after hearing this, and in the next moment she directly looked up at Yi Erdi with some disbelief on her face. But on second thought, it's not impossible. If this person beheaded him, it didn't seem to have anything to do with the Ice God Palace, so that he wouldn't have to worry about retaliation from the Clear Void Holy Land. Chapter 73, I need a reason to kill you today. After thinking for a moment, Luo Shuyu nodded to Yi Erdi. Yi Erdi's eyes were cold as he looked at Li Xingyun, who was full of confident color, with an evil smile on his face. Boy, that smile of yours, I don't like it. Li Xingyun's brows tightened and there was some anger in his heart. I was about to see which one who didn't want to die dared to talk to himself like that. His expression froze for a moment, and as his mind turned to something else, he seemed to think of something that, the voice is. Thinking of this, Li Xingyun's face immediately took on an additional look of gravity. With stiff movements, he slowly lifted his head up and looked in the direction of the 7th floor. At this moment, Li Xingyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Right between the moment when Li Xingyun looked at the 7th floor, he only saw Yi Erdi looking at himself with an evil smile on his face. That smile only seemed a little creepy to Li Xingyun. His body unconsciously took a step backward, and under his breath he said, in a panic, Elder, what do you mean by that? Yi Erdi casually laughed twice, and his icy voice rang in Li Xingyun's ears. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. What I don't like. Of course, chop it up on the spot. Li Xingyun's body trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face all of a sudden. Hearing Yi Erdi's words, he didn't feel that this person was joking with him at all. Manhwa Feng, and his protector, could be the best example.
Even that sixth heavenly pride of the central state, Duan Dust Ming, he dared to beat, let alone himself. At this moment, he was completely at a loss as to when exactly he had offended this person, and he didn't seem to have done so. Although he was terrified beyond measure at the moment, he still managed to control his color of fear, and the upper half of his body hastily bent into 90 degrees to respectfully open his mouth. Senior, I don't seem to have offended you, right? I don't know why you want to kill me out of your mouth. If I really have offended Senior in any way, I will definitely keep it in mind and apologize deeply to Senior. Yi Erdi's eyes remained cold. His face did not change, and he spoke very casually. Joke, this seed is going to kill you today. Why do I need to talk about reasons? Li Xingyun's heart trembled after hearing this. His legs couldn't stop trembling, but he still held a sliver of hope and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Senior, this is the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Killing is expressly forbidden. You've already killed 2 people. Does Senior really want to offend the Duobao Chamber of Commerce to the end? Yi Erdi laughed even more sinisterly. Without any warning, Yi Erdi directly raised his hand and waved it casually, only to see that one of the walls of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce was directly pierced through a close to 100 feet. Huge hole. When everyone present saw the scene, none of them dared to open their mouths. Yi Erdi's eyes were disdainful as he swept a glance at everyone present, his cold killing intent directly covering the entire Duobao Chamber of Commerce, descending on the body of every person in the field. At this time, everyone's face above, all staring incomparably. The Chamber of Many Treasures? May you dare to manage it. Yi Erdi's voice was not loud, but everyone within the presence heard it clearly. At this point, the arena was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. It didn't matter if it was someone from the central state or someone from the Tianxian continent, or an outer region cultivator. Between this moment, not a single person dared to say the word no, especially Li Xingyun, who was now so frightened that he had fallen to his knees by this killing intent of Yi Erdi. How smug he was earlier, how devastated he was now. Looking at Li Xingyun, who looked like this, the corner of Yi Erdi's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Li Xingyun with a smile on his face. At the moment, on his face, there was more of a playful look. With an instantaneous movement, Yi Erdi arrived directly at the floor where Li Xingyun was. With a kind smile on his face, he walked slowly towards Li Xingyun step by step. Li Xingyun saw the situation. His face was white, his body trembled non-stop, his legs directly softened, could not even stand up, and even his speech was not good enough. No, you can't kill me. Even if you don't fear the multiple treasures Chamber of Commerce, as long as you dare to kill me today, the clear void Holy Land behind me will definitely not let you go. Yi Erdi's eyes condensed, his footsteps did not stop, and his mouth faintly said, Interesting. I really didn't expect that even a tiny mole cricket would dare to threaten the seat like this now. As the words fell, Yi Erdi had already arrived in front of Li Xingyun. Click! Without the slightest bit of slowness, out of the knife and closing it in just a breath, Yi Erdi turned around and left without looking at it more than once. Behind him, Li Xingyun had already separated his hands. His face was hideous and dead. Yi Erdi had no intention of stopping and walked directly towards the outside of the Duobao chamber. The crowd touched their necks and all of them sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at Li Xingyun's corpse and showing pity. It's a pity. A family elder shook his head and said. The crowd opened their mouths in disbelief and asked, Pity what? Pity I didn't decapitate you too? The crowd almost laughed out loud when they heard that. That family elder also paused and didn't pay any attention as he continued to speak. It's a pity that the second future of the Tianxian continent, the young man who can constantly suppress a generation, is about to fall. The people also sort of understood the meaning of this person's words. Indeed, what you said is not unreasonable. This person's natural talent is very counterintuitive. Even if you look at the central state, he is considered the first among the younger generation. But unfortunately, this person's character is too rigid and reckless, and he offended 2 forces in the central state in a single day. Although the Fast Blade Pavilion poses no threat to this person, it's hard to say if it's the Clear Void Holy Land. The crowd nodded in agreement. At this point another person spoke up and, Joke, do you guys think that such a young immortal king has no one behind him? So what if there is someone? Even if the person behind him can forcefully suppress the Clear Void Holy Land, don't forget about Central State Sword Emperor Duan Huaifeng, one of the 5 strongest in the Central State. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into silence and said no more. Outside the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, inside and in. For this matter, thank you senior. The person who spoke was the holy daughter of the Ice God Palace, Luo Shuyu. In the gap between Yi Erdi's front foot, Luo Shuyu followed, but Luo Shuyu was afraid of being seen, so she made an appointment to meet at this inn. Yi Erdi's face was expressionless. Equal trade. No thanks necessary. Despite this, but Luo Shuyu still expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart and then took out a space ring and placed it on the table. Senior, this is 100 million immortal crystals in here. As agreed with you before, please take it. Yi Erdi remained expressionless. That's natural. I'm bound to take it. It's what I deserve. Hearing these words, Luo Shuyu's expression appeared a bit odd. Yi Erdi collected the space ring on the table, stood up and directly turned around to leave. When Luo Shuyu saw this, she was a bit speechless and thought to herself, am I that ugly? A hint of hesitation appeared on his face, but he still opened his mouth and called out to Yi Erdi. Senpai. Yi Erdi impatiently turned to look and asked, something? Chapter 74, you don't get it, do you? I'm making a name for Dark Spectre Hall. Luo Shuyu blushed slightly. Words were on her lips, but she couldn't open her mouth. Then still in a different sentence, he said, Senior, you, if you come to the Central State, you can come to the Ice God Palace to find me, and I can take you. Yi Erdi directly interrupted Luo Shuyu's words. At this moment he became even more impatient. Is it any of your business whether this seat goes to the Central State or not? After saying that, Yi Erdi disappeared in place with a speechless face. The mind can't help but spit. Inexplicable. At this moment, only Luo Shuyu, who had an embarrassed look on her face, was left in the inn. At the same time, inside the sect hall of the Clear Void Holy Land in the Central State, the Patriarch and a group of elders were here, discussing certain matters. Sovereign is not well. Sovereign is not well. At that moment an urgent and panicked voice came in from outside the Great Hall. As the voice fell, he only saw a male disciple wearing the costume of the Clear Void Holy Land, Soul License Pavilion, running in hot and bothered. The Patriarch and elders who were discussing matters, seeing a disciple come in, also closed their mouths and stopped speaking, but their faces all became a bit gloomy. Sitting on top of the main seat, Patriarch Jade Wuchen, after seeing a disciple casually enter such an important place as the clan hall so boldly, also looked at this disciple in front of him with a serious face, unbridled. As Jade Wudu finished speaking these words, a pressure was casually emitted around his body, spreading throughout the entire hall. Panicking and running straight into the Great Hall. Have you forgotten the holy rules of my Clear Void Holy Land? When that Soul License Pavilion disciple saw the scene, he directly knelt down, his legs unable to stop trembling. All the elders remained just watching from the sidelines, and no one opened their mouths to speak. Jade Wuduan looked at the disciples of the Soul License Pavilion below and asked with a serious and still solemn opening, say, if there were no major events, just the fact that you casually trespassed inside the clan's Great Hall would be enough to keep you in confinement for 100 years. The Soul License Pavilion disciple who was kneeling on the ground, after hearing these words, his legs trembled even more, and even his cold sweat was unconsciously pouring down. He opened his mouth tremblingly and said directly that, Patriarch, elder brother knight his soul plate is shattered. After saying that, this disciple's hand was already holding Manhwa broken soul plate. Roar! Jade Dustless was a bit disbelieving that my Holy Land's true disciple had actually fallen outside. Despite this, there was no trace of heartache above Jade Wudu's face. A true disciple is just a true disciple, even if he dies. With the strength of his Holy Land, it is nothing more than a matter of time before he can cultivate one out. But the most important thing at the moment was who had killed the true disciple of his Clear Void Holy Land, which was undoubtedly slapping his Clear Void Holy Land's face. Have you found out clearly what kind of power people did it? Jade Wuduan spoke with a serious face. That disciple shook his head repeatedly. Patriarch, disciple has only found out one thing. Senior brotherly died in the Tianxian continent. As for the rest, disciple has no way to find out. Jade Dustless' eyes narrowed slightly. Go down. Disciple excuses himself. That disciple left, and only a group of elders and Patriarch Jade Wuchen remained in the hall. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was now somewhat delicate. No one said anything. Third elder, you go and walk to the Ice God Palace, Jade Wuduan said with a cold face. Without any hesitation, the third elder instantly understood the sovereign's meaning, and after arching his hand, he turned to leave. Not only the Qingshu sacred land, even the Fast Sword Pavilion master, who was in the easternmost part of the central state, within the Aou city, was somewhat incredulous and furious after learning that his son had died. My son? Who the hell is it? The Quick Dagger Pavilion was in the dark business, and although its strength was rather average, within it was also Mang Haofeng's father, the Mang Pavilion master, who was also a genuine immortal king existence, although it was also only a second-grade immortal king. However, the Fast Dagger Pavilion did a large dark business, and had basically spread over a quarter of the central state's territory. Pavilion master, please calm down, since it's already happened. No matter how angry you are, it's impossible for young Lord him to be resurrected. The person who spoke was the biggest steward within the Fast Dagger Pavilion, Li Air. Although the mighty pavilion master knew it very well in his heart, what could he do even if his business was big? A second-grade immortal king could be bullish in AOU City, but outside of AOU City he was nothing. Although he didn't know who killed his son, he naturally knew everything after so many years of being a raw. Dare to kill his son, that is bound to know the Fast Dagger Pavilion. Know his Fast Dagger Pavilion. That means that the person who killed his son is not afraid of his Fast Dagger Pavilion at all. So now he can't do anything but throw a fit and cry in pain, let alone take any revenge. My son! It is father's incompetence. My son! Li'er looked at the pavilion master and also shook his head helplessly as he turned to leave. Tianmong Domain. Within the Dark Spectre Hall's main hall, within the top 12 floors, Yi Erdi's figure quietly appeared in front of Yi Litian without any signs. Yi Litian sat on top of the chair in the main hall. Without feeling any surprise, he looked at Yi Erdi and opened his mouth. Did you have a good kill? Yi Erdi smiled awkwardly. He naturally knew what Yi Litian was talking about. So with a smiling face, he said to Yi Litian, Boss, you don't understand this. I am but making a name for the Dark Spectre Hall. Yi Litian still looked at Yi Erdi with an indifferent expression, and after slowly sipping a mouthful of tea, he said, making a name for yourself? Do you think you'll believe yourself when you say that? You didn't even say a single word about the Dark Spectre Hall when you killed. Did you? I know exactly what's in your heart. You don't need to explain. Yi Erdi saw that he had been dismantled and once again put on a smile to hide it. Then he hurriedly took out from within his spatial ring the items that he had previously grabbed. The items that were auctioned off were handed over to Yi Litian. Yi Litian directly took it over without the slightest hesitation and surveyed the blood-bane pearl in his hand. Just by looking at it, Yi Litian's heart was delighted. The power of the blood-bane within this bead is actually so similar to that of the underworld of slaughter. And although it's not as pure as the killing aura within the underworld of slaughter, it's enough to restore the power of the bloodbane. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Litian's mouth lifted even higher. As long as we have this bloodbane bead, we won't have to worry about the consumption of bloodbane power. But, you still have to use a dead person to absorb the bloodbane chi. But this bead is more pure than directly absorbing it. There's no way having it is better than not having it. Yi Litian then put away the bloodbane bead. At that moment, the figure of Red Rose walked in from outside the Great Hall. When she entered the Grand Hall, Red Rose wasn't too surprised when she saw that there were two Yi Litians. She just paused for a moment. Chapter 75, Sending Out Deadly Ambassadors Laying Out Tianxian Continent. But her gaze, when she landed on top of Yi Erdi's figure, the Red Rose slightly trembled with trepidation. Without any hesitation, he then bowed slightly and arched his hand at Yi Litian. Then he arched his hand very carefully at Yi Erdi and said, Lord Erdi, you come out too. Yi Erdi looked at the Red Rose without any expression in his eyes and spoke flatly. What did you just call me? The Red Rose's body stiffened, and a hint of fear appeared above her face. Then the upper half of her body bent even deeper as she hurriedly opened her mouth. Red Rose, meet Hall Master Yi. Hearing these words, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Erdi's face as he slowly walked towards the Red Rose. Coming to the Red Rose, he slowly extended a finger, then gently swept her eyes above Red Rose's chin, her eyes just as icy as they were. Remember, I don't want it to happen again. Understand? Bang! Yi Erdi's figure swished and directly came into a close embrace with the building beside him. At this time, Yi Litian's voice rang out in the arena. Second brother, you're playing too much. When will your nature change? Yi Erdi climbed up from the ground with an embarrassed look on his face and covered his mouth with his hand and coughed a few times, unable to hide the embarrassment he just felt. Ahem, boss, you've gone too far, haven't you? That's how you treat yourself? I just haven't seen Sister Rose for too long. Just want to chat with her for a while. Then with a smile on his face, he glanced at Red Rose and said, Right, Rose girl. The Red Rose shuddered slightly and spoke in a hurry. Right. It's good that Hall Master Yi is happy. Red Rose, what else could she say at this point? He now only wished for Mirage Knight to appear and let Mirage Knight carry it all for him. Who in Dark Spectre Hall doesn't know? Yi Erdi Who doesn't fear when they see Yi Erdi Yi Erdi is known to be a decisive killer. Although Yi Erdi and Yi Litian were both exactly the same, their personalities were indeed worlds apart in existence. Yi Litian, the talent of heaven and earth. Literature can put pen to paper to secure the world. Martial arts can get on the horse to set the world in order. On the contrary, Yi Erdi is the opposite. He does things only on his own. I do. Look at you today. Then tomorrow you won't exist in this world. Murder and arson with a gold belt. Repairing bridges and roads without corpses. Yi Litian shook his head helplessly, thinking, this is myself? Is this really myself? Is there something wrong with the Gong method? Yi Erdi, on the other hand, didn't care in the slightest and looked at Yi Litian and opened his mouth. Let's go, boss. Then he glanced at Red Rose again. Let's go, Rose girl. Ha ha. The Red Rose bent down hastily, and said, "Greetings to Hall Master Yi, Yi Li Tian." On the other hand, was unimpressed and then changed back to his previous bland appearance and said to Red Rose, "How's it going?" When Red Rose heard Yi Li Tian's words, she hurriedly slowed down and opened her mouth, saying, "Lord Li Tian, the Luo net has already been prepared. As long as you speak, no news from the Tianmon domain, or even the Tianxian continent, will escape the eyes of the Dark Spectre Hall." Yi Li Tian nodded his head and asked, still speaking indifferently, "Dead ambassadors, how many more are there?" Red Rose didn't even think about it. She just spoke up and said, "Lord Li Tian, after that battle in the underworld of slaughter, there are still more than 2,000 dead ambassadors within the Dark Spectre Hall nowadays." Dead ambassadors were unranked assassins within the Dark Spectre Hall, and their main task was to spy on news, because the Dark Spectre Hall hadn't taught them any attack or killer skills from the moment they were trained. The cultivation levels of the Universal Death Envoys were all in the mid to late Great Emperor stage of the Immortal Cultivator realm. They had only one mission, and that was to get all the information that the Dark Spectre Hall needed. And even if there was an abyss in front of them, the Dead Envoys would have to jump in. That's why the Dead Ambassadors don't possess any human emotions. They only have one idea in their mind, prying information back to the Dark Spectre Hall. Yi Li Tian nodded without any expression on his face and then spoke, "Send out 500. And have them form a well-established Luo net message in the Tianxian continent." "As you wish, Lord Li Tian." Red Rose turned away and disappeared into the Great Hall. Within the first floor of the Dark Spectre Hall, one could only see 500 dead ambassadors standing respectfully. They were uniformly dressed in black, and even on their faces, they wore hideous black masks. "Execute!" Only Red Rose's voice rang out within the first floor. The 500 dead ambassadors present nodded their heads, and then without any hesitation, their figures directly disappeared within the Dark Spectre Hall. A black residual shadow outside of the Dark Spectre Hall was rapidly plundering in the direction of the Tianxian continent. Time rolls on. 3 days later, in the central state, in the northernmost part of the extremely cold land, on the top of a snowy mountain, this was the address of the Ice God Palace. Only an old man's figure was pacing back and forth in front of the Ice God Palace's mountain gate. This person was none other than the Ice God Palace Grand Elder, Zhu Conscience. After a while, Zhu Conscience sensed something and looked up, finally showing relief above his originally anxious face, only to see in the sky not far from the Ice God Palace, Luo Shuyu. This imperial sword flew towards this side. Luo Shuyu naturally saw Zhu Conscience, and had some doubts in her heart. Why is the third elder before the mountain gate? For some reason, at the sight of Zhu Conscience, Luo Shuyu had a bad premonition, so he accelerated the speed of his sword and came to Zhu Conscience, and respectfully opened his mouth and said, "Luo Shuyu has met Elder Zhu." Zhu Conscience was watching Luo Shuyu's body anxiously for any injuries, and was relieved to find none. Luo Shuyu opened her mouth in some confusion and asked, "Elder Zhu, what's wrong with you? Why are you before the mountain gate? Could it be that you are waiting for me on purpose?" Zhu Conscience spoke in a serious tone. "Ugh, I'm so relieved you're okay." Luo Shuyu was even more puzzled at this moment. "What's wrong with you today, Elder? What can I be doing?" Zhu Conscience's hanging heart was released after seeing that Luo Shuyu was fine. Afterwards, he told Luo Shuyu about the Qingshu Holy Land Elder, who had come to the Ice God Palace. After Luo Shuyu heard this, her face frowned slightly, a look of gravity on her face, her heart somewhat wary. Could it be that the Clear Void Holy Land found out so quickly? But on second thought it's unlikely, and then opened his mouth. "Elder Zhu, why did you come to my Ice God Palace when the true disciples of the Clear Void Holy Land died outside?" Zhu Conscience was also speechless and said, "How else? Didn't you all go to the Tianxian continent to attend the auction? Of course you're asking how your Li Xingyun died." Luo Shuyu also breathed a sigh of relief, and with a smile on her face, she entered the Ice God Palace with Zhu Conscience. The two of them had just entered the main hall of the Ice God Palace when they saw the Elder of the Clear Void Sacred Ground sitting there with a sad expression on his face. Chapter 76 Elder Qingshu visits the Ice God Palace. Are you sure? The Ice God Palace Palace Master, who was originally sitting on top of the main seat, also had a saddened look on his face. But when he saw Luo Shuyu, who had returned safe and sound, he also let go of the uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, there were only two people within the Ice God Palace's main hall, the Ice God Palace's Palace Master, Qin Jiao Yuan, and that elder from the Clear Void Holy Land. Luo Shuyu walked forward and respectfully bowed deeply to Qin Jiao Yuan. "Luo Shuyu has met the Palace Master." Jiao Yuan Qin nodded and spoke with a smile. "Shuyu, this elder of the Qingshu Sacred Ground, this time he came to ask you about that true disciple of the Qingshu Sacred Ground. Don't hide, tell all you know." Although Jiao Yuan said so on his lips, he was still a bit wary and gave Luo Shuyu a wink. Luo Shuyu immediately understood, then nodded and said, Disciple understands. For his part, the Qingshu Holy Land elder looked at Luo Shuyu with an unkind face and asked with a questioning tone. I, Li Xingyun, a true disciple of the Qingshu Holy Land, attended the auction with you, and you should also know that Li Xingyun died in the Tianqian continent. Right. Although Luo Shuyu was flustered, she knew she couldn't show it at this time and just nodded. The elder of the Qingshu Sacred Land, seeing Luo Shuyu nodding his head with no intention of stopping, opened his mouth once again and questioned, do you know how Li Xingyun died? When Luo Shuyu saw this, she knew that she couldn't hide it. After all, she wasn't the only one who went there. Even if she didn't say anything, it would just be a matter of time when the Qingshu Holy Land found out. Then Luo Shuyu spoke. When Li Xingyun was competing with someone for that peerless mirror-breaking pill, he offended an immortal king powerhouse because he was too arrogant and raised the price indiscriminately. And without saying a word, that immortal king directly beheaded Knight Xingyun within the multi-treasure chamber of commerce. The Qingshu Holy Land elder laughed evilly, in utter disbelief, as he glared at Luo Shuyu and opened his mouth once again. The immortal king? Even so, doesn't that immortal king know that Li Xingyun is a true disciple of my clear void Holy Land? Luo Shuyu saw this person's disbelief and once again said truthfully, Li Xingyun said it, but that immortal king still didn't stay his hand. Qingshu Holy Land elder looked at Luo Shuyu, as if he wanted to see through Luo Shuyu. His eyes narrowed slightly and his face was a bit cold, saying, Humph, little girl, killing someone inside the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Do you think the Duobao Chamber of Commerce will not care? Lying also depends on to whom. When Luo Shuyu saw this, a look of horror appeared in her eyes, and she unconsciously took half a step backward. Then once again, with an affirmative look in her eyes, she said, Senior, what you said is not unreasonable. I indeed have no intention of deceiving Senior, but the fact is that the Duobao Chamber of Commerce do not dare to care. If you don't believe me, you can go and personally ask the president of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. There were so many people present at that time. You can ask all over. You will know that I said I didn't lie. After the Qingshu Holy Land elder heard this, although there was anger on his face, what Luo Shuyu said was not unreasonable. Indeed, so many people at the scene had seen it, and Luo Shuyu wouldn't lie to herself for no reason, but naturally in his heart, he wouldn't believe at all. Then without any reason, he directly released his aura and enveloped it towards Luo Shuyu. Looking at Luo Shuyu with cold eyes and with a questioning tone in his words, he said, Are you sure that Knight Xingyun's death has nothing to do with you? The moment Luo Shuyu touched this pressure, she only felt the weight of 10,000 pounds pressing down on her. In an instant her back was bent, but still, by a stubborn resistance of will, she did not allow herself to fall to her knees. And, with difficulty, he said, from the mouth of, Elder, why did I harm Li Xingyun? His death has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe me, just go and check it out yourself. Wouldn't everything be clear? Seeing this, Zhao Yuanqin's body aura similarly climbed up and blasted towards that pressure of the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land. When the Qingshu Holy Land felt this pressure, its face also changed slightly and hurriedly resisted. But even so, its body was somewhat overwhelmed. Zhao Yuanqin's voice rang out in the Great Hall. My Ice God Palace Holy Maiden has already said that it has nothing to do with him. You've been looking for trouble from my Ice God Palace Holy Maiden again and again. Do you really think that my Ice God Palace is afraid of your clear void Holy Land? Seeing this, the elder of the Qingshu Sacred Land hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Palace Master, calm your anger. It's me being abrupt. It's me being abrupt. Since it has nothing to do with the Ice God Palace, then I will leave first. Without any hesitation after saying that, the clear void Holy Land elder directly turned around and left. There was still some resentment in my heart when I left. Humph, the Ice God Palace is really not giving me my clear void Holy Land any more and more face. Inside the main hall, Qin Zhaoyuan looked at Luo Shuyu and asked with a serious face, Shuyu, are you sure this matter has nothing to do with you? Luo Shuyu, after a moment's pause, shook her head even after thinking about it. And, Palace Master, this matter indeed has nothing to do with me. Luo Shuyu was also very helpless. This matter indeed has nothing to do with me. I did not just give 100 million immortal crystals to others, and I didn't say a word at the time. What does that have to do with me, right? Thinking of this, Luo Shuyu smiled lightly on her face, and then within her spatial ring, she took out the one she had captured at the auction, the Wuji broken mirror pill, and handed it over to the Palace Master. Zhao Yuanqin's face changed slightly when he saw the peerless mirror breaking down again. He wasn't shocked that Luo Shuyu had captured the elixir. He was shocked as to why the elixir was in Luo Shuyu's hands. Just now, Luo Shuyu had personally admitted that the Li Xingyun had competed with others for this elixir before he was killed. Qin Zhaoyuan's face became a bit gloomy at this moment. He vaguely guessed something. If it is really as he thought, I am afraid. Thinking of this,
Jiao Yuanqin's eyes were a bit incredulous as he opened his mouth to Luo Shuyu.
Shuyu, why is this potion in your hands?
How she hoped that what Luo Shuyu said wasn't what she thought it was.
If not, the entire Ice God Palace would really be ruined.
Luo Shuyu naturally knew what Jiao Yuanqin was worried about, but she didn't care at all what Jiao Yuanqin thought, because she had already thought of how to say it. Then with a smile on her face, she said to Jiao Yuanqin, "Palace Master, don't worry. That immortal king ran away after decapitating Li Xingyun.
Ran away old and fast.
Probably because he was afraid of the retaliation from the Qingshu Holy Land." After Luo Shuyu finished saying these words, far away within the third floor of the Dark Spectre Hall 10,000 miles away, Yi Erdi was in the middle of helping the 8 mourners to improve their strength, when all of a sudden, Yi Erdi directly sneezed. Ah chi! Yi Erdi's eyes instantly turned cold, and in his heart, he said, "Don't let me know who's cursing me. I'm bound to kill you." And those 8 mourners carefully and directly disappeared silently from the spot while Yi Erdi froze. Inside the great hall of the Ice God Palace,
Jiao Yuanqin was still a bit unconvinced and asked with certainty once again, "Are you sure?" Luo Shuyu, on the other hand, reassured Qin Jiao Yuan and said, "Lord Palace Master, when have I ever lied to you? Don't worry."
Jiao Yuanqin could only believe it after a second thought, but he also had to say that if he refined this Dan, then his strength of a 5th grade immortal king would definitely increase. In this way, the strength of the Ice God Palace would inevitably rise by a level.
Chapter 77, Wait and See? If I were you,
I'd say go straight over there and exterminate that holy place.
So Jiao Yuanqin didn't bother to think much about where this elixir came from.
With a flash of his figure, he directly disappeared into the great hall and headed to the back of the mountain to refine this Dan. Seeing this, Luo Shuyu was also relieved and turned around to walk out of the hall. The elder of the Clear Void Sacred Land who had left earlier did not return to the Clear Void Sacred Land, but instead transmitted everything he had learned within the Ice God Palace back to the Clear Void Sacred Land. On his own, he traveled to the Central State Multiple Treasures Chamber of Commerce chapter. Take the teleportation array. Here, no matter if it was in the Central State or in the Tianxian continent, all of the teleportation array business here, all of them were monopolized by the Duobao Chamber of Commerce alone. It even includes many other businesses, and it's almost as if the Doppelganger Chamber of Commerce is a dominant player. Don't look at the fact that the Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce's main focus was the business industry, but from the beginning to the end, the Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce had stood in the immortal world for so many years. No one has ever dared to renege on the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Sure, there was also an example of a powerful force of Immortal King's 7th grade in the Central State, who was not used to the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, and then basically swept away the Central State Duobao Chamber of Commerce chapter. However, after that Immortal King level power hadn't had time to be happy for more than 3 days. When the Outer Domain Multiple Treasures Chamber of Commerce knew about this matter, they directly sent several strong men to the Central State. In just less than half a day's time, that Immortal King level power that had stood in the Central State for 10,000 years was uprooted, and there was not a single living soul in the entire clan. Since then, no other power dared to hit the Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce. Even more so, no one dares to the Duo Bao Chamber of Commerce. After arriving at the Multiple Treasures Chamber of Commerce chapter, the Qingshu Holy Land elders spent 20 million immortal crystals to travel to the Tianxian continent on a teleportation array. Tianxian continent, Sanyan Sacred City, Black Market, inside a single house. This was the Dark Spectre Hall's branch in the Tianxian continent, and had sent Wang Shuyi here because the Tianmeng domain was too small to be necessary anymore. However, the Tianmeng domain was still fine as the Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters, and at the very least, it was sufficiently secretive. Sent along with him was a master assassin, codenamed King of Blood. Wang Shuyi, sitting high above his chair, was listening with a serious face to the words of a dead envoy standing respectfully below him. Lord Wang, scouts outside report that an elder from the Qingshu Sacred Land in the Central State has arrived at the Tianxian continent on a teleportation array. Wang Shuyi nodded and the dead ambassador left. Without any hesitation, Wang Shuyi informed Yi Litian of this matter by voice transmission. At the same time, in front of Wang Shuyi, the figure of the Blood King appeared on top of a chair on the side. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi stood up and gave a respectful salute. The Blood King, on the other hand, was unimpressed, and with a cold tone in his mouth, he said, "This little matter, do we still need to ask Lord Li Tian? What else could the elder from that clear void Holy Land be here for? Isn't it for that? The true disciple that was killed by the Hall Master Lord, a district Holy Land is just that. Investigating my Dark Spectre Hall again and again, really treating my Dark Spectre Hall like an onion. If I were to say so, I'd go kill him right now and destroy that what's-his-name Clear Void Holy Land in the process." Wang Shou looked at the Blood Lord with an awkward smile on his face. What else could he say? He didn't dare to talk back to this lord himself.
At this time, the voice transmission jade brief lit up, and after Wang Shuyi heard it, his face calmed down and he breathed a sigh of relief. The Blood Lord, on the other hand, asked, somewhat puzzled, what did Lord Li Tian say? Wait and see. Wang Shuyi ended up only hearing these 4 words on top of the sound transmission jade slip. After hearing this, the Blood King's figure also directly disappeared in place. Wang Shuyi was also getting a little confused about what his master was going to do at the moment. Inside a room on the top floor of the Duobao Chamber of Commerce, the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land was looking at Chu Zhuan with a serious face, and said with some unfriendliness in his words, President Chu, this is the attitude of your multi-treasure chamber of commerce and what you do? People died in your place and you don't care about it. You really don't take my clear void Holy Land seriously. Chu Zhuang, on the other hand, said with a look of impatience and disdain in his eyes, fellow Daoist, are you not questioning my multi-treasure chamber of commerce? Humph, I'll be honest with you. The multi-treasure chamber, can manage under an immortal king. If it's an immortal king or above an immortal king, we at the Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce can't control it. And if a true disciple of the Qingshu Sacred Ground dies in my Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce, it has nothing to do with my Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land immediately slapped the table angrily, pointed his finger at Chu Zhuang, and said loudly and angrily, it's really getting more and more disrespectful of our central state powers. When Chu Zhuang saw this, he also stood up directly, similarly slapping the table angrily, looking at that Qingshu Sacred Ground elder, without giving him half a good look. Humph, fellow Daoist, you're wrong. My multi-treasure chamber of commerce doesn't look down on those forces in the central state. My multi-treasure chamber of commerce merely looks down on your Qingshu Sacred Ground as well. The Qingshu Holy Land elder's eyes were cold to the extreme, and for a moment, he spoke Thaya. You, Chu Zhuang, on the other hand, was unimpressed and laughed with a disdainful expression on his face. Ha, what? Want to hit me? Chu Chuan was really not used to him, and directly stretched out his neck, pointed his finger at his face, and said, come on, hit me here, I dare you. The elder of the Clear Void Holy Land clenched his fists. His face at this moment was hard to see, but Chu Zhuan was right. He didn't dare to fight. He couldn't fight either. After casually glaring at Chu Zhuang, he kicked the door away with an angry face. When Chu Zhuang saw this, he let out a cold laugh. Humph, ridiculous. The Qingshu Holy Land elder gritted his teeth at this moment, itching to flatten this multi-treasure chamber of commerce. But that was all he dared to think about. Then he was furious and headed towards the Xintian County capital without looking back. After arriving at the county head's mansion, the Qingshu Sacred Land elder's aura did not diminish as he directly walked in towards the inside of the county head's mansion. Those guards of the county head's mansion looked a bit frightened. When they saw that it was an immortal king powerhouse, they didn't even dare to stop them. The elder of the Clear Void Holy Land, without any hindrance, had arrived in the mansion and sat on top of the main seat. With unabated fire in his heart, he directly and angrily said, County Head Steward, get out here. When Liang Pei, the lord of the county capital, heard that the elder of the Qingshu Sacred Ground had come to his tiny county capital, his heart was a little surprised, but still, without any hesitation, he hurriedly made his way inside the hall of the county capital. Upon entering the hall, Liang Pei saw the seated and angry elder of the Qingshu Holy Land. He was also a bit flustered at this point. Hastily and carefully bowing to him with a salute, he said, My little lord of the county capital, Liang Pei, meet Lord Shangzong. At this moment, Liang Pei was completely unaware of what was happening. He just knew that this person's fire was a bit big. He didn't dare to ask more. He was only a small immortal king first grade, but just from the aura emanating from this person was at least an immortal king second grade powerhouse. Liang Pei's heart was horrified beyond measure at this time. His head didn't dare to raise it. With a chilling coldness in his eyes, the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land looked at Liang Pei and said angrily, A tiny county head's lord, why don't you kneel when you see this seat? Boom! Only to see an aura around the Qingshu Holy Land elder violently burst out towards Liang Pei. Liang Pei's eyes were tranquilized, his heart tightened, and he had the intention to resist, but it was only a moment's effort, and Liang Pei's entire body had been lifted out, crashing into the far wall and rolling to the ground. Chapter 78. There doesn't seem to be any difference between killing an immortal king and killing one of you. One more chapter to go. At this moment, Liang Pei had no idea what kind of madness this person had gone through. Saying that he had struck out? Although there is some anger in the heart, but the strength is not good, can only tolerate the strong body to stand up. With a wow, a mouthful of old blood was spat out from Liang Pei's mouth. Liang Pei could only casually wipe off the bloodstains on his mouth, and once again carefully came before the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land. Without saying a word, he went straight down on one knee. Junior Liang Pei, meet Elder Shangzong. The Qingshu Holy Land elder's eyes remained cold, and with an undeniable voice, he spoke again. Is that leg unwanted? Do you need me to chop it off for you? Ah! When Liang Pei heard this, his face changed slightly and became a bit ugly. You're the head of the county capital yourself. I can't believe I was made to kneel on both legs. It's too much of a bully. When the Qingshu Holy Land elder saw Liang Pei, who had no intention of moving, his face became a bit displeased. What? Not kneeling? Liang Pei's face was a bit grim, although there was some reluctance in his heart, but he could not help it. Hey! Ryapui sighed helplessly, and his other leg slowly knelt down. With an extremely heavy voice in his mouth, he said to the elder of the Clear Void Holy Land, Junior, Liang Pei, meet Elder Shangzong. The elder of the Qingshu Holy Land looked at Liang Pei with a face full of disdain. What? Not convinced? Although Liang Pei had complaints in his heart, he knew that he could not show them. Otherwise not only himself, but probably even the entire county capital might not be saved. Liang Pei could only force a smile on his face and put on a kind expression and said, Elder, you are really joking. How could I dare to have thoughts of disobeying in the face of a behemoth like the upper sect? The elder of the Clear Void Holy Land did not take this person seriously at all. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare. Subsequently Qingshu Sacred Land Elder, the subsequent will be beside the tea and up. Sip a mouthful. Said, as the head of the strongest force in the Tianqian continent, you should know the Tianqian continent very well. Liang Pei frowned, not understanding the meaning of this person's words, and opened his mouth a bit puzzled and asked, Elder, what do you mean? The elder of the Clear Void Holy Land placed the teacup in his hand back on the table and said in a nonchalant manner, Immortal King, as far as I know, you're the only immortal king above this Tianqian continent. The Qingshu Holy Land elder's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Liang Pei, who was kneeling on the ground, as if he was going to kill him in the next moment. When Liang Pei was given such a look, at this moment, even as an immortal king, there was some panic in his heart. But still, he said, stiffly, Senior is right. Above this Tianqian continent, there is only a small person who is an immortal king in plain sight. I don't know what senior means by this. Little one doesn't know anything. Ha! The elder of the Qingshu Holy Land sneered and said, Don't know anything? When it's really laughable. My Holy Land's true disciple died tragically in this Tianqian continent, killed by an immortal king. It's hard for me not to be suspicious of you, but you don't need to know now. Today, whether it's you or not, you have to find a little face for my Clear Void Holy Land. Now do you understand? Liang Pei's mind went blank. At this moment he finally realized the purpose of this person's visit. Some time ago, a true disciple of the Qingshu Holy Land was killed by an immortal king at the multi-treasure chamber of commerce, and he was bound to know about this matter. However, he didn't know if the Clear Void Holy Land had found out about that immortal king, but now he knows. The Qingshu Sacred Land hadn't found that immortal king, and the Tianqian continent only had one immortal king like him. Then there was only one purpose for the Clear Void Holy Land to come today. Kill yourself and save the face of the Clear Void Holy Land. Thinking about this, Ryopai was shocked. If that was true, then how could one be a match for this county chief? At this moment, Liang Pei's back had already appeared many tiny cold sweats. He didn't want to die. Hastily kowtowing with all his strength, he said, Elder, this really wasn't my doing. Elder. The elder of the Qingshu Sacred Ground showed an unkind look as he looked at Liang Pei who was kowtowing so much. No change appeared on top of his face, which remained morose and cold. Oh, maybe you haven't understood, but it's fine. I'll let you die with understanding. Today, whether it's you or not, you have to die, said the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land. The immortal power in his hand turned into a knife, and straight towards Liang Pei's neck, he cut over. Seeing this, Liang Pei subconsciously made a parry, and his body withdrew several steps backward to avoid the knife. When the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land saw this, his face instantly sank, looking at Liang Pei with a grim look. Above Liang Pei's face at this time, an unprecedentedly grave color appeared, but facing an existence like the Clear Void Holy Land, he knew that he didn't have any power of resistance. Besides, one was bound to not offend the Clear Void Holy Land. Solely thinking, his body knelt again, and he spoke in a panic, saying, Elder, spare your life. Although on the surface of Tianqian continent, there is only one immortal king for me, but in the dark there still exists. Maybe it's the one who offended the upper sect. The elder of the Qingshu Sacred Ground was about to make a move, but when he heard Liang Pei's words, a hint of hesitation appeared on top of his countenance as well. Liang Pei's heart slowed down, finally letting out a sigh of relief, and with an extremely respectful face, he said, Elder, in this Tianqian continent secretly, there is an assassin force, and I've heard that the lord of that assassin force has the strength of an immortal king. Although I don't know how many grades it is, I think it's definitely not as powerful as you. Senior. According to my guess it's only about 1 grade. It should have just broken through not long ago. Once the elder of the Qingshu sacred land heard this, it wasn't as if he didn't think it was impossible. And then he opened his mouth to Liang Pei and said, "A first-grade immortal king? Interesting, this seat will give you a chance to pay for your sins today. Kill that immortal king and bring him back. Do you understand?" Liang Pei was overjoyed in his heart and nodded his head in succession. "Don't worry, senior. I'll get on with it." Saying that, Liang Pei was about to turn around and walk towards the outside of the county head's residence. Wait. At this time, the voice of the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land once again sounded in Liang Pei's ears. Liang Pei stopped and turned to look at the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land. "Elder, is there anything else you want?" With a grim expression on his face, the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land said, "It's not too late to hand over the soul blood and leave." Liang Pei's face stiffened, and with some reluctance, he said, "Senior, this won't be necessary." The elder of the Qingshu Holy Land, playing with a teacup in his hands, didn't even look at Liang Pei for a second. "Unwilling, is it? That's fine. Then do you want to die now? Or do you want to die right now? Choose one." Although Liang Pei was reluctant, he could only surrender his soul blood helplessly. "Elder, can I go now?" The Clear Void Holy Land elder nodded in satisfaction. "Scram! Remember, I'll only give you half a day. If it passes, there will be consequences." Liang Pei nodded and turned around, disappearing inside the county head's residence. Chapter 79. "Oh, then tell me who you are." On the way, Liang Pei couldn't help but spit out, "Damn! Just by virtue of having the Qingshu Holy Land behind you to back you up, you flaunt your power in front of me." While talking, Liang Pei had already arrived at the Tsongyuan sacred city. Relying on the information he had gotten, he came to a stop at the entrance of a single house within the black market. Liang Pei surveyed the place and said with some uncertainty that, "This should be the place." Saying that, Liang Pei directly pushed open the door of the house and walked in, coming inside the second-floor hall. As soon as Liang Pei entered inside the hall, he felt that he was being watched by dozens of pairs of eyes, but no matter how much he looked, he never found a single person. The hall was empty, off the charts, but just in the blink of an eye of Liang Pei, there was already a person sitting above the seat in front of him without realizing it. Liang Pei was a bit surprised, and in his mind, he couldn't help but measure this person. Black clothes, with the Yama pattern embroidered on his chest. Even I failed to detect the appearance of this person. I'm afraid that this person's strength is at least an immortal king 5th grade existence. Thinking of this, Liang Pei's face showed astonishment, and his heart was even more greatly harmed. This person should be the lord of the Dark Spectre Hall. It seems that the rumors still underestimated the strength of the Dark Spectre Hall. When you think about it, what's the point of fighting? Without the slightest hesitation, Liang Pei directly just bowed and saluted. Elder in the lower county capital, Liang Pei. The Blood King's face was expressionless. His head didn't even raise. He just played with the dagger in his hand, as if he knew everything, and opened his mouth and said, "Liang Pei, the county head monarch, immortal king of the 1st grade, has suffered a threat from the Clear Void Holy Land and has come to kill that legendary immortal king of the 1st grade from my Dark Spectre Hall." After saying that, the Blood Lord slowly put away the dagger in his hand, and then slowly raised his head, staring calmly at Liang Pei. Am I right?" Ryapui had widened his eyes by now, and unconsciously nodded his head. Yeah. Then, as if he had thought of something, he shook his head again and again. No. For his part, the Blood King was unimpressed, cocking his leg and looking at Liang Pei with a calm demeanor as he continued to say, "I know that the purpose of your visit is not to kill people, but to pay for them, am I right?" Liang Pei has frozen in place at this time. He has not said anything. How? The Blood King laughed softly and continued to speak. "Isn't that a surprise? In fact, you don't need to be surprised. I know one more thing, and that is that your current soul blood is already in the hands of that elder from the Clear Void Holy Land." Liang Pei's eyes were already completely unbelievable at this time. On second thought, and still lowering his heart, he exclaimed, "Worthy of being an assassin organization, probing for news is indeed a good means. Even I failed to detect it, when it is really a bit of a headache for me." The Blood King remained expressionless and spoke faintly. "There's no point in saying more. Let's get straight to the point. 1 billion. Killable." As soon as Liang Pei heard $1 billion, his heart immediately became a little difficult. The expression on his face changed. But when you think about this billion compared to your own life, it is indeed a bit too much. After hesitating for a long time, he looked at the Blood King again. The Blood King just waved his hand and said, 1 billion is as much as I say. 1 point less the matter is a bit bad. Liang Pei removed the space ring in his hand and looked at it again and again. Extremely reluctant. But still, He gritted his teeth and handed it to the Blood King. A billion. No more. No less. It's all in there. The Blood King probed out his extreme sense and swept to test it, and did not make a move to take it, but looked at Liang Pei with a grim face and said, Monarch Liang is so atmospheric. A billion upper-grade spirit stones are really taken when he says so. Are you pretending to be confused? Or do you think that getting my Dark Spectre Hall to make a move is only worthy of a billion top-grade spirit stones? When Liang Pei saw that the Blood King had flipped out at once, the sweat above his head involuntarily flowed downwards. After timidly smiling, immediately without hesitating he directly took out another spatial ring and handed it to the Blood King. Ha! Senior is joking. Got it wrong. Got it wrong. 1 billion immortal crystals, no more no less. The Blood King checked again. Then with a smile on his face, he took the spatial ring and patted Liang Pei's shoulder, saying, Alright, honored customer, just wait here for a moment. After saying that, the Blood King's figure disappeared into the hall without any sign. Liang Pei then wiped the cold sweat on top of his forehead and said, I don't know if this is the right choice for me. After all, that's the Clear Void Holy Land, Tianxian continent, within the county capital. The elder of the Clear Void Holy Land was drinking tea to himself, completely not noticing that on top of the seat beside him, the Blood King was already sitting there at that moment. Is it good? The Blood King spoke with a smile on his face. Grimace. When the elder of the Qingshu Holy Land heard this voice, he was holding a teacup while drinking tea when he suddenly choked and sprayed out all the tea he had been drinking. Cough cough. Then the Clear Void Holy Land elder hurriedly stood up and withdrew a few steps backward, looking at the Blood King with a wary expression on his face. He was completely unaware of when exactly this person had appeared, with a look of gravity in his eyes that, Who are you? The Blood King did not speak in a hurry, but picked up a cup of tea on the table for himself, and after taking a sip he nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Good tea indeed. No wonder. The face of the elder of the Clear Void Holy Land became even more grave at this moment, his eyes staring tightly at the Blood King, and some anger grew in his heart. Do you know who I am? How dare you disregard me like that? The Blood King put down the teacup in his hand very elegantly and spoke with a smile in his eyes. Oh, then tell me who you are. When the Clear Void Holy Land elder saw that this person did not give him any face at all, his face became a bit gloomy. Casually taking a few steps forward, he naturally sat on top of the chair beside the Blood King and opened his mouth, saying, Who did I think it was? So it's a wild dog. Then you must have heard of the Clear Void Holy Land in Central State. Still smiling, the Blood King nodded his head and, I've heard it. Of course I've heard it. The elder of the Qingshu Sacred Land, at this time, had a haughty look on his face. It's fine if you've heard of it, untalented. My humble self is none other than the elder of the Clear Void Sacred Ground. So who do you think I am? The Blood King's face remained bland, but he still feigned a little bit of surprise. Wow, so you're the Clear Void Holy Land elder. The Qingshu Holy Land elder's eyes were filled with disdain, and he angrily cursed at the Blood King with a condescending attitude. Humph, get the hell down there if you know. After the elder of the Clear Void Holy Land finished speaking, he only saw that the Blood King was slowly standing up with a flat face. Seeing this, the Qingshu Holy Land elder naturally picked up a cup of tea beside him and slowly sipped it. It was as if the Blood King beside him would surely be afraid the moment he heard his identity, and would surely fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness from him. Chapter 80, Crazy? You go and try to be crazy. The Blood King wasn't angry either. His face remained bland, but there was a hint of more killing intent in his eyes. Calmly, he walked in front of the elder of the Clear Void Holy Land and looked down at him. The elder of the Clear Void Holy Land still had a lofty attitude at the moment, and was leisurely sipping his tea. Before the tea was finished, he only saw the Blood King standing in front of the elder of the Qingshu Sacred Ground stretch out his right hand. Instantly a blood-red pale hand grabbed the face of the Qingshu Sacred Ground elder. When the Qingshu Sacred Ground elder saw this, his face abruptly changed drastically. He wanted to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, this big hand still had a death grip on his face. Couldn't break free no matter what. Only to see the Qingshu Holy Land elder's hands quickly seal. Shouted, Qingfeng bastard body elder surrounded by a splash of golden light. Only to see the blood-red hand gently grip. The light instantly dissipated. Elder, I have no grievances with you. Why are you? The Clear Void Holy Land elder had no choice but to beg for mercy. The Blood King had a look of indifference on his face, and his large hand exerted a slight force. Only a bang was heard, and the head of the Clear Void Holy Land elder was crushed and exploded so hard. King Blood smiled evilly. Dead man. No need to know too much. The figure gradually became a blur, and the Blood King disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already sitting on top of a seat in the lobby of a single house in the black market. Ryapui was surveying the room's decoration when he suddenly turned around and was startled to see the Blood King sitting there who had appeared at some point. The Blood King was unimpressed. his eyes still indifferent, and casually threw Liang Pei a red bubbling bright blood bead. Liang Pei subconsciously then caught the blood bead, not knowing what was going on yet, but after fixing his eyes on it, Liang Pei was shocked. This is my soul blood. Liang Pei's eyes were wide open, and at the moment, he was just looking straight at the Blood King. How can it be so fast? But this soul blood is indeed mine. I dropped my mother. This person from going out to now is less than 10 minutes. It's done? Liang Pei's gaze became a bit fiery at this point, but he was still a bit unsure. After all, it was the holy land of the clear void. Open the door and say, Elder, you're done? The Blood King was a bit suspicious. It's just a second-rate immortal king. So what? I still have to play with him for a day? Didn't say much, just nodded. Ryopai was so surprised that it was like a loud thunderbolt had exploded at the top of his head. Elder, did you kill him alone? Did he not call for anyone? The Blood King's eyes remained flat. Calling out? That would be the other price. But you should be glad that he's dead before he gets a chance to call someone. When the Blood King said this, it felt like he was talking about a very trivial matter. Even if he called out to someone, it was nothing more than charging an extra billion immortal crystals. Liang Pei had frozen in place. What did he say? Killing a second-grade immortal king in an instant? The Clear Void Holy Land Elder didn't even react? But on second thought, this person's strength was at least as strong as a fifth-grade immortal king, and it was no wonder that he was able to instantly second a second-grade immortal king. Liang Pei stepped forward and gave a slight salute to the Blood King. Senior, in that case then I will leave first. The Blood King nodded and his figure became illusory, disappearing into the hall. Liang Pei also turned to leave. He had to hurry back. That Qingshu Sacred Land Elder's body could still be in the county head office. If he didn't get rid of it quickly it would be troublesome. Inside the Grand Hall of the Qingshu Holy Land in the central state, Yu Wuchen was sitting on top of the Grand Hall with a face full of majesty, his eyes filled with anger. What did you just say? The Soul Hall disciple kneeling below had been so frightened at the moment that he didn't dare to raise his head. Stuttering and trembling timidly, he said, Sovereign, Lord, Third Elder his soul plate is shattered. What? Jade Wudu's aura around her body directly rose by a degree at this moment. That Soul Hall disciple was so frightened that his upper body trembled, and he buried his head even lower and, Patriarch. According to the positioning of the Third Elder's soul tag, the Third Elder died in the Tianxian continent. Within, Jade Dustless was filled with dismay, completely unable to believe it. Tianxian continent? How could that be? With the Third Elder's strength how could he fall within the Tianxian continent? It shouldn't be at all. Previously, the true disciple was killed, and now the Third Elder had died tragically for no reason. At this moment, Jade Wudu could no longer suppress the anger within her. Go check. In his tone, he shouted with indignant rage at the Soul Hall disciples kneeling below. It's the Sovereign. That Soul Hall disciple was frightened and left the main hall with hasty and quick steps. Jade Wuchen's hands had already clenched into fists, creaking extremely hard, and her eyes were cold as she eyed the front. Grand Elder, you personally go to the Tianji Pavilion, no matter how much it costs. Investigate for me, no matter who it is. Kill without pardon. By the Sovereign's command. After the Grand Elder arched his hand, his figure disappeared inside the Grand Hall in a flash. Jade Wudon still eyed the front and said to himself, truly not putting my Clear Void Holy Land in my eyes. In the inner perimeter of the western part of the central state, 10,000 miles away from the Golden Mountain Temple, the unrevealed city. At the center of the city, a 9-story tower standing here, is where the Heavenly Pavilion of Opportunity is located. Grandpa, why is it that there are so many people lining up every day for this Heavenly Chance Pavilion, but instead, it only receives 3 people every day? Within the city's closest street to the Tianji Pavilion, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old was pulling her grandfather's hand and asked with a curious face and a milky voice. The little girl's grandfather said after a bright smile, No, this you don't understand it, because the Heavenly Pavilion measures heavenly chances, and that Heavenly Pavilion Master Gu Rongji, every day is leaking heavenly chances. If it is not controlled, then this Gu Rongji measures 100 or 80 times a day. Even if he is not tired, then this heavenly Tao is also not willing to awe. Nyoko held her finger in her mouth and listened with curiosity to her grandfather's story. So while this Tianji Pavilion only tests 3 times a day rule is not set by the Tianji Pavilion Master, but the Heavenly Tao, if the Tianji Pavilion Master does not abide by it, then this Heavenly Tao will naturally have to send down a heavenly punishment to punish him. Do you understand, Nyo? Nuno was full of unintelligible expressions, but still nodded and hemmed and hawed. Got it, Grandpa? He. Nyonya's grandfather looked at Nyonya with a face of relief, unable to hide the color of love in his eyes. At that moment, an immortal king-level aura, without any concealment, enveloped the entire Tianji pavilion, accompanied by a voice that rang out. The Qingshu sacred ground is on business. Everyone else leave the Tianji pavilion quickly, or else I won't blame this seat for being merciless. Those people who were originally lining up at the entrance of the heavenly pavilion were still a bit angry, but once they heard that it was the Qingshu Holy Land, even if they were reluctant in their hearts, they could only have the sense to stop lining up. However, under his breath, he still whispered angrily at the clear void Holy Land. This Qingshu sacred land, I see that it only dares to flaunt its power here. That's just it. You tell him to try one wild one in the north-southeast central. At this time the young man in a blue robe spoke out. Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. Even if it's the western part of his Qingshu sacred land, he would only dare to go a little crazy in the unrevealing city. That's right. Have the balls to go to the Golden Mountain Temple in the clear void Holy Land and try going wild for one. Chapter 81, Central State Tianji Pavilion Tianxian Yu Tian killing the non-existent. Nix looked at the person who suddenly appeared in the sky, and then looked at the crowd of people who were talking about it, and voiced out in a puzzled manner. Who was that guy Grandpa was banging the other day? Why do I get the feeling all those people were cursing him? The voice of the girl talking wasn't particularly small, but it wasn't very loud either, because the scene had all quieted down, and everyone had basically heard it, and heard it very clearly. Nyonya's grandfather's face stiffened for a moment, then with great speed, he covered Nyonya's mouth with his hand, and after giving an awkward smile to these people, he quickly left the scene. Those people who were still displeased in their hearts and mocking the clear void sacred ground were somewhat alarmed as they slowly raised their heads to look at the figure in the sky. That figure, however, was watching them with extremely cold eyes. Everyone's face suddenly changed when they saw this, and they quickly fled the place. Humph! Griffins! The Grand Elder of the Clear Void Holy Land merely snorted coldly and had no intention of striking out at these mole crickets. Then with a flash of his body, he arrived directly in front of the Tianji Pavilion's door. Without the slightest hesitation walked straight in. Gu Rongji's disciple at the door didn't have the intention of stopping him, but instead brought the Grand Elder of the Qingshu Holy Land to the top floor of the Tianji Pavilion. One could only see an old man with white hair and beard sitting in front of a disc as big as 3 people. This person was none other than the 28th generation master of Tianji Pavilion, Gu Rongji. There were only 2 people in the Tianji Pavilion nowadays, the pavilion master and a disciple. This was a rule that could not be broken since the inception of Tianji Gu. The Tianji Pavilion inheritance cannot be broken, but the inheritance cannot be more than 1 person. The Tianji Pavilion had existed in the central state for a long time, and it could be said that it was the Tianji Pavilion that had witnessed all the changes in the central state. No power had dared to take on Tianji Pavilion since its inception. Not that they didn't dare, not that they couldn't beat it, is of no consequence. The upper body of the Grand Elder of the Qingshu Holy Land bent down slightly and bowed to Gu Rongji. The late Qingshu Sacred Land Grand Elder has come to the Heavenly Chance Pavilion to seek a reckoning. Gu Rongji from the beginning to the end. His eyes never opened. His left hand mysteriously waved a few times in front of him, as if he was drawing something, and slowly opened his mouth. I know the purpose of your coming, but I'm afraid I won't be able to pinpoint the heavens for you. The Grand Elder of the Clear Void Holy Land's brows tightened and said with some uncertainty. Why? I'd also like to ask Elder Gu to be able to clear up the confusion. Gu Rongji sighed, then slowly opened his eyes. His eyes lightly narrowed as he looked towards the Grand Elder of the Qingshu Holy Land. Before you came, I measured it, and guess what I saw? The Grand Elder of the Clear Void Holy Land was even more puzzled. Gu Rongji, on the other hand, didn't care in the slightest, his eyes gazing out beyond the Tianji Pavilion. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Oh, hey, in fact, I did not see anything, and as if I saw everything, gray, as if there is a layer of fog in the intention to cover up the general. Perhaps this is the will of God. The eyes of the Grand Elder of the Qingshu Holy Land never left Gu Rongji. Confused. Somewhat confused. Elder Gu. What is the meaning of this? Why don't I understand? Gu Rongji let out a bitter laugh, and his mood was then suddenly relieved in general. Alas, it's just a strike. I can only tell you one thing. Tianxian Continent Sanyan Sacred City Black Market. The Clear Void Holy Land Elder instantly understood and once again arched his hand and thanked him as he turned to leave. Many thanks to Elder Gu. Looking at the departing Elder of the Qingshu Holy Land, Gu Rongji decided to help out anyway. Remember, Tianxian Yu Yushin. Kill without surviving. The Grand Elder of the Clear Void Holy Land. The corners of his mouth were twitching. What? Although puzzled but still turned away straight away without thinking much about it. Gu Rongji stood by the window, looking in the direction of Tianxian Continent, not knowing what he was thinking. The disciple looked at his master's appearance like this and asked with some curiosity. Master, you really didn't figure it out? Gu Rongji just smiled. Heaven's will endures. Heaven's path collapses. and heaven's opportunity cannot be divulged. After saying these words, Gu Rongji's body fell straight down on top of the ground, no longer moving. When that disciple saw this, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran forward to help Gu Rongji up. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Master! Master, what's wrong with you, Master? Wake up, Master! Inside the dark hall, Yili Tian was sitting on top of the main seat, with cold killing intent bubbling in his eyes. Three-legged kung fu! How dare you probe this seat? Oh, this seat remembers that you are a first offender not to kill you today. However, your 10,000 years of cultivation will be the price. Inside the great hall of the Qingshu Holy Land, the Grand Elder slightly arched his hand at Jade Wuchen, who was sitting on top of the great hall. Patriarch, it's been checked out clearly. What Elder Gu said was within the black market of the Tsangyan sacred city in the Tianqian continent. Jade Wudu nodded, her icy eyes looking in the direction of the Tianqian continent. Humph, an immortal king from a small place dares to kill someone from my clear void holy land. Great Elder and Second Elder, the two of you go and bring your heads. The first elder nodded, and then the second elder's figure appeared in the main hall. Don't worry, Sovereign, the two of us will definitely kill this person. Let him know what happens when he angers my clear void holy land. After saying that, the two of them disappeared into the great hall. Half a day later, on the Tianqian continent, within the Tsangyan sacred city, black market, inside a single house, Lord Wang, two elders from the clear void sacred land have arrived within the Tsangyan sacred city. One of the dead ambassadors below was reporting the news he had just scouted. After hearing this, Wang Shuyi turned his head to look at the Blood King sitting on the side. The Blood King, on the other hand, had a displeased look on his face. A little holy place, no end in sight. After saying that, the Blood King's figure slowly became blurry and disappeared inside the hall. Wang Shuyi waved his hand and the dead ambassador left. He also felt that this clear void holy land was a bit unfinished. In the sky above the Tsangyan sacred city, the two grand elders and second elders of the Qingshu sacred land were looking down at everything here. Old Three died here? The second elder spoke. The grand elder was also a bit puzzled. I'm not really sure, but this is where the Heavenly Chance Pavilion says it is. Brush dash. The grand elder's face changed slightly, and he had reacted at the first opportunity, but it was already too late, only to see that the second elder beside him had disappeared. The grand elder observed the surroundings vigilantly, and a deep look of scorn appeared in all of his eyes. Who? Come out. There was no response, and there was silence in the sky. You were looking for me? A voice suddenly rang out behind the Grand Elder, and the Grand Elder's face changed slightly as he quickly turned around. He only saw that 30 feet away in front of him, a black-robed man stepped into the air, and in his right hand, he was still yanking the second elder's hair in death, and the second elder's body was thus dropped in mid-air, not even moving. It seems to have become a corpse. Second elder. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in anger as he stared dead at the person in front of him. Who the hell are you? Chapter 82. When autumn comes, September 8th, when my flowers bloom, all flowers will be killed. Ha! The Blood King smiled evilly and lifted the second elder's corpse in his hand high above his head, holding the second elder's chin with one hand, looking at the Grand Elder with eyes full of smiles. Then with a slight force in his hand. Wow! Only to see all the parts of the second elder from the neck down. It just fell straight down, and in the Blood King's hands only the second elder's head remained. Second elder! The Grand Elder shouted under his breath. His eyes filled with rage, and he pointed his finger at the Blood King and cursed angrily. Kid, today I will definitely kill you by 1,000 cuts, and even that won't solve the hatred in my heart. The corners of the Blood King's mouth lifted high and, funny, since you like it then I'll give it back to you, said the Blood King. Waved the second elder's head in his hand a few times, and then directly threw the second elder's head in his hand, towards the front of the Grand Elder. The first elder subconsciously caught the head of the second elder, and fixed his eyes on the first elder's face. Instantly red warm. Without any hesitation he directly dropped it, looking at the Blood King with an angry eye. How dare you? The Blood King, on the other hand, had a kind expression on his face as he waved his hand at the Grand Elder. Hey, you can eat more rice, but you can't talk nonsense. Oh, I saw you throw it away yourself with my own eyes, so how can you blame me for it? The Grand Elder was already so enraged at the moment that he couldn't even speak. His eyes were cold. He didn't hesitate. The power around his body gathered, condensed in one fist, and shouted, heaven-breaking heavy strike, only to see the Grand Elder's extremely fierce fist blasted towards the Blood King. The fist blade whistled, and wherever it passed, even space was shattering and clicking. The Blood King was still standing firmly in place. The confidence on his face could not even be hidden, only to see the Blood King's eyes narrowed slightly, carelessly stretching out a finger, not accompanied by any breath around his body. It was just a single finger. Toward the Grand Elder's punch to go. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Unbelievable. Only to see that the Grand Elder's extremely ferocious punch was just resisted by a single finger of the Blood King, and it was resisted with extreme ease. The Blood King did not have any changes on top of his face from the beginning to the end, just stepping into the air. The Grand Elder was stunned at the moment. How? How? This is my full power strike. Why did you one finger? No way. It's a fake. Absolutely. The Grand Elder's face had twisted together, and his aura was once again great around him. Heaven-splitting leg. The Grand Elder's right leg was as sharp as a sword at this time, and he quickly kicked towards the Blood King's face. The speed is hard to catch with the naked eye. The Blood King's face still didn't have any changes, and he was still a bit impatient. It's just a fancy punch. After saying that, only a flash of red light was seen above the fingertips of the Blood King's fist that was against the Grand Elder. Beep dash. Where the tip of the fingertip was, a red ray instantly shot from the top of the Grand Elder's fist, to the bottom and through the entire body. The Grand Elder's eyes instantly turned white, and the extremely fast kick came to a halt 3 inches away from the Blood King's face, making it difficult to inch and half a millimeter further. The body stiffened in place and fell straight into the Tsunyan sacred city. He perished on the spot, even if his divine soul was directly erased cleanly by that red light. From the beginning to the end, the Blood King's eyes did not blink, and the bottom of his eyes casually looked downward without any sense of emotion in his eyes. A mere mole cricket envisioned shaking the tree. Ha! Ignorance! The Blood King's figure became illusory and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a trace of fishy red smoke. Inside the dark hall, Yili Tian sat high above the main seat, playing with the blood-colored flowers in his hands. No emotion could be seen in his eyes. Red Rose bowed slightly. Lord Li Tian, what do you think? Yili Tian looked at the bloody flower in his hand and just broke the bloody petals one by one, and the words came out that, when the fall comes to September 8th, after my flowers bloom the flowers will kill. Yili Tian's eyes had already appeared a piercing miserable coldness. After breaking off that last petal in his hand, Yili Tian's eyes were slightly lifted, and his mouth gently spat out a word. Kill. Red Rose's eyes were cold and she curtsied slightly. Lead the way. The moment he raised his head again, the Red Rose's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived within the 8th floor of the Dark Spectre Hall. The Red Rose just leaned back on top of her chair, and in front of her, 4 other people stood. These 4 are the master assassins within the Dark Spectre Hall, codenamed Night King, Dark King, Ghost King, Underworld King. All the people all unified of black clothes. Look, there are some gorgeous, and in each person's chest including arm above, all embroidered with the major Yama King. Even the dagger on each person's waist was a pure purple color, so one could imagine how many people these 4 in front of them had already killed. Red Rose looked at the 4 people in front of her with an indifferent face, icy cold words in her mouth. No mission, no pay, no demands, none left behind. Understand? The 4 men were neatly organized and bowed slightly. Understood. In an instant, the silhouettes of the 4 became blurred and disappeared within the 8th floor, inside the Great Hall of the Qingshu Holy Land in central China. The Soul Hall Elder stood respectfully at the bottom, looking at Jade Wuchen above the Great Hall, his eyes becoming somewhat timid. Patriarch, Great Elder and Second Elder. Jade Wudu's face changed, as if she had guessed something. Say, the Soul Hall Elder directly knelt down when he saw this and spoke. The soul tags of the First Elder and Second Elder shattered. Click. Jade Wuchen heard a punch blasted towards the Soul Hall Elder's back, and the 3 standing pillars behind the Elder snapped violently and shattered directly into powder. Seeing this, the Soul Hall Elder hurriedly buried his head towards the ground, trembling unceasingly. Patriarch, rest in peace, rest in peace. Jade Wuchen attacked his body with urgent fire, directly spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his right hand covering his stomach, his left hand hurriedly running his power, stretching out his 2 fingers, hitting towards the 3 acupoints in front of his chest before he could stretch and gasp for breath. The elders in the Great Hall had a look of concern on their faces. Sovereign, sovereign. Jade Wudu, on the other hand, waved her hand, her heart and lungs tumbling within her body. Nothing, but even so sat up strongly. Just at this moment, outside the door even rolled and crawled, ran in a disciple. That disciple's face was panicked. Above the dress was also stained with a lot of blood, and his mouth cried out in alarm. Not good, sovereign. Not good. Fighting. Fighting in. Someone is fighting on the clear void Holy Land. The various elders within the Great Hall, as well as Jade Wudu, instantly lost color on their faces when they heard this news. Fighting up? Where's the sect protector formation? The 4th elder exclaimed in shock. Then without any hesitation he rushed directly towards the outside of the Great Hall. Elders, follow me out to meet the enemy. The other elders also stood up and rushed towards the outside of the hall. Boom bang! Just then the basalt iron gate of the sanctuary was directly blasted into pieces. The faces of the elders changed drastically, and even Yu Wuchen, who was sitting on top of the main seat, could hardly hide his loss of color. Gentlemen, don't go to that trouble. Chapter 83. Why? Because you've offended someone you shouldn't have. All of the elders within the hall tightened their faces when they heard this voice. Eyes flocked to the direction of the entrance to the Great Hall, only to see that at the entrance of the Great Hall, there was a man in black standing. This person is one of the 5 master assassins of the Dark Spectre Hall, codenamed Underworld. All of the elders within the hall, including Yu Wuchen, all froze for a moment when they saw the black-robed man who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Sitting on top of the main seat, Jade Wuduan was only stunned for a moment before he was the first to react, and he stared dead on at the black-robed man who had intruded into his Qingshu sacred ground, his heart awestruck with wonder. This person's cultivation actually makes it difficult for me to see through. Although Jade Wuduan was a bit shocked and uncertain, she still spoke with courage and said, "A person of heavenly cultivation like you, Taoist friend, why would you barge into my clear void holy land for no reason? My clear void holy land doesn't seem to have offended fellow Taoist." The elders in the hall reacted when they heard Yu Wuchen's words. Looking at the underworld king in front of them, a hint of trepidation appeared in their eyes, and their bodies unconsciously withdrew several steps backward. The coldness in the eyes of the king of the underworld was high, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly to reveal an evil smile, and he said under his breath, "Kill." When the people in the hall heard this, their bodies tightened all over, and an unprecedented look of fear appeared in their eyes. Even Jade Wudu, who was sitting on top of the main seat, froze a bit, but it's already too late. In just a breath of time, the sound of several daggers slashing through throats had already appeared in the hall. Click click click. At the same time when everyone had not yet reacted, the hall removed Jade Wuchen, who was sitting on top of the main seat. No one survived. The bodies of all the elders, all of them were like deflated balls. Their eyes were rounded, and they just collapsed straight down, with the color of shock still in their eyes. I'm afraid that these elders didn't even know how they died. Immediately after that, in the darkness of the Great Hall, unhurriedly walked out 2 more men in black. Dark King, Night King. When Jade Wudu saw the scene in front of him, a look of horror finally appeared in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment, and that was to run. Run fast. Jade Dustless was about to stand up and flee in panic, but right at this moment, the Ghost King had already arrived behind Jade Wuduan, extending a large, powerful hand on top of his shoulder, forcing him down again. Immediately after that, the Ghost King's voice, which seemed to be laughing, sounded behind him. "What? Where is this intended to go?" Jade Wuduan was so frightened that his body trembled. His face was as fearful as he was. The fine sweat on his forehead was flowing downward. At this moment he only felt that at his neck. It was as if there was something more. A cool chill. Trembling, he looked down, only to see a purple dagger already resting above his neck. The current Jade Wudu only felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. Thinking, "It's over," with words of fear shouting that, "Who the hell are you guys? Why are you destroying my clear void holy land for no reason?" Hades laughed softly and, "Why? Funny, funny, so if you're going to ask why, I'll just have to tell you that you've offended the wrong person. Kill." As the words fell, the Undertaker turned toward the entrance of the Great Hall. The Ghost King couldn't help but laugh evilly. His hand rose and fell without any delay, directly chopping off Jade Wuduan's brain with a hard knife. After holding it in my hands and looking at it for a couple of moments, I found it a bit boring, throwing it straight up towards the sky and kicking it out of the way. Go you! After doing this, the Ghost King walked out of the Great Hall with a face that didn't have any fun. The corpse of that Jade Wuduan in situ had already been soaked in blood, and coincidentally a drop of blood happened to drip on top of that sovereign's token at his waist. The token flickered with light. In the back of the mountain, within the forbidden ancestral land of the clear void holy land, a pair of eyes snapped open. Within a split second of opening, a pillar of energy light shot up within the ancestral ground, breaking through the clouds. The Underworld King and the others naturally noticed it and turned around to look towards the pillar of light. The Ghost King, in particular, instantly became excited the moment he saw the pillar of light. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure within the light pillar spread out in all directions, and in just a few moments of effort, it had enveloped the entire Qingshu Holy Land. "Who is it? Dare to trespass on my clear void holy land?" The pillar of light dispersed, and a middle-aged man's silhouette stood above the void against the wind. He scanned everything above the current Qingshu sacred ground, his pupils constantly contracting, his brows tightening, and the anger in his eyes seeming to overflow, only to see that within the Qingshu Holy Land, there were corpses all over the place. All the disciples had died tragically, and the appearance was so oozing. The divine sense once again scanned the hall, looking at the corpses of those elders within the hall, and then looking at Jade Wuchen above the main seat. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, and her own aura poured out unreservedly, covering thousands of miles in a radius. The towns that were closer to the clear void sacred land could all feel that hint of oppression at the moment. Many people's gazes all looked in the direction of the clear void holy land. Even the immortal king-level city lord sensed some of the difference. His brows furrowed slightly as a sense of doubt appeared in his heart. The scent is the clear void holy land? How could it be? Are the rumors false? The old ancestor of the clear void holy land, Clear Void Z, is actually not dead. Qing Su Zi's eyes were extremely cold as he stared tightly at the four people of the underworld king in front of him, and a vicious color appeared in his mouth. Everything here. You did? The underworld king did not have any changes in his eyes, but the ghost king showed a teasing color. The ghost king looked at Qing Su Zi in the air, licked the dagger in his hand, and laughed unkindly and cheaply. And, hey, not bad, so you're going to stand up for them? Qing Su Zi's face was extremely cold as the coldness around his body appeared. Good. Now that you've admitted it, I'll stay. Saying that, Qing Su Zi's aura around his body surged. A palm fell. Even the air began to distort. Great Sumeru palm. As the words fell, an illusory palm print the size of half of the Qingshu sacred land above the sky directly slapped down towards the Ghost King's several people. Before the illusory palm even fell, countless cracks had already appeared underneath the feet of the underworld king's few people, and the earth had begun to sink. The Hades few remained still. Ghost King, play away. The Ghost King nodded, and at this moment, he could no longer hide the sneer on his face. He. Is this the Immortal King 9th grade powerhouse in the immortal world? So exciting. The Ghost King rose up in the air, his right hand as a claw. Since that's the case, let's let you die a decent death. Scarlet Blood Claw. As the words fell, a blood-red eagle's claw on top of the Ghost King's right hand directly struck out towards that illusory palm. The blood claw grew larger and larger, and in no time at all, it was already infinitely close to the size of a large Sumeru's palm. The two clashed with each other, and with a boom, a palm and a claw directly burst apart, and the heavens and earth trembled. Chapter 84. What's wrong with this day and this pressure? Battle. A battle above the 8th grade of Immortal King. Both of them did not withdraw their strength, and they struck with all their strength. Instantly a wave of air, centered on the two people, wrapped out in all directions uncontrollably. All of the buildings in the Qingshu Holy Land were moved to a flat bottom. Even the Qingshu mountain was cut down by as much as half. The explosion stopped. The Ghost King's figure uncontrollably withdrew a few steps away towards the back. On the contrary, Qing Su Zi, who originally stood proudly in the void, had now been shaken by the airwave and flew out and smashed on the top of a distant mountain, the peak of which was smashed out of a huge hole. Qing Su Zi's face was pale, forcibly using internal force to suppress the internal organs and bowels of the body, only to be able to not suffer too much internal injuries. But even so, two of his ribs were still shattered by the powerful airwave, and he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm with difficulty, his face staring in disbelief. Bah! How could it be? It's actually the Immortal King 9th grade Grand Circle. The king of the underworld looked at the Ghost King who looked like this and couldn't help but show his mockery. Yo, TSK, is this the Juggernaut Killer? How come it was repelled in just one move? The Ghost King wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. What an immortal king! Surprisingly, he was able to injure me. Deserves to be killed. A smirk appeared at the corner of Hades' mouth. Is this the Ghost King that everyone fears in the underworld slaying world? Ha, it's really strong enough to bleed. The Ghost King had lost his face at this point. There was absolutely no more of the evil smile from before, and now there was only a face of killing intent. Damn it! Ghost King a transient directly disappeared in place. Reappeared has come to the peak of the mountain in the air. Eyes dead heavy. Pulled out the waist daggers suspended in front of the body. Fingers held high. The purple dagger rose up into the air and came above the Ghost King's head. The purple light flashed, the dagger instantly changed into hundreds of them. Stopping in the void, the Ghost King looked at the mountain peak in front of him, with nothing but anger in his eyes, and his fingers instantly stroked downwards. Kill! The hundreds of daggers above the Ghost King's head shot out indiscriminately towards the peak above the mountain where Qing Su Zi was. Seeing this, Qing Su Zi's face condensed, and he hurriedly took out the instantaneous talisman paper and directly pasted it on his chest, reciting the mantras silently under his mouth. Wow! Hundreds of daggers directly destroyed that small mountain peak as much as they could, with densely packed holes. Even an Immortal King 9th grade would have to be pierced into a hedgehog. The Ghost King's eyes flicked to the right front. The coldness in his eyes was great. His left fist stored up power. His figure instantly disappeared in place. The Xing Suzi's figure instantly appeared within 100 feet of the side of the mountain peak. The moving talisman could only move 100 feet range, which was already the farthest distance, but even so a dagger was still inserted above his thigh. The Ghost King's figure instantly appeared, accompanied by a terrifying fist blade that directly blasted towards Xing Suzi. Xing Suzi's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation a palm was swung out to hastily resist. Bang! The moment Xing Suzi's palm and the Ghost King's fist came into contact, Xing Suzi only felt like he was hit by a huge mountain, and his figure withdrew backward for hundreds of steps before he managed to stop. The Ghost King didn't move a muscle and stared at Xing Suzi with a murderous look on his face. Xing Suzi hurriedly put his palms behind his back, and at the moment, his palms were nearly detached and trembling. His mind was even more surprised. He knew that if he continued to fight with this person he would surely die today. He could only pretend to look at the Ghost King in front of him as if he didn't have anything going on, and forced a smile and said, "Fellow Daoist, it's not easy for you and I to cultivate. If we keep fighting like this it will be hard to tell the winner from the loser. Why don't we fight another day? What do you think?" The Ghost King's eyes were still cold. Another day? Oh. With that said the Ghost King once again disappeared in place, without any frills, merely using his fists and feet to strike towards Xing Suzi. When Xing Suzi saw this, he was shocked, but he could only brace himself to meet him. No one used any spell moves, just physical combat alone. If outsiders saw it they would definitely be surprised and speechless. The oldest ancestor of the strongest lineage of the Qingshu Holy Land, Xing Suzi, had actually been seriously injured, and couldn't even stand up. The Ghost King, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited the more he fought, and with just thousands of moves exchanged, Xing Suzi was already exhausted. His internal organs had begun to break down, and blood continued to ooze out from the corners of his mouth. Is this the Immortal King, 9th grade of the Immortal World? Unbeatable. Xing Suzi spat out several mouthfuls of blood in a row from his mouth. Zip! You forced me to do this. King Suzi appeared in his hand a long jade card. His hand stored power. The jade card threw into the air. The jade card instantly turned into a golden light toward the Ghost King shot. The circumference is also hidden out of the sharp edge of the light. But undoubtedly all by the Ghost King's dagger blocked down. The jade plate gradually began to become sluggish. The circumference has appeared tiny cracks. The jade plate again burst out the last little bit of golden light. Towards the Ghost King swept. The golden light gradually dim. The jade plate directly shattered into flying ash. Xing Suzi half-kneeled on the ground, and a large mouthful of blood was even spat out from his mouth. Humph! Is this your full-strength strike? If so, then congratulations. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. The Ghost King carried his dagger and walked towards Xing Suzi step by step. Xing Suzi shouted. The immortal spirit in his body tumbled, constantly drawing the power of the heavens and earth into his body, and with his hands together, he violently slashed down towards the Ghost King. This is the secret method that is not passed down in the Qingshu Holy Land. The shocking waves. Xing Suzi at this time only want to kill the Ghost King in front of him with one blow, but there is only one kind of consequence of doing so, no matter how the result is. Xing Suzi will die today. The sky suddenly changed. 10,000 meters above the sky, a horror like this. The double palm hand blade that covered the sky fell down rapidly. Even the sky seemed to be split open. The Ghost King saw the situation in that his bland face above also appeared a trace of the color of gravity. The body withdrew several steps backward, biting his finger. Blood suspended. His hands made a quick seal, and he softly mumbled, "Blood as a guide, soul as a medium, Emperor of blood, power to control." The blood turned into countless channels of energy that dissipated into the sky and earth, and ka. A spatial crack hundreds of feet in size appeared behind the Ghost King. Immediately afterward, a giant black leg stepped out within the spatial rift, and a second leg stepped out as well, and the spatial rift disappeared. Behind the Ghost King, a giant black shadow giant with a huge axe hundreds of feet tall stood proudly. The Ghost King bellowed under his breath. Chop! The black shadow giant holding a huge axe raised high and fiercely stored up its strength. Without any hesitation directly toward the sky above, the double palms of the huge blade cleaved over. The skies were all flickering. Night and day intertwined constantly. All the skies within 30,000 miles from the clear void Holy Land were transforming. Although the ordinary people did not understand what was happening, but those powerful cultivators each had their brows furrowed and intertwined. This sky, this awesome pressure, what the hell is going on? A battle. An unbelievable look appeared in the eyes of an old man looking in the direction of the Qingshu sacred ground. A battle above the 8th grade of Immortal King. Chapter 85, Too long to fight. Can't fight? Many people were shocked. A battle above the 8th grade of Immortal King? It hadn't happened in the central state for nearly 10,000 years. Suddenly a loud bang came from the direction of the clear void Holy Land. This loud sound shook the sky, and the suddenly white and dark sky was directly rippled into blackness by this explosive sound. Especially with the Qingshu holy ground as the center, all the space within a radius of 1,000 miles was all broken and turbulent. And even the original Qingshu holy ground appeared to have a huge deep pit close to 1,000 feet. Even many of the houses and buildings within 10,000 miles of the Qingshu Holy Land had been shaken down. There were even some curious people who watched the fun and were already killed by the waves. The space shattered too quickly. Even the heavenly Tao didn't react. The mending wasn't as fast as the destruction. Qing Suzi was kneeling there, and a pure purple dagger had been thrust into his chest. The Ghost King knelt down on one knee and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His body nearly deflated. Ugh! Holy! What kind of secret technique is this? It's so hard to cut. The King of the Underworld, the Dark King, and the Night King, stepped forward to assist the Ghost King to his feet. And the King of the Underworld said, with a serious face, "The means of those in the immortal realm are indeed quite numerous. I'm afraid that this last strike is close to the level of a half-step immortal monarch in the immortal realm." The Ghost King nodded firmly. "Definitely. Just now, if I hadn't braced myself and instilled a trace of blood again, I'm afraid those twin palms would have been a bit difficult to handle." The Dark King beamed and patted the Ghost King. "You old ghost, you do need to practice a bit more here." Cough cough cough. The Ghost King coughed out some more blood once more, then jerked his head up and glared at the Dark King. The Dark King smiled awkwardly, and with 800 little moves a second, he turned around and whistled one step, 3 times, and fled the scene with his feet instantly picking up speed. "Just you wait, old Dark, I'm going to get you killed." The Ghost King instantly stood up and waved his big hand. "Blood sacrifice Chi Tian." The figure immediately chased towards the Dark King's direction. The Dark King's eyes smiled at the sight and his figure instantly disappeared. The Underworld King and the Night King glanced at each other and helplessly shook their heads as their figures gradually became illusory and disappeared in place. "Stopped? Stop. Who won?" The monk shook his head. "Inside a small city in the southern part of the Clear Void Holy Land." In. What exactly happened in the Clear Void Holy Land? "I don't know. I've only heard that it's cultivators above the 8th grade of Immortal King fighting." "And the results?" "There's no result. That's a strong person above the 8th grade of Immortal King. Who dares to go and see it?" The two of them also developed a look of curiosity. After all, if a powerhouse above the 8th grade of Immortal King were to fall, then a random supreme treasure would be enough. The white-robed cultivator glanced at the sword cultivator in front of him and gave a look that, "The vibrations have stopped. Should we?" That sword cultivator pondered for a while, then nodded his head in response and, "Go!" The two disappeared into the inn. Inside the Qingshu Holy Land residence, the two of them looked at the scene in front of them, and they revealed a puzzled look. "Is it here? Well, this must be the place. But why?" Only to see that in front of the two of them, the entire Qingshu mountain had been leveled to the ground, and even this big mountain had sunk down thousands of feet. But you can still smell the heavy odor of blood and broken limbs. Not only these two, but also many loose cultivators. All of them were attracted. There were even some female cultivators who started to dry heave when they smelled such a heavy stench of blood. Vomiting. Who is so bold? How dare they level the Qingshu Holy Land? "I don't know, but I've heard that that old ancestor of the Clear Void Holy Land isn't dead. Aren't they afraid of retaliation?" At that moment, a male cultivator in brocade and fancy clothes descended into the deep pit and pointed his long sword at the corpse of Qing Suzi kneeling on the ground in front of him. "Old ancestor? Is that him?" The crowd looked at them, and they were all stunned. This person's death was extremely bizarre. There were even some old cultivators who opened their mouths in surprise. "This person is that supreme genius of the Clear Void Holy Land, Clear Void Sun. I've seen his portrait a long time ago." Hearing this, everyone was showing an attitude of disbelief. Central State. Inside the Heavenly Hall, Suan, the only son of Palace Lord Su Tingsheng, was sitting on top of a recliner with a face of enjoyment. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared in front of Suan, kneeling on one knee looking extremely respectful. "Master, the Clear Void Holy Land has died." When Suan heard this news, he didn't show any color of surprise, but continued to close his eyes and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Any idea which power exterminated it? My subordinate is not clear. According to my subordinate's investigation, it's 4 black-clothed people. It should be a certain killer force within the immortal world, and that 9th grade Immortal King ancestor of the Clear Void Holy Land has already made a move, but it still perished." Suan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. "Even the 9th rank of Immortal King died? It seems that this killer force is not simple." Suan glanced at the figure and said, "Okay, I know. Keep a close eye on it. Report to me immediately if there is any wind blowing. If there is any mistake afterward, I'll take you to task." The silhouette had a respectful look on his face. subordinate understands. After saying that, the silhouette directly disappeared into thin air. Suwon, on the other hand, was playing with the black totem ring in his hand, and it seemed as if he had thought of something, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Come on, man." As Suwon's words fell, a silhouette once again appeared in front of Suwon, kneeling respectfully. "Master," Suwon faintly said, "check out that assassin organization, and if you do, you take a trip, do you understand?" The figure nodded and, "Yes, master." The silhouette left. Suwon, on the other hand, showed a hint of a smile on top of his face. If that assassin organization dares to take it, there would be no need for me, the Heavenly Hall, to personally take action. That would save some of the trouble. Inside the 8th floor of the Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters in the Tianmong domain, the 4 Stygians arched their hands slightly and, "Lord Rose, it's done." Red Rose nodded, then raised her eyes and asked, somewhat puzzled, "What? Something went wrong?" The Ghost King and the Dark King looked like they'd been injured quite a bit. Hey. The Ghost King cheaply whooshed and laughed. "Lord Rose jokes. Indeed, some mistakes. Did not expect that the Qingshu Holy Land has a 9th grade immortal king? Which is not unexpected to give me a swollen face." Red Rose was a little half convinced, and with a serious face, a mere immortal king 9th grade, the 4 of you can't beat it? Or is it that you haven't done anything for too long and don't know how to fight?" The 3 of them covered their mouths and laughed, then looked at the Ghost King with a teasing expression on their faces. The Ghost King, on the other hand, covered his face, and at the moment he only felt a little humiliated, but he still counted the ways. "Lord Rose, actually, I'm the only one who made a move." The 3 of them were watching the show, and when I wasn't paying attention, Red Rose, on the other hand, didn't bother and her figure directly disappeared within the 8th floor. Chapter 86. "What? You called them? The one with his face smashed into a pig's head?" Red Rose arrived at the 12th floor and pushed open the door into the Great Hall. Just inside the Great Hall, Red Rose froze. She was also a little weirded out when she saw that Hallmaster Yi was actually here as well. And, one must know that Hallmaster Yi normally wouldn't come here, but he didn't want to see Yi Li Tian at all, because he was extremely afraid of this being from the bottom of his heart. "Yo, Rose Girl is here." Yi Erdi looked at Red Rose with a smile and came to the front of Red Rose, sizing up the Red Rose at this moment. A hint of timidity appeared in the bottom of Red Rose's eyes, but she still bowed and said, "My subordinate has met Lord Li Tian, and I have met Hallmaster Yi." Yi Erdi's fingers gently traced over the Red Rose's face, and he couldn't help but smack his lips as well. Sister Rose is really getting more and more plentiful and still. TSK, but unfortunately, it's still a rose with thorns after all. Red Rose said nothing, still keeping her bowed position the whole time. Yi Erdi, on the other hand, looked a bit bored and retreated to a side chair, sitting down casually. "How's it going?" Yi Li Tian said faintly. Red Rose stood up straight and said, respectfully, "Lord Li Tian, the matter has been completed, and the Qingshu sacred land has died." After Yi Erdi heard this, he directly stood up and shouted, "What? Why didn't you guys call me when you went to kill someone?" Red Rose was startled by Yi Erdi's reaction and unconsciously withdrew half a step backward. Yi Li Tian, on the other hand, glared at Yi Erdi, and when Yi Erdi saw this, his voice became smaller and, "Well, boss, I mean, why didn't you send this mission to me? No wonder I saw that brat with a face swollen like a pig's head when I came in. I think that brat might have been beaten silly." Yi Erdi said here, all gave himself a laugh. Covering his stomach cannot stop laughing there. Yi Li Tian glanced at Yi Erdi, and when Yi Erdi saw this, he also instantly stopped cooing and laughed, and honestly sat back in his chair. Inside the Great Hall, Yi Li Tian's indifferent voice sounded once again. "Central State, are there any changes?" Red Rose spoke respectfully once again. "Back to Lord Li Tian. After the death of the Qingshu Sacred Lands clan, there were no changes in any of the other major forces over in the Central State, but there was indeed one point. I don't know which power in the Central State has been inquiring about my Dark Spectre Hall, and it seems to be not weak." Yi Li Tian's face remained flat and unchanged. "Send a dead ambassador to make contact and find out what their purpose is." "Okay, Lord Li Tian. Red Rose should be down." "Hey." At this time, Yi Erdi smiled faintly and then spoke. "Boss, a dead angel he can contact, understand? Don't mess it up again. I'd say it's better to go with someone else." Yi Li Tian also nodded his head when he heard that. "Yes, what you said is not unreasonable." Yi Li Tian then held his chin with his hand and flirted with an extremely serious expression, saying, "Who to send? Let me think." Yi Erdi was embarrassed for a moment when he saw this, with a lifeless expression, but he still forced himself to act as if nothing was wrong, and opened his mouth and said, Boss, I think this mission is a big deal. Besides, I think those killers seem to be unavailable. As if they are busy with something very important. Saying that, Yi Erdi stood up from his chair with a smile on his face and walked towards the center of the hall step by step. Otherwise, let's do it this way. I'll reluctantly go and execute it. I'm really afraid that they can't concentrate and then give it to be done. There's no way. I'll work a little bit harder, just a little bit harder. Alas, everything is for the Dark Spectre Hall. After saying that, Yi Erdi showed a difficult expression, as if saying, actually, I'm not willing to go at all. There's nothing I can do. I'm afraid they'll mess it up. The corner of Yi Li Tian's mouth hooked up into a smile. Fine. Then you go second, brother. And remember, don't screw up or I'll refine you. Don't worry, boss. I do things you still don't trust. Go Eng. Yi Erdi revealed a face of triumph, then turned around and quickly disappeared inside the hall, fearing that Yi Li Tian would back out again in a moment. Tianxian Continent, Sanyan Sacred City, above the sky. The corner of Yi Erdi's mouth lifted up slightly, looking at everything below with a downcast look. Humph. After a cold snort, his figure disappeared into the air. On a street in that Sanyan Sacred City, Yi Erdi casually wandered around. Interesting. The smile on his face became more and more hidden. At this moment, Yi Erdi seemed to have forgotten about his mission. Stay back, little friend. At this time, a street side with a stall, a blind old Taoist called out to Yi Erdi. Yi Erdi stopped his steps and turned his head to look. His face remained flat. Without hesitation, he directly walked over slowly. Without saying a word, he just looked at that old Taoist with an indifferent face. That old Taoist, as if sensing something, smiled grimly out of the corner of his eye, and then mysteriously said, "Little friend, I see this face of yours. TSK. The corners of the old Taoist's mouth moved back and forth, up and down, still pinching something in his hand. His brow furrowed. Yi Erdi pulled out his ears with a bored expression and looked at that old Taoist with disdain. That old Taoist just then. Suddenly his body just seemed to freeze in place, looking up at Yi Erdi with a face full of astonishment, as if he was shocked by something. He didn't dare to open his mouth in disbelief and said, "Little friend, it's not good. I see that you will have a disaster in the near future." Then that old Taoist face stretched down again, showing a smile on his face, and said again, "But don't be afraid, it will get through." After saying that, that old Taoist hurriedly put his hand inside his own sleeve, took out a paper of yellow talisman and placed it directly on the ground, and began to draw it. The coldness in Yi Erdi's eyes appeared greatly, and he spoke with a cold face. "Are you good at math?" That old Taoist didn't even lift his head, still drawing the talisman paper seriously there. No talent, slight knowledge. And did you ever calculate that you would die today?" The movement of painting in that old Taoist's hand suddenly came to a halt, and he hastily raised his head up. Hiss! But it was too late. The moment Yi Erdi raised his head, he had already stretched out his big hand to pinch that old Taoist's neck and gripped him directly. The big hand was slightly harder and, click, that old Taoist's neck snapped in response, and his body directly went limp and stopped struggling. "Ha! Griffin!" Yi Erdi's deep pupils were ghostly glowing with waves of light, casually loosening his hand and turning around to leave in a nice leisurely manner. Just after Yi Erdi walked out of the street, a black shadow quietly appeared in front of him. The dark figure bowed respectfully, arching his hand in salute. "And, Yi Hall Master, the organization has explained clearly with me this matter by your full responsibility. People we have contacted, now already in the black market within the sub-cabinet. Yi Hall Master, you see, how should it be?" Chapter 87. Is it giving too much, or is it too little? Yi Erdi stretched lazily after hearing this. Got it. The dead ambassador nodded, then disappeared within the shadows. Aha! What a bore. Yi Erdi took a step and his figure disappeared into thin air. Black Market, Dark Spectre Hall Intelligence Office. Only a blue-robed man whose face could not be clearly seen was sitting on top of a chair, and his face seemed to be still a bit anxious. "Chief Wang, can't you really say what you want?" Wang Shuyi shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, why are you in such a hurry? I really can't be in charge of this matter. I have only just received the news. Someone else has been sent from above to take over this matter. Don't be in a hurry. I reckon it should be soon." The blue-robed man can only helplessly sit on the chair anxiously waiting. He is now fidgety. Here is a killer organization. The immortal king of the 9th grade of the Qingshu ZR Karma, which if I get it wrong their own can be accounted for in this. It is really at a loss. Barely. At that moment, a distortion in space arose at the center of the hall, and Yi Erdi's figure gradually appeared. Sitting there, blue-robed man had been a little hard to sit still. This and suddenly saw a figure actually penetrate the space and came. At this moment is also make him a little moved by it. Feel this person's breath. Hat under the frown more tightly. This person's aura. Why does it give me a feeling of deja vu? Such a powerful aura. I've only ever felt it on the body of the hall master. Could it be? That blue-robed man was also a bit out of his element when he thought about it. Wang Shui on top of the main seat. See, the visitor is also a little surprised. Without any hesitation directly stood up and respectfully salute. Kid Wang Shui, meet your master. Yi Erdi's eyes were flat as he looked at Wang Shui and said seriously, call the hall master. After saying that, Yi Erdi walked straight up and sat on top of the main seat. Wang Shui, who was standing by the side, was a bit confused. Ah, hall master? Haven't I always called it master? Why did you suddenly change it? But looking at Yi Erdi who was sitting there, he didn't know why there was an inexplicable feeling of fear in his heart. Although he didn't know why, he always felt that his master had become completely different from before, as if he had changed into a different person. Solely and without further thought, he respectfully opened his mouth and said, Lord, Hall Master, this is the person from the Central State. He said that he has a big deal to talk to my Dark Spectre Hall about. Wang Shui respectfully stood beside Yi Erdi and bent down to introduce the figure sitting there. The blue-robed man also arched his hand slightly when he saw this, but didn't stand up. Yi Erdi listened to Wang Shui's words and appeared to have no interest whatsoever. His entire body seemed to be paralyzed in his chair as he indifferently opened his mouth. And, Wang Shajuan gave a pause, but reacted in a flash and hurriedly picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Erdi. After Yi Erdi took a sip, he rinsed his mouth and spit it back into the teacup, and turned his hand to Wang Shui, who hurriedly took it, followed by a towel that was very eye-catching. Yi Erdi took the towel and wiped his mouth casually. Wang Shui was about to reach out and pick it up when he saw this. Yi Erdi threw the towel out directly towards the back. Wang Shui was a bit embarrassed and could only silently retract the hand that was about to pick up the towel. Yi Erdi casually sized up the blue-robed man and opened his mouth. Cooperation? Cooperation how? Tell me. That blue-robed man spoke frankly. Fellow Daoist, I won't hide it from you. It can actually be considered cooperation, but it can also not be considered. We hope that your hall will step in and kill a person for us. Murder? Yi Erdi came to be interested. Then tell me who to kill. That blue-robed man didn't hesitate to speak directly. The young master of the Bright Moon building in Central State. The second on the heavens remarkable ranking. Son Luchin. The corner of Yi Erdi's mouth twitched, thinking he had heard wrong. Junior? Are you sure? Just none? The blue-robed man nodded, but when he saw Yi Erdi's expression of unconcern he couldn't help but remind him. Indeed it's just a junior. But the Manhwa building behind him is the second most powerful force in the Central State. And most importantly that Manhwa building is the Rune Masters Union. So I hope that your hall can be careful and not alarm that Manhwa building. Yi Erdi yawned and said, yes, come on let me see your sincerity. That blue-robed man directly took out a spatial ring with a smile on his face. Fellow Daoist, there are 300 million immortal crystals in here. Consider the extra as making a friend with your hall. Wang Shui, who was standing on the side, all snorted a bit and showed a look of disdain. Yi Erdi just laughed lightly and didn't bother to pick it up. 300 million immortal crystals? Ha! Your sincerity is indeed full enough. Then with a cold look on his face, he looked at the silhouette. The door is there. Will you roll yourself, or will I slaughter you and throw you out? The blue-robed man was a bit at a loss for words, thinking, did I give too much, or did I give less? Thinking of this that silhouette let out a faint laugh. Fellow Daoist, you're too much of a joker. Ha ha. I wonder if your hall has any other requests? Yi Erdi coldly grimaced, a red light rotating in his hand. I don't really see your sincerity. If you don't get lost within 3 breaths, I'll personally send you away. The blue-robed man's face changed when he saw this. He knew that he was not this person's opponent, but he still wanted to fight for it. Fellow Daoist. Click. Ah, a red light appeared, only to hear that blue-robed man let out a miserable cry, and one of that blue-robed man's arms broke off in response, falling to the ground. The bloodlight in Yi Erdi's hand reappeared. His eyes were cold. Are you unable to understand my words? The blue-robed man glanced at Yi Erdi, forcing himself to endure the severe pain coming from his arm. He could only helplessly pick up the arm that had fallen on the ground, and without saying a word, he quickly left the place. This is the person from the great power in the Central State? Such a generous offer. Yi Erdi glanced at Wang Shui. Wang Shui was also at a loss for words. This, Central State, Heavenly Hall. A blue-robed man with a broken arm was kneeling on one knee looking extremely respectful as he opened his mouth to Suan, who was sitting on top of the recliner. Master, this Dark Spectre Hall is too arrogant. I went to commission them to kill someone, and not only did they think our bid was low, but they also broke one of the old slave's arms. That blue-robed man placed that broken arm on the ground, and at that moment, he looked extremely aggravated. Suan opened his eyes, and his face changed slightly. This Dark Spectre Hall is actually like this? Such a big appetite? It won't even offer 3 billion immortal crystals? The blue-robed man's eyes turned and spoke directly. Master, perhaps it's not that you don't think it's worth watching, but that Dark Spectre Hall seems to be a little afraid. As if it's in fear of the Bright Moon House. Chapter 88 Uncle Ring? And a two-faced ghostwriter? Suan's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved his hand, and the blue-robed man turned away sagely. That's a bit out of my league, but it's not a big problem. Suan touched the black totem ring in his hand. At this time, a middle-aged man of about 50 years old or so body silhouette flew out from within the ring and floated in front of Suan. He had soared eyebrows into his temples, his face was rigid, and when he lifted his hand and threw his feet, a sense of dominance and majesty was revealed. Suan hurriedly stood up and arched his hand at the shadowy figure. Senpai. The middle-aged silhouette had his hands behind his back, with a feeling that he held the world in his hands. The Dark Spectre Hall refused? Suan nodded. The middle-aged silhouette, on the other hand, was unconcerned. No matter. Reject it if you want to. Are you sure you can defeat that Song Luchen? Suan hesitated, somewhat unsure of himself. That Song Luchen's cultivation is indeed a little higher than me. This I am not afraid of. But that Song Lucan is still a second-grade runic master. I don't have much certainty. The middle-aged silhouette looked at Suan with a serious expression. You should know how important the first-place item of the Heaven's Pride competition is to me. I didn't train you until now just to hear you say that you're not sure. Do you understand? Suan nodded solemnly, his eyes resolute. Don't worry, senior. I will definitely not fail you in this grand competition. No matter how much it costs, I will definitely achieve first place. The middle-aged silhouette looked at the distant sky. Remember, as long as you're in the ring, only the one who stands until the end is the winner. Compassion is bull *********. You have to do whatever it takes to win. Got it? Senior, don't worry. Kid will definitely make senior satisfied. Well, I'm running out of time. I can feel it, and I won't show my face from this day forward without something too big. The middle-aged silhouette once again returned inside the black totem ring. Suan arched his hand again, his eyes cold, and 3 words squeezed out of his mouth. Song Luchen. Central State. Inside a secret room on the 2nd floor of the Bright Moon building, Song Lucan was holding a few talismans for study. At this time, a blue-robed figure appeared within the chamber of the room, and that blue-robed person appeared extremely respectful at this time, slightly arching his hand at Song Luchen. Young lord. Song Luchen was still carefully studying the talisman in his hand, not even lifting his head. How's it going? The blue-robed man laughed lightly. Young master, you don't know. That Suan sent me to Dark Spectre Hall to spend 3 billion immortal crystals to buy your life. Luckily I was smart and said 3 billion is 300 million. That assassin organization refused on the spot. Only the old man is missing an arm. But it's fine now, I've already picked it up. The corners of the blue-robed man's lips were intentionally or unintentionally hooked into a bitter smile. Song Luchen raised his eyes to look at the basket-robed man's arm and said with a slight look of appreciation. You did a great job, said the blue-robed man and casually tossed him a spatial ring. Reward you. That blue-robed man was ecstatic, sweeping the items within the ring and storing them away in succession. Unable to stop the smile on his face, to be able to organize things for the young master, the old man is honored to the utmost. Song Luchen directly put away the talisman in his hand with a wave of his big hand, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Since Suan is willing to pay 3 billion immortal crystals to kill me, then he is determined to win this battle of the Heaven's Pride. If that's the case, then I'll do unto others as I would have them do unto me. Song Luchen once again threw the blue-robed man a spatial ring, and with a bit of ruthlessness in his bland face, sparring financial power with my Bright Moon House? Ridiculous. Patting the blue-robed man on the shoulder. You should know what to do, right? The blue-robed man arched his hands repeatedly and righteously said, Don't worry, young lord. Young lord has already valued me so much. How can I fail, young lord? I will definitely do this matter beautifully. Song Lucan hummed, and the blue-robed man respectfully exited the room. Half a day later, Tianxian Continent, Sanyan Sacred City, Black Market Dark Spectre Hall Intelligence Office. It's absolutely true. The blue-robed man was assuring Wang Shuyi, who was sitting there more with eyes full of laughter. Wang Shuyi's face was full of depression. Humph, you still have the face to say that. Do you know what I'd become in my master's eyes now? Eating and waiting for death. If I'm believing your bull ********, I reckon I'll have to. Just tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Shuyi was already filled with anger. Humph. That blue-robed man also said one sentence after another in a bitter way. Mr. Wang, you're believing me for the last time, okay? Really, just once. I promise not to cheat you, really. Magnetic card, magnetic card, magnetic card. At that moment a sound of space distortion resounded within the hall, and Yi Erti's figure instantly appeared within the hall. Wang Shuyi also bowed when he saw this. Greetings, Paul Master. The blue-robed man also bowed his head down somewhat coyly, arching his hand repeatedly. Yi Erdi looked at the two with a face full of impatience. His mood was getting more and more irritated. Do you two think you've lived enough? What do you keep blathering about? Wang Shuyi bared his big mouth in a cold sweat, while the blue-robed man subconsciously then covered his arm and looked at Yi Erdi with some trepidation. Yi Erdi's eyes were full of disdain. His figure flashed and sat directly on top of the chair above the main seat, the coldness in his eyes angrily looking at the blue-robed man. If I remember correctly, were you an arm earlier? The blue-robed man's heart tightened as he nodded his head repeatedly. Senior said yes. But why do I see you have two of them again now? The blue-robed man's face stiffened. Instantly understanding Yi Erdi's meaning, he looked at his arm, and with a cruel heart, he directly ripped it off. The blue-robed man clenched his upper teeth. His face was like rain, and he hardened his voice without saying a word, and with some strained words he said, Elder, see if you are still satisfied now. Yi Erdi picked up his teacup and took a sip, not caring about what had just happened, and opened his mouth lightly. Say what you can give. Direct and dry. The blue-robed man also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and some calmness appeared on top of his gloomy face. Senior's earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. This time I promise to satisfy Senior. After saying that, he directly took out a spatial ring and ran towards Yi Erdi in 3 steps to hand the ring over personally as an apology. Yi Erdi didn't take the ring at the first time, but used his extreme sense to sweep and test it, and his face didn't show any change after the sweep. Calmly picked up the ring and opened his mouth. This price is indeed not bad. Granted, Dark Spectre Hall, will take it. The blue-robed man's face was also filled with joy after hearing this, and he carefully retreated backwards. Chapter 89, Squatting in the Forest of Demonic Beasts Killing Heavenly Palace Young Master Suan. Then Yi Erdi's voice said again, the young master of the Bright Moon Building in Central State. Song Luchen, is that correct? The blue-robed man shook his head repeatedly. Senior is wrong. The one to be killed this time is the young lord of the Central State Heavenly Hall, Suan. Yi Erdi was a bit surprised, and looked at the blue-robed man with a wry gaze. It's true what they say, a man is as old as he is treacherous. The blue-robed man also squeezed out some of a smile on his face. Senior is too kind. The blue-robed man then added once more that, Senior, 4 days from now Suan will head to the forest of demonic beasts in the Central State to practice. This is the best time to strike. Yi Erdi, on the other hand, was full of unconcern as he said, 5 days later, Dark Spectre Hall will present Suan's head. The blue-robed man arched his hand. I'm relieved to have these words from Senior. Then I'll leave first. I'll come 5 days later. The blue-robed man walked out of the hall and disappeared into the black market. Yi Erdi, on the other hand, couldn't raise the slightest interest. A descendant wasn't worth his hand yet, and there was no point in killing it. He wasn't the type to kill innocents indiscriminately. The air in the hall became distorted once again, and the figure of the Blood King gradually appeared, giving a slight salute to Yi Erdi. Paul Master Yi, leave this order to me. Yi Erdi glanced at the Blood King with a despicable gaze, some laughter in his eyes. You, as if to say, just you? Do you understand what I'm saying? The Blood King, on the other hand, nodded his head with great confidence. Don't worry, Paul Master Yi, the young lord of the Heavenly Palace in Central State. Suan, Immortal King First Grade, is nothing more than a mole cricket in front of me, a matter of moving a knife. Even if there is a protector of the Tao behind him, I estimate that it won't be more than the 8th grade, and it won't pose any threat to me. Yi Erdi could only nod. After all, he had no interest in this kind of mission. After casually throwing the spatial ring that the blue-robed man had given himself to Wang Shuyi, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Wang Shuyi, on the other hand, was a bit confused. Why did the master give me the ring? Could it be that he's putting me in charge? The Blood King laughed shamefully. Thinking about what? And then seemed to think of something. Oh, I said Xiao Wang. Who do you think that person just now is? Wang Shuyi was somewhat confused by the Blood King's question. Who is it? Who else could it be? Of course it's the master, the lord of the Dark Spectre Hall, isn't it? Wang Shuyi suddenly became a little less confident. The Blood King didn't directly tell the truth, but instead gave a word and turned to leave. Yes and no. Wang Shuyi was becoming more and more uncertain. He only believed in what he himself saw, and then with a smile on his face, he swept the spatial ring with his divine sense. Wow! He was shocked right on the spot and couldn't believe what he was seeing was real or fake. 5 billion immortal crystals. Did I read it right? My goodness, oh. Not a moment later Wang Shuyi swept again and, indeed, that's right, it's 5 billion. How many spirit stones must that be? 1 billion, 100 million, 100,000. 100 million, 1 billion, 100 billion, 100 billion, 100 billion, 100 billion.
Wang Shuyi no longer dared to imagine it. Although he couldn't calculate it,
he knew it must be an astronomical figure. Central State Bright Moon Building, inside the secret room.
Young master, all the arrangements have been made. It will be ready in 5 days.
A blue-robed man was kneeling on one knee,
and was reporting with a respectful face to Som Lucan, who was sitting there, and even made a neck-wiping gesture when he finished. Som Lucan was drawing talismans with a serious face and said carelessly, "Is the Dark Spectre Hall certain? Young lord, don't worry. Although I'm not sure about the strength of the Dark Spectre Hall, the strength of the person who crossed paths with me is so strong that even I can hardly see through it."
Som Lucan was still drawing talismans, in not making a sound.
The blue-robed man also understood the situation and exited the room very carefully.
Swish dash.
Only a flash of bladed light was seen, and a purple dagger had already intercepted and severed the body of a spectral ghost wolf. The underworld ghost wolves were pack animals that liked to go out at night to hunt, and most of their general cultivation levels were at the mid to late human immortal level, and the strength of the Wolf King was generally one large realm higher than these wolf pups. The Blood King retrieved the dagger and wiped the blue blood on top of it before pinning it to his waist and turning around to disappear. As for the place where the Blood King disappeared, all that could be seen was that there were hundreds of corpses of spectral ghost wolves lying around irregularly on the ground, including the corpse of the spectral ghost Wolf King among them, with blue blood soaking through the earth. The Blood King had already come to this forest of demonic beasts for 2 days, and the surrounding terrain had already been surveyed more or less, but even so, with the Blood King's current strength can only be in the center of the forest of demonic beasts at the edge of the location of the activities, because in close to the center of the core, even as strong as the Blood King also let him deeply feel a trace of scorn color. The Blood King didn't get too close to observe. He wasn't sure just how strong the demonic beasts within this immortal realm were. He didn't take too much of a risk to explore. It was completely unnecessary. He didn't feel that Suwon would be heading to the center of the area, and at best, he would just be moving around the fringes. There were no roads in the forest of demonic beasts, and after the Blood King scouting along the way, the Blood King ambushed the road Suwon was most likely to pass through. However, there would still be so many ungrateful king-level low-level demonic beasts to provoke themselves, and the Blood King did not have any mercy to wipe them all out on the spot. After killing the last demonic beast, not far away Blood King heard some sounds of fighting. In order to ensure that his mission couldn't have any mishaps, the Blood King still decided to go over and take a look, and in an instant the Blood King's figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, the Blood King's figure had already appeared on top of the branches of a giant tree, only to see 3 men and 1 woman in front of them. They were fighting against a 3-meter-long horned brown bear, and their cooperation was also very tacit. However, the brown bear roared, as if already angry to the extreme. Heaven's stage demonic beast aura directly exploded to the extreme. Steel knife-sharp giant claws directly toward the front ferociously shot down. 3 sharp claws giant blade directly in front of the woman shot away. When the woman saw this scene, her face was horrified beyond words. Her mouth hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wangjua, save me!" The sword cultivator who was not far away from the woman saw this. His feet flashed with a spiritual light, and the long sword in his hand was gripped even tighter, and in just a few breaths of effort, Wangjua had already arrived in front of the woman. Showing a fierce color, the long sword in his hand swung violently and cut straight towards the 3 claw blades that flew in front of him. The moment the two collided, an air wave exploded directly in front of Wangjua. Wangjua couldn't resist as well as he could, and his body flew violently backwards, breaking 3 giant trees before smashing into the ground, with blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and his body was green with a purple piece. The woman was about to go and treat Wangjua, but the brown bear didn't give them any chance at all, and leapt up with both claws containing horrible power towards Wangjua. Chapter 90, In the past, you treated me like a dog today. I will beat you into a ruined dog. Old King. A strong man within the team directly held a huge axe and accelerated his pace towards Wangjua's side. Every now and then, he also looked up twice. His face appeared to be extremely anxious. "Oh, ow!" The brown bear roared angrily. That burly man's face suddenly changed. The aura of the early stage of heavenly immortal around him instantly climbed up. His mouth shouted, "Heavenly collapse!" That burly man similarly leapt up with a huge axe in his hand, swinging over his head and slashing down, only to see that the giant bear above a column of energy light straight toward the giant bear head split down. The brown bear dodged too late. The light column clanged, sung a split in the brown bear's head above. Even that wasn't enough to decapitate the brown bear. "Oh, ow!" The brown bear couldn't hold back the pain brought on by the top of his head and roared under his breath. Wangjua saw the right time and stood up with strong support. His left hand crossed the sword body, the eyes in the eyes of the Ning, the sword straight brown bear. His mouth came out smoothly, chopping the sky. The long sword in his hand swung towards the sky. A stern sword chi swung out from within the sword body. The sword chi was so strong that it cut right through the gods. The brown bear in the air saw the situation. Two fist-sized eyes showed a hint of fear within the bare mouth, bared teeth without fear, just by virtue of the physical body of a claw. With a fierce gas, towards the sword chi swung towards their own slash to shoot. In just an instant, the moment the bear's claws touched that sword chi, the bear's claws were directly cut into two sections. Oh, how! The pain yelled out of his mouth. But it wasn't over yet, only to see that the sword chi hadn't dispersed after cutting off that bear's paw, and was still sternly chopping towards the brown bear's chest. Swish! Only to see the mid-air brown bear bare mouth, blood and flesh flying. Blood splattered. The brown bear along the direction of the sword energy straight to be knocked down to the ground. Chest, a long deep visible bone wounds appeared in the chest of the brown bear. Collapsed to the ground without a sound. Wang Zhuo covered his chest with one hand and stuck his sword in the ground with one hand so that he could stand smoothly. Quickly, river heals me, Wang Zhuo said to the woman in a thin and weak voice. And Miao Miao saw this and hurriedly came to Wang Zhuo's body to help him sit on the ground and began to give Wang Zhuo a healing. That strong man. At this moment is also some weakness. Tightly walked up to the concern of Wang Zhuo's injuries. Old Wang, is it still okay? Wang Zhuo breathed and smiled, showing that there is no major obstacle. Being relieved, old gun. Nothing. The burly man called Old Cannon also patted Wang Zhuo's shoulder with an excited face. We've killed a heavenly class demonic beast. This can definitely be sold for a good price. Ha ha. Wang Zhuo just nodded without saying anything. His current injuries can be considered very serious. Just now that sentence was all said with strong support. On the contrary, the fourth person within the team, a mouthful of buck teeth disdain. From the beginning to the end of the process he could just scratch the brown bear, and did not put in much effort. The buck-toothed man walked towards the brown bear's corpse and dug out all the things from before. Using a small knife, he made a cut on the brown bear's heart location, and put his hand in to rummage around for a while before taking his hand out, and the buck-toothed man had an excited look on his face, only to see that there was an extra beast core in his hand. Hey, good stuff. The buck-toothed man hemmed and hawed and hurriedly put away the beast core, which was the most valuable thing on a demonic beast's body. The burly old gun also noticed the buck-toothed man's behavior and opened his mouth with some dissatisfaction. Little buck-tooth, every time you don't contribute, every time you're the first one to jump things, and now that you're still ing up like this when you're killing heavenly ranked demon beasts, do you really think that I don't dare to cut you? Old Cannon stood up aggressively and swung his giant axe towards the buck-toothed man. Put down the beast core. Can't you hear me? The buck-toothed man smiled with a disdainful, demented smile. Cannon? Oh right, that was before, but now in your current body, I guess there's not much immortal energy left in your body, right? How can you talk to me now? Put it down? I'm laughing. What if I say no? Old Cannon's face was full of anger. Well, I finally see you now, little bucktooth. I won't call myself Old Cannon if I don't waste your cultivation today. Old Cannon held the huge axe without any hesitation and directly hacked towards the buck-toothed man. The buck-toothed man's face was grim when he saw this, and with a wave of his big hand, a steel knife instantly appeared in his hand, similarly slashing towards Old Cannon. Meow Meow also saw that the two were in a bad situation. Her face eagerly stopped out. Don't fight. This is the forest of demonic beasts. Don't attract other demonic beasts. The two were indifferent, still exchanging blows, neither of them leaving any room for maneuver, as if it was impossible to be kind until one fell. Bang! Bucktooth Man saw a break in the Old Cannon. Directly a knife toward the Old Cannon's chest cut down. The Old Cannon cannot dodge the chest appeared a knife wound visible to the naked eye. The Old Cannon back out of a few steps away. Buck-toothed man saw the situation cannot intend to let go of the meaning of the Old Cannon. The back foot of a boarding body shape violently out. A foot will be unsteady figure of the Old Cannon kicked to the ground. A foot will be the Old Cannon stepped on the foot. Humph. What's wrong with you, Gunny? What? Could it be that you never thought that there would be a day when you would be stepped on by me as well? Old Cannon was still desperately resisting at this point even though he was lying on the ground. But no matter what, he still couldn't break free from the buck-toothed man's foot. When Wang Zhuo, who was healing his wounds, saw this, his eyes became stern as he looked at the buck-toothed man. Buck-toothed, what you've done is really a bit too much. The buck-toothed man was still full of disdain. Excessive? What? You want to stand up for him? Oh, you. Wang Zhuo's eyes were tranquilized as he directly stood up and rushed towards the buck-toothed man with his sword. Seeing this, Meow Meow hurriedly pulled Wang Zhuo back and shook her head at him. Brother Wang Zhuo, don't. You are seriously injured. It's useless to rush up now. Wang Zhuo gritted his teeth and ignored Meow Meow's words and raised his sword towards the buck-toothed man to kill him. Humph. Ignorant. A blade aura flashed in the buck-toothed man's hand, and a blade chi swung and flew towards Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo hurriedly held his sword to resist, But it was only a moment before Wang Zhuo was blasted away again by this blade chi and crashed into the giant tree in the distance. Wang Zhuo, who was already injured, was now completely at the end of his strength, and at this moment, I'm afraid that even if he wanted to stand up, it would be a bit difficult. Yo! What? How is it that you, the self-proclaimed genius of swordsmanship, was also knocked to the ground by one of my slashes? Ha ha ha! Wang Zhuo wanted to stand up, but the severe pain coming from his body would not allow him to do so no matter what. Brother Wang Zhuo, don't! Miao Miao had already shed tears at this moment and hurriedly ran towards Wang Zhuo, about to treat him. Click! A blade gas swung again. River saw this and backed up before dodging the attack, turning his head to look at the buck-toothed man with a furious look on his face. What the hell do you want? Chapter 91. You have money? How much? Give it to me. Ha! How? The buck-toothed man had a light smile on his face. I was going to let you guys off the hook just now, but unfortunately now I don't want to, said the buck-toothed man with a sneer as he raised the large knife in his hand and pointed it at Wang Zhuo. Miao Miao took a few steps forward and blocked Wang Zhuo with her hands spread out in front of her. The buck-toothed man's eyes froze and instantly became angry. Do you like your brother Wang Zhuo that much? Are you willing to die for him? River looked behind her at Wang Zhuo, then at the buck-toothed man in a supplicating tone to the buck-toothed man and said, We're all on the same team. Don't you think about love and affection? Are you so down on yourself? If you really do, then kill me and let my brother Wang Zhuo go. A flash of hatred flashed in the buck-toothed man's eyes. Fine River. Good can. It's not impossible for me to let your brother Wang Zhuo off the hook. Then let's see your sincerity. Strip. Talk to me after you're naked. River's body tightened at the sound of this and her face changed dramatically. You fart. Humph. The buck-toothed man waved the large knife in his hand pointing at Wang Zhuo. Die. Seeing this, River quickly stopped it, pleading, Don't. I'll take it off. The buck-toothed man gave a wicked grin. Strip. Wang Zhuo and Old Cannon saw this and hurriedly stopped it. Don't River. River didn't bother to listen. She had already placed her hands on top of the pink belt around her waist, slowly undoing the belt and taking off the outermost layer of her light clothes, and at the moment River's face had been left with a few teardrops, but the movement of the hands did not stop at all. The buck-toothed man looked at the current Miao Miao with a lecherous face. He did not want to miss any details at all. Wang Zhuo and the two of them shouted repeatedly, but it was already useless. At this time, River's hands had already come to the shoulders, and with a gentle tug from her jade hands to the sides, the blouse above her shoulders was directly pulled open, revealing those white and flawless shoulders. At the moment, the buck-toothed man's mouth was watering and his eyes were wide open. River still has no intention of stopping. The blouse has been removed to the chest, and then pull down some will be able to completely see the snow-white skin. River paused for a moment, turned his head to look at Wang Zhuo, closed his eyes. The hands of the hand did not have any hesitation, directly off the blouse, revealing the pure white beauty. Boom! In the middle of a few people, above that open space, smoke and dust suddenly rose. Everyone was shocked by the scene and gazed at the smoke in front of them with a grave expression. The smoke cleared and everyone froze slightly, only to see a person appear above the open space in front of several people. The man in black tattooed with Yama's totem. River hurriedly put her clothes back on and looked at this person warily. Even the buck-toothed man did the same. His body unconsciously withdrew several steps backward, and there was only more than a trace of gravity in his eyes. The Blood King looked at the four people with a calm face. He just witnessed the whole process. Originally just to see a hilarious did not think to show up, but suddenly thought of a tip can earn. In line with the intention of not coming for nothing, the Blood King looked at River and spoke faintly. You have money? River was completely overwhelmed at the moment and subconsciously nodded. The Blood King wore a light smile on his face and asked again. How many? Miao Miao hesitated for a moment. If this person was for money she could have given her all of it, so she directly actualized. 3.5 million immortal crystals. The Blood King frowned and muttered. Why is it so small? He then shook his head somewhat helplessly. Never mind, a mosquito is still neat even if it's small. The Blood King extended a hand directly to River and said, Money. River was startled and took 2 steps backward. Once she heard that it was money, she removed the space ring in her hand without hesitation and handed it to the Blood King. The Blood King took it with a smile on his face, then looked at Old Gun and Wang Zhuo. You too? The two of them also did not have any hesitation. Compared to the thought of life, then these money is simply useless. Directly handed the spatial ring to the Blood King. The Blood King had a satisfied look on his face. Good. I won't take this money for nothing. I'll kill this kid, said the Blood King, raised one arm and pointed to the buck-toothed man in the distance. The buck-toothed man's face changed drastically when he saw this, and without even thinking about it, he ran directly towards the forest. Bang! A red light shot out from the Blood King's hand, directly hitting Bucktooth,
who was escaping in the distance. Bang! Bucktooth's brain exploded right out of his head and his body ran and collapsed in a gruesome scene. After doing this, the Blood King's figure became illusory and directly disappeared in place. The scene only left behind the three Wangjua who were dumbfounded. All of them looking at me and me looking at you with puzzled faces. Solely no longer thinking about it, each of them assisted the other and walked towards the outside of the forest of demonic beasts. The Blood King didn't have any stops to make. He had sensed a movement not far away when he left, and without any hesitation, his body shape was extremely bizarre as he ran towards the strange movement. Roar or howl of an animal. The closer we got to the disturbance, the hissing of the demonic beasts became more and more powerful, and the Blood King was a bit puzzled that, could it be that Suwon has come to this forest of demonic beasts ahead of time? It wasn't impossible to think about. After all, the hissing demonic beast was a king rank, and he also sensed a human immortal king level cultivator. Die! Don't struggle anymore. Heaven-breaking sword. Only a sword roar was heard, followed by a long sword hanging in the air, and a giant sword shadow slowly appeared above the sword. Sword fall. The giant sword fell. A golden light giant sword silhouette slashed horizontally, towards the front of that silhouette, that huge king-rank demonic beast, the bloodthirsty Scorpion King. The blood-devouring Scorpion King hissed once again, and the two huge steel pincers in his hands clamped down on the giant sword's shadow in a deadly grip. The silhouette shouted under his breath, retrieving the giant sword and raising it high, slashing towards the blood-devouring Scorpion King from the sky. Die! The blood-devouring Scorpion King once again raised his hand upwards with his steel pincers. Bang! The earth underneath his feet was directly chapped, and 18 sharp-pointed legs were inserted dead center above the earth. With a hiss, a red light appeared in his eyes, and the giant hook on his tail rose in response, frantically smashing towards the figure. The silhouette had great harm in his eyes and dodged instantly. Worthy of being a king-rank demonic beast, try this move. Just seeing the long sword in his hand, he casually waved it several times in the air in front of him. Chop! Shouting under his breath, he directly inserted the sword into the ground, and the earth instantly shook. Under the earth a huge stone sword, violently in the blood-eating Scorpion King lower body quickly rise. Blood-eating Scorpion King dodge. Body hard directly be pierced. Ow! The blood-devouring Scorpion King was in severe pain. Looking at the figure, the tail of the huge hook with full force shot directly towards the face of the figure, and the speed of the speed has already appeared in the stump. The figure sneered. Humph! It's just the end of the line. Leaping forward, he swung out his sword, and the tail hook of that blood-devouring Scorpion King was directly chopped into two sections. The huge body simply went limp and stopped moving. The silhouette fell with a face as flat as water, turning around and collecting the sword in a single motion. A king-rank demonic beast is nothing more than that. Boom! An explosive sound instantly rang out. The figure's forehead above the veins rippled. Without any hesitation leapt up and withdrew tens of steps backward. Panic color appeared in his eyes. Chapter 92, Dark Spectre Hall. Kill for money. But I won't stop killing for money. The silhouette's face was a bit pale, only to see a huge pit that was deep enough to be seen from where he had previously stood, reflected in his eyes. The silhouette's brows furrowed as he looked ahead without slanting his eyes, and he opened his mouth in a wary manner. Who? Ho ho ho! A grim laughter sounded above the treetops in the distance. The laughter was getting closer and closer, and in the space of a breath, the laughter came to an abrupt end, only to see the Blood King, dressed in a coat of black, appearing in front of the silhouette. When the figure saw the visitor, his footsteps once again withdrew a few steps backward, his heart somewhat stunned. The Blood King stared at the silhouette with a smirk, his voice indifferent as he spoke. Are you Suwon? The silhouette did not reply, still looking at the Blood King with a wary look in his eyes. The Blood King laughed softly. Not answering? Oh, that's right. That silhouette was indeed the young master of the Central State Heavenly Hall, Suwon, who had come to this forest of demonic beasts to practice early because of a change in his schedule. The long sword in Suwon's hand was gripped a little tightly. He couldn't see through the Blood King's cultivation, and asked in some confusion, Elder, is something wrong? The Blood King's eyes were cold, and without answering, he blasted out with a punch that went straight for Suwon's life. Seeing this, Suwon waved his right hand, and a round moon treasure mirror appeared in front of him to ward it off. Bang! But even so Suwon's figure still withdrew a few steps backward, and that round moon treasure mirror had already developed a tiny crack at this point. Suwon's face changed drastically. He was completely confused as to how that man in black had directly made a move. Opening his mouth with a face full of gravity, he said, Elder, why is this? I don't seem to have any grievances with you. The Blood King watched Suwon walk toward the front, and suddenly chanted, Demons drink blood and kill like hell. Dark Spectre, taking lives for money. The Dark Spectre Hall's master assassin, the Blood King, has come to take the life of the Heavenly Hall's young master. Suan, Dark Spectre Hall? Suan's face suddenly changed, and his entire complexion turned much paler. Now who in the central state didn't know about the Dark Spectre Hall? The one that had destroyed the Qingshu sacred ground in a single day, and had even obliterated the Qingshu Z, who was a 9th grade immortal king powerhouse. If he had heard the name Dark Spectre Hall earlier, he wouldn't have felt anything, but it was different now. Previously, he had sent someone to the Dark Spectre Hall to offer a reward to Son Luchen, who knew that the Dark Spectre Hall had refused to do so, and he didn't expect that the Dark Spectre Hall's target today was actually himself. Senior, I have no grievances with you, Dark Spectre Hall. Why did you kill me? Who was it? If Senior stops, my heavenly hall is willing to double the price. Suan's feet quickly retreated backward, staring intently at the Blood King, his words carrying the slightest tremor. The Blood King was completely indifferent. Although my Dark Spectre Hall kills for money, it never stops killing for money. You'd better wait for your death. The Blood King's figure moved so quickly that there were already a lot of silhouettes. The purple dagger dangled out sideways, and a ghostly light sped away. Without any pause, Suan ran backwards in a row, shouting under his breath, "Uncle Fu, save me!" The purple dagger stirred up a long rainbow, stabbing straight at Suan's neck. Suan screamed in fear. His legs had gone soft, and he just fell to the ground. Looking at the purple dagger that was getting closer and closer to him, Suan hastily covered his eyes. Bang! An explosive sound rang out in front of Suan, only to see that an old man had stood in front of Suan, using his body to forcefully stop that purple dagger. Suan opened his eyes to look at the scene in front of him, finally revealing a small smile on his desperate face. Uncle Fu! Fu Bo turned back to look at Suan, a bloodstain vaguely flowing from the corner of his mouth, and at the moment Fu Bo had a look of gravity on his face. Grimace! A streak of blood in Fu Bo's mouth directly spat out, looking down only to see that in Fu Bo's abdomen, the purple dagger tip place has stabbed in most of the way. Go, young master! Fu Bo braced himself and uttered a sentence with difficulty from his mouth. Suan's smile disappeared once again at the sight. Fu Bo! Uncle Fu freed one of his hands and sent Suan 100 miles away with a big wave of his hand. Go! Go quickly, young master! Don't look back! Suan knew that if he didn't go any further he would also stay there, and without turning back he directly ran frantically towards the front. The Blood King's gaze was calm. His figure was ice cold, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the dagger that was stuck in Fu Bo's abdomen flew directly back into the Blood King's hands. Fu Bo let out a pained cry and stared viciously at the person in front of him through clenched teeth. Do you know who you're moving? The Blood King laughed softly and stood straight, his nimble fingers flipping the purple dagger in his hand. Griffin! Click! The dagger just went straight through Fubuki's abdomen without any tracks. Before Fu Bo could make any reaction, he directly fell to his knees, his eyes filled with incredulity. You are Immortal King 9th grade. The Blood King did not respond. He had already arrived beside Fu Bo, and the purple dagger turning in his hand elegantly slashed Fu Bo's neck. Without even looking at it, he crossed over Fu Bo with extreme confidence and instantly moved forward. Kneeling on the ground, Fu Bo's figure slowly collapsed, his body dead and shocked. 100 miles away, Suan looked back 3 times a step to keep a close eye on the direction behind him, never stopping from start to finish on the way. Boom! Rumble! Suan stopped his pace in a hurry, his face extremely fearful, only to see a huge stone wall rise up in front of Suan, completely surrounding Suan's retreat. Suan looked at the sky and was about to leap up, when a voice rang out across the field. Don't waste your breath. Flying? Funny. This formation isn't something you can break with a tiny Immortal King 1st grade. The Blood King walked towards Suan with a sneer on his face as he played with his dagger. Suan also retreated backwards, but he was already close to the stone wall and there was no way back. Triple. 4 times. I'll give you 5 times. Whatever you want as long as you don't kill me. Suan cried out with a trembling voice. Humph. The Blood King really couldn't help but scoff, his fingers waving casually as the dagger in his hand sped out. Suan shouted, "Full Moon Treasure Mirror!" That precious mirror once again resisted in front of Suan. Bang! The precious mirror shattered in response, and Suan was directly impacted on the ground by the force. The Blood King didn't give Suan any chance to catch his breath as his fingers danced once more and the purple dagger sped out. Suan didn't want to die, so he hurriedly turned the black totem ring in his hand. Elder, save me! Click! The sound of metal being delivered rang through the field. The middle-aged silhouette within the ring had already appeared in the field without hesitation, and had used only 2 fingers with gauntlets to clamp down on the dagger that the Blood King had sped towards. Suan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that this senior wouldn't come out. When the Blood King saw this shadow, his face also changed slightly. His fingers moved slightly, wanting to retrieve the dagger, but no matter how it was run, the dagger did not move in the middle-aged shadow's hands. Chapter 93, Is this an Immortal King? The information is wrong, Awade. The Blood King's brows furrowed. And it was only at this moment that he truly and seriously scrutinized the shadowy middle-aged man in front of him. The shadowy middle-aged man surveyed the dagger in his hand and was also surprised. The material of this dagger is not simple. It should belong to the Void Supreme Treasure. The shadowy middle-aged man shook his head, then loosened 2 fingers, and the dagger instantly flew back into the Blood King's hands. It's a pity that this kind of treasure only recognizes one master in its lifetime. The Blood King looked at the dagger in his hand and looked at the middle-aged silhouette with a wary expression. Who are you? The middle-aged silhouette laughed twice. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am yet. All you need to know right now is that Suan. You can't move. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in the Blood King's eyes, which were filled with disdain. Humph. Ridiculous. I can't move? My Dark Spectre Hall hasn't missed a beat since the beginning. Just based on your words, does my Dark Spectre Hall still have to stop? Rampant. Go to hell. The Blood King knows that the strength of the shadow in front of him cannot be underestimated. And without the slightest hesitation he decisively opened the big one. Hands in front of his chest quickly made a seal. A blood-red palm-sized formation appeared out of thin air. A drop of blood dripped into it, and he shouted under his breath. Blood Soul Meteoric Slaughter. The palm-sized formation quickly rose straight into the sky, coming over the shadowy two. The palm-sized formation above the middle-aged silhouette's head rapidly grew in size, enveloping the middle-aged silhouette as well as Suan in just half a breath's time. The blood formation covered a full 100 feet in a radius. The formation constantly glowed with red light, and a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling creepily and miserably within the blood formation. Ow ow ow. Immediately after that, within the blood formation in the sky, countless miserable blood souls seized their lives and came out, flying towards the middle-aged silhouette furiously, their eyes filled with greed. The corner of the Blood King's mouth hooked up revealing a cold smile. Void? Oh, let's see whose void shadow is stronger. When has Suan ever seen this kind of battle? His body unconsciously crawled backward. The middle-aged silhouette eyes are still flat color, as if these blood souls are like dust in his eyes. A large hand was slightly raised. A large handprint of energy instantly appeared and slapped towards those blood souls that rushed towards him, and with a hard grip of the large hand, the blood soul silhouettes within the large handprint were instantly grasped and shattered into pieces. When the other blood souls saw this scene, they all revealed a look of panic like they had lost their souls, and hurriedly braked to escape at great speed towards the blood formation. Wanting to escape from this place, the middle-aged silhouette's eyes were disdainful as he formed a fist in his hand and blasted towards that blood formation. Break into two, on him. The blood formation above his head was instantly split into pieces, and the blood souls that hadn't had time to escape were directly blown into powder, and the blood formation directly collapsed and dissipated into the sky. The middle-aged silhouette slightly raised his eyes to look at the Blood King once again, and threatened, "This is your last chance, and a warning, if you are still stubborn, I wouldn't mind leaving you here forever." At this time, the Blood King no longer had the disdainful color he had before, and looked at the shadow in front of him gravely, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This nigga is an immortal king? Holy, the intelligence was wrong. He's at least an immortal monarch. No way. Absolutely no way. Can't beat him at all. Retreat or not. In the end, after hesitating for a long time, the Blood King was still determined not to withdraw for the sake of his master slayer's face. Caller. The Blood King directly crushed the Dark Spectre Hall exclusive jade plaque at his waist, and immediately looked at the middle-aged silhouette with a cold face. Your Excellency's strength is certainly strong, but unfortunately, my Dark Spectre Hall is not afraid. Seek death. The middle-aged silhouette's face was cold, and a cold light appeared. The steel-bladed palm opened slightly, and in his hand, a steel finger that was even harder than his shoulder of basalt iron appeared. Kid, today let you die to understand. This finger is a true god's finger in the ancient times. This thing I call him extermination finger, although the time is long ago, but now is still nothingness to the treasure. Die in his hands, you, this life is enough. Immortal power flowed in the middle-aged shadow's hands. The god-destroying finger trembled slightly, only to hear a whoosh of wind-breaking sound. The god-destroying finger flew towards the Blood King faster than the speed of light. The Blood King's eyes were horrified, feeling the power of this finger. His face was serious and incomparable. One hand instantly pinched the knuckle. The purple dagger at his waist violently flew out, and the color of the shun lay collided towards that god-destroying finger. The moment the two collided, a destructive airwave instantly spread out towards the surroundings. The surrounding giant trees snapped off by the roots, and the nearby king-ranked demonic beasts fled in panic. The Blood King's face was grim. A drop of sweat fell directly. The ground under his feet could not withstand the force. His feet slowly sank in, but the Blood King's hands were still struggling to build up their strength, extremely difficult to control the dagger towards the front. On the contrary, the middle-aged silhouette's face only changed slightly, and he also looked a bit surprised.
I didn't expect a cultivator of the 9th grade of the Immortal King's Great Circle to actually be able to hold out for so long in my hands.
Humph. You are enough to be proud of yourself. After saying that, the middle-aged shadow's energy in his hand twisted again, and an even more powerful energy than the current one blasted directly toward the God-destroying finger. The cold light of the God-extinguishing finger appeared. Originally it was on par with the purple dagger, but now it could be clearly seen that the God-extinguishing finger had already overpowered that purple dagger. And the Blood King's face changed so much that his countenance was hideous to the point of grimacing. Yikes holy! The Blood King couldn't help but curse angrily. What kind of hard work? How could there be an immortal monarch powerhouse? I'm really convinced. Although he said so on his lips, the blood-colored energy in his hands was even more powerful than what he had delivered before. And at this moment, it was obvious to see that the Blood King's physical strength was not much left. The God-destroying finger continuously suppressed the purple dagger with a wind-breaking momentum. And although both of them were Void Supreme treasures, the difference in strength between the two was too great. The Blood King's feet rubbing against the ground kept retreating backward. Even the purple dagger in front of him was somewhat unable to hold up, visible to the naked eye as it was continuously knocked back by the finger of extermination. The Blood King's eyes condensed, the blood fury power around his body was strengthened again, and his mouth shouted, "Give me back!" But even so, that God-destroying finger did not move at all. The energy was still getting stronger and stronger. Somebody! The Blood King was already somewhat helpless, his body already clinging to the giant tree behind him, and not far away. Wang Zhuo and the others were also extremely curious to hide not far away to observe when they saw a huge vibration ringing sound here. This, holy Lao Wang look, is this a De Luo Jin Xian powerhouse fighting? My mom, I have no regrets in this life. The old canon beside him had already wiped his eyes at this point. Wang Zhuo, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless, but he had to say that the strength of the two people in front of him was indeed very strong, as well as the man in black who had helped him before. But no matter how you look at it, that man in black was being hanged off. Note, treasure levels, lower grade spiritual treasure, medium grade spiritual treasure, upper grade spiritual treasure, extreme spiritual treasure, Hongmeng supreme treasure, chaos supreme treasure, void supreme treasure, great Dao Qi treasure, ancient legends. Weapons above the Hongmeng recognize only one owner. Treasures are another story. Chapter 94, Fallen Wastes Tattered Void Ridiculous. Miao Miao voiced out at this moment. Brother Wang Zhuo. Look, that senior who helped us seems to be losing. Wang Zhuo nodded. Indeed, if it continues like this, the man in black will die. What should we do? Brother Wang Zhuo, should we help him? Although he took our immortal crystals earlier, but he did save our lives. Miao Miao was a bit anxious. Amount. Wang Zhuo laughed bitterly. This level of battle is not something we can participate in. Just that you bow alone is enough for us to eat a pot. Although I also want to help, but the strength is not good. Actually, it was right. The three of them were struggling to fight a heaven-class level demonic beast. This up there hadn't even shown up yet. Just the aftershocks of those two weapons could have shaken them to death. I gave you a chance. The middle-aged silhouette laughed coldly, and the energy of his large hand erupted continuously towards the front, only to see the energy erupting around the God-destroying finger grow even more. Prickly, prickly, prickly. Sparks flew in all directions between the two, and the purple dagger could no longer support itself at this moment, and was directly sent flying out with a bang. King Blood's eyes widened. Holy, but at this moment, even if he has the heart, he is powerless. At this moment, the Blood King's energy has basically been exhausted, close to the giant tree, and does not want to die yet, but reality doesn't care if you do. The God-extinguishing finger shot towards the Blood King's face with an unshakable presence at a rapid speed. I've told you, little blood. It's not that I look down on you, it's that you really don't make me look down on you. At that moment a voice came down in the sky above. Immediately after that, a figure had arrived in front of the Blood King in an instant, casually stretching out a hand and slowly pulling out two fingers towards the God-destroying finger. However, the God-destroying finger that was supposed to be invincible was so easily caught by that person with two fingers. The Blood King finally breathed a sigh of relief when he took a look at. Woohoo! Hall Master Yi, you're finally here. I've never been so happy to see you now. Yi Erdi's face was full of blandness, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. An Immortal King first grade target, and you can't actually kill it in seconds? Interesting. The Blood King scratched his head, his face a bit ugly. As for the middle-aged silhouette in front of him, his eyes also picked up at the sight of the scene, and some changes appeared on his face. Are you also from this so-called Dark Spectre Hall? Yi Erdi had a bashful look on his face, and the two fingers that clamped onto that God-destroying finger were slightly exerted. Break, when driving, that God-destroying finger was directly snapped into two hard pieces. Your Excellency, haven't you gone a little too far? The middle-aged silhouette wasn't surprised by this scene and looked viciously at Yi Erdi, his eyes revealing the slightest hint of coldness. Yi Erdi patted the flying ash left over from the god-destroying finger on his hand, his eyes cold to the core. A finger of an ancient true god? Oh, laughable to the extreme. A waist that has already fallen and is still treated as a treasure in your place? Yi Erdi looked at the middle-aged silhouette and laughed softly. Sure enough, waist being used by meddlesome waist, the two together. Just big waist. You. The middle-aged silhouette's face was hard to see. The energy of the steel protector exploded into existence, and a large handprint of a steel palm slapped directly towards Yi Erdi. You will die today. Yi Erdi looked at the large handprint, still with a calm expression on his face. A remnant soul, presuming to kill a god. It's really ridiculous. The ghost bone knife appeared in Yi Erdi's hand. Today, I will use the energy of this remnant soul to open the blade for you. The hand ghost bone knife casually waved a few times to find the feel, and then a knife chopped out. Vertical and horizontal, the power of 1,000 armies. A giant boned sanglong instantly flashed, roared towards the middle-aged shadow, to the irresistible offensive speed and go. Oh, how! That huge handprint in contact with the boned sanglong a moment directly dissipate. Boned sanglong attack does not reduce, still flying forward. Middle-aged shadow see this. A big hand flip. An ancient body tripod appeared in the palm. Quickly pinch knob. The ancient tripod instantly become bigger. Will be their own and soon cover up. Dang! 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 The two collided, and a reverberating sound exploded within the forest of demonic beasts. Bang! The ancient tripod instantly shattered without any sign, directly becoming powder. The middle-aged silhouette was greatly harmed, and Suan was even so frightened that he directly fainted. No! A miserable scream resounded directly within the field as the boned sanglong's shadow slowly dissipated, only to see that there was nothing left where the middle-aged shadow and Suan stood. Only those flying ashes floating in the air. Even the black totem ring had shattered into two ends. Raising his eyes to look into the distance, this ground was directly split by a huge cliff. A glance could not see the end. Even the sky has formed the appearance of two cuts. Wang Zhuo, who was watching from afar, the three of them were frozen in it at the moment. Wang Zhuo was the first to react, directly pulling River to turn around and leave. The old gun was still immersed in the scene just now and could not get out of it. Wang Zhuo directly gave him a kick. Only then did the old gun react. The three of them quickly left the scene. Yi Erdi raised his sword and rubbed it against the Blood King's body, put away the bone sword, and looked at the Blood King with a look of disdain. The Dark Spectre Hall Lord Killer Blood King? Perhaps I should call you the Dark Spectre Hall Lord Killer Blood King now. Blood King heard the face changed greatly, but he did not know how many people kill through how many cruel tasks to simmer to the present cannot want to simmer more and more. Loa hastily arched his hand and seriously said, Hall Master Yi, this, really I didn't expect it either. Who knew there was a remnant soul hidden within his ring? However, Yi Erdi had already disappeared into thin air. The Blood King was ready. He had already thought that he would definitely be ridiculed by them when he returned to the Dark Spectre Hall. Tianxian Continent. Black Market Dark Spectre Hall Intelligence Office. The blue-robed man had already come here according to the agreement. Wang Shuyi was sitting on the side, and the Blood King was sitting on top of the main seat, looking at the blue-robed man with a face full of anger. The Sun Tzu. You're quite good at this. The blue-robed man was shocked, completely unaware of what was going on. He had only come at the agreed time. My lord, I wonder what has made you so angry. The Blood King snorted coldly. Humph. Immortal King first grade is good. 7th grade protector is no problem. But how come you didn't say that he has a killer mace? Damn it. An Immortal King level void powerhouse. Old me almost planted there, you know. The Blood King could no longer kill his own anger by just saying it, and directly slapped the table angrily and glared at the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man's face was at a loss for words at the moment. He was also wronged. My lord, I'm really not sure about this. Suan never said anything to me. The blue-robed man once again thought for a second, and asked with some uncertainty, could it be that the lord has missed? Missed? The Blood King laughed. My Dark Spectre Hall has never missed. It's just an immortal monarch. I just wasted some time, but the mission still went well. Suan is dead. Seeing this, it's a shame I don't give it a 5-star review. Good night, bookworms. Chapter 95, News of My Son's Death, The Wrath of the Heavenly Palace. The blue-robed man also showed joy and some surprise upon hearing this, thinking, immortal monarchs have been killed? This Dark Spectre Hall seems to be more powerful than one would have imagined. Then said with a smile on his face, Your Excellency is tired. In order to express my apologies, my young master has attached an additional 3 billion immortal crystals. Please accept it. This matter is indeed my ill consideration. The blue-robed man handed the Blood King a spatial ring, and the Blood King swept it away and didn't shrug it off to accept it directly. Then in that case, I will leave first. The blue-robed man turned away.
Wang Shuyi was also looking at the Blood King with affirmative eyes at this point.
Lord Sovereign, you're too powerful, aren't you? That's an immortal monarch you killed?
The Blood King had a haughty look on his face.
Ha! It's just an immortal monarch. It's just a matter of some maneuvering. After saying that,
he directly threw the spatial ring to Wang Shuyi and disappeared into the hall with great speed. Wang Shuyi was also getting more and more impressed, picking up the spatial ring and walking out of the hall towards the Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. Inside the hidden room of the Central State Bright Moon building, the blue-robed man walked in lightly, kneeling on one knee looking extremely respectful. Young Lord, Suan is dead. According to the Dark Spectre Hall assassin, there is an immortal monarch-level residual soul behind Suan, but it has already been obliterated. And I gave Dark Spectre Hall an additional 3 billion immortal crystals in your name. Som Luchen was stunned for a moment and stopped the movement of drawing talismans on his hand.
Immortal ruler? Are you sure you heard right?
The blue-robed man nodded his head with an extremely certain face.
Yes, young lord.
I'm sure I heard it correctly. That assassin seems to be still very seriously injured.
Song Luchen fell into thought. Immortal monarch level residual soul. It seems that this Suan is hiding deep enough.
Even if we look at the bright side of the Central State, immortal monarch level powerhouses can never appear.
Fortunately, this decision of mine is right. Otherwise, wait until the Heaven's Pride battle.
Perhaps I really have to eat my words. The blue-robed man hurriedly patted the horse's ass on the side.
The young lord's brilliance and revelation that Suan can be compared to.
This time in the Heaven's Pride battle, I believe that with the young lord's strength will surely win the title.
Song Luchen smiled. That's a given.
But have you checked clearly?
This number 1 in the Central State Heavens Remarks ranking. Will he be back this time?
There was some uncertainty above the blue-robed man's face.
Young lord, this Central State Heavens Remarks ranking, no one has not come back from every Heavens Remarks battle.
And I think that this time I should also not be coming back 9 times out of 10.
That's the best.
Som Luchen was also a bit scandalized at the thought of that number 1 in the Central State Heavens Remarks ranking.
Have you inquired clearly? Can she be certified as a martial god?
Young lord, this old man has definitely checked it out.
Not too long ago,
she went to the Martial God Mountain, and it is rumored that after only 3 days, she has already certified to become the youngest generation of martial god. The blue-robed man said with a tone of 100% certainty.
If that's the case, then she definitely won't be coming back. Song Luchen now had no more scruples from before,
casually pulling out a spatial ring and throwing it to the blue-robed man.
Well done. Reward you.
The blue-robed man thanked him repeatedly with a smile on his face. Young lord is truly valiant. Then the old man will retire first.
Song Luchen waved his hand,
and the blue-robed man lightly left the secret room. At the very center of the Central State,
the Heavenly Hall. Clunk! Inside the grandest hall of the Heavenly Palace,
the sound of Bing Bang 5-6 smashing things was monstrous. The crowd of 30 people below was too afraid to move.
Waste! A bunch of losers. Did I raise you to stand around here? At this moment, Su Tingsheng,
the lord of the Heavenly Palace whose blood pressure had soared to the top, was cursing at those people with a face full of anger.
Say something. What do you guys know how to do, except for being contrary?
You're all silent when it comes to the moment of truth.
Suan let an elder follow him when he went to the forest of demonic beasts. The old man's son died in the forest of demonic beasts just like that? Hall master, you calm down.
At this time, a middle-aged man standing at the very front with the deputy hallmaster's token hanging from his waist stepped out.
Hall master,
it's impossible to change things after they've already happened.
And there's no use for you to say anything more.
Su Tingsheng clenched his fists, then unclenched them, sitting down on his butt in the chair. It was then that those below breathed a sigh of relief.
Hall master, I have already sent people to check. As long as there is any news, I will absolutely tell you at the first opportunity.
The deputy hallmaster's face also changed.
I want half.
Su Tingsheng, big hand directly raised, a fist smashed to the table beside him. The table should be sound shattered into several pieces. Those below the body once again tightened, face became heavy.
News? Where's the news after 2 days? You one and all are really too good at enjoying yourselves.
Su Tingsheng stretched out a finger.
Last day. I'll only give you guys one last day. If there isn't any news, the next time I smash it won't be this table.
The 30 people below lowered their heads, their faces showing horror.
Drop by drop.
Deputy Hallmaster waist of the sound transmission jade plate lit up, picked up directly, catalyzed the immortal power to listen to.
Not a moment.
Deputy Hallmaster's sorrowful color above the countenance showed some smiles.
There's news from the temple master.
When Su Tingsheng heard this,
he spoke in a hurry. Quickly tell us who it is.
Without the slightest hesitation, the Vice Hallmaster spoke decisively.
Hallmaster,
the person who killed the young lord was an assassin within the Dark Spectre Hall.
Dark Spectre Hall? Su Tingsheng's eyes moved slightly. The Dark Spectre Hall that exterminated the Qingshu Holy Land some days ago? The Deputy Hall Master nodded. That's right, Hall Master. It's the same force. It's said that the Dark Spectre Hall possesses a strong immortal king 9th grade within it. And there's more than one. Su Tingxing's brow furrowed. What did I say? Who dares to touch my Su Tingxing's son in this central state? It turns out to be a bunch of killers. Su Tingxing scanned around the 30 people below. Those 30 people saw the situation. Their heads were lower than anyone else. Su Tingxing was even more angry at this time. What a bunch of trash. Once you hear the immortal king's 9th grade, how can you be so weak? Get lost. Get lost. When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly withdrew from the hall, not wanting to stay for a moment longer. What do you think should be done about this matter? Hall Master. After all, the Dark Spectre Hall is in possession of several immortal king 9th grade powerhouses. I think it's not too late to wait for the Heaven's Pride battle to end before pursuing this matter, the Deputy Hall Master said. Su Tingsheng, on the other hand, had a look of killing intent in his eyes. Even if there is an immortal emperor in the Dark Spectre Hall, old me will destroy him. Dare to kill my son looking for death. However, it is true that my heavenly hall is not suitable to strike now. You go now, shocking robbery. The Vice Hall Master also instantly understood Su Tingxing's intentions upon hearing this. Hall Master, you mean dark currents? Su Tingxing nodded. Not bad. I understand, Your Highness. I'll get on with it. The Deputy Hall Master turned around and walked out of the hall. Su Tingxing looked at the table fragments on the floor and snorted coldly. Humph. The Vice Hall Master was extremely mysterious and hoofed it within the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Hall. Chapter 96. The Temple Master asked you to go on a shocking robbery. You should know what to do, right? Pushing open the door of a room, the Vice Hall Master walked in with his hands behind his back, only to see that the room's decoration was full of luxury. Silk hanging all over the room. A woman dragging her head with one hand on the gold silk satin paved bed tread. Very seductive. Lying there. Sultry and sentimental. Graceful and graceful. With eyes that reveal a feeling of implied love and gorgeousness. The woman heard someone come in with an extremely charming voice said. Quite sound official how you just come out. The woman was about to enter the next step but really see the face of the person who came after is also a bit of an accident. Hastily, he sat up and straightened his own attire. The Vice Hall Master's face still didn't change much, not taking what he had just heard seriously. How is it that the Vice Hall Master has the time to come to this boudoir of mine? It's really a bit of a surprise. The woman spoke. The Vice Hall Master, on the other hand, sat on top of the stool on the side of the table without any haste and opened his mouth with a faint smile. It's been a long time since the 3rd mistress has seen you. The 3rd lady is the woman in front of her, also Su Tingxing's concubine, Guixin. This woman does not have any status in the Heavenly Palace, but is just a fairly beautiful woman with the name of the 3rd lady. Guilty Xian fiddled with her jade hand without a care in the world and opened her mouth. Vice Hall Master, there is something you can say directly, and I don't need to beat around the bush. The Vice Hall Master did not look at Guixin, and picked up the tea on the table and poured a cup for himself. The 3rd lady is indeed exquisite. Then I won't beat around the bush. So I'll just say it straight. I do need your help this time I'm here. Or perhaps it's the Hall Master's intention. What does Su Tingsheng mean? Guixin frowned. Not bad. The Deputy Hall Master fiddled with the teacup in his hand and continued. The Hall Master needs you to make a trip to the shocking robbery. That underground shocker? The Deputy Hall Master nodded. I think with 3rd lady's talent, you should know what the Hall Master means. Guixin sneered. Humph. Come to me when you need me, and toss me aside when you don't. Only Su Tingxing can do that, right? Is this a yes from the 3rd mistress? Guixing flipped his palm to look back and forth and spoke casually. Benefits. Ha ha ha. The 3rd mistress is indeed refreshing. The Deputy Hall Master laughed. The benefits are naturally yours. As for how you do it is up to you. Yes. Guixin didn't hesitate and agreed. Good. Then I'll wait here for your news. Guilty Xian stood up and took a step out with his feet crossed, looking extremely enchanting as he walked out of the room and left within the Heavenly Hall. The corner of the Vice Hall Master's mouth hooked up in a mysterious smile. Central State Rim, within the mountains, the surprise robbery organization. Who is it? And what is the purpose of coming to my surprise robbery? A black-clothed man said with immediate alertness upon seeing someone appear. I want Shockjack to help me kill one person. Shame Xian said with an expressionless face. Kill who? Strength, name, price. I want to talk to your master. You can't yet. Shame Xian finished speaking and directly took out the Heavenly Hall token. The man in black hesitated when he saw the token in Guilty Xian's hand, but still brought Guilty Xian in. Came to the shock robbery inside a dark room. There was a person sitting in front of him. Guan Xian also sat down directly. Oh, I heard that the 3rd mistress wants to kill someone. I wonder who it is. Do you need me to personally make the decision? The Lord of Shocking Robbery said.
I'm going to kill that immortal king 9th grade powerhouse from the Dark Spectre Hall.
Let's talk about the payment. Gui Xin didn't have any nonsense to open his mouth directly.
Although Su Tingsheng didn't explain to himself what the Black Cloth Man was called and who he was, but as long as he killed an immortal king 9th grade of the Dark Spectre Hall,
it would be enough.
The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation was also a bit surprised. He had also heard of the Dark Spectre Hall. There were 4 immortal king 9th grade powerhouses present within the Dark Spectre Hall. Although I don't know why the Heavenly Hall wants to kill the people of the Dark Spectre Hall, but this Dark Spectre Hall is considered to have some strength, and hiring an assassin to kill an immortal king 9th grade assassin, that's a bit difficult to do. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation revealed a look of difficulty. He had to know that if he failed, if he was targeted by the Dark Spectre Hall, even he, Shockjack, would not be able to afford it. Guixin laughed lightly. Don't worry, my Heavenly Hall is willing to take out 3 billion immortal crystals as well as a Chaos Supreme treasure.
Can you be serious about what you said?
The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation was a bit surprised. This was a Chaos Supreme treasure. I didn't expect the Heavenly Hall to be so generous. Of course it's true. 3 billion immortal crystals will be used as a deposit, and the Chaos Supreme treasure will be given with both hands after the deed is done. Guixin finished speaking and directly took out a spatial ring and placed it on the table. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation swept a glance with his divine sense,
and it was indeed 3 billion.
And then he thought about that Chaos Supreme treasure, and a smile appeared on his face.
Yes, how many days can it be done? Guilty Xin asked.
The Dark Spectre Hall is a somewhat mysterious force.
I have to make some preparations. After all, it's an immortal king 9th grade powerhouse. I'll have to do it myself. 5 or 6 days at least.
The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation said.
In fact,
only he was able to kill an immortal king 9th grade slayer within this shocking robbery. As for the others within the shocking robbery,
they didn't possess this strength yet. Guixin nodded. Okay, just 6 days. After 6 days I hope to hear your good news. After saying that, Guilty Xin stood up and was about to walk outside. The Lord of the Shocking Robbery came directly in front of Gui Xin with a flash. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Third lady, it's not too late to sit down and have a cup of tea.
The Lord of Shocking Robbery showed excitement on his face as he looked at Gui Xin in front of him,
his eyes revealing an unsavory color. Why would the Heavenly Palace allow a woman to come?
Was the Lord of Shocking Robbery still not clear about it? Who does not know that the third lady of the Heavenly Palace is the best of the best, unlike those mediocre powders he usually encounters? Since he can make the third lady come personally, then he shall not enjoy a good time to enjoy it.
What are you going to do? Shame Xion's eyes revealed a look of surprise.
Although she knew why Su Tingsheng had asked her to come on her own, she looked at the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation in front of her full of disgust. What am I going to do? Wouldn't the third mistress know? You and I are both understandable people, don't need to pretend to be reserved. The Lord of the Shocking Robbery looked at such a yukai in front of him, and was already completely unable to hold back, closing the door of the room with his hand, directly ripping all the clothes off of Guan Xion's body,
and wrapping one hand directly around Guan Xion in his arms. Ah, don't! Shame Xion softly screamed out, and the Lord of Shocking Robbery was even more horny after hearing Shame Xion's crunchy voice.
In order to kill that 9th grade immortal king of the Dark Spectre Hall, didn't Su Tingsheng specifically ask you to serve me well so that I could focus on killing for him?
And it's up to you to do it tonight, third lady. Oh yuck!
The Lord of Shocking Havoc had let himself go completely, and the room was filled with a constant stream of voices.
Half of the night sleepless until dawn, thinking of June not see the love is thick. The next morning, Guan Xion covered her stomach and walked out of the room. Last night but really was tossed all night. She now only feel exhausted.
Chapter 97 Probing the Dark Spectre Hall. The Lord of the Shocking Robbery himself. The Lord of Shocking Robbery patted Guixin. All he felt now was physical and mental pleasure, worthy of being the woman Su Tingsheng has his eyes on. Licking his lips, he was still recalling everything that happened last night.
Take care, third mistress. Shame Xion glared at the Lord of Shocking Robbery.
She only felt disgusted right now, and without turning her head back, she directly walked out of the Shocking Robbery headquarters. When the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation saw Guixin's figure disappear, he also wore a serious look on his face.
Find out where Dark Spectre Hall is located.
Yes, sir. A voice rang out in the darkness and then disappeared.
Black Market, Dark Spectre Hall Intelligence Office.
The Blood King was in the process of tempering the blood fury power in his body when suddenly his body involuntarily shivered.
Could it be that there's some dark energy I haven't eliminated?
The Blood King was a bit puzzled, and then he hurriedly began to probe his entire body's meridians to find the cause.
Groan. The door inside the hall opened. Wang Shuyi came in panting from outside,
and hurriedly found a chair to sit down and gulp down the tea on the table.
Panicking. What's wrong?
The Blood King's face was also filled with doubt when he saw such a rushed Wang Shuyi.
Wang Shuyi put the tea back on the table and wiped his mouth. Lord Sovereign, you don't know. Didn't I go to deliver the immortal crystals to my master? And after I finished delivering them I had just arrived at the Tianxian continent, when one of the dead ambassadors directly passed a message to me. What news? The Blood King looked at Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi panted and continued. Just today Tianxian continent appeared a lot of black-clothed people have more than 30. And that more than 30 people cultivation is the lowest are Tai True Immortal. The highest is to the Immortal King. The specific several grades is not quite sure, but can be sure is that they are probing the Dark Hall of Dark Spectre. A hint of surprise appeared in the Blood King's eyes. Men in black? Could it be an assassin? A killer inquiring about my Dark Spectre Hall? Are you sure? 1,000 times true, Lord Sovereign. But they are not exactly looking for the Dark Spectre Hall. Wang Shuyi had a firm face, then his face changed to look at the Blood King. Specifically they seem to be looking for an Immortal King 9th grade assassin within the Dark Spectre Hall. The Blood King narrowed his eyes. Did it come at me? Ridiculous. I'll go and meet them, said the Blood King, directly stood up and was about to leave. Wang Shuyi hurriedly called out to stop the Blood King. The Lord Juggernaut. Wait a moment. King Blood stopped. Wang Shuyi hurriedly spoke. Lord Sovereign, they know that there are Immortal King 9th grade powerhouses in my Dark Spectre Hall, yet they are still persistently searching for them. Don't you think it's fishy? Or perhaps they might be completely unafraid of Immortal King 9th grade powerhouses. Once the Blood King heard this, he also felt that there was some truth in it and guessed. What you mean is, they are just fish bait? Wang Shuyi nodded. That's right. Although there are Immortal King powerhouses among those 30 or so people, but they definitely won't be more than the 5th rank. Perhaps they are just responsible for probing the exact location of the Dark Spectre Hall, and after determining the exact location, the big fish behind them might appear. The Blood King showed a mocking look, and in his heart, he could not help but think, oh, any more? Sneaky and careful. Is this the killer force of the immortal world? It simply cannot be compared to our underworld Slayer world. Wang Shuyi was also a bit curious as he looked at the smiling Blood King. What are you smiling about? Lord Sovereign? Got a way to deal with it? The Blood King nodded his head. He naturally couldn't tell Wang Shuyi that their Dark Spectre Hall came from the underworld of slaying. The method is very simple. You'll know it right away. The corners of the Blood King's mouth rose slightly. Then he sat down on the ground and began to rest his eyes. Hearing that the Blood King had a way out, Wang Shuyi's heart was somewhat calmer. There is no way that Wang Shuyi feels that only beside Yili Tian will feel full of security. But if it is replaced by the Blood King will. Wang Shuyi also didn't care, turned around and walked inside the room and began to plan the task that Yili Tian had given him. 3 days later, inside the dark room of the Central State Scare and Hijack Organization. Chieftain, we've tracked down the Dark Spectre Hall's stronghold. A man in black knelt down on one knee and was speaking to the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation, who was sitting there. Say, Chief, after we have inquired about the Dark Spectre Hall's whereabouts from many sources, that Dark Spectre Hall stronghold is within the Tianxian continent's Tsanyan sacred city. The Lord of the Shocking Robbery was also a bit surprised that the killer organization was actually established in the city, probably because he felt that the most dangerous place was the safer. So he didn't think any more and opened his mouth. Can you find out the strength within it? Back to the chief. My subordinate only detected the aura of an immortal king. As for the others, my subordinate didn't detect them either. Perhaps it's because those assassins are out on a mission. The man in black respectfully returned. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation pondered. An immortal king? If that's the case, it's a good time to take action. If we wait for the other several immortal kings to come back, even if it's me, I'll be a bit of a problem. Alright, I know, go down. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation said to the man in black. The man in black turned and walked out of the room. The eyes of the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation were tranquilized, and his figure directly disappeared within the Shocking Tribulation organization. The next day, in a top floor room in the black market of the Tsanyan holy city that was slightly closer to the intelligence office of the Dark Spectre Hall, the Lord of the Shocking Robbery had already been observing the intelligence office of the Dark Spectre Hall here for 3 hours, but had no intention of making a move yet. It is indeed the aura of an immortal king, yes, and there is in no other aura of an immortal king of the 9th grade within this Tsanyan city. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation gazed at the Dark Spectre Hall's intelligence office with a serious expression. Immortal King 9th grade Great Circle. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation was also a bit surprised. He had always thought that it was just an ordinary Immortal King 9th grade, didn't expect it to be a 9th grade Great Circle. And even the breath didn't have a hint of convergence. Some arrogance. Despite thinking so, but this person does have arrogant capital. Immortal King 9th grade Great Circle is indeed very strong. But with my half-step Immortal Monarch strength in the case of surprise, I can completely kill this person with a single strike. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation thought darkly, but there were still some concerns in his heart. However, as long as one doesn't kill this person with their first miss, although one is completely confident that they can escape, It would also be extremely unpleasant if they are targeted by the Dark Spectre Hall. After a long period of thinking, the Lord of the Shocking Robbery still wanted to take a gamble. The figure disappeared directly into the room, hiding his breath and converging his internal chi, and even wearing a magic treasure that could shield his own breath. Although it was low-ranked, but it was enough to use. Hidden in the darkness as if he had become one with the darkness, the Lord of the Shocking Robbery quietly touched inside that single house of the Dark Spectre Hall. Coming to the second floor, the Lord of Frightful Tribulation hid in the ceiling and looked at the Blood King, who was the only one who was meditating, and also revealed a light smile of triumph. But he completely failed to notice that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him dead-on in the shadows. The Lord of the Shocking Robbery moved his hand gently above the dagger at his waist, and his eyes crossed without hesitation to launch a direct attack. Chapter 98, deep into the Dark Spectre Hall. Just one move to scare them away. However, when the dagger of the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation pierced the Blood King who was meditating, the Blood King's entire form directly vaporized. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation's face changed drastically. No good, it's a vapor. Although it has been discovered now, it is too late at this moment, only to see that a fist had already blasted towards his face. The Lord of the Shocking Robbery was unable to dodge at this moment, and hastily crossed his arms to protect his face before his door. A sound of bones cracking resounded within the hall, followed by the floor directly shattering under the feet of the Lord of the Shocking Robbery, hardened by this punch that directly blasted above the ground on the first floor, with a groove instantly appearing underneath him. The Lord of Frightened Robbery looked at the black-robed man who suddenly appeared above him, also had his pupils shaken and was filled with fear. Just a casual punch would have already disabled the Lord of Frightened Robbery's arms. You, the Slayer? Humph. Coming within my Dark Spectre Hall to kill someone is really a bit too arrogant. The man in black laughed coldly. His face was terrifyingly flat. He did not place this person in his eyes at all. Immortal monarch power. Escape. Strongly enduring the severe pain, his face was shocked after feeling the aura emanating from the black-clothed man above him. Without any hesitation, the Lord of Shocking Havoc directly flashed towards the door at breakneck speed. The black-robed man coldly looked at the Lord of Shocking Robbery who was escaping, his eyes full of playfulness. Escape? Do you really think that my Dark Spectre Hall is something you can come and go whenever you want? If I let you run away today, where will my Dark Spectre Hall lose face? Where would my face go? Hearing the voice coming from behind him, the Lord of the Shocking Robbery only felt as if the God of Death was beckoning towards him, telling him not to go. At this moment, he only felt that behind him it was as if the nine hells were generally intimidating and scalp-numbing. The man in black is one of the 5 rulers in the Dark Spectre Hall, Ghost Ruler. Ghost Ruler's left hand was slightly raised, and the demonic fury-like energy covered the entire field, eroding everything, only to see that Ghost Ruler's left hand had turned into a 3-fingered devil's claw that was glowing with the color of blood light. The devilish energy in the claws blasted out directly towards the Lord of Shocking Robbery, who had gradually lost his figure in the distance, forming 9 black line beams that directly penetrated the space, and in an instant had arrived at the back of the Lord of Shocking Robbery, tightly wrapped around the hands and feet, neck and waist of the Lord of the Shocked Havoc, directly binding his entire body, all mentioned in mid-air. Penetrating a spatial barrier will be forced to pull back. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation had used all of his strength, but there was absolutely no sign of breaking free, and the main thing was that this strange black line was still slowly devouring his divine soul, being pulled back by this black line at extreme speed. The Lord of Shocking Robbery only felt as if he was being demanded for his life by a severe ghost, and all that awaited him was death. An extremely painful death. After penetrating the last barrier, the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation had already been choked by the Ghost Ruler's 3-fingered demonic claws, and his entire body was completely lifted in midair. The pupils of the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation were dilated at the moment, and the psychology of fear within him scared him into being completely speechless. The Ghost Ruler looked at the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation in front of him with cold eyes and snorted as he opened his mouth. Run! Why don't you run? The eyes of the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation were covered with fear, desperately shaking his body in an attempt to break that claw apart with his bare hands, but that demonic claw seemed to be welded to his neck. No matter how hard he exerted himself, it did not budge. Speak! Who sent you? Or who hired you? Immortal World's assassin. Ghost Ruler spoke grimly. You and I are both assassins. Do you think I would betray my employer? You could have killed me. I won't tell you anything. Soul searching is useless. Although the Lord of Shocking Robbery was afraid, the professionalism of an assassin told him that revealing information about his employer was a big no-no. Even if he were to die, he would not be able to open his mouth. Oh, is that so? Ghost Ruling laughed, stretching out his right hand and snapping his fingers. At this time a dead ambassador quietly appeared on the side, slightly bowed and saluted and opened his mouth. Lord Ruler has already ascertained that those who previously investigated my Dark Spectre Hall were from an assassin organization from the central state called Shocking Robbery. The Ghost Ruler nodded his head. then looked at the Lord of Shocking Tribulation with a despicable gaze tinged with some ridicule. The Lord of the Shocking Tribulation crumbled greatly at this moment, and he instantly realized that the Shocking Tribulation was going to be finished. Not to mention the immortal monarch powerhouse. Even if there is no immortal monarch powerhouse on the light of the immortal king 9th grade powerhouse, if they are not in the case, to the strength of the current shocking robberies is completely unable to resist awe. He finally panicked now. He would be dead if he died. At the very least, the surprising juggernaut that he had single-handedly created would still be there. But now he was not only going to die, there was also a great possibility that the surprising juggernaut would be destroyed as well. Thinking of this, the Lord of the Shocked Havoc finally could no longer control his emotions, hastily shouted out, "I'll talk. I'll say anything. I'll tell you who my employer is." Snap. The neck of the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation was directly pinched off by the three-fingered demonic claw, and even his divine soul was directly devoured by the black threads. The killing intent in Ghost Ruler's eyes flashed by with only coldness. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Letting go of his hand, the body of the Lord of Frightened Havoc in a puddle of mud directly fell off on the ground. "Dispose of it," Ghost Ruling spoke faintly. Yes. The dead envoys immediately understood and acted swiftly, without any procrastination, directly lifting the body of the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation and dragging it towards the outside. Thanks to Lord Ruler for stepping in. The Blood King stepped forward and arched his hand at the Ghost Ruler. The Ghost Ruler was blandly unimpressed. "You can handle the next matter on your own. I won't bother anymore." After saying that, the Ghost Ruler's figure directly disappeared in place. The Blood King arched his hand in farewell. "Assassinate me? Really, the first time in the assassin's career? Also the shame of the assassin's career." Although the Blood King's face was calm, but his heart could not help but feel some anger. This shame, he could not possibly make good on this. The icy cold meaning in his eyes came through. The Blood King's figure directly disappeared in the original place. The Central States Shock and Awe Organization. A middle-aged man, also dressed in all black, walked inside the Shocking Robbery Organization with a big smile on his face. The assassin within the Shocking Robbery didn't have any color of surprise when he saw the visitor, and said with a respectful tone, "Here you are, Lord Dead Soul. Well, where is your master? I have good news for him." The Dead Soul said, "Our master took a big order and went to carry out the assassination himself some time ago." The black-clothed assassin didn't shy away and spoke directly. "In that case, I'll wait for him here first," said the Dead Soul, walking directly into the Shocking Robbery. The black-clothed assassin did not hesitate to lead the way for the Dead Soul in front of him. The Undead Soul was likewise the lord of an assassin force called the Shura Organization, who was well acquainted with the Lord of the Shocking Robbery. Just as the black-clothed assassin had just brought the Dead Souls to the pitch-black hall, a black-clothed assassin once again appeared in front of him, and this person looked to be extremely anxious. The two men also stopped when they saw this. "What's wrong?" the black-clothed man in the lead asked. "No, it's not good. The chieftain his soul plate is shattered." Chapter 99, Fall of the Lord of the Shocking Robbery. Strongly entering the Shocking Robbery headquarters. Taking a day off from work is not a cardinal sin. The man in black was shocked and could not believe it. Thought he had heard it wrong. Just when he had to ask questions, the Dead Soul directly walked up to the front of the eyes narrowed, his face changed. "What did you say? Say it again." The anxious black-robed man also said again in extremely precise words, "The chief's soul plate is shattered." The Dead Soul's eyes had been rolling, and he turned back to the man in black who had brought him in, and asked again, "Who did you just say your master went to assassinate?" That black-robed man was also a bit disorganized at this moment, but he also said directly, "The immortal king 9th grade assassin within the Dark Spectre Hall." The Dead Soul's face instantly exploded upon hearing this. "Nonsense, this is not nonsense. Is your master afraid that his brain hasn't been kicked by a donkey? Doesn't he know that the Dark Spectre Hall has several immortal king 9th grade powerhouses, and still dares to go to the Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters to assassinate them? What a stupid bye." The departed soul continuously cursed angrily at the Lord of Shocking Robbery. "What the hell is going on?" The Dead Soul asked the man in black once again, wanting to know exactly what it was because of. "Some time ago within the Shocking Robbery came a bit of a woman claiming to be from the Heavenly Palace, wanting my family chief to personally go out and assassinate. I don't understand the specifics, but just after a night, inside the room walked out a woman. That woman's walking posture was a bit strange. After that woman left, my master decided to personally go out and assassinate the Dark Spectre Hall's immortal king 9th grade powerhouse, and a few days after he left, my master's soul plaque shattered just like the one you see now." The man in black told all he knew. "What a waste. I've already warned him he'll die at the hands of a woman sooner or later." "Well now, dreams come true, right?" The Dead Soul, but he knew the details of the Lord of the Shocking Robbery. "He'll do anything for a woman. Heaven's temple? Also he deserved it," said the Dead Soul. Did not stay directly left the Shocking Robbery. "Lord of the Dead." The man in black wanted to say something else, but the dead spirit was gone. What's going to happen now? The anxious man in black said. How is it good? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Go find the steward. After the man in black finished speaking, he directly walked towards the innermost part of the surprise robbery, and the assassins who stayed in place could only follow. Push open a room door. 2 people rushed into it, but the scene inside the room to the 2 people looked dumbfounded. Get out! It wasn't until a voice rang out that the 2 came back to their senses, and it took a while for the 2 to react before they exited the room and closed the door behind them. There was some noise coming from inside the room, and the 2 could only pace back and forth outside the room anxiously waiting. After a few dozen breaths, a cough came from inside the room before saying, "What's the matter? Panic? The door won't even knock? I thought the chief was dead." The 2 people outside the door looked at each other and opened their mouths. Lord Steward, the chief is really gone. The steward in the house kicked the door of the room directly after hearing this, and angrily walked out of the room, his pants not even having had time to put them on. Are you 2 living impatiently? Dare to take the chief's life and joke with me? All of you give me to go to confinement for 10 years. After the steward finished speaking, he once again walked into the room and was about to close the door tightly when he saw that the 2 killers were still impassive, standing in place with their heads lowered. The steward's face changed slightly at the sight. A bad premonition rose in his heart, and he asked with some uncertainty, "Is what you guys just said true?" The 2 nodded with difficulty. 1,000 times true. The chief is old man. Soul plaque has been shattered. The steward was shaken. He couldn't believe at all that the chief, who was so powerful in his mind, would actually die. In a hurry, he pushed the 2 men directly away and quickly hurried towards the chief's soul plate. Clatter of horses' hoofs. But when he actually saw the chief's broken soul plate with his own eyes, his body went limp and he directly knelt down, his face more ugly than crying. "Chief, how can that be? How can that be?" The 2 people who just rushed here, seeing this scene, also have mixed feelings in their hearts, and it is hard to hide their sadness as they look at the chief's soul plate that has been broken. Dang Ron! Suddenly the whole shock began to shake violently, followed by the building appeared cracks directly broken have begun to collapse. When all the killers inside the surprise robbery saw this scene, all of them ran towards the outside of the surprise robbery, and the 2 black-clothed killers behind the steward also directly pulled the steward, who was still kneeling there, towards the outside of the surprise robbery. When they saw this scene, everyone didn't know what was going on, until they ran out of the shock jacket. They saw that in the sky above the shock jacket they could only see a man in black. This man was none other than the Blood King, who was indiscriminately launching his output at the shock jacket. The shock jack killer who had just run out. Although he didn't know who this person was, this person's approach had already caused everyone within shock jack to feel dissatisfied. At this time, there were a few killers within the shocking robbery who had already been unable to hold back, and their figures flashed as they directly launched an attack towards this person. It should be said not to say that the stances of these killers of the shocking robbery could almost be invincible if they were placed in the same realm. Just a few breaths of effort, 5 killers have come to the side of the Blood King. Will all his retreat all seal dead? These killers out is a killing move. They want to be the fastest speed will be in front of the person directly wipe out. Ridiculous. The Blood King was filled with a light expression as he blasted out a fist directly towards the face of the closest assassin. The speed was so fast that when the man hadn't reacted to it, his head had already been blown to pieces. It's not over yet. King of Blood immediately kicked directly toward the left side, only to hear a yell accompanied by the sound of broken cervical vertebrae sounded. The black man was directly kicked out, and then together with the 2 killers behind him were kicked out. The Blood King hadn't stopped yet. He only saw his arm bending, an elbow strike poking directly towards his back. The face of the killer behind the Blood King suddenly changed. He was completely too late to make any evasive maneuvers. With a click, his skull was poked right through. The last assassin's eyes widened after seeing this scene, immediately transforming his form to leave. A flash of coldness flashed in the Blood King's eyes, and his large hand grabbed and directly choked that assassin's neck. The 5 fingers slightly exerted force, and the assassin, who was still making agonizing movements in his hand, his neck snapped with a sound, and his body went limp all of a sudden. Everything that had just happened had only taken 3 breaths of time, and the 5 assassins who had rushed up were now 3 dead and 2 crippled. It was only at this moment that those shockjack slayers down below realized just how terrifying the strength of the man in the sky above was. Those shocked killers who were still somewhat foolish and were about to make a move also held their temper after seeing this scene. They weren't afraid because they knew very well that with their strength, even if they rushed up by themselves, they would still end up with the same result as those 5 people just now. Chapter 100 Deadwood. Spring. Flowers fading. River of blood. Steward Shockjack looked at the person above him and his brows furrowed together. This person's cultivation actually makes me somewhat impervious to it. Could it be above the 4th rank of Immortal King? Thinking of this, above the forehead of the steward of Shockjack unconsciously broke out in cold sweat downwards. Although it was not clear why that person would strike at him shockjack for no reason, but facing this level of powerhouse, especially when the chief was no longer there, with the strength of the current shockjack, no one was this person's opponent, and could not be crossed but could only be softened. Senior, I'm Steward Shockjack. I don't know where I, Shockjack, have upset Senior. I'll represent Shockjack to express my deepest apologies to Senior, and I, Shockjack, will definitely make Senior happy until I do. Steward of Shocking Robbery forced out a smile and said, apologize? The Blood King looked at him askance, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. That's interesting, the Lord of Shocking Robbery came to assassinate me some time ago, and now Shocking Robbery wants to apologize to me? Hee hee. The Blood King's large hand exerted force once again and directly threw down the corpse in his hand, coincidentally dropping it in front of the surprised robber steward. The Steward of Shocking Robbery took a step back. Looking at the corpse in front of him, he now finally understood. He naturally knew that the Lord of Shocking Robbery had gone to assassinate the assassin of the Dark Spectre Hall some time ago, and he hadn't cared about it. It turns out that the death of the chief is the person in front of him. Then this person is the Dark Spectre Hall of Killers. Dark Spectre Hall of Killers come to surprise. The robbery of the sole purpose is a little cute. All should know what they are here for. The pupils of the Shockjack steward contracted, and he knew that today, Shockjack was afraid that it would be over. Elder, you are also a killer. You should understand that we, Shocking Robbery, are only doing things for people. Since I, the Lord of Shocking Robbery, am dead, shouldn't the grudge between us be evened out? I also ask Senior to be able to let me Shocking Robbery off the hook. I, Shocking Robbery, promise that in the future, I will absolutely not have any crooked thoughts towards the Dark Spectre Hall. Steward Shockingjack spoke in a pleading tone. He could not watch Shockingjack be destroyed for nothing. He only hoped that this person could retain a piece of this last good thought. Ha ha ha. How pathetic and ridiculous. The Blood King had been amused by the stupidity of the man in front of him. Good thoughts? You talk to a killer about good thoughts? You talk too much, and I talk too much. Swish dash. Only a crack of wind could be heard. And in the midst of the stunned steward's pleas, a solid purple dagger had been inserted at his throat. The shocked robber steward's body just fell straight backward. His eyes filled with incredulity. Oh yeah, when you plead in your next life, I want you to kneel down and talk to me. The Blood King's face was expressionless and full of blandness. The bodies of the crowd of shocked assassins had begun to tremble when they saw this scene. Steward, dead. Someone couldn't help but cry out in shock. Brothers, put up a fight. If you can't live, why not stand? Bang! Before the man in the crowd could finish his words, his head had rolled to the ground. Then let you die standing. King of Blood's figure had already arrived above the ground, walking step by step towards those killers as if the god of death had descended. As killers, there are no cowards among them. From the very beginning, when they became killers, they have already done a good job of being ready to die at any time. Quick slick up. The sound of a dagger coming out of the body. All of them drew out the daggers at their waists and held them in their hands. This was the final determination in their hearts. Die battle. A voice rang out, and without any hesitation, more than 100 assassins surged out in a swarm, killing towards the Blood King. The Blood King looked at the 100 or so killers in front of him, his heart fluctuating still like water. Even his eyelids didn't flutter a bit. Again drawing his dagger, he just casually held it in his hand and walked into the group of over 100 assassins. The cold light in the Blood King's eyes showed greatly. A blood light lit up on top of the dagger. He lifted the dagger, swung the dagger, crossed the dagger, dropped the dagger. Between 10 breaths the Blood King had already swung out hundreds of blades. The withered trees are dying and the flowers are dying. It was electric, and it was done without a pause. Quick slick up. The sound of the dagger being sheathed resounded in the arena. Collecting the dagger, the Blood King raised his eyes. His eyes were like the fire of purgatory, and he turned around and left in a dashing manner. Behind them, corpses are strewn all over the place, so tragic that they don't leave a whole body. The surprise robbery organization. Dead. Heavenly Hall. Inside Guilty Xan's boudoir. Third mistress. It's been 6 days already, and you haven't heard from Shockjack? The Vice Hall Master sat on top of the stool and asked with some impatience to Xin, who was sitting in front of the dresser. Shame Xin combed his hair, full of care. She cannot care whether there is no news. He just Su Ting Sheng promised to give her benefits, but thought things still need to be done a little bit on the casual. Said, don't be in a hurry, Vice Hall Master. I have an appointment with the Lord of Shocking Robbery for 6 days, so I'll set out to make another trip to Shocking Robbery today, so maybe things have already been done. Although the Vice Hall Master was also a bit anxious inside, his face remained as normal, unable to see any emotions. Then it will be in the hard work of the third lady for once. Gue Xian's demeanor was leisurely and comfortable, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Tough or not,
Lord Vice Temple Master should not have forgotten the conditions promised to me.
That's natural. The Deputy Hall Master laughed. That's what the Hall Master personally promised you. Even if the third mistress doesn't believe in me, could it be that the third mistress would still think that the Lord Hall Master would also go back on his word? Ha ha. Hearing the answer she wanted, Guixin put the comb back on top of the dresser and twisted her water snake waist as she stood up and walked towards the front. The Vice Hall Master has said so, then what else can I say? Let's go. The Deputy Hall Master also said with a kind face. Third lady, go slowly. Be safe on the road. Guilty Xin flew towards the shocking robbery organization in his flying boat. Half a day later the flying boat arrived in front of the mountain gate of the shocking robbery organization. And just after getting off the flying boat, he saw two black-clothed people with their heads on the ground. Shame Xin did not take it seriously. The killer organization under the door of a few corpses is normal. Covered his mouth and nose towards the shocking organization of the mountain. Just walked not long. The scene in front of the eyes of Shame Xin some dumbfounded. Just see in the shock robbery before the mountain gate, lying hundreds of black-clothed bodies, and a complete are not, all over the body wreckage. The ground even flow blood-colored river, as if into the purgatory in general. Vom. Vom. Gessin had crouched down and dry-heaved. She hadn't noticed that a hand was alone on the ground where she had thrown up. To say that the two corpses just now could still be said to be acceptable, then now this mountain of corpses could really be a bit wrong. Obviously one came here 6 days ago in perfect shape. How come now? Even the shocking buildings inside the mountain had collapsed for the most part. Guilty Xin was not sure though. What had happened here? How did it become like this all of a sudden? But she could be pretty sure that the shockjack was extinguished. Without making any stops, Guan Xin directly left the place in a flying boat. Chapter 101, Big News? Why is there another girl confessing her love for you? Inside the hall of the main hall of the Heavenly Palace, Guilty Xin walked quickly into the middle of the hall with a face full of shock. Su Tingsheng and the Vice Hall Master inside the main hall also looked a little surprised when they saw Guan Xin walk in. Su Tingsheng's brows furrowed as he thought in his heart, what's wrong with this Guixin today? She's never going to step into this great hall. Why would she come directly within the great hall today? What's going on with the third lady? What wind is blowing today that she has personally come to this great hall? The Vice Hall Master flirted. Shame Xin did not pay any attention to the Vice Hall Master. She no longer had a dignified color, and came straight to the two men and spoke directly. The shockjack is dead. What did you say? Hearing Shame Xion's words, Su Tingsheng was in complete disbelief, including the Vice Hall Master. Both of them were looking at Shame Xion with a surprised look. Didn't you just go to the shocking robbery today? The Vice Hall Master asked. Guilty Xion looked at the two men's faces, naturally know that the two do not believe. Without too much explanation directly said, Shockjack is now dead with corpses all over the place. If you don't believe me you can send someone to check it out yourself. Su Tingsheng looked at Gui Xian so convinced is also very believe. After all, she could not take this matter in his own joke. The Vice Hall Master was also somewhat certain that what Gui Xian said should be true, and looked at Su Tingsheng who asked with some uncertainty, Your Highness. Su Tingsheng waved his hand and said to Guan Xian, I know. You go out first. Shame Xian is naturally impossible to go out now. She is not a little cutie. She doesn't care if the shocking robbery died or not. It has nothing to do with her at all. What about the conditions you promised me? Gessin said. Conditions? Su Tingsheng was directly furious upon hearing this. I did promise, but that was after it was accomplished, and now that the shocking robberies are gone, you're talking to me about conditions now? Su Tingsheng was directly furious. He had never seen such a brazen woman. No. Su Tingsheng. Gui Xian was anxious. Good. I've been working hard for this. You don't have it with me now? I don't care if the shocking robbery still exists now. The conditions you promised me must be honored today. Otherwise I will not go. Looking at such an unreasonable Guixin in front of him, Su Tingsheng didn't care in the slightest and said in a threatening tone, Not leaving? Guixin, I'll make it clear to you. Whether you can stay in the Heavenly Palace or not is a matter of my word. And now you dare to talk to me about conditions? I'll tell you one last time. To roll or not to roll. Shame Xian although holding a bellyful of fire. But Su Tingsheng said is also right. If she was driven out of the Heavenly Palace she really do not know what to do. Stomped his foot hard and glared at Su Tingsheng, full of reluctance out of the hall. Seeing Guiling Xian leave, Su Tingsheng speculated in his mind for a moment before saying, the demise of the shocking robberies might have something to do with the Dark Spectre Hall. The Deputy Hall Master was also somewhat in agreement. Indeed, it seems that only the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation has gone to assassinate the Dark Spectre Hall Immortal King 9th grade during this time, and he may have missed encountering a siege from a number of Immortal King 9th grades within the Dark Spectre Hall. Otherwise, it's impossible that with the strength of a half-step Immortal Monarch, the Lord of the Shocking Tribulation wouldn't be able to kill an Immortal King 9th grade. Su Tingsheng nodded. his deep eyes looking ahead. Hall Master, then what should we do next? Or should I personally go and try the depths of that dark specter hall? The Vice Hall Master said. Su Tingsheng waved his hand. There is no need for that right now. The matter of the Dark Spectre Hall will be put aside for now. The most important thing right now is this Heaven's Pride battle. And when the Heaven's Pride battle is over, this Hall Master will personally go and meet the Dark Spectre Hall. Su Tingsheng then looked at the Vice Hall Master again. Have you found a candidate? The Deputy Hall Master nodded. Put some point on it, Hall Master. This person I'm looking for this time can be considered a true genius. Even if the second in the Central State bumps into him, it's hard to say who will lose and who will win. Remember, make sure you finish first. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will personally teach him during this time. The Vice Temple Master arched his hand and turned to leave. Inside the boudoir of Shemexen, Su Tingsheng this bastard, and that lord of the shotjack that waste of space. At the beginning of the conversation with my mother swore and bragged about how powerful he was. In the end not only did he die himself, but even the shotjack was allowed to be extinguished. It's really not useful to look at. Guilty Xin was now getting more and more irritated and smashed everything he could in the room. Wastes are all wastes. Su Tingsheng, you're an asshole, making my mother go sleep with another man. Only you can think of that. All die. All die. Speaking of which, Gessen was even more upset. Still smashing things. How can the maid beside her stop it? How's it going? Is it done? Wang Shui sat on top of a chair in the hall and was asking a dead ambassador below. Lord Wang, our people have begun to continuously infiltrate into the Central State in batches. And now there are over 100 dead envoys scattered all over the Central State. And the prototype of the Luonet's intelligence organization has roughly taken shape. The dead envoy below was speaking with a respectful face. Well, not bad. Wang Shui nodded. Is there no movement on the side of the Heavenly Palace? Back to Lord King. The Heavenly Palace side is very calm. They also sent someone to check on the situation of the surprising robbery. They should have already known about the news that the surprising robbery was destroyed. But they haven't made any moves yet. Okay, got it. Contact me at the first sign of any movement. Okay, Lord Wang. Death makes departure. Wang Shui let out a long sigh of relief and slumped in his chair. Woohoo! It's so tiring to pretend. Tianmong Domain. Desolate Mountain. Master. There is great news, Master. Before Chen Liang's figure could be seen on top of the mountain, his voice could already be heard from a great distance away. Chen Liang hurriedly and panically ran up from the bottom of the hill and came directly to the old man's side, reaching out and directly pulling the pipe out of the old man's mouth. The old man fell asleep as fragrant, suddenly found that his pipe is gone, opened his eyes to see a face of excitement. Chen Liang, the old man is a little helpless, once again closed his eyes, impatiently said, What's wrong? What's wrong? Just came back so excited. And which little girl confessed to you? After saying that, the old man himself was unconsciously trembling and laughing a little. Chen Liang suddenly sensed that he was being mocked and cursed in his heart. Bad old man. You'll die of sleep sooner or later. But now is not the time to dwell on this. And he had no leisure to care about it. And directly picking up the old man with both hands, he said excitedly, And, old master, do you know what I just inquired about at the bottom of the mountain? The old man didn't reply. All that could be heard was a grunt. Seeing this, Chen Liang's face crossed and he directly gave him a big mouth now. Bang. The old man woke up straight away and sat up with a jerk, unconsciously touching his face with his hand with some sense of dismay. Chen Liang's brain was twisted and he whistled to himself, then showed an uninformed expression and turned his head to look at the old man. Master, why are you sitting up all of a sudden? Scared me. Did you have a nightmare? Chapter 102 Mr. Storyteller Awakening Folding Fan, a teenager's story. The old man looked at Chen Liang and touched his face, completely unaware of what was happening. Could it be a nightmare? The old man was thinking seriously about what dream he had just had, when Chen Liang came forward and said directly, Master, don't think about it first. Do you know what I just inquired about at the bottom of the mountain? The old man looked left and right and spoke without interest. What? Chen Liang said with extreme excitement. In this session of the Heavens Remarks battle in the Central State, the one who was number 1 on the hegemony list is coming back. Yes? The old man looked extremely excited, and then lay down and fell back to sleep again, completely just unable to raise any interest. Chen Liang froze for a moment at the sight, and without any hesitation directly pulled the old man up again. Master, what are you doing? That's the number 1 in the Central State Heavens Pride ranking. Aren't you excited? The old man was a bit speechless. The number 1 in the Heavens Remarkable ranking isn't me, so what am I excited about? Say something. Nothing. Get lost. The old man looked a little annoyed now. Chen Liang gave the old man a cautious glare with a crooked mouth, and once again cursed in his heart. Ruined old man. You can only nestle in this tiny barren mountain. Chen Liang turned around and left slowly, his mouth still saying in a somewhat mysterious manner, "Go to sleep then, master. Since you're not interested, I'll just have to go and see that female Valkyrie's stance when she fights on my own." The old man suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight to look at Chen Liang. "Did you just say Valkyrie?" Chen Liang stopped his pace. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile as he turned to look at the old man. "Master, you don't know? Know what?" The old man was a little confused. Chen Liang raised one hand to his mouth, coughed lightly, and said without haste, "The Central State Heavenly Pride list, the number one heavenly pride that has dominated the list for nearly 1,000 years, has already been to the Martial God Mountain half a month ago, and it was in just 3 days that he walked out from within the Martial God Mountain, and also obtained all of the Martial God's legacies from the mountain as well as the Martial God's gun." The old man was also a bit surprised upon hearing this. Martial God? A new generation of Martial God? It's been nearly 10,000 years, and there's actually another Martial God. Chen Liang nodded confidently. "Not bad, master. And this generation of Martial God is said to be the strongest generation amongst all Martial Gods, and it's also a woman. Not only that, but that Martial God will also return for this generation's Central State Heaven's Pride battle." Chen Liang finished wiping his nose and looked at the old man confidently. Yet the old man still didn't have any color of excitement. All he had was gravity. Chen Liang looked at the old man with this appearance with some confusion. "Master? What's wrong?" The old man shook his head. "No matter. It's good. This time you'll go and observe and watch. It will help you improve your strength." Chen Liang also stopped paying attention to what the old man was thinking after hearing this, and directly ran wildly towards the bottom of the mountain. A voice coming from near to far. "Yes, master." The old man picked up his pipe to himself, as if he was thinking about something. In this era there was a martial god. The old man sighed. "Looks like the world is about to change." Dark Spectre Hall. Inside the main hall. "My lord, I would like to go back." Cold Knight arched his hand with utmost respect towards Yi Li Tian who was sitting above him. Yi Li Tian's eyes were indifferent. "Back? Where are you going back to?" "My subordinate would like to make a trip back to Sichuan City. But don't worry, Your Excellency. 3 days, at most. I'll be back in time." Yi Li Tian remained expressionless. Cold Knight was elated and hastily thanked him. "Many thanks, my lord." Cold Knight turned away. Half a day later, Cold Knight has arrived at Sichuan City. Looking at the familiar streets, familiar houses, only how unfamiliar he is. Looking at these places that make him feel affectionate, and also some of them make him regret. Thinking about the days of wandering in Akagawa City, Cold Knight couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Without using any cultivation, Cold Knight was simply walking, step by step, towards the very center of Akagawa City. Bang. "Mr. Storyteller slapped the wake in his hand hard on the table. "Guess what, Mr. Storyteller continued, after a couple of light coughs. The teenager's resilience and willpower. Hit not to return the words, scolded not to return the hands. Do not know how long this kind of days. The teenager has already had the idea of wanting to seek death. But just at this time a good gentleman stepped in and woke him up. The good gentleman said, 'Young man, if you just cut yourself off like this, are you willing to do it? Wandering is hard. But what strong man has not wandered alone? It is painful to be beaten. But what strong man has not been beaten? Hungry and hard. But which one hasn't been hungry?' Snap. Mr. Storyteller said here once again the wake in his hand hard on the table. The teenager had an epiphany. From this moment on he had a new goal. He wanted to become a strong man. A truly strong man. Mr. Storyteller raised his right hand above his head, took out the fan pinned behind him, and flung it with great force. The folding fan opened, and on it were written 4 big words. Omniscient. Quick slick up. Mr. Storyteller put away his folding fan and stuck it in his waist. To foresee what will happen afterward, listen to the next part of the story. The crowd of onlookers clapped their hands together and, "Good. Well said." The storyteller bowed slightly, returning the bow with a bow to the men. "I still want to hear it, brother you." A woman in the crowd who was lying in a man's arms spoke up. Fine. I'll give you whatever you want." The man looked at the woman in his arms and loved her. After giving a look to the person behind him, a burly man behind him also immediately understood, nodded and walked over towards that storyteller, slapping the table in front of Mr. Storyteller with force. He said with a condescending attitude, "Hey, I haven't gotten enough of it. Say another verse." Mr. Storyteller looked at the person in front of him and showed a touch of apology on top of his face. "I'm sorry, this customer. I only say 3 paragraphs a day. I can't stand my voice if I say more. Don't you think so?" The burly man didn't even take Mr. Storyteller's rules into consideration. 3 paragraphs? I just have to listen to 4 paragraphs today. The burly man stared angrily at Mr. Storyteller, as if the next moment if he didn't agree, he would directly lift his table. Mr. Storyteller also had some difficult choices in his mind, but in the end, he shook his head and, "I'm sorry, customer. I really can't say the fourth paragraph. Seek death." The strong man was angry, directly lifted his hands under the table. Directly force is about to overturn the table, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the table didn't move at all, and there was no one on top of it. After glancing around the table, he saw a hand in one corner of the table and looked up only to see a small boy staring at him. Chapter 103, Today, I'm here to visit and to kill. The strong man is a bit puzzled. Made a milk force again lifted the table a bit, but found that still not moving. He immediately saw, is this little boy in the trick? He cannot care what little boy and little girls direct loud rebuke. Where did you come from, bastard? If you meddle in my business, I'll take you down with me. The burly man, who was in the middle of his anger, completely failed to notice that the little boy had only placed one hand gently on the table, and he couldn't even move that table by the slightest bit. When the strong man saw that the little boy still did not leave, he became angry, and directly rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the little boy. Bunny boy. I never hit kids, but I'll make an exception today. The strong man directly swung his sandbag-sized fist towards Cold Knight's head. Surrounding the crowd are also with the attitude of not a matter of concern to watch the show. None of them go up to stop. They do not care whether the beaten is a child or not, and does not concern them. Look at the end. Mr. Storyteller was also hastily pulling Cold Knight's arm, signaling for him to leave quickly. However, Cold Knight did not pay attention, to remain indifferent. Brother, how come this henchman of yours is ruthless enough to beat even a child? Ha ha. The woman in the man's arms covered her mouth and laughed softly. The man couldn't help but pinch the ass of the woman in his arms as he heard this and said with a smile, "Ruthless? I can be much more ruthless than him at night. Do you want to try? Nasty." The woman in his arms raised her hand and lightly hit the man's chest, looking a bit shy. Click. A sound rang out. The arm that the strong man swung at Cold Knight directly broke. Blood flowed straight. The strong man looked at his arm that was suddenly separated from his body, also did not react for a moment. With a wow, the burly man's huge body seemed to have been knocked out by something, and fell directly to the ground, his body sliding out 5 or 6 meters away against the ground. The crowd of onlookers all unconsciously covered their mouths when they saw this scene, completely unable to believe that what was happening in front of them was what they had seen with their own eyes. The strong man lying on the ground felt the sharp pain coming from his arm, causing him to roll on the ground in a frenzy that he couldn't help. "Yu-chan." The woman also unconsciously spoke in a small voice, and the man named Yu also directly released the woman in his arms, looking at the teenager in front of him with a grave expression. A move that cuts off the arm of a person in the refined void realm. This little boy in front of me is not simple. Yu raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers to make a motion to continue. A one-eyed slightly strong man behind Yu immediately understood and directly walked towards Cold Knight. "Alive," Yu ordered. The one-eyed man nodded, and a wave of energy gathered directly in his hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mr. Storyteller hurriedly persuaded Cold Knight, "Let's go, it might not be too late to leave now. If they catch you, you really won't be able to leave." Cold Knight remained expressionless, standing as steady as a mountain. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Mr. Storyteller moved to stop in front of Cold Knight, and said to Yu with an imminent expression, "I'll say as many paragraphs as it takes for you to stop there." Yu laughed. "Who do you think you are?" This young man liked to listen before. This young man can give you some face, but now this young man does not want to give you face. After Mr. Storyteller heard this, he just felt like the sky was falling and his mind was in a panic. One-eyed man cannot care about this. You only said to him that the Cold Knight to live, others did not say. Those who stand in the way of the road directly kill is good. The energy in his hand was attached to his palm, and he slapped his palm towards Mr. Storyteller. Cold Knight did not flinch at this, and as soon as he pulled away from Mr. Storyteller, he similarly slapped his palm towards the one-eyed man's palm to meet it. The 2 palms collided, and the 2 of them bombarded each other, and the countless tiny energies in the palms continuously repelled each other. Nuisance out of the sound. I didn't realize that the 2 were actually equal in strength, but neither of them were looking particularly good right now. One eye is also a sudden surprise. Did not expect the unassuming little boy in front of him is actually the same as he is the realm of the harmonization stage. From the appearance of the little boy is only 13 or 14 years old. So young harmonization realm cultivator he is also the first time to see. One eye, did I raise you to be a up? Can't even solve a little kid? One eye also smelled bitter, but the energy in his hands is still expanding, sweeping Cold Knight's energy. Cold Knight is naturally not willing to show weakness and the body's blood slowly began to boil. The energy exploded, and a chi burst out from the palm, and the two men were directly bounced out by this energy, and they retreated towards the back. Almost at the same time the two stabilized their positions, but Cold Knight clearly fell into a disadvantage. To be more than one-eyed more than a full half a step back. Looking at the other party's eyes were all cautious colors. Cold Knight's hand silently touched the dagger at his waist. His blood veins directly boiled. A touch of light red appeared in his black eyes, and he directly took an arrow step towards One Eye to kill him. One Eye was not willing to show weakness at all, and a steel-spiked gauntlet appeared in his hand as he flipped his hand over, similarly killing towards Cold Knight. Boom boom, the sound of weapons cutting resounded in the air. At this time, both of them actually could not hold each other. You was already getting a little annoyed. You go, said to the last person left behind him. The man also nodded without saying anything and directly killed towards Cold Knight, also a harmonized cultivator. At this moment, Cold Knight was facing the siege of two harmonized cultivators at once, and was also a bit overwhelmed, and a bloodstain appeared directly above his arm without paying attention. Just when he didn't know what to do now, Cold Knight's mind suddenly recalled the words that Tion had said to him during the night. What is a killer? To kill until after no one in this world dares to disobey your choice. To kill until everyone in this world fears you. Then that is the true killer. Thinking about it, Cold Knight's light red eyes became more and more red. His face began to be livid, and dots of red blood gas began to emerge around him. Blood slash. Cold Knight let out a furious cry from his mouth. His bizarre stance came directly behind the one-eyed man. The cold light of the dagger in his hand flashed, and a blood-colored blade directly flew out. The great harm in the eyes of the one-eyed man. Click. Only to see in the one-eyed man's neck above a bloody blood scar instantly appeared. One-eyed man directly killed. Cold Knight has not stopped in the hands of the dagger once again aslant. Both hands hold bing. Feet support the ground jumped up, only to rush that man face door. Cold Knight put away his sword and stood still. Two corpses had been trampled under his feet. Seeing that things had gone beyond his expectations, Yu directly ran away without saying a word. The dagger flew straight out of Cold Knight's hand. Clang. The fleeing Yu has become a corpse. The woman in Yu's arms earlier had been scared out of her wits, but Cold Knight had no intention of striking out at her, not because of reluctance, but because she was just not worthy. Chapter 104, A Book of Words, a journeyman, a chivalrous man, and a young man. Surrounding the people watching the show see dead people, also as no longer watch hurriedly dispersed in all directions. Who killed my son? A voice rang out, yet nothing happened. This was because an aura that was much more powerful than him had enveloped the entire Akagawa city. Although the owner of this aura didn't say anything, all the great cultivators now knew that if you move, you die. Cold Knight naturally also felt this aura. He naturally knew where this aura came from. With deep respect in his eyes nothing was said, just a deep salute to the sky above. The breath dispersed and all became quiet once more. Cold Knight turned around and looked at Mr. Storyteller with gratitude in his eyes. Sir. Mouth simply said two words, although only two words. But these two words contain a lot of many at this moment cannot use words to express the mood. Mr. Storyteller had recognized Cold Knight the first time he saw him, and looking at the changes in Cold Knight today he was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Although Cold Knight was not his child, but his face still involuntarily showed a pleased smile, raised his leg and walked slowly to Cold Knight's front, reached out and touched Cold Knight's head, and, growing taller and growing up, Cold Knight just stood there dumbfounded, letting Mr. Storyteller stroke his head. And a line of clear tears unknowingly fell to the ground at the corner of his eyes. Mr. Storyteller let out a light laugh, then took out a white cloth, wiped the tears from the corners of Cold Knight's eyes, and opened his mouth to teach in a serious and with a hint of love tone. Remember what it feels like to shed a tear. Cold Knight's forehead lifted slightly as he looked at the storyteller in front of him with some uncertainty, but he still nodded decisively. Mr. Storyteller, with a kind smile on his face, handed the cloth in his hand to Cold Knight, and with one hand on Cold Knight's shoulder gently patted it and said, shedding tears is not good for a man. The world's reputation, the world's cold eyes, and I have nothing to do with it? I have laughed at it since I was bland. With that, Mr. Storyteller turned directly around with his hands behind his back, and walked forward, self-consciously, by my nature, fastidious, by my heart, touring the world, my life by me, not by heaven. By the time he said this, Mr. Storyteller had already taken 3 steps, and at the end of the 3rd step he stopped and turned to look at Cold Knight. Remember everything I just said. This is a lesson for you, and the last one Mr. can give you, and don't come back until you're number 1 in the world from now on. Cold Knight after listening to the eyes although there are tears in the sockets, but from this moment onwards, not a single tear fell from the eyes. Cold Knight, mind you, said Cold Knight directly about to kneel down, but the voice of Mr. Stop him, don't kneel, the world is cold. Cold Knight's legs bent in midair for a long time before standing straight. Bye now, mister. Storyteller was headed toward the end of the street. Cold Knight pursed his lips and bowed 90 degrees, facing forward and bowing to Mr. Storyteller. Mr. Storyteller's figure gradually became blurred and eventually disappeared at the end of the street. A long time. Cold Knight had kept this position for 10 or 9 minutes, slowly standing up straight, with the same determined look in his eyes that he had as a child. Looking at the white cloth in his hand, he clutched it and placed it in his arms, turning away. The next day, the busiest streets of Sichuan City were still bustling with people coming and going, and the shouts of vendors were rising and falling. In a fairly wide street, the place was crowded with people. A young man's nature is tough and his heart is pure. The great waves of the deep sea in the east, the roiling sands of the west, the lofty mountains of the southern domain. Anum. Bang. Mr. Storyteller struck the table harder than ever with a wake in his hand. But one day, the young man held the dagger in one hand and faced forward all the way without fear of hardship. There was a great deal of clapping and cheering from all the onlookers. Mr. Storyteller raised one hand above his head, took out the folding fan inserted in the back, and threw the fan with force in his hand to open it, and 4 big words were written on it: a warrior and a daredevil. The gentleman looked away, put away his folding fan, and picked up his wake. Anum. Bang. Inside the secret room of the Central State Bright Moon Building, the blue-robed man carefully walked in. Young lord. Arching his hand at Song Luchen, who was sitting there. Speak. Song Luchen did not raise his head, still studying the talisman in his hand, and the blue-robed man also spoke directly. Young lord, I didn't dare to disturb you while you were in seclusion these past few days, but there has been a lot of big news coming out of the outside world. Song Luchen squinted at the blue-robed man. Speak. The blue-robed man said directly without any concealment. Young lord, the Heaven's Pride battle has been advanced by half a month, and the old man has just gotten the news that it's just 3 days from now. The Heaven's Pride battle has been brought forward? 3 days later? How come it's so fast this time? Song Luchen was a bit puzzled. The blue-robed man saw Song Luchen's doubts and also explained. Young lord, the reason why the Heaven's Pride battle was brought forward is because the first one in the Central State is coming back, and when the upper 3 sect learned that the one was coming back, they also directly announced that the Heaven's Pride battle was to be held half a month earlier, and specifically made an exception to the rules that were changed for her. Song Luchen was also a bit surprised, but immediately afterward, his face directly pulled down and became a bit unconfident. To know that the Central State's Heavenly Pride battle cannot have any precedent, specifically for a Heavenly Pride, and change the date of. Can imagine that this on the 3 sects exactly how much importance the Central State's first Heavenly Pride. Can the news be accurate? Song Luchen spoke with some gravity in his eyes. How he wished the news was false or rumor. However, the truth could not be further from the truth. The blue-robed man nodded his head with great certainty. Young lord, this time the news is indeed true. I verified it 3 times. This news was personally sent down by the upper 3 sects. It's impossible for it to be false. Song Luchen's hands were shaking at the moment. Can she compete? The blue-robed man shook his head. My subordinate isn't quite sure. The upper 3 sects didn't say whether she was going to compete or not. The blue-robed man noticed Song Luchen's worry and also took advantage of the moment to compliment. Young master, with your strength, even if she competes, this second is not yours. If she doesn't compete, then this first place will naturally be in your pocket as well. Song Luchen was silent for a moment. His face regained its calmness. Alright, I know. 3 days is indeed very rushed. There's nothing to do, don't come and bother me for these 3 days. The blue-robed man also withdrew from the room with great insight. The Central State's Shura organization, only to see a teenager's chi sinking into the Danhai. A cracked black ring in his hand was extremely conspicuous as he walked inside the Shura organization with a wary look on his face. Who? A man in black instantly appeared to directly stop him. I want the Shura organization to kill someone for me, the teen said. Murder? The man in black asked. A little puzzled and a little familiar. But still. Kill who? An assassin within the Dark Spectre Hall. The teenager didn't hesitate to speak directly. Chapter 105, The Broken Ring. The weak soul, the wine-loving teenager being used. Wow. The man in black froze for a moment. He hadn't heard wrong. Dark Spectre Hall? The Dark Spectre Hall that Lord Dead Soul said not to mess with some days ago? Thinking of this, the man in black decisively refused. Sorry, can't kill. Why? The teenager wondered. I said I can't kill you. Don't you understand? If you don't roll, I will kill you. The black-clothed man's hand had already gripped the dagger grip, and from the expression on his face, he could tell that I'm not going to talk to you about why. The teenager saw this and directly took a few steps back. He didn't think that the killer in front of him was messing with him, and didn't hesitate to directly turn around and leave. Still not answering? On the way, a very weak middle-aged voice appeared in the teenager's mind. It's been 3
and all of them have rejected without any surprise, the teenager said breathlessly, then asked, looking a little curious, Senior, why do you have to go assassinate the Dark Spectre Hall, and why did all those assassins say they couldn't kill I'm a bit confused. The voice just gave a bitter laugh. You'll find out later. The teenager seemed to understand. Teenager named Zhou Xingyi, by chance when he went to the forest of demon beasts to practice, was called by a voice. He fixed his eyes to see the voice actually came out within a ring. Without saying a word directly took up. Looking at the ring on his hand, Zhou Xingyi laughed and already couldn't close his mouth. He thought he had picked up a heavenly treasure. He didn't think that it was only a few days. The person inside that ring just plainly asked him to find assassins to assassinate the assassins of the Dark Hall of Secrets. For a few days in a row. Not to mention that this ring didn't give him any benefits, but also kept asking him to run this way and that, drawing big cakes every day. He wanted to just throw this ring away. Walked for a while. Zhou Xingyi came to a town. Did not say anything straight to the restaurant these days, but he was tired enough. Walking into the restaurant, Zhou Xingyi casually found an empty seat and sat down, shouting to the shopkeeper in the distance. 2 jugs of soju and 2 plates of small dishes. Got it. Master, you first sit down, will come soon. The shopkeeper responded while busy with the work in his hands. Zhou Xingyi face excitedly sat at the table and waited. Not a moment. Shopkeeper left hand carrying 2 pots of shochu, right hand dragging a tray above a plate of peanuts and rice, a stack of beef. Shopkeeper hands and feet directly on the table in front of Zhou Xingyi. Enjoy your meal, master. The store assistant left. Zhou Xingyi rubbed his hands together and couldn't hold back his excitement and directly took a big mouthful of soju. Wow. Cool. Ha ha. Although it doesn't matter if a cultivator eats or doesn't eat anymore. But drinking is Zhou Xingyi's biggest hobby. Even if there is a beautiful woman in front of him stripped naked, Zhou Xingyi won't blink his eyes when he is drinking. Zhou Xingyi drank extremely seriously, completely not noticing what those people inside the restaurant were chatting about. Isn't the Heaven's Pride battle starting in 2 days? A slightly chubby man with a big waist was chatting with those 2 people at the next table while drinking wine. Yes, that's right. And I've also heard that this term can be described as a dragon out of the phoenix. It can be too much stronger than those demons from the previous terms. A man at the next table said in just as much detail. Indeed, it seems like it's still because there are too many demonic geniuses. The great battle was directly advanced by more than half a month, right? I'm not sure about that, but you'll have to go straight after the drink to grab a seat in advance or you won't even get to see it. Everyone was nodding their heads. They had to be quick or there really wouldn't be any room. By now there were already smart people running straight out without eating, with a bottle of soju in their hands. Star shift of the week. Star shift of the week. The middle-aged man inside the ring shouted several times, but Zhou Xingyi acted as if he didn't hear him, still gulping down soju. The middle-aged man shook his head. He was also a bit helpless. If it wasn't for that Dark Spectre Hall strong man that day, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. Fortunately, he had fast and drilled into the ring in advance. But even so, with his current strength as also compared to the previous, completely incomparable. If not this Avenue Wonderful Treasures ring is strong enough, it is possible that he is now really is transformed into a nutrient. But it is also some benefits. Right. With his current strength, at least those people will not easily find him. The priority can be that the first thing of this Tianjia war. If you can get your hands on it, you can. After that he will have enough confidence to restore his strength to the peak period. Starshift of the week. The voice of the middle-aged vapors increased a bit in intensity. Zhou Xingyi found that someone called himself, and hurriedly looked around. But after checking for half a day he didn't see anyone. Looking down he finally realized that he had almost forgotten about this ring. What's wrong with Senior again? Zhou Xingyi now felt a big headache as soon as he heard this voice. There was no way now that he wasn't sure if the promise of the person inside this ring was going to work or not. He could only commit to it first. Go to the Heaven's Pride competition. The middle-aged silhouette said in a weak voice. What? When Zhou Xingyi heard this, the wine in his mouth almost spewed out. Senior, you're not kidding me. Letting me participate in the Heaven's Pride competition? Nice. Holy. Senior, I know you're injured. But is your brain alright? Are you trying to make me, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, go act as a sandbag for those immortal kings? Zhou Xingyi covered his face. He now seemed to be thinking about how much it hurt when he was beaten. The middle-aged silhouette naturally knew that this was definitely unrealistic, and then directly threw out an item within the ring and threw it on the table. When Zhou Xingyi saw this item, the wine in his hand was directly put down, and he held the item in his hand and carefully observed it, thinking to himself, enlightened? Knowing to give me a sweet date first, thinking of this directly touching and wiping the tears on her face, though there were no tears. Surely my efforts in the past few days have not been in vain. Then without the slightest hesitation he directly took off the ring from his hand, threw it on the ground, put the item in his bosom and put it away. Really?
You think too highly of me. I like sweet dates. I don't eat anything else. After saying that, he directly walked towards the outside of the tavern. The middle-aged man froze. 100 grass horses ran across his face. But it's a good thing he kept his hand in. 1 breath. 2 breaths. With a brush, Zhou Xingyi once again ran back and picked up the ring on the ground with a smile on his face, and even wiped the dust on the ring with his sleeve. He. Senior, what did you put inside me? Quickly untie me. I was just teasing you. He. Although Zhou Xingyi was smiling now, his face was all bitter. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said lightly, don't you worry. I also spent a lot of soul power these days. In fact, there is nothing. It is just that my mind moves you to the sky. No is not a big problem. Chapter 106, Demon City, where heaven's pride gathers. Eve of the great competition. Zhou Xingyi held his mouth and forced a smile. You call this not a big problem? Is there any difference between this and controlling my soul blood? Dog, you shall not die. Although Zhou Xingyi was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only be dissatisfied in his heart. Forcing a smile, he put the ring back on his hand, and removed the treasure from his arms, placing it on the table. What did you just say, senior? I agree. Zhou Xingyi could only try his best to express himself now. He didn't want to die. After all, between getting hit and getting killed, it's a little more painful to get hit. Not for anything else. Just love the feeling. What? Changed your mind? The middle-aged shadow man said. Aha. Zhou Xingyi fought to nod his head with an expression worse than crying. The middle-aged shadow man spread his hands. It was you who agreed. I didn't force you, right? Right. Zhou Xingyi nodded his head once again. And in his heart, he couldn't help but curse once again. You thing that leans north. I'll play you to death sooner or later. Little master. But the expression on his face remained smiling, and with a look of extreme difficulty he said, Elder, but even if I can go to the Heaven's Pride competition, but my strength is not unclear to you, that the weakest Heaven's Pride can be a half-step immortal king. What am I going to fight with them? Why don't you win a different person? After all, right. Zip. A current flashed directly inside Zhou Xingyi's body. I'm going. Zhou Xingyi directly by the pain of a moment on the ground. That the current is in his body a full circle. That the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, meridians and bones, none spared. That kind of drilling pain is not ordinary people can endure. Zhou Xingyi directly raised one of his arms. I surrender. I'll go. I'll fight, okay. The middle-aged silhouette's steel guard hand directly opened, and that current directly drilled inside his palm. I advise you not to play any tricks with me. There's more than one way I want to get you killed. Zhou Xingyi spat out all the wine he drank directly. The expression on his face was very intriguing, covering his chest with great difficulty. Don't worry, senior. I will absolutely cooperate with senior with all my might. Pick up the heavenly dark protector on the table. The middle-aged void ordered. Zhou Xingyi braced his hands on the ground and forced himself to stand up to pick up the heavenly dark protector in the mouth of the imaginary figure on the table. I can let you go to participate in nature, also know that your strength is insufficient. This object is called the heavenly dark protector. To your late Dala cultivation catalyzed by surprise is enough to kill the late Dala great circle, or even half-step immortal king. This depends on how you utilize it. The middle-aged silhouette said righteously. But even so, most of those heavenly prides are at the immortal king level, and all of them have the strength to kill people across the ranks. And I'm just an ordinary late-stage Dao Lord. Zhou Xingyi still had some sense of frustration. It's not purely and truly about letting him go over there and get beat up. What's your hurry? Do you think I'm you? I've naturally given you what you can think about. Saying that, the middle-aged silhouette once again took out several things in his head and handed them all to Zhou Xingyi. Central State Demon City. Zhou Xingyi was also shocked by the grandeur of this demon city when he arrived here. My god, is this the demon city? It's worthy of being a city created by the 3 sects. It's too awesome. The middle-aged silhouette had a look of disdain. Your eyesight can only stay here, right? A fart-sized city is shocking to you. Hurry up and enter the city to sign up. Zhou Xingxiang reluctantly walked into Demon City. Demon City, as the name implies, the various heavenly pride gathered place, but also is the major heavenly pride than the place. The name of the Demon City also came from this, by the 3 sects jointly established. The largest city in the central state is not one. These few days were also the most lively phase of the Demon City, and the entire city could completely accommodate close to 80 million people. Paid the entry fee. Zhou Xingyi entered into the Demon City, should not say without exaggeration. 100 steps a heavenly pride, 10 steps a genius. This is Zhou Xingyi's evaluation of this demon city. Oh my god, senior, didn't you see that? The one who just passed is the 98th Tianjiao Wang Kuan of the Central State Tianjiao ranking, and it is said that he has already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal at only 3,400 years old. My god, seniors, look who that is. No matter who Zhou Xingyi saw along the way, fighting them could only be described as, well, a close victory. The middle-aged void, on the other hand, was indifferent no matter what Zhou Xingyi said. In no time, Zhou Xingyi arrived at the very center of Demon City and looked up, not even blinking his eyes. Wow! In front of Zhou Xingyi's eyes was the place of the heavens' remarkable grand competition. In the sky above the very center of the Demon City, suspended in the sky covered by clouds, unable to see the head of the huge circular building, the demon battlefield. You have 3 seconds to hurry up, said the middle-aged vapors in a threatening tone. Zhou Xingyi also shut up instantly after hearing this, wiping the drool from the corners of his mouth as he walked towards the gatehouse at the very center of Demon City below the demon battlefield. Tickets! Zhou Xingqiang had just reached the entrance of the gatehouse when he was stopped by the gatehouse guards with their hands outstretched. With a smile on his face, Zhou Xingyi asked with a sense of trepidation, "Can I still enroll now?" After saying this, Zhou Xingyi's hands rubbed back and forth and looked very nervous. Yes, avalanche. Hearing the word "can," the last trace of Zhou Xingyi's persistence also vanished. Just when there is still to play a bit of heart to fight for a moment, the ear suddenly came to the sound of ZZ electric current. Zhou Xingyi was shaken. "I'll sign up," without the slightest color of hesitation directly said. Upon hearing this, the guards at the gate directly guided Zhou Xingxue to the back there for testing. Zhou Xingyi also followed the guards' instructions and came to the back, only to see an old man at the back directly take out a stone and hand it to Zhou Xingyi. "Take it and inject your body's immortal power into it." Zhou Xingyi was also not surprised and directly took it, then injected his own immortal energy into the stone in his hand. This stone is called the Bone Age Stone, specializing in detecting the actual age of a person's bone age. Because the appearance of immortal cultivators are basically very different. There are old and young, but after the Bone Age Stone detection, no matter how young and old you grow, you can directly know the actual age of your bone age. Of course, those who take over their lives and reincarnate their souls into the next life will do as they please. Note, I'm prompting. There are still a lot of small partners are not clear about the gap between the realms, such as the Dala Golden Immortal Pre-Mid Late round. If an ordinary person wants to raise from the pre-mid is very difficult, so the gap between each of the small realms is huge. A world of difference. Within the same realm each person's qualifications or different strength is naturally different. Chapter 107, The Battle of the Celestial Pride begins. Martial God in Lan Xiu's entrance. The stone in Zhou Xingyi's hand lit up for a moment, and when he saw it, he also handed it directly to the old man. "This will do, right?" The old man took it. "Well, that'll do." Then he looked at the stone in his hand, frowned, and looked up at Zhou Xingyi with a somewhat contemptuous gaze. "You're 5,972 years old?" Zhou Xingyi heard his age is also a little embarrassed to look around to see if there is no one heard. Sino after is also very justified to the old man said. "What's wrong? Can't participate? Ha? Isn't anything up to 6,000 years old allowed?" "Yes, of course you can. This is the hand card. Take it and go in quickly." The old man's face revealed a mocking look that Zhou Xingyi could not see. Zhou Xingyi was also not at all ambiguous as he directly took the hand sign and headed towards the ladder on the left side. After seeing Zhou Xingqiang walk away, the old man even pretended not to even pretend to directly cackle. "That old man just complimented you," the middle-aged silhouette above the cloud ladder said. "Ah yes, it's true that a genius is a genius everywhere." Zhou Xingyi didn't mince words at all and directly boasted. Middle-aged void. Zhou Xingyi arrived within the demon battlefield on top of the cloud ladder, and it was also his first time here, and he had come here as a contestant. Just see, this whole demon battlefield is a great round building. From this head without immortal power alone with the naked eye is completely cannot see the head. At the main center, a huge battle disc field came into view, and around this disc field there was also a circle of 10 relatively smaller disc battlefields. Holy! Lift your eyes to see, in the surrounding stands above has been filled with people, completely as the seat is empty. Look carefully, no less than 60 million people. Zhou Xingyi was now scratching his ears. So many people. If I get beaten up in front of so many people, is it in Central State? I won't be able to get along. Thinking about this, Zhou Xingyi already felt that his face was somewhat worthless. What are you doing in the cold? Why don't you find a place to practice and familiarize yourself? Hearing the sound within the ring, Zhou Xingyi also casually found a less conspicuous place and began to cultivate. The following day, a streak of fish belly white appeared in the sky. Clattering sounds instantly resounded within the demon battlefield, and everyone on top of those surrounding seating platforms were shouting frantically. This also represented that this session of the Heaven's Pride battle had begun. Boom! A loud sound rang out above the ground to the north of the huge battlefield, only to see a giant stone grandstand close to 100 feet wide slowly rising above the ground, and rows of tables and chairs appeared on top of the giant stone. Dozens of sword cultivators holding long swords underneath the stone platform were standing by. Immediately above the stone platform, several figures had walked up to the viewing platform. These people were undoubtedly the patriarchs of all the major powers and even lineages in the central state. However, those who can sit here are basically all very important people. Please welcome the upper three clans. A voice rang out in the arena immediately afterward. The voice fell, only to see three figures suddenly appear above the stands, and these three were the lords of the three clans with the deepest heritage in the central state. Xian Tian Sword Sect, Sword Master. Good. Heavenly Heart Upper Sect, Heavenly Heart Taoist Master. Jane Heart, Western Buddhist Gold Mountain Monastery, presided over. Dharma name Huai Hai. As the three of them appeared on top of the viewing platform, the scene instantly became quiet, and the group of people who had already sat down earlier, no matter if they were the Lord of the Heavenly Hall or the Lord of the Ice God Palace or the family ancestors, all of them respectfully stood up one after another in a gesture of goodwill. Greetings to the upper three clans. Su Tingxing was the first to speak. The others also opened their mouths respectfully. No one dared to not give these three people face. The three of them just stood there alone. And the aura of superiority that they had cultivated over the years was not something that could be compared to these people of family power. The three of them had a majestic look on their faces as they sat on top of those three coiled dragon chairs at the very front of the battle viewing platform. All take your seats. Gu's majestic voice rang out from the stands. Hearing this, the crowd then dared to take their seats one after another. At this time, a middle-aged man used a trotting pace and ran behind the three, whispering, "Third elder, can we begin?" Jane Hart looked around for a moment, after which she said carelessly, "Wait a little longer." The middle-aged man could only stand aside respectfully and honestly. "Who do you guys think will be first in this class?" Good said. After thinking for a while, Jane Xin said, "As far as I know, this Manhwa building has produced a heavenly pride, and is also a talisman master, and is now even the second position on the heavenly pride list. It's not impossible, right Song Chiming?" As she spoke, Jane Xin had turned her head to look at the Bright Moon Mansion's owner, Song Chiming. Seeing this, Song Chiming also hurriedly stood up and said, looking somewhat humble, "Shangzong is joking. The canine son is just more lucky. Ha ha." Jane Xin wasn't paying attention, so Song Chiming could only sit down. Amat Ba Buddha. All causes and effects in this world are predetermined, and all the world's great roads are destined. Huai Hai said no more, just coiled the Buddha beads in his hand to himself. Not for a while, above the stands a woman walked up. The woman looked not big, just about 20 years old appearance, wearing a set of light white practice clothes, a head of dark hair like clouds, only with a pure red silk belt bundled up, tied into a high ponytail. This person was none other than the number one in the Central State Heaven's remarkable ranking, Lan Xiu. And Lan Xiu came above the stands and saw so many people of status in the Central State, and did not appear to be in any formality, but instead walked towards the Lord of the three sectors with a great deal of grace, and she was completely just oblivious to the rest of the people. Uncle Gu, Sister Jane Xin, Master Huai Hai, and Lan Xiu very naturally arched his hand at the three, as if he was already accustomed to it. "Ha ha, little Lin is here, just waiting for you. Quickly come over here and sit with Sister Jane Xin." And Lan Xiu sat directly beside Jane Xin without even thinking about it. The other two chatted with Lan Xiu with a smile on their faces. Those people behind him were also filled with envy in their eyes when they saw Lan Xiu, not to mention that she was the youngest martial god. Just the fact that she could be valued so highly by the upper three sects, that future was absolutely limitless. Begin. After the four of them chatted for a while, Good said to the middle-aged man standing there. That middle-aged man also arched his hand very respectfully at the three of them, and then walked down the grandstand to the center of the demon battlefield's largest battle site. He swept a glance at everyone present and laughed. Thousands of years of cultivation, the achievement of fame is today. Winning can soar to the heavens, while losing will lead to a fall into the mire. The participants enter. After saying that middle-aged man directly disappeared into the field. Hundreds of people in the distance walked directly up on top of that huge field. Fight for yourself. Fight for the forces behind you. The blood of everyone in the arena boiled. Who has come here who is not here for the first place in this Heaven's Pride battle? Closer to home. For the name. For profit. Going a little further. For everlasting life. For invincibility. Chapter 108, Who doesn't want to pretend? But is this ing pressure? The mood of everyone in the arena was very high at the moment, and in front of so many people, even in front of the upper three clans. Who doesn't want to excel? And who wouldn't want to pretend in front of so many people? And the god of martial arts. And Lan Xiu is up there too. That kind of woman in her prime. That kind of strong and perverted woman. Who wouldn't want her to notice? Those tens of millions of people around them shouted at the top of their lungs. Boy god Song Luchan. Goddess Lok Shuyu. My goddess. The martial goddess Anlin Shou. Everyone was shouting out the name of that heavenly pride they favored. Central State Doppelganger Chamber of Commerce. Although today was the day of the Heavens Pride battle, it was also packed with people within the Duobao Chamber of Commerce. Everyone surrounded the huge crystal ball in the chamber hall. It was also possible to see everything that happened above the demon battlefield from a deathless angle here. Even the Dabo Chamber of Commerce has opened a casino just for this purpose. As for what to bet on, of course, it's who will finish first this time. Of course Song Luchan's ratio is 1 to 1,000. That is to say that you take out one immortal crystal. And if Song Luchan achieves the first place, then that you can directly obtain 1,000 immortal crystals. Not only that, but the Sword Emperor's son, Duan Ming, was also 1 to 1,000. The rest of those guys are basically 1 to 10, 1 to 100, and the odds are naturally the same. At this time, a woman walked in and came to the counter, followed by a voice that directly spread throughout the entire hall of the Multiple Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Bet on Lin Zhang for 100,000 immortal crystals. Everyone all looked at the little girl, wondering who Lin Zhang was. Even the steward at the counter had searched for it for a long time before finding it. The woman directly pressed 100,000 immortal crystals on it and then left the multi-treasure chamber of commerce. As for why, it was only because Lin Zhang had told her that he was going to fight for this first place. Demon City, Demon Battlefield. Boom! The clouds directly broke open, and an extremely strong pressure above the sky directly landed on top of the huge disc battlefield, pressing down on everyone's bodies. There were even some people who were directly crushed to the ground the moment they came into contact with this pressure. If this ring wasn't hard enough, the ground could have been completely torn apart by this pressure in an instant. Pretending? You have to have the strength to pretend, too. Just not a moment's effort. The original more than 200 people of the Heavenly Pride has now fallen to the ground. Most of the people who fell to the ground already do not have the strength to stand up again. Simply directly choose to abstain. Those who chose to abstain were all teleported out of the ring by a mysterious force. On the contrary, Song Luchan had a bland look on his face, as if this pressure was dispensable to him. Lin Zhang was also sitting on the ground with a bashful face. Holy! At this moment, Zhou Xingyi's mind was screaming curses. This is a mighty pressure? I'm the mighty pressure? Isn't this killing me? Zhou Xingyi's waist was bent to 70 degrees now, and sweat was constantly falling on his face, but he was still gritting his teeth. As for that, you can't carry the pressure of an immortal king 5th grade? The middle-aged vapors said. What? Isn't it just an immortal king 5th grade's pressure? How can you say that so easily? You're great, you do it. I'm leaning in. Zhou Xingyi continuously cursed in his mind. It had already been half an incense stick of time, and now there were only 50 or so people left on the field. There were still many people who were still gritting their teeth. On the contrary, those characters in the top 10 of the Heaven's remarkable ranking had a calm face from the beginning to the end. In the middle of the field, a somewhat introverted and burly man, Sui Yang, opened his eyes and raised them to look at Song Luchan. Song Luchan naturally noticed someone looking at him and also raised his eyes to meet this person's. But what was discovered? A long-haired man behind Sui Yang, Zhang Mu, asked. Sui Yang shook his head, then continued to choose to close his eyes. If you run into him in the next round, try to test him. Sui Yang's voice sounded in Zhang Mu's mind. Don't worry, time passes by. Everyone was still holding on, and there were even more people whose faces became a little pale, as if they were living for years, but they knew they couldn't give up. This once-in-a-millennium Heaven's Pride competition was the only way out for those of them with no background. Who doesn't want to compete for first place? Who doesn't want to get out of the central state to see the outside? Fragrance extinguished. The pressure disappeared. The 40 or so people left on the field were all happy, excited after the robbery, which meant that they were qualified to fight for first place. The middle-aged man also appeared on top of the ring at the first time, and he was also a bit depressed. More than 200 people were now left with only 43, which was really a bit out of his expectation. The game goes on, though. Congratulations, you have passed the baptism. Now you have 1 hour to recuperate. After 1 hour the next round will begin. The middle-aged man left the field once again after saying that. Everyone who heard this was immediately sitting on the ground and began to regulate their breathing. Zhang Mu carefully surveyed those remaining on the scene, his gaze stopping at a black-robed man. Lin Zhang also opened his eyes to look at this person before he closed his eyes again and started to regulate his breathing. There are some experts this time. Are you sure? Zhang Mu transmitted his voice to Sui Yang. Sui Yang nodded without saying much. I lost, senior. How come there are still so many people? Zhou Xingyi said in his head. What are you panicking about? Zhou Xingyi was a bit speechless. Can I not panic? Any one of these can hang me. Isn't there another female there? Can't you still defeat her? The middle-aged silhouette looked at Lok Shuyu and said. This, senior, I don't dare to fight. That is the Ice God Palace. I hit him today. Tomorrow the Ice God Palace will not give me a big cut 8 pieces. Just feel free to fight. I'll cover for you. Zhou Xingyi pressed on. You're touting for me? Although I don't know how bullish you were before, but now you're definitely running faster than me. Zhou Xingyi could not help but think in his mind. Little and who do you think you favor the most among these people? On the viewing platform, Guda looked at Lan Xiao with relief in his eyes and asked. And Lan Xiao swept her gaze at those contestants below, then said, there's nothing to look favorably or unfavorably at. We can only look at how far they can go on their own. Well, not bad. Huaihai not only complimented. Missin can have this kind of thought now. Then her growth in the future must be really immeasurable. Master Huaihai is joking. It depends on where I can go in the future. And Lan Xiao said, looking somewhat modest. To have such an achievement and still be so humble. It's only little Anne, isn't it? Jane Xin said with a smile. Above the ring, the middle-aged man once again appeared in everyone's eyes. Smiling, he looked at those in the ring. Time's up. The next round begins. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the gift. Thanks for the 5-star review. And good night. Chapter 109, 2 against 1? Or how about 2 against 2? Everyone in the ring stood up, with gravity and excitement in their eyes. This second round and the first round of the difference is not very big. That is, your feet on top of the ring, but also remains 1 incense burning time. After the end of 1 incense burning, can stand in this ring can be promoted. Can abstain, not abstain from life and death regardless of the person. The middle-aged man's figure disappeared. None of the 43 people above the ring had any intention of striking first, and all of them were vigilantly watching each and every one of them. Boom! By this time, someone had already been unable to hold back and threw a punch directly towards the man beside him. The man didn't hesitate in the slightest when he saw this. He directly defended and saw the right moment to directly lift his leg and kick towards the man's face. When one person made a move, everyone stopped watching the show and fought, and the scene instantly turned into a mess. But there are still 2 people above the ring who still haven't made a move. Standing still and Song Lucan looked at Duan Duanming, and Duan Duanming was looking at Song Lucan. It wasn't that the 2 of them didn't want to do it, it was that no one dared to come after them at all. Cutting a deal or two? Song Lucan said to Duan Duanming. Duan Duanming held his rifle behind his back with one hand, his eyes as solid as a rock. Yes. Boom! Just as the 2 were about to make a move, Zhang Mu had already raised his fist and blasted towards Song Lucan. Song Lucan smiled faintly. Not this time. Next time I will definitely teach brother Duan's spear technique. Saying that, Song Lucan formed a palm with one hand and chopped towards Zhang Mu's punch. The moment the palm and fist collided, an instantaneous explosion sounded, and both of them were shaken back. Zhang Mu had a serious look on his face, and it took him 5 full steps before he could stabilize himself. In looking at Song Lucan, it was also only a mere step back, or even half a step so to speak. You're strong, Zhang Mu said. Song Lucan smiled faintly and waved his hand as a short spear appeared in his hand, directly charging towards Zhang Mu without saying a word. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Zhang Mu's heart crossed, directly took out the baguette behind his back, and the baguette was picked, and only by a fluke did he manage to defend himself from Song Luchen's short gun. But it's not over, only to see Song Luchen's short gun in his hand directly disintegrate, turning into 2 sections, waving in his hand, the tip of which instantly popped out towards Zhang Mu's calf and stabbed it. The long stick in Zhang Mu's hand was directly thrust towards the ground with force. A wave of air swept out, and the tip of that short spear was directly shaken out. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Mu directly leapt up with a healthy step. The long stick in his hand was covered with immortal power, also mixed with some poison. His face was grim as he wheeled the stick towards Song Luchen's head. Let me see if this second place in the Heavens Remarks ranking is well deserved or not. The corner of Song Luchen's mouth slightly hooked. The short spear in his hand once again merged. You can be a great style, said in Song Lucan. Feet a strong breath directly climbed out of the gun. All that could be seen in the field was a gunlight that had been so fast that it was impossible to see. A sharp air-ripping sound rang out directly from the thumbs up. Zhang Mu's eyes changed drastically, only to see that Song Lucan had already disappeared. Bang! Song Luchen's shot, which was so fast that he couldn't see, was actually stopped, only to see Sui Yang already holding the tip of Song Luchen's gun with one hand. His eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Song Lucan. You're the second in this Heaven's Remarkable ranking? Song Luchen did not reply back, but there was more of a look of appreciation in his eyes. You're very good. You actually managed to take a shot from my casual hand. I don't seem to have seen you above the Heaven's Remarks list. Humph. Heaven's Pride ranking? Just smug. Sui Yang clenched his fist and waved it in the air. Since I can take a shot from you, I'm not sure if you can take a punch from me. Sui Yang's eyes were filled with provocative colors. Song Luchen naturally saw this person's intentions. 2 against 1. Wanting to knock me out in the second round. I didn't realize that I'm actually so inviting to be hated. Despite thinking so, there was absolutely no way he could actually make a move here. Your Excellency, are you sure you want to fight me here? Song Luchen asked rhetorically. Sui Yang laughed disdainfully. You're wrong. It's the 2 of us who are going to beat up one of you. Does Brother Song not dare? Saying that, Zhang Mu also walked forward with a cheap smile on his face. When Song Luchen saw this, his eyes also became a bit gloomy. 2 against 1? Could it be that the 2 of you don't want your demeanor? But so many people are watching. Oh, demeanor? What's a demeanor? Ha, ha ha. After Sui Yang finished speaking, the 2 of them directly killed towards Song Luchen. Clunk! Only to see a long spear descending from the sky and stopping in front of the 3. Sui Yang and Zhang Mu both stopped when they saw this. How about 2 for 2? A voice rang out, and Duan Ming walked over from the side, picking up the lance on the ground and slinging it over his shoulder. Looking at Sui Yang with a smile on his face, Sui Yang was also a bit enraged when he saw that Duan Ming had come to mess things up, but he knew that if he really fought here, then the next round would be very difficult. Ha ha ha. Sui Yang laughed. Could this be the son of the Sword Emperor? The future Gun Emperor Duan Ming, right? What a loss of respect. But I'm afraid it won't work this time. It's better to prepare for the next match. After saying that, Sui Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he moved away from the 2. Zhang Mu also followed behind Sui Yang. Song Luchen smiled at Duan Ming and nodded. Duan Ming nodded as well, and neither one had any intention of making a move. Boy, how you know how to run. Only to see a knife-wielding man behind Zhou Xingyi was frantically chasing after him. Little cutie. It's not running. The man with the sword was furious. I can't beat anything else, but I can't beat you. Give me death. The man with the sword was immediately covered with a layer of blue immortal power and shouted, Mad Sword Chop. The knife-wielding man directly slashed horizontally with his knife, and a blue blade chi flew directly towards Zhou Xingyi. Zhou Xingxiang immediately broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. There's no way to hide. Thinking about it, his face sank. Fight! Only to see that an axe had appeared in his hand at some point. Immortal power similarly covered the axe's circumference, and slashed towards that blade. Zhou Xingyi's body immediately flew backwards and fell on the ground not far away. He hurriedly sat up to check his body, then smiled easily. Fortunately, still alive. Where's the kid running? Zhou Xingyi looked at the knife-wielding man chasing after him again and hurriedly ran towards the crowded area. I abstain. A voice rang out, and the man lying on the ground simply chose to abstain. Bang! An explosive sound once again resounded in the distance, only to see the 2 men, covered in blood, directly flying backwards. Abstain! Abstain! I abstain! Immediately after that, there were people in the field who abstained, and there was even someone who didn't say the words abstain before they directly lost their breath. The field is getting smaller and smaller. He. Is this the holy daughter of the Ice God Palace? She is indeed somewhat beautiful, but do you choose to die or abstain? Chapter 110, Heroic Rescue? You're wrong about saving your life. Lok Shuyu, who was covered in injuries, was currently sitting on the ground, and she didn't have the strength to stand up anymore. Looking at the person in front of her who was pressing forward, she gritted her teeth and, abandon. Just before the second word could be uttered, she froze, only to see Zhou Xingyi make a flying leap and embrace the man in front of Lok Shuyu. The man was also a bit overwhelmed by the hug at the moment, and when he was about to fight back, his face changed drastically. Boom! Only to see a blade chi already flying towards his face. Without having a chance to say a word, he directly fell without breath on the spot. The knife-wielding man's face reached the peak of anger. Kid, are you a man? I swear I won't be a man until I kill you today. Heavenly Blade Infernal Soul Destruction Slash. The man with the knife wiped his hands across the blade, and the energy in the knife directly exploded to its peak. Die. The man with the knife swung out with a direct slash. Fragrance extinguished. End of round 2. However, that extremely terrifying blade chi was still slashing towards Zhou Xingyi. Zhou Xingyi was so shocked that he already didn't know what to do, and hastily covered his face. The middle-aged man came directly to the stage, and with one hand, he pinched off that blade chi. The end of round 2 has been exceeded. Everyone rest in place for 2 hours. The man with the knife was furious but had no choice but to meditate in place, giving Zhou Xingyi a vicious look as if to tell him, "Grandson, you're dead." Zhou Xingyi also breathed a sigh of relief. His hands clasped together as he repeatedly begged the heavens for blessings. Don't let me run into him. Don't let me run into him. Everyone in the arena began to sit in place and meditate. The middle-aged man also shook his head as he looked at the only 13 people left on the field. Why are there so few people left in this session? Turn around and disappear. Doppelganger Chamber of Commerce. Damn. I can vote 5,000 that's my whole body I did not expect Wang Kuan so useless. Who says it isn't? You're okay. I've lost a lot of money. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Luckily I bought Song Luchen. It looks like there's hope for a fortune. There are some people here who are happy and some who are sad. But there were still a lot of people who were waiting with great excitement. They wanted to know who this session's Heaven's Pride one would actually be. Hey, I bought in Lan Xiao. But why isn't in Lan Xiao on? The crowd all roared with laughter. You're afraid you're not a cutie. Barring that, how could in Lanso be on the show? The man looked over at the counter again and the counter keeper said directly, once payment is made, there is no credit. Demon Battlefield. That somewhat burly man, I see how his strength is equal to Song Luchen's. Whose family is this? Gu Dis said. Back to the upper clan. This is my heavenly halls named Sui Yang. Su Ting voice replied back. Sui Yang? Inuyasha? Good questioned. This. Su Tingxing was somewhat at a loss as to what to say, and could only speak with an awkward smile. Shanzong, this is not my family's canine son. Not your son. So your son didn't attend? Good asked. Su Tingxing stammered and did not know where to start. And at this time Song Chiming of the Bright Moon building smiled faintly and said, you don't know. Shanzong, this Su Tingxing's son was killed by an assassin some time ago. Su Tingsheng glared at Song Chiming upon hearing this, while Song Chiming spread his hands without a care in the world. Letting an assassin kill you? Which assassin organization? Are they not even afraid of your heavenly palace? Good continued. This assassin organization of the upper sect is not a local force in the central state. It's from out of town. And I was thinking that after the Heaven's Pride battle was over, I would personally go out and exterminate him. Su Tingxing's eyes revealed a flash of anger as he said this. An out-of-town assassin organization? Well, okay, just be more careful next time. The expression on Good's face hadn't changed a bit from start to finish. It was practically irrelevant. Thanks for the reminder. Shanzong, I will pay attention next time. Su Tingxing could only nod. Ryoko. The middle-aged man's figure above the square reappeared. The people above the ring who were meditating also stood up one after another, and all of their faces became somewhat serious. The middle-aged man scanned the only 13 people left here with a flat gaze and opened his mouth, saying, you guys are great. The fact that you've made it this far means that each and every one of you is outstanding. Whether it's talent, whether it's your own hard work as well as your abilities, it shows that you're going to go a long way in the future. Much more I won't say anymore. The important thing is now, yet among the 13 of you, there is only one person who can stay. And as for who it is, it depends on your respective strengths. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, a piece of white paper unconsciously appeared in his hand. You should all have a number plate in your hands, right? Next, you'll be divided into 6 groups, and the number I read out next represents your respective opponents for the battle. All of those tens of millions of people above the seating platform cheered excitedly because the main event was coming. Everyone in the Duobao Chamber of Commerce was all sweating. They didn't want the person they bet on to be matched with Song Luchen's kind of heavenly pride. If you win, it's fine. But if you lose, you'll really lose your ass. Above the ring, Song Luchen, Duan Ming. These people are still calm. They are not worried about what kind of opponent they can rank. This is probably the confidence of the strong. However, Zhou Xingqian was worshipping Buddha in his heart. Pray for Master Huaihai's blessing. Pray for Jinshan Temple's blessing. Come a week. Ahem. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and the scene instantly quieted down. 77 advances directly. Please rest aside. The people on top of the ring also each took out their number plates and looked to see what number they were. At this time, Lok Shuyu raised her hand. She was also in some disbelief that she had actually advanced, and after saluting the middle-aged man, she retreated to the side to rest. Goddess. My goddess deserves to advance. Goddess, I love you. The men above the viewing gallery were shouting with excitement. Holy, why not me? A flash of disappointment flashed through Zhou Xingyi's mind all of a sudden. What are you panicking about? You 201, do you think you can match the top-ranked ones? You don't use your brain to think about it either. The voice of the middle-aged vain shadow sounded in his mind. Zhou Xingyi heard also right. Oh, Song Luchen Duan Dust Ming these people. This round should not let him encounter it. Number 12, versus number 54. The middle-aged man's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Please get the 2 men ready and everyone else off the field for the rest of the day. Zhou Xingyi's face instantly revealed a look of delight. Fantastic. Without saying a word, he directly ran down to the ring. Immediately after that, only the middle-aged man was left above the ring, as well as the 2 contestants, the black-robed Lin Zhang, as well as the elegant-looking man Gu Gu. Chapter 111, I can't beat you. Can I choose to forfeit? Abstain and you die. Both of you please get ready. If you are not defeated or injured during the battle, you can directly abstain. If you do not abstain, life and death above the ring. Understand? The middle-aged man explained the match to the two men, who also nodded their heads in understanding. Begin! After the explanation, the middle-aged man was also decisive and directly announced the start, and then his figure disappeared into the ring. Immediately afterward, an energy shield wrapped around the entire ring. This energy cover was mainly constructed in order to prevent the battles of the participants from affecting the outside world, and also to prevent people from the outside world from interfering with the competition. Guji looked at Lin Zhang in the distance and said, "Make your move." Lin Zhang's face was calm. His hands were folded together. The dense purple lightning in his body was stupidly moving. Just a breath of air between the effort, Lin Zhang's body was instantly covered by purple lightning. The air around them all crackled with electricity under the appearance of this purple lightning. The eyes of the crowd above the viewing platform all narrowed slightly. "This is heavenly tribulation lightning," Genhart blurted out incredulously. And Good looked a little more incredulous as well. This teenager actually took in the heavenly tribulation lightning. It shouldn't be. This heavenly tribulation lightning shouldn't be able to recognize its owner. Even Lancio looked at Lin Zhang with some interest. Lin Zhang pointed to the sky with one finger, and there was an unshakable look in his eyes, as if from this moment on, he, Lin Zhang, was the master of this heaven and earth. "May you abstain?" Lin Zhang asked. Guji couldn't help but show a hint of timidity at the bottom of his heart as he looked at the dense lightning, but in front of so many people, especially with Martial God and Lan Xiu also present, it was impossible for him to retreat without a fight. "Though the lightning is strong, we will only know after the battle." A pure brown energy around Guji directly enveloped his entire body, and the earth under his feet began to shake under the pull of this energy. Lin Zhang remained calm and gently pointed one hand downward. "Chop! Sneer at!" The lightning that covered Lin Zhang's body instantly flew out, forming a dense line that slashed towards Guji without any dead angle. Guji's eyes stared, and his hands were violently raised. The earth around him directly chafed and turned into a hard and unparalleled boulder, which directly rose up and formed a huge stone ball, wrapping Guji in it. Lin Zhang smiled faintly, using a stone as a defense. "You're very smart, but this is a heavenly lightning bolt for me. Run!" The moment the heavenly tribulation lightning touched that huge stone, the huge stone directly became withered, as if it had shrunk, and directly burst apart. The sound of clattering electricity directly covered Guji's whole body. Guji still had to make resistance in, but it was already too late. Even the screams didn't have time to be uttered. That heavenly calamity lightning directly electrocuted Guji's entire body to stiffness, and Guji directly lost all consciousness and collapsed to the ground. If it wasn't for Lin Zhang's intentional power retraction, if this electricity passed, then Guji would be crippled if not dead. The scene suddenly became silent, and everyone above the stands froze. Seconds, one move in a second. This quiet scene was maintained for 3 breaths. Instantly everyone gasped out in shock and, "Heaven's pride, second heaven's pride. Absolute. Looks like this term isn't simple." Everyone was discussing who this black-robed man really was. They had never seen this person above the heaven's pride ranking. This is the Lin Zhang I know. A woman covered her mouth and laughed out loud within a corner above the viewing gallery. Even though Celestial Pride above the battle preparation seats had a high opinion of Lin Zhang, but it was only a high opinion, not how arrogant they are. Here casually go up to a person, have the strength to kill that Guji. They also did not show too much change in expression. All of them are carrying on the conditioning. Prepare for the next battle. Has the ancient patriarch changed his mind now? Jane Xin asked with a smile. "Ha ha, Taoist Master Jane really would joke with me. A teenager with quite some strength is just a teenager. Not so much. Is it possible that Taoist Master Jane is still not clear about who I'm doing it for this time?" Gude also responded with a laugh. Jane Xin also looked with curiosity at a white-robed youth on top of the battle preparation stage. From the beginning to the end, I've never seen anything demonic about this teenager. If I were in the crowd I would hardly notice him. It's just a bit too ordinary, right? Good shook his head and smiled with a kindly look on his face, and, "A gentleman's great virtue is deeply hidden as if it were empty. Master Taoist Jane. See that it is." This sentence also caused Jane Xin to produce some curious colors too. The middle-aged man on top of the ring walked up to the ring and opened his mouth after glancing at Guji. "No. 12 Lin Zhang wins." Lin Zhang stepped down from the ring, followed by 2 disciples carrying Guji down. The middle-aged man directly waved his big hand, and the ring was directly repaired and complete. Then continued, 201 versus 108, both on stage. As the middle-aged man fell, the knife-wielding Zhao Hu directly walked onto the ring. In contrast, Zhou Xingyi's face directly turned pale after seeing that his opponent was Zhao Hu. In his mind, he instantly remembered the scene where he chased himself with a knife during the second round. Where's the 201? Not coming on stage means abstention. The middle-aged man's voice once again resounded in the arena. "Get up there. The voice of the middle-aged silhouette in Zhou Xingyi's mind urged. Available. Zhou Xingyi is a bit timid. If you don't go in 3 breaths, you die. The middle-aged vapors threatened. Zhou Xingyi had no choice but to step into the ring anyway. Looking at the heart of Zhao Hu in front of him is still some fear. After all, this knife, Zhou Xingyi cannot prevent. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also did not hesitate to directly say, begin. After saying that, the middle-aged man's figure directly disappeared, and the energy shield directly rose. Humph, kid, when it's true that a mole cricket is in front and a horse is behind, I'll see how you run today. Zhao Hu carried his large sword with a teasing smile. There was no difference between him looking at Zhou Xingyi and looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Zhou Xingyi only felt a chill rise underneath his feet. His legs were about to start trembling, and he had absolutely no desire to fight at all right now. Take your life. Zhao Hu let out a cry of anger and directly stepped out with his sword, the blade instantly flashing in the field. This knife, extremely fast. Zhou Xingyi just froze in place, not having the time to do anything. All that could be seen was the look of fear in his eyes. Move. The middle-aged silhouette was a bit anxious. Pust. This extremely fast slash was actually empty. Not only was Zhao Hu a bit surprised, everyone outside the arena was a bit surprised as they also did not see how Zhou Xingyi dodged the slash. Zhao Hu quickly looked up, only to see that Zhou Xingyi was already 30 meters away. He was extremely puzzled at this point. A magic treasure? I'm getting serious. Lighten up on the scolding. Chapter 112, come on. Isn't your sword awesome? Have the guts to kill me. Without feeling any energy fluctuations, this Zhou Xingyi was already 30 meters away. Besides the magic treasure, Zhao Hu already couldn't think of what else it could be because of. Those on top of the viewing platform were also a bit surprised. This young man, does he have a magic treasure? Gu Dis said. That could be it, and the grade of the treasure is not low. Jane Xin returned. At this moment, Zhou Xingyi was still in the midst of the fear he had just experienced. Even he himself didn't know how he had come over. Rubbish. I used up so much soul power to save you. If you don't do it again, I'll kill you now. The middle-aged silhouette said angrily. It was only then that Zhou Xingyi reacted. Yes, if he didn't do it he would die, but if he did there might be some hope. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingyi decided to fight to the death. The big deal is that the least you can do is die a heroic death. Come on, isn't your sword awesome? Have the guts to chop old me to death. Zhou Xingyi shouted at Zhao Hu in the distance. Zhao Hu did not get angry upon hearing this and lifted his sword towards Zhou Xingqiang. Good boy. This is the first time I've seen this kind of request. I'll fulfill your request today. The golden light in his hand suddenly changed, and he directly rose into the air, shouting, thousand-wheel giant sword carriage, only to see the large sword in Zhao Hu's hand directly spinning rapidly. Even the space beside Zhao Hu was slowly tearing apart, and that large sword directly formed a rapidly spinning blade wheel. Kid, I don't blow. If you can take this move from me today, I admit defeat. With that said, Zhao Hu no longer hesitated. His hands exerted force and directly threw the bladed wheel in his hands towards Zhou Xingyi. The bladed wheel sliced through the air with a creaking sound, and the air became somewhat boiling, sweeping up gusts of smoke and whistling past. Zhou Xingyi's face changed greatly. Senior. Off. Zhou Xingyi was somewhat speechless, looking at the bladed wheel that was getting closer and closer to him. Zhou Xingyi's face changed greatly. He thought of it. Without hesitation quickly put his hand into his chest, and when he stretched it out again he only saw that in his hand there was already a huge bone. Zhou Xingyi blocked him in front of him even though he didn't know how to use it. The pair just blocked across the body like that. The bladed wheel came flying straight at me. Sound of escaping laughter. The sharply rotating bladed wheel struck directly on top of the massive bone. Zhou Xingyi was also merely knocked back by the force of that bladed wheel and slid out a few meters away. But nothing happened to himself. The bladed wheel still hadn't stopped, still spinning rapidly. However, no matter what, that bladed wheel did not cut the huge bone in Zhou Xingyi's hand. Not even a single grain of powder was chipped off in the slightest. Zhao Hu was confused. What's going on? His strongest move couldn't even cut through a bone? He was a little skeptical. Seeing this scene, on top of the viewing platform, Gu Dis suddenly stood up, staring at the huge bone in Zhou Xingyi's hand with some disbelief. This is an ancient dragon vertebrae. Dragon vertebrae. The two people beside him also had some shocked looks on their faces when they heard this. Ancient dragons, has long been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, this is only these people have heard of. As for the outside world there is no known. But now, in Zhou Xingyi's hands there was actually a whole dragon vertebrae, and it was still in such good condition. One must know that whether the dragon vertebrae was made into a defense or a weapon, that power could be no worse than a void supreme treasure in the slightest, or even much stronger. It makes whoever sees it not blush. Jane Hart tugged at the corner of Good's coat, signaling him to mind the occasion. Good naturally reacted and formed his hand into a fist.
holding it over his mouth and coughing lightly a few times to ease the embarrassment before sitting down again. LOL. The bladed wheel in front of Zhou Xingyi in the field broke directly into two halves, and even the blade had been smoothed out at the edge. Zhou Xingyi waved this big bone in his hand twice and also exclaimed, "Senior, this bone is really hard." The middle-aged silhouette picked the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. He was already too lazy to care. How? Zhao Hu was stunned. This was completely unexpected. Zhou Xingyi lifted the large bone in his hand and pointed it at Zhao Hu, smiling smugly. "You lost. Keep the promise." "A pact? What agreement?" Zhao Hu was full of disdain. His heart was even more furious. "No more nonsense." Right hand stretched out toward the front, clenched into a fist, retracted backward, and swung out violently. "Go down and make a pact with Hades." Boom! A fist came out. The power looked extremely strong, and there was also immortal power flowing around it. In just 3 breaths of effort, Zhao Hu had arrived in front of Zhou Xingyi before he swung the big bone in his hand once again. Zhao Hu forced himself to close his body, knowing he couldn't just beat this bone. Seeing this, the corner of Zhou Xingyi's mouth rose slightly. His left hand stretched out directly, and the heavenly steel protector above his wrist was directly exposed. Swish! 3 pinhead-sized crossbow arrows unknowingly shot directly towards Zhao Hu's neck. Zhao Hu, who was about to throw another punch, only felt some itchiness at his neck, reached out and touched it, and raised his hand to see his face change. When he opened his mouth to say something, Zhao Hu's body fell straight down. Death is not an option. Those above the viewing gallery hadn't even reacted yet, completely unaware of what had happened. Zhao Hu is dead. How did it die? However, those on the viewing platform didn't show any surprise. They knew very well how Zhao Hu died. The middle-aged man appeared above the ring and looked at Zhao Hu, who had fallen to the ground, with a cold expression. 201 Zhou Xingyi wins. Zhou Xingyi waved his hand towards those spectators, fearing that those people would not remember him. Slowly, he then walks down to the ring. Those heavenly pride of Song Luchan who were preparing for the battle were also looking at this person in the late Dala stage in a different light. The middle-aged man above the ring said again, 8. Zhang Mu vs Sui Yang. Zhang Mu concedes. Sui Yang wins. Zhou Xingyi vs Shu Yulok. Shu Yulok says thank you to Zhou Xingyi and directly admits defeat. Zhou Xingyi wins. Lin Zhang vs Duan Ming. Lin Zhang wins. Song Luchan vs Lai Jiangbai. Lai Jiangbai wins. Sui Yang vs Zhou Xingyi. Sui Yang wins. Waste. The middle-aged silhouette cursed angrily. Zhou Xingyi could only withdraw from the arena helplessly. And, what is Senior going to do now? Zhou Xingyi said. Wait to see when the time is right I will strike. The middle-aged figure commanded. Once again, after a few rounds of competition, there were only 2 people left on the scene. 2 people that were rather surprising to everyone. Lin Zhang, Ri Jiangbai. The middle-aged man's figure appeared in the field and looked at the 2 before saying, "Ready?" The 2 men nodded. "Begin." As the voice fell, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared into the field. Lin Zhang stopped speaking and directly took the lead. The heavenly tribulation lightning around his body directly covered his entire body and swept across the entire field. Chapter 113, the rules set by the 3 clans. The 3 clans are going to break it. Can you admit defeat? Lin Zhang said. Lai Jiangbai smiled without saying a word, and similarly raised one hand. The sky suddenly changed. A violent storm of sand and dust, protecting Lai Jiangbai in it. Lin Zhang was still bland. His palms directly joined together. Countless channels of heavenly tribulation lightning struck directly towards Li Jiangbai. Lai Jiangbai waved his big hand and the hurricane in his hand similarly chopped towards Lin Zhang's heavenly tribulation lightning. The 2 extremely strong attacks caused the ring to tremble for a few moments. You are very good and qualified to be my opponent, Ri Jiangbai said. Lin Zhang didn't respond with a disdainful face. He knew that this Lai Jiangbai was very different from the others, so he simply opened up. Lin Zhang crossed his hands as palms, and the lightning that covered his body directly all coalesced together to form a palm-sized orb. From a distance it looked no different from a point of light, but the power contained within it was detected even by everyone outside the ring. This blow, it's strong. Can he block it? Janehard said to Good. Good was a little unsure. This ball of light is so powerful, it's hard to tell. Lai Jiangbai's eyes were frozen to the extreme at the moment. He had no confidence, but it was still hard and ready to block. With a wave of his hand, a sword appeared in Li Jiangbai's hand. Ri Jiangbai's grip was tight. Not daring to be careless, Lin Zhang didn't have any flashy whistling to say. The ball of light in his hand was thrown directly towards Lai Jiangbai in the distance. Extremely fast, Lai Jiangbai held his long sword and shouted under his breath, chopping the sky, only to see the long sword in Li Jiangbai's hand instantly come out of its sheath. The might contained within it revealing an irresistible color as it directly slashed towards that ball of light. Boom! A loud sound that exploded into the sky and into the ground rang out directly inside the ring.
The ball of light directly exploded. A dazzling white light swept across the entire ring, and even the shield around the ring instantly exploded when this white light appeared. All of the people within the demon battlefield were all stabbed to open their eyes, wanting to know what was going on. The white light dissipated, only to see that above the ring, Lin Zhang was still standing in it, but on the contrary, Li Jiangbai, at this moment, was already lying motionless on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Although everyone was puzzled, they knew that the number one in this session seemed to be Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang took one step towards Li Jiangbai, his eyes filled with mockery. Heaven's mandate? Are you Li Jiangbai really still the same as before? That heaven's mandate? How is it that you would now fall in front of a loser like me? Without stopping, Lin Zhang came to Li Jiangbai's side and stepped on top of his chest. Remember, that's how you used to step on me. Mercilessly crushing, taunting, and insulting me underfoot. All of this is still engraved deeply in my mind. And as I said, everything you did to me in the past, one day I will pay back double. Lin Zhang's foot stomped harder and, ahem! Li Jiangbai was spitting out blood in large mouths. His body looked extremely weak. He looked at Lin Zhang and asked somewhat weakly, "You, who the hell are you?" Ha ha ha. Lin Zhang laughed. "Who am I? You actually forget who I am? Oh, that's right. How could a heavenly destiny like you remember a loser? Skip class of students." Lin Zhang waved his big hand. The black robe on his body was directly ripped off, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Li Jiangbai. "Now do you know who I am?" Li Jiangbai was shocked. "It's you. You actually didn't die." After seeing this person's face, Li Jiangbai clenched his fists. "Off! Get your feet off me. I should have chopped you off with one sword last time. A punk is a punk after all." Bear! Lin Zhang's foot stomped even harder, and he directly laughed out loud. "Rubbish? Then have you ever thought that today, this so-called heavenly destiny of yours will be trampled under my feet?" Chop! Lin Zhang directly kicked Li Jiangbai hard in the chest. Li Jiangbai only felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a large mouthful of blood in his mouth. "Quickly admit defeat, Li Jiangbai," Good shouted at Li Jiangbai with some anxiety. "Admit defeat?" Li Jiangbai laughed. "Even if I die today, I won't admit defeat to a punk, either." Li Jiangbai's voice was hoarse and incomparable, as if he was shouting with his throat clenched. Lin Zhang also laughed. "Then you can just go die." With that said, Lin Zhang's hand rolled with heavenly tribulation lightning and stored up his strength. Without hesitation he directly blasted towards Li Jiangbai's face. Bang! Lin Zhang was confused. The earth was shattered. Yet Li Jiangbai's figure was already gone. Lin Zhang looked around and looked back, only to see that Li Jiangbai had already been saved by Gude. "Kid, it's over. You should stop," Good said to Lin Zhang with a hint of a threatening tone. And Lin Zhang stood up straight and just stared at Gude. Although Gude was the lord of the upper three sect, Lin Zhang didn't have any fear in his eyes at the moment. "I would like to ask the upper three clans, did Li Jiangbai abstain?" Lin Zhang asked rhetorically. Good didn't say anything, but there was a hint more of a chill in his eyes as he looked at Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang's eyes still didn't dodge as he continued. "Above the ring, those who didn't abstain. Life or death. This is the rule set by the three sects. Do the three sects want to take the lead in breaking this rule today?" Lin Zhang's gaze swept across the tens of millions of people in the room. Are the three sects going to break this rule in front of so many people? Eventually Lin Zhang's gaze once again landed on Good. "Yeah, the match isn't over yet. Li Jiangbai didn't forfeit." At this time, someone above the viewing gallery spoke out. One person spoke up followed by many others. Seeing the situation, Chen Liang, who was sitting in the corner, also whispered, "Shady, shady, shady." Lin Zhang smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Since the three sects wanted to control it, then he would encourage the crowd. He didn't believe that these three sects would still dare to break the rules in front of so many people. It just so happened that he had offended these three clans today, and he wouldn't believe that these three clans would take action against him, a junior, in front of so many people. Good gazed at Lin Zhang. "Kid, you're very smart. So you have to kill Li Jianbai today?" Lin Zhang nodded his head and didn't say anything. Gude's face looked somewhat contemptuous. "Good." Gude directly placed Li Jianbai in his hands on the ground, while he himself took a few steps back and said faintly, "Kill." Lin Zhang was also a bit surprised to see this approach from Good, but since Good had said it, could he not kill him? Summoning heavenly lightning directly in his hand, he slowly walked towards Li Jiangbai. "Ancient!" Li Jiangbai weakly shouted. Lin Zhang looked carefully at Good again, who didn't move. "For the last time, will you admit defeat?" Lin Zhang said. "Bah!" Li Jiangbai directly spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm towards Lin Zhang. "Rubbish! If you have the guts to get me killed, even if I die, I will definitely not admit defeat to a punk." Chapter 114 Dark Spectre Token Broken. Dark Spectre Pressure Attacks. Lin Zhang smiled. Good. Just waiting for your words. Saying that, Lin Zhang's footsteps directly accelerated. And in his hands, the heavenly tribulation lightning flashed greatly, directly attached to his hands, and a palm directly slapped towards Li Jiangbai's face. Boom! Lin Zhang flew backwards, his body smashing directly onto the ground, and the ring was smashed with several cracks. A splash of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as Lin Zhang struggled to get up, looking at Gu De in disbelief. You! Gu De's gaze was contemptuous and rather playful. I'm asking you to kill, but you still can't really kill? Although there was anger in Lin Zhang's heart, he knew that he couldn't turn his back on this person. Just now, Gu didn't kill him. It was just because so many people were watching at the scene. However, if he waited for everyone to leave, these three clans would most likely just kill and exterminate him. Lin Zhang knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait. The three clans? Do you really want to break the rules? Lin Zhang waved his hand and pointed at everyone present. In front of so many people, do you want to take the lead in breaking the rules? Ha ha ha. Good laughed. Rules? So what if I break them today? So what if I don't break them today? I made the rules. Those who need to follow the rules are those who are outside of making the rules. What does it have to do with me? With one big suck of Gu's hand, it was as if Lin Zhang's body in the distance was being drawn away from him, unable to lift any movement of resistance, and was directly lifted in Gu's hands. Lin Zhang was constantly struggling, trying to break free. Even the heavenly tribulation lightning could not be released. The power in his body was as if it had been sealed. He could not feel any power in his body at all. No different than a mortal. Kid, you like to press me with so many people, don't you? Today I will destroy you in front of these tens of millions of people, so that you can see that there can be someone who dares to say a word of no. Gu's hand got harder and harder, and Lin Zhang clutched Gu's arm in a death grip, his face starting to hold in the red. So what if you get me killed? I, Lin Zhang, will never regret what I did today. Lin Zhang strained to speak, his speech becoming a little unclear. Humph. Gu coldly grunted, and the strength of the large hand that was thrusting at Lin Zhang increased once again by a lot. Lin Zhang now only felt that breathing had become a bit difficult, and he had already started to roll his eyes. At that moment the figure of An Lan Xiu appeared in the arena, took Gu's arm in one hand, shook his head and, ancient, doing so is detrimental to the honor of the three clans. It's never allowed. Gu frowned, but the strength in his hands still increased a lot. Shaoan, don't worry about this matter. I have to get him killed today. Ancient. And Lan Xiu stared intently into Gu's eyes and shook her head once again. Never. Gu pondered in his mind for a moment, and looked angrily at Lin Zhang, and then at An Lan Xiu. Pust. With a wave of his big hand, he directly threw the Lin Zhang in his hand, fiercely onto the ground in the distance. Lin Zhang struggled to support the ground with his hands, panting heavily, his face extremely ugly. Gu was still looking at Lin Zhang in the distance with contempt. Kid, I won't kill you for the sake of Shaoan, but if you still want to live today, the only way is to abstain. Do you understand? Lin Zhang covered his chest with one hand with difficulty, gritted his teeth, and glared fiercely at Gu De. Seeing this, An Lan Xiu also shook her head slightly at Lin Zhang, her eyes signaling him to hurry up and abstain then leave. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhang grinned a grimace and desperately laughed in shame. Abstain? Swish. Only a sound of electric current rang out in the field, which was extremely fast and incomparable. The bang! Li Jianbai, who was lying on the ground in the distance in an incomparably weak state, had a finger-sized bloody hole appearing above his head at the moment. Li Kong Pak, dead. None of them reacted. All of them. Nobody reacted. Gu's face paled. Even An Lan Xiu was a bit surprised. Kid, you will die today. Gu's figure instantly disappeared in place. His feet built up strength, and a heaven-shaking pressure enveloped Lin Zhang's entire body. Foot drop. The earth is directly chapped. Empty. This extremely strong kick actually came up empty. Gu also felt a trace of surprise, and was also shocked when he looked at Lin Zhang, who was half kneeling on the ground in the distance. Gale steps. Gu's eyes revealed a hint of greed, and even more so, a hint of scorn. The heavenly tribulation lightning, ancient mysteries, boy, no matter how many more secrets you have on you, there's no way I'm going to be able to keep you as a scourge. The power in Gu's hands surged, and the killing intent in his eyes turned into substance. Ancient. And Lan Xiu reached out again and stopped in front of Gu. Ancient concern for the greater good. Gu was now unable to listen in the slightest. Shaoan, I advise you not to stop me. I will kill this son today. And Lan Xiu still did not retreat, still stopped in front of Gu. Gu saw this directly pushed away An Lan Xiu, but An Lan Xiu still did not flash, still so persistent to stop in front of the body of Gu. Gu was a bit helpless. Little An, when will your temper change? And Lan Xiao didn't say anything and looked at Gu De with an extremely serious face. In the distance, Lin Zhang stood up with great difficulty. His body was bruised and battered, but in his eyes was still the same kind of determination that he had in the beginning. Are these the three clans? Are these the leaders of the central state? I think it's just a bunch of losers who can't hold on to the wall. Fairness. I, Lin Zhang, only want to solicit a fairness. I didn't expect that your three clans would not value you as much as a woman. It's really degrading to the prestige of these three clans, isn't it? The moment. Not only was it Gu De, even the other great clans above the viewing platform and even Jane Xin, Huai Hai, their faces became ugly. Kid, insulting the three clans. That alone is enough for you to die 100 times. Jane Xin's jade hand flicked at Lin Zhang and a white energy ray shot directly towards Lin Zhang's face. There was nothing in Lan Xiao could do at this moment even if he wanted to save it. Lin Zhang braced himself and performed the blistering wind steps again, but it was still a bit too late, only to see that the light still shot above his chest. Lin Zhang's body was then flipped over. Lying on the ground, he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood, but to his surprise, his chest was actually not pierced. With a puzzled look, Lin Zhang lifted the shirt on his chest, and a broken pure black token came into his eyes. He was a bit puzzled, but he instantly remembered the auction he had at the Tianxian continent. Lin Zhang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The token that he got from hundreds of millions of immortal crystals hadn't been used yet, and he was going to die today. Jian Xin was also a bit surprised that her own casual strike had failed to exterminate a tiny immortal king first grade. Solely raising his jade hand again, a ray of light once again flew out towards Lin Zhang. At this moment, Lin Zhang already had the heart to do nothing, so he just closed his eyes and waited for death. His heart was not in it. Right at this moment, a blood-black energy spread rapidly towards the surroundings on top of that pure black token. And even that attack from Jane Xin was directly crushed by this blood-black energy. Chapter 115, Laughing at the wind and clouds among the ghosts and gods and killing the heavens with a dagger in hand. Immediately afterward a voice, on top of the already broken token, rang out. What can't be done? What can't be killed? Who to kill and what to do? All of the people within the presence all felt this aura, and all of them also heard this voice. No one knows exactly what's going on or who's talking. On the viewing platform, Jane Xin's expression changed. A little stunned, but more of a look of doubt, including Gu De as well as Huai Hai. It was because they felt an aura on top of this black token that made all three of them have to be a little afraid. Lin Zhang's eyes snapped open as he looked at the already broken black token in front of his chest, revealing a look of incomprehension, but he still subconsciously shouted in a feeble voice, I will destroy the upper three sect. Clamor. At these words, everyone froze once again. Exterminate the last three sects. Isn't that a bit of a mouthful? However, although these words were nothing to Jane Heartsears, she always felt that something bad was about to happen soon. What are you waiting for? Good. Settle this quickly. Jane Xin hurriedly shouted at Gu De. She had a bad premonition. That energy fluctuation just now was not false. Surprisingly, just by virtue of the aura released by the token, her attack was dissolved. That could only mean one thing. The origins of that token are not simple. Good also didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense. His right hand was directly raised, clenched into a fist, slightly retracted towards the back, crossed in Lan Xiao and violently swung his fist out, directly bombarding towards Lin Zhang's skull. Bang! A loud roar set off a burst of furious energy that swept across the field. Command a horse. Pattering sound. A drop of blood dripped to the ground. Whoosh! Good's body snapped, directly flying backwards, smashing through the viewing mat. Everyone above the viewing gallery quickly withdrew and retreated to the side, looking toward Good, who was lying wretchedly in a rock crevice. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Good now only felt that his internal organs had been shifted. Ribs are broken more than 10. He one hand hard to support the ground. At the moment want to stand up are a little difficult, because his other arm had disappeared. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Lin Zhang, only to see that in front of him, there was a bloody arm laid out in front of him. It didn't take much thought to realize that the arm was the same one that had disappeared into thin air for Good. No one knew exactly what Good had just gone through, because things were moving so fast that no one noticed how Good suddenly flew out and broke an arm. Even Good himself didn't know what was happening. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A mighty pressure instantly covered the entire demon battlefield. Immediately after that, a voice in the sky that was chilly to the extreme resounded between heaven and earth, laughing at the winds and clouds among the ghosts and gods, carrying a dagger in his hand to kill the heavens. No one has shown up. Pressure 2. The sound comes first. When everyone in the arena heard this voice again, their gazes all unconsciously looked towards the sky. Even the lord of the upper three sect was looking towards the sky with a frown on his face at this moment. only to see that above the distant sky, a black-robed man with a Yama totem embroidered on his chest was walking towards the demon battlefield with one step of instantaneous movement and one step of blood mist. Everyone was a little puzzled, but also a little surprised, who had no idea who this person was. However, Su Tingsheng was the only one who could tell with a single glance that this person was a member of the Dark Spectre Hall after seeing how he was dressed. Su Tingsheng was now itching to go straight up and dismantle this person, but he knew very well that just the pressure released by this person alone was not something that he, a tiny immortal monarch first grade, could compare to. Terror. Su Tingsheng could only think of 2 words in his mind, and he didn't know whether he should be thankful or worried now. The man in black is the Dark Spectre Hall's adjudicator-level assassin, codenamed Night Judgment. Night Ruler had arrived in front of Lin Zhang at this moment and stood straight. All the people in the venue did not say a single word. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from this person's body, they all couldn't help but shiver and looked at Night Ruling with vigilant eyes. Night Ruling asked as he looked down at Lin Zhang, who was lying on the ground. "What did you just say?" Lin Zhang froze for a while before he reacted. Looking at the broken token and then at the black-robed man in front of him, he seemed to understand. The person in front of me should be the person of the Dark Spectre Hall above this token. Although he couldn't see the strength of the person in front of him, and he wasn't sure if this so-called Dark Spectre Hall had the strength to fight against the 3 sects, but he had no other choice now, and it could be said that this token was the biggest card he had left. "I will make the upper 3 sect disappear forever within the boundaries of the central state." Without hesitation Lin Zhang blurted it out directly, but he still looked at Night Ruling with some uncertainty. "I wonder if possible?" The corners of Night Ruling's mouth hooked up, and with a chilling smile on his face, he said, "May." Saying that, Night Ruling's icy gaze swept over everyone present, his left hand slightly raised and extended, pointing at Good Dao. "What do you call it?" Good was confused by the question. Although he couldn't see through this person's strength, he still wanted to make a name for himself based on the prestige of the upper 3 clans. This seat on the 3 clans, Xin Tian Sword. Click. Before Good could finish his sentence, he saw his head roll to the ground, his eyes glazed over. Ink. The Night Ruling was impatient to hear it, and then asked Lin Zhang once again, "Correctable?" Lin Zhang subconsciously nodded his head vigorously. Night Ruling raised his hand again and pointed again. "What do you call it?" "Woohoo!" Song Qiming looked around, and looked at himself. Yes, pointed to himself. Song Qiming all of a sudden began to panic, and hastily blurted out, "Senior, I'm not from the upper 3 sect. I'm from the Bright Moon House." Song Qiming was now close to kneeling down and kowtowing twice. "Go!" A voice in Zhou Xingyi's head in the crowd rang out urgently. Zhou Xingyi was a bit puzzled. "What's wrong, senior? Don't care about anything. Go first." The middle-aged silhouette ordered Zhou Xingyi in a panic. Although Zhou Xingyi was a bit confused, he carefully left the demon battlefield while everyone was not paying attention. "Oh, no." Night Ruling was getting a little annoyed that, taking a step forward directly, the soles of his feet stomped hard into the ground, and a terrifying wave of air directly dispersed in all directions towards the surroundings. "The upper 3 clans stay. The rest of you who don't roll within 3 breaths, die." Night Ruling's icy cold words once again resounded throughout the entire demon battlefield. Everyone was slightly stunned by the 1 breath. Everyone panicked. This person was actually really counting. There was no hesitation, everyone ran directly towards the outside of the demonic battlefield. In just 2 breaths of time, the demon battlefield that had originally possessed tens of millions of people was now only a mere handful. Jane Xin Huaihai naturally thought of running. And how could they dare to resist when Good had been seconded? Chapter 116, and Lanchio is angry. The secret of the Buddha. When the two were about to leave, they realized that their legs seemed to be trapped by something, and no matter what methods they used, the two failed to break open. Jane Xin and Huaihai were anxious at the moment. The two of them looked at Night Ruling with eyes filled with the color of fear, and now no one knew what to do. Sister Jianxin go ah, Master Huaihai go ah, and Lanchio did not leave. She looked at the immobile two, her face filled with anxiety. The two didn't respond to Lanchio's words, and their eyes kept looking at the Night Ruling without moving away. "What do you mean by that, senior?" Huaihai said. Night Ruling looked at the two with a smile on his face. "What do you mean? Only the two of you in the field have the same strength as that old man. Can you two still say that the two of you are not from the so-called 3 clans? The two of them, Jane Xin and Huaihai, became extremely gloomy, but Jane Xin remained emboldened and said, "Senior, in terms of strength I do need to address you as a senior. But even so, could it be that senior really intends to challenge our upper 3 sect in the central state for the sake of a person for no reason at all? If senior stops now, I can represent the upper 3 sect to forget all the things that senior did today. What do you think, senpai?" Night Ruler's hand grip tightened a bit, but his face remained a breezy color. "Are you threatening me?" Jane Hart forced herself to be calm. Her eyes did not leave the Night Ruling. Snap! Night Ruling slapped Jane Xin directly on the face. Jane Xin was directly confused by this sudden slap.
Feeling the hot color coming from her face,
Jane Xin's face instantly went cold.
Since I was a child there has never been anyone who dared to slap this seat.
Senior, are you not going a little overboard here? Jane Xin looked at Night Ruling with an icy gaze. Snap. Still slapping Jane Xin's face? Night Ruling looked at Jane Xin with a smirk, not a smile. You're glaring at me? Although Jane Xin had anger in her heart, she didn't dare to show a trace of displeasure now,
and could only lower her head and forcefully hold back the anger in her heart.
Bang. Another slap, directly on Jane Xin's face, and Jane Xin's mouth spilled a touch of blood. Senior, what you did is really a bit excessive.
Jane Xin now had murderous intent in her eyes. She only wanted to kill the person in front of her now.
Bang! Night Ruling directly kicked Jane Xin in the stomach, and Jane Xin was directly sent flying dozens of meters away by this kick, smashing into the distant viewing gallery before coming to a stop. Put! Jane Xin directly spat out a mouthful of blood,
her hands covering her stomach,
looking to be in extreme pain. Sister Jane Xin.
And Lanchio was about to run in the direction of Jianshan in the distance when Night Ruling's voice rang in her ears.
Move and you die.
And Lanchio's face changed greatly. This was also the first time she was threatened by someone else. Although her heart was unwilling, but she could only look helplessly at the distant Jianshan.
Standing in place without moving a step, Night Ruler raised his left hand and glanced at Jane Xin in the distance. His palm instantly clenched into a fist. Boom! The body of Jane Xin,
who was lying on the ground in the distance, instantly exploded and directly turned into a mist of blood.
Sister Jane Hart.
And Lanchio was in complete disbelief after seeing this scene.
She was in complete disbelief that Jane Xin,
who had taught her for nearly 1,000 years,
would actually die in front of her, even if the body wasn't even left behind. The original Huaihai saw this scene.
The heart will inevitably also appear some of the fear. The hands of the Buddha beads grip tighter speed also accelerated a few points.
Ba! Damn you! And Lanchio was angry. Without the slightest hesitation,
the martial god gun was directly held in his hand, and his aura directly changed drastically around him.
Wariness. Fistful of ideas. 3 thoughts on the meaning of the word. Gun up.
And Lanchio took an arrow step and killed directly towards Night Ruling,
striking out with a killing move.
Night Ruling also revealed an unexpected look.
Interesting. Without any flashy moves,
the right leg directly raised and kicked out.
Boom!
The distant viewing mat directly shattered, only to see that Lanchio was already lying there covered in wounds,
fainting to death.
Killing intent flashed in Night Ruling's eyes, and his right hand was raised to aim directly at Lanchio.
Elder, can you let her live? At this time,
Lin Zhang's weak voice rang out.
The Night Ruling was a bit of a surprise, a bit puzzling, but it couldn't be helped. The customer is God.
Eventually, he lowered his hand and looked at Huaihai with a kind smile on his face.
Hey, old monk, stop chanting. It's your turn. SS.
Sound of air sucked between the teeth,
indicating hesitation or thinking over.
When Huaihai heard these words, his entire body directly paused, and the Buddha beads in his hands had stopped turning.
Is it time to come?
Huaihai muttered to himself, but he still opened his eyes to look at the Night Ruling with a frank look on his face.
Ba Buddha. Fellow Taoist, I know that heaven's order cannot be disobeyed, and that Buddhism cannot be destroyed,
but it is detrimental to the first to gain. If the Taoist fury goes on like this, it will inevitably stop at the immortal monarch Great Circle in the future.
Even if you want to break through the realm, you, Taoist friend, will be devoured by the heavenly tribulation and perish in the world. Night Ruling just smiled faintly. Oh yeah?
You're wrong, old monk. I'm originally a knife head licking blood, living toward death.
If it's adversity, I'll make him good. Make the impossible possible. So old bald ass, you'd better worry about worrying about yourself.
Night Ruling fiddled with the pure purple with some red dagger in his hand and looked at Huaihai with a smile on his face.
I think it's a bit boring to just kill you dry.
I've heard that since ancient times the Buddhist sect's battle power has been very high.
Why don't you let me see it?
Hey,
Huaihai sighed.
That's just it. Since there will be a death, then the poor monk will save up some mean gain, so that he can find a good errand after arriving over there.
Can you look after it? Fellow Taoist. Huaihai hands turn over.
A golden give staff appeared in the hands. The body shape of a leap to exit a few steps,
legs sitting on the ground,
hands together give staff across the hands,
the mouth silently recite the Buddha incantation, surrounded by golden light. Fellow Taoist, you can watch.
This move was created by the first ancestor of my Buddhist sect,
named Di Zong Wang Bodhi.
Huaihai raised his hands above his head, and the staff of bestowal in his hand flew up into the sky and disappeared within the clouds.
Knock!
Only to hear a loud sound directly from the clouds above, followed by 100 feet of clouds directly dissipated to form 1,000 feet of cloud circle.
as if the door to the sky was wide open. Golden light appeared, only to see within the cloud circle a golden giant Buddha close to 1,000 feet directly appeared, and fell down rapidly towards the night cutting technique. Fellow Taoist, can you catch it? Huai Hai asked. Night Ruling laughs. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. In that case I'll let you die with some dignity. The space of Night Ruling's right arm directly formed black, and the skin of the entire right arm directly turned blood red, and even the mold of the right arm turned into a devilish three-clawed one. Night Ruling laughed evilly and blasted out with a claw, and a black hole twice as big as the giant Buddha directly appeared in the sky above the giant Buddha. Chapter 117. Did I tell you to leave? Kneel down. Inside the black hole, a huge blood-red, three-fingered giant arm formed into a fist and violently blasted towards the giant Buddha. Boom! The large golden light of the earth Bodhisattva directly collapsed, turning into countless golden light dissipated between heaven and earth. Huai Hai, who was sitting on the ground, had a sharp pain in his chest, and his face was hideous and horrible as he violently opened his eyes directly, looking at Night Ruling with eyes that were completely unbelievable. You're not human. Who the hell are you? Swish! Only the sound of a dagger slashing through a throat rang out across the field. Huai Hai was directly silent, but still maintained the posture of sitting cross-legged with his hands folded. Night Ruling laughed coldly. He, what you know. What you don't know saying more won't do you any good, so even if you know, you'll still die. Retrieving the dagger and sticking it in his waist, he turned his head to look at Lin Zhang. Still satisfied? Lin Zhang looked at the people of the upper three clans who were already dead and couldn't die anymore, stayed as if they were on the spot. He felt that all of this was happening somewhat unrealistically, but still, he spoke. Full. Satisfied. Night Ruling smiled faintly. Suddenly, the demon battlefield shook violently, and the pressure of dozens of powerful people in the sky directly enveloped the entire demon battlefield. Swordmaster / Dao Master Host / Almost at the same time, several voices in the sky sounded at the same time. The figures of dozens of top immortal king powerhouses arrived directly in the skies above the demon battlefield, and there was even the presence of several immortal monarch powerhouses. Just the aura released by these dozens of powerhouses themselves alone caused the space in the sky to tremble, covering the sky. At the first moment they discovered that the soul tags of the various patriarchs were broken. All of the top powerhouses within the upper three clans rushed towards the demon battlefield. Everyone in the demon city was on edge, so how could they not know what was happening? Even now there were still tens of millions of people stationed here below the demon battlefield. Hey, who do you think this black-clothed person who just told us to get out is? How dare he not put the upper three clans in his eyes? Well, I'm not sure, but did you notice that the black-clothed man's dress resembles the 4 black-clothed men who exterminated that emotional Holy Land some time ago? The man's eyes lit up all of a sudden. If you don't say it, I really didn't think of it. What's it called? Oh yeah, Dark Spectre Hall. But then again, did this Dark Spectre Hall think they were invincible to the world just because they exterminated the Clear Void Sacred Land? The man shook his head. I'm not sure about this, although I'm not sure who's stronger between the Dark Spectre Hall and the Upper Three Sect. I'm guessing that the man in black has been crippled by now. What makes you say that? The man was a little puzzled. This person laughed and smiled. Think about it. Although the Dark Pantheon Hall was able to destroy the Clear Void Sacred Land, that man in black was a person who provoked the Upper Three Sect. The Three Sect. Not one. But even if it's one Upper Three Sect, I reckon it's not something the Dark Spectre Hall can shake. It's also true that this Dark Spectre Hall's people are all a bit sick in the head, and they dare to make any kind of money. As Lin Zhang looked at the dozens of silhouettes that suddenly appeared in the sky above him, he also couldn't help but show bitterness, and somewhat apologetically looked at the Night Ruling. Seniors, Night Ruling said nothing and reached out to stop Lin Zhang's words. The crowd of the 3 clans in the sky stared at the bloody scene above the demon battlefield. They all couldn't believe that their own patriarch was actually dead. The patriarch of the Upper Three Sect is actually dead just like that? At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed by anger, looking at the only 2 people within the demon battlefield, Night Ruler and Lin Zhang. They didn't need to think about it to know that these 2 people must be the ones who had killed their patriarch. Thief! You seek death. Dressed in Xian Tian sword sect elder costume of an old man. Without saying anything directly shot. He now wants only to take revenge for the patriarch. Overwhelming heavenly sword formation. The old man shouted, striking out with the strongest killing move, only to see that above the originally clear sky, a spell formation appeared out of nowhere, and 3 long swords slowly flew out in that formation. Die for me! With an angry voice, the old man put his 2 fingers together and stabbed forward. The 3 long swords directly flew towards Night Ruling to kill. Night Ruling snorted coldly, his face full of disdain as he opened his palm and gave a slight grip to those 3 swords. Break! The 3 swords that flew rapidly towards Night Ruling broke directly, becoming powder in an instant.
The old man's eyes were tightly closed and his eyebrows rose lightly.
Somewhat at a loss for words. Yet it's not over.
Night ruling eyes killing intent flashed. Hand clenched into a fist directly blasted out.
In the old man's head of the place a small black hole directly appeared. Blood-colored three-clawed devil-like fist directly blasted down. The old man didn't have the slightest reaction. He only felt a huge force coming from the top of his head, and his body was viciously draped on the ground directly in the sky. Bang! The earth sank straight down, and the old man had become a pile of rotten meat. Clamor! The people of the three clans above the sky were all confused. What? What did they see? Until this moment all the people all reacted to the past. The patriarch is dead themselves, just how to have the courage to rush to the patriarch to avenge the ground. Escape! Now there's only one thing on each of their minds. Got to go. Got to get out of here. Golden light appeared underneath everyone's feet,
and all of them took out their own skills to desperately escape from this place.
Night Ruling's face remained bland, and a chilling,
piercing voice rang out from his mouth in the middle of the field.
Escape? You've come all this way, and I'm giving you permission to leave. Clunk! The Night Ruler's hand took one step, and the sky and earth changed color,
and the earth crumbled. Those who were about to escape only felt a sense of oppression that they could not resist at all,
assaulting their hearts.
All the power in his body seemed to have been drained out of him, and he was forced to the ground. Everyone looked at each other with nothing but endless fear in their eyes.
Looking at the Night Ruling in front of them, they only felt so small. Spell it out. At that moment,
a voice rang out at this inopportune occasion,
followed by a figure popping out in a hurry, slashing towards Night Ruling with a knife. Kneel! A voice rang out,
and the knife-wielding man with the extremely fast figure only felt that a huge force of tons suddenly pressed down on his body.
Without any surprise,
the knife-wielding man was directly pressed to the ground and crushed into a pile of mush. The people of the three sects' legs involuntarily trembled at the sight of this scene, their bodies subconsciously retreating towards the back. Night Ruling looked at those people with cold eyes,
no different from looking at a bunch of mole crickets. Not kneeling? Night Ruling Sen's chilling voice exploded in everyone's ears. Anum! Clang! The people of the three clans all knelt down, so synchronized.
Night Ruling turned around and looked at the long-dazed Lin Zhang and asked,
"Kill? Ha?" Lin Zhang was a bit uncertain,
but those dozens of people from the three clans kneeling in the distance were very clear.
This was putting their lives and the lives of others in the hands of a hairless teenager? Chapter 118 Who among you kneeling is not a person of status?
They are very dissatisfied in their hearts.
Who is not a person of status among those kneeling? Who is not an elder of a clan, just hastily handing over the lives of himself and others to a kid? They are not convinced. But what could they do even if they were not convinced? This was the reality. They could only pray that this teenager could let them off the hook. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and fear swept through their bodies. May I?
Lin Zhang naturally wasn't someone who was afraid to do anything.
He did things cleanly and quickly. But this time, after all,
it was involving so many high-level people from the three clans.
So he still inquired about the Night Ruling's opinion. Night Ruling laughed lightly and asked rhetorically, "What do you think?"
Lin Zhang understood, and without a bit of procrastination spat out a single word from his mouth.
"Kill." What? The people of the three clans were instantly desperate, but they still couldn't help but angrily curse Lin Zhang in their hearts.
Night Ruler took out his dagger and turned it in his hand as he took one step towards the people of the three clans kneeling on the ground. The people of the three clans were sweating profusely on top of their faces. In their eyes the Night Ruling at this moment was like a devil. With every step towards them, their hearts were trembling chaotically. Some even started kowtowing directly, with words begging for forgiveness constantly coming out of their mouths.
"Senior, spare my life. Senior, you open up.
I'm willing to gift all my treasures to Senior.
Please, Senior can let me off the hook. Yes, yes, yes. Senior, if you can spare us today, we are willing to dedicate everything we have." Night Ruling didn't pay attention to them, and walked to them.
A hand directly extended and choked the neck of one person, who was scared and begged for forgiveness again and again, but it was all to no avail, only to hear a click.
The man's neck snapped in response,
and his body directly went limp. Night Ruling threw the body in his hand very casually as if it were a dead dog. The people were all so frightened that they could not even speak. Click! There was another crisp sound of breaking bones,
followed by being thrown out again.
It still didn't stop. The crisp clicks continued to ring out, and the pile behind them continued to stack higher and higher.
At this moment, the Night Ruler was like an emotionless god of death, reaping the lives of the people of the three clans one after another. In just a few breaths of effort, most of the scene was already dead. The remaining people could no longer sit still. The feeling of despair of waiting for death had made them lose all hope. Surname Pang. The energy rushed up to the sky. A middle-aged man could no longer withstand such torture, and without any hesitation directly killed towards Night Ruling. Night Ruler just slightly raised his eyes and looked over. and that middle-aged man had already turned into blood mist before he could even touch the corner of Night Ruler's coat. Blood splattered in all directions, waving on everyone's faces and clothes. However, the Night Ruling was the only one that remained spotless, as if there was a barrier around it that wrapped it up without any dead ends. Night Ruling laughed coldly, a mere ant in the district, presuming to kill a god. Pathetic and ridiculous. The rest of those people from the 3 clans who were kneeling on the ground also gave up their resistance after seeing the middle-aged man's previous experience. After all, resisting would be a horrible death, and while not resisting would be a death, the least you could do was to keep your body intact. Click. Night Ruler carried the last person in his hands, without any color of emotion in his eyes. His fingers instantly exerted force, and the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded once again. Bang. Without any nonsense, he threw it on top of the 3-meter-high mountain of people behind him. Patting the dust on his hands, he looked at Lin Zhang. It's over. After saying that, Night Ruler's figure disappeared into the field in an extremely bizarre manner. The original Lin Zhang looked at the scene in the field and was in a bit of a trance, picking up the fragment of the token that had been broken and placing it in his hand to look at it, and his mouth couldn't help but murmur, Dark Spectre Hall. At this time, those broken stones of the distant viewing gallery were directly shattered, and Lan Xiu climbed out from inside the pile of broken stones. With an angry face, he looked around as if he was searching for something. Picking up the lance on the ground, he looked at the square in the distance where only Lin Zhang was left, and without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight towards him. Coming to Lin Zhang, he directly opened his mouth and asked, Where is he? Lin Zhang's face frowned. He naturally knew who that he was that Lan Xiu was talking about. Wasn't it the black-clothed man from the Dark Spectre Hall? Although Lin Zhang didn't know where the man in black had gone, he wouldn't say anything even if he knew. Lin Zhang shook his head decisively. I'm not sure. And Lan Xiu's face still didn't change much when he saw this, and he directly carried his gun towards the outside of the demon battlefield. Lin Zhang's face was a bit puzzled, but he always felt as if there was something wrong somewhere. Then he still called out to Lan Xiu and asked, Miss Anne, where are you going? And Lan Xiu paused in her steps and said, skimming her head without any concern, Murder. Murder? After Lin Zhang heard those 2 words, he instantly already thought of who she was going to kill. Are you kidding? People have just given you a kick in the ass to dry silence directly, and now you're going to kill them instead? What courage! But even if Lan Xiu did go, Lin Zhang was 100% certain that she would die. It was impossible for Lin Zhang to watch Lan Xiu go to her death with his own eyes. After all, she had just sort of saved Lin Zhang's life. Lin Zhang braced his injured body and arrived in front of Lan Xiu, directly stopping him. And Lan Xiu was a bit puzzled, but even so, she merely looked at Lin Zhang with her icy eyes. You're going to stop me? Lin Zhang looked at this moment and Lan Xiu heart some panic. The heart inexplicably appeared a sense of panic. He was really afraid of Lan Xiu a gun for him to split dead but still, he hardened his head and stopped in front of Lan Xiu, with no intention of withdrawing, his eyes firm and unshakable. I'm not stopping you. I'm saving you. And you know that it's just a matter of lifting a finger for that man to exterminate you. And not only will you not be able to do anything if you go, you'll die. For sure. I'm not joking with you. Lin Zhang spoke very seriously to Lan Xiu, and Lan Xiu's expression remained as it was never changed. And with an extremely cold and irresistible voice, she said, Get out of the way. I'll only give you 3 counts. Lin Zhang didn't move. He didn't even blink his eyes. 1, 2. Lin Zhang remained still, and Lan Xiu's face sank directly as she kicked her foot directly towards Lin Zhang's abdomen. Lin Zhang's mouth was open. He couldn't believe that this Lan Xiu would actually do something. He was directly kicked to the ground, and now he was even more injured. Lin Zhang's face looked extremely painful as he covered his stomach with both hands and was about to stand up again, but right at that moment, only the tip of a long spear was seen to be resting between her eyebrows. Lin Zhang looked at the lance in front of him with both eyes not daring to move the slightest bit. Chapter 119, Central State Layout Intelligence Organization Dark Spectre Branch established. Last chance, to stop or not to stop. And Lan Xiu's eyes were still looking at Lin Zhang with a cold intent. Lin Zhang had begun to feel the urge to retreat within his heart, but it was clear from the expression on his face that Lin Zhang would not retreat. You really want to go? Lin Zhang asked, and Lan Xiu smiled bashfully. Hands up. Swing the gun. A berserk gun intent came out of nowhere, straight out of Lin Zhang's left side in a shocking wave. The ground was directly split open with a deep, visible gash that Lin Zhang stayed on the spot, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Is there a big difference between going and not going? And Lan Xiu finished speaking with the martial god gun slung over his shoulder and slowly walked towards the outside of the demon battlefield. Lin Zhang let out a sigh of relief and laughed lightly. He already knew that a martial god was a martial god after all. Standing up, he also walked towards the outside of the demon battlefield. just after walking out of the demon battlefield. Lin Zhang was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. Tens of millions of people are still here. Those tens of millions of people all looked very puzzled after seeing Lin Zhang come out, somewhat in disbelief. What the hell? This guy's not dead? I don't know. Why didn't the people from the 3 clans come out? What's going on in there? The crowd was discussing it with you and me. At this time, a woman quickly ran to the side of Lin Zhang. Looking at the bruised and battered Lin Zhang, her eyes directly read rhymes up. A hand to help Lin Zhang, mute voice said. Brother Lin Zhang. You. Lin Zhang smiled indifferently and rubbed the woman's head. Stop crying. I'm not dead. Be happy. Well, the woman squeezed a smile across her face and, go. Lin Zhang said. Good. The woman directly assisted Lin Zhang towards the front. Seeing this, the crowd also ran directly towards the inside of the demon battlefield. They wanted to see what was happening inside. Originally, the crowd was still somewhat unaware of what was happening, but when they just came in and saw the scene inside the demon battlefield, they all couldn't help but cry out in shock. Holy, quickly pinch me. I'm not dreaming. The cultivator beside him also directly screwed him very hard and, ouch. It hurts too much. This isn't a dream. This is real. What did I see? The upper 3 clans are all dead? Everyone was at a loss for words. Everyone from the upper 3 sect was dead, including the lord of the upper 3 sect, and although only 2 corpses of the lords of the upper 3 sect were seen, the only thing that wasn't not seen was the body of the heavenly heart Taoist master. But in the situation of this scene, the heavenly heart Tao master was also gone. Although no body was seen, but nothing more than a point came to mind in everyone's mind, and that was that he had been captured and used as a furnace. In an instant, the news of the 3 clans being destroyed spread throughout the entire central state, and even with the current trend, it was beginning to spread towards the outside of the central state. Senior can rest for a while, right? We've been running for how long? Within a mountain forest, a young boy was quickly traveling between the mountains and forests. This person was none other than Zhou Xingyi. Run? Run what run? I call this exercising your leg strength. If you say one word nonsense, beware, I'll get you killed right now. The voice of the middle-aged silhouette sounded in Zhou Xingyi's mind. Zhou Xingyi was somewhat speechless after hearing this and directly rolled his eyes. I'll believe the hell out of you. Despite this, for the sake of his own life, he could only go along with the words of this virtual shadow. Senior, you see that I've been working out for so long. Isn't it time to stop and rest for a while? Well, rest, said the middle-aged vapors in imperious words. Zhou Xingyi is really getting breathless. You're pretending you. Zhou Xingyi stopped and casually leaned back to sit under a tree, breathing heavily. I'm dying for a drink. Zhou Xingyi's eyes lit up. Elder, why don't we go to a nearby town and open a table? The middle-aged silhouette said without any good humor. Fine, you go get a table now and I'll make sure you don't see the next day's sun. Zhou Xingyi had a smile on his face, thinking that the dog had finally come to his senses, but after hearing the words that followed, he once again wilted, and asked with some puzzlement. And, Elder, that man in black is some so-called person from the Dark Spectre Hall, right? The middle-aged silhouette didn't respond. Having acquiesced, Zhou Xingyi was even more confused. Senior, why are you so afraid of this Dark Spectre Hall? The middle-aged silhouette's face sank. Fear? Are you kidding me? This father would be afraid of a small and unimpressive killer force? Then why were you so alarmed when you saw that man in black and made me work out so desperately? Zhou Xingyi asked. The middle-aged silhouette was silent, but all of a sudden, he said angrily, what do you know about it? I am injured. When my strength returns to its peak, one hand of my old man will be enough to proudly look down on the 9 heavens. Zhou Xingyi smiled without saying anything. He naturally wouldn't believe the words of this middle-aged void. In his opinion, this middle-aged void was either threatening him from the beginning to the end, or drawing him another big pie. He was so full that he didn't want to pay attention to it at all. Go! The middle-aged silhouette ordered. The corners of Zhou Xingyi's mouth twitched slightly, and he said feebly, what again, senpai? Where are we going now? Western Wasteland. The middle-aged silhouette said gently. Zhou Xingyi froze for a moment, with a puzzled look on his face. What is the Western Wasteland? Where is the Western Wasteland? Seniors? Can I not go? Listening to this name I feel that it is not a good place. The middle-aged silhouette did not give Zhou Xingyi a good look in the slightest, and the sound of electricity rang out directly. What's the point of wasting words? If I tell you to go, you go. If you keep on dawdling I'll get you killed right now. Zhou Xingyi also stood up directly after hearing this familiar sound of electricity within his body, and with a face full of reluctance, he walked in the direction indicated by the middle-aged silhouette, the headquarters of the Dark Spectre Hall in the Tianmong domain. Lord Li Tian, this mission has been completed and is progressing very smoothly. In addition,
All the large and small forces inside and outside of the central state already know of the existence of my Dark Spectre Hall, and also know of the power of my Dark Spectre Hall. And when I came back, I also made a side trip to Tianxian continent, and I have already understood with Wang Shuyi that the intelligence organization in Zhengzhou is progressing very smoothly, and has already set up a branch in accordance with your instructions. My subordinate has already dispatched the Master Killer Ghost King to go and hold down the fort. As for the person in the open, there is no suitable candidate yet. But it is worth mentioning that the subchamber has just been established, and it has already received 2 single tasks, both of which are small tasks, and it has already dispatched low-ranked assassins to go and execute them. Knight Ruler bowed respectfully from below, and was speaking with a respectful expression to Knight Ritian, who was sitting on top of a pitch-black seat. Yili Tian shook the teacup in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and nodded. You did a great job. You are too kind, Lord Li Tian. Knight Ruler crossed his arms and bowed again. Chapter 120, The Poor Ghost King, Drinking Osmanthus Flower Brew. Can you find any strange movements this time? Yi Li Tian said. Knight Ruler thought for a moment, then returned back to Lord Li Tian. There wasn't any movement after destroying the upper 3 sects this time, but I detected the aura of a remnant soul, which was very weak but had some aura of the Tsangu, so I didn't obliterate it, but instead, I sent out a few dead ambassadors to follow up and check it out, to see if they could discover something. Yili Tian pondered with his hand on his chin. The aura of Tsangu. Not a moment later he thought of the remnant soul that Yi Erdi had struck out to exterminate. It should be that thing. Thinking about this, Yili Tian was not amused. At best, he was just a slightly stronger grasshopper, not qualified enough to be able to make Yili Tian hang on to him. Well, I know, Yili Tian said. The subordinate retires. Knight Ruling turned away. Yili Tian leisurely sat on top of the pitch-black seat and faintly opened his mouth. Rose. As the words fell, the blood-colored black mist appeared right below the main hall, and Rose's figure appeared within the hall. Red Rose bowed slightly and saluted Yi Li Tian. Rose has met Lord Li Tian. Yi Li Tian nodded then said, inform the Ghost King about this and ask him to find a facade for the branch hall in Central State. Red Rose nodded her head and her figure disappeared into the Great Hall. Zhengzhou Ring Mountain. Dark Spectre Hall Branch. Originally, this was the gathering place of the Shockjack Assassin Organization, but with Shockjack now gone, this place naturally became the Dark Spectre Hall Branch. There was one difference though. Scarejack's previous organization was built inside a mountain, but that mountain had been bulldozed, and all that could be seen now was the 6-story, pure black building. Inside the 6th floor, the Ghost King was lying leisurely and comfortably on his bed, huffing and puffing, drop by drop, drop by drop. A burst of bright light from the jade plate flickered continuously at the Ghost King's waist. However, the Ghost King was not half aware of it and was still huffing and puffing. The blinking stops. In an instant a blood-red figure appeared in front of the Ghost King, who remained unaware of it. Bang! Only to see that red figure kick out. The Ghost King who was lying on the bed and huffing and puffing was directly kicked out, and even the wall appeared a hole the size of a person. There are enemies. The Ghost King woke up directly in the air. Without the slightest hesitation, the dagger at his waist directly shot towards the inside of that hole. Nothing new show up. The Ghost King was at a loss for words. His face instantly became extremely grave, and only 2 words came to mind in his mind. Strong and invincible. But the task that the Ghost King had received could be to guard this Central State branch, and the task could not fail. Deadpan. The Ghost King's face sank directly as he stepped into the air, his hands rapidly forming seals. Open wide. That's enough. Brat. If you don't want a severe beating, get your ass back here in 3 breaths. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The Ghost King stopped his hand movements, his face in shock. That voice is. Thinking of this, the Ghost King instantly arrived within the 6th floor without saying a word. Upon seeing the person in front of him, the Ghost King's face suddenly changed. His body was tense, and he hurriedly bowed and, Kid, meet the Grand Master of the Red Rose. The person who came was none other than Red Rose, only to see Red Rose holding Ghost King's dagger in her hand with 2 fingers, looking at Ghost King with an ice-cold look on her face. Kid, are you thinking that after you leave the headquarters, this chief won't be able to kick you? The Ghost King was so scared that he froze on the spot, not daring to raise his head for a moment. Grand Master Red Rose. You're joking. The brat definitely didn't mean that. Ha! Rose snorted coldly, already too lazy to say anything more. That token on your waist if you don't want it straight. Finished. The Red Rose threw the dagger in her hand on the ground. Her figure disappeared. The Ghost King finally let out a sigh of relief, and sat down on his butt. And, oh yo! Just as his butt hit the ground, the Ghost King jumped straight up and hastily covered his butt. Warily, he picked up the token at his waist and was relieved to hear what was going on.
Phew, luckily it's not a big deal. Luckily, if this was a big deal it would be. Thinking of this, the Ghost King's back broke out into a cold sweat. Then he picked up the dagger on the ground and his figure disappeared into thin air. Senpai, where the hell are we going? It's been all the way west for 2 days. In the western part of Central State, Zhou Xingqiang was walking forward with a disheveled look on his face, complaining every now and then every time he walked for a while. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Said the middle-aged silhouette with some impatience. Zhou Xingyi now hates his teeth. Really want a bone to shoot him to death. Secretly cursed. Asterisk. You are powerful, you come down to walk myself to see. You a waste. Despite this, he said with some curtness on his lips, hey, senior, why don't we find a tavern first? What do you think? Drink you to death. Rubbish. Zhou Xingyi's fists clenched even tighter, and his mouth kept grinding his teeth, but only dared to do so. The middle-aged silhouette thought for a second. He felt it was still necessary to give him a sweet date to eat first, and opened his mouth, saying, Xiao Zhou, I know you are tired, but think about it. What's so good about the wine in this Central State, right? To say that the wine has to be the osmanthus brew from the western region, that can be the real good wine of the world, to ensure that after you drink it, you will linger. Zhou Xingyi's tongue involuntarily licked his lips after hearing this, and his saliva flowed straight down. Really, senior? Is there really such a good wine in the world? It wasn't that Zhou Xingyi didn't believe in it, he just didn't believe what this middle-aged silhouette said. The middle-aged silhouette wore a smile. That's natural. When have I ever lied to you? Right? Zhou Xingyi skimmed his lips and spoke. Then, senior, where exactly is this so-called Western Wasteland? Can't we just keep walking like this? I haven't heard of any Western Wasteland in this Central State either. The middle-aged silhouette laughed disdainfully. Turtle, do you really think that this immortal realm is the only one in the Central State? Zhou Xingyi said without thinking. Could not. The middle-aged silhouette stood still for 2 seconds before speaking. Earthen old hat, if you're not a 6,000-year-old Dowlord. Who's a 6,000-year-old Dowlord? This immortal realm is vast. It's not something that can be compared to a single tiny Central State. Do you understand? Zhou Xingyi seemed to understand. Then, is this what the Western region more prosperous than the Central State? Are there still strong people above Immortal Monarch 5th grade? Zhou Xingyi, however, didn't bring any faith at all. Looking at the entire Central State, who doesn't know that Immortal Monarch 1st grade is this? Said Zhou Xingyi, directly giving a thumbs up, and then continued, to say that if you go further up, then it can be that Immortal Monarch 5th grade is at the end of the line. Elder, are you sure you're not lying to me? Right? Believe whoever you want, but he, Zhou Xingshou, doesn't believe. The middle-aged silhouette's big mouth was about to whip out uncontrollably. Mountain Cannon. You really think that the 5th rank of Immortal Monarch is the end of the line? Chapter 121, Scarred Face, Beard Heavenly Eyes, Li Shanzhong, the King of Knives. Zhou Xingqiang nodded and said in a slightly mocking tone, Don't you know about it, senior? This is something that the entire Central State knows about. The middle-aged silhouette simply stopped saying more. Later on, when your eyesight becomes higher, you'll know everything. Talking to you now is purely a waste of words. Mash away. Oh, Zhou Xingyi reluctantly continued to walk forward. Who? The voice of the middle-aged silhouette in his mind suddenly sounded, and Zhou Xingyi paused in his footsteps to look towards the back in a panic. No one. Zhou Xingyi was a little impatient already. Senior, this is also no one. What are you fussing about? The middle-aged silhouette frowned. Don't talk nonsense. With that, he directly released his divine sense, but no matter how much he probed, he never found any sign of someone's presence. Could it be that I perceived it wrong? The middle-aged silhouette said to himself. After detecting the fruitlessness, the only problem that the middle-aged shadow can think of is that it may be related to the fluctuation of his own strength. And after that, he really can't think of where else the problem can be. Go! The middle-aged silhouette ordered Zhou Xingyi. Zhou Xingqiang, on the other hand, smiled a little bitterly and continued to walk forward. After the middle-aged silhouette, or intentionally or unintentionally, toward the back of the probe. But still nothing to probe. Helpless can only give up, but the frown is still tightly frowned. Inside the second floor of an inn in the demon city of the Central State, Lin Zhang sat on the seat by the window and looked at Lan Shoudao, who was sitting in front of him, with a face of sincerity. Thank you, Miss N, for giving Mr. Lin this thin face and coming to the appointment. And Lan Shou waved his hand, yawning with a distracted look. There's no need to talk to me about those manners. Just say what you're looking for me. Lin Zhang wore a smile on his face. Miss N is still as spontaneous as ever. Lin Mao can make a friend of Miss N is really an honor. More than that, I don't need to say more. Today I invited Miss N to come mainly to thank you for the kindness of your life in the demon battlefield. Just for this? And Lan Xiu shook his head and laughed. You don't have to be like this. It's only reasonable for me to do all this. Even if that person wasn't you on that day, I would have made a move to stop you. Making you a friend is nothing more than your character. It's very much in my favor. However, I only make friends with the strong. If one day your strength is still like this, I might not even look at you squarely. Speaking of this, the corner of Lan Xiu's mouth lifted slightly, suddenly coming to some interest and said, cutting a deal or two? Ha ha, Missin is joking, said Lin Zhang. The smile on his face gradually dissipated. He turned his head to look out of the window, sighed lightly, and then once again revealed a smile. In fact, I also really want to spar with Missin, but I'm afraid I can't right now. But if there's an opportunity in the future, Mr. Lin will definitely battle Missin. And Lan Xiu's face showed some surprise, as if she had guessed something. You're leaving Central State? Lin Zhang nodded. Why? And Lan Xiu asked. Lin Zhang said with a frank face, I don't know. Maybe it's for someone and for myself. And Lan Xiu's face was calm as she pointed at the woman beside Lin Zhang. Her? Lin Zhang nodded. Sort of. Seems to have thought of something again and gave himself a stupid laugh. Right. I forgot to introduce it to you. Her name is Chen Ling, is my fiancé. Hello, Miss Un. Chen Ling said with a smile on her face. And Lan Xiu nodded. You're beautiful. You look good too, and girl. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, and Lan Xiu looked at Lin Zhang and asked, when are you going to leave? Lin Zhang said directly without hesitation. Now. Just then, a man in black walked in at the entrance of the inn stairs. This man is the Dark Spectre's Lord-level assassin, codenamed Blood Master. The Blood Lord arrived on the second floor, and after scanning a few times he came to sit down opposite a scar-faced man who was drinking heavily. The scar-faced man paused for a moment, but still drained the bowl of wine, and then placed the bowl on the table. His right hand unconsciously touched a steel knife that was placed on the table, his eyes full of vigilance as he looked at the Blood Lord. Are you okay? The Blood Lord laughed and didn't pay attention to what the scar-faced man said, but instead reached out his hand and said loudly to the shopkeeper in the distance, Xiao serve the wine. Get le master. You wait a moment, immediately come. The second finished directly to the bottom of the stairway shouted, a altar of boiled wine. The scar-faced man didn't get angry when he saw that the Blood Lord didn't pay any attention to himself. He directly stood up, picked up the steel knife on the table, and placed 2 spirit stones on the table. Check out. After saying that, the scar-faced man directly walked towards the outside. Just then the Blood Lord's ice-cold voice rang out behind the scar-faced man. Did I tell you to leave? Sit down. The scar-faced man stopped in his tracks, and his face went a bit grim. Dare to talk to him like this? The Blood Master or the first? Just the scar on his face alone, who see not to avoid far away. The Blood Master is good. Actually dare to threaten him. This scar man can stand it? The scar-faced man turned to look at the Blood Lord, and although he had some anger within him, he didn't choose to make a move, but instead walked over to the position he had just taken and sat down. He just stared at the Blood Lord. He wanted to see what the man was going to do. Neither of them said anything. They just looked at each other, and their breaths became a bit stagnant. At this time, the store assistant came over. Guest, your wine is here. It's placed on the table for you. The junior set down the wine and turned to leave. The Blood Lord poured himself a glass and took a sip. The scar-faced man just watched. Scarred face, carrying a steel sword, beard and sky-facing eyes. If that's correct, Your Excellency would be the Sword King Li Shanzhong. The Blood Lord lowered his head and sipped his soju as he said. The scar-faced man didn't hide it, and very graciously admitted, not bad. He simply has no need to hide. Who does not know the great name of his knife King Li Shanzhong who hangs out on the road? To be able to know my name, I think Your Excellency didn't just come to drink alone. Your Excellency should have come specifically for me. Li Shanzhong was not a cutie pie. He could tell that the man in black in front of him was here for him, but as for the purpose he didn't know. The Blood Lord put down the wine bowl in his hand and let out a light laugh. You are very smart. I am indeed here for you. His face instantly changed. His eyes looked at Li Shanzhong with a cold and chilling color. Someone paid you to disappear. How do you think I'm going to do it? Li Shanzhong's body tightened. His face was horribly gloomy, and his right-hand steel sword was gripped very tightly. Make him disappear? Are you kidding me? There were many people who wanted him to disappear, but he had never really seen one that could make him disappear. Chapter 122. Are you going to stop me? Today you will die. I said so. Li Shanzhong looked at the Blood Lord in front of him with his eyes slightly narrowed and full of disdain. The steel blade in his hand did not have any hesitation to directly build up its strength and slash towards the Blood Lord's face. A berserk blade chi, mixed with blade intent, rolled directly towards Chairman Blood. Kid, you will be the 21st person to die under this sword of mine. The Blood Lord's face didn't change in any way, not showing any timidity, and it could also be said that he didn't place this Blade King in his eyes at all. Thumbs up. Knife drop. The terrifying energy directly split the table in front of them into two halves, and even those who were eating and drinking around them were blown away along with their respective tables. The roof was all turned up in a huge gash. Everyone inside the second floor was confused. They all looked towards the two men. Obviously just now they were fine, now how come they were fighting? And Lanqiu and Lin Zhang were completely unaffected by the airwave. And Lin Zhang protected Chen Ling beside him, but he also raised his eyes in the direction of the two. The Blood Lord remained calm and collected in his chair, holding a dagger in his hand. On the contrary, Li Shanzhong's face was full of incredulity at the moment, and his eyes that looked at the Blood Lord revealed fear without any concealment, only to see that the steel sword in Li Shanzhong's hand had broken in half. Only the hilt of the blade remains. Li Shanzhong's legs trembled as he kept moving himself backwards, his eyes staring tightly at the seated Blood Lord as he opened his mouth in a trembling voice. You, who the hell are you? Who is it? The Blood Lord looked at Li Shanzhong, eyes full of contempt, directly stood up. The figure of the extremely bizarre disappeared in place, reappeared, has come to the front of Li Shanzhong. Li Shanzhong's face was shocked, and at this moment, he didn't even dare to move. It was because the Blood Lord's dagger was already against Li Shanzhong's neck. Li Shanzhong begged for forgiveness. Tears were already flowing out of his eyes. Senior, Daoist, father, let me go. I can be a cow for senior. I can do anything. Father, dry father. What did I see? Blade King Li Shanzhong actually called someone else his father? This in people naturally know the Knife King Li Shanzhong, but from time to come to this in drinking, do not know it is strange. Who is that man in black? How dare he not even put the Blade King in his eyes? Could it be the Dark Spectre Hall? I really didn't know if you didn't say it. Black clothes, embroidery, daggers, it must be the Dark Spectre Hall. No wonder. The crowd was talking about you and me. Humph. The Blood Lord snorted coldly. Remember, the one who killed you, Dark Spectre Hall Lord Killer. The Blood Lord didn't hesitate. The dagger in his hand moved slightly and directly stabbed at Li Shanzhong's neck. Bang! A gunshot sounded in the field, and the long spear directly accustomed out towards the Blood Lord to stab over. The Blood Lord's face changed slightly, squinted his eyes, and without hesitation the dagger in his hand quickly changed direction and stabbed towards the tip of that gun. Boom! The sound of steel deliveries rang through the field all at once. Sound of STH, throbbing or bursting. Another loud sound rang out in the arena, and the Blood Lord's body directly flew backwards, smashing so many tables, chairs, and benches that it didn't stop until it smashed on top of the wall. The walls had all broken through a hole the size of his back, and the corners of his mouth were even overflowing with a splash of blood. The Blood Lord climbed straight up as if he was nothing, but he still couldn't stop his right arm from trembling slightly, and Lan Xiu put away his gun and looked at the Blood Lord in the distance, filled with a look of contempt. You're from the Dark Spectre Hall? The Blood Lord's eyes were icy cold, and he strongly controlled his trembling right arm as he looked towards Lan Xiu. Who are you? A cold smile filled the top of Lan Xiu's face. You don't need to know who I am. All I need to know is that you're from the Dark Spectre Hall. Boom! And Lan Xiu's aura was fully open around him, and he raised his gun and pointed it at the Blood Lord. Today you will die. I said so. Without hesitation, Lan Xiu directly stabbed out with a gun. At this time, Lin Zhang rushed forward to stop Lan Xiu. The gun in Lan Xiu's hand stopped in mid-air again, and Lan Xiu looked at Lin Zhang suspiciously. You're going to stop me? Lin Zhang was now at a loss as to what to do. Clearly just now this Lan Xiu had stabbed out with a gun when he hadn't even reacted. He really wanted to ask this aunt what she was up to. Sitting on the ground, Li Shanzhong is really relieved. Just now can be a little close to his life is gone. Although he does not know why this heroine to save him, but now, Li Shanzhong cannot care so much. Directly take advantage of the chaos to escape. Lin Zhang looked at Lan Xiu very seriously. Miss and mustn't. He's a member of the Dark Spectre Hall. If you exterminate him today, the Dark Spectre Hall will definitely retaliate against you before the day is out, and you're bound to die at that time. And Lan Xiu shook off Lin Zhang and also said with a serious look on her face, I will kill him for the revenge of a kick. After saying that, and Lan Xiu's breath around his body erupted again, pouring out without reservation. Those surrounding onlookers were also a little confused about the situation. One was puzzled beyond words, but when Lan Xiu's breath was released everyone stared in disbelief. This is battle intent. Not only that, this person actually has a gun intent. 2 intentions. Who the hell is this person? At this time, another person exclaimed out in shock. I'm not exaggerating. You guys really didn't notice that he vaguely possessed fist intent above his fist? 3 intentions? How could a person possess 3 intentions? I remember. Could this person be that Heaven's Pride? No? 1. The so-called youngest martial god. And Lan Xiu? Seeing this, It was absolutely impossible for Lin Zhang to let Lan Xiu have his way. The heavenly lightning around his body directly covered his whole body, stopping in front of Lan Xiu's face. Miss In, if you insist today, then cross over my corpse. And Lan Xiu glared angrily at Lin Zhang. Leave within 3 breaths and I'll still consider you a friend. If not, don't blame me for being merciless. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhang laughed. Good. Doesn't Miss In want to spar? Then today, Mr. Lin will oblige. After saying that, Lin Zhang didn't hesitate. The heavenly tribulation lightning was attached on top of his fist, and blasted towards Lan Xiu. Lin Zhang naturally collected some force, although he didn't know Lan Xiu's shocking tribulation, but he thought it should be almost the same as him, and Lan Xiu's expression returned to indifference. He didn't say anything, he put away his spear, took a step backward with his right foot, his right hand smoothly formed a fist, and blasted out with the same punch. 7 layers of boxing intent, 8 layers of battle intent. Neither of them flinched and blasted directly at each other. The moment the 2 fists collided, Lin Zhang's face changed abruptly. Holy, not good. Lin Zhang's face had twisted to the point where he directly flew backwards without any signs. Even the wooden wall was smashed through, and Lin Zhang smashed directly on top of the boulder floor of the street. The ground was also slightly cracked. Chapter 123, I wouldn't take a shot at a friend, but after this one, we're not friends anymore. Seeing this, Chen Ling hurriedly ran toward the stairs, and Lan Xiu disdainfully looked in the direction of the Blood Lord once again. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his face instantly became gloomy, only to see that the Blood Lord had disappeared from the position he had just been in, and Lan Xiu didn't stop and directly leapt up to the sky above, his powerful divine sense directly covering the entire demon city. Lin Zhang stood up with the help of Chen Ling's strong body. Brother Lin Zhang, are you alright? Chen Ling hurriedly checked Lin Zhang's injuries, as if tears would overflow in the next moment. Lin Zhang forced out a smile and touched Chen Ling's head. It's fine. Don't worry, Linger. After doing all this, Lin Zhang looked at Lan Xiu above the sky with extreme complexity in his eyes and said in his heart, Miss In, don't blame me. The Dark Spectre Hall really can't be offended. Even if I lose you as a friend, I will stop you. Above the street, those pedestrians passing by were already crowding around when they saw the loud noise coming from above but no one knew what was going on. All they saw was a man being sent flying, and all of them began to speculate on what was going on. Hey fellow Daoist, do you know what's going on here? I heard there was a fight. I rushed here. A loose cultivator tapped the middle-aged man in front of him and asked. That middle-aged man also shook his head. I don't know about this. I just saw one person being sent flying out. As for the rest I don't know. Chop. And Lan Xiu's eyes flashed as she looked to the northeast. What a weird concealment calligraphy. If I didn't feel a trace of blood I wouldn't have been able to spot you. Quick slick up. And Lan Xiu's eyes were tranquilized, and he directly swept towards the northeast in a hurry, the martial god gun in his hand. Lin Zhang's face tightened as he directly said to Chen Ling beside him, Linger, wait here for me, don't run around. Chen Ling nodded, although she was a bit reluctant. In an instant, Lin Zhang's figure similarly shot up into the sky, chasing towards Lan Xiu. Lin Zhang's speed had reached its peak, but it was still hard to catch up with Lan Xiu, and Lan Xiu looked back. His face did not show any change, and his speed once again accelerated by more than several times. The Blood Lord also had a bit of a headache when he sensed the abnormality in the rear. Holy, what's the situation? The mission didn't say there was an immortal king powerhouse either. Although he said so on his lips, the Blood Lord's speed was also accelerated by a few points. But nay, with the strength of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Great Circle, facing the pursuit of an immortal king like Lan Xiu, it was difficult to get rid of the discipline committee. Dog thing. The mission failed, not to mention, now he himself is being hunted down instead. Holy, the Blood Lord shouted and cursed repeatedly, and also looked backward from time to time, realizing that Lan Xiu was getting closer and closer to himself already. The Blood Lord's speed accelerated once again, and flew forward quickly. Lin Zhang's face was extremely grave at the moment, and he directly performed the blast wind step to frantically chase forward, shouting at Lan Xiu in front of him. Miss In, no, never. And Lan Xiu just like what he did not hear, as if he did not return his head and continued to sweep forward. In the palm of his hand the battle intent condensed a little. In the hand of the Wushan gun directly toward the front of the Blood Master shot out. It's fast as hell. No, Miss In. Lin Zhang hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it, his brows furrowed together. The Blood Lord looked back and his face suddenly changed. It's gone. It's impossible to hide. Hands intertwined in a quick seal. Blood shield. With a loud shout from his mouth, a blood-red mist flashed by. The gun is empty, and Lan Xiu put away his gun and stood in the void, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings.
Lin Zhang finally caught up with Anlanxiu at this moment and hurriedly stopped in front of her.
Miss An, stop.
And Lanxiu looked at Lin Zhang with ice-cold colors in her eyes.
I said, if you block me once, I will likewise strike to destroy it. Are you sure you still want to stop?
Lin Zhang didn't have any movement in his eyes. He just looked straight at Anlanxiu.
Miss An, as a friend, let me remind you that the Dark Spectre Hall is not something you can offend.
Oh, is that so? And Lanxiu smiled coldly. I'm sorry, from the beginning to the end, I didn't put any Dark Spectre Hall in my eyes, but this revenge of a kick.
I said, I will kill it. Miss An, if you insist on this, then I'm sorry, I will definitely block it today.
The heavenly tribulation lightning around Lin Zhang's body directly spread to his entire body. With a cold look on his face, he looked at Lanxiu, and Lanxiu still did not have the slightest intention to back down, and a burst of gunfire appeared from the long spear in his hand.
Mr. Lin, today the gun comes out. You and I will go our separate ways and never share the same sky. Do you dare to take it?
And Lanxiu's face was flat. The martial god gun pointed straight at Lin Zhang, and Lanxiu had no intention of retreating,
and he, Lin Zhang,
likewise had no such thing as retreating. His eyes flashed with a touch of desolation, but immediately followed by a color of unshakable firmness.
If Miss An is like this, then I, Lin, will take it. Wow dash.
And Lanxiu's martial gun in his hand trembled a bit when he heard these words, and a hint of a moving color appeared in his eyes.
Yes,
the long spear in Lanxiu's hand danced, and a force of mountains and seas pressed toward Lin Zhang.
That's what you said.
I don't have you as a friend after this shot.
The gun rises. The gun's intent appears. Tsunami dragon break. Gun out. Lin Zhang didn't dodge. The heavenly lightning coalesced a bit and skylight. Pust.
Only to see that the tip of Lanxiu's shot had penetrated half an inch into Lin Zhang's chest.
Why you?
And Lanxiu looked at Lin Zhang in front of her, and an indescribable look welled up in her heart. Lin Zhang smiled. The heavenly light in his hand directly extinguished, and he backhanded Lanxiu's martial god gun.
I won't take a shot at a friend. I still consider you a friend before this shot, but after this shot, we are no longer. After saying that,
Lin Zhang pulled out the martial god gun that was stuck in his chest with his bare hands.
A drop of blood couldn't stop flowing down.
Lin Zhang turned around and left without caring about it.
Miss An, feel free, I won't interfere in the slightest from this moment on.
Lin Zhang didn't turn his head and disappeared in front of Lanxiu, and Lanxiu froze in place. She didn't know what was wrong with her at this moment. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before, and the martial god gun in her hand was a little bit unable to hold it.
I, really done wrong? 2,500 years, 100 years of refining the body, 100 years of practicing qi, 100 years of refining the soul,
swinging his fist tens of thousands of times a day,
never stopping once. 10 years old Jindan, 12 years old Yuaning,
15 years old transformation of God, 100 years old achievement of saint,
more than 200 years old achievement of human immortal,
after 1,000 years old pure invincible,
difficult to have enemies,
known as the youngest generation of martial arts god. But today, this feeling of Lanxiu appeared for the first time, and she had an inexplicable feeling as she looked at the direction where Lin Zhang disappeared.
Friends, is this what it feels like to lose a friend? Time passes by. Thanks for all the gifts. Good night, and a 5-star review would be great. Chapter 124, One Day Machine. One master and one disciple. Stick to your heart. Don't go against the way of heaven.
And Lanxiu looked at the splash of blood at the tip of the gun for a long time,
unable to return to her senses.
I don't know how long it took, but Lanxiu was still standing on the spot.
A long time.
And Lanxiu put away the martial god gun, looked at the place where the blood lord had disappeared, and shook his head with a bitter smile,
turned and disappeared into thin air. Returning to the inn just now, there were already not many people, and as his divine sense swept through,
Lin Zhang had already left,
not knowing where he had gone.
And Lanxiu did not show any expression on top of his face as he turned around and left. Central State Dark Spectre Hall Branch. The Blood Lord Blood Fury power was almost about to bottom out. Trembling, he walked inside the Dark Spectre Hall without any hesitation and directly began to temper. The Dark Lord, who was sitting paralyzed on top of his chair, looked at this Blood Lord who was covered in wounds with a surprised face, but on second thought, he directly laughed.
Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, what's wrong with you, Blood Lord? Don't tell me that going to kill a middle dollar golden immortal has gotten you like this. Ha ha ha. The Dark Lord couldn't control it at all and let out a loud laugh.
It was naturally impossible for the Blood Lord to tell the Dark Lord the information that he was being hunted down.
Ahem. What's there to laugh about? Just had an accident.
Killed a few immortal kings.
Barely managed to escape. Only then did I walk back.
The Dark Lord laughed even louder when he heard that.
What? Immortal king? Ha ha ha. You quickly stop teasing me, Blood Lord. Don't tell me that you haven't even completed your mission. The Blood Lord glanced at the Dark Lord. Well then. What? The Dark Lord thought he'd heard wrong and. Well then. The Blood Lord said again. Ha ha ha. The Dark Lord was already laughing. The mission wasn't accomplished. But instead you got yourself into such a mess. It's still you, old blood. Ha ha ha. The Blood Lord was getting a little impatient. Stop laughing. I can't today. I have this task on my hands. Do me a favor. The Dark Lord stood up and surveyed the Blood Lord who was healing his wounds. Okay, I'll call out Dark Big Brother, I'll listen. The Blood Lord's fists clenched a bit tighter, but he still whispered. Big Brother Dark. What? The Dark Lord's ears came closer. I didn't hear you. Say it again. The Blood Lord directly stood up. The Dark Lord also saw the situation is full of smiles and turned to leave. Get it? Dark Big Brother for you to revenge go oh. The only one left in the spot was the Blood Lord who had an ugly look on his face. Demon City. Inside a certain house. It didn't come after them, did it? Lin Shanzhong closed the door of his room tightly and opened a crack to cautiously look outside. After seeing a person or not, only then is considered to be a sigh of relief. Whoa, okay. I but enough to go around several streets it. I do not believe that he can find. I did not think that he was actually stared at by the dark hall of the dark shadow. I day in the end is which dog days I am bound to kill you cannot. Lin Shanzhong closed the door behind him and turned his head to sit on the chair. But he was exhausted. Tired? A grim voice rang out. Li Shanzhong did not think. Subconsciously returned. Cannot be tired. Exhausted all. After saying this, he picked up a cup of tea and clunked it. And when he drank half of it, Li Shanzhong's teacup stopped at his mouth. He only reacted now. His neck turned a little stiffly, only to see that on top of the other chair at some point, there was already a man in black. Dark Spectre Hall. Li Shanzhong exclaimed in shock, standing up directly and, click. As Li Shanzhong was about to start making his next move, the Dark Lord's dagger had already slashed Li Shanzhong's neck. Blood spilled out. Li Shanzhong covered his neck in death. Dumbfounded. At this moment in his eyes there was only collapse. Plop. Li Shanzhong's body fell straight down like that, with blood still flowing above his neck, staining the floor red. The Dark Lord took the dagger and rubbed it on Li Shanzhong's clothes, put away the dagger, and disappeared inside the house with a ghostly figure. Zhengzhou, the unrevealing city. At this moment the Tianji Pavilion is not as good as it used to be. There used to be 3 times a day to measure the opportunity, but now there is only one. And let a person laugh and cry is the person who measures the calculation is not the master of the Pavilion of Gu, but Gu Rongji's disciple counting not Ming. I don't know when it started, but now the people who can go to the Tianji Pavilion to do the calculations are all brats, and there are no more powerful people from the big families who go to do the calculations. Now the status of Tianji Pavilion is also much worse than before, although there is still no one who dares to hit Tianji Pavilion's idea, but they all just can't see it. I am a mayfly swinging in the world, but I will not cross the Jade Gate in this life. Master, this one is the 17th. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, calculating bumming covered the left side of his swollen face with his hand, and there were still quite a few bruises all over his body as he spoke to Gu Rongji, who was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the disc. Gu Rongji's eyes widened slightly above his tired face as he looked at the disc in front of him that had been there for an unknown amount of time. His hands are still counting, although Gu Rongji knows that he can't count anything anymore, but he just can't change this habit. Bu Ming Ah, it's been hard for you. Master has already sensed that his end is near, but Bu Ming Ah, don't be discouraged. Master also came through at your age, sticking to his heart and not going against the heavenly Tao. Gu Rongji's old wrinkled face drooped slightly, and even his speech was a bit out of breath and not following his heart. Master, how could? Calculating Bu Ming directly knelt down on the spot when he heard that his master's great limit was approaching. Tears had dripped on top of the previously gilded floor, and he opened his mouth tremblingly and said, Master, why? You are so divine. Could, is there really no other way? Gu Rongji lifted his mouth. A not-so-obvious smile appeared on his old wrinkled face. A peaceful smile. Removed a ring on his own hand, cupped his hands in his palms, looking extremely careful, and, Gu Rongji looked at the ring in his hand, and his eyes flashed through scene after scene of the past. There was sadness, there was joy, but the most memorable thing for him was the scene where his master personally handed this ring to him. Gu Rongji thought of thinking about the heart is somewhat relieved. Hands holding the ring, placed in the hands of the counting not Ming, clutched his hand. Bu Ming Ah, you are still young. There are some things that cannot be resisted. It's your turn. No matter what you do it's useless. Still the same words. Stick to your heart. Do not go against the way of heaven. In the future this heavenly pavilion will be handed over to you. I think in the future no matter whether it is 100 years, 1,000 years or 10,000 years, you will also be the same as the teacher to lead the Tianji Pavilion to glory. but the rules of the ancestors must not be broken. A day machine, a master and disciple. Remember to keep in mind. Although calculating Booming was very sad in his heart, he still wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and took this ring handed to him by his master. The ring wasn't very big, but placing it in calculating Booming's hand he only felt that it was, well, a little heavy. This weight was not the weight of the ring, it was the weight of this Tianji Pavilion's generation of pavilion masters. Chapter 125, Ask You a Question. Old man, do you want to die? His hands gripped tighter. He was afraid. He was afraid that he couldn't afford this magnificent Tianji Pavilion. Finished? At that moment a voice rang out beside the duo. Gu Rongji and calculating Booming looked at the source of the sound at almost the same time, only to see that at some point there has stood a man in black. The two are unknown. Counting not Ming heart is more than a little surprised. I can't believe he didn't count on it. Gu Rongji, on the other hand, looked especially calm. After all, it was a bit difficult for his old worn-out body to stand up now. Calculating Booming stood up and blocked in front of Gu Rongji's body, looking at the black-cloaked man with a wary face. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to my Tianji Pavilion? Dark Spectre Hall. Master Killer. Code name. Ghost King. The Ghost King didn't hide anything and opened his mouth unapologetically, then looked at the two of them with a faint smile on his face. And, as for what I'm here for, it would be good for you to do your own math. How about that? You. Anger rose in the heart of calculating Booming. Having been beaten a dozen times he could no longer suppress that fire. His right hand clenched tighter and tighter, his hand constantly making crunching noises. Raising his fist directly, he swung it towards the Ghost King's face. Fuming stop. Just as calculating Booming was about to punch the Ghost King in the face, Gu Rongji's chiding voice rang in his ears. Counting Booming stopped, and his fist stopped 3 inches away from the Ghost King's face. Calculating Booming turned his head to look at Gu Rongji. Master, get your ass back here immediately. Gu Rongji was exerting himself all over, his creased face shaking. Seeing his master's face like this, calculating Booming could only withdraw his fist unwillingly, but still glared at the Ghost King with a vicious look, as if to say, I won't beat you up if you're lucky today. Calculating Not Ming retreated back to Gu Rongji's side. Gu Rongji looked at the Ghost King with a face full of humility. Fellow Daoist, it's the old man who has taught his son poorly. I hope that you won't take into account the rude behavior that the old man's disciple has just displayed towards you. After saying that, Gu Rongji's forehead above the imperceptible flow of a drop of sweat, the old body is even more lowered a few points. Calculating Booming's short cultivation and low vision, he naturally couldn't see the terror of the person in front of him, but couldn't he, Gu Rongji, see it? Although now Gu Rongji's all cultivation is lost, but this Tianji Pavilion Lord's eyesight can still exist it. On the mere fact that this black-clothed man can quietly appear in his Tianji Pavilion without being discovered, on this point is enough to prove that this person is not his Tianji Pavilion can be offended. The Ghost King's face was expressionless as he coldly said, I don't care if your godson is good or not, but just this point that he just did is enough for me to kill him. What did you say? Calculating Booming did not spoil him. Clenching his fists and about to step forward again, Gu Rongji directly stopped him. Master. Calculating Booming was still a bit unconvinced and wanted to break free from Gu Rongji's arm. When Gu Rongji saw this disciple of his being so insensitive, Gu Rongji's face directly grimaced as he glared at calculating Booming. Calculating Booming could only retreat when he saw his master's face change, and lowered his head without further words. Fellow Daoist, you're joking. I hope you won't be offended. Today's junior disciple's insolent behavior towards you 3 times. The old man will definitely give him some lessons. Gu Rongji's attitude was still humble, and there was some hint of pleading in his words. The Ghost King just laughed a couple good laughs and, click, only hearing a blade resound within the Tianji Pavilion. Calculating Booming's right arm had broken off and fallen to the ground. Ah, master. Calculating Not Ming felt the sharp pain coming from his right arm. Lifting his eyes to see his right arm had been detached from his body, he was completely unaware of it and directly sat down on his butt on the ground. The pain was squealing and screaming, and his mouth kept on shouting for his master. Gu Rongji was also shocked by this scene. He hadn't expected this person to actually strike without warning at all. Fellow Daoist, this. Gu Rongji looked at the Ghost King with a look of trepidation and a hint of disbelief on his face. The Ghost King's eyes were filled with contempt as he wiped the bloodied dagger in his hand, not caring at all about what had just happened, and indifferently said, if there is one, there is two, there is three. On this behavior he just did, he might have become a corpse by now. The reason why I leave him alive today is because there is a matter of looking for you. I won't kill him on top of this thin face of yours, but if there is a next time, he will surely die. Gu Rongji sighed and muttered to himself in his heart, heaven's destiny is not to be done. This is heaven's destiny. Then he turned his hand and took out an elixir and fed it to Calculate Booming. And Calculate Booming's body slowly improved after eating this elixir, and he fell into a deep sleep. After doing this, Gu Rongji turned to look at the Ghost King, his old worn body arching his hand at the Ghost King. Many thanks to you for not killing my young disciple. As a master I thank you here, but I wonder what you are looking for this time to find the old man. Ah, please explain the original reason. Immediately after Gu Rongji added, if it's a matter of measurement, then I'm afraid that the old immortal is a bit beyond my capabilities. I hope that you have the connotation. Gu Rongji was shocked for a moment, but once he thought of this person's strength, he also shook his head inside. Fellow Taoist is really a good eye. Even the old man is a bit impressed. Not bad. With my current body, 2 days later I will definitely sit down and ascend to heaven. But, speaking here, Gu Rongji's eyes were a little uncertain. Since you, Taoist friend, already know that the old immortal will soon be sitting down, you just don't know. What is it that you, Taoist friend, have come to find me, a dying man, for today? The Ghost King crossed his arms and crouched in front of his chest, looking at Gu Rongji with a downcast look. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift up an arc. Today, I came here for just one thing. Do you want to die? The Ghost King's eyes were fixed on Gu Rongji, his sight never leaving half an inch. Gu Rongji was a bit uncertain. He didn't know why this black-clothed man would ask that. Dead? Indeed. One must die. Let alone he who was about to die. I don't know why, but who would choose to die? A cultivator's lifespan was already vast and long, and between life and death, who would choose death? Gu Rongji revealed a rather meaningful smile above his creased face, and then shook his head. Ha ha, Taoist friend, this question is really asked me. The old man is originally measuring the heavenly chances against the sky. The yoke of heavenly destiny has been in the old man's body. Chapter 126, An Opportunity. The Lord of the Dark Spectre Hall of Central State. The Ghost King reached out to stop what Gu Rongji was about to say next. All he could think was, why is this old thing so crap? I'm only asking once. Do you want to die? The Ghost King looked at Gu Rongji with a very serious expression and said. Gu Rongji didn't say any more and immediately shook his head. I naturally don't want to die, but heaven's orders are hard to disobey. The Ghost King's face was as normal. I can give you a chance to not have to die. Do you want it? Gu Rongji looked up sharply, his wrinkled skin seeming to shrink, his expression shocked beyond measure. Fellow Taoist, can you be serious about what you say? The Ghost King didn't answer and asked again. Do you want it or not? Gu Rongji heard the words, although it is not clear that this person said is true or false, but with his eyesight naturally know that this immortal world within the strong can change their lives against the heavens. That is, no longer good also has a sacred pills can be living dead flesh and white bones. Although it was not clear which category this person belonged to, as long as there was a glimmer of hope that he could live. Why would he, Gu Rongji, choose to die? Gu Rongji immediately nodded his head and hurriedly replied, to be, if it's true the old man will definitely want it. Very good. The Ghost King nodded with a smile and instantly turned around. Let's go. Gu Rongji was a bit puzzled. Come on, where are we going? Fellow Taoist? You're a person who is about to die where so much nonsense. Go or not go as you wish. The Ghost King walked forward with a face full of impatience. Gu Rongji's face was awkward for a moment. Indeed, he was a dying man still afraid of other people's backstabbing, can't he? Gu Rongji immediately stood up, dragging his body, which was immediately in the ground, to follow the Ghost King's back. Just after walking for a while, the Ghost King had already looked back 800 times. The Ghost King was a little helpless in his heart. How can this old undead walk so slowly? Gu Rongji naturally saw the Ghost King's thoughts and also smiled kindly. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry to see you laugh. The Ghost King directly yanked Gu Rongji's shoulder and disappeared directly into place with a flash. I'll go. The headquarters of the Dark Spectre Hall in the Tianmong domain. Inside the 12-story pitch-black hall, the Ghost King gave a respectful bow to Yi Li Tian who was sitting above him. Lord Li Tian, what do you think of this person? After the Ghost King finished speaking, he pointed at Gu Rongji beside him. Yi Li Tian also scrutinized the old man standing below after hearing this. His deep eyes seemed to see through him. Gu Rongji glanced at Yi Li Tian who was sitting above him. His body shook. He only felt that the person sitting above him was like a great terror. So daunting that Gu Rongji hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him for a second time. Yi Li Tian's face was flat, his fingers somewhat rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the seat as he opened his mouth and said, Head, look up at me. With these words Gu Rongji didn't dare to disobey, and with a nervous expression he raised his head up to look at Yi Li Tian, his eyes turning not daring to look directly. Yi Li Tian slanted his mouth and laughed lightly, speaking with a touch of playfulness. What? Don't recognize me so soon? Gu Rongji was uncertain, and tremblingly returned. Elder. Senior is joking. I'm just an insignificant old man. How could I dare to recognize a figure of such existence as Senior? Ha ha ha. Yi Li Tian laughed, Since that's the case, let me give you another reminder. Measuring heavenly chances consumes 10,000 years of cultivation. Boom, of a drum. After Gu Rongji heard this, he only felt as if his soul had been hit by something, and his face instantly stiffened. Even his body seemed to be bound by some kind of power. The eyes that looked at Yili Tian had even more than one more minute of surprise in them. Elder, could it be that you? Senior. Yili Tian didn't say anything, so he just nodded. Clang. Gu Rongji directly knelt down. Elder is the one who has eyes but no eyes, casually checking the heavenly chances, angering a figure of such existence as Elder. The old man is just an unintentional move. There is no malicious intention to probe Elder. Please don't take offense. Alright. Yili Tian's ice-cold voice resounded within the hall. No need to care. Read, you are a first offender. To destroy your 10,000 years of Taoist behavior is to give you some teaching obedience. But this time I am also a bit of a surprise. Did not expect the little kid will bring you. The little kid can and you explain the purpose of coming here? Gu Rongji's heart was even more greatly harmed. Kid? Could it be this person? This kind of strong person is just a brat in the eyes of senior? The more Gu Rongji thought about it, the more shocked he was. He felt that the eyes of this heavenly chance pavilion's master, was somewhat unable to see today, but he still immediately responded. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. Elder, little, Lord Ghost has already explained the cause to me on the way. But, before Gu Rongji could finish, Yili Tian casually waved his hand, only to see a wave of blood-colored energy directly drill into Gu Rongji's body. Gu Rongji's expression was even more puzzled. Although he didn't understand, but he didn't stop it. He didn't have the strength to block it, and he didn't dare to block it, so he just let that energy slowly travel in his body. Just a breath of time. Gu Rongji then felt that the energy had spread all over his meridians. He even felt that his abdomen was restoring his cultivation little by little. His face was shocked and happy. His mood at this moment could not be expressed in words at all. Gu Rongji was overjoyed and opened his mouth in succession. Many thanks to Senior for granting me this chance. Yili Tian remained indifferent, then threw out a pitch-black token that hovered in front of Gu Rongji. Since you know all about it, from today onwards, the Dark Spectre Hall in Central State will be under your care. Do you understand? Gu Rongji picked up this token in front of him, only to see 5 words written on top of it. Lord of the Central State's Branch Church. On the back, there are 3 dazzling words. Dark Spectre Hall. Gu Rongji was thrilled at the moment. His heart even flashed with a touch of determination, and appeared extremely respectful as he saluted Yili Tian. This life of my subordinate is the Dark Spectre Halls from today onwards. Yili Tian nodded. Go down. Understood. The Ghost King and Gu Rongji opened their mouths at the same time and walked towards the door to leave inside the Great Hall. On the way, the Ghost King said to Gu Rongji, "Oh yeah, just a reminder. This token has basic Dark Spectre Hall information within it, but the information on the killers is not there. All you need to know is that there is a master killer guarding each branch hall, and as for cultivation, it's equivalent to an Immortal King 9th grade Great Circle. Anything else you don't know you can contact the Hall Master of the Tianjin Continent's branch halls, but I wouldn't recommend it." Lord Ghost, why is this? Gu Rongji asked. The Ghost King just smiled and disappeared without saying anything. Gu Rongji was a bit confused and also leapt up to fly towards the Central State. Above the cliffs on the western border of Central State. Disappeared? A death envoy probed the surroundings in confusion. But no matter how he probed, there was no trace of it. How could it suddenly disappear? The 4 dead ambassadors were also a bit dumbfounded. I'll go around the neighborhood and see if anyone grabs one and asks to see if I can get some leads. A dead ambassador disappeared directly into thin air. Had a bit of a rough day, and a rough couple of days, with a shattered and spent computer screen. Chapter 127, Beyond the Broken End of the West, forming a Western Taoist system of its own. The other 3 dead ambassadors were vigilantly observing all the movements around them. 50 kilometers away from Broken Cliff, Broken Bridge Sky City, the dead envoy had been wandering around in the dark for a long time, but it was basically just ordinary people, and he rarely found any cultivators, so he chose not to make a move, and continued to lurk and move forward. Broken Bridge Heavenly City wasn't very big. It wasn't even half the size of Jintian City, but this place was also rather special. The population is not very dense, and there are very few monks. The most striking thing would be the huge half-sky bridge in the center of this Broken Bridge Sky City. This flyover basically covers half the city, but somehow it's only half. The dead ambassador didn't care too much and kept searching for the cultivators in the city. Before long, the death envoy arrived within the center of Broken Bridge Heavenly City, and after surveying for a long time, the death envoy set his sights on a male cultivator with the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. Although this male cultivator only had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, the death envoy didn't make a rash move. The death envoy himself was not capable of fighting. And although his realm was one large realm higher than this person, the death envoy was still waiting for the most appropriate time to strike. Because if you miss, it's the most fatal for an intelligence assassin who has no ability to fight. The dead mate gripped the dagger in his hand. His eyes condensed, did not hesitate, an arrow stepped directly shot out, decisively shot. The male cultivator suddenly sensed that something was wrong and was about to react, but it was already too late, only to see that a dagger had been plunged into his abdomen. It was a wonderful stab, which would neither kill him nor give him any power to fight back. The male cultivator still wanted to make a struggle in, but his neck had already been locked in a death grip. He knew he was probably going to be planted here today, but he didn't even know exactly why at all. Your Excellency, I've never offended anyone in my life. Aren't you going a bit overboard with this? The male cultivator endured the pain and spoke. The death envoy didn't pay any attention to this person's words. A burst of blood-colored smoke enveloped them, and the two of them directly disappeared in place. When they reappeared, the two of them had already arrived at the place of the western cliffs of the central state. The dead ambassador pulled out the dagger from the male cultivator's abdomen and kicked him to the ground. The male cultivator fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. He was about to stand up and prepare to fight back, but the moment he just stood up, his eyes stared blankly, his face revealed a look of horror, and his body unconsciously retreated towards the back. What? Want to fight back? A smiling dead envoy walked over towards the male cultivator, accompanied by the three great emperor-level dead envoys beside him. The four people directly surrounded the male cultivator. When that male cultivator saw the scene in front of him, he directly knelt down without saying a word and kowtowed repeatedly to spare his life. Are you kidding? For great emperors, what was he, a tiny quasi-emperor, going to do to fight them? The four seniors spare my life. It's me who has eyes but no pearls. Although I don't know where the villain has offended the four seniors, but I still ask the four adults to give the villain a chance to change his ways. That male cultivator's head was buried so low at the moment that the knots in his throat were trembling along with him. Waste ing words. One of the dead ambassadors kicked him directly and took out the dagger at his waist and pressed it against the knot of his throat, saying coldly, I ask and you answer. Understand? The male cultivator froze for a moment, then nodded his head repeatedly. Understood. I understand. I will definitely know everything. Death used the dagger to hold up the male cultivator's chin. Staring at him with a deadly stare, he opened his mouth and asked, there was a person here just now, but he disappeared after walking to this cliff. Do you know why? The male cultivator didn't hesitate to speak directly. Probably jumped. Right, senior. I'll jump your ass. Bang! The dead ambassador directly kicked the male cultivator on top of his face, and the male cultivator was directly kicked over and rolled backward twice. His nose was broken by the kick, and blood could not stop flowing out within his nose. The dead ambassador looked at the male cultivator with an extremely appalling look in his eyes. You still have the last chance to speak. If there's nothing I want to know. Humph. Saying that, the dagger in the dead ambassador's hand flew out directly and plunged into the ground 3 centimeters above where the male cultivator's neck was. When had that male cultivator ever seen this kind of situation? His lower body began to ooze out water stains. He looked at these several black-clothed men, completely too ruthless, not human. Say, the extremely icy and eerie voice of the dead ambassador rang out. It was as if as long as the next second this male cultivator wasted a sentence, or did not say what he wanted to know, this male cultivator would die. Must die. The male cultivator's mood was extremely tense at the moment. Under panic he couldn't think of anything to say at all. He didn't know anything. Swish. The sound of a dagger slicing through the knot of his throat rang out in the arena, and the male cultivator froze in place with his mouth wide open, not moving a muscle. The next moment his body fell straight down, unable to say anything. If you don't tell me, you'll die too. The death envoy directly kicked him out, and the male cultivator's body fell directly towards the bottom of the cliff. Can't get any information here. Withdraw. One of the dead envoy's silhouette directly headed towards the front as his words fell, and the other 3 dead envoys followed closely behind. Zhengzhou Rim Mountain. Dark Spectre Hall Branch. A death envoy came directly within the 6th floor of the Dark Spectre Hall and arched his hand at Gu Rongji, who was sitting there. As early as when Gu Rongji had gotten the Dark Spectre Hall Branch Hall token, all the assassins had also received the message within the token, so they naturally knew that the head of the Dark Spectre Hall in Central State was Gu Rongji. No one thought much about it. They only needed to know that it was what Yili Tian had determined, and they would definitely obey without hesitation. Lord Gu, the order from above was for us to follow one person, but that person disappeared after reaching the cliffs on the western border, and my subordinates have been investigating for a long time without any news. The dead ambassador spoke respectfully. The western border cliff? After Gu Rongji pondered for a moment, his face changed, as if he had thought of something. Okay, I know. Gu Rongji said. The dead ambassador turned away. Seeing the dead ambassador leave, Gu Rongji once again thought seriously for a moment. Western broken end? Could it be? Without any hesitation, Gu Rongji directly contacted Yi Li Tian to inform him of all he knew one by one. Western bluff. Gu Rongji is not particularly clear. He only knows that at the bluff owns an ancient teleportation array. Specifically, where that array will be teleported to is unknown, but having heard his master talk about it, the other end of that big formation is another undiscovered continent. Vaguely Gu Rongji only remembered that world is called the Western Taoist system. He has not been there, so he has not understood what that world is really like. So far no one has set foot in it either. Chapter 128, I have a robbery in my heart. But master, I've grown up. However, Gu Rongji's master had once measured that Western Taoist system by virtue of measuring against the heavenly Tao. But unfortunately, the process of measurement was extremely difficult, and even his master teacher only maintained it for 3 breaths. Although it was only a short 3 breaths of time, within just those 3 breaths, all the immortal energy within Master Gu Rongji's body directly dried up, and his body died of dry old age, with not a single ounce of immortal energy left behind. But before he died his master also said one last thing to Gu Rongji, never try to measure that place. The Tao cannot be peeked at. Remember. Lord Li Tian, that's all I know. Gu Rongji spoke to the token and then stopped speaking. Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. Inside the Dark Hall, Yi Li Tian was also in deep thought after listening to Gu Rongji's narration. Ancient teleportation array. Western Taoists? It's really getting interesting. The corner of Yi Li Tian's mouth slightly lifted up in an arc, and an extremely profound smile appeared on top of his face. The end of the teleportation array. Within the Western wasteland. In the middle of a desert. I say Senior where are you bringing me? Zhou Xingyi looked at the endless desert in front of him, and there was nothing but incomprehension on his face. What the hell do you know? This is a place where people from the immortal world can't even come if they want to, and you're still suffering? The middle-aged silhouette said without a good mood. Zhou Xingyi simply didn't believe what he said. Just this broken desert is still a dream place now? Although Zhou Xingyi didn't believe it, he couldn't say it. After all, his own little life was still in the hands of this shadowy figure, so he could only say helplessly, Senior, where exactly is this cinnamon flower brew you speak of? How long have I been traveling? Besides the desert, it's still the desert. Senior, are you letting someone cheat you? Zhou Xingyi now didn't even suspect that he had been tricked by this void shadow, but instead began to wonder if this middle-aged void shadow had been tricked. What do you know, 6 If I tell you to go forward, I'll go forward. Can I still cheat you? The middle-aged vapors really had no patience left at all. But I'm tired, Senior. Why don't we take a rest? Zhou Xingqiang gasped, his body already wet with sweat. The middle-aged virtual shadow now really want to give him a punch. Hate the teeth itchy. Have not seen you this waste. The great Luo golden immortal will not fly. You cultivate so long, you cultivate what? Zhou Xingyi smiled awkwardly. Ha. Senior, this is a long story. I also want to fly actually, but there is no way. In the past in the forest of demon beasts encountered a demon king level demonic beast. Unfortunately I escaped, but still was hit by that demonic beast. Since then I can't fly, and I don't know what's going on. Don't ing talk, just go. The middle-aged silhouette didn't want to listen to Zhou Xingyi's past at all and spoke angrily. Zhou Xingyi also stopped speaking and could only honestly walk forward. Above the barren mountains of the Tianman domain, Chen Liang finished today's cultivation, but his face was not particularly good looking from the beginning to the end, as if he had lost his soul. Sitting stupidly on top of the roof of the thatched hut in a daze, the old man on top of the recliner glanced at Chen Liang. His face also looked a little heavy color, but did not say anything, just slightly closed his eyes. I do not know whether he was asleep or not. Chen Liang also glanced at the old man, then jumped off the roof to the old man's side, but he didn't wake him up, just spoke from the sidelines. Master, you should know what I'm practicing so hard for, and you know the purpose of my practice. Chen Liang sat on another recliner and just looked at the old man, looking somewhat mature. I think there's a saying that says it very well. People don't do it for themselves. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Chen Liang without a good look. Say something if you have a fart. Chen Liang's countenance remained the same, and his eyes looked especially serious as he said, Master, is there something you haven't told me yet? Chen Liang's gaze never left the old man once, and the old man looked at Chen Liang at the moment and also paused slightly, but still put on a look of uncertainty and said, Chen Liang, what are you talking about? What's going on? I've already told you what you know. What else do you want to know? Do you still want to know who your master's mother is? The old man laughed openly, wanting to skip the topic, but nay, Chen Liang no longer ate this set of words, his eyes still extremely serious. Master, actually I already knew without you saying it. I just wanted to come and make sure, but now I'm pretty sure. After saying that, Chen Liang directly stood up and walked towards the mountain. Seeing this, the old man directly stood up and stopped in front of Chen Liang, looking at Chen Liang with a serious look on his face. What are you doing? Without a word, Chen Liang directly bypassed the old man and continued walking forward. The old man saw this and finally became a bit anxious, directly waved his hand, only to see a piece of energy in his hand directly flying towards Chen Liang, firmly binding Chen Liang's limbs and bringing them to mid-air, unable to move a bit. Seeing the old man like this, Chen Liang didn't show any sense of urgency, and faintly said, Master, I know that you are doing this for my good, but even if you could trap me for the rest of my life, do you think it would be useful? You're right. People who cultivate immortals can't have heart robberies, but by doing so, aren't you just leaving an indelible heart robbery in your disciple's heart? Chen Liang said in a tone of voice became a little choked up. Master, I know what is right and what is wrong. I am no longer the previous ignorant self. Disciple now has grown up. The old man looked at the current Chen Liang, and after listening to his words, his heart was somewhat moved. His right hand slowly raised, and then unconsciously fell. Looking down at the flying sand on the ground, a flash of intent flashed through his eyes, and after a light laugh, he looked up at Chen Liang, and, it's just, the old man waved his hand, and the strand of energy that trapped Chen Liang directly dissipated, and Chen Liang fell back to the ground. You have grown up. In the future your things need you to make your own decisions, for the teacher from the beginning to the end also did not hand over to you what is more take out of the things, but this time you are still honest in this barren mountain on top of the stay on it, for the teacher personally to go to give you to cut off that heart robberies. This may be the last time for the teacher to be able to help you. With his hands behind his back, the old man looked into the distance, an unspeakable bitterness in his eyes. Puff! Chen Liang knelt directly in front of the old man, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. Master! This master's voice spoke of all the vicissitudes of the world, of everything. Chen Liang didn't say anything, he just kowtowed 3 times to himself, because he knew that at this moment, no matter what he said, it was useless. The old man let out a light laugh and helped Chen Liang up. Chapter 129, My name is Chen Liang, the brightest of tomorrow's brights. Patting Chen Liang on the shoulder, the old man turned his head and walked into the thatched hut. Looking at the old man's back, Chen Liang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and slowly walked towards the bottom of the mountain. The old man naturally knew that Chen Liang had gone down the mountain, and he did not stop him because he knew that Chen Liang would not do anything impulsive. Master, disciples will carry their own affairs. Tianmong Domain, Falling Cloud Mountain Range, 10 meters away from a huge stone monument. Chen Liang looked at the monument in front of him and stood with his head held high. Elder, I've come to see you again after many days, but this time it's a bit different. It might be the last time I come to see you. I should be thanking you, Senior. If it wasn't because of Senior, I don't think I'd know how to walk my path in the future. Chen Liangshan smiled, said also strange seniors, but said in advance, oh seniors, I do not intend to speak out defilement seniors. You can never come to dream to find my trouble. Oh, I am very afraid of ghosts. Really? Ha ha ha. Chen Liang laughed and laughed, his expression suddenly becoming a bit sunken. Although I don't know exactly what kind of person you are, Senior. I always feel that you shouldn't deserve to die, Senior. Although I don't know why an existence of your level, Senior, would die, but just from your name alone, I feel that you really don't deserve to die. But one thing, Senpai, I think you're very happy. Although I don't know what kind of relationship that man had with you that day, but I can tell that he treated you very well, really very well. Even now, when I see those words engraved on top of this stone monument, I sometimes envy him. He gives me the feeling of being very strong and powerful. If I can also be that strong, I can protect the one I want to protect the most. Chen Liang took out a bouquet of white flowers in his arms. His body squatted down and placed the flowers on the ground with a smile on his face and said, having said so much, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chen Liang, the bright one who will be bright tomorrow. If there is a chance, I will still come to see you, Senior. After saying this, Chen Liang turned around and put away the smile on his face, and turned to be firm as a rock. Tianmong Domain, Desolate Mountain. Chen Liang returned to the top of the barren mountain, but what surprised him a little was that the old man wasn't actually sleeping on top of the chair. Chen Liang didn't care, but walked inside the thatched hut, but he searched around without seeing the old man's figure. Chen Liang was a bit puzzled. His expression changed and he hurriedly came inside the old man's room. Everything in the room was the same as usual, and Chen Liang was even more confused. But upon closer inspection, Chen Liang realized that the box of the black sword box under the old man's bed had been opened. Chen Liang's pupils widened. Is there something master is still hiding from himself? Chen Liang's heartjack was his fiancée, yes. But why was his master missing today? He is really a little confused. He received the letter as 3 days later. But why? Thinking of this, That Chen Liang could only think of one possibility. And that was that his master teacher had already preceded him and traveled to the 9 underworld's heavenly kingdom. But he was still a little puzzled as to why his master wanted to go on his own. So Chen Liang didn't think any more about it and directly ran wildly towards the bottom of the mountain. What else are you hiding from me, master? After exiting the barren mountain, Chen Liang's cultivation was no longer suppressed, and he directly flew rapidly towards the front. The 9 underworld's heavenly kingdom was located in the eastern part of the heavenly man's domain upper world. There were only 2 ways to reach the 9 underworld's heavenly kingdom. Either be strong enough to fly or take a teleportation array. But the Duo Treasure Chamber's teleportation array alone couldn't reach the 9 underworld's heavenly kingdom. It was because the Duo Treasure Chamber of Commerce had not established a chapter in the 9 heavens kingdom. The only way to get there was to go to the Central State's Quick Dagger Pavilion to take their Dark Board Zone transmission array. And because the Quick Dagger Pavilion needed to travel to the 9 underworld's heavenly kingdom to escort their goods, they spent a huge amount of money to build their own transmission array. Of course, this teleportation array will be open to the public. So a little bit of profit is a little bit of profit. After about a day had passed, Chen Liang arrived at the Tianxian continent's Multiple Treasures Chamber of Commerce, and he needed to take the Multiple Treasures Chamber of Commerce's teleportation array to the Central State. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye most of the day had passed. Chen Liang arrived at Aou City in the eastern part of the Central State out of breath. After entering the Fast Sword Pavilion, Chen Liang explained to the Fast Sword Pavilion steward, Li Er, where he was going, and Li Er was also smiling as he led Chen Liang to the front of a teleportation array. Because this was a cross-region teleportation, the cost would definitely be very expensive. Chen Liang didn't even blink his eyes and took out the only 60 million immortal crystals he had on him, taking out 50 million and handing it to Li Er. Li Er's mouth grinned even wider after receiving the immortal crystals and checking the number. After all, after the Fast Dagger Pavilion finished building this teleportation array, the teleportation business is very little. Those family forces may not need to piggyback on their Fast Dagger Pavilion's teleportation array at all. They were the ones who had their own extraterrestrial teleportation array. Although it was not personal, it was held by several forces, but after all, it was free and did not cost any money. So the Fast Dagger Pavilion was almost losing money in other money-making industries except for the Dark Guarding one. The teleportation array opened and Chen Liang stood above it as a strong light rose up to the sky, piercing Chen Liang and forcing him to close his eyes. Fellow Daoist, take your time. Li Er smiled and spoke to Chen Liang. The strong light disappeared, only to see that Chen Liang's figure was no longer above the teleportation array. Chen Liang opened his eyes again and was already inside a spatial tunnel. Chen Liang's face was grave. His heart was in a state of shock and uncertainty. What in the world has happened? Could it be that the information he received was wrong? After thinking for a long time, Chen Liang didn't have a clue. It seems that we can only wait until after we reach the 9 heavens kingdom to find out. The spatial beams of light around them continued to travel forward, and Chen Liang, who was inside the space, was considered to be in a much calmer mood. 9 Underworld's Heavenly Kingdom, Fast Blade Pavilion, Dark Bureau Branch Pavilion. Next to a teleportation array, there was already an elder of the Fast Blade Pavilion standing here. This elder had also waited here early after receiving a transmission from the Central State Headquarters Fast Blade Pavilion. Suddenly, a light from the teleportation array in front of this old man flashed directly, and Chen Liang's figure appeared within the teleportation array. Fellow Daoist is Mr. Chen, right? The old man walked up and looked at Chen Liang with a smile on his face. Chen Liang opened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him and nodded as well. Ha ha, fellow Daoist, Chen has just arrived in this 9 Underworld's Heavenly Kingdom. It's better to take a rest. I have within my Fast Blade Pavilion. Before the old man could finish, Chen Liang directly waved his hand. Don't bother. Chen Liang then directly walked out of the Fast Blade Pavilion and headed to the Chen clan. Chen Liang was originally from this 9 Underworld's Heavenly Kingdom. Because of a change, the Chen family died, and within the entire Chen family, only Chen Liang as well as the Chen family's grand elder, that is, that old man, remained. I'm sorry, bookworms, but since there's only a small piece of the computer to read, I'll change it if some of it doesn't work by marking it directly. Chapter 130, I worked hard for you, but why did you? The 9 Underworld's Heavenly Kingdom was very large compared to the Central State, with a geographical area the size of 2 central states, but the distribution of forces here was not as disorganized as in the Central State, and it was ruled by the 3 major empires respectively. The forces and towns within each empire's dominion are different. For hundreds of thousands of years these 3 empires have been well watered. Basically there is not much struggle. Whereas the Chen family was located was in Floating Yu City, which was within the boundaries of the rule of one of the 3 great empires, the Ling Tian Empire. Chen Liang didn't stay after arriving at Floating Yu City, but instead headed to the old Chen family without stopping. The location of old Chen's house was in the direction of the southeast corner of the center of Fuyue City.
Chen Liang's footsteps also paused for a moment as he reached the front door of old Chen's house.
His brows slightly furrowed.
He saw 2 white paper and black letter seals cross-pasted above the gate of the Chen family's mansion, as if the Chen family had committed a great offense.
Firmly sealed. Chen Liang clenched his hands into fists.
His face didn't change too significantly as he slowly walked up to the front about to rip off the 2 seals, but just as his hand was about to touch the seal, his hand stopped in midair with some surprise in his eyes. Just above the doorknob of the gate was a piece of paper.
Chen Liang picked up the paper with a sense of curiosity and flipped it open to look at it. Liang, I know you will come back. I have to say that you make me very pleased.
1,000 words said more than useless,
but I hope you do not go. Some things are not now you can afford, but you have to know that you have a master. Master can help you only so much.
If the teacher did not come back within 10 days, the teacher hopes that your strength has not grown to the point of sufficient.
You do not think of revenge,
and you should not think of avenging the Chen family.
Although this is true, but I believe that one day, when you ride the wind and waves and tread on snow, you can also be alone to cut down the god of heaven. Your master, Tada. In front of the door, on the stone floor, drop after drop of tears fell in Chen Liang's eyes. Sinboa.
There was only the sound of a flopping knee colliding with the stone floor.
Sound of escaping laughter. Without any warning,
Chen Liang slammed his fist directly onto the stone floor.
Master, father, crying hysterically to the heavens. What the hell are you playing at? Why am I getting more and more confused?
Chen Liang stood up and wiped away the simple tears from the corners of his eyes, some wistful smiles appearing on his face.
Since master likes to play so much, let him play by himself.
I might as well take a look at my family's Yushu first.
As Chen Liang said that, he headed towards the Xia family, which was also within Fuyue City. Xia family and Chen family is a family friend. Chen family Chen Liang and Xia family Xia Yushu, 2 people were born on the same day. The 2 families and generations of goodwill.
So the Chen family master and the Xia family head,
the 2 hit it off on the same day.
To the 2 said a dull marriage. Both families were very happy and were very optimistic about this marriage between Chen Liang and Xia Yushu, but the good times didn't last long. The Chen family suffered a change of heart many years ago and almost perished.
But even if the Chen family's old man managed to survive, because the injuries on his body were too severe, he only survived for 5 years before he was vaporized, and the only pillar of the Chen family died just like that. The Chen family's top management was already dead or disabled in that change, relying on the old man to struggle to support down. After the death of the Chen family's old man, the Chen family was suppressed by all the big clans, physically and mentally exhausted, and those remaining top management are also one after another have passed away. The Xia family naturally all see in the eyes, but never once extended a helping hand. Even the 2 marriages also since that time, not to mention. Slowly the Chen clan was left with only Chen Liang and the Chen clan's grand elder, who was also Chen Liang's master. Chen Liang had survived with some difficulty at that time, because he had a better mindset and didn't care too much about his past. However, his heart has always been loaded with one person. That is the Xia family Xia Yushu. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Liang can hold on until now, right? His goal was to become stronger. So strong that one day he could make the Xia family look at him squarely. So strong that he, Chen Liang, could openly and honestly hold Xia Yushu's hand, take the oath, worship heaven and earth, and no one would dare to object again. The Xia family in the north of the city. Knock knock. 3 knocks sounded on the door, and the door of the summer house was slowly pulled open. Hey Yu Lao, is Yu Shu here? Chen Liang said with a smile on his face to Yu Lao, who opened the door. Yu Lao was slightly stunned, and when he saw that the visitor was Chen Liang, he also showed quite a lot of dislike, and said with some impatience, not at all. After saying that Yu Lao was about to close the gate, Chen Liang quickly pushed the gate with his whole body to stop Yu Lao from closing the gate, and opened his mouth with an extremely thick skin. Yu Lao, don't isn't Yu Shu at home? I just came to check on him. I'll leave after that, really. Yu Lao ignored it and increased the force in his hands by a few points. Even though Chen Liang was exerting his whole body, he still couldn't control the door that was about to close, and while exerting himself, he gritted his teeth and said, Yu Lao, you don't I just take a look. Yu Shu is not at home, then where else can I go? Without any good humor, Yu Lao directly raised his leg and kicked hard towards Chen Liang's abdomen. How many times have I told you that it's not possible for you and my young lady to be together? And I just realized how thick your skin is, and I'm advising you. My young lady has already married. If you dare to harass my young lady again, do you believe I'll break your legs? Humph. Bang. Yu Lao's hands were extremely forceful as he directly closed the gate. The only one left on the street was Chen Liang, who had collapsed on the ground, his face full of bewilderment and not knowing what to do. Yu Shu married someone? How could that be? She said she would wait for me. I must have heard it wrong. Yes, I must have heard it wrong. Chen Liang kept muttering to himself under his breath, completely disbelieving what Yu Lao had just said. Wobbling to his feet, he absent-mindedly walked down the street, not knowing where he was going or where he was going. Look. Helmet. The streets were threaded with pedestrians as usual. Chen Liang then strolled through it, and without realizing it, two voices reached Chen Liang's ears. Did you go and see yesterday's marriage between the Xia family's eldest young lady and the young sect master of the righteous Heavenly Luan? That gesture was truly the most luxurious tying of the knot I've ever seen in my life. You said yesterday. I naturally went to see. Should say not to say that the summer family's Xia Yushu really is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, but I don't think Kong Mingyu, the young master of the Heavenly Luan sect, is bad either. No matter if it's strength or status, I feel that Xia Yushu is worth it. Not bad, although the Xia family is not as good as the Tianluan sect, but with the marriage of the two families, this Xia family is bound to soar. Chapter 131, The corpse on the doorstep single-handedly breaking into Tianluan sect. Chen Liang listened to the already trance-like look, became even more devastated, stayed on the spot, and muttered to himself repeatedly in his mouth. Yu Shu Shi, married the young master of the Tianluan sect? How can that be? She said she would wait for me. But why? Chen Liang pulled his hair very hard with both hands. Fake. It must be fake. Yu Shu must have been forced. Yes. I'm going to save her. She must be waiting for me to save her. After Chen Liang finished his thought, he didn't hesitate to fly directly towards the direction of the Tianluan sect in a hurry. The Tianluan sect was part of the territory of the Ling Tian Empire, on top of a not-so-continuous mountain, Tianluan sect's back mountain. Above the lesser master peak, Xia Yushu was standing at the top of the hill, looking at the unending wilderness in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. What's wrong, Yushu? What's on your mind? Inside the mountain peak's main hall, a white-clothed figure walked out from inside, walking with a gentle pace to Xia Yushu's side, his left hand very naturally wrapping around Xia Yushu's thin waist that was as soft as silk. Xia Yushu slightly inclined her head and looked at Kong Mingyu, who had his arms around her, and did not feel that anything was wrong. Instead, she took the initiative to lean towards Kong Mingyu, looking extremely loving. Xia Yushu's face was a little less than pretty, stuttering and unable to say a word. Kong Mingyu smiled and gently pinched Xia Yushu's pink cheeks with his hand. Still worried about that brat from the Chun family? Xia Yushu's face was pressed against Kong Mingyu's chest and nodded. Kong Mingyu stroked Xia Yushu's hair and said without any concern, "Don't think about it, Yushu. It's not like you have anything to do with that kid surnamed Chen. It's just his wishful thinking. He can do whatever he likes. Just let him be." Xia Yushu nodded, opened her arms and hugged Kong Mingyu, saying in a very pasty voice, "It's good to have you." Kong Mingyu wore a smile on his face as he looked down at Xia Yushu, who was in his arms, lifting up his chin as the two of them looked at each other and unknowingly kissed each other. Chen Liang looked at the residential address of the Tianluan sect in the distance. His eyes became grave, and his figure accelerated by a few more points. "Yu Shu, you must wait for me." Half an hour later, Chen Liang stopped and arrived at the foot of the Tianluan sect's mountain. As he was about to head towards the mountains, he was somewhat shocked by the scene in front of him. One could only see the corpse of an old man hanging above the gatehouse at the foot of the Tianluan sect's mountain. Chen Liang looked at this corpse in front of him, tears welling up in his eyes, and he couldn't stop his legs from going a little soft. With a fluttering sound, Chen Liang directly knelt down on both knees. "Master, Father." Chen Liang's legs scratched the ground as he moved forward. He was in complete disbelief of what he saw in front of him. His master was actually dead. Even the bodies were hung above the gatehouse. Chen Liang couldn't be bothered to grieve, and with a long leap directly removed his master's body, slowly placing it on top of the ground. At this time, the Tianluan sect's disciples who were on duty here noticed the abnormality below the mountain gate and rushed over directly. The two disciples looked at Chen Liang in front of them, some anger appearing in their eyes. "Kid, do you know what this place is? To actually dare to privately remove the corpse above the gatehouse, do you think you've lived a little too long?" Chen Liang did not pay any attention to the words of the Tianluan sect disciple, and looked at his master's corpse on the ground with a somewhat choked voice. "Master, why? Could it be that this is what you're trying to hide from me? But I already know everything." "But you." Tianluan sect disciples see this person actually dare to ignore their own eyes aning behind the long knife directly take out. "Kid, arbitrarily taking down the corpse above the gate tower. What's the difference between this and provoking my Tianluan sect? No matter who you are today, go to hell." Saying that, the disciple swung his long knife in his hand and slashed directly towards Chen Liang. Chen Liang's gaze flicked towards the back. His face turned grim as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly got up and lifted his leg towards the Tianluan sect disciple who was charging towards him and kicked him. "Thumbs up." Before the knife in the Tianluan sect disciple's hand could be swung down, a huge force directly attacked his abdomen, kicking him 7 or 8 meters away. Seeing this scene, another disciple also rushed towards Chen Liang with a sword. Chen Liang's eyes were filled with disdain as he blasted a fist directly towards the disciple's nose. Bang! A sound came out. And that disciple also flew out directly backwards just like the previous disciple. His face was somewhat dented by the blow, and he lost his voice on the spot. The last disciple climbed up on the ground looking at Chen Liang has no longer just contempt color. Directly turned around and ran towards the Tianluan sect mountain in a panic and incomparable. Killing? Someone is killing people in my Tianluan sect. Chen Liang looked at the fleeing Tianluan sect disciple and did not go after him, as he felt it was completely unnecessary. Leaning down to look at the corpse of his master on the ground, his eyes were firm and unshakable as he opened his mouth and said, "Master, when I go and pick up you shoe, I'll take you old man, home." After saying this, Chen Liang turned around and resolutely walked towards the top of the Tianluan sect. Over the top. No good. Murder. That disciple had already arrived on top of the inner peak of the Tianluan sect, and was still shouting non-stop under his breath. At this moment, an outer sect elder appeared directly in front of the shouting disciple, looking at the disciple with a serious face. Loud clamor in the land of the inner peak. What a shame. That disciple was also finally relieved to see the outer sect elder in front of him, and directly kneeled down on one knee to inform this outer sect elder of everything that had happened under the mountain without any mistakes. What? That outer sect elder showed his anger after hearing that. Go! I want to see who dares to kill at the foot of my Tianluan sect's mountain. The outer sect elder directly leapt up and flew towards the mountain. But before he could fly a few hundred meters, that outer sect elder saw Chen Liang who was walking towards the mountain. Without the slightest hesitation directly stopped in front of Chen Liang. Chen Liang also stopped in his tracks when he saw this, but there was no change above his face. Elder, it's him, he's the one who killed senior brother. The disciple behind the elder hurriedly pointed his finger at Chen Liang with his mouth still talking non-stop after seeing him. Chen Liang directly glared at him. Do you want to die as well? That disciple's body trembled after seeing Chen Liang's eyes and hid behind the elder. No longer speaking, the elder sized up Chen Liang in front of him. He hadn't seen this person within any of the major powers of the Spirit Sky Empire, emboldened and daring to single-handedly fight his way up to my Tianluan sect. Could it be that this person is someone from one of the major powers of the other two countries? That's what the elder thought, and he didn't dare to make a sudden move. If this person was really someone from a big power, it would not be easy. Although Chen Liang didn't know what this old man was thinking, he no longer had the time to continue to spend with him here. Chapter 132. Since we're here, we've never feared death. From the Tianluan sect, no matter who it is, I'll kill and fight as usual. After saying that, Chen Liang no longer hesitated to form his palm into a fist and directly blasted towards that outer sect elder. When the elder saw this, his eyes and Ning revealed the slightest hint of coldness. What arrogance, boy! Today I don't care who you are. Power rolled within the outer sect elder's body, and a palm directly struck towards Chen Liang's punch. Run! An explosive sound rang out. Chen Liang was directly blown away. His body tumbled several times in the air before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Put! Chen Liang propped himself up on the ground with one hand. A mouthful of bloody phlegm spat directly onto the ground, wiped his mouth and stood up, his eyes ferociously looking at the outer sect elder. That outer gate elder was looking at Chen Liang with even more disdain at the moment. I thought it was some kind of guy. So it's just a grasshopper at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Humph, kid, name the power behind you. If the power behind you can make the old man, can make my Tianluan sect scorned, I cannot kill you today. Bah! Chen Liang was also disdainful at the moment. Although this old man was 2 small realms higher than Chen Liang was still unafraid. Power? Oh, ridiculous, I have no forces behind me. If you think you can kill me, then you can make your move. If you can't kill me, I will kill you today. Chen Liang's immortal power trembled around his body, waving his hand a 5-foot-long sword engraved with the word Chenzu, suspended in front of his body, a flash of chestnut color in his eyes. Avalanche. Both hands continued to make seals, and in just a single breath, the sound of endless sword sounds emanated from around the sword. Master, I will lead you in the hope of the Chen family to kill the way out. Sword up. Boom! Chen Zujian directly shot up into the sky, and within an instant, it directly shot towards that outer gate elder at a rapid speed. That outer sect elder's face was also grave when he saw this. Chaos Supreme Treasure. His hands made seals at a rapid pace. His hands formed horns, and an energy directly spread out from his palm, forming an energy shield. Chen Zu's sword stabbed directly on top of that energy shield. The outer sect elder's feet couldn't hold up as he withdrew a large step backward when he came into contact with that Chen Zu sword. His face wrinkled above his brow, looking extremely hard. The elder, the disciple behind him, who also saw the difficult look on the elder's face at the moment, couldn't help but speak out. The elder of the outer sect strongly supported the ground, but the soles of his feet kept rubbing backward, clenching his teeth to hold on again. Go call the other elders, quickly. The outer sect elder spoke with difficulty to the disciple behind him, and that disciple hurriedly nodded his head and flew extremely fast towards the inner peak above. Late stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. It's nothing more than that. Chen Liang increased some strength in his hands, and the sound of Chun Zu's sword chirping became stronger and stronger. At this moment, the outer sect elder was already on the verge of being unable to support himself, and the shield in front of his body was already showing tiny cracks. Damn it, how could a little brat have such an existence as a Chaos Supreme Treasure? If it wasn't for the fact that the old man was 2 small realms above him, perhaps the old man would have been killed by now. Bang! Chen Ancestral Sword roared loudly. The shield in front of the outer sect elder directly collapsed, and Chen Ancestral Sword continued to shoot towards the outer sect elder's chest without decreasing in speed. No good. The outer sect elder's face changed drastically, and his body quickly dodged. But even so, one of his arms was directly chopped off, and even his left ear was chopped off by half an inch. The elder of the outer sect forced himself to endure his injuries, quickly consuming a healing elixir as he stared intently at Chen Liang. Who the hell are you? Chen Liang did not have the slightest bit of nonsense. His fingers changed again. Chen Zu's sword once again sounded loudly and sharply towards the outer Dorjan Lai's head to cut over. Dead people don't need to know. The outer sect elder was greatly harmed and hurriedly took out his defensive treasure. Thunk! The defensive supreme treasure directly crumbled, and half of the outer sect elder's head was directly chopped up and fell to the ground. Air! The outer sect elder's body fell vertically. Chen Liang put away the Chun Zu sword and walked towards the top of the mountain with a cold face. Wait for me. You Shu! Clunk! A sudden aura of a powerhouse beyond the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal instantly enveloped Chen Liang. The earth cracked, and Chen Liang's face tightened even after sensing this sudden appearance of a powerful aura, and one of his knees had already knocked on top of the ground. The body is even more difficult to turn over. Chen Liang's heart was shocked. This breath is Immortal King. In an instant an aged figure with glory emanating from it stepped into the air, its majestic gaze looking down at Chen Liang. Killing my Tianluan sect's elders and destroying my Tianluan sect's disciples. You're a little too bold. Cough cough. Chen Liang lifted his head up with difficulty and looked at the silhouette above the sky. Even if he was having such a hard time at the moment, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear above his face. Kill. Just kill it. What can you do to me? Boom. This aura was once again strengthened by a factor of 2. Chen Liang nearly almost fell on the ground. If it wasn't for his strong will, his bones might have been crushed by now. Kid, you're too wild. The old man who stepped into the air had a ferocious face and spoke coldly. Immortal power tumbled in his hands, and between the lifting of his hands, Chen Liang's entire body was directly lifted into midair by a force. Chen Liang only felt like he was being choked by a large, powerful hand at the moment, and breathing became a bit difficult, but Chen Liang was already resisting desperately. The Chen Ancestor's sword appeared directly in his hand, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the Chen Ancestor's sword flew out directly, killing towards the old man. Humph! The old man's face was filled with disdain. The energy of his large hand surged again, and Chen Zujian was directly suppressed in the air by the violent energy, unable to advance or retreat. What did I say? How could you, an early Dala Golden Immortal, kill a late Dala Golden Immortal in seconds? It turns out that you are relying on a Chaos Supreme Treasure, but it's a pity. Today, no matter what kind of existence stands behind you, you are going to die. The old man's large hand exerted a slight force, and the strand of energy trapping Chen Liang became much tighter and tighter. The bones in Chen Liang's entire body were clicking and being constantly squeezed. Chen Liang only felt as if all the internal organs in his body were going to be squeezed out, and it hurt to the extreme. Kid, today I will let you die in painful pleasure. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed, and the strength in his hands increased once again. Fourth Elder, stop. At that moment a soft and indifferent voice resounded in the arena. The old man named Fourth Elder did not hesitate to directly release the energy that trapped Chen Liang when he heard this voice. Chen Liang fell directly on top of the ground, breathing in the fresh air with a big gulp. Young lord. The 4 elders landed on the ground and bowed respectfully to the visitor from above, only to see Kong Mingyu's figure walked down above, and beside him was Xia Yushu, with the outer sect elders following behind him. Kong Mingyu pulled Xia Yushu's jade hand to 10 meters away in front of Chen Liang, looked at Chen Liang on the ground, and indifferently opened his mouth. You are Chen Liang, aren't you? Chen Liang, who was lying on top of the ground, supported the ground with difficulty and lifted his head up. I'm your big. Chapter 133. I came to my realization I also was able to carve out the gold of this sentence. Before Chen Liang could finish his sentence, His voice suddenly came to an abrupt end as he saw a figure that was very familiar to him. A figure that had appeared in his mind countless times. A woman that made him want to guard even in his dreams. Xia Yushu. When Shen Liang saw Xia Yushu's first glance again, he had completely forgotten about his own pain. And what appeared instead was a smile. A very gentle smile. Yushu. You come. Before his words fell, he saw Xia Yushu actually pulling another man's hand. Shen Liang's whole person directly froze in place. He was a bit confused. At this moment he had completely disregarded the pain on his body. Still he forced himself to ask in a soft tone, "And, Yushu, why are you holding his hand? You're teasing me, right?" Although Chen Liang had already seen the scene in front of him with his own eyes, Chen Liang still didn't want to believe it at all. "Yushu, you speak. Yushu. Yushu." But no matter how Chen Liang tried to speak, Xia Yushu still didn't answer. Her eyes were evasive, and her grip on Kong Mingyu's hand got a little tighter. Kong Mingyu pulled Xia Yushu behind him, his eyes signaling for her to rest assured. And then Kong Mingyu looked at Chen Liang and coldly said, "Sukishu was your name?" "Bah!" Chen Liang directly sprayed him with bloody spit. Kong Mingyu's eyes were filled with icy colors, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart, endured it, and spoke in an icy hard tone, saying, "Chen Liang, right. I won't kill you today for the sake of Yushu, but if you ever dare to come to my Tianluan sect to cause trouble, I will kill you. Get lost." After saying that, Kong Mingyu directly pulled Xia Yushu's hand and turned towards the mountain peak. The two disciples directly stepped forward to lift Chen Liang and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Chen Liang had an indescribably difficult time above his face. There was no way he could just leave. Desperately breaking free from the control of the two disciples and shouting loudly, "Yushu, you're lying to me, right? You must be lying to me. You're the one who asked me to come, obviously you asked me to come, but why did you?" Clunk. Before Chen Liang could finish speaking, one of the disciples directly kicked Chen Liang over onto the ground. "You're barking at a dog. I'll get it dead now." Chen Liang clenched his fists and directly body slammed that disciple, who had never expected Chen Liang to be able to counterattack and was directly knocked to the ground. Chen Liang ran wildly towards Xia Yushu's direction directly after breaking free. "Yushu, you were forced. I will definitely save you out. Definitely." Seeing this, the two disciples behind them looked at each other and directly chased after them. Chen Liang directly reached out and was about to pull Xia Yushu's arm. Kong Mingyu's face was grim as he directly kicked Chen Liang in the abdomen. Chen Liang let out a cry of pain and tumbled directly towards the back. But even so, Chen Liang still braced himself and stood up, looking at Xia Yushu, still with a gentle color. "Yushu, it was you who asked me to come and save you, You obviously said so in the letter, Did he force you? Say it, I will save you out." Kong Mingyu was also a bit distracted by seeing such an obstinate Chen Liang. Straight away, he swung his fist towards Chen Liang. At that moment Xia Yushu turned around. He took Kong Mingyu's arm and looked at him. When Kong Mingyu saw Xia Yushu like this, he could only stop helplessly. When Chen Liang saw this scene, he finally saw a glimmer of hope on his face. "Yushu." Xia Yushu looked at Chen Liang, not seeing the slightest emotion in her eyes, and said, "Chen Liang, I too has no possibility. To be honest, I actually never liked you before, but are arranged by the family just. I won't even look at you. Even if your Chen family is still around, I won't. The one who suits me best is still Kong Mingyu. So go back and don't come back." Knock. These words were like a thunderbolt that struck above Chen Liang's heart, and Chen Liang directly froze on the spot. Xia Yushu pulled Kong Mingyu and turned to leave. The two disciples behind him directly set Chen Liang up and threw him out of the Tianluan sect. Outside the gatehouse, Chen Liang was still immersed in the scene he had just witnessed for a long time. It wasn't until he saw the corpse of his master lying on the ground that he leisurely came back to his senses. With great difficulty, he stood up, picked up his master and walked towards the distance with lifeless eyes. 9 Underworld's Heavenly Kingdom. Fast Blade Pavilion Branch. Chen Liang walked inside the Fast Sword Pavilion with his master in his arms. The elder within the Fast Blade Pavilion also greeted Taoist Chen with a smile when he saw that it was Taoist Chen. But when he saw that Taoist Chen was holding a corpse in his hands, he was also a bit surprised. "Fellow Taoist Chen, what is your situation?" The Fast Blade Pavilion elder asked Chen Liang suspiciously. Chen Liang did not say anything, but only spoke indifferently. "Can the transmission array be opened today?" The Fast Blade Pavilion elder froze for a moment, then replaced his expression with a smile and said, "Yes, of course I can. Any time. Do you want to use it now, fellow Taoist Chen?" Chen Liang nodded, then removed the ring from his master's hand and took out 50 million immortal crystals and threw it to the Fast Blade Pavilion elder. Seeing this, the Fast Blade Pavilion elder nodded his head with a continuous good laugh. "Ha ha ha, come fellow Taoist Chen, quickly this way please." Chen Liang stepped inside the Grand Formation, and a beam of light flashed as Chen Liang disappeared above the Grand Formation. Wan shines the sun, moon and heavenly wheel of stars, day and night alternating yin and yang time. In the blink of an eye it was already 3 days later. Tianmon Domain, Luoyun Mountain Range. Chen Liang put the corpse dignity gently into the earth pit, buried it, and feel a little desolate, and then away from a stone monument. Chen Liang knelt in front of the stone monument and heavily kowtowed 3 times. Tomb of the Honorable Master Chen Yue, aged 17, 645 years. Good day, Master. Chen Liang then stood up and looked again at the place of the huge stone monument 10 meters away. Chen Liang did not hesitate, directly kneeling on the ground and heavily kowtowed. His face was bitter and incomparable. He took out a bouquet of white flowers from his arms and placed it on the ground, and with a hint of despairing smile, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior, I'm here again. Ha ha, isn't it that even you feel a bit surprised? Only a few days ago I came to see you again, but this time it's mainly for the burial of my master. And by the way I came to see you." Chen Liang shook his head with a tired heart, his face somewhat haggard. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was in your place to sense my Tao, but unfortunately I wasn't able to keep her. Probably because I'm too weak. I've disgraced you, Senior, but I finally realize a little bit more now, and I finally know the gold of being able to carve that out." Chen Liang's eyes were incomparably empty, and with a flip of his large hand the Chen ancestor's sword appeared in his hand. A tear dripped on top of Chen Zu's sword, and his rough hand, muddy and laced with blood-stained wounds, slowly stroked the sword. "Chen family, I've disgraced you." After Chen Liang finished speaking, he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and aimed the tip of the sword at his abdomen. Chapter 134, The Body of Pure Yang, the man who was going to die. Thought about it a lot. Chen Liang slowly closed his own eyes and directly stabbed down without any hesitation. Puffing. The sound of the tip of the sword piercing through his abdomen rang out in the silence of this ring of mountains. A large amount of blood flowed down the sword towards the tip and flowed on top of the earth. Chen Liang clenched his teeth and did not scream out. His hands propped up on the ground. His mouth spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, even his sanity is a little blurred. Not coming up for air and said with difficulty, "Master, the disciple is incompetent. I am incapable. The only thing disciple can do is to turn into a stern ghost, to guard your land of 3 miles around." Chen Liang's eyes blinked uncontrollably, as if the next second when his eyes closed, he could no longer open. "Man who is going to die, does it make sense for me to take this body of yours?" Chen Liang's eyes were tightly closed, and in the blur of consciousness he vaguely heard a voice enter his ears. Chen Liang weakly opened his eyes, but in front of him was still the same as usual. There was no change, but Chen Liang still subconsciously nodded his head. "I'm a dying man. Senior still need to ask my permission. If Senior can take it is, if it can, please Senior can for me to end. Kill the revenge of the teacher. I have no regrets. May." The icy voice in the void sounded once again. Chen Liang heard. Above the face is also revealed a touch of relief. Sunk closed his eyes. In did not open over. Since then no life. At this time, a masked black-clothed figure walked down in the void and came straight to Chen Liang's corpse. Looking at the corpse in front of him, the man in black did not show any emotion in his eyes, and with a wave of his big hand, Chen Liang's corpse disappeared into thin air. The man in black turned around and stepped into the void once again. In the original spot, only a long sword remained, engraved with 2 words, Chen Zhu, Tianmon Domain, Dark Spectre Hall Headquarters. The Underworld King was speaking with a respectful look on his face, as he gave a deep salute to Yi Li Tian, who was sitting above him. "Lord Li Tian, the person of Pure Yang has been found this time." After the Underworld King finished speaking, he waved his big hand and Chen Liang's corpse appeared beside him. Yi Li Tian's eyes scanned Chen Liang's corpse and also nodded with satisfaction and said, "Compatible?" The Undertaker spoke respectfully once again. "And, Lord Li Tian, still rest assured, this person very much meets the criteria, having just died and of his own free will. However, there is a slight flaw. This person still had a last wish that was not fulfilled before his death, so his pure Yang blood is not particularly perfect." Yi Li Tian frowned. "What last wish can I ask clearly?" "Revenge for the killing of his master," said the Undertaker. "Cha! First preserve the body and refine it after completing his last wish. Remember there shall be no mistakes in this matter." Yi Li Tian indifferently said. "Lead the way." The Undertaker respectfully exited within the Great Hall. Half a day later, Night Earth's figure appeared within the Dark Hall, and spoke with a respectful salute to Yi Li Tian. "Lord Li Tian, it has been ascertained that the person of Pure Yang's legacy, the 9 underworlds heavenly kingdom, the Tianluan sect, has a strength of around B grade." Yi Li Tian held his teacup and spoke after taking a light sip. "Extinguish." "Yes, sir." Nightland respectfully retreated and his figure disappeared into the Great Hall. Inside the Dark Spectre Hall, the ruler level codename, Blood Ruler, disappeared into the Dark Spectre Hall. Fast Sword Pavilion, US City, Western Central State. Blood Ruling didn't stop to stride inside the Fast Sword Pavilion. Li Er, the steward within the Fast Sword Pavilion, saw that the visitor was from the Dark Spectre Hall, and also went forward with a smiling face to respectfully salute. Senior, what wind blew you here? It really brightens up my Fast Dagger Pavilion. Ha ha. Blood Ruling's face was flat and his eyes were cold. Waste no words, open the teleportation array wide. Li Er's brain was sweating, but his face remained respectful. Senior, you come with me. This way please. Li Er made a gesture of invitation. Afraid of offending the people of the Dark Spectre Hall, Blood Ruling didn't take it seriously at all and walked up to the teleportation array. Senior, can we begin? Li Er inquired in a trembling whisper. Blood Ruling coldly looked at Li Er and coldly said, price. Li Er froze for a moment after hearing this, but for Li Er, who had been in business for many years, he reacted in just a moment and hurriedly complimented. Senior, you're joking. You must be hitting my face. Senior came to my Fast Dagger Pavilion. How would my Fast Dagger Pavilion dare to accept Senior's money? Even if Senior wants to give it, my Fast Dagger Pavilion wouldn't dare to ask for it. Ha ha. Blood Ruling's face remained unchanged as he said indifferently, you are very knowledgeable. Li Er nodded his head several times slightly, the smile on his face completely unabated. Begin, Blood Ruler said. Take your time, Senior. Have a safe journey. With that, Li Er directly activated the teleportation array. A bright light shot up into the sky, and Blood Verdict's figure disappeared into the teleportation formation. Li Er wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. 9 Underworld's Heavenly Kingdom, Fast Blade Pavilion Branch. Around the teleportation array had already gathered all the top executives within the division, and everyone's face was cautious to the point of respect. Light flashed within the teleportation array, and Blood Verdict's figure appeared within it. When all the senior officers within the Fast Blade Pavilion saw this person appear, they all came forward to salute, appearing extremely humble. Elder, you're here. Do you want to rest and relax? With a cold face, the Blood Ruler didn't pay any attention to them, and his figure was directly shrouded in black mist, disappearing in an instant. The top brass of the original Fast Sword Pavilion were all looking at me, all wondering if they had just done something wrong and made the seniors angry. Spirit Sky Empire, Tianluan Sect, Lesser Lord's Peak. Mingyu, do you think it would have been a wrong decision not to kill Chen Liang that day? On the bed, Xia Yushu, who was in Kong Mingyu's arms, said absent-mindedly. Kong Mingyu wrapped his arm around Xia Yuehu's shoulders and stroked his waist, saying without haste, what's wrong, Yushu? Are you still afraid that he'll come after us after he grows up? Kong Mingyu laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Don't worry, Yushu. You have to know that a waste is a waste after all. Even if he can achieve immortal monarch in the future, he's still not enough to be looked at in front of my Tianluan sect. So Yushu, you can put your heart in your stomach. After saying that, one of Kong Mingyu's hands directly reached into Xia Yushu's lining, and in the process, he also covered the quilt. After Xia Yushu, who was pressed underneath her body, felt Kong Mingyu's movements, her cheeks instantly turned red above, filled with shyness. Yuck. You're still coming. Note, Dark Spectre Hall mission level difficulty. From highest to lowest, danger, disaster, destruction. A, B, C, D. I'm not feeling well today. Sorry for taking a day off with a headache. Chapter 135, single-handedly suppressing the Tianluan sect who dares to say a single word of no. In the sky above the mountain top of the Tianluan sect, the Blood Verdict's eyes were filled with an icy cold color as he looked down on the entire Tianluan sect. Scarlet energy tumbled in his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, a heaven-destroying blood-colored energy directly blasted towards the Tianluan sect. Run! A loud sound rang out directly, and the Tianluan sect's external protector formation shook tremendously. Even the entire mountain of the Tianluan sect produced a slight tremor. What happened? What's going on? What the hell is going on? The disciples within the Tianluan sect were all uncertain when they felt this vibration, completely unaware of what was happening. Inside the great hall at the peak of the Tianluan sect's mountain, a majestic voice sounded out directly. Who is so bold as to dare attack my Tianluan sect's protector formation? As the voice fell, several figures in the great hall rushed up into the sky, and in the space of 2 breaths, they had already arrived in the sky above the Tianluan sect, stepping into the air and staring angrily at the Blood Verdict in front of them. Who are you and why are you attacking my Tianluan sect for no reason? A middle-aged man at the head wearing the costume of the Tianluan sect's patriarch was looking at the Blood Verdict in front of him with a furious expression. This person was none other than the lord of the Tianluan sect, Kong Chen Hong. Blood Verdict shrugged his shoulders and looked at these people in front of him, his eyes filled with contempt, completely just unable to raise any interest. With a direct flip of his right hand, His large hand formed into a claw and directly pressed down. The blood-red energy enveloped the entire sky above the Tianluan sect in an instant. Immediately afterward, in the midst of that energy, a purple three-fingered giant claw with extremely fast speed slammed down in the sky, blasting down towards the Tianluan sect. Bang! When the giant claws came into contact with the Tianluan sect's protector formation, the entire Tianluan sect created a huge vibration, and the mountain shook. No good! The voice of the Tianluan sect's elder directly shouted out, only to see that tiny cracks had appeared in the Tianluan sect's protector formation. All of the Tianluan sect's elders, as well as the patriarch, included, had a look of disbelief in their eyes. How could the clan protection formation actually cracked? The clan protection formation that can withstand the full force of an immortal monarch 9th grade actually cracked. Could this person be? Thinking of this, all the elders present looked at each other, and a look of panic had appeared in their eyes as they looked at Blood Verdict. Break! The Blood Ruler exerted force in his hands once again, and only with a bang, the Tianluan sect's protector formation directly shattered, and the entire formation instantly collapsed and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Ah! What? Right at that moment before the crowd could react, Blood Ruler's figure had already disappeared in place. Click! With the flash of a dagger blade, a bloody head fell to the ground with a clang. Great Elder! Fast! Too fast! Everyone, who hadn't detected any fluctuation in breath, had seen the head of the Grand Elder fall to the ground. Who the hell are you? Kang Chenhong had a look of gravity in his eyes, but he had no intention of making a move, as he was very certain that he could not possibly be this person's opponent. Ha! Blood Ruler laughed out coldly. Who am I? That's a good question for you to ask. The Blood Ruler grabbed with a large hand, and an old man beside Kang Chenhong was directly sucked over by the Blood Ruler's strong hand, and forcefully choked his neck. What are you doing? Get off me! Get off me! The old man struggled desperately, trying to break free, but Blood Verdict didn't even look at him and slowly increased the strength in his hands. Although Kang Chenhong wanted to stop it, he only had the will to do so. Click! The sound of bones breaking resounded in Blood Verdict's hands, and that old man who had just been doing a violent struggle, at this moment was now like a dead dog. His entire body directly went limp. Blood Ruling casually threw it on the ground and stepped on it, looking at Kang Chenhong with a smirk on his face. In fact, a person who is about to die, there is no need to know who I am. However, you only need to know one thing. Today, Tianluan sect, perish. Blood Ruler's feet slightly exerted force, only to hear a crunching sound. The corpse under Blood Ruler's feet directly split into pieces and shattered. Kang Chenhong stepped back, his hands clenched tightly in his fists, and spoke with an unsightly expression on top of his countenance. Senior is an immortal monarch 9th grade powerhouse. Do you really want to use your power to suppress others? Boom! The Blood Ruler himself, his terrifying aura was directly released, covering the entire Tianluan sect. The Blood Ruler laughed loudly and opened his mouth disdainfully, saying, using power to suppress others. Well said. Today this ruling will properly show you exactly what it means to use power to suppress others. After saying that, Blood Verdict blasted a fist directly towards the top of the inner peak of the Tianluan sect. The huge fist seal shadow was surrounded by a power that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, and it blasted out. All the disciples on top of the inner peak were in a state of chaos as they saw the scene revealed a look of trepidation. Run! Patriarch, save me! Boom! Huge explosions rang out above the inner peak of the Tianluan sect, and the entire inner peak had been leveled to the ground. Broken arms and corpses are everywhere. The anger in Kang Chenhong's heart had reached its peak. Third Elder, you go. After the third elder behind him heard this, his body paused for a moment, but reacted instantly. The strength of the 4th grade of immortal monarch in his body poured out unreservedly. Waving his hand, a long knife appeared in his hand, and angrily staring at the Blood Ruling road. Kid, you seek death. As the words fell, the third elder's figure instantly shot out, the long sword in his hand storing its strength toward the back, and he shouted under his breath, 10,000 mountains and rivers. A terrifying power spread out above the blade, and without hesitating, the third elder directly swung the blade. When a blade came out, it was as if what was being wielded in the third elder's hands was not a blade, but a huge mountain with terrifying power. Die! The third elder's face had grimaced to the extreme. He didn't dare to have the slightest reservation, and he struck out with his strongest move. The Blood Ruler slightly raised his eyes to look at the knife. There was not the slightest change in his eyes. Instead, there was also some color of contempt and disdain. Forming a fist in his hand and storing up his strength, Blood Verdict blasted directly towards the third elder. The moment the two came into contact, an extremely strong airwave directly spread out towards the surroundings. Knock! Only a wave of air reappeared and rose up to the sky. The airwaves dissipated, only to see that only Blood Ruler was left on the spot. and Blood Ruler closed his fist, his eyes filled with disdain. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling the punch that had just been thrown. There was only shock in everyone's hearts. Third Elder. Someone came out and shouted. No one responded. Everyone's faces all had a grave look on top of them. Not for long. Above the sky, red rain suddenly fell. Everyone was even more uncertain at this time, but when they felt the breath and the red raindrops, everyone's face stiffened and they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 136, How could there be a woman like you in this world? You deserve to die. This is. Third Elders. At this moment, there were already people who couldn't help but cry out in shock. Kang Chen-hang's face above was even more greatly shocked. He was completely unclear as to who Tianluan sect had offended. How could he directly attract the retaliation of an immortal monarch 9th grade powerhouse? Although he was not clear about what had happened, he now knew that if he did not do something, Tianluan sect was afraid that. Thinking of this, Kang Chen-hong clenched his fists. His face was extremely ugly as he took a step forward, arched his hand at the Blood Ruling, and extremely reluctantly, spoke in a lowly manner, saying, Senior, even if you want to destroy my Tianluan sect, you should at least give me a reason. Reason? Blood Ruling spoke with a smirk. I only kill depending on my mood, not my reasons, so you can go to hell. The Blood Ruler grabbed a large hand with a strong force and directly grasped Kang Chen-hong in his hand, his face chillingly cold. Former. Senior. Kang Chen-hong had a death grip on Blood Verdict's arm. He only felt very suffocated right now. Even speaking had become extremely difficult. The Blood Ruling did not pay the slightest attention. His fingers slowly increased their force, and he just looked at Kang Chen-hong, without any change above his face. Ah, no. Kang Chen-hang's legs kept stepping back and forth, his face becoming paler and paler as his veins rippled. Dad! At that moment a voice came rushing over in the distance, and Kang Mingyu's figure appeared in the middle of the field. Let go of my father. Kang Mingyu said that he was going to directly go forward to save his old man. Those elders beside him saw this. They also hurriedly pulled Kang Mingyu. Young master must not. Kang Mingyu kept breaking free, and tears had fallen to the ground. You losers, go save my father. Go now. Kang Mingyu hissed powerlessly, and those elders beside him could only shake their heads helplessly and sigh. At this time 2 slender jade hands wiped away the tears on Kang Mingyu's face. Kang Mingyu only sort of calmed down at this moment and whispered, You Shu. After Xia Yushu wiped the tears on Kang Mingyu's face, she didn't say anything more, but turned her head to look at the Blood Ruling above the sky and slowly voiced out, Senior, you were invited by Chen Liang, right? When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. Chen Liang? Wasn't the teenager who single-handedly killed his Tianluan sect a few days ago named Chen Liang? Seeing that Blood Verdict did not speak, Xia Yushu was already very sure that this person was the one Chen Liang had invited. Xia Yushu said with a bland smile, Senior, since you were invited by Chen Liang, then Chen Liang should have explained to you about my relationship with Chen Liang, so I also ask that Senior can release Uncle Chen Hong for my sake. After Xia Yushu finished speaking, above his face was the color of incomparable confidence. He was also a bit surprised. He did not expect that there was actually such a terrifying existence standing behind Chen Liang. What changed though was an incredibly happy smile. Everyone in the arena was watching Blood Ruling with rapt attention, and they were curious as to what Blood Ruling would do. If it was really like what Xia Yushu said, then perhaps their Tianluan sect would not have been destroyed today. One could even rely on this relationship with Xia Yushu to invite a strong immortal monarch 9th grade as their Tianluan sect's fighter. If that was true, their Tianluan sect would really soar. Blood Ruling also some confused what happened. He is completely unclear about the woman in the end is who but also let him give this woman face? The Blood Ruler's eyes immediately went cold, and his hands directly exerted force that, click, Kang Chen-hang's neck was directly pinched into powder and casually thrown to the ground, lifeless. Xia Yushu's face changed drastically, and with her finger pointing at the Blood Verdict, she questioned it directly. How dare you not give me face? Do you know what kind of relationship I have with Chen Liang? Didn't Chen Liang ask you to come here today to pick me up? But the way you are now, I hate it, so I won't go with you. Blood Ruling a whole big speechless, completely did not take Xia Yushu seriously and disliked him nonchalantly. What the are you talking about? You're nothing. Xia Yushu was directly furious, but in just a moment's effort her face had already returned to calmness, and with a master's attitude she said to Blood Ruling, Good, it seems like Chen Liang shouldn't have made it clear to you, but it's fine, you come down and apologize to me now, and I can forget about what just happened. After Xia Yushu finished speaking, she raised her head slightly and looked at Blood Ruler with an arrogant attitude, waiting for Blood Ruler to apologize. When the Blood Ruling heard this, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Are you looking for death? Click. A sound rang out, and one of Xia Yushu's legs had separated from her body. Without any reaction time, Xia Yushu directly fell to the ground, her mouth continuously screaming in unbearable pain. Her face directly paled at once. Looking at her suddenly broken leg, she was in complete disbelief. With great harm in her eyes, she kept asking Kong Mingyu for help. No, Mingyu, it hurts. I'm in so much pain. Come help me. Seeing this, Kong Mingyu also stopped thinking about it and directly stood up and quickly ran towards Xia Yushu's position. Boom! A terrifying force directly blasted towards Kong Mingyu in the distance. When Kong Mingyu saw this, his face changed drastically, and just as he was about to make a move, he only felt as if his body had been hit by a huge mountain, and he was directly blasted out thousands of feet away. Young lord, before those elders of the Tianluan sect could make a move, Blood Verdict directly opened his palm and aimed it at Kong Mingyu in the distance. The palms of the hands instantly closed. Bang! The body of Kong Mingyu, who was about to stand up in the distance, directly exploded and dissipated into a mist of blood between heaven and earth. Young lord, the remaining elders within the Tianluan sect cried out powerlessly. Looking at the scene in front of them, all of them had despaired. Mingyu, Xia Yushu already couldn't care less about the pain on her body. Her eyes were extremely cold as she looked at the blood ruling. You deserve to die. I'll definitely tell Chen Liang everything you've done. You're finished. I'll make sure Chen Liang punishes you properly. You're finished. Blood ruling was already a bit annoyed. His palms instantly closed together, and Xia Yushu's voice came to an abrupt end. Griffin. After doing so, Blood Verdict's gaze looked towards the few remaining Tianluan sect elders in the arena. When the several elders saw this, they directly knelt on the ground on the spot without the slightest hesitation, begging for forgiveness continuously under their breath. The blood ruling acted as if he hadn't heard it, and with a squeeze of his large hand, an elder directly collapsed to the ground. Thanks to everyone who sent gifts. Cough, cough, because I'm sick, so I think I might just do 2 shifts a day this month. So please forgive me, dudes and girls, and I'll resume 3 shifts on the 1st of next month. Thank you. Chapter 137, The Man in the Coffin. Dark Knight Shura. Just as he was about to settle the second person, Blood Ruling's circumference instantly became cold, and an irresistible color was revealed in his eyes. If you're already here, why are you hiding your head? Blood Ruler's eyes intentionally glanced backward, but the force in his hands never lessened by the slightest bit. Right at this moment, an old man's voice rang out behind Blood Verdict. Fellow Taoist is really strong. Even if I were to take on someone as strong as Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid I'd have to weigh my options. The Blood Ruler was not surprised, nor did he show any shocked color. His hand exerted force once again, and that Tianluan sect elder directly lost his voice, invoking hatred in the northwest. Only after doing this did Blood Verdict turn around unhurriedly and look at the old man in front of him. This person's dress was basically not much different from those of the Tianluan sect, but what made the Blood Verdict somewhat shocked was that this person's cultivation was actually infinitely close to the Immortal Monarch 9th grade Great Perfection level. But even so, no change occurred on Blood Ruler's face as he coldly said, "What? Are you going to stand up for them?" That old man heard the body stilled for a moment, but just a moment's effort waved his hand repeatedly and said, "No, no, no, you're overthinking it, fellow Taoist. Even though I'm the founding ancestor of the Tianluan sect, I don't have much of a relationship with these people of the Tianluan sect." Blood Ruling didn't have the time to listen to this person's nonsense here, and with a wave of his right hand, the Tianluan sect elder behind him was once again forcefully choked in his palm. With instant force in his hand, sneer at, when the elder of the Heavenly Luan sect, his body directly went limp and lifeless all of a sudden. The Blood Ruler looked at the corpse in his hand with the eyes of an ant and casually threw it out. Then with a faint smile, he looked at the old man in front of him and, "Whether or not you are related to these people from the Tianluan sect, I am not interested in the slightest. However, this Tianluan sect can only have one elder left. Are you sure you won't make a move?" With a flip of the Blood Ruler's big hand, the last elder of the Tianluan sect behind him was also sucked over by this powerful energy and pinched in his hand. That elder kept trying to struggle and twist, but this big hand that was choking himself was not moving at all, as if it was a huge steel vice, clamping down on his neck in a deadly grip. The corner of the Blood Ruler's mouth lifted up, and with a light smile on his face, he looked at this old man standing in front of him and said, "This last person, will you save or not? I will only give you 3 breaths of time." That old man looked at the Blood Verdict. There was still not much change on his face. He just watched quietly. 1 breath. Blood Ruling's cold voice rang out. That old man still didn't move, and his face remained calm above. 2 breaths. Blood Ruler spoke again, and the old man remained still. Click. Blood Ruling's fingers instantly exerted force, and the sound of bones being crushed resounded directly. Knock. A loud noise came from the body as it smashed above the ground. The blood ruler looked at the old man in front of him with cold eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief. While I'm not sure why you didn't do anything to stop it, my professionalism tells me that you shall not live. After saying that, blood ruling's blood-purple breath poured out around his body, and an extremely thorough coldness instantly enveloped the entire field. The scales on top of his right arm flickered continuously, and in no time at all, blood verdict's entire right arm had turned the color of 3 fingers of pure purple dye. Blood ruling's feet moved slightly, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and his right hand's 3-fingered purple claw directly grabbed towards the old man's neck. That old man's face changed violently when he saw this, and in his heart, he said that he could not be defeated. Without the slightest hesitation, legs directly kneeling on the ground, hands above holding their soul blood, head low, extremely low, with a pleading tone hurriedly said, I have no intention of making an enemy of fellow Daoist. In order to show my loyalty, I would like to offer my soul blood, and I would like to request that fellow Daoist be able to stay his hand. Boom! An extremely terrifying energy storm exploded directly behind this old man, and the ground instantly cracked open above a bottomless cliff. The old man's entire body was shaking at the moment, and when he opened his eyes tremblingly to look, he only saw that the right arm of the blood verdict was only 3 centimeters away from his forehead. The old man let out a long sigh of relief, and when he looked at the blood verdict in front of him, there was only a look of horror to the point of hindsight on his face. Blood ruling withdrew his breath and casually took the soul blood in the old man's hand and asked, call it what it is. The old man spoke directly without any pause. Sexual yellow moniker E character. Huang Yi. The blood ruler nodded, then took out a pure black token and threw it into Huang Yi's hands, turning away after leaving a comment. Remember, your current status is that of my Dark Spectre Hall attendant, and no matter what news you receive after today, all you need to do is obey. Insita Huang Yi looked at the pure black token in his hand, no longer able to give birth to any resistance, bowing to the direction of the disappearance of the blood ruling in the sky with a slight salute. The Huang Yi, respectfully, Tianmong Domain, Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. The blood ruler bowed to Yili Tian, who was sitting above him, and then handed Huang Yi's soul blood to Yili Tian and opened his mouth, saying, Lord Li Tian, the matter has been completed. The Tianluan sect has been destroyed by my subordinates. In addition, this soul blood belongs to an immortal monarch 9th grade person from the Tianluan sect, and that person has already become my Dark Spectre Hall's retainer. Yili Tian nodded his head and did not take these things to heart. The blood verdict was also very sensible and withdrew within the pitch-black hall. Yili Tian flipped his big hand and Chen Liang's corpse appeared above the dark ground. The underworld flame rose in his hand, and the light blue flame flew directly towards Chen Liang's corpse, and in just an instant, the light blue flame directly wrapped Chen Liang's corpse in it. Slowly and completely visible to the naked eye was the fact that Chen Liang's body was slowly dissipating, including all the bones in his entire body. The pure red smoking hot blood was being refined out little by little. After 10 breaths, within the light blue flames, only the palm-sized orb of blood remained. Yili Tian made a move with one hand, and the blood orb came directly into Yili Tian's hand, casually taking out a small porcelain bottle and placing the blood in it. After playing with it for a moment, Yili Tian's figure disappeared above the seat. When he appeared again, Yili Tian's figure had already appeared within the Dark Spectre Hall. Inside an extremely mysterious room, Yili Tian stepped forward and stopped in front of a man-tall crystal coffin. Looking at the figure lying inside the crystal coffin, Yili Tian's face did not have any fluctuation. The porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, and the pure yang blood refined in the bottle was poured within the groove of the crystal coffin. Yili Tian's face remained the same above. Looking at the figure inside the crystal coffin, faintly said, hard work, Shura. Chapter 138, Western Wasteland Taoist Sect. A favor from back then. Shura, one of the former 5 chief governors of the Dark Spectre Hall, an existence of the ceiling of combat power, died as early as 5,000 years ago in the underworld slaying world because of an impossible task that forced him to go against the heavens. The mission naturally failed as well, but even at the point of life and death, Xiao Luo never took a step back because it was a mission given to him by Yili Tian, and he couldn't fail. By the time Yili Tian arrived, Shura was left with only the last trace of his soul. Yili Tian's face was too terrifyingly flat at that time. One person, one dagger, angrily chopping the heavenly punishment of the underworld killers, eventually failed miserably and returned, but also is considered to be barely save a trace of the soul of Xiao Luo, although so but still need the blood of the pure sun from time to feed, in order to ensure that this trace of the soul of the enduring. Since then, the Dark Spectre Hall was left with only the 4 chief governors. Shura, you did a good job at the time, but alas, you failed in the end. Yili Tian's eyes were deep and profound, as if he was thinking about everything that happened at that time, but in just a few moments, Yili Tian's figure disappeared inside the room. Western Wasteland, Pure Yang Mountain, Taoist sect, Mountain Gate. Zhou Xingqiang picked up the wine gourd hanging on his waist and directly took a big mouthful of it. Ha, elder, do you think they can let us in? After drinking it, Zhou Xingyi wiped his mouth and asked in his head with worry. Humph. The middle-aged silhouette was directly condescending at this time, and said with a smug expression, do you think that my name is not for show? I think that when this seat inadvertently came to the Western Wasteland, by chance, but under the Taoist sect ancestor helped a big favor. Since then the Taoist sect can owe me a favor. Do you think he will not let us go in it? Zhou Xingqiang was about to open his mouth when he wanted to ask what the help was about. A disciple wearing a blue Taoist robe at the entrance of the mountain came in front of Zhou Xingyi and said after arching his hand at Zhou Xingyi, fellow Taoist Zhou, this way please, said the Tao-robed disciple as he directly made a gesture of invitation. Zhou Xingyi hadn't reacted to anything yet, and his body unconsciously walked forward. Seniors, what is the situation? This person I seem to vaguely remember that he wants to take the fist to swing me to. Now this attitude how all of a sudden came to a 180 degrees big change. I do not understand. Seniors, is not being counted? On the way, Zhou Xingyi carefully questioned the middle-aged void. He was afraid that on this trip, he would have no return. Calculating my ass. You're a tiny Deluo Jinxian. People from the Dao sect can crush you with one hand. Why are you so able to fantasize? The middle-aged vapors said without any good humor. When Zhou Xingyi heard it, it seemed to be so. It was such a thing. So he simply stopped thinking about it and followed behind that Tao-robed disciple. It wasn't long before Zhou Xingyi arrived above an extremely wide square under the leadership of the Tao-robed disciple. There were also many disciples in different colored Tao robes practicing sword training on the square. The scene was spectacular. Whoa! Zhou Xingyi's mouth directly opened wide when he saw this scene. Stunned in place. The Dodi is too handsome. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Zhou Xingyi was already lost in it. And it was only when he heard the blue-robed disciples' cries ahead that Zhou Xingyi slowed down, and his footsteps sped up a lot to catch up. After passing through 2 more halls, Zhou Xingyi was arranged to sit down in a hall that looked relatively wide. Zhou Xingyi was unsure, and when the blue-robed disciple told him to wait for a moment, the disciple exited inside the hall. Senior, am I just going to wait here? Don't you have a big face? Why would you make me wait? Zhou Xingyi said with a serious face. Middle-aged silhouette at the moment clenched fists are crunching out of the sound. The hands are more nuisance appeared a subtle current sound. Coldly said, if you waste a word, I'll kill you now. Seeing this, Zhou Xingyi immediately revealed a pleasing expression. Just then, the door outside the hall was pushed open, and an old man in a Taoist robe walked in. The old man's face was stalwart, with sword brows and starry eyes, and every move between his eyebrows carried a sense of majesty from a long time in a high position. The first time Zhou Xingyi saw this old man, he felt an invisible sense of oppression from his body. Zhou Xingyi was sitting upright, and his but only dared to sit halfway on the chair. The old man came and sat down on top of the main seat, looking at Zhou Xingyi in front of him. What are you to him? Zhou Xingyi sat on top of the seat, although there was nothing rippling on the surface, but his mind had already cried out countless times. Seniors, just say disciple. The middle-aged silhouettes and different words rang out in Zhou Xingyi's mind. Zhou Xingyi said to the old man as if he had gotten relief. Hello senior. I am his disciple, Zhou Xingyi. The old man also unconsciously looked up and down at Zhou Xingyi. However, no matter whether it was from the cultivation, or the root bone, or the natural physique, Zhou Xingyi was already ordinary and couldn't be any more ordinary. The old man couldn't believe it at all. Why would someone of that kind of existence take such a thing as a disciple? Somewhat uncertain, he spoke again and asked, are you really his disciple? Zhou Xingyi looked at the old man's look of complete disbelief, and also directly stretched out his hand to show the old man the broken black ring he wore on his finger. The old man looked at the ring for a long time, and from the blandness of the beginning, his face became more and more incredulous. Can't go wrong. The old man could not remember wrongly. This ring was what that senior wore back then. As for why this ring was on Zhou Xingyi's hand, that old man could only think of one reason. It must have been gifted by that senior. He couldn't think of any other reason than having been with. As for robbing, no way. Absolutely no way. The old man recovered his inner mood for a moment, then looked at Zhou Xingyi very seriously and asked, since you are his disciple, then you should have come to my Dao sect today for more than just a single visit to my Dao sect to drink tea. Zhou Xingyi smiled and thought, steady, senior, you really didn't lie to me. What's next? Hold your horses and do as I say. The middle-aged vapors commanded. Elder, really anticipate things like God. That kid today also do not beat around the bush. I'll say it straight. I do not know if Elder can still remember years ago my masters. That a favor? The old man also immediately understood the reason when he heard it. Ha ha ha. After a loud laugh, he looked at Zhou Xingyi and said,
Since it was your master who told you to come to my Taoist sect to ask for this favor, then naturally my Taoist sect won't have any excuses. Just say it straight out. As long as it's within my Taoist sect's ability, my Taoist sect will definitely do its best. Zhou Xingyi directly stood up and arched his hand at this old man. Senior is really refreshing. I think this matter of mine shouldn't be difficult for the Dao sect. Chapter 139 Pure Yang Mountain Taoist Sect. Changfeng Taoist leader comes down to the mountain. Meanwhile, in the western desert city, inside the ancient clan's Jin family's old ancestor hall. Old ancestor, are you still in good health now? The lord of the Jin family, Jin Juenza, was looking towards the old ancestor of the Jin family, Jin Xianyong, who was sitting there on a plate with a concerned look on his face. Jin Xianyong slowly opened his eyes. His face appeared a bit depressed. His own breath was even more gloomy and uncertain, and he opened his mouth with some insufficient qi and blood. What is it, old ancestor? I originally didn't intend to alarm your old man about this matter, but now it seems that I'm a bit indecisive, so I can only come and report to your old man. Jin Juenza looked a little uncertain above his face as he opened his mouth. Old ancestor, just a few days ago, the teleportation array in the outside world opened, and a teenager walked out within it. Originally, I didn't care too much about it. It was just a teenager. But after a few days, that teenager traveled to the Dao sect, and even that Dao sect's disciples treated that teenager with great respect, which had to remind me of that incident many years ago, and that's why I wanted to listen to what you, old ancestor, had to say. Are you sure you're not mistaken that it was someone from the outside world who walked into the Dao sect? Jin Xianyong asked. Old ancestor, this matter is very true and will never be false. Jin Juenza swore with assurance. When Jin Xianyong heard this, a flash of hostility flashed across his brows and eyes. What is this Dao sect up to again? Does he, Dao sect, still want to make a comeback all over again? Thinking of this, Jin Xianyong looked at Jin Juenza and said, pay close attention to the Dao sect's every move these days. If you find out that the Dao sect has made any movements, you must inform me at the first opportunity. In addition to informing everyone in the Jin family not to leave the Jin family for half a step without anything particularly significant. Don't worry, old ancestor, I'll go make arrangements. After Jin Juenza finished speaking, he walked out of the old ancestor hall in a hurry. I hope it's not so much what I think it is. Jin Xianyong's gaze was deep, but a sense of powerlessness appeared in his eyes. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Half a day later, inside a restaurant in Desert City, Shao Air, cinnamon flower brew. Okay, 1 pot of osmanthus brew. Zhou Xingqian was smelling the odor wafting out from that osmanthus flower brew in the pot on the table with an intoxicated look on his face. Without hesitation, he picked it up and poured a large mouthful into it. Cinnamon flower brew is really good wine. Senior, you really didn't lie to me. The middle-aged silhouette snorted. Unseen mortals. Zhou Xingqiang spoke as he drank. Elder, how do you know that Dao sect will definitely abide by the rules and return that favor you did back then? The middle-aged silhouette held his chin, his eyes cloudy. Actually, I'm not terribly sure if the Dao sect will return that favor of mine back then as expected. Zhou Xingyi opened his mouth as if he had guessed something. So senior, you were swindling them earlier when you asked me to say that you wanted the Dao sect to go to the middle of that what's-his-name forbidden land to fetch an item. You're only half right. In fact, I didn't hold too much hope for the first thing, but when I saw that old man's expression of embarrassment, I knew that this matter definitely wouldn't work, so I asked you to directly say the second thing. The middle-aged silhouette said. Zhou Xingyi once again drank a large mouthful of osmanthus brew and clapped his hands. Senior, still has to be you, the old fox's ghostly ideas. First give him a big one, and then finally give him a not-so-big one. If I were me, I would have agreed to the second one straight away. You're too good, senior. The middle-aged silhouette always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Senior, where else are we going to go in a while? And who still owes you a favor? Zhou Xingyi asked with a curious expression. The middle-aged silhouette directly blackened his face and cursed. Do you think the old man's favor is so well owed? Punk! Zhou Xingyi didn't feel anything wrong when he looked at this middle-aged shadow that changed its face very fast. After all, he was already used to it. Wait and see what happens, the middle-aged silhouette said. Zhou Xingyi nodded helplessly and turned his eyes to smile again. As long as there's cinnamon brew, it's the same everywhere. 2 days later, Pure Yang Mountain, Taoist sect, Dao Lord. The news has been out for 2 days now, but there's still no news coming from the central stateside. Inside the main hall, a Dao-robed disciple was speaking to the Dao-robed old man sitting above the main seat. The Dao-robed old man straightened his beard, feeling a bit surprised all of a sudden. Not a single order taker? The Dao-robed disciple shook his head. Disciple is also a bit puzzled. By all rights there should be forces that will take it soon, but now disciple has discovered that those forces don't not want to take it, but they don't dare to. Don't dare? The Dao-robed old man was even more puzzled.
Could it be that all those forces in the outside world have shriveled up to this point? An immortal monarch-level assassin organization doesn't even dare to mess with them anymore? Thinking of this, the Dao-robed old man was looking down on those cultivators in the outside world more and more. Just as well, let Changfeng personally make a trip to the central state. The Dao-robed disciple below also revealed a look of surprise after hearing this. Dao Lord, it's only a low-level immortal monarch power. Is it really necessary to have Dao Lord Changfeng personally go there? The Dao-robed old man laughed softly. Precisely because of this, it is all the more reason to let Changfeng make the trip. Dao Lord, do you mean? The Dao-robed disciple seemed to have guessed what the Dao master was thinking and nodded in response. The Dao-robed elder hummed, and the disciple turned to leave. The next day, at the foot of the Dao Gate of Pure Yang Mountain, a young man wearing a gray and purple Daoist robe left the Dao Gate. Not long after this youth had just left the Dao sect, the Desert City Jin family had already learned of this news at the first opportunity. Old ancestor, the Dao sect has made a move. In the Jin family's old ancestors' hall, Jin Juanzi was informing Jin Xianyong of the news that the Taoist sect's Changfeng Taoist leader had left the Taoist sect. Jin Xianyong's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. Do you know where he went? Desert teleportation array? It should be going out of the western wasteland. Jin Juanzi said with a grave expression on his face. Out of the western wasteland? Jin Xianyong's heart became a bit surprised and uncertain. This Dao door. What exactly is it plotting? But no matter what, it definitely can't be happening a second time. Jin Xianyong looked at Jin Juanzi with a serious face and said, continue to keep an eye on the Dao sect's every move, and find out exactly what the Dao sect is plotting. Jin Juanzi nodded. Don't worry, old ancestor. I'll do it. Turning around, he left the old ancestor hall. Central State, where the western cliffs are, a bright light flashed, and Changfeng's figure appeared on top of the teleportation array. Right from the moment Changfeng had just appeared on top of the teleportation array, several dead ambassadors in the shadows had noticed this person, and the faces of all the dead ambassadors had become extremely grave. This man is very oppressive. The situation must be reported upwards immediately, a dead ambassador said very seriously. Several other dead ambassadors also nodded their heads. Without hesitating, one of the dead ambassadors directly took out the token at his waist, intending to report. Chapter 140, Crippling the Ghost King and Demolishing the Dark Spectre Branch Church in Central State. But at that moment, the dead ambassador only felt a sudden coldness in his back, and when he turned his head to look, his eyes widened. One of the dead ambassadors who had just stood behind him was now lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, that dead envoy also stood up at the first time, but the moment he had just stood up, he only felt a sudden blackness in front of his eyes, and his body fell straight down, and the token in his hand fell to the ground with it. Changfeng patted the dust on his hands, picked up the token on the ground and looked at it. A light smile appeared out of the corner of his eyes. Dark Spectre Hall. That's really interesting, but it's good that I don't need to bother inquiring about it. The two dead ambassadors hidden on the opposite side of the room took in the scene that had just occurred, but they knew that if they went out at this time it would be death, and now even if they even breathed, the two dead ambassadors were extremely careful, afraid that they would be discovered. Changfeng directly snapped the token in his hand and casually threw it on the ground. His eyes flicked to the side, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, the large hand grabbed directly towards the opposite side. The two dead ambassadors who were hiding there changed their faces drastically when they saw this and were about to escape, but it was already too late. The large hand directly grasped the two dead ambassadors firmly. Unable to move, Changfeng looked at the two dead ambassadors with a flat face and opened his mouth to ask, "Are the two of you from the Dark Spectre Hall?" The two dead ambassadors in the big hands didn't say anything to anyone, and their eyes looked viciously at the long sky. "No," Long Lin smiled faintly, and his hands instantly increased in strength. Sneer at. At this moment, the bones of the two dead ambassadors' entire body were clicking and rubbing against each other, as if they would directly crack in the next second, and their faces were even more painful. But even so, the two dead ambassadors still clenched their teeth in death and did not spit out half a word. "It seems that the two of you are very loyal." Changfeng looked at the two with an icy gaze, his words filled with disdain. "It's not good enough to not say anything, so let's just search your soul." Saying that, Changfeng directly raised his right hand and grabbed on the head of one of the dead ambassadors, directly casting the soul-searching technique. Seeing this, that death envoy directly chose to explode himself without any hesitation. Changfeng felt bad and directly loosened his right hand. An energy light shield appeared at this time to protect Changfeng. Seeing this, the other death envoy also did not have any hesitation, and ditto chose to self-destruct. Ha! How pathetic! Changfeng didn't stop these two. They were nothing more than clowns in his opinion. The figure flickered and directly disappeared in place. Zhangzhou, Ring Mountain, Dark Spectre Branch Church. A death envoy figure instantly appeared in front of Gurongji. his face looking extremely grave as he opened his mouth and said, Lord Gu, the life tags of the 4 dead ambassadors in charge of guarding the western cliffs have shattered. 10 Sul. When Gu Rongji heard this, his body sitting on the chair immediately stood up, looking extremely shocked and said, but it's true, that dead ambassador said again with great certainty. Indeed, those 4 dead ambassadors' life tags shattered almost simultaneously. Gu Rongji's face instantly became grave. Did you find out who did it? The death envoy shook his head. The first time the fate plate shattered, several death envoys had already gone to pick it up. It should be difficult to find out in a short period of time. Gu Rongji nodded, and the dead ambassador turned to leave. Inside the hall, Gu Rongji looked very anxious as he paced back and forth. He had only just taken over the position of the head of the Dark Spectre branch hall in the central state, and he didn't expect that after only a short time, a full 4 dead ambassadors of the Dark Spectre hall had died, and that they had died in the central state, right under his own nose. Gu Rongji was a bit hesitant. He was debating whether or not to tell Yi Li Tian about this matter, but then I thought that it would be a bit impractical to alarm that person because of this little matter. After thinking for a long time, Gu Rongji still decided that it would be better to go to the Ghost King first to discuss the matter. Gu Rongji arrived within the 3rd floor, and just as he entered the 3rd floor, he saw the Ghost King with a serious look on his face. Lord Ghost King. Gu Rongji opened his mouth with a look of astonishment. The Ghost King directly waved his hand and said in an unusually serious tone, the matter is known to me. Then, Lord Ghost King, what should be done about this matter? Gu Rongji asked. The Ghost King stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Right at this moment, a death envoy instantly arrived in front of the two, his expression looking particularly grave. Your Excellencies, something bad has happened. According to the scouts, there is a person 1,000 miles away in the west who is rushing towards here, and on the way, he even killed 7 dead ambassadors within my Dark Spectre Hall. That person's target seems to be my Dark Spectre Hall. As soon as the 2 men heard this, anger appeared on top of their faces. What is that person's strength? The Ghost King asked. My subordinate doesn't dare to be certain, but the lowest is perhaps an immortal king. The dead ambassador respectfully returned. A chill flashed across the Ghost King's eyes. Boom! An explosion sounded instantly, and the Dark Spectre Hall shuddered violently. Immediately following the second boom, the Ghost King's eyes glazed over, his figure instantly disappearing in place. Dark Spectre Hall is halfway up in the air. Changfeng proudly stood in the void, Taoist robes fluttering in the wind, his face full of indifference. Looking at the Ghost King who suddenly appeared in front of him, Changfeng's eyes were full of contempt, and he indifferently opened his mouth and said, You are the master of this Dark Spectre Hall? The Ghost King did not say anything. His right hand had already gripped the dagger at his waist. Looking at the person in front of him who had hit on his Dark Spectre Hall, the Ghost King did not have any nonsense. His body directly became a blur and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, the Ghost King had already arrived behind Changfeng. Without any hesitation, the dagger in his hand directly stabbed at Changfeng's neck. Changfeng just let out a faint smile, and his body directly transformed into a paperman and disappeared into thin air. Empty. The Ghost King's eyes stared at everything around him. At this moment, his spirit was tensed to the extreme. Just a moment after this person transformed into a paper figure, the Ghost King had already detected that this person's cultivation was at least above the 5th rank of Immortal Monarch. This was no longer an existence that he could fight against at all. Is this the Lord of the Dark Spectre Hall? Long Win's voice sounded behind the Ghost King. The Ghost King was greatly harmed. There was no hesitation. His hands formed a seal and directly opened a large bang. Just at the moment when the Ghost King had just made a seal, a huge force directly sent the Ghost King flying out ruthlessly. Even the Dark Spectre Hall had been smashed hard through the Ghost King's body. Gu Rongji marveled. Immortal Monarch 8th grade. Without hesitation, Gu Rongji directly assisted the Ghost King to his feet. The Ghost King only felt that this body was no longer his at the moment, and with just one move, he had completely lost any power of resistance. An Immortal King 9th grade, actually still presuming to kill me? When it's really laughable. Changfeng looked at the wretched Ghost King below and smiled as his face turned directly grim as he laughed and laughed. I think with your cultivation, you shouldn't be the master of this Dark Spectre Hall. I'll give you a chance to keep your whole body and call out the true master of the Dark Spectre Hall. OMG, I'm convinced I'm a dead brain. Chapter 141, Whoever you are, you will die today. The Ghost King braced himself strongly. His right hand gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, and his black eyes revealed a substantial killing intent. With that said, the Ghost King was about to step forward again, wanting to kill the person in front of him. Gu Rongji hurriedly tugged at the Ghost King, his eyes filled with gravity as he repeatedly persuaded him. Lord Ghost King must not. This person's cultivation is profound. It's not something you and I can deal with. It's already a fluke that I survived just now. If I were to rush up there, I would surely die. The Ghost King looked at Changfeng in midair. He knew very well that this person's cultivation was very terrifying and was not something he could handle, but he couldn't swallow it. The dagger in his hand was gripped tighter, his eyes were fierce, and his figure was muddled, directly disappearing from the spot. Lord Ghost King, Gu Rongji desperately tried to stop it, but still failed to stop it. The Ghost King had already arrived in midair. His gaze was like a torch, without any hesitation. His hands were constantly pinching blood seals, and he said angrily, "Meet me, Lord of the Dark Spectre? Do you think you're worthy?" Changfeng laughed coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. There was no difference between looking at the Ghost King in front of him and looking at a mole cricket. Just as well, since fleas like to jump so much, I don't mind running you right over. As the words fell, Changfeng slowly stretched out his 2 fingers and waved them in the air, as if he was carving something. The Ghost King directly bit his finger. A drop of blood fell low on his finger, and softly murmured, "The blood as a guide, soul as a medium." Just as he intended to continue reading, the Ghost King realized that there was no energy fluctuation above himself, and the Ghost King was somewhat puzzled. Failed? When he looked down, the Ghost King was surprised to find that the drop of blood he had dripped on his fingertip did not fall on top of the formation, but was instead caught by a hand. The Ghost King snapped his head up to look towards the side, only to see that at some point there, a black-clothed, embroidered man was already standing. The Ghost King stopped his hand movements and subconsciously blurted out, "Lord Dark Ruler." Naturally, Changfeng also noticed the man in black who suddenly appeared beside the Ghost King. Feeling the aura emanating from this person's body, his face changed slightly, and with some slight hesitation, he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you the master behind this so-called Dark Spectre Hall?" Dark Ruling smiled faintly, not paying any attention to Changfeng, but casually wiping off the smear of blood in his hand and nodding at the Ghost King. The Ghost King immediately understood and braced himself to arch his hand at the dark verdict, then retreated above the ground to begin healing his wounds. Above the midair, Dark Ruling turned to look at Long Wind in the distance. No emotion could be seen in his eyes. Changfeng's eyes slightly condensed similarly looked at the Dark Ruling. Inadvertently the two people's eyes met together. Just the moment they looked at each other, Changfeng hastily moved away from their own line of sight. His legs unconsciously withdrew a step backward, and a drop of cold sweat even flowed above his forehead. With just a glance, Changfeng felt that he had just been staring at an extremely terrifying existence, and a hint of timidity was even revealed in his heart. Changfeng's eyes became extremely grave at this moment, completely lacking the contemptuous look he had for the Ghost King at that time. "You are." Before Long Wind could finish, Dark Ruling directly stretched out a finger against his mouth and shushed, interrupting what Long Wind was about to say. Putting his hand down, his face was terribly flat above. Raising his eyes to look at Changfeng, he coldly said, "Destroying my Dark Spectre branch hall, killing my Dark Spectre death envoy, and severely injuring my hall's assassin. Today, no matter who it is, you will die." The words are gone. Dark Ruling's right hand was violently raised, and in the distance at Changfeng's feet, 100 feet of blood-colored dagger silhouette directly rose up into the sky, directly stabbing Changfeng's lower door. When Changfeng saw this, he didn't panic in the slightest, and with a wave of his hand, a paper of yellow talisman stood out of the air, and he recited an incantation silently under his breath. A golden light in his hand directly struck into the yellow talisman, and with one finger toward the sky he shouted under his breath, "Perish the heavenly thunder!" Before the words fell, the sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The daytime sky instantly turned gray and black, and purple and white lightning flashed continuously above the dark clouds. Suddenly an extremely strong heavenly thunderbolt struck straight towards the illusory dagger. Boom! The moment the two came into contact, an explosive sound rose violently and shot up into the sky, and countless waves of air wrapped in dense lightning sparks spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Gu Rongji stood directly in front of the Ghost King, releasing an energy shield to protect the two of them. The airwaves dissipated, and both of them were unharmed. Changfeng's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at the dark verdict in front of him, his eyebrows filled with astonishment. "Immortal Monarch 9th Grade Great Circle, you are the Lord of Dark Spectre." Dark Ruling looked at Long Wind with cold eyes. "I said, you will die today." As the words fell, Dark Ruling's figure instantly disappeared in place, and his right hand formed a claw, grabbing towards Changfeng's abdomen. Changfeng's face changed slightly. He directly took out the long sword behind him, and with a leap of his body, he held the sword and directly stabbed towards that claw. Bang! The sound of steel cutting resounded in front of the two people. A huge force came from the two people's figures backward at the same time. The Dark Ruling didn't hesitate after stopping, and came directly behind Long Wind with a flash. At this moment, Long Wind's figure hadn't even had time to react before he had already noticed the Dark Ruling that had appeared behind him. The dark ruler held a dagger and without hesitation stabbed directly towards the back of Long Win's neck. Changfeng hurriedly took out a paper of yellow talisman in his bosom. His body directly twisted into a twist shape, and the long sword in his hand resisted with difficulty. A golden light flashed, the yellow talisman dissipated, and with it, Changfeng's figure appeared 10 feet away. Dark Judgment's dagger jab came up empty. Still, a little blood dripped down on top of the dagger blade. 10 feet away, Changfeng knelt down on one leg, gasping for air. His left hand touched the back of his neck, his hand already stained red with blood. He also looked at the broken sword above his right hand. His face was incredibly pale, and his eyes were even more hollow. A mere gap of 2 small realms. It's as if I'm just a 3-year-old child in front of this person. I can't resist a bit at all, let alone any counterattacks. Thinking of this, a flash of sternness flashed across the bottom of Changfeng's eyes. Fellow Daoist. Before Long Feng could finish his words, the figure of Dark Ruling once again arrived in front of Long Feng, and the dagger in his hand flew and directly wiped off Long Feng's neck. A puff of white smoke rose directly from Changfeng's corpse. Dark Ruling fixed his eyes and his eyes changed slightly, only to see that the original body of Changfeng in his hand had turned into a paperman. Dark Ruling clutched the paperman in his hand, and the fury around him directly scattered in all directions, and the confetti on the ground was burned to ashes. The extreme sense was directly released, covering tens of thousands of miles in a circle. Dark Ruling's eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure directly disappeared in place. Gu Rongji saw that both of them had disappeared into thin air, and he also spoke directly. Follow it. Voices also came from the surrounding shadows, responding, lead the way. Chapter 142, Run? Run to the western wasteland and kill you as usual. Western Central States. Changfeng was currently skimming forward at a rapid pace, and there was even some fear in his eyes. Damn it, wasn't it said that there was only one low-ranked immortal monarch? How did a strong immortal monarch 9th grade Great Circle come out all of a sudden? Old Tao, how dare you play me? At this moment, Changfeng had been angrily cursing that old man from the Dao sect in his heart. Although Changfeng looked extremely upset by the old man's pitfalls, the movements in his hands never stopped, constantly taking out yellow talismans in his arms and sticking them on top of the path along the way to hide his tracks. Although Changfeng had already worn a magic treasure to hide his breath, he still felt the need to add another one just to be on the safe side. Bang! At that moment a loud noise rang out behind him. Changfeng looked back, horror in his eyes, only to see that countless fist-print shadows in the back were blasting towards Changfeng at a rapid pace. What the hell? How could it have been discovered so quickly? Damn it! Saying that, Changfeng directly pulled out a divine traveling talisman in his pocket and directly affixed it to his body without saying a word. Disease. As the words fell, Changfeng's figure directly disappeared on the spot, and his speed was more than 5 times faster than before. Boom boom boom. Countless fist seals all landed in the air, and smoke rolled out. Run! In the midst of the smoke and dust, Dark Ruling's figure flew out, red light flooding under his feet, and his speed was no less than that of Changfeng, who had used the divine walking talisman. Changfeng inadvertently looked back and his eyes went wide. What the hell? I used a divine traveling talisman. What the hell is this man in black doing? So fast. Brush. Before Changfeng could spit out more words, a dagger had already been inserted on top of Changfeng's calf. Changfeng's face was full of surprise at this time, but more than that, it was a color of fear. How it's possible? When the hell did? Changfeng no longer thought much about it and directly endured the pain to forcefully pull out the dagger above his calf. But the next moment, a thin wire had already wrapped around Changfeng's limbs without him realizing it. Damn it! What the hell? When Changfeng realized it, it was already too late. Changfeng kept struggling, wanting to cut these fine wires, but no matter what methods he used, he found that these fine wires were exceptionally hard, and were not at all something that could be cut off by an unusual object. Stop! Dark Ruling's grim voice rang in Changfeng's ears. His fingers contracted slightly, and the fine silk wrapped around Changfeng's body instantly tensed. A tensile force came, and Long Win's speed instantly slowed down, and in just a breath of time, Long Win's limbs had already been firmly bound by thin wires in the center of 4 giant trees. It was now impossible for Changfeng to even think about taking a step forward. The Dark Ruling stepped on the void and looked down on Changfeng at this moment, not showing a trace of emotion in his eyes, only chilling killing intent. In the name of the Dark Spectre Hall's Adjudicator, codename, Dark Judgment, and on the grounds that you have openly provoked the killing of my Dark Spectre Hall's men today, I bestow upon you the crime of death, to be carried out immediately. As the icy words fell, a pure purple dagger with a slight blood color slowly rose up from the left side of the Dark Ruling. When Changfeng saw this scene, his eyes revealed an unprecedented look of despair, but there was still disdain under his eyes, and he said in a threatening tone to Dark Ruling, "You want to kill me? With you? Ha ha ha." Changfeng laughed out loud, and his face instantly turned cold again. Immortal Monarch 9th grade. It should be said or not that your Dark Spectre Hall does have some strength, but do you really think that your Dark Spectre Hall is invincible? You have to know that there are not a few that can exterminate your Dark Spectre Hall. You have to think clearly. If you really stab this knife towards me, I can guarantee that you and your Dark Spectre Hall will disappear within the immortal realm in a matter of moments. When Changfeng finished speaking, his face was filled with calmness, and even a hint of a smile, because he bet that this person would not dare to kill him. Dark Ruler still looked at this person with cold eyes. He did not take what Long Feng had just said to heart at all. He even felt that this person was a bit ridiculous. No longer speaking, Dark Ruling's fingers moved slightly, and the dagger on his left side flashed with a cold light, shooting sharply towards Long Wind. No! Long Wind hissed. Sound of escaping laughter. The dagger carried the power of the Bloodbane and pierced straight through Changfeng's body. Knock! An arm fell to the ground. Dark Ruling fixed his eyes and his eyes went cold once again, only to see that there was nothing left in the spot except a broken arm. Dark Ruling looked in the direction of the western cliff 1,000 miles away, clenched his fists, and his figure instantly became a blur and disappeared in place. 500 miles away from the western broken cliff, Changfeng was desperately speeding in the direction of the cliff with a hard look on his face. Looking at his broken right arm, a flash of hatred flashed across the bottom of Changfeng's eyes. What a Dark Spectre Hall! If I hadn't used up my intrinsic talisman, I'm afraid I'd have to account for it here. The more Changfeng thought about it, the more hatred grew in his heart. There are only 2 left of my 3 instinctive divine symbols now. It's really a case of using one less than the other. You wait for me, Dark Spectre Hall. As he spoke, Long Wind had arrived inside the teleportation array on top of the western cliff. Looking at the direction behind him, without hesitation, Changfeng directly took out a crystal within his spatial ring and inserted it into the groove in the center of the large formation. Next moment, a bright light rose up to the sky, completely wrapping Changfeng in it, and in an instant, Changfeng's figure directly disappeared within the grand formation. Just the next moment after Long Wind disappeared, Dark Verdict's figure appeared in the field. Looking at the pillar of light that was about to disappear in front of him, Dark Ruling didn't think much about it and leapt up, directly entering into it. Swish! Dark Ruling's figure disappeared into thin air. The pillar of light disappeared. Half a bell passed. A dozen black-clothed and masked death envoys appeared around the large formation, all of them lining up the surroundings in a very orderly manner. In no time at all, the area within a radius of 10 kilometers had all been exhausted, but none of them had found any abnormalities. Everyone was confused. Their gazes involuntarily locked onto the teleportation array. Teleported? One of the dead ambassadors said with confusion. The crowd was silent. All of them thought the same thing. At this time, a dead ambassador directly took out the token at his waist and transmitted the matter to the top. Western Wasteland. Dark Ruling. After going through a long spatial tunnel, the scene of the desert in front of him came into view. After surveying the surroundings, Dark Verdict locked onto Long Wind, who was speeding in flight in the distance. Cold light exploded lines in his eyes, and his palms faced the sky, only to see that above Changfeng's head, space was directly torn apart, and a black 3-clawed palm slammed down directly towards Changfeng. How? How could you have gotten in here? Long Wind couldn't make any reaction in time and was directly slapped on the ground by the palm of his hand. Bang! The ground was directly sunken, printing out a 3-clawed palm print, and Changfeng's entire body had been smashed to pieces within the palm print. There was no life on the spot, and he was still holding a benediction talisman in his hand. Chapter 143, Crystal Rupture. A mysterious figure appeared in the sky above the desert. Only after doing so did Dark Verdict begin to examine the place that had been transported over by the teleportation array. Western Bluff. At the teleportation array, Gu Rongji and the Ghost King had already arrived here. The Ghost King's injuries were basically under control now. Nothing serious. You said that Lord Dark Ruler went in? The Ghost King opened his mouth in a grave manner and asked. The dead envoy at the side nodded seriously. Yes, my lord. My subordinate has followed Lord Dark Ruler all the way here and has probed all the ranges in a 10-mile radius without any abnormality. So my subordinate is certain that there's a great possibility that Lord Dark Ruler has already gone in. The Ghost King observed the patterns on top of this large formation and did not find any logic. Turning his head to look at Gu Rongji beside him, he asked, Hall Master Gu, do you understand this formation? Gu Rongji raised his hand and started counting. His eyes narrowed slightly. 2 breaths later Gu Rongji stopped counting. After lightly exhaling a breath, he said, I really can't measure it either. But what I can say for sure is that this formation is a necessary path to the Western Dao. The Western Dao system? The Ghost King's face was grave. So what Hall Master Gu means is that we can't get in now, and the people inside can't get out now? Gu Rongji nodded. Lord Ghost King is right. Theoretically. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King immediately shifted to a serious look on top of his face. This place of the Western Taoist system is really a bit mysterious, not to mention how it is there. But just looking at the strength of the person who attacked my Dark Spectre Hall is not something to be underestimated. If Lord Dark Ruler just goes in alone like this, would it be? Gu Rongji also frowned on top of his face, but still said with relief that anyone who attacks my Dark Spectre Hall can travel between the two realms at will, so I think he'll definitely have the key to control the formation in his hands, and as long as Lord Dark Ruler obliterates him, I think Lord Dark Ruler will naturally be able to come out. The Ghost King nodded even though he didn't understand anything. Western Wasteland, Desert. After Dark Ruling surveyed his surroundings for a while, he realized that the desert here was so large that he could vaguely see a few towns in the blur, but for some unknown reason, using extreme sense here would be highly disturbed, and Dark Ruling didn't intend to probe any further. Walking towards Long Win's corpse, after rummaging around for a while, he was able to find a crystal within Long Feng's spatial ring. I think that's the one. Dark Ruling took the crystal in his hand, and after surveying it for a while he didn't find anything special, so he simply walked directly in the direction of the teleportation array. Pure Yang Mountain, Taoist sect, inside the main hall. Master of the Way. Master of the Way. At this time, a Dao-robed disciple outside the door ran in a hurry, and under his breath, he kept calling out to the Dao Master. The old man who was meditating and asking questions was directly interrupted by this voice, and immediately lost his mood, looking at the disciple with a face full of impatience and said, "What is it?" That Dao-robed disciple directly raised the already cracked fate plate in his hand high and opened his mouth with a somewhat panicked voice, saying, "Dao Lord, Taoist Master Changfeng, his fate card is shattered." Wow! As soon as these words came out, the Dao-robed old man directly sat up straight and stared tightly at the fate card in the Dao-robed disciple's hand. But in just a moment, the Dao-robed old man regained his composure. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of coldness radiated around him. His left hand instantly clenched into a fist, and a white smoke rose through his fingers. "Tell Changkon to make a trip." The Dao-robed old man spoke faintly. Although it was unclear, the Dao-robed disciple nodded and walked out of the hall. Western Wasteland, Desert Teleportation Formation. Dark Ruling was about to place the crystal in his hand into the groove at the center of the teleportation array. Suddenly, the crystal in his hand directly exploded into pieces. Dark Ruling looked at all that dust in his hands with some uncertainty. What the hell? A one-time thing? Although Dark Ruling was a bit speechless, he couldn't have been waiting here all this time. And this teleportation array couldn't have opened by itself. Solemn Dark Verdict swiped directly in one direction. He didn't believe that there was only one crystal in such a large place. After flying for about 10 minutes, Dark Ruling's face changed and he directly stopped in midair and looked up, only to see that in the sky above his head, a large illusory handprint, 100 feet wide, had slapped towards him. Dark Verdict's face sank, and without hesitation, a fist directly blasted towards that illusory large handprint. The fists whizzed by with great force. Bang! In an instant, the sky above the airwaves swept away. This day seems to have been blasted open a mouth. The surrounding space creaking, constantly chafing open, just a breath of time, has appeared hundreds of different sizes of space cracks. Tensul. The figure of Dark Ruling in the sky was struck down directly on top of the earth at the speed of light. Smoke and dust rolled, sand and gravel flew, and the ground had been smashed and cracked. Boom! Before Dark Ruling could catch his breath, a sword with a gust of wind-breaking sound had shot towards his face. Seeing the scene in front of him, Dark Ruler already didn't care about his own injuries. His fingers danced quickly, and the dagger at his waist instantly sprang out, with a blood-red tail, and slammed against the sword. Boom! The moment a sword and a dagger clashed with each other, a loud booming sound that seemed to shatter heaven and earth scattered in all directions, shaking the void, leading to a steady stream of space between heaven and earth to break apart. Sword light flashes. Each overflowing sword chi seems to break open a hole in the sky one by one. Boom boom. Sword chi poured out around the sword in an instant, pressing the dagger backward in succession. The Dark Ruler's face showed a difficult expression, and the arm that was manipulating the dagger showed a noticeable tremor. Swish! The sword chi spanned across the room with an unrivaled attack, sending the dagger in front of him straight away. The speed of that sword remained unabated, lifting up a long rainbow with a murderous aura, shooting straight towards Dark Verdict's face. Dark Ruling's eyes were certain, and he made a quick seal between his hands, and drank, saying, "Shadow, boo!" The sword body plunged straight into the earth, kicking up gusts of dust and sand, and within an instant the earth was directly split into pieces. The smoke cleared and the alcove was empty. Ha! A silhouette in the sky above couldn't help but make a puzzled voice when he saw the scene below. This person's eyes were slightly closed, and in the next moment they snapped open, with subtle golden light constantly flickering in his eyes. His eyes looked away, and in less than half a breath of time, he had already locked on to the Dark Verdict that was 100 miles away. With a wave of his large hand, the sword that was stuck above the earth instantly disappeared, and with a flash of his body, the silhouette directly disappeared into the sky, 100 miles away. Dark Ruling's figure was like a ghost, and was traveling forward at great speed. At this moment, his eyebrows were already furrowed together, and his eyes were filled with gravity. Blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, and above his right leg, a bone-deep wound was clearly visible. Chapter 144, Deal? Ridiculous. My Dark Spectre Hall deals in life and death, immortal dignity. At this moment in the mind of Dark Ruling only two words came to mind. The Immortal Emperor Powerhouse. Sound of escaping laughter. A sharp pain came from Dark Ruling's chest and he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The golden light in his hand flashed. A pill appeared in his hand, and without any hesitation, he directly put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Not daring to stay for a minute, his speed accelerated again and flew forward. At this moment in the heart of the Dark Ruling, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This person's strength is at least an Immortal Zune 2nd grade. If it was a 1st grade I might still be able to fight. But with the strength that this person has shown, even I would be in great trouble if the battle continues. Dark Ruling observed the topography and landscape of this place, and a bit of bitterness appeared above his face. I've been flying for thousands of kilometers, but I've never seen a single teleportation array, so it looks like the only way to leave this place is the one in the desert. Dark Ruling flew rapidly while using his extreme sense to look for places where that crystal might exist. At that moment, Dark Ruling's figure suddenly stopped. His eyes became serious, and a look of gravity appeared on top of his face. Only 100 meters away in front of him, a middle-aged man wearing a gray-blue Taoist robe was standing in the void, staring intently at him. Dark Ruling looked at the person in front of him and didn't need to think about it to know that this person was the one who had injured him. After seeing what this person was wearing, Dark Ruling also guessed why in a big way. Are you the person from this so-called Dark Spectre Hall? The middle-aged man in Dao robes asked at Dark Verdict. At this moment, Dark Ruling's entire body became extremely wary, but he still nodded silently. Seeing that Dark Ruling nodded, the middle-aged man smiled a smile and, "Oh, you're quite honest." Dark Ruling revealed a look of contempt upon hearing this and said, "Yes or no? Do you think there is any difference?" Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed even louder and unconsciously applauded. Very good. Very good, worthy of being a killer. Very characterful. Saying that, the middle-aged man put away his smile and looked at Dark Verdict and said coldly, even if you weren't, from the moment you killed my Dao sex people, your fate was already destined for death, said the middle-aged man. Two fingers stood in front of his chest, around the body of the air waves floating, behind the back of the long sword rushed up to the sky, the tip of the sword pointed straight to the Dark Ruling. Kid, I have to say that you are indeed very strong. An Immortal Monarch 9th grade Great Circle actually managed to last this long in my hands. You're enough to be proud of yourself. However, you deserve to die as well. Punish the heaven and split the earth. The middle-aged man shouted and pointed his finger at the sky. Chant. Above the sky only a blue dragon's true body broke through the dome of the sky and came, wandering above the mid-air, with bursts of dragon's roar resonating between heaven and earth. The middle-aged man looked at the Dark Ruling at this moment, and there was no difference between looking at a dead man. Die. The middle-aged man's fingers instantly bent, and the long sword above his head shot out, killing towards Dark Verdict. The blue true dragon circling above, at this moment also swooped down and flew down, winding around the sword, as if the two had fused into one. Roar. The Dark Ruling black eyes instantly enlarged. His hands opened directly towards the sky. The blood-colored array was coiled under his feet, and the blood-black baneful gas around his body continuously bubbled out. Pupils have turned into a blood-red color, and two black three-fingered giant claws are hidden on the spine and shoulders. Shouting out, "Blood Demon True Body!" The blood-colored bane energy instantly rose up in the sky within Dark Verdict's body, and the bane transformed into something substantial. Above the back of the Dark Verdict, a huge half-bodied blood demon ghost figure directly appeared, its appearance oozing beyond compare. Both arms and palms directly closed together. The two huge giant claws of the half-body blood demon ghost directly slapped towards that flying dragon disc flying sword. Boo! Boom boom! The two giant claws will be directly the disc dragon flying sword clamped in the palm. At the moment by the two palms clamped flying sword and difficult to move forward inches. However, the enormous dragon might was still rubbing against the two giant three-fingered claws. This was undoubtedly a lot harder for the already heavily injured Dark Judgment, but at this moment, Dark Ruling was still gritting his teeth and his face was even more unsightly. Waves of chi continued to roll inside his body, and blood clattered and spilled out at the corners of his mouth. Humph! Staging a struggle will only make you die later. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, his aura around his body climbing again, his hands closing together and pointing angrily towards the front. Die! A golden light appeared above the sword, and the sword began to rotate at a rapid speed. Bear. The two palms of the half-bodied blood demon ghost gradually began to become illusory. Dark Ruling's hands were constantly trembling, and his legs were even a little too weak to use them. Boom! The illusory giant claw directly ruptured, and the dragon disc flying sword directly flew out, shooting towards Dark Verdict with the sound of a dragon's roar. Dark Ruling's entire body fell directly backward, spitting blood out of his mouth. His hands were supporting the ground with great difficulty, looking at the sword that flew rapidly towards him, with a look of determination in his eyes. His right hand gripped the dagger at his waist, and a ning in his eyes slashed directly towards that sword. Bang! The moment the dagger touched the sword, a huge force traveled directly on top of the dagger to Dark Verdict's entire body. Dark Judgment's hands holding the dagger's grip were instantly shaken apart by this force, and the dagger directly fell out of his hand. Brush! The sword slashed directly above Dark Ruling's cheek and stuck on top of the ground aside. An airwave directly swept out, blasting Dark Verdict away. Snap! Dark Verdict slammed directly on top of a rock to the side, breaking his ribs straight away. But the good thing was that his name was preserved, and if it wasn't for that dagger slightly changing the trajectory of that sword at the last moment, the current Dark Verdict would have become a corpse. Cough cough cough, cough. Dark Ruling lay on the ground, a weak coughing fit rattling out, and now he was having some difficulty trying to stand up. The middle-aged man looked at the Dark Ruling lying on the ground in the distance, and some astonishment appeared in his eyes. Your life is a little too big. After saying that, the middle-aged man took one step and his figure came to the longsword. His right hand pulled the longsword up, and he slowly walked towards the Dark Verdict. I'm really a bit curious. This technique of yours is really a feat that I can hardly see in my life. The grade should not be low. The middle-aged man walked and laughed with an undisguised greed in his eyes as he said, Ha ha ha, how about you and I make a deal? Dark Ruling gritted his teeth, braced himself for the pain coming from his body, and rolled his body over. Looking up at the middle-aged man with disdainful eyes, he spoke with some difficulty. And, trade? Oh, when really ridiculous. And I do trade? You also do not go to inquire about our Dark Spectre Hall to do in the end what is the trade? I may as well tell you. Our Dark Spectre Hall only trade. Life and Death. Chapter 145, The Flickering of the Fate Tag. Life in Danger. The Venerable Coffin Bearer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The middle-aged man cracked. Are you threatening me? Ha, ha. Dark Ruling laughed coldly. Have Taoist priests learned to curse? Aren't you afraid of damaging your merit? Grass. The middle-aged man was full of anger above his face at the moment. I'll scold you. If you have the patience to stand up and hit me. Bah. Cripple. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed out loud once again. Merit. Well said. Ha ha ha. That would have to be a true Taoist. Who told you that wearing a Taoist robe makes you a Taoist and a person of the righteous path? The middle-aged man holding a long sword, sticking to the ground, stopped only 10 steps away from Dark Ruling, looking at Dark Ruling with a cold face. Last chance. If you are sensible, pass me your gongfu. I may still be able to give you a full body and find you another piece of feng shui land. What do you think? Dark Verdict's two bloody hands gripped the ground with a deadly grip, and an oozing smile was even more evident on his face. He, ha. You don't have to stare at the ring in my hand. There's nothing in it. The gong method is inside Lousy's brain. If you have the guts, you'll split Lousy's brain open. Boom! The middle-aged man's aura was wide open around him, and his face was filled with grimness on top of it. Seek death. When the words fell, the middle-aged man clenched his right fist, and with one step his figure instantly disappeared, leaving only a puff of shadows on the spot. Boo! A fist blasted out, and with a gust of tearing sounds, this fist directly blasted above Dark Verdict's belly. Dark Ruling opened his mouth wide, spitting out threads of blood from his mouth, and his body was bent to 90 degrees, rubbing against the ground as he was directly blasted out hundreds of meters. Rubbing or scraping, sand and rocks splashed along the way, wrapped in gusts of sand and dust, until it crashed into a distant dead tree before coming to a tragic stop. Dark Ruling covered his abdomen tightly with both hands. All 5 features above his face had twisted together as the nerves of pain swept through his body. Scream! Scream again for me! The middle-aged man held his sword in one hand, sword intent running across the top of his sword, and with a step of 100 meters, he came directly in front of Dark Verdict. Lift the sword! With a fierce look on his face. Die! Sword fall! The tip of the sword was directly inserted into the side waist of the Dark Cutter's skill. Ahem! Dark Ruling gritted his teeth, clenched his hands, and stiffly refrained from screaming. The middle-aged man raised his leg and kicked, directly above Dark Ruling's calf. Draw your sword. Without hesitation a sword directly toward the neck of the Dark Judgment split down. Blood intent flowed in Dark Ruling's hand, and a finger of his left hand carried thick blood. which was hastily affixed within the palm of his right hand. Sword fall. A burst of blood-colored black gas rose directly under the sword. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically and he directly exclaimed, "Holy, I'm really convinced. I should have known that I would have directly chopped you up with a sword. I didn't think you had a backhand. Holy." After the middle-aged man finished venting, he directly put away his long sword, put his hands together, eyes slightly closed, and stood in front of him, open. Both eyes opened instantly, and a majestic spiritual force that permeated the entire field. Any item in a radius of thousands of kilometers all appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. 10 minutes passed, and the middle-aged man was sweating straight above his forehead, his brows slightly furrowed. Nope. How could it just disappear? The middle-aged man searched again for several breaths of time, but all came up empty, and had no choice but to give up. A look of doubt filled his eyes. What an odd escape technique. After scanning the surroundings, the middle-aged man directly disappeared in a flash. The western border of Central State. At the teleportation array, the figure of a death envoy instantly appeared in front of the crowd, and without saying a word, he came directly in front of the Ghost King and Gurongji, arched his hand at the two of them, and with a somewhat heavy tone, he opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellencies, a message has come from the headquarters dead envoy, saying." "Say what?" The Ghost King looked a little anxious already. That dead envoy's body bent even lower as he continued. "Headquarters says that Lord Dark Ruler's fate plate has begun to flicker, and his life is in danger." Wow! The Ghost King and Gurongji's two faces had pulled down, and there was even more disbelief in their eyes. Snap! Gurongji directly sat on his butt on the ground, his heart filled with remorse. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't failed to contact the headquarters in the first place, I don't think I would have ended up in this situation." Gurongji's aged body continuously pounded the ground, his face filled with self-blame. The Ghost King, on the other hand, a heavy color appeared in the bottom of his eyes and patted Gurongji's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to Lord Dark Ruler. After all, he's a ruler." Although the Ghost King's words were like this, he himself was a bit unconvinced when he said it. After all, this matter happened in the Central State, the territory that he, the Ghost King, was covering. Even though the fate cards are still flashing right now, who can be sure what will happen next? The Ghost King's eyes instantly widened as he looked up at the dead ambassador and asked in a somewhat shaky voice, "Lord Li Tian, is it possible that he already knows about this?" After saying that, the Ghost King looked at the dead ambassador with apprehension, desperately wanting to know the answer. The dead ambassador shook his head and spoke. "This matter is still unknown to Lord Li Tian, and it was Lord Rose who suppressed it." The Ghost King was also relieved after hearing this, but it was only a breath. Then he continued, "Did it say how the matter was to be resolved? It can't be waiting for him to open himself." The dead ambassador continued, "This subordinate is not particularly clear. The orders received by the subordinate is to stay put. As to what is going to happen in this matter, the subordinate does not know." The Ghost King nodded, and the dead ambassador retreated. Right at this moment, the wind was blowing furiously above the sky, and the space in the sky was fragmenting. In an instant, the space in midair was directly torn open, and the inside was so black that it was impossible to see a bit. Snap! At that moment, a foot stepped out in the middle of that pitch-black crack, and the space was all torn apart by that foot. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared in the eyes of everyone in the field. This person was dressed in black, with the totem of the piston flower embroidered on his chest, and two circles of pitch-black iron chains were wrapped around his body. Let the first sight be nothing but fear, deep fear. All the people of the Dark Spectre Hall present, without the slightest hesitation, bowed to this person the moment they saw him descend. "Subordinate, meet your holiness the coffin bearer. He's one of the 5 pallbearers of the Dark Spectre Hall. The bloody coffin." Note, be sure to look here. Above the adjudicator are 5 pallbearers. The realm corresponds to the 9th level of the Great Circle of Immortality, and above the pallbearers are 3 mourners, not 8. So don't get confused. Chapter 146, Recovering a Life. The Desert City Jean family. Behind the blood coffin's hands, everything here was in full view. With one step, the space under his feet directly shattered, and his figure flashed directly to the center of the teleportation array. Sweeping his gaze over everyone present, he spoke faintly, "There's no need to be so formal. I've already understood things." At this time, the Ghost King spoke respectfully to the blood coffin and said, "Lord Blood Coffin, this formation." The blood coffin let out a light laugh, then spoke, "It's just a 2-world teleportation array. There's naturally no difficulty in trying to crack it, but it still takes some time." After saying that, the blood coffin pressed its palm directly on top of the teleportation array, and several array rules emerged around it. The corners of the blood coffin's mouth lifted up as it closed its palms.
and the pitch-black iron chains wrapped around its body directly drilled in along the center groove of the large formation. There was no stopping. The chains were still going deeper and deeper at a rapid rate. Western Wasteland. Desert City. Ancient clan Jin family. Jin Juanza pushed the door and entered the old ancestor hall. After arching his hand at Jin Shenyong, who was sitting cross-legged, he opened his mouth and said, "Old ancestor, the latest news is that Dao Sect's Dao Master Changfeng is dead." "Dead?" Jin Shenyong uttered in confusion. Jin Juanza nodded. "Indeed, old ancestor, this news is very accurate. I heard that he died near the desert teleportation array, killed by a man in black in a single move." "A man in black? One move? If I remember correctly, that Changfeng seems to be an immortal monarch 8th rank, right? How could he be killed in a single move? Could it be an immortal exalted who made a move?" Jin Shenyong guessed, then added, "With Changfeng dead, the Taoist sect shouldn't be able to stop, right? Haven't they made any moves?" Jin Juanza nodded once again. "Old ancestor is wise. The Dao sect did make a move. According to the report from the scouts, not long after Changfeng's death, the Changkong Taoist within the Dao sect made a move. As for what happened after that, it is unknown." Jin Shenyong's black eyes turned, and he smiled kindly. "It seems that I was overthinking it. I always thought that this Dao sect was plotting for that year, but I didn't realize that it was actually a power strife. Do you know which power in the Western Wasteland is the one that is the enemy of the Dao sect?" Jin Juanza shook his head. "I'm not particularly sure about this. It doesn't seem to be a native force." "Not native?" Jin Shenyong was once again puzzled. "The Western Wasteland and the outside world have been out of contact for how many years? I didn't expect that this outside force would still dare to enter the Western Wasteland and kill the Taoist sect's Changfeng. It's really a frog in the bottom of a well. Alright, since it's not that, I'll start my seclusion. And during this time make sure to keep a close eye on the news from the Dao sect." After Jin Shenyong finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes and toned his internal chi. Jin Juanza also bowed and exited inside the old ancestor hall. Jin family residence. Second Mrs. Residence. Inside the compound, a woman was wearing a light green and light white long dress. Her features were quite exquisite. A beauty. This person was none other than the second miss of the Jin family, Jin Chensi. Only to see that in Jin Chensi's hand was holding a large iron basin, which was filled with blood. After pouring out the blood in the basin, he replaced it with a basin of clean fresh water and picked it up and walked into the house. The house is relatively simple and very clean, with only a table, a few chairs, a bed, and a few essential amenities. Of course, the most conspicuous place is still to be counted, the north wall of the dressing counter. Above the counter is piled up with large and small bottles and jars. You can see that Jin Chensi is also a person who loves beauty. Jin Chensi carried the iron basin to the bedside and placed it on top of the cabinet next to the bed. Very skillfully, he picked up the towel by the basin and washed it twice before wringing it out and wiping the dark ruling lying unconscious on the bed. Dressed in black, when the towel touched the dark ruler's forehead, the dark ruler's pupils instantly widened, and one of his hands grasped Jin Chensi's wrist in a death grip. In obedience, the other hand directly choked Jin Chensi's neck, and opened his mouth grimly. Who are you?" Jin Chensi was startled by this sudden turn of events. The towel in her hand fell to the ground. She didn't dare to scream out. Her body couldn't stop trembling. "The elder generation. My name is Jin Chensi. This is my Jin family." Dark ruling surveyed everything here, looked at his own already bandaged wounds, and then looked at Jin Chensi in front of him to make sure there was no danger before releasing his hand. After getting free, Jin Chensi retreated backward in a row, looking very vigilantly at the dark ruling on the bed and couch, her legs still trembling uncontrollably. Dark ruling looked at the woman in front of him and asked, opening her mouth, "What is this place and why am I here?" Jin Chensi carefully informed the dark ruler of all the events before and after the dark ruler appeared in his room. Dark ruler only remembered that he had already consumed all of his own fury chi at that time and used the last means he could use, the blood shield, and since then dark ruler had passed out. But coincidentally, the place where the dark judge escaped from the blood is exactly by the withered river to the south of Desert City, and it just so happens that the second youngest daughter of the Jin family, Jin Chensi, passed by here again and saw the unconscious dark judge. Jin Chensi couldn't bear to take the dark judgment back to the Jin family, and also bandaged his wounds. "What happened after that was that you choked me out and terrorized me, and the rest was not." After Jin Chensi finished speaking, she was still looking at Dark Ruling with a wary look on her face, fearing that he would do something unfavorable to her. Dark Ruling also instantly understood everything after hearing this, and hurriedly probed his own condition with his extreme sense, and his face slowly became bad. Inside the body's bloodbath, 1 out of 10, the calf is broken, the spine is broken, and 19 ribs are even broken. After checking his condition, Dark Ruling also shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's okay,
It's not a big problem. He then looked up at Jean Chensi in the distance, who unconsciously stepped backward on her legs when she saw Dark Ruling looking at her. Does anyone else know I'm here besides you? Dark Ruling said. Jean Chensi shook her head repeatedly after hearing this. No more. Just me, said here Jean Chensi as if she thought of something. Her face changed, adding once again that, don't worry senior. I definitely won't disclose the news of you being here one bit. I hope senior can spare me. Dark Ruling was puzzled. Spare you? Why would I spare you? Hearing these words, Jean Chensi's heart was shocked and her legs directly went weak. Although this was the Jean family, Jean Chensi didn't dare to cry out, because she knew that as long as she dared to open her mouth, the person in front of her would definitely kill her before she could finish her sentence. Puff! Jean Chensi directly knelt down on the ground and said with a pleading voice, Senior, I swear I will never tell. Please be kind and can let me live. What? Dark Ruling sort of understood. She was afraid that she would silence her. Dark Ruling was a bit speechless. Did he look that mean? Chapter 147, He who deserves to die will not live. But then again, Dark Ruling still spoke out to explain. Get up. You're overthinking it. I didn't intend to kill you at all. You can rest assured. Upon hearing these words, Jean Chensi's nervousness eased quite a bit, and with a sigh of relief, she slowly stood up and just stood there. Dark Ruling crooked her mouth, looking at the woman and how she felt a little dull. Solely no longer bothering, he stretched out a finger to his mouth and made a shushing motion, and said to Jean Chensi, remember to keep it a secret. You can go out now. I'm staying here temporarily for 2 days. Jean Chensi nodded and then walked out of the room, closing the door in the process. Just as she was about to walk out of the compound, Jean Chensi froze for a moment, and on second thought, this seems to be my room. Thinking of this, Jean Chensi pursed her lips and turned around, about to reach out and push the door open, but when her own palm hadn't even touched the door panel, Jean Chensi thought of the scene of being strangled by the Dark Ruling, and the hand that was about to push the door shuddered and retracted. Cheeks puffed out, he clenched his fists and threw them hard at the air around him, stomping his feet in some anger then stifling away. Pure Yang Mountain, Taoist sect, main hall. The Dao-robed old man was sitting there leaning back with his beard in his eyes with some willful color, looking down at the long empty incomprehensible and asked, You're saying that you failed to kill an immortal monarch 9th grade Great Circle and even let the other party escape? Changkong didn't deny it and nodded. It's true that I wasn't able to kill him. The techniques he used were all too odd, especially that person's escape technique. Even when I used a wide-range search technique, I wasn't able to detect even the slightest hint of this person's scent. The Dao-robed old man stroked his eyebrows and beard, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke. I'm not here to listen to you talk nonsense. Failing to strike down? Do you think that's a reason? Long Hollow was silent. No expression could be seen above his face. The Dao-robed old man continued with a gloomy face. You, a person who immediately broke through the 3rd rank of immortal dignity, against a junior who has yet to set foot on immortal dignity, and you're telling me that you failed? Changkong clenched his fist. He felt that he was losing some face. Then he opened his mouth and said, Taoist Master. This time indeed I was a bit careless, but please don't worry Taoist Master. That person has been seriously injured by me. Now at most there is still a breath. He can't run far away. The transmission array I've already ordered people to guard. In addition has begun to expand the scope of the search. This time he won't be able to fly. The Dao-robed old man nodded lightly, his voice flat as he said, I don't want my Dao sect to become the laughingstock of the entire Western wasteland because of a small matter. Changkong nodded seriously. Don't worry, Dao Master. The one who deserves to die he won't live. The western border of the central state. The Ghost King put away the pure black token in his hand, a smile plastered on his face, and said loudly, Lord Dark Ruler has just informed me, and he said that he is very safe now. Once these words came out, Gu Rongji also finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered in a small voice, Safe is good. Safe is good. On the contrary, the blood coffin was still maneuvering the chains in its hands, penetrating the spatial barriers and searching for the only passage. What's going on here? Within the western desert city, a loose cultivator had just finished his seclusion, so he wanted to come to the streets when he wanted to relax. But when he had just stepped out of his room and saw the scene over the street, it left him somewhat dumbfounded, only to see that above the sky, there were constantly cultivators dressed in Taoist robes flying through midair at a rapid pace. The passing cultivator, on the other hand, had seen it all and opened his mouth. Fellow Taoist, I see that you haven't just left the house. You're really behind in your news. That loose cultivator looked at the passing pedestrian with a puzzled expression after hearing that. Without stopping, the pedestrian continued to speak. To say this matter also has to start from 2 days ago. At that time our Taoist sect do not know what wind is drawn. For no reason directly issued a directive. Say, but wherever if someone finds a person in black who is deeply and seriously injured, they should go directly to contact his Taoist sect. As long as they can provide a tiny bit of clues, they will directly be able to obtain 100 million immortal crystals. Do you have a heart? That pedestrian glanced at that loose cultivator with a smile, and that loose cultivator also nodded his head squarely, and that pedestrian continued to say, "It doesn't matter if your heart is in it or not." Slanting his eyes, he surveyed the casual cultivator in front of him, revealing a mocking intent that the casual cultivator couldn't see. And, fellow Taoist, I still advise you not to blindly follow the wind. According to the little news that the man in black is an immortal monarch powerhouse. Your words on. After hearing this, the loose cultivator looked at himself and then looked at the pedestrian, and then understood the meaning, scratched his head and opened his mouth somewhat unconfidently, and said, "Cough. I did hide some of my cultivation, although 100 million immortal crystals is not bad, right? But for this seat, it's just a hair's breadth. Don't look at it. Don't look at it." The pedestrian laughed without saying a word, and whispered to the discreet cultivator that, "But out of the goodness of my heart, I'm going to remind you once again that you can go ahead and provide false information, but you mustn't harbor that black-clothed man who was wanted by the Tao sect." The pedestrian made a neck-wiping gesture and continued, "It'll kill you." The loose cultivator subconsciously touched his neck after hearing this. Desert City, Jin family. Only 5 disciples wearing Taoist robes and holding swords walked quickly into the Jin family residence. Jin Juenza, the head of the Jin family, was also a bit uncertain when he saw these Tao disciples coming to his Jin family. His Jin family had been at odds with the Tao sect, and he did not expect that this person from the Tao sect would come to his Jin family today, which was also a bit strange. Although Jin Juenza was not particularly welcoming to these few people from the Tao sect within his heart, for the sake of unnecessary trouble, Jin Juenza welcomed the few people into the hall with a slight smile on his face. "How is Master Jin today?" The leading Taoist disciple was still somewhat polite as he said to Jin Juenza. Kim Junze also smiled and nodded. "It's okay." While the two were exchanging pleasantries, the 4 disciples of the Tao sect behind them seemed to be searching for something from the time they entered the door until now. Kim Junze was also watching all the movements of the several people in his eyes, and opened his mouth in some confusion. "I wonder, what is the purpose of the several disciples of the Tao sect coming to my Jin family today? I suppose it's not just to see how Jin is doing." The lead disciple smiled and opened his mouth somewhat politely. "Jin family master is really joking. And so this comet is naturally want to come to see Jin family master. Your body can still be hard now. As for this second comet." That leading Taoist disciple then paused in his speech, and then frankly continued to speak, saying, "I think that with the Jin family master's news, he should have already known about that incident that happened in my Tao sect 2 days ago." Chapter 148. If you dare to search, see if I dare to kill you. When Jin Juenza heard this, he also immediately thought of the news of the death of the Tao sect's Chongfeng some days ago, and also thought of the Tao sect's movements in recent times. Thinking of this, Jin Juenza frowned slightly. Looking at the 5 people of the Tao sect in front of him, he also somewhat understood the purpose of the few people who had come, and with a somewhat disdainful tone said, "I still know a thing or two about the Taoist sect. Could it be that the Taoist sect came here today because they thought that my Jin family was harboring that black-robed man that you, the Taoist sect, are looking for?" The leader of the Tao sect did not feel any surprise when he saw Jin Juenza change his face, and said with a smile still on his face, "Jin family master is really misunderstood. Even if my Tao sect suspects anyone, they won't suspect you, Jin family master. We are just following the arrangement from above to do a routine inspection. I hope the Jin family master can sympathize with the difficulty of these people of ours, and be accommodating." Jin Juenza clutched the armrest of the seat. His face was not particularly good looking above, and said, "I'll also tell you that my Jin family is not even privy to that whatever black-clothed man you're looking for, so there's no need for you to search. So please go back." The Taoist sect leader's face also pulled down. "Family Master Jin, although you have said so, it's natural for a junior to show some respect, but, Family Master Jin, you should know that this is the intention of my Tao sect's Tao Lord, so I think you should still give it some serious thought." Snap! Jin Juenza angrily slapped the armrests of his seat and instantly stood up, coldly looking at the Taoist sect's leading man. "Are you holding the Tao sect against me? Don't think that anyone is afraid of your Tao sect. I'm really telling you today, if you dare to search, see if I dare to get you killed right now." The Taoist sect leader was also in a difficult situation at this time, not knowing what else to say. At that moment a voice came out from within the back of the hall. If the Tao sect wants to search, then so be it, my Jin family isn't that petty." As the words fell, within the back of the hall, Jin Qianyong, the old ancestor of the Jin family, walked out. Old ancestor. Jin Juenza also immediately arched his hand when he saw this. Jin Qianyong, on the other hand, waved his hand lightly, The conversation between the two men was also heard in his ears, and then looked at the Taoist sect's leading man and said indifferently, "My Jin family has always done things openly and honestly. Naturally I am not that petty. If the Tao sect doesn't believe in it, a few of you can just search directly. My Jin family won't block it in the slightest." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tao sect also arched his hand at Jin Shenyang. "Since the Golden Family ancestor has said so, then we are not being polite. But the Golden Family ancestor can rest assured that we are just casually searching and going through the motions, and will not disrupt anything in the Golden Family." After saying that, the leader of the Tao sect waved his hand, and the 4 Tao sect disciples behind him immediately nodded and dispersed in all directions within the Jin family. And after the leader glanced at Jin Juanza, he also walked towards the interior of the Jin family. Half an hour later, the 5 of them basically searched the Jin family's interior and exterior all over again, and did not find any trace of the black-clothed man's existence. Fu. Before a courtyard within the Jin family, a Tao-robed disciple arrived beside the leader of the Tao sect in a flash and shook his head at him. Immediately after that, the remaining 3 disciples of the Tao sect came to the leader in succession, all shaking their heads. "Senior brother, we've basically searched everywhere within the Jin family, and there aren't any traces," said a disciple. The leader nodded and raised his eyes to the compound in front of him. It seems that this is the only compound that hasn't been searched." Then looking to the disciple at the side, he said, "Go in and take a look. If not, you can leave." "Yes, senior brother." That disciple nodded, then walked towards the courtyard. Chirp or peep of small birds. The disciple of the Tao sect directly pushed open the gate of the compound and was about to stride in, but right at this moment, Jin Chensi walked out from within the compound, looking at these people with a face full of mischief. "What for? This is my lady's compound. Do you want to barge in without my permission?" That disciple looked at Jin Chensi in front of him and was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't pay any attention to Jin Chensi, but directly bypassed her and was about to walk inside the compound. Seeing this, Jin Chensi directly opened his arms and stopped this person, glaring at him and, "Did you not understand what I said? Did I let you in?" That disciple was also in a bit of a bind when he saw Jin Chensi like this, and turned his head to look at the leader with a look of help. "Seifu. This." The leader smiled faintly and said to Jin Chensi, "I think this girl is the second miss of the Jin family. Is it really as rumored? Good looking indeed. Perhaps Miss Jin may not know it yet. We conducted the search with the consent of the Jin family's ancestor. Please ask Miss Jin to be accommodating. We'll simply take a look and then we'll leave. Very quickly. And we promise that we won't damage any of the facilities in Miss Jin's room." After the leader finished speaking, he gave that disciple a wink, and that disciple immediately understood, and his aura was directly released around him, forcing Jin Chensi back. Seeing this, Jin Chensi, without showing any weakness, similarly released his own aura and confronted the Tao sect disciple. The 2 auras collided, and Jin Chensi clearly fell into a disadvantage, but still didn't take a step back. Boom boom boom. Neither one of them would let the other go, constantly increasing their own breath. At that moment, an energy directly forced the 2 apart, and Jin Junzai's figure appeared in the middle of the 2. Jin Juan's face was extremely ugly as he looked at the leader and pressed his voice and said, "It's not wrong to agree to your search, but aren't you going a little too far with this?" The leader spread his hands. "As you can see, Jin family master, I didn't intend to make a move on Miss Jin. It was Miss Jin who blocked the way to prevent us from going in and searching, so it's hard for me to not suspect if Miss Jin is hiding any secrets within her room." "Secret your ass." Jin Chensi disliked directly at him with an angry face. "You." The leader's face became directly ugly. "Miss Jin, if you are insisting on this, I will really think that there is someone my Tao sect is looking for hidden within your compound. If that's true, I might not be the one who comes next time. You shouldn't want to bring trouble to your Jin family." "Enough," Jin Junzai angrily said. "I see you have long been unhappy. Every day you Daoman. You are really one Jin family afraid of you Daoman not. Chensi make way. Let him check. After checking hurry up and get out of my way. Don't let me see you again." "Dad." Jin Chensi was a bit anxious. Although the leader of the Taoist sect was somewhat indignant, he could only endure it in his heart. "Check." After saying that, the 2 disciples behind him stepped forward at the same time and walked towards the courtyard. "Dad." Jin Chensi's face was anxious as she looked at Jin Juanza for help. Jin Junzai naturally wasn't clear on what Jin Chensi was thinking, and directly reached out to stop her behind him, allowing the people of the Tao sect to go in and check. Chapter 149, Is your daughter important or is your Jin family important? Directly and hard. The 2 disciples of the Tao sect had just walked into the courtyard and were about to head towards the rooms within the compound when they did so. Jin Chensi, who was stopped by Jin Juanza, was more and more terrified inside at the moment. Just when the two disciples of the Tao sect were still 10 paces away from the entrance of the room, Jin Chensi could no longer hold back that panic within himself. Directly getting rid of Jin Juan's arm, he took an arrow step and rushed directly to the entrance of the room, once again stopping in front of the two Tao sect disciples. I said, without this girl's permission, no one can search my room at will, not even the Tao sect. Jin Chensi's face showed ferocity as she shouted at the two Tao sect disciples. The two disciples of the Tao sect also narrowed their eyes slightly when they saw Jin Chensi in this state. At this moment, Jin Chensi again and again, do not allow these people of the Taoist sect to search her room. The heart of the Taoist sect people cannot help but also have to guess that, in Jin Chensi's room, perhaps really hiding some secrets that the Taoist sect wants to get. When Jin Junzai saw that his daughter actually looked like this today, some thoughts could not help but appear in his heart. Could Morningside's room really have? Thinking of this, Jin Junzai also showed a heavy expression on top of his face. If that's true, then the Jin family will be in trouble. Jin Junzai glanced at Jin Chensi, and then at the leader of that Tao door. He knew that if he didn't do something now, he would really be in some trouble today. Jin Juanza looked at the leader of the Tao sect and spoke in a grave manner. Today, my daughter may indeed be a bit inconvenient. After all, it's a girl. Since Chensi is like this, then I, as a father, will go and check it out on behalf of the Daomen. With that, Jin Junzai then walked towards the room behind Jin Chensi with a heavy face. Ho ho ho! At that moment, behind Jin Juanza, the man who was the leader of that Tao gate smiled. When Jin Junzai heard this, he also stopped his steps and turned his head to look at the person at the door with some uncertainty. The leader of the Tao sect was full of disdain at the moment. He had no desire to give Jin Juanza any face at all now, and opened his mouth without avoiding it. Family Master Jin, you really think that the people of my Tao sect are a bunch of cuties? Do you? You go and see? Ha! Kim Juanzai's face sank directly. What do you mean? What do I mean? Ha! The leader of the Tao sect laughed disdainfully and continued. I think that even if Family Master Jin really saw something he shouldn't have seen inside your daughter's room, Family Master Jin should still pretend that he didn't see it. After all, she is your own daughter, don't you think so? After hearing this, Jin Juanza looked at the Taoist sect leader with an angry face, but found no way to refute it, then turned his head to look at Jin Chensi with some uncertainty. Jin Chensi also didn't dare to meet his father's eyes when he saw him looking at him, and silently lowered his head. When Jin Junzai saw his daughter in this state, he was also very sure of what he had in mind. Wanted to say something, but the words were on his lips, and no matter how he went about opening his mouth, he didn't spit out half a word. For popping sound, a round of applause rang through the arena. The Taoist sect leader was also sure of everything. Looking at the two fathers and daughters, Jin Juanza and Jin Chensi, he coldly said, Jin Family Master, I think we should not waste any more time. What your daughter is hiding privately, we'll find out once we go in. But I still hope that Miss Jin won't do anything that goes against my Tao sect. But if that's true, the leader of the Tao sect said, pausing for a moment and glancing coldly at Jin Juanza as he continued, I hope that it would be best for the Jin Family Master to not know about this matter and not harbor anything. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to your Jin family. After the Taoist sect leader finished speaking, he directly waved his hand and, get in. Check. The two Tao sect disciples didn't hesitate and decisively walked towards the room. Jin Chensi was really anxious, and desperately tried to stop the two of them. No, but those two disciples of the Tao sect, who were now not used to Jin Chensi in the slightest, directly began to break in. The aside Jin Junzai although very want to rush forward to help, but also just have the heart, because he knows he cannot do so. He Jin family cannot really completely to offend the Taoist sect, so that in the future will be very unfavorable to his Jin family, although cannot bear it, but can only be gripped by the heart in the side of the watch. One of the Tao sect disciples had already broken free from Jin Chensi's interception and was directly about to push open the door of the room and rush in towards the room. Seeing this, Jin Chensi already couldn't care about anything and directly opened his mouth and shouted to the room, "The elder, run!" Everyone's faces all changed when they heard that, especially Jin Juanza. When he heard Jin Chensi's words, his eyes directly widened and he froze in place. The Taoist sect leader was even more greatly shocked and spoke directly, "Go together, don't let him escape." The two Tao sect disciples behind them also directly drew their long swords and quickly ran towards the room there. Jin Chensi was still struggling to block one of the Tao disciples at the moment, and that Tao disciple was now completely out of the mood to continue arguing with Jin Chensi. Directly drew out the long sword on his waist, viciously looked at Jin Chensi, without hesitation directly kicked Jin Chensi in the abdomen. Jin Chensi was directly kicked by this kick, and tumbled to the ground, but she obediently still used her hands to pull the Taoist disciple, who was about to push the door, in a deadly grip. That Dao sect disciple tried to pull out with force, but Jin Chenxi's grip was too tight. The Taoist disciple who had kicked Jin Chenxi to the ground had completely disregarded whether or not she was the second young miss of the Jin family at this moment. Directly holding his sword, he slashed towards Jin Chenxi. Kim Junze didn't want to think about anything else in his mind after seeing his daughter's life threatened. The breath in his body directly climbed as he blasted his fist towards the Dao sect disciple. Seeing this, the Taoist sect's leader did not hesitate for a moment, and a fist similarly blasted towards Jin Junze. Sound of escaping laughter. The fist of the leading man of the Dao sect was directly blown to the ground and spat out blood when it came into contact with Jin Junze's punch. The sword-wielding disciple's long sword, when it was about to slash at Jin Chenxi, also stopped his hand when he saw that his senior brother was injured. Vigilantly, he looked at Kim Junze. Shifu. The remaining two disciples were also the first to step forward and assist their senior brother up. Jin Junze looked at the few people from the Dao sect with a grave expression and didn't say anything. The leader of the Dao sect braced himself and stood up, looking icily at Jin Junze. Dao. Jin family master. I'll pretend that what just happened never happened. But you should know that if you're bent on having your way, you'll have to weigh whether your daughter is important or your Jin family is important. Chapter 150. I heard you were looking for me? Why are you running when I'm here? Jin Junze heard. Hands clenched into a fist. Clenched hard crunch 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 has been out of the sound. Somewhat heartbroken, he looked at Jin Chenxi lying on the ground in the distance and helplessly lowered his head. His eyes complicated. Jin family and his daughter. He did not want to lose, but now he was facing a behemoth like the Dao sect. He had to make a choice. Seeing this, the leader of the Dao sect also laughed disdainfully and turned to look at Jin Chenxi coldly, saying, "Go in and capture it. If this woman dares to block it again, she will be killed without pardon." Yes, the four disciples of the Dao sect no longer had any more worries, and all of them rushed towards the house with their swords. Jin Chenxi was still desperately pulling on the thighs of the two Dao disciples when she saw this. Damn thing! A Dao sect disciple's face showed ferocity as he kicked directly on top of Jin Chenxi's thigh. Another disciple kicked directly towards Jin Chenxi's abdomen with all his strength. Jin Chenxi directly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face looking extremely painful. However, his hands still didn't let go once, and he was still using all of his strength to hold onto the thighs of the two Dao sect disciples with a death grip. Senior, run! Jin Chenxi endured the pain coming from his body and kept shouting into the room under his breath. Jin Junze stood watching the scene in front of him. He clenched his teeth and tried to make a move every time, but every time, he suppressed it. Watching his own daughter suffer in front of him hurt him in his heart, but he knew he couldn't make a move. Damn it, toast to death. Go to hell. A Taoist disciple looked at Jin Chenxi who was tugging at his dead hand, and was no longer in a good temper, directly slashing towards Jin Chenxi with his sword. As Jin Junze saw this moment, he could only clench his fists tightly and close his eyes as much as possible, so that he could not look at what happened next. Jin Chenxi knew that it was already difficult to escape today, and with a death grip on the legs of the man from the Taoist sect, he looked at his own father for one last time, and then slowly closed up, but a line of clear tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Dad! Click! A sound of an iron blade piercing through a body rang out in the arena. Knock! The Taoist disciple who held the sword and slashed at Jin Chenxi collapsed in response, and died on the spot. Everyone froze, all unsure of what was going on, only to see that above the neck of that disciple who had already collapsed, there was a dagger sticking out of his neck. Who? The Taoist sect leader's eyes were slightly narrowed, and his face was filled with a grave color as he was cautiously observing everything around him. After Jin Junze heard the sound, he also opened his eyes and looked at what was happening in front of him, revealing a puzzled expression. Creak! The door to the room was slowly pulled open. Dressed in a black suit, Dark Ruling walked out slowly inside. Before anyone could react, he directly reached out and pinched the Dao sect disciple who was in front of him, lifting him up high. That Dao sect disciple struggled desperately and bitterly, but it was all in vain. Dark Ruling's face was filled with blandness above the, "I heard that you guys were looking for me?" As the words fell, the hand that Dark Ruling had choked the Taoist disciple with exerted a slight force. Click! A bone-cracking sound rang out, and that Dao sect disciple's neck snapped abruptly, his body directly going limp and lifeless. Dark Ruling casually threw it out, coldly looking at the few people in front of him. Jin Chenxi opened his own eyes blindfolded. Looking at the Dark Ruling in front of him, he couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "Seniors." Dark Ruling did not reply, and remained flat above his face. The Taoist sect leader's body unconsciously withdrew a step towards the back when he saw this, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. "You are the man of the Dark Spectre Hall, aren't you? Weren't you seriously injured? How is it possible that you fully recovered in 2 days?" Dark Verdict laughed coldly. The Dao sect is really looking down on me a bit, just sending a few greater Luo golden immortal griffins and wanting to capture me. It's really looking down on me too much, isn't it? With that said, Dark Ruling's face directly grimaced as his right hand directly lifted up, aiming at the Tao sect leader. The Taoist sect leader was naturally clear that he could not possibly be the opponent of the person in front of him, and with fear in his heart, he trembled and was about to fly towards the outside. However, there was no way that Dark Ruling would give him that chance, and his right hand instantly clenched. Boo! The body of the leading man of the Tao sect who was about to fly away directly burst apart, blood staining the spot. Sherfu. The only two remaining Tao sect disciples' legs also trembled directly after witnessing the scene in front of them. Run! Call someone! A disciple directly shouted, and after saying that, he directly ran towards the outside, quickly taking out a jade token in his hand. The corners of Dark Ruling's mouth lifted up, and a chill appeared in his eyes. Run? Do you guys think it's possible? Boom! Dark Ruling instantly pressed his hand downwards, followed by an extremely terrifying, blood-colored substance-like pressure that seemed to be able to destroy everything directly assaulted the two. Boom boom! The moment the pressure pressed down on the two Tao sect disciples were directly crushed into mush, their bodies destroyed. However, the jade token in the hands of one of the Tao disciples had already shattered. Dark Ruling didn't notice this, casually patting the dust on his hands and looking at Jin Shensi on the ground. If I hadn't made my move in time, you'd be dead by now. Do you think it's really worth it to do this for an irrelevant me? Jin Shensi bit her lip, tears unconsciously falling on her cheeks, and said in a choked tone, I don't know what's worth it or what's not. All I know is that I saved you in the first place, and there's no way I'm going to get someone killed that I saved with my own hands, even if that person isn't you. Wouldn't kill someone you saved with your own hands, Dark Ruling said to himself, and an inexplicable feeling appeared in his eyes as he looked at Jin Shensi, a feeling he couldn't describe. Thinking about it, Dark Ruling unconsciously laughed out. You? Very good. But you have to know that this world is not as kind as you think. Being good will only be bullied. Can you understand? Jin Shensi shook her head, a usual smile on her face. But you're not entirely right. Didn't you just save me? So in this world, there are still many good people, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Dark Ruling laughed out loud. Like what? You? Jin Shensi did not hesitate to directly out of the mouth. Looking at the laughing Dark Ruling, his own mood is much better. Has completely forgotten the pain just now. Ha ha ha. Dark Ruling laughed even louder when he heard Jin Shensi's reply, and Jin Shensi similarly laughed faintly. Chapter 151. No one can leave today. Jin Juenza, who was in the distance, had nothing but gravity on his face at that moment. Looking at the two who were laughing, Kim Junze frowned and walked over. Coming to Jin Shensi's side, he helped her up and pulled her behind him. When Jin Shensi saw his father like this, he was also a bit uncertain and opened his mouth, saying, Dad, what are you doing? Jin Junze did not pay any attention to Jin Shensi's words and looked at the Dark Ruling in front of him with a serious face. You're the immortal monarch 9th grade great perfection that's wanted by the Tao sect. The one from what's called the Dark Spectre Hall? Dark Ruling put away his smile and looked at Kim Junze with an indifferent face, nodding his head unapologetically. Yes. When Jin Juenza saw how decisively this person agreed, he also directly blackened his face. Kid, you recuperated your injuries in my Jin family, dragged my Jin family down, caused my Jin family to be targeted by the Tao sect, and caused my daughter to almost perish. And you're still laughing? Dark Ruling is a face of indifference. He as a killer has long been emotionally all this behind his head. But this person gave him the impression but a little bit of not good. Is not the slightest to give Jin Junze a little bit of face, coldly said. Recuperating in your Jin family is also a thoughtless act on my part. Your Jin family fears the Taoist sect, but I don't have half the fear. But then again, I can't look at you from the bottom of my heart. Someone who can't even protect his own daughter. Do you think you're qualified to judge me? Jin Junze looked at Dark Ruling with an angry face, but Dark Ruling didn't give him the slightest chance to open his mouth, and continued, was what I said wrong? Oh, a mere 5 great Luo Golden Immortals have scared you into this state. A mere 5 great Luo Golden Immortals can make you stand still and watch with your own eyes as your own daughter is beaten by them, and even appear to be in danger of losing her life. Do you think that you are worthy of this cultivation? Jin Junze was furious at this moment. As the head of the Jin family's family, when had he ever been spoken to like this, or an unidentified outsider? Immediately, he clenched his fists and stared at the Dark Ruling in front of him and opened his mouth. You are indeed right. I am indeed sorry for this cultivation, but if it wasn't for your appearance, do you think that this matter of today would have happened in my Jin family? If you hadn't healed your wounds in my Jin family, do you think that my daughter would still be threatened? It's ridiculous. Just with your late immortal monarch great circle cultivation alone, you're lucky to escape at the hands of an immortal Zun 2nd grade powerhouse. And you're still not afraid of the Tao sect? For everything you've done today, the Tao sect will surely obliterate you. For a person who is about to die, I don't have the leisure to show off my words with you. I advise you to obediently go to the Taoist sect to die on your own so that you can live up to what you've done in my gene family. So that there won't be any crisis in my gene family. Dark Ruling's face went straight cold and, you're teaching me how to do things? I can do what I want. I don't need you, a loser, to teach me how to do things. Ha! Jin Juanza laughed coldly, looking at Dark Verdict with eyes full of contempt. What? You want to make a move? By virtue of you being an immortal monarch 9th grade great perfection, or by virtue of your body which was already deeply and seriously injured and has just recovered 10% of its strength? Do you believe that this seat will capture you right now and hand you over to the Tao sect? Dark Ruling gripped the dagger in his hand, his eyes extremely cold. You can try and see if you have the strength or not. Jin Junzei's body energy flowed. A fist directly toward the Dark Ruling blasted over. He must let this person know what is called people outside the people, the sky outside the sky, this eternal and unchanging truth. Dark Verdict did not have the slightest intention of cozying up to the battle, and similarly threw a punch towards Jin Junzei. Boo! The moment the fist prints collide, a powerful explosion of sound in the field at once. The peak of the fist exploded. The two successively both retreated a few steps away. Jin Junzei took the lead in stabilizing his body. On the contrary, Dark Judgment was still retreating and unloading his power, and he withdrew 5 more steps than Jin Junzei before gradually stabilizing his body. At this moment, Dark Ruling's body was turning over like a river, and a warm stream was about to be spat out in his mouth. But it was still forcibly suppressed by Dark Ruling. Looking at Jin Junzei in front of him, there was an additional look of gravity in his eyes. Jin Juanza looked at the Dark Ruling in the distance with disdain in his eyes. Kid, today I'll behead you, on behalf of the Tao sect. With that, Jin Juanza killed directly towards Dark Verdict. Jin Chensi saw the scene once out of control. Without hesitation directly stopped in front of Jin Junzei, with pleading in his eyes looking at Jin Junzei. Father, stop. Chensi, get out of my way. If I don't behead this man and hand him over to the Tao sect today, my Jin family will be in trouble. Jin Juanza said to Jin Chensi. Dad, don't. Jin Chensi didn't dodge, still stopping in front of Jin Juanza, and turned her head to Dark Ruling and said, Elder, hurry up. It's really too late if you don't leave. Dark Ruling looked at Jin Junzei with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, but he knew that he would not be able to recover any benefits if he fought this person with his current body. Without hesitation, Dark Verdict's figure directly became a shadow and leapt towards the distance. Kid, don't you dare. Jin Juanza was about to make a move to try to stop the Dark Verdict in its tracks. The sky suddenly changed abruptly, and a powerful might directly swept over the entire Jin family residence. Knock! Dark Verdict, who had already reached above the sky, only felt a strong energy directly blasted onto his body, and his figure instantly crashed to the ground. Boo! The red brick floor was directly smashed out of a groove, and the ground directly crumbled apart. Vom! The Dark Ruling that was knocked down above the ground directly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes instantly became grave. Go! Today, no one can step out of the Jin family. As the words rang out, the gazes of the three of them looked directly above the sky, only to see that above the sky, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe was standing above the void. Master Chong Kong. Jin Juanza directly spoke out of his mouth, arched his hand at the person in the sky, and said in succession, Taoist Master Chong Kong. This person does not have half a penny to do with my Jin family. I hope that the Taoist sect will not bother with my Jin family, and I am willing to help the Taoist master to capture this person together. As the words fell, Jin Chensi immediately became flustered and looked at her father, persuading him repeatedly that Dad, you. Before he could finish his words, Jin Juanza sent Jin Chensi directly into the room with a wave of his hand, and it came with an energy seal. Dad! Knock knock! Jin Chensi kept tapping on the door of the room and calling out, but no one responded. Chong Kong looked at Jin Juanza and spoke with some disdain. Jin Juanza, this matter my Taoist sect remembers that you did it without your knowledge. My Taoist sect can ignore it, but a mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin can't be escaped. If your Jin family is willing to hand over 5,000 years of salary, my Taoist sect will take it as if nothing has been let go. Chapter 152, I told you, you won't be able to get away today. Jin Junzei gritted his teeth, although it wasn't particularly acceptable, but on second thought, the gains from 5 years ago could be exchanged for the peace of the Jin family, so it was worth it. Without hesitating to directly arch his hand to the long sky above him, he said, Good. I'm willing to take out 5,000 years of my Jin family's earnings, and I hope the Tao sect can keep their promise. Ha ha ha, Jin family master is really quick. Don't worry, my Taoist sect has always been a person who keeps his promises. Naturally I won't go back on my word. After Chang Kong finished speaking, he looked at the dark ruling below. His face became directly grim as he spoke. Kid, last time this father was careless and let you escape, but this time, you won't be able to fly even with your wings. Dark ruler strongly supported his body and stood up on the ground with great difficulty. His eyes were heavy and incomparable. This blow just now was undoubtedly making his injuries, which had not yet recovered, rise in intensity once again. Hurt on top of hurt. Dark ruling knew that if he fought with this person one more time now, he would surely fall to the ground. But in this situation right now, wanting to retreat in one piece was simply impossible. Even if one consumed the blood source again and used the blood shield at full strength, it was simply not possible anymore. The only way now was to stall for time, to see if there was any chance of withdrawing in a moment, even a hint. Thinking of this, Dark Ruling's face became heavier and heavier as he looked at the long sky standing in the middle of the sky and opened his mouth and said, I have to say, your Tao sect is really persistent enough. For me alone, at the expense of your Tao sect, you have to find me. Is my face too big? Or has your Tao sect begun to fear my Dark Spectre Hall, wanting to get rid of me as soon as possible, not letting me go back to inform on them? Humph. Chang Kong heard this with a disdainful look on his face. Fear? Oh, it's really ridiculous. It's just a bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well. How dare you say that my Taoist sect is afraid of your Dark Spectre Hall? You're overconfident, aren't you? Don't think that just because your Dark Spectre Hall has no one in the central state who dares to mess with it, you're really invincible. But it's just a bunch of short-sighted people. In the Western Wasteland, as long as I, the Tao sect, say a word, I'll be able to make your Dark Spectre Hall sink to the bottom. Are you trustworthy? Dark Ruling laughed softly. I'm sorry, I'm a bit unconvinced. If that's true, would you dare to let me leave? So that I can see how exactly your Tao sect can sink my Dark Spectre Hall. Do you dare? Boom! Without any sign, a forceful explosion of power around Taoist Master Chang Kong directly blasted above Dark Verdict's chest. Sound of escaping laughter. Dark Ruling's face changed drastically, and before he had time to make any reaction, his own body had already been blown away and crashed on top of the houses at the back. But the house was intact. Dark Ruling directly fell to the ground. Clothes have been ruptured out of a big hole. Originally has been bandaged wound. Is now even more has been on top of the white cloth strip overflowed a lot of blood. Standing above the sky, the long sky Taoist master's face became directly gloomy as he looked at Dark Verdict and sarcastically said, Let you go? How dare you say it? Don't think I don't know what you are playing in the bottom of your heart. Is not just delaying the time. You are really treating me as a stupid wave one, is it? Nonsense, don't say more. Die. When the words fell, when Taoist Master Chang Kong raised his hand, the long sword directly flew out behind him, hovering beside Chang Kong in a poised position. I said, today, you won't be able to fly. The sword body instantly trembled, and a terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. The palm of Taoist Master Chang Kong's hand instantly fell, and the flying sword beside him flew out in an instant, stabbing straight at Dark Verdict's face. Dark Ruler's two arms were supporting the ground with difficulty. Looking at the flying swords that shot towards him, he knew that he could not resist them at all. Did not hesitate, hands quickly pinched knots. Under the body of the blood-colored array quickly appeared the blood shield. Swish! The flying sword plunged straight above the ground, and the earth trembled. But the sword was still empty. Taoist Master Chang Kong frowned, looking at the Dark Ruling that was kneeling on the ground a dozen meters away from the flying sword. And once again, he was suddenly surprised. It's this weird escape technique again. With that said, Taoist Master Chang Kong turned his fingers and the flying sword flew up to hover in the air once again, aiming at the Dark Verdict. Kid, I think the energy in your body should already have no more left. How come this time only transient a dozen meters? Now you will just be the end of a strong crossbow. I would like to see, how are you going to hide this time? The energy in the palm of Taoist Master Chang Kong's hand converged at a point and directly struck into the long sword. When the long sword blade came into contact with this energy, the blade began to tremble, and in just a moment, the longsword directly transformed into hundreds of hilts, all of which were aimed at the Dark Verdict. Jin Juenza, who had been watching from the side for a long time, after pondering in his mind for a while, he directly said to Tao Master Chang Kong, Taoist Master Chang Kong, for the sake of my Jin family's friendship towards the Taoist sect, Jin is willing to take the place of the Taoist sect in eradicating this person, and I hope that the Taoist master can give Jin the opportunity to do so. Chang Kong Daolord didn't even look at Jin Juenza and directly waved his hand in rejection. Jin Juenza, you'd better watch honestly from the sidelines. This time, there's no room for any slip-ups. With a wave of his long hand, hundreds of long swords directly shot out, densely packed without any dead ends towards the Dark Verdict at a rapid pace. Dark Ruler knelt down on one knee, His face was incomparably difficult above, and his body was covered in blood linlin. But even so, he wasn't going to just wait for death. That wasn't his style. Dabbing some of the blood coming out of his body and sticking it in his palm, he kept pinching with one hand and pressed his other hand directly on top of the earth, shouting under his breath, "The bloodbath, protect yourself, steel formation." Buzz. Above the earth around Dark Verdict, a blood-colored energy barrier rose directly into the sky, protecting Dark Verdict within it. Sneer at. Hundreds of flying swords shot directly on top of that blood-colored barrier, the dark ruling within the barrier. The veins above his neck had already risen, gritting his teeth, looking extremely difficult. Brush up. But even so, those hundreds of flying swords didn't care what the Dark Verdict was doing at the moment. They were still continuously stabbing towards that blood-colored barrier. That blood-colored barrier, at this moment, had already appeared a tiny crack. Dark Ruling's limbs were constantly trembling, and he couldn't stop spitting out blood from his mouth. But despite the fact that Dark Verdict had already used almost all of his strength, the cracks in the blood-colored barrier continued to grow larger, as if it would simply break open the next moment. Seeing the delay in breaking through, Taoist Master Chankon no longer had any patience left. A dying immortal monarch 9th grade Great Circle, still able to bitterly hold on for so long, really makes me look at him differently. Longkong Taoist Master narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hands directly towards the sky, and the golden energy around him even directly overflowed. Both hands instantly clenched, and above the sky, the clouds were instantly torn open, as if the gate of heaven was wide open. Chapter 153, One Broken Step. One Mighty Step. Immediately after that, an illusory kilometer-long golden giant sword slowly fell down in the middle of that gap. The Longkong Taoist Master's face directly grimaced as he looked at Dark Verdict and said smugly, "The sword opens the gate of heaven. You have no regrets if you die under this move." Yikes. Saying that, Taoist Master Chankon wrapped his palms in golden energy and continuously pressed downward. That golden-colored giant sword's shadow quickly fell towards the dark dictation skill above the ground. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at the place where the Dark Verdict's head was. Boo! After the last flying sword pierced the blood-colored energy shield around Dark Verdict, the blood-colored energy shield directly shattered. The long sword stabbed directly towards Dark Judgment's left leg without stopping. Bear! Dark Ruler was no longer able to dodge, and that flying sword was directly inserted on top of Dark Ruler's left leg. Dark Ruling's mouth opened wide straight away, but never let out a cry, forced to endure the pain directly lying on the ground. The body above the large and small wounds constantly overflowing blood, directly stained the earth underneath. At this time, Dark Ruling could no longer exert any strength, and even raising his hands seemed extremely difficult. The eyes fluttered open and closed. Weak, looking at the huge sword falling towards him above the sky, he was also already powerless. Is that all? Goodbye. Dark Spectre Hall. Dark Ruling slowly closes his eyes. The giant sword shadow in the sky above fell towards Dark Verdict with unabated speed. Avalanche. Suddenly, the sky abruptly changed drastically. A blood-red energy covered the entire sky within an instant, and the sky above was all shrouded by the color of blood, and no other colors could be seen anymore. Boo! The giant sword shadow that stabbed at the Dark Verdict instantly broke apart at that moment, turning into a bit of energy that dissipated between heaven and earth. Chankon looked at the suddenly color-changing sky, and the shattered giant sword, completely unaware of what had happened, and his eyes were filled with doubt. But just at this moment a voice that carried out the extreme coldness of the ages rang out in the sky. So wild. How dare you seriously injure my Dark Spectre Hall's people into such a state? I'm afraid you haven't lived long enough. As the voice fell, a crack was forcibly torn open above the sky, and the crack was blackened within. Immediately after that, a foot stepped out inside, and the moment it stepped above the air, the space underneath it was directly shattered. The crack disappeared, and the figure of the blood coffin stepped out step by step into the air towards the front, and with each step, the space under his feet was directly shattered. The powerful aura around him caused everyone present and even the entire desert city to tremble. Taoist Master Chankon looked at the silhouette that had suddenly appeared in the sky above him, and after sensing the aura emanating from this person, his face immediately became grave. "Who are you?" Longkong said. The bloody coffin glanced at the Dark Verdict lying on the ground and directly stretched out a hand as a wave of blood-colored baleful energy flew towards the Dark Verdict. That energy enveloped the Dark Verdict the moment it touched it, slowly nourishing the Dark Verdict's entire body. After doing all this, his eyes looked up at the Longkong Taoist Master in the midair with cold eyes, and he opened his mouth and said, "You did?" The long empty Taoist head was blood coffin eyes seen when the body unconsciously hit a cold shiver. Somehow in the long empty Taoist head of the heart, gave birth to a wave of fear. Although so, but the long empty Taoist head of the heart or no fear, opened his mouth and said, "Not bad. I did it." "What? You want to avenge him? The blood coffin laughed evilly and coldly. You talk a lot. Taoist Master Chong Kong was disdainful. Humph. What kind of a thing are you? Today, not only the ones lying on the ground, even you have to lie with him. Ha ha ha. Blood coffin laughed coldly. Arrogant. I love interacting with arrogant and cocky people. After saying that, one of the blood coffin's hands directly lifted up, and a destructive force instantly enveloped the distant Long Kong Taoist master. Seeing this, Taoist Master Chong Kong was about to make a move to resist when he only felt that his body was lifted by a force that he could hardly fight against, and flew in the direction of the blood coffin. Regardless of how Long Kong Taoist master resisted, he was completely out of control of his body at the moment. Not for a moment. Long empty Taoist head at the moment has been blood coffin dead inserted neck. Long empty Taoist head want to struggle, but no matter how he is difficult to break free from the hands of the blood coffin. It was not until this moment that he realized just how terrifying the strength of the person in front of him was. He panicked. He really started to panic. Looking at the blood coffin that was close at hand, Chong Kong Daolong finally showed a color of fear on top of his face. You are immortal exalted 5th grade. After learning of this person's strength, Chong Kong Daolord no longer had the high and mighty attitude he had before. All he had now was deep fear, but his mouth was still emboldened as he said, Elder, I think you should be the lord of the Dark Spectre Hall. I admit that your strength is very strong, but the strength of my Dao Sect's Dao Lord is not inferior to yours as usual. If Senior can let me go now, I guarantee that my Dao Sect will never look for trouble with the Dark Spectre Hall again from now on. The blood coffin's face remained icy cold, completely failing to take in what Taoist Long Kong said, and the force in his hands slowly became much greater. Chong Kong Daolong felt the pain and suffocating sensation coming from his neck. He was getting panicked now. How could it be? How could I not even be able to fight back when facing an immortal exalted 5th grade? Long Hollow thought in surprise. This is completely impossible. Seeing that the blood coffin still had no intention of releasing himself, Taoist Long Kong directly opened his mouth to threaten. Your Excellency, you are indeed very powerful, but you have to know that I am a member of the Dao Sect. Your Excellency, are you sure that you want to go through life and death with my Dao Sect? Even if you are an immortal 5th grade. So what? If you really kill me today, I'm sure that you, the Dark Spectre Hall, won't be any better off either. The corners of the blood coffin's mouth lifted slightly, and the hand that was pinching the long-haired Taoist directly loosened. Knock! Chong Kong Daolord fell straight up in the sky and landed on the ground, standing up and covering his neck as he breathed in fresh air. Cold eyes looked at the blood coffin in the sky full of disdain and whispered, Humph! So what if it's an immortal Zune 5th grade? As usual, deign to give face to my Dao Sect. After saying that, he said to the bloody coffin above the sky, Your Excellency, you made the right choice. Let me go. It's the right choice for you or for your Dark Spectre Hall. Farewell. After saying that, Taoist Master Chong Kong turned around and left in the direction of the Dao Sect, his face filled with anger on top of his face. Damn it. You wait. Boo. Just as Taoist Master Chong Kong was about to leave, a blood-colored energy directly blasted on top of Taoist Master Chong Kong's legs, which were instantly worn down and disappeared without a trace. Long Kong Taoist Master fell straight to the ground. Feeling the pain coming from his lower body, Dao Master Chong Kong's voice directly let out a hoarse yell as he continuously rolled on the ground with his eyes closed. Chapter 154, calling up everybody you can call up. Raising his eyes to look at his disappearing legs, Taoist Master Chong Kong revealed an expression of disbelief and hurriedly sealed the blood veins of his lower limbs with his immortal power. Hurriedly taking out an elixir within the ring and eating it, he looked at the blood coffin in the sky with fierce eyes and angrily said, What the? Are you looking for death? Dare to touch Lao Zi? The Dao Sect won't let you go. You'd better immediately connect Lao Zi's legs, after giving Lao Zi a reasonable explanation. Otherwise you Dark Spectre Hall don't want to have a good ing time. The blood coffin took one step and the space under his feet instantly collapsed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared he had already arrived in front of Taoist Master Chong Kong, who was lying on the ground. With a smile on his face, he looked at Taoist Master Chong Kong and faintly said, Explanation? Interesting. The blood coffin directly reached out. A wave of energy once again will be long empty Taoist head of the body control. The blood coffin dead choke long empty Taoist head of the neck, coldly said, Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Boo! The blood coffin kicked him directly out, and Chong Kong Daolord smashed directly on top of the distant house, which instantly disintegrated and crumbled. Taoist Master Chong Kong wanted to resist, but in an instant, his body once again unconsciously flew up and arrived in front of the blood coffin. The blood coffin grabbed Taoist Master Chong Kong's hair in a deadly grip, his gloomy eyes looking at him as he opened his mouth and said, Then I'll give you an explanation. As the words fell, blood coffin let out a cheap laugh. and then his other hand directly grabbed Taoist Master Changkong's arm, and with a forceful tug, Taoist Master Changkong's arm was directly torn off by force. Ahaha! Changkong Taoist Master's body at the moment. He himself has been completely unable to control a little bit. Feeling the pain of this arm being torn apart, he is going to faint right away. Snap! The blood coffin smacked him hard in the face. Several of Longkong Taoist Master's teeth were snapped out, and the sharp pain coming from his face immediately refreshed him. But at this moment, the Changkong Taoist Master was no different from an invalid. One side of his mouth was swollen, and blood was still flowing out of his mouth, and although he was conscious beyond belief, his body had already been taken off the main track. Boom! Of a drum. The blood coffin directly threw him to the ground and stomped on top of his chest, crushing it viciously. No! No killing breath! No! Longkong Taoist Master shouted desperately. He only had despair now. However, the blood coffin continued to ignore it, and with one foot raised, he directly stepped down towards the center of the blood coffin's legs. Avalanche! Instant blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Taoist Master Changkong directly shouted out in pain. At this moment, he only felt as if he was being gnawed by countless demons at the same time. It was extremely painful. Not a moment later, Taoist Master Changkong directly fainted, but the blood coffin wasn't about to let him die so easily. Stretching out a hand, a blood-colored energy directly entered into Changkong's body, constantly repairing Taoist Master Changkong's Venus energy. About 3 breaths later, Taoist Master Changkong gasped heavily from his mouth and woke up again in an extremely weak manner. It was as if he had just seen the Nayad Bridge. Opening his eyes and looking at the bloody coffin in front of him, he only felt that this person was a devil, an extremely terrifying devil. Wanted to escape, but his body couldn't move a bit. Only one arm could still barely move. Kill me. You kill me. I beg you. I beg you. Changkong Taoist Master cried out powerlessly to the blood coffin. He had never thought that death would be so hard. He now just wanted to die and end everything here. Die? The blood coffin laughed softly. As long as I don't agree, you're not qualified to die yet. After saying that, the blood coffin lifted up 3 fingers and said coldly to Taoist Master Changkong, 3 breaths, that's all I'm giving you. Call someone, call everyone you can. After hearing this, a flash of amazement flashed across the eyes of Taoist Master Changkong, although he somewhat did not understand what the blood coffin was doing. At this moment, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Without hesitating, Taoist Master Changkong, with his only remaining arm, took out a jade token, said a word to it, and directly crushed the token. After crushing it, Taoist Master Changkong said weakly to the bloody coffin, you wait for me. You're wasted. You're bound to die today. The blood coffin still had a light smile on its face. Finished? Longkong Taoist ignored it and glared fiercely at the blood coffin with his eyes. Boo! The blood coffin directly stomped its foot towards Taoist Master Changkong's face, and Master Changkong's brain directly cracked open, splattering his brains in all directions. Right at this moment, a divine soul drilled out from within Taoist Master Changkong's body and sped towards the distance. The blood coffin directly grabbed this divine soul with one hand, and a blood-colored flame emerged in his hand, continuously scorching this divine soul. Aha! The divine soul continuously let out horrifying screams. In just 2 breaths of time, that divine soul in the blood coffin's hands was directly burned to ashes. The Longkong Taoist Master is dead and his soul is extinguished. After doing all this, the blood coffin looked at Jin Junzi, who was standing there, and faintly opened his mouth and said, your turn. Jin Junzi heard directly kneel on the ground. Just happened everything he was all eyes joking. Fight? What to fight Changkong Taoist chief have perished. How can they? Senior spare your life. Senior spare your life I really didn't take a shot at the people of your hall I didn't even touch them Senior you are open to grace. You are open to grace The blood coffin didn't listen to what Kim Junzi said at all, and walked towards him with a smirk on his face. Boo! The blood coffin kicked directly above Jin Junzi's chest, and Jin Junzi flew out directly and crashed on top of the house, and one of the walls of the house was directly shattered. Vom! Jin Junzi lying on the ground mouth directly spit out a large mouth of blood. Ribs or more are broken 8. Former. Senior. Kim Juniper cried out weakly as he lay on the ground. The blood coffin snorted and raised its hand. A terrifying energy directly sucked Jin Junzi over and deadlocked his neck. Elder. Don't. Elder no don't Jin Junzi shouted in terror. Looking at those eyes of the blood coffin, he could no longer even fight back. The blood coffin's large hand exerted a slight force, and the sound of crunching bones clashing resounded above Jin Junzi's neck. Jin Junzi only had despair in his eyes at this time. Senpai! That's when Jin Chenxi's voice rang out from within the broken house in the distance. The blood coffin turned his head to look, only to see a woman running over in the middle of the house. Coming to his side, tears welling up in her eyes, arching her hand at the blood coffin. Elder, please also be able to release my father. My father was just confused for a moment. I still beg you to be generous. Blood coffin looked at Jean Chensi with cold eyes. Get out. A word was spat out, and a bolt of energy directly blasted Jean Chensi away. Boo! Jean Chensi was directly blown away more than 10 meters away, and his body slammed down hard on the ground. Chapter 155. Okay, I won't kill her. If she dares to take a step forward, I'll kill her. But even so, Jean Chensi still gritted his teeth and braced himself to stand up, limping towards the direction of the blood coffin, step by step, with difficulty. Seeing this, the blood coffin had completely run out of patience. One hand slowly raised and aimed at Jean Chensi. Just as blood coffin wanted to finish off Jean Chensi in one go, Dark Verdict's figure stopped in front of blood coffin at that moment. The blood coffin was also a bit puzzled when he saw Dark Ruling stopping in front of him. Lord Blood Coffin, I also ask that you can spare this girl. Dark Ruling opened his mouth. The blood coffin's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Dark Ruler and said, Dark Ruler, were you struck dumb? As an assassin, do you think you should be doing this? Dark Ruling lowered his head, still not moving out of the way, and continued, Lord Blood Coffin, I understand what you're saying, and I'm well aware of it, but without her, I'd probably be dead right now. After hearing this, the blood coffin looked at the Dark Verdict and then at Jean Chensi, and still lowered that hand. Fine, I won't kill her, but if she dares to take a step forward again, I will kill her. Dark Ruling arched his hand at the blood coffin and said, Many thanks to Lord Blood Coffin, but Jean Chensi couldn't care less, and was still walking forward, shouting under her breath, Elder, also please can you let my father go? Elder. Dark Ruler saw this and directly pulled Jean Chensi. Jean Chensi looked at Dark Ruler who was pulling her back and Dark Ruler just shook his head at her. Jean Chensi couldn't care less and bit her lip as she was about to shake off Dark Ruling's arm, but no matter how hard he tried, Dark Verdict still had a death grip on his arm, showing no sign of letting go. Let go of me. Jean Chensi yelled at Dark Ruling. Dark Ruling remained impassive. Let go of me. That's my father. That's my father. Jean Chensi shouted louder and louder, tears streaming out of her eyes. I hate you. What's the difference between you and the one who tried to kill my father? I hate you. Jean Chensi stared fiercely at Dark Ruling, waving her fists and hitting him repeatedly. Dark Ruling grabbed her fist directly and stared into Kim Chenai's eyes and said to her, Will you calm down? Your father? You still know he's your father? Why don't you think about how your father didn't step in and save you when you were in the most danger? Why didn't your father save you when your life was threatened? When you were being attacked by those people with swords? He was standing on the side, just 5 or 6 meters away from you. Can't you think with your head? Come to your senses. Jean Chensi's entire body became calm after listening to what Dark Ruling said. Her head lowered and tears dripped onto the ground. The blood coffin didn't care about this matter and directly exerted force in his hand, only to hear a click. Jean Junzai's neck snapped in response. It's not over yet. The blood coffin reached out and directly inserted its hand within Jean Junzai's body, and deadlocked Jean Junzai's divine soul, and instantly exerted force in its hand. Jean Junzai's divine soul directly dissipated. Boom, of a drum. The blood coffin casually threw Jean Junzai's body onto the ground, no semblance of emotion visible in his eyes. Dad! Jean Chensi ran directly towards Jean Junzai's corpse and hugged it as she cried bitterly. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a sudden huge change in the sky above. The space directly ruptured, and a silhouette came through the space and stood above the void. The visitor was none other than the Taoist sect's Taoist master, the Elder Taoist. The Elder Taoist looked at everyone below, and his gaze instantly locked on top of the corpse of the Elder Taoist lying on the ground. After seeing the corpse on the ground, the Elder Wayfarer's gaze instantly turned grim, and with a turn of his eyes, he looked at the 2 black-robed men standing there, and opened his mouth grimly and said, People, you killed? He. The blood coffin took a step out and came directly in front of Long Dao Dao. Smiling faintly he opened his mouth. You're very smart. You guessed well. I killed the person. What do you want to do about it? How? The eldest Wayfarer looked viciously at the blood coffin. His fists clenched. You'll find out soon enough. As the words fell, the eldest Wayfarer directly blasted his fist towards the blood coffin. The wind of the fist roared, and wherever it passed, the space had chapped. The corners of the blood coffin's mouth lifted up as it similarly threw a punch towards the Long Taoist, a punch that was clearly too much more ferocious than the Long Taoist's one. Boom! A loud sound came directly. The moment the 2 fists made contact, the surrounding space directly shattered, and the airwave blasted out by the peak of the fist was even more terrifying. The houses in the tens of kilometers below were all directly blasted into pieces by this airwave. Sound of escaping laughter. The Long Taoist's figure was directly bombarded out a dozen meters away before he was able to stabilize his body. looking up at the blood coffin in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. The blood coffin was still standing in place with a bland expression on top of its face, not retreating even by half a step. Who the hell are you? Long Dao Dao had to pay attention to the blood coffin in front of him at this moment. Just this punch alone, Long Dao Dao had already determined that this person's strength must be above himself, and even several small realms higher. The blood coffin looked at the long wayfarer in front of him and laughed softly. And, who am I? Do you think you still need to know? I'm afraid there shouldn't be a need for a dying man to know so much. After saying that, the figure of the blood coffin directly disappeared in place and reappeared already above the head of the Long Dao. Without hesitation, he directly stepped down with one foot towards the top of the Long Dao's head. Seeing this, Long Dao Dao's face instantly changed drastically, and his arms directly raised to protect the top of his head. Boo! A sound came out, and the body of the elder wayfarer slammed straight down towards the ground above. Boo! The earth directly cracked open a huge mouth, and the Long Dao practitioner directly plunged into it. Avalanche! The elder Daoist leapt up, holding a sword in his hand and killing directly towards the blood coffin. Heaven split! The long sword in his hand swung and slashed, and a sword chi that shot straight up into the sky flew towards blood. A look of disdain appeared in the blood coffin's eyes. Just an ant trying to shake a tree. The blood coffin's palm formed a claw and directly grabbed down. A huge illusory claw print slashing towards that sword chi. The moment the sword chi came into contact with the claw print, the sword chi directly collapsed, and the claw print remained intact as it grabbed towards the Long Daoist below. The elder wanderer secretly said, "Not good." His hands were busy forming seals. But it's already too late. The speed of that claw mark was extremely fast, and it directly grabbed at the face of the Long Daoist. Boo! The force of the illusory giant claw directly shot the Long Way out thousands of feet away. A series of smash through hundreds of houses in the can stop, before Long Dao Dao could even catch his breath. The blood coffin had already arrived in front of Long Dao, and without the slightest bit of softness, a foot directly stepped down towards Long Dao's chest. It was already too late for the Long Daoist to dodge, and he was directly stepped into the ground viciously by this kick. Chapter 156 Impossible. Are you an immortal 9th grade powerhouse? A gaping hole hundreds of meters long instantly appeared in the ground, and the entire chest of the elder wayfarer was directly dented by the stump. It's not over yet. The blood coffin continued to blast out a fist towards the face of the elder wayfarer, with a burst of sonic booms coming from around it. This fist was extremely ferocious. The Great Shift. With years of combat experience, the elder wayfarer took out the great shifting talisman and quickly affixed it to his body at the most critical moment. Boo! With one punch, the earth was directly blasted out into a gully nearly 100 meters deep. The blood coffin closed his fist, raised his eyes and instantly released his extreme sense to cover a radius of 10,000 miles, and with a cold look in his eyes, his figure directly disappeared in place, thousands of meters away. When the long wayfarer was just able to catch his breath, his eyes directly widened and he was just about to make a move. The blood coffin appeared in front of him in an instant, and one of his hands violently raised up and strangled the Long Daoist's neck in a death grip. Run! Why don't you keep running? The blood coffin looked at the elder Daoist in his hands and spoke contemptuously. After seeing this terrifying strength of the blood coffin, the Long Pathway's face was filled with scorn, and his heart was even more terrified. Senior, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize Entei. Tai. It's my Dao sect that has offended Senior. I still ask Senior to please not remember the small man's fault. To be able to open up and let Senior have a way out. Senior is willing to come up with all of the Dao sect's possessions to dedicate them to the Dark Pantheon Hall, and be submissive to the Dark Pantheon Hall. The elder Daoist knew that he was afraid that he was going to die today, but he didn't want to die yet. As long as he could have a ray of hope, even a sliver, as long as he could live, he would be willing to do whatever he was asked to do. However, no matter how much the elder wayfarer's mouth went on, it was as if the blood coffin didn't place this person in its eyes at all, and it just laughed softly. Are you saying this because you think my Dark Spectre Hall is greedy? A few stinking dollars and you want me to let you go? Oh, after you die, everything in your Dao sect will be mine. Dark Spectre Hall, as usual. How pathetic and ridiculous. After saying that, Blood Coffin's hand slowly increased its force, clicking and clacking. The sound of bones being squeezed continuously came from the neck of the Long Wayfarer. Long Dao Dao's face slowly turned pale. At this moment, he only felt that breathing had become a little difficult. Can't die. I can't die. The eldest Wayfarer desperately struggled to break free, a look of determination appearing in his eyes. Boo! Within an instant, the eyes of the Long Dao Dao directly turned into the color of blood red, and itself even directly erupted stronger than its previous self erupted, but also stronger by 4 points. Boom! A bright light in the body of the Long Way directly bombarded out, surrounded by houses and buildings, thick branch humongous trees. In contact with this energy, violently and directly by the bombardment of the fragmentation. Blood Coffin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the big hand that was pinching the long wayfarer directly loosened, withdrawing 10 meters towards the back, and the blood-colored energy shield around his body directly protected him. With a wave of his big hand, the strong energy instantly disintegrated, and the Blood Coffin looked at the Long Dao in front of him with reddened eyes, his eyes filled with contempt, burning the blood soul to forcefully raise one's strength to the 7th grade of Xiantian Zun. How ridiculous! But speaking of which, this secret method is indeed very good, but it's a pity that the strength raised with the help of external forces doesn't belong to one's own self. It's just nonsense. Humph. The eldest wayfarer looked at the Blood Coffin in front of him with a face full of hideous colors. At this moment in his heart there was only killing intent. That, I have to admit, you're strong. The strongest person I've seen in the last 1,000 years. However, for me in my current state, you're not enough. After the elder Taoist finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and directly killed towards the Blood Coffin. Waving his hand, 2 long swords directly appeared in his hand. Sword chi twisted around his body. Sword intent streaked out. Sword marks crisscrossed wherever he passed. Even the weeds were all cut off at the waist after coming into contact with this sword chi. Greatness breaking slash. The elder Taoist bellowed under his breath, only to see the 2 long swords in his hands instantly exuded a dazzling light, and the energy emanating from within them was even more terrifying. The elder Taoist leapt up, the long sword in his hand danced, the force pressed to the extreme, and slashed down towards the Blood Coffin. Go to hell! The Blood Coffin smiled and did not dodge. Boo! Sword fall. An extremely strong energy directly surged towards the surrounding area, and all the buildings within a radius of 100 feet were turned into ashes. Ha ha ha! The elder Taoist laughed out loud. This is what happens when you go against my Tao sect. Yeah! The Blood Coffin's flat voice sounded within the smoke. Long Dao Dao's face, which was originally smiling broadly, instantly pulled down, filled with disbelief. As the smoke cleared, the Blood Coffin stood above the earth with one hand behind its back. The other hand, on the other hand, had already tightly grasped the hilts of those 2 long swords. How can that be? The elder wayfarer's eyes were horrified beyond belief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him at all. How can? No. This must be an illusion. Illusion? The corners of the Blood Coffin's mouth lifted into a smile. Bang! Straight away, he raised his leg and kicked it towards the long wayfarer's abdomen. The elder wayfarer was still immersed in shock and completely failed to react as he was directly kicked out by the Blood Coffin. Boom! Boom! The kick was so strong that it directly kicked the Long Taoist out nearly 3,000 meters away. Vomit! Sound of escaping laughter. Long Dao Dao directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in his mouth, and his chest even directly collapsed. Using one hand to strongly support the ground, Long Dao Dao climbed up. Looking at the distant Blood Coffin, his eyes were sunken in, not daring to speak directly with certainty. And, you are the immortal Zun 9th grade. The Blood Coffin ignored it, and with one step his figure appeared directly in front of the elder wayfarer. Boo! The Blood Coffin raised its foot and stepped down directly towards the left leg of the elder wayfarer. Ah! The bones in the left leg of the eldest wayfarer were directly crushed by the stomp, and the eldest wayfarer directly let out an extremely painful scream. But with just one sound, the long wayfarer forced himself to endure the sharp pain coming from his left leg, looking at the bloody coffin in front of him, both hands having clawed into the dirt. Before the elder wanderer could even come to open his mouth, the Blood Coffin directly raised his hand and released a terrifying energy, directly sucking up the body of the elder wanderer on the ground and ruthlessly pinching it in his hand. No! The elder wayfarer desperately broke free and yelled, but the Blood Coffin ignored it. The force in his hand slowly increased, and the long wayfarer instantly became breathless, his face green with veins, but his mouth was still speaking with difficulty. The former, senior, the person who struck out at your Dark Spectre Hall is someone else. Our Taoist sect is just doing a job for someone. I'll tell you everything. Senior. The Blood Coffin frowned slightly with some playfulness in his eyes, but he still loosened the hand that was choking the elder Taoist. Chapter 157, Killing the Tao Lord. Exterminating the Tao sect. The Jin family's old man didn't dare to move. The long Taoist fell directly to the ground, his mouth continuously gasping for air as his body lay on the ground in relief. Although the Blood Coffin let go of his hand, he didn't intend to let him go on comfortably. Lifting up one foot and stepping directly on top of the long wayfarer's chest, he coldly opened his mouth and said, "Say, if you dare to play me, I will make your life worse than death. You understand?" When the elder Taoist heard the words of the Blood Coffin, the cold sweat on his forehead couldn't be controlled and flowed downwards, his heart trembling with fear as he nodded his head repeatedly in response. Don't dare! Don't dare! The Blood Coffin just looked at him with cold eyes, and the long wayfarer spoke with great difficulty in a weak voice, saying, Elder, this matter has to start from some time ago. On that very day, a deceased person came to my Tao sect. That deceased person was someone I recognized a few thousand years ago, and only met once. However, on that one side, that person helped my Taoist sect through a crisis. And since then, my Taoist sect has owed him a favor. But it's been nearly 7 or 8,000 years, and I can't even remember it all. But just some time ago, a young man came to my Tao sect, and that young man was only at the cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal. So I didn't think anything of it, but he opened his mouth and said that he was that man's disciple, and came to me to ask for a favor from back then. I still didn't believe it at first, but then I was sure, and that youngster's request was for me, the Tao sect, to go out and exterminate the Dark Spectre Hall that Senior was in. That's how things are, Senior. After Long Dao finished speaking, he looked at the blood coffin with pleading in his eyes, hoping that the blood coffin could spare his life. After the blood coffin let out a light laugh, it lifted the foot that was stepping on the chest of the elder wayfarer. A smile immediately appeared on the face of the elder wanderer when he saw this, but in the next moment, the blood coffin's face instantly turned icy cold, and the raised foot stepped down directly. Boo! The long wayfarer's chest was directly stepped through, his mouth was open, but not a single voice could be uttered anymore. And he was lifeless on the spot. Quick slick up. A soul body directly drilled out within the body of the elder wayfarer and swept towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. The blood coffin looked at the soul body that was flying further and further away in a speeding flight, without any half change on its face. Slowly, he lifted one hand and extended a finger, aiming it at the soul body. Break! The blood coffin opened its mouth slightly, only to see a blood-colored ray on its fingertip, which shot towards that soul body at an extremely fast speed. Boo! In just a breath of time, the distant soul body was directly pierced through and exploded on the spot. The blood coffin lowered his hand and took a step towards the front. The space directly shattered and his figure directly disappeared in place. Jin family, inside Jin Chenxi's compound. The figure of the blood coffin directly manifested and looked at the Dark Verdict standing there and opened his mouth. Go! Dark Ruling glanced at the blood coffin. Then his gaze went back to Jin Chenxi, who was crying bitterly there, and said, "There is no way to repay the favor of a life. If there is another opportunity in the future, I will definitely return this favor." With that, Dark Ruling directly took out a pure black token at his waist and placed it in front of Jin Chenxi. Jin Chenxi looked at the token and then back to Dark Ruling, with only indifference in his eyes. Without hesitation, Jin Chenxi reached out and picked up the token in front of her and threw it straight out, shouting at the Dark Ruling with tears in her eyes. "You go! I don't want to see you again. I hate you." Dark Ruler froze for a moment, and when he wanted to say something else, Blood Coffin's hand pressed directly on top of his shoulder, and looked at Dark Ruler with an expressionless face. Don't forget the rules." Dark Ruling closed his mouth, turned and disappeared. After the Blood Coffin glanced at Jin Chenxi, his figure then disappeared in place as well. Above the sky, the Blood Coffin let out a light laugh and spoke. "Go wait for me at the teleportation array. I'll be right there." After saying that, the Blood Coffin directly headed in the opposite direction and took a step out. Although Dark Ruling was a bit puzzled, he still flew in the direction of the teleportation array alone. Jin family, inside Jin Chenxi's compound. Morningside, I'm sorry for your loss. As the words fell, Jin Shenyong's figure appeared in front of Jin Chenxi. Jin Chenxi clenched his fists after seeing the visitor. Old ancestor. Jin Shenyong also shook his head helplessly and spoke. "I know what you want to ask. You want to ask why I didn't step in to stop your father when he was killed, right?" Jin Chenxi didn't say anything and just looked at Jin Shenyong. Jin Shenyong sighed. With a heavy face, he opened his mouth. "Hey, Chenxi, you're still too young. Some things you do not understand is normal. But Chenxi, you have to know, that person has a high level of cultivation. If I really step out to block the way, even if it's me, it is not necessarily this person's opponent. This person for my Jin family cannot be offended." Jin Chenxi lowered his head and gripped his hands a little tighter, looking up at the pure black token on the ground in the distance and falling into deep thought. Inside the teleportation formation, Dark Verdict was sitting on top of it, regulating the blood fiend power within his body. About half an hour later, the figure of the Blood Coffin appeared in front of the Dark Verdict. Dark Judgment was about to salute, but Blood Coffin waved his hand with a smile on his face, signaling that there was no need to go to so much trouble. Afterwards, he directly took out a crystal and placed it inside the notch of the teleportation array. The instant the crystals were put down, the runes above the teleportation array directly lit up, followed by a beam of light that shot up into the sky, wrapping the two of them in it. The strong light dissipated and the two disappeared above the large formation. Central State. Above the western cliff, the figures of Dark Verdict and Blood Coffin appeared above the grand formation. The surrounding ghost kings and Guronji also revealed delighted faces after seeing the two of them. Lord Ruler, it's really great that you're fine. Guronji arched his hand at Dark Ruling and spoke excitedly. The Ghost King also arched his hand at the Dark Verdict, and his mood was incomparably excited. Dark Ruling looked at the two of them and also spoke. Don't worry, thanks to Lord Bloodcoffin's timely arrival. Otherwise it's really another story whether or not we can come back. After the few people chatted for a few moments, Bloodcoffin and Dark Verdict also returned to the Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. The Ghost King and Guronji similarly returned to the Dark Spectre Hall branch in Central State. After this period of construction, the Dark Spectre Hall in Central State had been repaired and restored as if it was the first time. In addition, within the headquarters 200 dead ambassadors were once again sent to Central State. Given the current situation in the Central State, the Dark Spectre Hall's intelligence network had almost covered the entire Central State. Tianmon Domain, Dark Spectre Hall headquarters. Inside the 5th floor, Lord Red Rose, Dark Ruler was bowing with a humble expression to the seated Red Rose. His waist bent extremely low at the moment. Red Rose looked at Dark Ruling and spoke faintly. And, this is something I don't want to happen a second time. Understand? After hearing this, a trace of trepidation appeared in Dark Ruling's heart, and he respectfully opened his mouth and said, Don't worry, Lord Red Rose, my subordinate will definitely keep this in mind. Chapter 158, already targeted. Something must be done, take a day off. Red Rose nodded and Dark Ruling bowed and retreated. The Blood Coffin on the side spoke. Lord Red Rose, this matter might not be that simple. Red Rose raised her eyes to look at the Blood Coffin and asked, with her face as usual, but what was found? Blood Coffin nodded. Not bad, Lord Red Rose. This time when I traveled to that so-called Western Wasteland and exterminated that Dao sect, the lord of that Dao sect said to me before his death that it wasn't him, the Dao sect, who attacked my Dark Spectre Hall for no reason at all, but that there was someone else behind the Dao sect who was directing the attack. Another person? Red Rose frowned and spoke. Can you find out who it is? Blood Coffin shook his head. This subordinate is not particularly clear. I only know that it is a teenager. Junior? When Red Rose thought of this, she immediately thought of the teenager who had disappeared on top of the teleportation array. Okay, I know, Red Rose said. The Blood Coffin arched his hand and left. Western Wasteland. Inside the 2nd floor of an inn. The place was now buzzing with people, all of them chatting feverishly about the same topic. That would be the Taoist Gate. You all should have heard that loud noise from the day before yesterday. A burly man stood with one foot on a chair and spoke to everyone within the 2nd floor. The entirety of those present nodded in unspoken agreement. Joking aside, it would be strange not to hear that loud noise. Then you should all know the loud noise, too, where it came from. The burly man continued. Isn't it just the Dao sect? A male cultivator spoke up. Not bad. The burly man nodded. When it comes to the Taoist sect, I don't think any of you are strangers to it. It's a true hegemonic level existence. In the Western Wasteland, it has even stood for 10,000 million years, making countless people fear the existence. But it is such an incomparably powerful force. Just the day before yesterday, it was tragically wiped out, even though the entire Pure Yang mountain was cut down by a large portion. Really, don't cajole me, fellow Daoist. What kind of power is the Dao sect? How could it be exterminated? A loose cultivator was skeptical. This matter is indeed true. At this time, a middle-aged man said, the Dao sect was indeed destroyed. Even that Dao master of the Dao sect fell. And after the loud noise sounded that day, I couldn't help but be curious and went to the loud noise to observe it. When I arrived at the place I realized that the sound was coming from the Dao Gate, and when I looked around, the originally magnificent Dao Gate had now become a ruin. All of them revealed a look of astonishment after hearing this. The Dao sect was destroyed? Did the Dao Lord not step in to stop it? That's an immortal level figure. Fellow Daoists, look at what you're saying. That Dao Lord must have stepped in to stop it, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. I can hear that the Dao Lord of the Dao sect has let people beat him up to the point where he's barely even able to fight back, and can only be passively beaten up. What? Is it really true that a character of the Dao Master's level can only be passively beaten? What kind of international joke is that? But then again, who exactly did the Dao sect mess with this time? I'm not sure about this. According to the gossip, the force that exterminated the Dao sect came from outside. Outside? There was a heated discussion in the crowd. And inside the 2nd floor, on a table and chairs leaning against the corner of the wall, Zhou Xingyi was sitting here with a pot of wine in his hand. Senior, do you hear me, senior? Zhou Xingyi shouted in his head. Nonsense. The voice of the middle-aged silhouette resounded in Zhou Xingyi's mind. Senior, what are we going to do now? The Dao sect has been destroyed. That Dark Spectre Hall is too powerful, right? If we let the Dark Spectre Hall know that it was you who did it, then I will also be implicated, senior. Wait until then. It will really be dead. Senior, Zhou Xing shifted said with a sense of fear. Shut up, the middle-aged silhouette bellowed. Don't forget that you and I are now grasshoppers on a rope. And since the Dark Spectre Hall has already exterminated the Dao sect, it is thought that the Dark Spectre Hall isn't a little darling either. They have definitely sensed something. Elder, do you mean to say that they might already know that we did it? Zhou Xingyi said. The middle-aged silhouette said uncertainly. It's not easy to say. I'm just guessing. If that's true, then it'll be troublesome in the future. Zhou Xingyi kept shaking his legs after hearing this, and he was very anxious inside. Elder, what are we going to do now? Or else let's run away quickly, to a place where the Dark Spectre Hall can't find us. Run? The middle-aged silhouette let out a scornful cry. If my guess is correct, there was indeed someone who followed us before coming to the Western Wasteland. And this person who followed us, in all likelihood, is someone from this Dark Spectre Hall. What? Did we have been targeted from the start? Zhou Xingyi was alarmed. Not bad. As early as the beginning we were already targeted by the Dark Spectre Hall, with the Dao sect being destroyed. I think that old man from the Dao sect should have already betrayed us, and the Dark Spectre Hall might have known by now that we are the schemers. The middle-aged silhouette said. Already know? It's over. It's over. Being targeted by the Dark Spectre Hall. Even if I had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough to survive. What should I do? Senior. Zhou Xingyi opened his mouth in panic, looking extremely anxious. Elder, run. Let's run now. Zhou Xingyi said as he directly stood up and was about to walk towards the outside when the middle-aged silhouette directly interrupted him. Run what? Run where? Teleport back to Central State? Your brain has been kicked by a donkey. But wherever you just appeared above the teleportation array, I can guarantee that the Dark Spectre Hall will directly exterminate you. Zhou Xingyi heard. His feet stopped in place. At this moment he felt so overwhelmed for the first time, in and out of the dilemma. Then, now we just have to wait for death. Elder, waiting to die? What a joke. The middle-aged silhouette's face was flat, and a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. Although it's true that it's a bit difficult to deal with, it's not yet time for my father to compromise. Go! Go! Zhou Xingyi was a bit puzzled. Where is Senior going? Teleportation Grand Formation. The middle-aged silhouette spoke. Teleportation Grand Formation? Zhou Xingyi was puzzled. What do you mean? Senior? Could it be that you've given up resisting? Waste no words. The middle-aged silhouette shouted. Now is the time when the Dark Spectre Hall is at its most lax. And I don't think the Dark Spectre Hall would have expected us to leave at this time. So now is the best time for us to leave this place. If it's a few days later, I think with the style of the Dark Spectre Hall, it will definitely send out assassins to exterminate you and me. And at that time it will be hard to fly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingyi also felt that it made sense, and without hesitation ran directly towards the direction of the teleportation array. A day later, Zhou Xingyi had arrived at the place of the teleportation grand formation. Elder, do we really have to? Nonsense! The middle-aged silhouette was furious. Snappy, when the teleportation array opens, remember, you must fly away at the first opportunity. Understand? Zhou Xingyi nodded gruffly, then walked up to the teleportation array. Chapter 159. If you want to stay alive, you have to cross the river yourself. But there was still a slight look of timidity in Zhou Xingyi's eyes. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he just teleported back, he would be targeted by the people of the Dark Spectre Hall and be exterminated. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Xingyi still didn't make any movements and always stood there. When the middle-aged silhouette saw Zhou Xingyi in this state, he was also a bit annoyed. What are you thinking? Do you want to be stuck here for the rest of your life? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingyi also clenched his fist and made up his mind. Fight! Without hesitation, Zhou Xingyi directly took out the crystallized crystals and placed them on top of the groove of the big formation. And in no time, a light directly rose up to the sky, wrapping Zhou Xingyi in it. The light dissipated and Zhou Xingyi's figure disappeared above the grand formation. When he reappeared, Zhou Xingyi's figure had already appeared above the Western Central State Teleportation Grand Formation. After observing the surroundings for a moment, Zhou Xingyi didn't make any stops and directly leapt up, running desperately and furiously in one direction. However, just the moment Zhou Xingyi had appeared, he had already been stared at by several pairs of eyes at the same time. Following closely behind him, he chased towards Zhou Xingyi. Zhou Xingyi turned his head to look and frowned. At this point he had already discovered the abnormality. I was about to make a move when it was too late. Only two daggers directly in front of him flew towards Zhou Xingshou. Zhou Xingyi's eyes condensed, secretly saying that it was not good. Without hesitation, the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal was displayed around his body, and a fist directly blasted towards the dagger. Boo! The two daggers were directly knocked out by this punch from Zhou Xingyi, who stood still with some inner doubt. Great Emperor? But before he could figure it out, two black-clothed death envoys walked out from the woods in the distance. looking at Zhou Xingyi with cold eyes. After seeing that the two of them were only at the cultivation level of great emperors, Zhou Xingnian wanted to quickly escape from this place in a quick battle. With his right fist clenched, he didn't hesitate to directly blast towards the two dead ambassadors. But right at this moment, 8 daggers once again flew from the woods in the distance, shooting towards Zhou Xingxiu with great speed. Seeing this, Zhou Xingyi's eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately shifted his stance, his own aura climbing up and up. Boom! A wave of chi erupted directly within his body, spreading out in all directions. The 8 daggers that flew in were directly bounced off by the energy of the airwave when they came into contact with it. Zhou Xingyi's eyes were heavy as he looked ahead, only to see that in the middle of the woods 8 black-clothed death ambassadors walked out one after another. After sensing the aura emanating from the circumference of these people, Zhou Xingyi didn't have the slightest scruple and his eyes were filled with contempt. 10 great emperors want to stop me? The Dark Spectre Hall is looking down on me a little too much. With that said, Zhou Xingyi decided to fight a quick battle because he knew that if he continued to drag on, then the next one to come might not be a great emperor. Zhou Xingyi's fists were clenched, his entire body flowing with immortal energy, his eyes heavy as he blasted directly towards the 10 dead ambassadors with a single healthy step. Get out of my way! Boo! Energy explosions rang out in the arena, followed by Zhou Xingyi's figure flying directly backwards. It smashed through several large trees before barely stopping. Sound of escaping laughter. A mouthful of blood was spat out in Zhou Xingyi's mouth. Bracing himself to stand up, his eyes filled with horror as he looked in front of him. Sound of escaping laughter. Before Zhou Xingyi could react, the Ghost King's figure instantly arrived in front of Zhou Xingyi, and one of his hands deadlocked his neck, lifting his entire body up. Zhou Xingyi's eyes are full of panic at the moment, after feeling the breath emitted by this person is even more greatly harmed. You are the Immortal King. Without hesitating, Zhou Xingyi frantically cried out in his mind, middle-aged void. Elder, you come out quickly. I'm going to die soon. But no matter how Zhou Xingyi shouted, the middle-aged silhouette did not respond to a single word from Zhou Xingyi, as if it had evaporated. After not getting a response, Zhou Xingyi panicked even more at this moment, turning his eyes towards his hand, only to see that the pure black totem ring that was originally worn on his hand had disappeared at this moment. What? Zhou Xingyi was shocked beyond belief at the moment. His mind was even more blank now, and his entire body froze. The Ghost King's eyes were ice cold, and the hand that was choking Zhou Xingyi was raised high in the air. Boo! The Ghost King's big hand exerted force and directly slammed Zhou Xingyi hard onto the ground. The dagger at his waist was sent out and directly inserted on top of Zhou Xingyi's calf. Ah! Zhou Xingyi's wail resounded through the jungle, his hands covering his legs with force, appearing to be in extreme pain. The Ghost King could not care about Zhou Xingyi's current feelings. Directly stepping on top of Zhou Xingyi's chest, coldly opened his mouth and asked, "You will answer whatever I ask. If you dare to hide anything, do you understand the consequences?" Zhou Xingyi gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. I say everything." "Very well," the Ghost King laughed softly, then spoke, "But you're behind instructing the Dao sect to attack my Dark Spectre Hall?" Zhou Xingyi showed panic and nodded. "Indeed, it is my senior, but I was also forced to do it. Please, senior, can spare me and give me a chance where I can live." The Ghost King smiled faintly. "Chance? Since you've already admitted it, what qualifications do you have to ask me for a chance?" With that said, the Ghost King's foot, in an instant, increased in strength, directly denting Zhou Xingyi's chest, and the ground cracked open several times. Before Zhou Xingyi could make any reaction, he only felt a sudden sharp pain coming from his chest, and before he could even say anything, he lost consciousness on the spot. Click! A blade resounded as the Ghost King directly severed Zhou Xingyi's neck for insurance purposes. "Get rid of it," the Ghost King said. "Lead the way." Those dead ambassadors behind them immediately responded, and then they carried away Zhou Xingyi's corpse to dispose of it. After doing so, the Ghost King took out the token on his waist to report the progress to the top. "Lord Red Rose, it's done. The man has been killed." Not a moment later, Red Rose's voice rang out above the token. All killed?" The Ghost King immediately responded. "Yes, Lord Red Rose, kill them all." "The soul body killed too?" Red Rose said. The Ghost King shook. "Soul body?" Thinking about it, the Ghost King didn't seem to have felt any soul fluctuations in Zhou Xingyi's body and then said, "Lord Red Rose, I haven't felt any soul fluctuations in that teenager's body, and I've examined it carefully and found no signs of a soul body's existence at all." "No?" Red Rose queried. "This, Lord Red Rose, indeed, did not find any soul body aura," the Ghost King said with great certainty. Chapter 160, The Dark Spectre Hall of Central State comes with $7 billion. "Alright, I know." Red Rose stopped speaking after saying that, but a look of contempt appeared in her eyes. "And a wasted soul, quite capable of hiding, but a mole is still a mole, and I don't think you'll be able to make much of a splash." the Dark Spectre Church branch in central China. Bright Moon Building. The owner, Song Chiming, was sitting on top of a seat in the hall on the first floor, as if he was waiting for something. At that moment, Gu Rongji's figure walked out at the back. Song Chiming was also the first to stand up and go forward to greet someone when he saw them coming. But when Song Chiming looked clearly at the visitor, he was also a bit surprised and opened his mouth uncertainly and said, "Gu Lao?" Gu Rongji smiled faintly and nodded. "What's the matter, Mistress Song? Does seeing me here surprise you so much?" Song Chiming in the "see this person" response also is 100% can be sure of the person in front of him is exactly Tianji Pavilion Master, Gu Rongji. Song Chiming hurriedly walked up and spoke with disbelief. "Elder Gu, why are you here?" Gu Rongji then just smiled kindly and opened his mouth. "So much time has passed. Mistress Song is still so young. Ha ha, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk." With that, Gu Rongji gestured for Song Chiming to sit down first before saying anything. Although Song Chiming's face was full of doubts, he still found a chair and sat down. Just after Song Chiming's buttocks touched the seat, Song Chiming opened his mouth with a puzzled face and asked, "Elder Gu, shouldn't you be in the Tianji Pavilion? Why are you here? Could it be that something has changed?" Gu Rongji looked at Song Chiming in such a manner also spoke directly, "Which is a change, Song Building Master. Right now, I'm no longer the Tianji Pavilion Master. I'm now the Dark Spectre Hall Branch Hall Master." After Song Chiming heard this, his heart was even more puzzled, and his face was filled with doubt. Above the head of the Dark Spectre Hall's subchamber, Gu Lao Yu. Seeing that Song Chiming still wanted to ask something, Gu Rongji also directly waved his hand and opened his mouth, saying, "Building Master Song, this matter, I can't talk to you about it for a while. If I have time later, I'll talk to you about it in detail." Seeing that Gu Rongji had said so, Song Chiming nodded without further questioning. Gu Rongji, on the other hand, continued to ask, "Let's start with the matter of Mistress Song. What is Mistress Song's reason for coming to my Dark Spectre Hall today?" Song Chiming looked at Gu Rongji and spoke, "Since Elder Gu is the lord of this Dark Spectre Hall, then Song will not beat around the bush with you, so I'll be straightforward. In fact, I came to the Dark Spectre Hall today because I hope that the Dark Spectre Hall can help me secure someone." "Insured?" Gu Rongji was a bit puzzled. Song Chiming nodded. "Yes, Elder Gu, you heard correctly. It's the insured." Gu Rongji frowned and became even more puzzled. "Are you really not joking with me? Mistress Song, the owner of Manhwa Lu, the second most powerful force in central China, could he not be able to protect a single person? And you still need me, Dark Spectre Hall, to make a move?" Song Chiming was also filled with helplessness. "Elder Gu, it's not like you don't know that in a few days it will be the competition for the upper domain quota." Upper domain quota. Gu Rongji also understood the reason immediately after hearing those 4 words. "So, Mansion Master Song, you want your son to participate?" Song Chiming nodded. "That's a given. After all, this upper domain quota only unfolds once in nearly 10,000 years. If you don't capitalize on it this time, then you won't have a chance next time. As you know, Gu Lao, my son is now over 3,000 years old. If he waits until the next time, then he will have surpassed the standard of 5,000 years of bone age." Gu Rongji's face was grave. "Building Master Song, I'm not speaking to you as the lord of the Dark Spectre Hall. I'm only speaking to you as a friend of many years. So think clearly. This competition for a place in the upper domain is not a petty joke. It's a life-threatening situation at any time. You have to think clearly. If you're not paying attention, your son might just die." Song Chiming was naturally aware of the danger involved, but he still spoke firmly and said, "Elder Gu, I naturally know what you're talking about more than anything else, and I'm even more very aware of the perils involved, and the benefits are bound to be detrimental. But Elder Gu, you have to know that the benefits are far greater than the drawbacks. If my son really gets a place in the upper domain, this will not only bring great benefits for my son, but it will also bring very great benefits to my Bright Moon Mansion. So Elder Gu, you might as well not try to persuade me. I've already made up my mind." Gu Rongji also shook his head. "Alright, since you're determined to do so, then I won't say any more. So the person you've asked me, Dark Spectre Hall, to protect is your son, right?" "Exactly." Song Chiming nodded, then continued, "I wonder what the price is." Gu Rongji straightened his beard and spoke without haste, saying, "If this is the price, it will naturally be very high, and you, Mansion Master Song, know the level of danger this time around, so naturally this price won't be very cheap." Song Chiming's face remained as normal as he opened his mouth and said, "Gu Lao, just say it straight, don't you understand me?" Gu Rongji laughed lightly and slowly extended a finger. After Song Chiming saw that one finger that Gu Rongji extended, his mouth unconsciously voiced out, 10 billion immortal crystals? Gu Rongji nodded calmly. Song Qiming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At this moment, even though he was the owner of the Bright Moon building, he was shocked by the price. Mansion Master Song might want to consider it otherwise, Gu Rongji said. Song Qiming's heart crossed, gritted his teeth, did not hesitate, flipped his hand between a space ring appeared in his hand. Immortal power wrapped this space ring, slowly flew to the front of Gu Rongji's body. Elder Gu, this is 7 billion immortal crystals here. Consider it my deposit. As for the remaining 3 billion, I will definitely give it back after the matter is completed. Gu Rongji received the spatial ring, his divine sense swept through it, and after confirming that there was no mistake that it was 7 billion immortal crystals, he also couldn't help but tsk 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 tsk. Worthy of being the Bright Moon House, it really deserves to be the number one in financial power in Central State. I've seen it today. Song Qiming, on the other hand, waved his hand repeatedly. You're too good at jokes, Elder Gu. Since things are already like this, I'll leave first, and I'll trouble Elder Gu with the matters behind me, said Song Qiming, arching his hand at Gu Rongji. Gu Rongji, on the other hand, told him to rest assured. Mistress Song can rest assured. Since I, Dark Spectre Hall, have taken over this matter, I will definitely give you, Mistress Song, a satisfactory result. I'm relieved to have Elder Gu's words. After saying that, Song Qiming directly left inside the Dark Spectre Hall. Gu Rongji also contacted the headquarters, Dark Spectre Hall, at the first opportunity after confirming Song Qiming's departure. Chapter 161, Go ahead, son. Father can only protect you from death. Tianmong Domain, Dark Spectre Hall's headquarters. Inside the 12-story pitch-black hall, Red Rose's figure appeared in the middle of the hall, arching her hand at Yi Li Tian, who was sitting above her, and opened her mouth. Lord Li Tian, Gu Rongji sent word that he's taken a big order. Yi Li Tian shook the teacup in his hand with a bland look on his face. Big order? How big? Red Rose responded respectfully. Back to Lord Li Tian. This mission is to protect the Central State, the young lord of the Bright Moon building, Song Luchen. The total amount is 10 billion immortal crystals, and the lord of the Bright Moon building, Song Qiming, has already prepaid 7 billion immortal crystals. Oh, so generous. Hearing 10 billion immortal crystals, Yi Li Tian could not help but be somewhat moved for a moment, but only for a moment, and then asked again. Spending 10 billion immortal crystals, just for the sake of protecting one person alone? Red Rose said once again. Indeed, Lord Li Tian, this mission is just to protect Song Luchen alone, but there is one difference. After my subordinate's investigation, the difficulty of this mission may be above A. Speak, Yi Li Tian said. Red Rose continued. The target of this mission has already participated in the Upper Domain Contest, and this so-called Upper Domain Contest is to select 3 geniuses among the various continents to go to the Upper Domain for further training, and the location of this competition is in the Chaotic Star region, which is so chaotic that our people have yet to infiltrate it. And as for how strong the powerhouses within the Chaotic Star region are, my subordinates don't know. Yi Li Tian took a sip of tea and said casually, no matter, since the other party can afford the price, then my Dark Spectre Hall can naturally take it. Just go and do it. Subordinate understands. Red Rose arched her hand and turned to leave. 9 Underworlds Heavenly Kingdom, Spirit Sky Empire, Spirit Sky Imperial Capital. Inside the Crown Prince's palace, the door to the Prince Hall was pushed open, and an old eunuch walked in respectfully. Turning to Crown Prince Lin Zhan, who was seated above him, he kneeled down on both knees and respectfully saluted, saying, Your Highness, the Emperor has asked my slave to ask you if you want to go to the upper region scramble 2 days from now. Lin Zhan said with a disinterested look on his face. It's just a place to go to the upper domain for further training. There's a ball for that. Do you think I need to attend it? The old eunuch also understood Lin Zhan's meaning, but still added, Your Highness, old slave has the audacity to know that Your Highness doesn't care about the upper domain contest, but after the old slave's understanding, it seems that the young martial god from the Central State will also be attending. Martial god? A hint of interest appeared on Lin Zhan's face. You mean the one who certified his path in just 3 days at the Martial God Mountain? The youngest one in history? The old eunuch nodded in response. Yes, Your Highness, it is that martial god. Lin Zhan was a bit puzzled. Hasn't she already certified as a martial god? Why does she still have to go and participate in a small battle? Is it just for a place in the upper domain? But it seems like it shouldn't be for her. Your Highness, this matter is not particularly clear to the old slave. The old slave only knows that this person has already participated. As for the rest, the old slave is unknown. The old eunuch said. Lin Zhan nodded, playing with the seal in his hand. Stand down. I know. Go and talk to father. Just tell him that I will be there. Shade. The old eunuch retreated. Time passed, days and months alternated, and in the blink of an eye it was 2 days later. At this moment, at the junction of the Tianxian continent and the central state, the place was already surrounded by people from all the major families, clans, and great powers. But there was one difference. There was no one else here except the big powers. Boom! At that moment, the space in front of the crowd was directly torn apart, and an old man's figure walked out from the crack. All the people within the presence, when they saw this old man, all bowed their hands respectfully and saluted. Greetings, emissary of the upper domain. The old man waved his hand, not very patient, and opened his mouth. The venue to participate in the battle is the chaotic starfield behind me. I think everyone should not be unfamiliar with it. As for the rules, then there are no rules. As long as someone can find out the special token I placed in the chaotic starfield within 1 day, they can go to the upper field with me. However, there are only 3 tokens, and a day is only a day. And even if none of them come out after a day, I will leave. So everyone, begin. As the old man's words fell, all the celestial pride within the major powers flew towards the chaotic star region. Song Qiming looked deeply at Song Luqian and spoke. Go on, son. Father will keep you alive. Ha! Song Luqian scratched his head, completely at a loss as to what this old man of his was talking about, but still ran towards the chaotic starfield without any hesitation. He had long since put what Song Qiming had just said behind him. On the contrary, Lin Zhan in the distance didn't run wildly towards the chaotic starfield in a swarm like those people did. Instead, he looked more leisurely and walked slowly towards the chaotic starfield. It looked like he was in no hurry at all, and as he walked he was surveying those around him as if he was looking for something. But after he had surveyed the circle down, he could not find the one he was looking for, and was at once a little puzzled. And, did she not come? Thinking about this, Lin Zhan was also in trouble, so he simply entered directly into the chaotic star region. Hey, big brother, did you see that? It's another year of fresh blood coming to my chaotic star region. We can make a fortune again. Within the chaotic star domain, on top of a floating island, a tall, bald, burly man was speaking to the skinny, bearded middle-aged man standing in front of him. Ha ha ha, the bearded middle-aged man laughed out loud. That's natural. These people coming are all geniuses within those big powers out there. They're bound to have a lot of magic treasures and money on their bodies. You and I only need to rob 1 or 2 of them. That's enough to lay flat for a decade or 2. Yeah, big brother, I can't wait. When are we going to start? The strong man said with an excited face. He was now thinking of the joy of laying flat. There's no rush, the middle-aged man said. You have to know that those who can enter this place will have some means to save their lives, although they are all some low-ranked immortal kings. But if we really have to play for our lives, with their means, we won't necessarily be able to eat the benefits. So what do you mean, big brother? The burly man asked. The middle-aged man's lips curled up as he spoke with a grim smile. A good meal is not afraid of being late, so of course you should look for soft persimmons to pinch. Wow, big brother, you're too wise, aren't you? Little brother admires. You can even think of this. The strong man kept clapping his hands, showing an envious expression. Cut the crap and follow me. The middle-aged man said. His figure directly disappeared in place. Seeing this, the strong man also hurriedly followed closely behind to keep up. Chapter 162. Outside the chaotic starfield, meeting martial god in Lan Xiu. Boo! Lin Zhan directly threw a punch above the face of the man at his feet. The man's head directly burst open, and he was lifeless on the spot. Lin Zhan patted the dust on his hands, his face still light and breezy above. Isn't it good to find your token quietly? Why do you have to come and provoke me? Really looking for death? After saying that, Lin Zhan leapt up and continued flying towards the front. In situ, on the back of a huge floating rock, a burly man and a middle-aged man hid here. The two of them witnessing the entire process of Lin Zhan killing an immortal king 3rd grade in seconds just now. Big brother, aren't we going to chase after him? One look at this person's clothes and I know that he must be very rich. If we scavenge him, we will definitely get rich. Big brother, bang. The middle-aged man raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped it towards the back of the burly man's head, and said without any good humor, chase your ass. Didn't you see that he killed an immortal king 3rd grade in seconds? Not to mention whether or not this person has a killer mace. Just take this person's cultivation alone. At least it could be an immortal king 6th grade. If we add this person's killer mace, you tell me what to chase? Then, big brother, you mean, not to chase after it? The strong man asked with some uncertainty. That, when the middle-aged man saw that the strong man was still asking, he directly raised his right hand. When the strong man saw the middle-aged man raise his right hand again, he also shrunk his neck and subconsciously covered the back of his head. Taking a few steps backward, the middle-aged man glared at the burly man, threw his arms out, and turned directly around and, go, change.
After saying that, the middle-aged man changed directions and flew away. The burly man also flew straight up, following closely behind the middle-aged man, in the southwest direction of the chaotic star domain, at the inner perimeter, on top of a huge floating island. 7 or 8 young cultivators had already gathered here, and it could be seen that all of them were participating in the competition for the upper domain. In particular, the clothing worn by several people were not very different, basically the same, and all of them wore the same token on their waists, with 3 words engraved on it: Hwakuin sect. How is it? Haven't you found it yet? At this time, the leader of the several people, the young master of the Hwakuin sect, Manhwa, opened his mouth. A disciple stepped forward and arched his hand at Manhwa. Young lord, we've basically turned over all the places within the southwest perimeter, but even so, not even the shadow of that special token has been found at all. Manhwa frowned. If there's nothing in the outer perimeter, could it be that the special token is in the inner perimeter of the chaotic star domain? It shouldn't be. They aren't unaware of how chaotic the inner perimeter of the chaotic star domain is. It should be unlikely that the token was placed in the inner perimeter, but if there's nothing in the outer perimeter, then only the inner perimeter is left. But if you really venture into the inner perimeter, you might be able to survive with a little bit of luck. But if you're a little bit worse off, then it's really a 10-death situation. Thinking this way, Manhwa's eyes instantly narrowed, looking 10 meters ahead with a wary look on his face. Seeing that Manhwa had suddenly become so vigilant, all the surrounding Hwakuin sect disciples also gripped the weapons in their hands and followed Manhwa's gaze with a look of gravity. Only in front, a woman with a high ponytail, carrying a long spear on her shoulder, walked towards this side. Who are you? Stop! A Hwakuin sect disciple shouted at the man, but the woman was as if she didn't hear it, still walking forward on her own. No joy or anger could be seen on her face. When that Hwakuin sect disciple saw that this person actually dared to ignore him so much, he was immediately enraged as well. How arrogant! How dare you disregard my Hwakuin sect in such a way? Deserve to be killed. After saying that Hwakuin sect disciple didn't hesitate to directly stab towards the woman with his sword. Seeing this, the woman's heart was filled with disdain, so she didn't even pick her eyelids, clenched her right hand into a fist, and directly blasted towards the Hwakuin sect disciple who had rushed up. The wind of the fist whistled, carrying a gust of tearing sound. Boo! That Hwakuin sect disciple, after feeling the power of this punch, his face also suddenly changed drastically, but it was already too late. The long sword in his hand had broken, but the power of the punch had not lost a single bit at all, and it blasted straight above his chest. Bang! The Hwakuin sect disciple was directly blasted 100 meters away, only stopping when his entire body was set into a floating island, fainting on the spot. The other Hwakuin sect disciples hadn't reacted for a while until they heard a loud bang. Looking at the Hwakuin sect disciple stuck inside the floating island in the distance, everyone's faces all turned gloomy. Injuring my Hwakuin sect disciples. Today, no matter if you're a man or a woman, you'll have to give my Hwakuin sect an explanation. A Hwakuin sect disciple said with great fury. Several other Hwakuin sect disciples were also looking at this woman with angry faces. Kill her! A Hwakuin sect disciple shouted. Without hesitation, all Hwakuin sect disciples all held their swords and killed towards the woman. Stop! Just as the Hwakuin sect disciples were about to make a move, Manhwa's voice rang out at that moment, and those few Hwakuin sect disciples froze in place, all looking at Manhwa with uncertainty. Young lord! Manhwa sized up the woman in front of him with a grave look in his eyes and spoke. All of you stand back. Even if the few of you went together and exerted all your strength, there's no way you could hurt a single hair on her head. Hearing this, although those few disciples of the Hwakuin sect weren't particularly convinced, but the young master had already given his word, so they could only withdraw backwards very reluctantly. Manhwa looked at the woman in front of him and opened his mouth. I heard that there is a genius in the central state. Even in the central state heaven's pride ranking, he is a stable number 1 existence. He has not lost a single battle amongst his peers in thousands of years. And most importantly, this person has also received the inheritance of the god of Wushu, and has been hailed as the youngest god of Wushu ever to exist. Am I right? On Wushu god, Tensul. Those surrounding Hwakuin sect disciples all looked at Enlancio with a gaze of disbelief after hearing Manhwa's words. Enlancio's face was as usual as she looked at Manhwa and said, What? You want to stop me? After hearing this, Manhwa waved his hands and smiled lightly. I have long heard that Martial Godin is a man of war. Today I see that it is indeed so. However, Mr. Fong naturally knows what strength he has, and Mr. Fong knows that he is no match for Martial Godin, so Mr. Fong will naturally not stand in the way. And Lan Xiu's face remained unchanged as she walked straight forward, brushing past Manhwa. And Wushin. Manhwa opened his mouth at that moment and called out to Lan Xiu, who stopped her steps and had no intention of turning her head,
So she turned her back to Manhwa. Manhwa directly opened his mouth. Let me remind in Wushang. If you go forward then it will be the inner perimeter of the chaotic starfield. The inner perimeter is not like the outer perimeter. There can exist really vicious people there. Chapter 163, How dare you rob me? Do you know who my father is? I admit that you're very strong. And Wuxin, but you're only invincible in your peer group. If you really ran into those old undead guys in the inner circle, do you think that you can cope with them with your current strength? Even if you have a protector behind you, do you think that within this chaotic star domain, the person behind you will be able to arrive before you die? You have to think clearly in martial god. To take your own life for a place in the upper domain, do you think it's worth it? And Lan Xiu let out a light laugh. I became a martial god by battle. What is a martial god? Becoming a god by battle. So you'd better take care of yourself first. After saying that, and Lan Xiu leapt up and flew towards the depths of the starfield. Young lord, what are we going to do now? In place, a Huakuan sect disciple said. Manhwa gazed at the starfield in the distance and said indifferently, continue to look in the periphery. If you still can't find it, then hit the road back home. Chaos Starfield, Inner Fringe. On top of a small floating island, a burly man and a middle-aged man were watching in Lan Xiu, who was flying ahead of them. Big brother, what do you think of this person, dressed in such an ordinary outfit? At a glance it's good to hold. Should we make a move? The strong man said with a smile. The middle-aged man also sized up in Lan Xiu, then raised his right hand. When the strong man beside him saw the middle-aged man raise his right hand, he thought that he had said something wrong again, and he hastily stepped back. When the middle-aged man saw that the strong man reacted so strongly, he was also quite puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Seeing that the middle-aged man turned out to be not trying to beat himself up, the strong man also scratched his head and laughed twice. It's alright big brother, there was just a bug. The middle-aged man was growing impatient. Can you stop giving me this whole dead place all the time? After saying that the middle-aged man cautiously approached towards the front. Follow it. The strong man immediately nodded his head and followed the middle-aged man. Chaos Starfield, eastern part of the inner perimeter. 45 degrees. Kid, dare to rob me. Do you want to die? Do you know who my father is? My father, Li Zihe. A teenager dressed in what appeared to be a somewhat aristocratic outfit was staring intently at Song Luchen in front of him. Song Luchen smiled faintly. Oh, I thought who it was. It turned out to be the 9 Underworlds Heavenly Kingdom, a small first-class family of the Spirit Heavenly Empire. The Li family. If I guessed correctly that you are the Li family. Li Si, right. Look like a human dog, but also really think of themselves as a scallion? You, looking for death. Li Si was furious. Said the silver moon scimitar in his hand. A cold light appeared. Li Si shouted. Silver blade heavenly wheel. Only the silver moon scimitar in his hand spun at a rapid speed, and in an instant, the airflow around him whooshed out, and even space cracked open. Go to hell. As the words fell, the silver moon scimitar in Li Si's hand directly killed towards Song Luchen. Wherever it passed, even space was sliced. Song Luchen did not underestimate Li Si's strike. His eyes had a slight gaze, his wrist flipped, 2 talismans appeared in front of him, and with a finger pointing out, one talisman directly turned into golden light, wrapping the bladed wheel that flew towards him in it. At that instant, the bladed wheel that was wrapped in golden light was forcibly sealed in place and unable to move. But it was only a few breaths of time. The blade wheel was still rotating at a rapid pace, and the golden light wrapped around it was showing tiny cracks. Without stopping, Song Luchen picked up the talisman in front of him and threw it directly towards the sky above, making a seal with one hand and lightly saying, Heavenly Thunder Talisman. That talisman directly dissipated, and a black cloud steeply formed in the sky, only to see a lightning bolt slash straight down towards the blade wheel. Boom! The moment that bladed wheel came into contact with that lightning, it directly stopped spinning and fell to the ground. Li Si's eyes widened at this, his face full of disbelief. Talisman, you're from the Bright Moon House in Central State. Song Luchen coldly said. Oh yo, the Li family still has a bit of insight? Not bad, I am precisely the young master of the Bright Moon building. Song Luchen. Li Si's heart was even more horrified upon hearing this. Young lord? Thinking of this, at this moment, he was even more full of great harm, looking at Song Luchen with a grave expression. Since you know all about it, why don't you get lost? Do you want to stay and wait for death? Song Luchen said. Li Si clenched his fists. The token that came to his hand just flew away. His heart was not willing, but even so, what else could he, Li Si, do? In terms of the power behind him, his Li family could not compare to the Bright Moon House, and in terms of personal strength, he, Li Si, could not beat Song Luchen. Li Si gritted his teeth and unclenched his fists, still deciding to turn around and leave. Snap snap snap. Just then, A rhythmic clapping sound came out among the stars. After Song Lucan heard the applause, he also frowned, his eyes gazing around. Even Li Si, who was about to leave, stopped at that moment. Boom Ron! In the black starry sky, a middle-aged, one-armed silhouette wearing a blue-purple robe stepped into the air in the distance. In just a breath of time, he had already arrived in the air above the heads of the two Song Luchen, looking at the two with a grim smile on his face, a color of desire in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Fresh blood. It's really been too long since I've encountered fresh blood like the two of you. Jia Jia Jia. Song Luchen looked at this person's eyes full of vigilance. His hands had already taken out several talismans, uncertainly opened his mouth and asked, seeing how Senior is dressed, I think he should be someone from the Corpsine sect within this chaotic star region. Oh, the one-armed man revealed an appreciative gaze as he looked at Song Lucan and said, although you're not a big person, you know a lot about this chaotic star field. You've actually even heard of my Corpsine sect. I'm sure that the effect of refining you into a corpse puppet should be very good. Song Luchen's eyes were shocked. He did know the Corpsine sect, this clan, but only saw it in a book, and did not go too much to understand, but did not think that the Corpsine sect actually specializes in taking the living to refine corpses. Even now he wanted to retreat all over the body is a little difficult. This one-armed person's cultivation, he cannot see through at all. Do not need to think also no. This person's cultivation must be far above him. Thinking of this, Song Luchen immediately arched his hand at him and said, Senior, I am the young master of the Central State Manhwa building. I also unintentionally intruded into Senior Corpsine sect's territory. It was my abruptness. I also hope that Senior can give me a thin face of the Manhwa building, and put on the next horse. Some other time my Manhwa building will definitely personally visit the door to send a generous gift. Bright Moon House? Ha ha ha. The one-armed man laughed twice, then looked at Song Lucan grimly and said, are you negotiating with me? This is the chaotic star region, not your central state. Do you think your Bright Moon House is strong? Even if your old man personally came and saw me, he would still have to nod his head. Can you understand that? As the words fell, the one-armed man no longer wanted to talk nonsense and directly manifested a large hand shadow to grab towards Song Lucan. Chapter 164 Immortal Monarch Self-Destruction. A little later, seeing this, Song Luchen directly offered 5 talismans to attach to his body at the same time, only to see the 5 talismans directly transform into 5 energy shields, protecting them without any dead ends. A large, illusory hand clutched directly towards Song Lucan. The moment that illusory big hand touched the energy shield, that energy shield directly crumbled apart one by one. Song Luchen was so terrified at the moment that he quickly took out a talisman and pasted it on top of himself. The moment the last energy shield collapsed, Song Luchen's figure had already appeared 30 meters away. Phew. Song Lucan was constantly gasping for air at the moment. Just after using just one of the instantaneous transmission talismans, Song Lucan felt that his body was about to be emptied out. Strong. At the moment, in his eyes, this person gave him nothing but strong feelings. The one-armed man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a look of excitement immediately appeared on his face. Not bad. Today can be regarded as let me pick up the treasure. I did not expect that you are actually still a talisman master. Can escape in my hands? It seems that you are at least a second-grade talisman master. This if you can be refined into a corpse puppet. That is simply remarkable. Said the one-armed man's eyes momentarily narrowed slightly as he, trying to run, without hesitation, he immediately manifested a large hand shadow to grab to the side. Li Si, who was about to escape, had forgotten to resist after seeing this scene. That large hand directly grabbed Li Si in its hands. Li Si was now trembling with fear. When had he ever seen such a scene? He is the son of the Li family since childhood, but was held in the palm of the hand inside the growing up. When someone dared to do this to him immediately, he shouted at the one-armed man. Let me go. You let me go. Do you know who my father is? My father, Li Si Boo. The one-armed man directly smashed the Li Si in his hand ruthlessly on top of the floating island on the side, and the floating island directly chafed. Oh, what kind of onion does your Li family count as Manhwa Lu lousy doesn't even put it in my eyes. Do you think your Li family is very good? Pfft. Li Si directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, strongly dragging his left arm. He now only felt that his left arm had been shattered in general. The impact just now was all on his left arm. Damn it! When has this young master ever suffered this offense? Today, no matter what corpse secting sect you are, you have to stand upright for this young master. As Li Si's words fell, he directly crushed the token at his waist and shouted, Father, kill him for me. Rumble. In the starry sky of the dark night, the space changed abruptly and dramatically. Who dares to touch my son? The person has not arrived. The sound came first. Immediately afterward, An extremely strong pressure instantly enveloped the entire field. A figure, stepping into the air from afar, arrived in front of Li Si in an instant. Dad! Li Si's startled heart finally sort of fell after seeing his father. Li Jiha looked at the injuries on Li Si's body. His face was directly grim, gently patted Li Si's shoulder and spoke. It's alright Li Si. Everything has father in it. Then Li Jiha's gaze fell directly on the one-armed man, and he coldly opened his mouth and said, It's you, who injured my son. You've lived long enough, haven't you? The one-armed man laughed coldly, looking at Li Jiha without revealing any semblance of fear. He, a low-level immortal monarch, also dare to blindly scream in front of Laozi. You are afraid that you have lived long enough. The one-armed man raised one hand directly to Li Jiha and slapped him. Snap! Before Li Jiha could make any reaction, his body was directly blown away. It was only after smashing several floating islands in a row that he slowly stabilized himself. Dad! Li Si shouted in the distance in the direction where Li Jiha flew out. Li Jiha shook his head. He only felt dizzy now. In fact, even he, himself, didn't know how he flew out. It was at this moment that Li Jiha became extremely grave in his eyes as he looked at the one-armed man. High-ranked immortal monarch. The one-armed man looked at the distant Li Jiha with contempt, his eyes filled with disdain. The weak root bones are weak, but refining them into a combat corpse puppet is still barely enough. With that, the one-armed man's figure disappeared in an instant. A low-ranked immortal monarch like you wouldn't have the need to live to be refined into a corpse puppet, and you wouldn't be affected too much anyway. Sneer at. Space directly cracked, and the one-armed man instantly arrived in front of Li Jiha, and one hand violently raised, directly grabbing the top of Li Jiha's head. Li Jiha wanted to resist, but it was all in vain in front of such strong strength. The one-armed man's large hand directly grabbed the top of Li Jiha's head, and a violent energy directly poured out. Ah! Li Jiha wailed continuously under his breath, wanting to detach himself from this large hand, but even though the energy in his body had already run to its peak, he was completely unable to resist that violent energy. Dad! Li Si kept shouting, wanting to step forward to stop it, but a wave of energy had already trapped him firmly in place, unable to move a single bit. Li Jiha looked at his own son in the distance, and a weak voice came out of his mouth. It's father, who is incompetent. Saying that, the energy within Li Jiha's body instantly changed direction and all of it surged towards the Dantian. It's the only thing Dad can do for you. Li Jiha's abdomen slowly bulged as if it was about to be burst. Self-destruct. The one-armed man was shocked, and without any hesitation, he decisively loosened his grip on Li Jiha's hand and frantically retreated towards the back. Kidding aside, the self-detonation of an immortal monarch powerhouse was no joke. Even if the one-armed man was a high-ranked immortal monarch, he wouldn't be able to stand up to the self-detonation of an immortal monarch-level cultivator. It wasn't a joke. Even if it was the same rank, if it really resisted all the damage, then even if it didn't die, it would have to be blown into a cripple. Although it could be reborn with severed limbs, but in battle that could become very troublesome. Boo! Li Jiha's body directly burst open, berserk energy without rules toward the surrounding crazy surging to 100 miles in a radius of all the spaces broken. Directly by this energy, blew out an extremely wide gap out. The gap instantly created a turbulent current that was frantically devouring everything that could be swallowed around it. Tens of thousands of miles away on top of a huge floating rock, the entire body of the one-armed man had been completely set within the peak of the huge rock. Bang! The one-armed man instantly clenched his fist, and a wave of energy directly surged out, shattering all the boulders around him. Damn it! The one-armed man's face was ferocious at the moment. Today you all, don't want to leave. As he spoke, the one-armed man's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived hundreds of thousands of miles away. Ice-cold eyes scanned everything here, and the huge divine sense directly unfolded, covering 10,000 miles in a radius within an instant. Chapter 165. One hand presses immortal monarch. One eye surprises one zone. The one-armed man's eyes chilled as he took a single step and came directly 10,000 miles away, looking at Li Si, who was rapidly fleeing in front of him. Without hesitation, his big hand directly grabbed towards the front, and grabbed Li Si, who was flying away. In one hand. Run? Your father is dead. Where do you think you can run to? The one-armed man spoke coldly. Elder, please let me go. Elder, I'm the only one in my family. Elder. Li Si trembled and spoke in fear. He. The one-armed man laughed in an extremely creepy manner. Your father made me suffer a loss of this magnitude. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll even treat you well. After saying that, the one-armed man waved his big hand, and a mahogany coffin with green smoke appeared in the field. Without saying a word, he directly stuffed the Li Si in his hand within the coffin. Not. 2. Li Si was still desperately yelling, but his entire body had already been shoved all the way in. The coffin closed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After doing so, the one-armed man once again released his own divine sense, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. But no matter how much he went searching, he couldn't find the slightest trace of Son Lucan. The one-armed man's face immediately became a bit gloomy, but more puzzled. It shouldn't be. How could a low-ranked immortal king run so fast? But then, after thinking that Song Lu-chen was not only a cultivator, but also a talisman master, it all made sense. Damn talisman, the one-armed man cursed. However, right at this moment, a gloomy voice rang out behind the one-armed man. Talismans? Are they that powerful? The one-armed man's face changed abruptly after he heard a voice coming from him, and without hesitating violently, he turned around directly and looked towards the back, only to see that 10 meters away from the one-armed man, there was a man in black standing right in front of him. This black-clothed man had the pattern of the piston flower embroidered on his chest, and 2 pitch-black chains were bound above his shoulders. The one-armed man's eyes were filled with gravity as he looked at the black-robed man in front of him, and his heart was even more horrified. When exactly did this person appear? I actually failed to detect the slightest bit of it. Thinking of this, the one-armed man's grave color at this moment even reached the apex, and he opened his mouth vigilantly and asked, "Your Excellency, who are you? Looking at your dress, you don't seem to belong to any of the forces within the chaotic star region. Could it be that you are also from the outside world?" The man in black is one of the 5 pallbearers of the Dark Spectre Hall, the Underworld Coffin. Underworld Coffin played with the iron chain in his hand, with a bland look on his face, looking at this one-armed man in front of him, and opening his mouth with a smile or not. "Who am I? What do you care?" As the words fell, the Underworld Coffin's left hand was violently raised, and a terrifying energy instantly enveloped the one-armed man's entire body. In an instant, the one-armed man only felt 1,000,000 tons of force instantly pressing down on his body, and his legs fell to his knees at once. His entire body was directly pressed to the ground, and the one-armed man strongly supported the ground with one hand, struggling to mobilize the strength in his body, wanting to stand up. But no matter how much the one-armed man worked the power in his body, there was not the slightest reaction. It was as if the power in his body had been forcefully sealed by this energy. It wasn't until the beginning of this moment that the one-armed man truly realized that something was wrong and panicked a bit. Your immortal dignity. A surprised expression appeared on the one-armed man's face as he looked at the underworld coffin in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. With an indifferent expression, Coffin looked at the one-armed man who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, without the slightest bit of pity. The left hand once again pressed downward slightly. Boom! The strand of energy enveloping the one-armed man had once again doubled in strength. The sound of crunching and cracking bones came out from within the one-armed man's body. Feeling the severe pain coming from within his body, the one-armed man let out an extremely miserable cry. "Ah! No! No!" The one-armed man gritted his teeth and stared viciously at the underworld coffin in front of him and threatened miserably. "I am an elder of the Corpsine sect. If you dare to kill me today, the Corpsine sect will definitely not let you go." "Oh, is that so?" The corners of Underworld Coffin's mouth curved up into an arc, his eyes filled with contempt, his left hand clenched into a fist, and in an instant, he pressed downwards. The energy that pressed on the one-armed man's body suddenly became extremely violent, turning into substance, and the space around him was squeezed to the point of distortion, even as the air began to distort. Boo! The one-armed man's body was completely unable to withstand this violent energy, and his bones all shattered, directly being crushed into a puddle of bloody mud. The human soul is destroyed. Suddenly, the starry universe trembled steeply, and a strong pressure carrying an angry voice came over in the distance. "How dare you? How dare you kill my Corpsine sect elder? Are you looking for death?" Underworld Coffin's eyes instantly turned cold, and his gloomy eyes looked directly toward the distance. With just one glance, that terrifying pressure directly disappeared. Everything became quiet again. Underworld Coffin smiled disdainfully. "Ha! Mole crickets!" Taking a step, his figure directly disappeared in place, 10,000 miles away in the depths of the astral universe. Inside the Corpsine sect's great hall, one could only see a white-haired old man with a terrified face, constantly wiping the sweat above his forehead with his hand. It was as if he had only just escaped from death. Horrible, too terrifying. A mere glance almost caused me to disorganize my mind. This person must not be offended. Absolutely. Chaotic star domain. Inner perimeter. Above the northeastern cross direction. Son Luchen's clothes had been broken for the most part at the moment, and there were even 2 divine walking talismans affixed to his chest, as he swept forward at a rapid pace. That was close. That was close. That was a close call just now. Song Lucan let out a long sigh of relief, but was still a little confused. Why do I feel a bit strange? The energy from that explosion was rather like it was intentionally avoiding me. and didn't make me suffer too much. Thinking about this, Song Luchan also cannot think of a reason. Simply no longer think about it. To be able to run out alive has already thanked God. Turning over his hand, a special molded token appeared in Song Luchan's hand. Looking at this special token in his hand, Song Luchan's face also revealed a smirk. What a surprise! Actually letting me find it. I can only say that Li Si's kid is too lucky. Speaking of this, Song Luchan cautiously observed the surroundings for a moment, then put the token away. There's still half a day until the end. In the meantime, I'll have to step up my caution and hurry up to get out of this chaotic starfield. Saying that, Song Luchan's speed didn't decrease as he switched directions and quickly flew forward. Inside the inner perimeter of the chaotic star region, in the southwestern region, on top of the giant island. Chapter 166. A persimmon should be picked as soft possible, but it can't be bitten by a hard one. Anlancio, holding the martial god gun, walked among the mountains and forests of the island. His footsteps suddenly stopped for a moment, standing straight in place, his eyes ice cold, slightly sideways looking backward, faintly saying, "Since both of you have followed us all the way, why are you still hiding, not daring to come out and meet us?" Hearing Anlancio's words, the strong man and the middle-aged man hiding behind the mountain froze for a moment. "Big brother, we seem to have been discovered," the strong man whispered to the middle-aged man. "Nonsense, you think I don't know?" The middle-aged man chided the burly man, then walked out behind the mountain with a smile on his face, with the burly man following closely behind. The middle-aged man looked at the Anlancio in front of him and couldn't help but praise. "Not bad, really good. Actually discovered the existence of the two of us so quickly. I have somewhat underestimated you. No need to say those useless things. Just tell us your purpose." And Lancio's face remained as normal as he turned around and looked at the two with cold eyes. "Purpose? He. The middle-aged man let out a light laugh. "What do you think the purpose of having the two of us tracking down a defenseless woman within this chaotic starfield is? Of course, to kill and seize treasure." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the burly man on the side had already begun to rub his fists. "Killing for treasure? Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you kill and seize." And Lancio's face showed coldness, and his right hand had already clenched the martial god gun in his hand. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "What? Looking at your stance, are you still trying to resist? How ridiculous." After saying that, the middle-aged man glanced at the burly man beside him and the burly man immediately understood. His right hand clenched into a fist, and with a healthy step, he directly rushed out, and his fist directly blasted towards Lancio. And Lancio was not willing to show weakness at all. The Wushan gun in his hand was directly inserted on the ground. His right hand was clenched into a fist. The fist intent flowed around his body, similarly towards the strong man's fist, and blasted it in the past. Boom! The two fists instantly exchanged blows together. A loud bang exploded. The two forces from the double fist spread, acting in the air. Immediately two waves of air tumbling out. Impact! The space around him directly shattered, and the earth under his feet was even ripped open with several cracks. Boo! The two chi energies collided, and a majestic wave of chi spread out towards the surroundings. The two of them were successively blown back by this wave of chi, and Lancio also only withdrew 3 steps away before stabilizing his stance. While on the contrary, the strong man withdrew 4 steps. The strong man snapped his head up in shock and looked at Lancio in the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. "How can that be? How can you, an immortal king 6th grade, possibly block a punch from my immortal king 8th grade? Oh, nothing in this world is impossible." Without making a stop, and Lancio took a step forward, picked up the martial god gun and leaped up, directly stabbing towards the burly man, through the clouds, and Lancio shouted under his breath, only to see a dazzling light instantly emanating from the martial god gun's circumference, which was even wrapped in a layer of the gun's shadow. When the strong man saw this, his face changed abruptly. His hands exerted force, light green energy surged around the strong man, and he bellowed out, "Shin Turtle Shield Armor." The light green energy quickly gathered. In a moment it was transformed into a turtle shell-like silhouette, standing in front of the strong man. Boom! The moment the tip of the gun hit the top of that turtle shell, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. The gun intent flowed, and the turtle shell had obviously begun to tremble, tiny cracks constantly spreading out in all directions at the tip of the gun. Holy, what's going on? When did the current immortal king 6th grade become so strong? At this moment, the burly man's face showed a difficult color. Although he himself was the strength of the immortal king's 8th grade, in front of Lancio's 6th grade, he was completely crushed to the extent of being crushed. "Big brother, help me. I'm dying." The burly man clenched his eyes shut and braced himself for death on the ground. His feet had sunk into the ground, but after a few shouts, the burly man got no response at all. When he opened a slit to look,
He only saw that the place where the middle-aged man had just stood was nothing but yellow sand. Not to mention a silhouette. Big brother. The burly man snapped his eyes straight open in utter disbelief at what he was seeing. His big brother actually ran away. Boo! The shell of the turtle fell apart and shattered. The burly man stumbled and fell directly to the ground, looking at the lance in front of him with horror in his eyes. Chop! The speed of the lance did not decrease, and it stabbed straight into the chest of the strong man. Ah! The strong man shouted under his breath, screaming in extreme pain. At this moment, the body of the strong man was already deadlocked above the ground by the lance. The pain coming from his chest made him almost pass out straight away, and the strong man didn't dare to move a bit at this moment. With such a weak strength, don't learn from others who come out to rob. At the very least, pick a soft persimmon. And Lan Xiu's face was flat as she looked at the burly man in front of her, not seeing the slightest bit of emotion in her eyes. With one hand, he pulled out the lance that was stuck in the chest of the strong man and held it in his hand. With a sweep of the lance, a white light directly cut through where the strong man's neck was. The burly man's eyes widened and his hands quickly gripped his neck, unable to make a single sound. Only a smear of bright red blood flowed out between the cracks of the burly man's fingers. With a thud, the strong man fell straight to the ground, lifeless and dead. Are you kidding me? I'm really leaning in. 100 miles away from the giant island, the middle-aged man was desperately plundering forward, his face filled with trepidation. What the hell is going on today? How come all the ones we encountered are some demons? If my guess is correct, what that woman has in her hand should be the martial god gun. Woman, martial god gun, demon, they all match up. That woman must be the youngest female martial god in the central state. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man only felt a chill on his back. Fortunately he ran fast. If it was a little later, his life would not be guaranteed. Kidding aside, that was a female martial god. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for that woman. Rumor has it that the female martial god has comprehended 3 realms of meaning, and taking out one alone is not something that an immortal king of the 8th grade like him can contend with. Not to mention what he has in his hands. That martial god gun. The middle-aged man's speed once again accelerated a lot, flying forward in a hurry. On top of the island, Lan Xiu did not intend to go after the middle-aged man, because in her eyes, a man who could only run away, for her, would not even bother to take a proper look at him, let alone whether he was worthy of dying under her own martial god gun. And Lan Xiu put away her martial god gun and turned to leave, but when she had just taken her 3rd step, her footsteps stopped. Raising her eyes, she saw that a young man in Chinese robes had, at some point, stood 30 meters in front of her. Forgive me bookworms, I've had so much going on this month that my brain is too messed up. But don't worry, I'll still be posting at least 2 chapters a day, and updating as much as I can with 3 chapters. Understand? Also, thanks for following along and for the gifts. Chapter 167, I win. I take. You lose. I take. But when Lan Xiu saw the youth in front of him, he didn't feel the slightest surprise on his face, as if he had already noticed the existence of this young man. What? Seen enough and finally show yourself? And Lan Xiu looked at the young man in front of him and faintly said, Missin is really joking. The young man laughed lightly twice and said gently, I've long heard that in martial god's strength is horrifying, pressurizing people of the same generation, strong and invincible, and today's glimpse is really an eye-opener for Lin. This person was no other than the crown prince of the Spirit Sky Empire, Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan put his hands behind his back and continued, just by relying on brute force, he crushed a veteran immortal king 8th grade powerhouse to such an extent that he was even incapable of making any resistance. It's really strong, worthy of being known as the youngest female martial god in tens of thousands of years. And Lan Xiu had a bemused look on his face, completely unimpressed. And, so, you're here to rob as well? If that's the case, there's no use in you saying anymore. Just directly strike. Ha ha ha. Missin is really refreshing, worthy of being a martial god. Enough of a battle. However, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not that kind of reckless person. I'm also a contestant this time, but I'm participating in this upper region contest today, not for the sake of those measly 3 places. I'm here to compete today. I simply want to find Missin, to spar. I wonder if Missin, can you give Lin a thin face? Lin Zhan finished speaking with one hand behind his back and his left foot in front of him, making a gesture of invitation, his eyes staring straight at Lan Xiu. And Lan Xiu, on the other hand, did not have any interest after hearing this, and opened his mouth without any intention of fighting. Cutting a deal? I think it's better to forget about it. I'm here to compete, not to play house with you. My time is limited. You'd better go find someone else. Saying that, and Lan Xiu directly turned around and left in a different direction towards the front. Seeing Lan Xiu's refusal, Lin Zhan did not show any sign of disappointment.
but casually took out a token and said to Enlancio, who was about to leave, "Listen, perhaps you can consider it. If you can defeat me, then this special token in my hand will be given to Missin as a prize for this battle. I don't know if Missin is interested in it." Having said that, Lin Zhan was so confident at the moment that he could conclude that Enlancio would inevitably agree. Although he didn't know why Enlancio had come to participate in this upper region scramble. Since Enlancio had already participated, he was bound to be aiming for those 3 spots. If one wanted to get those 3 spots, then Enlancio must first find one of those 3 tokens. However, coincidentally, Lin Zhan happened to have such a piece in his hand, so Lin Zhan could be pretty sure that Enlancio would inevitably agree to spar with him. Enlancio stopped her pace and turned her head to look, only to see that Lin Zhan was holding the special token aloft in his hands with a smile on his face. Although he didn't know how Lin Zhan had gotten that token in his hand, Enlancio needed that particular token right now. She knew that this person was somewhat uncomplicated, and if she were to spar with this person, she would definitely waste some of her efforts. But right now there was less than half a day left, and there were only so many 3 tokens, and Lin Zhan had already taken one in his hand. He wasn't sure if the 2 remaining tokens would have already been shortchanged. Enlancio pondered for a moment, looked at the special token in Lin Zhan's hand, and without hesitation spoke directly. "Yes, then let's cut the token in your hand as a bet. If I win, I'll take the token. If you lose, the token you give with both hands." Lin Zhan frowned and froze for a moment after hearing this, then laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, good. Since Missin is so confident, then I will certainly not go back on my word. As long as Missin can defeat me, the token will be yours." With that, Lin Zhan flung out his big hand and directly threw out the token in his hand. The token flew out and shot out, directly inserting itself on top of a distant tree trunk. Seeing this, Enlancio's eyes condensed, his right hand clenched his fist, his feet secretly stored power, his calves stomped, and his body directly shot out, like a cannonball shooting, and his fist blasted towards Lin Zhan. The peak of the fist whistled, the air around him rustled out, and the space was directly affected by the powerful fist intent to the point of distortion. Enlancio's eyes were even more solemn. Lin Zhan stood on the spot, looking at Enlancio, who had struck out so crisply and directly, and was also quite a bit surprised, eyes condensed, feeling the power of this punch of Enlancio, without half a bit of contempt. The same clenched his fist, his own hegemonic body appeared, his right fist stored up power, and in his mouth, he shouted, "Dragon Dipper Fist." Lin Zhan's right fist violently rushed out towards Enlancio's punch counterattack. Boo! The 2 fists collided. The 2 forces instantly surged out in all directions. The surrounding space directly split apart, and the powerful airflow spread out in all directions. At this moment, the eyes of the 2 men all became a bit gloomy. Without hesitation, Enlancio's left hand became a fist and quickly blasted towards Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan immediately reacted, and the same punch was aimed towards Enlancio's punch. Boom! A burst of fist sounds boomed out, and in just a few breaths of time, the 2 had already thrown hundreds of punches at each other. Both of them took a step back at the same time, and their right fists simultaneously built up their strength, once again striking towards each other. Boo! The powerful fist carried a terrifying might and directly exploded. Both of them stepped backward at the same time. They all withdrew as far as 7 paces, and Enlancio was the first to stop after retreating to 6.5 paces, looking up at Lin Zhan. At this moment, Lin Zhan was also looking at Enlancio with eyes full of gravity. Strong, worthy of being a martial god. You, worthy of this title. Lin War turned his wrist and said seriously. Enlancio stood up straight and looked at Lin Zhan, and there was also some light admiration in her eyes as she said, "You're also very good. Among your peers, you're the first, or you could say, you're the only one who can equal me on top of the fist blade." Ha ha ha, Lin Zhan laughed out loud. Really, Miss An's evaluation of Lin is really a bit high, but the competition between us is not over yet. Saying that, Lin Zhan clenched his hands into fists, and a dazzling golden light rose around his body, within which there was even a true dragon's shadow faintly surrounding him. Seeing this, Enlancio's eyes slightly raised, also revealing a hint of surprise. Could the aura emanating from this person be the true dragon Big Dipper body? Before Enlancio could think about it, Lin Zhan's figure had already rushed up. An armed god. This punch, you can catch it. As Lin Zhan said that, his golden dragon coiled right fist, it was already coming towards Enlancio, attacking. After feeling the aura emanating from within Lin Zhan's right fist, Enlancio's brows tightened and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Chapter 168 Martial God Human Emperor goes all out, changes attack. The aura around his body violently climbed. The battle intent. The intent of the 3 thoughts directly surged out. His right arm stored its strength towards the back, and in the process, he violently threw a punch towards Lin Zhan. This time, Neither of them held back. All of them used their full strength strikes. Boo! The moment the two men's fists collided, the earth beneath their feet directly cracked, and the giant island directly fell apart and shattered into two halves. Huge energy swept out crazily in all directions, and the space in the star field was directly torn apart by this energy. The two of them were not letting anyone in at the moment, and their own auras were climbing to the top. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, and both of them were bounced off. This time was completely different from the last time, and both of them were all blown away hundreds of meters away before they were able to stabilize themselves. At the corner of Lin Zhan's mouth, even more blood spilled out, and a heavy color filled his face. As soon as he wiped off the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Lan Xiao, who was completely fine in the distance, and opened his mouth and said, "You just now, but did you use your full strength?" And Lan Xiao looked at her slightly trembling right hand, and was also surprised by the power of the punch that Lin Zhan had just thrown. Being a martial god, it was the first time she had ever been so in a physical fight without her gun out. Raising his eyes and looking at Lin Zhan, he said seriously, "That's natural. For the strong, I never hold back, especially for someone like you." Within the Spirit Sky Empire, a strong physical cultivator, Lin Zhan opened his eyes. "You found out?" And Lan Xiao smiled faintly. "To be honest, at first I really didn't put you in my eyes. I just took you as a person with a strong mouth. But when you used the True Dragon Heavenly Dipper Overlord body, I had already guessed it by a large margin. This kind of technique, the Big Dipper body, if I guessed correctly, it's only the royal family of the Spirit Sky Empire that can learn it. Right, and your Big Dipper body cultivation level isn't low, and your strength isn't bad, either. To be able to make me think of someone with such a strong strength within the Spirit Sky Empire, amongst the younger generation, then there is only one. Within the Spirit Sky Empire, the Crown Prince who is known as the future Emperor of Man, Lin Zhan. Can you be right? Lin Zhan spread his hands and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Miss N's guess is extremely right. Should not say. Your fist, very hard, even I in the face of you, also does not have the confidence of complete victory. You give me the pressure. A lot. The Crown Prince is exaggerating a bit too much. And Lan Xiao continued with a bashful look on her face. If I guessed correctly, you seem to be a dual cultivation of the body method. Lin Zhan paused for a moment, but reacted in an instant, patted the dust on his body, and laughed lightly, saying, "Admirable, admirable, worthy of being an martial god. Your eyesight is too venomous, and I resent you. I am indeed a dual cultivator of physical technique, but there is one thing I have always been curious about." And Lan Xiao's face was flat and she didn't answer. Lin Zhan continued, "With Miss N's current strength, what exactly is the purpose of coming to participate in such a small upper domain competition? Is it just for those 3 places to further your training in the upper domain? I guess that doesn't seem to be of much use to you." And Lan Xiao clenched his fist and did not answer, coldly saying, "This has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight now, then fight. If not, then I will take the token." Lin Zhan could see the change in Lan Xiao at the moment and didn't pursue it too much. Then he said again, "Since Miss N doesn't want to talk about it, then Lin will not pursue it too much. Seeing that there is not much time left, then let's have a quick battle. I've long heard that Miss N's marksmanship is invincible. Today I'll have the honor of seeing it. Good thing too. That's exactly what I want. So let's not waste any more time." After saying that, and Lan Xiao waved his big hand and the martial god gun directly appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Zhan also took a step forward with a smile on his face, golden energy flowing around him, and with a flip of his right hand, a golden dragon head seal appeared in his hand. "I think with Miss N's eyesight, I should recognize this piece in my hand, the seal of the human emperor. So let's take a look today to see if that martial god gun of yours is slightly stronger, or the seal of the human emperor in my hand is better." Saying this, Lin Zhan shook his head with some disappointment. "But it's a pity that there isn't even a single spectator for the sparring match between you and I. It's really a bit of a pity." And Lan Xiao, on the other hand, was unimpressed. "Whether there are people watching the battle or not, it doesn't make any difference to me. I don't have much interest in making a name for myself." "Ha!" Lin Zhan froze once again, then laughed out loud again and, "Ha ha ha, Miss N is really confident. To be able to find an opponent like you, it's really not easy. Nonsense is not much to say. Start directly." Lin Zhan's body was surrounded by golden light. The human emperor seal in his hand shot up into the sky, and 3 substantial golden-bodied true dragons flew out directly in the human emperor seal, hovering in the middle of Lin Zhan's sky. And Lan Xiao looked at the scene in front of him without a trace of fear in his eyes. The martial god gun in his hand slowly lifted up, pointing straight at Lin Zhan, without any fancy movements, just holding the gun and pointing. "Make a move." Lin Battle laughed out loud. "Smooth." After saying that, Lin Zhan directly leaped up. His body directly came into the air above. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the human emperor's seal above his head instantly turned to shine with a dazzling golden light. Roar! Dragon Song! The three golden true dragons roared at the same time, their voices trembling incomparably and resounding between heaven and earth. Lin Zhan's right hand was raised high, and a palm fell straight down. And after the three golden true dragons circled several times, they flew towards Lan Xiu and killed him. And Lan Xiu's face was flat and his gaze was eloquent. Both hands covered the Wuxian gun and stood in front of his chest, starting a stance. At this moment, the 3-foot gun on flashed at the tip of the gun, and it drove straight for thousands of miles, becoming the ultimate in martial arts, and shaping the trend of being the only one in the world. Gun up! At this time, the two had completely no worries. Whether it was Lin Zhan, or Lan Xiu, all used their own, all the strikes that they were able to play out. The offensive power of the True Dragon and the Martial God Gun at this point was already completely comparable to the power of a Chang Immortal Monarch 3rd grade. Creek. Wherever it passed, space directly shattered and turbulence swept through. But just as the two were about to collide, an urgent voice rang out in the distance. Don't fight. You two, run. And Lan Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly as she hurriedly turned her head towards the source of the sound. And Lin Zhan did the same at this time, but the two of them only looked at it for a moment, and their faces directly became grave. But the attack in their hands could no longer be retracted. The two of them looked at each other and instantly understood. Almost at the same time, both of them simultaneously sidestepped and quickly turned the force in their hands. Two moves that seemed to be able to destroy everything crossed and brushed against the sides of the two men. Boom boom! The terrifying attack exploded behind the two of them at the same time, and the space behind the two of them instantly fell apart and shattered, with two dark turbulent shattered holes appearing. Chapter 169, Your District Immortal Monarch? Who's being generous with their words? The two of them stabilized their minds and collected their strength in themselves at the same time, and after doing so, the two of them very silently turned their heads to look at each other again, only to see a silhouette on the east side was rapidly flying towards the two people's side. That silhouette was flying while still throwing out various talismans towards the back from time to time. The talisman exploded behind him, and behind him, the sound of energy explosions from lightning flames continuously came. The two of them fixed their eyes on the person flying rapidly in the distance, and looked at the talismans that he kept throwing out, and instantly concluded that this person should be the young master of the Bright Moon Building, Song Luchen, because only the young master of the Central State Bright Moon Tower could throw out so many talismans so painlessly. Young master of the Bright Moon Building. What a great stroke! A handful of talismans to open up the road. It really is the title of the financial ceiling of the Central State. Played to the extreme. Lin Zhan looked at Song Luchen in the distance with a smile on his face and flirted. On the contrary, above Lan Xiu's face, he showed some seriousness, looked behind Song Luchen, and said with a somewhat grave tone, I don't think he's squandering the talisman, he's running away. Escape? Lin Zhan was a bit puzzled. Not bad. And Lan Xiu said with certainty, behind Song Luchen, I sensed an extremely powerful aura of oppression, and according to my conservative estimation, I'm afraid that the other party's strength, at the very least, could be an immortal monarch 5th grade, and I wouldn't be able to determine the specifics. Immortal monarch? Lin Zhan also looked behind Song Luchen at the first moment after hearing Lan Xiu's words. After sensing the powerful pressure behind Song Luchen, Lin Zhan's face became heavy above. Indeed, it's an immortal monarch. If you hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have realized it. No wonder why Song Luchen ran away in such a sorry state. It turns out that he was targeted by an immortal monarch. Saying that, Lin Zhan's face became a little excited above again, and turned his head to look at Lan Xiu Dao, and Martial God. Say, if you and I join forces, do you have any confidence that you can kill an immortal monarch? If that's true, you and I will make a name for ourselves in this desolate Milky Way realm. The desolate Milky Way realm, one of the 6 major sections of the immortal realm. All of the nearby continents, including the Central State, all fall within the desolate Milky Way realm. After hearing Lin Zhan's words, and Lan Xiu's gaze also glanced at Lin Zhan and faintly said, Crown Prince Lin really does have some elegance. I was just about to do the same. Good. Cool. Lin Zhan laughed out loud as the seal of the human emperor appeared directly in his hand, his gaze fixed in front of him. Run. 2. What are you looking for? Song Luchen was still shouting towards the two and Lan Xiu, but they remained indifferent. Not a moment later, Song Luchen ran to the front of the two men. Looking at the two men who were still standing in place, Song Luchen was also a little confused, panting, and opened his mouth and said, You two, run. What are you waiting for? Back there. There are immortal monarchs back there. Lin Zhan looked at Song Luchen, who was in such a state, reached out and patted his shoulder, smiling faintly and said,
Your Excellency should be the young master of Bright Moon Mansion.
Song Luchen. Ha? Song Luchen looked at Lin Zhan in front of him, completely just unsure. If he wasn't wrong, there was still an immortal monarch behind him chasing after him, right? But this person was good. Not only did he act so plainly, but he also directly inquired about his identity. He completely just couldn't understand. Looking at Song Luchen, who didn't speak and was a bit bewildered.
Lin Zhan didn't care,
but continued, saying,
"There's no need to worry,
buddy Song,
it's just a mere immortal monarch.
I don't put it in my eyes yet." Song Luchen's eyes widened as he listened. He didn't hear it wrong.
A mere immortal monarch.
That's all?
Looking at Lin Zhan in front of him,
Song Luchen's heart unconsciously rose with an inexplicable sense of security. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak,
a terrifying pressure swept directly behind him.
Boo!
A large black handprint that came flying,
directly blasted towards Song Luchen as well as Lin Zhan.
Song Luchen didn't hesitate after sensing this terrifying to suffocating aura behind him, and turned his hand to directly take out 10 protective talismans and affix them on top of his circumference.
Lin War, on the other hand, is the face of disdain, a push away Song Luchen.
A step out of the body around the golden energy directly gushing out. Right fist clenched.
Mouth shouted. The Big Dipper Dragon Fist.
Lin Zhan's fist directly struck towards the large black handprint.
Boom! Boom! The moment Lin Zhan's fist touched the large black handprint, Lin Zhan's figure was directly catapulted out towards his back without any warning.
It crashed on top of a giant floating island not far away before coming to a stop. The floating island was directly smashed through a large hole by Lin Zhan's body, and even the floating island was deflected backward by several meters by this force of Lin Zhan smashing up.
Song Luchen, who was on the side,
was directly dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. Things happened so fast that he didn't react at all to what had just happened.
Vomit cough. Lin Zhan, who was within the floating island,
used his arm to strongly support the ground, and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood directly from his mouth. The eyes were filled with a sense of horror at the moment that had just occurred.
Boom! The sky steeply changed drastically, lightning flashed and thunder roared,
and suddenly the figure of a red-robed middle-aged man appeared above the sky in an instant.
Stepping into the air. A mere immortal monarch? I thought who dared to come here and make a big deal out of it.
It turns out that it's just a tiny immortal king 6th grade.
You're a little too arrogant and cocky, aren't you?
The red-robed middle-aged man swept his eyes at the distant, wretched Lin Zhan and coldly said,
"Ten Sul."
And Lan Xiu's footsteps unconsciously took a step backward when she saw the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, and her hands gripped the martial god gun in her hands tightly.
At this moment,
and Lan Xiu's eyes were heavy to the extreme, and her heart was even more flustered. The feeling this person gave her was definitely more than just a mere immortal monarch 5th grade.
Humph!
The red-robed man snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain, his left hand slightly raised,
directly aimed at Lin Zhan, who was lying on the ground in the distance. An extremely strong suction force in his hand directly sucked the distant Lin Zhan over.
Lin Zhan's face changed drastically.
He didn't want to wait for death. With a wave of his big hand, the human emperor seal instantly appeared in his hand. With one hand forming a seal,
a stream of golden light appeared, directly and forcefully erasing that power covering Lin Zhan's body. Lin Zhan's figure fell in midair and stood firmly on top of the ground. When the red-robed man saw that his stance was actually interrupted by an immortal king, his face immediately became gloomy. Energy surged out of his left hand, and he gently waved his large hand. Only a black palm print appeared out of thin air and flew towards Lin Zhan and slashed over.
Boo!
Lin Zhan was too late to make any reaction at this point, and could only allow that palm print to split above his chest.
Chapter 170, You're a martial god? Could it be that you are also a martial god?
The palm print exploded directly at Lin Zhan's chest, and feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest, Lin Zhan couldn't help but scream out. The figure directly rubbed against the ground and was blown away, landing on all fours and directly smashing a small mountain.
Vomit vomit.
Lin Zhan covered his chest with an extremely painful look on his face and spat out several mouthfuls of blood directly from his mouth.
At this moment,
he only felt that none of the organs in his body were intact, and his ribs were unknown to have been broken. Strongly bracing himself on the ground,
he wanted to stand up,
but no matter how hard he exerted his arms, the severe pain coming from within his body,
no matter what, prompted him to be unable to move.
The red-robed man's face was grim as he raised his left hand and a powerful suction force swept directly towards Lin Zhan.
In just an instant,
Lin Zhan's body had been forcefully sucked in the air, flying towards the red-robed man as he floated. Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with fear at this time. He knew that if he was caught by the red-robed man right now, then all that awaited him was death.
Lin Zhan, now in a state of panic,
looked at Lan Xiu below and shouted at him.
Missin,
please also help. If this person wipes me out, then he definitely won't let you and the others go either. The three of us teaming up might still have a fighting chance.
The red-robed man was just completely disdainful and truly ridiculous. Don't worry, none of you can escape. And Lan Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew that if she did her best to escape now, she might still have a chance of survival. But in this current situation, Lan Xiu didn't have full certainty at this moment that he could safely get away. The best way at the moment that was only what Lin Zhan said. The three of him joining forces, perhaps there was still a chance of surviving. Thinking so, the martial god gun in Lan Xiu's hand trembled a bit, his eyes chilled, the three intentions around his body were fully open, and some tiny cracks appeared above the ground under his feet. Raise the gun, and Lan Xiu leapt up and flew out in an arrow step, killing towards the red-robed man with his gun. Shocking dash long sky, and Lan Xiu bellowed under his breath, covered the butt of the gun with one hand, raised it toward the sky, and violently slashed it downward. The sky was instantly torn open, only to see a long rainbow like the sky, attacking towards the red-robed man. A flash of surprise flashed across the red-robed man's eyes. He wasn't intimidated by this attack in front of him, he just felt a little surprised. Loosening the hand that was controlling Lin Zhan, he slowly raised his right hand, and without dodging, grabbed towards that attack. With his bare hands, he grabbed it. Boo! The red-robed man directly grabbed that long rainbow with his bare hands, and violently exerted force in his hands. Chop! That attack, which was terrifying to the extreme in the eyes of the immortal king, was just shattered by the red-robed man, with a hard, bare-handed grip. Tensil. At this moment, all three of them were shocked to the point of staying on the spot, and had completely forgotten to make their next move. Surprise? What a surprise to me! The red-robed man had indifference in his eyes, and pointed at Lan Xiu. Three kinds of intentions. That's really good. That gun in your hand should be the rumored martial god gun. Since you can possess the martial god gun, then you are the youngest female martial god, the one rumored to be in the central state. And Lan Xiu looked at the red-robed man with a grave expression. The martial god gun in his hand gripped extremely tightly. Looks like I wasn't wrong in my guess. You are that female martial god. The red-robed man looked at Lan Xiu, who did not make a sound, and could also be very sure, and then opened his mouth very seriously and said, in that case, then you may leave. I will not kill you. What? And Lan Xiu's brows furrowed. She hadn't heard it wrong, had she? This person actually told her to leave? And Lan Xiu, somewhat in disbelief at this time, looked at the red-robed man and asked, doubtfully, you won't kill me? You're going to let me go? Why? Without answering, the red-robed man just shook his head and, kidding aside, a contemporary martial god was not something he could sway, let alone having to obliterate a martial god. This karma was not something he could afford, and Lan Xiu was also a little uncertain when she saw the red-robed man shaking his head. 3 breaths? If you don't leave in 3 breaths, I'll change my mind. The red-robed man looked at Lan Xiu, who was still standing in the same place without leaving, and intimidated him. After hearing this, Lan Xiu looked at Lin Zhan as well as Song Lucan, and after just a moment of contemplation, she turned around and swept towards the distance without hesitation. Lin Zhan and Song Lucan looked at the faraway Lan Xiu, and all that was left in their hearts was despair. Lin Zhan fiercely punched the ground, his heart filled with anger, and he looked viciously at Song Lucan, coldness in his eyes. Song Lucan noticed Lin Zhan's murderous gaze towards himself, and with a shock in his heart, he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes at all. If Song Lucan hadn't lured this person here, this wouldn't have happened now. Damn it! Damn it! Thinking of this, Lin Zhan really wanted to smash his fist on top of Song Lucan's face and wipe him out directly. But now, he, Lin Zhan, didn't want to die. Well, next, it's your turn. The red-robed man's icy voice rang in the ears of the two. After hearing this, the two of them only felt a chill in their hearts, completely unable to raise the slightest intention of resistance. The red-robed man's left hand was slightly raised, and his eyes were cold to the core. But just as the red-robed man was about to make a move, Lin Zhan directly stood up, arched his hand at the red-robed man, gritted his teeth and spoke. Senior, I know that you have a high level of cultivation and it's not something I can match, but I still want to ask Senior that you can let me go today. Ha! The red-robed man sneered twice and spoke. Release you? Humph. You think you're a martial god too? Saying that, the red-robed man, with a large hand, a large illusory hand, directly choked Lin Zhan's neck and lifted him up. Lin Zhan's face was pale at the moment, and he was grasping that big illusory hand, desperately trying to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, that big illusory hand didn't show any signs of loosening. Instead, it was grasping tighter and tighter. Lin Zhan's face was now rippling with veins above his face. He couldn't care about anything at this moment. At the critical moment, his right hand directly touched the token at his waist, and without hesitation, he directly crushed it. Swish! An energy blast sounded. and the large illusory hand that was pinching Lin Zhan directly dissipated, and Lin Zhan's body just fell straight down towards the ground. Just as Lin Zhan's body was about to smash on the ground, a large hand suddenly appeared behind him and pressed on top of his shoulder, steadily picking him up. Crown Prince, you're finally willing to crush that token. The old slave is really anxious to see it. Lin Zhan's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally fell after hearing this voice. Prince? The red-robed man was also a little uncertain when he heard that the old man who had suddenly appeared actually addressed Lin Zhan as the Crown Prince. Chapter 171, from this moment on, whether to kill or to stay. It's all up to you, take a day off. But at the moment he couldn't care less. His eyes were cold as he looked at the old man and opened his mouth, saying, Your Excellency, aren't you being a little too dismissive of me? Pust! A blast of energy rang out, and the red-robed man in midair was directly blasted to the ground. Knock! The earth directly cracked, and the ground even collapsed into a groove close to a meter deep. At this moment, the red-robed man was lying on his back in the middle of the alcove covered in wounds, looking extremely wretched. What kind of a thing are you to let the miscellaneous family put you in their eyes? Is it based on your high status within this chaotic star region? Or is it based on this immortal monarch 8th grade cultivation? The old man beside Lin Zhan looked at the red-robed man sprawled within the alcove with cold eyes and spoke with a face full of disdain. Phew! Phew! The red-robed man forced himself to endure the pain of his injuries and stood up within the alcove. The bottom of his eyes were filled with horror as he looked towards the old man beside Lin Zhan, and his heart was even more trembling with fear. And he opened his mouth in fear and said, your immortal dignity. As soon as these words came out, Song Luken, who was still panicking on the side, when he looked at the old man beside Lin Zhan, his face was already full of disbelief, but at this moment, his eyes were even widened directly. The old man did not pay any attention to what the red-robed man said, because from the beginning to the end, he simply did not place this red-robed man in front of him in his eyes at all. Turning his head, he looked at Lin Zhan beside him and respectfully opened his mouth and said, Crown Prince, is this man to be killed or kept? Lin Zhan lifted his eyes, and his eyes were chilly as they landed on the red-robed man in the distance. The red-robed man's heart tightened as he saw Lin Zhan's gaze, looking towards himself, and his face stiffened slightly. A drop of cold sweat even fell above his forehead. At this moment, even if the red-robed man was no longer stupid, he was still very close to knowing the relationship between this old man and Lin Zhan. Prince, the person who could be called a prince. Even if one thought about it with one's toes, one could figure out that in this desolate Milky Way realm, only those 3 empires among the 9 underworlds' heavenly kingdom, the sons and daughters of the country's lords, could be addressed as princes. Thinking of this, in the red-robed man's mind flashed back to the scene where he had just almost beaten Lin Zhan to death. At this moment, the red-robed man's legs directly went limp. Puff! The red-robed man went straight to his knees. At the moment in the red-robed man's mind, it was a complete blank. He knew that he had seriously injured a prince of one of the 3 great empires today, and there was no way back for him to go today, and he was bound to die without a chance of survival. Even if he resisted with all his might, he was facing a major empire among the 9 underworlds' heavenly kingdom. He, a small immortal monarch 8th rank, in front of such a behemoth, was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree, without any possibility of resistance. Kill! Lin Zhan's voice, which was cold to the extreme, rang out loudly in the quiet arena. The old man's figure, too, disappeared as Lin Zhan's words fell. The red-robed man was greatly harmed, although he already knew that he was bound to die today. When he actually heard Lin Zhan's voice, he could not hide the fear in his heart and wanted to escape. But just as the red-robed man was about to stand up, his pupils instantly contracted and a splash of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. When he looked down, he saw that a short knife had been inserted into the red-robed man's abdomen, and that short knife happened to be bad enough to be stuck right inside his dantian. The red-robed man's eyes were full of disbelief, and his hands gripped the hilt of the short sword in a death grip. Sound of escaping laughter. Before the red-robed man could react, the short knife that was inserted above his chest was directly drawn out by a strong energy and suspended in the old man's hand. Immediately after that, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his left hand formed a fist and instantly smashed over towards the ground. Boo! The ground cracked violently, and a huge stone thorn darted out above the ground. The old man's big hand closed, only to see that above the ground those several huge stone thorns rushed towards the red-robed man, and stabbed over. No! No! The red-robed man looked at the countless stone spikes in front of him, his eyes filled with despair. Click! Several sounds rang out, and at this moment, the red-robed man's entire body, which was almost broken, was zapped beyond recognition, and dead. The old man's figure flickered once more and he arrived in front of Lin Zhan, respectfully saying, Crown Prince, it's all been taken care of. The old slave will escort the Crown Prince. to the Spirit Sky Empire to heal his wounds. With that, the old man was directly about to return with Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan, however, waved his hand and said, "The person who injured me is indeed dead, but my anger has not been completely quelled." Although the old man was a bit puzzled, he still stood respectfully at the side. Lin Zhan's gaze was icy cold, and killing intent filled his body above his circumference. Seeing this, Song Luchen's eyes narrowed slightly, and without any hesitation, he directly took out a talisman and quickly affixed it to his body. The talisman dissipated, and in just a breath of time, Song Luchen's figure disappeared directly into thin air. Lin Zhan looked at the direction Song Luchen had disappeared in. His eyes didn't show any eagerness. There was only calmness. "Stop him." Lin Zhan opened his mouth indifferently, as if he was just talking about an insignificant and minuscule matter. The old man behind him nodded lightly, and his left hand formed a palm, slightly pressing downward. Boo! The space around them all shattered, and the starfield trembled slightly. Click! Within the starfield, the deepest space directly collapsed, and Song Luchen's figure fell down above, spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood. Anum! Bang! Lin Zhan's foot directly stepped on top of Song Luchen's abdomen. Continuously stepping on it, his eyes were incredibly cold, and he coldly said, "Damned thing, if it wasn't for you, a waste of space, luring an immortal monarch here, I wouldn't have gotten into such a mess today." Saying that, Lin Zhan's feet once again increased in strength by quite a bit. Song Luchen's face showed pain, and a splash of blood flowed directly from the corner of his mouth. Even so, Song Luchen never said a word from the beginning to the end, because he knew that whatever he said now was no longer of any use. Seeing that Song Luchen had no intention of speaking, the anger in Lin Zhan's heart grew even more intense at this point. "You seek death." After Lin Zhan finished speaking, he kicked directly towards Song Luchen's abdomen. Pust! Song Luchen didn't make any precautions, because he found that he could no longer mobilize the power within his body, and couldn't feel a trace of. He could only allow that kick to land on top of his abdomen, and Song Luchen's entire body directly rubbed against the ground and slid out tens of meters away. Looking at Song Luchen, who was curled up on the ground in the distance, the anger in Lin Zhan's heart did not decrease by half. Clenched the fist in his hand, looked at the distant Song Luchen sinisterly, without hesitation, a healthy step under the foot. The figure shot out sharply, a fist directly towards Song Luchen, blasted the past. Chapter 172, You could have lived, but you chose to die. Lin Zhan shouted under his breath. "Today, you will die." Song Luchen, who was lying on the ground, also developed a feeling of powerlessness within his heart when he saw Lin Zhan with such a heavy killing intent, killing towards himself. After all, given Song Luchen's current situation, he wasn't too different from an ordinary person right now. Not to mention, he was now facing Lin Zhan. If he were to receive that punch in his current physical condition, then Song Luchen would surely die. Song Luchen's eyes stared straight at Lin Zhan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lin Zhan's punch had already arrived before Song Luchen's face, only 3 inches away, but Song Luchen's eyes still didn't blink. But at that moment, the underworld coffin, dressed in black, suddenly appeared in front of Song Luchen. Without any hesitation, with an extremely fast and incomparable speed, one hand directly choked Lin Zhan's neck, and with a big hand, he directly lifted Lin Zhan's body viciously over his head. "Ah! Who? Let go of me." Lin Zhan was completely unaware of what was happening right now. He only felt that his neck was suddenly grabbed by a large hand, and his entire body, directly, was lifted up. When he raised his eyes, he could already see that a man in black was holding his neck in a death grip. Lin Zhan desperately shook his body, and his mouth was still shouting. It happened so quickly that everyone didn't react. Even that old man had failed to detect even a hint of that black-robed man's aura. "Prince!" The old man shouted under his breath, and his eyes were grave to the extreme. At the moment he realized it, he could already see that Lin Zhan was being choked to death by the man in black. Song Luchen, who was lying on the ground, was also at a loss when he saw this scene in front of him, completely unaware of what had happened. With a slight change in his eyes, Song Luchen was overjoyed in his heart, and he was now surprised to find that all of his cultivation, in fact, had been restored. Although he didn't know why, Song Luchen knew that if he ran now, he could guarantee that he had a very high chance of surviving. "Fellow Daoist, who you are, miscellaneous family doesn't care, but if you do this, it may bring you the trouble of killing yourself. If you are sensible, please put the person down. The miscellaneous family will definitely not take it into account, and pretend that this matter has never happened. What do you think?" The old man's eyes were very vigilant at the moment as he looked at the man in black. Because Lin Zhan was now in his hands, the old man didn't dare to make a move right now. He could only talk nicely to the man in black. "Oh, humph." Underworld Coffin's face was incomparably cold. He completely did not put that old man in his eyes and did not care about him at all. Looking at Lin Zhan, who was still struggling in his hands, he opened his mouth grimly and said, "You could have lived, but you chose to die, so there's nothing I can do about it, and since that was your own choice, you can go on your way without fear." After the underworld coffin finished speaking, the strength in his hands continued to increase, and in just a moment's time, Lin Zhan's neck was already bruised, and his face was even paler. His mouth was open, wanting to open his mouth to say something, but no matter how hard he tried, Lin Zhan failed to utter a single word. "Prince!" The old man was also anxious after seeing that the man in black actually made a direct move. His voice was suppressed to an extremely low level as he gazed at the man in black, threateningly saying that, "Kid, if you dare to kill him today, I can guarantee that you will die a very miserable death, and even those who are related to you will also die, even if it's your 9 clans. Execute my 9 clans? Oh, just by you?" Underworld Coffin looked at the old man with slanted eyes. Not a trace of fear could be seen on his face, all he had was a sarcastic smile. The old man stared tightly at the Underworld Coffin, his fists clenched tightly, and he spoke harshly, "And, I know you won't believe it, but you should be well aware of the intimidating power of the 4 words, Spirit Sky Empire, right? I might as well tell you that the person in your hands is none other than the Crown Prince of my Spirit Sky Empire, the future human emperor. To release or not to release, you should know better than anyone by now." After saying that, the old man had an attitude of being emboldened. He was very sure that as long as he said Lin Zhan's identity, the man in black would definitely not dare to make a move on Lin Zhan, and could only obediently release Lin Zhan. "Prince?" The Undercoffin spoke casually. However, just this casual sentence, placed in the ears of the old man, was interpreted as fear, a lofty attitude, looking at the black-clothed man, as if to say, "What, now you know you're afraid?" But just when the old man thought that the man in black would inevitably release Lin Zhan, the Underworld Coffin just sneered, and instantly exerted force in his hands. Only a click was heard, and the sound of crisp bones breaking resounded in the arena. Lin Zhan, who was still struggling hard, his body directly went limp, like a dead dog, being lifted in the hands of the Underworld Coffin. The old man had stayed in place at this moment. He had not expected at all that this man in black would actually dare to kill him, the Crown Prince of the Spirit Sky Empire. He could not believe it at all that this man in black actually did not give him the face of the Spirit Sky Empire in the slightest. Knock! Hades' coffin casually put the body of Lin Battle in his hands, and threw it on the ground, and with a very flat look in his eyes, he looked at the old man, and opened his mouth and said, "I'm killing it now, so you're going to be ready to plan what now, eh?" It was only when the old man saw Lin Zhan's body, thrown on the ground, that the old man reacted, but he still didn't want to believe what had just happened. But nay, Lin Zhan was already dead. "Prince!" the old man hissed at the top of his voice, continuously shouting. At this moment, his hands were already clenched tightly, and there was a continuous, crunching sound coming from within his fists. When his eyes looked at the Underworld Coffin, the killing intent in his eyes even turned into substance. He knew that if Lin Battle died, the Spirit Sky Empire would inevitably not let him go either, and there was only one thing he could do now. Murder, atonement. "Kid, you deserve to die. No matter who comes today, you will die." After the old man finished speaking, a terrifying energy around his body directly surged up, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The Underworld Coffin, on the other hand, was unimpressed and looked at the disappearing old man with even more disdain in his eyes. With one step, one could only see an aura that was several times more terrifying than the energy released by the old man, directly spreading out towards the surroundings. Wow! Wherever the breath passed, the floating island instantly crumbled, and even the space was directly abraded. Boo! A space was directly shattered, and without any warning, the old man's figure was directly blasted out. It was only when he crashed through a spatial crack that the old man's figure gradually stopped coming to a. Song Luchin said in his heart as he saw the scene in front of him. Good chance! Without any hesitation, Song Luchin directly took out 2 talismans, stuck them on his body, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Sound of escaping laughter. Chapter 173, Upper Domain Quotas. The first and second arise. A large mouthful of blood was spat out in the old man's mouth, and his face was filled with shock. How is it possible? How could this person's strength be so strong? At this moment, the old man's pupils contracted steeply, looking at the distant Underworld Coffin with astonishment in his heart. To repel the mongrels with a single kick, then this person's strength is likely to be at least above the 4th rank of Xian Tianzun. Thinking of this, the old man frowned. He knew that with his own strength, it was bound to be impossible for him to be a match for the man in black. The best way now, that was only to retreat. Although the old man knew that even if he was able to return to the Spirit Sky Empire, He would be convicted of a great crime for his failure to protect the life of the crown prince, and maybe even death, too. But the old man was willing. Subsequently, without any hesitation, the old man's figure instantly shifted out tens of thousands of miles, skimming forward at an extremely fast speed. Run? Do you think you can run away? Underworld Coffin's face was incomparably cold. Not the slightest emotion could be seen in his eyes. As he took one step, the space under his feet directly collapsed, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Tens of thousands of miles away, the old man's figure was flying forward at a rapid pace, when suddenly the old man's face sank and his figure stopped directly in midair. Raise your eyes. Only the figure of the underworld coffin was already standing firmly in the void. The old man's eyes condensed. He knew that if he wanted to escape in the hands of this kind of existence, if he didn't spend some cost, it would not be very possible at all. To escape. Without hesitating, the old man turned his wrist slightly and a short knife appeared in his hand. Looking at the coffin of the underworld in front of him, he said with some confidence, saying, "Kid, the miscellaneous family knows that your strength is very strong, and even much stronger than the miscellaneous family, but you have to know that the immortal elder is not that good to kill. If you are so stubborn, even if you can kill the miscellaneous family dare to guarantee that you won't be any better. The miscellaneous family will definitely peel off a layer of your skin down. You have to think clearly." Hearing this, Undercoffin smiled involuntarily and, "Peeling off a layer of my skin? Is it by virtue of your rootless body? Or by virtue of your cultivation of this tiny immortal dignity first grade?" After hearing this, the old man's eyes were instantly filled with anger. This was his most taboo thing. No one had ever dared to say this in front of him. This time, the old man was really a bit angry. "Kid, I know you're strong, but your strength won't exceed the 4th rank of Immortal Zune at the most. Am I right? And I do believe you have the strength to keep me here, but the price is definitely not something you can afford. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, just now I have already transmitted all the news here, all of them to the Spirit Sky Empire. If there are no accidents, I think that in about 3 hours, the strongest person from the Spirit Sky Empire will come in person. At that time, you will die a horrible death. Just the crime of killing the Crown Prince alone is enough for you to die 100 times, but if you run away now before it's too late, I think you should be able to live for 1 or 2 more days." When the old man finished speaking, he looked at the undercoffin with a teasing expression, because he knew that the undercoffin was bound to run. "Finished?" Styx Coffin said faintly. The old man froze. He didn't see any look of trepidation on the face of the undercoffin. Bland. It's so bland. Seeing that the undercoffin was behaving so flatly, a bad premonition flashed through the old man's mind unconsciously, but he still nodded and said, said it." The corners of the mouth of the underworld coffin lifted slightly. His right hand slowly lifted up, palm facing the sky, and a flash of blood-red color flashed in his eyes as he softly said, "Up." As soon as the words fell, a blood-red formation suddenly appeared beneath the old man's feet. The old man's face changed drastically, and he immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he was about to flee, he only saw that within the formation, a pitch-black iron chain shot off at great speed and directly wrapped around the neck of the old man's foot. With one hand, the old man, who was about to fly away, was forcibly pulled back above the ground. The old man was shocked in his eyes, and without hesitation, the short knife in his hand cut directly towards the chain. Bang! The sound of metal being exchanged rang out and sparks flew, but when the old man slashed twice, when he looked at the chain did not move. Not even a single slash mark was left. The old man was even more greatly harmed at this moment. Underworld Coffin just smiled kindly and moved his right hand slightly. The formation underneath that old man's feet, red light appeared, only to see a dark iron chain, drilled out in the formation, flying towards the old man to wind up. The old man was once again startled, and the energy in his body poured out, forming a shield in an attempt to stop it. But in just an instant's effort, those several chains directly broke that energy shield around the old man, and without stopping, they dedentedly wrapped around the old man's circumference. Even the old man's neck had been wrapped around the chain several times. His face was even redder than ever, and breathing became extremely difficult. Without even looking at it, Undercoffin casually turned around, raised his hand above his head, and snapped his fingers. Only a clunking sound was heard from behind him, and the figure of Undercoffin disappeared directly into thin air. Central State, Tianxian Continent, the border between the two places, outside the chaotic star domain, and Lan Xiu's figure flew out within the chaotic star field. All the people of the great powers present did not feel any surprise when they saw that Lan Xiu was the first to walk out. After all, who didn't know that she was a martial god? The youngest martial god. And Lan Xiu didn't care what these people thought, and didn't care about the gazes of these people, and came straight to the upper domain emissary. Handing the token in her hand to the upper domain emissary, The emissary of the upper domain took the token handed over by Lan Xiu, and after surveying it for a moment, a smile appeared on top of his face, and with an appreciative gaze, he looked at Lan Xiu and said, "You are the youngest generation of female martial god in this so-called tens of thousands of years." And Lan Xiu, right? And Lan Xiu nodded and said, "Exactly. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I think that in the future, with your achievements, you will definitely reach a height that even the successive generations of martial gods have not yet reached." The emissary of the upper domain smiled with satisfaction and said with a very favorable look in his eyes, "You flatter me, Lord Emissary." And Lan Xiu said somewhat modestly, "Ha ha ha." The emissary of the upper domain smiled faintly. "Not bad, after becoming a martial god so young, and still being so humble and knowing how to advance and retreat. In the future, your path will inevitably be a long, long one." Just as the two were still talking, a voice from the crowd rang out at that moment. Look, 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 someone else is walking out." When the crowd heard these words, all of their gazes all looked towards where the border of the chaotic star region was, and even the upper domain emissary and Lan Xiu also looked over towards that side. They wanted to know who the second one to walk out would be. Swish! A talisman flew out within the chaotic star field at great speed. The talisman dissipated, and Song Luchen's figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Chapter 174. It's not that your talent isn't good, it's that your yuan score hasn't arrived. Ha! Who is this guy? No way. Haven't seen this guy before. When they saw the second teenager who walked out, many people were puzzled and voiced out. Basically, they had never seen Song Luchen's face, so they didn't recognize who Song Luchen really was. "My son." At that moment, Song Qiming's voice rang out in the crowd, and the gazes of everyone present all fell on Song Qiming when they heard it. "That teenager is the young master of Bright Moon Mansion. Song Luchen? It should be. Didn't you hear? Song Qiming could have called someone son. Oh my god. So this Bright Moon house is going to take off. The crowd was talking about you and me." And Lan Xiu, who was beside the messenger of the upper domain, after seeing that Song Luchen actually came out alive, immediately showed a surprised color above his face, and spoke in a low voice, saying, "I can't believe he's not dead." Die? Without realizing it, the emissary of the upper domain seemed to have heard a voice and turned his head to look at Lan Xiu beside him and asked, Did you say anything?" When Lan Xiu saw the upper domain emissary looking at himself, he immediately shook his head, revealing a puzzled expression. "Elder, I didn't say anything just now. What's wrong?" "It's okay, maybe I misheard you." The upper domain emissary turned his head back, although he was a bit puzzled. When Lan Xiu saw that the upper domain emissary was no longer looking at himself, his gaze once again looked at Song Luchen. Song Qiming dodged and came directly in front of Song Luchen. After seeing the intact Song Luchen, Song Qiming's hanging heart was completely relieved. Opening his arms, he directly hugged Song Luchen, and spoke with great excitement, saying, "Chen, you really didn't let me down." Just before Song Qiming finished his words, Song Luchen directly screamed in pain. Song Qiming was a bit puzzled, but the next moment immediately saw the clues. Tightly holding Song Luchen's arms immediately loosened. Looking up and down, Song Luchen, anxious and concerned, asked, "And, Chen, you hurt?" Song Luchen, on the other hand, smiled without a care in the world. "It's alright, father, don't worry too much. It's just a few minor injuries, but I'm still very lucky. Within the chaotic starfield, I almost thought I'd never come back. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of me and saved me, and then that man in black wrestled with the man. Although I don't know why that man in black saved me, so I didn't think much about it, and directly took advantage of the chaos. I ran out." When Song Qiming heard this, he immediately knew why, but he didn't say much, so he just patted Song Luchen's shoulder and, "Son, didn't I tell you? Father will keep you alive." Song Luchen had long since thrown the words that Song Qiming had said earlier to the back of his mind. He simply felt that he had been very lucky, and did not understand the meaning of Song Qiming's words. Also did not care Song Qiming now this sentence. A big hand flip. A special molded token appeared in the hands of Song Luchen, placed in front of the eyes of Song Qiming, said, "Dad, look." After Song Qiming saw the token in Song Luchen's hand, his eyes were wide open, and he was even more excited inwardly, directly hugging Song Luchen, looking very excited. "Worthy of being my good son. Manhwa House will surely become famous in the world when it is handed over to you in the future." Song Luchen screamed in pain once again. Song Qiming had just been overly excited, and it was only then that he reacted to the fact that Song Luchen was still injured, so he immediately let go of his hand, and asked with some concern, "It's father's carelessness. Father just got too excited and forgot about it for a while. Are you alright, Chen?" Song Lucan shook his head. It's okay, father. Didn't I tell you? It's just a few minor injuries. Song Chiming smiled faintly, looking at Song Lucan with a proud face. Go on. Song Lucan nodded and walked over in the direction of the upper domain emissary. Arriving in front of the upper domain emissary, Song Lucan, filled with excitement, handed over the special token in his hand to the upper domain emissary. The emissary of the upper domain took the special token in Song Lucan's hand and placed it on his hand to look at it. Then the emissary of the upper domain sized up Song Lucan again and said, average roots, average strength, but your talent is not bad, and you're still a second-grade talisman master, but it's still not enough to look at. However, since you were able to get this special token, it means that your chances are not bad. Song Lucan stood with his hands in front of his chest and bowed to the upper domain envoy. Many thanks for the guidance from the upper domain emissary. The latecomer will definitely work hard and will definitely not fail the chance bestowed upon the latecomer by this token. Stand aside, the emissary of the upper domain said casually, and then didn't pay any attention to Song Lucan. Lord Upper Domain. Lord Upper Domain. Ha ha ha. Just as Song Lucan was about to step aside, Song Chiming's voice rang out in the distance, laughing as he ran towards the upper domain emissary. Dad? When Song Lucan saw his father running towards the side at this time, his eyes were full of puzzlement and he was about to open his mouth. Song Chiming's figure had already arrived in front of the upper domain emissary. Song Chiming smiled kindly at the upper domain emissary, cautiously observing the surroundings for a moment, and then very carefully placed a spatial ring in the upper domain emissary's hand. No one in the room noticed. For his part, the messenger from the upper domain acted a bit puzzled. Building Master Song. What is the meaning of this? Song Chiming said with a complimentary smile on his face. Upper domain lord, you don't be too formal. This is little Song's a little bit of intention. Canine son is a bit stupid. The trip to the upper domain also please the upper domain lord can take care of one or two. Little Song also can put down the heart. The emissary of the upper domain touched the spatial ring in his hand and after checking it out, his face revealed some smiles and patted Song Chiming's shoulder, saying, what are you talking about, Mistress Song? Just this talent of the young master of the Bright Moon Mansion alone has already surpassed countless people, and is not something that can be compared to ordinary people. This seat only needs a little guidance. Your son's path in the future will definitely be green. Ha ha, building Master Song can rest assured. Ha ha ha, since the Lord of the Upper Domain has said so, then what is there for little Song to be uneasy about? Ha ha ha. After Song Chiming finished speaking, he pushed Song Lucan beside him and gave him a wink. Song Lucan was uncertain at first, but when he saw Song Chiming's wink, he immediately understood what was going on. Without any hesitation, he once again bowed to the messenger of the upper domain and respectfully said, Senior Song Lucan will definitely not let Lord Upper Domain down, and will definitely cultivate diligently to be worthy of Lord Upper Domain's teachings to Senior. Ha ha ha, well, this seat really didn't look away. The emissary of the upper domain gently patted Song Lucan's shoulder, revealing a very favorable look. Chapter 175. What do you mean he's not dead? Is it wrong for him to be alive? Then little Song will leave Lord Upper Domain alone for now. Song Chiming arched his hand at the upper domain envoy. The upper domain emissary nodded in satisfaction. Song Chiming then turned toward the crowd. The emissary of the upper domain put away the ring in his hand and looked at Song Lucan with a smile on his face. It's a complete departure from before. Just stand by on Lan Xiu's side for now, and after an hour, I'll take the two of you to the upper domain. Yes, Lord Upper Domain. After arching his hand at him, Song Lucan walked over to stand beside Lan Xiu, and Lan Xiu glanced at Song Lucan, and Song Lucan glanced at Lan Xiu. Neither of them opened their mouths to speak, they just stood there, and Lan Xiu looked at Song Lucan again. She hadn't expected Song Lucan to make it out of the chaotic star region alive at all. How could it be? He and Lin Zhan were clearly targeted by that kind of powerhouse, so how could Song Lucan be fine at all and come out so safely? Even if that powerhouse spared them, but why did only Song Lucan come out by himself? And what about Lin Battle? What exactly happened? And Lan Xiu thought for half a day, but couldn't figure out why exactly. She was now eager to find out what had happened after she had left, and why Song Lucan hadn't done anything at all. After pondering for a long time, and Lan Xiu still took the lead in transmitting his voice to Song Lucan and opened his mouth to ask, "You're not dead? What?" Song Lucan froze for a moment when he heard Lan Xiu's voice in his head. What do you mean he's not dead? Is it wrong that he's alive? Although he thought so, Song Lucan still turned his head to look at Lan Xiu and similarly transmitted his voice, saying, "Does the fact that Mr. Song didn't die today make an martial god so surprised?" And Lan Xiu's brows tightened as she once again transmitted her voice. "And, very surprising indeed. I really want to know now, with you being an immortal king 2nd grade, How on earth did you escape in the hands of that kind of existence? Ha! Song Luchen shook his head and laughed lightly. How I escaped? Is that what an martial god wants to know? Then I also really want to ask an martial god now. You and I are both from the central state. After you escaped, did you inform the outside world of my murder? And Lanchu didn't pay any attention to it, but said, quite frankly, it's true that I didn't inform it to the outside. It's my business. You don't seem to have the right to interfere. Indeed. Song Lucan smiled silently and lightly mockingly. I indeed have no right to interfere in the affairs of the Anwu god. So if that's the case, why would the Anwu god even ask me? This statement was made, and Lanchio turned her head violently, looked at Song Lucan with cold eyes, and lowered her voice, saying, You're very good. Worthy of being the second most popular person on the Central State Heaven's Pride ranking. You really have a lot of character, but I hope that after Lin Battle comes out, you'll still be as relaxed as you are now. You should know what I'm talking about. Yes? Song Lucan was completely just disdainful. Could you really think that if I can walk out safely, Lin Zhan will also walk out safely? What do you mean by that? And Lan Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment, she was even more somewhat puzzled. What do I mean? Could you, as an Anvishan, not understand? Song Luchen had a clear face and didn't care about An Lan Xiu's feelings at all. The look An Lan Xiu was giving Song Luchen at the moment was very unpleasant. Get your facts straight or else. Oh, Song Luchen directly snuffed out An Lan Xiu's voice transmission, no longer bothering to pay attention to any of An Lan Xiu's words. Even if An Lan Xiu was a martial god, Song Lucan was not the least bit used to her. Even if she wanted to make a move now, Song Lucan was not the least bit afraid, because Song Luchen knew very well that she, An Lan Xiu, would never do anything in front of the upper domain emissary. Even if An Lan Xiu really made a move, Song Lucan wouldn't panic in the slightest, because he had a token. He was one of the places in the upper domain, and the upper domain emissary would certainly not care. What's more, the emissary of the upper domain had received so many immortal crystals from his bright moon house. Even if he didn't look at the face of his upper domain quota, Song Luchen also believed that the upper domain emissary, for the sake of so many immortal crystals, would definitely step in to bail him out. So the current Song Luchen was not at all flustered and confident, and Lan Xiu's right fist was clenched tightly after seeing Song Luchen in this current state, itching to kill Song Luchen with a direct punch right now. But An Lan Xiu knew that in this current situation, it was absolutely impossible for her to make a move. After all, so many people of great power were present and watching. If she really made a move, it would definitely degrade the name of the martial god. Song Luchen, I'll remember you. I won't move you now, so feel free to do as you please. But when we get to the upper domain, I'll see who can still protect you. And Lan Xiu gave Song Luchen a sinister look, his fists clenched with killing intent. How much longer? Isn't it almost time? Someone in the quiet crowd spoke up at that moment. Depending on the time, it should be soon. Someone looked up at the time and said, Strange, the time is almost up. Why did only 2 people come out with the token? Did no one find the third token? No way. I squatted here for a day all. Back and forth so many people out. Just saw that martial arts god, and the Bright Moon Building's son found the token. Yes, it's really strange. I've heard that the Crown Prince of the Spirit Sky Empire, the future human emperor, but he also went in. The Crown Prince of the Spirit Sky Empire? Just that Crown Prince whose strength is comparable to that of a contemporary martial god? Yes. By now it hasn't come out yet. With his strength it shouldn't be. The one from the Bright Moon House has come out. So the Crown Prince will not be able to come out? The crowd spoke curiously, all discussing who the third person out would be. TSK, the messenger of the upper domain, looking at the hour, and then at the place where the border of the chaotic star domain was, also shook his head in disappointment and, it seems that there are only 2 people in the desolate meadow realm this time. With a big wave of his hand, the noisy crowd instantly became quiet. The emissary of the upper domain spoke flatly. Ladies and gentlemen, the hour has come and gone. And there will only be 2 people who will obtain a place in the upper domain this time. Martial God An Lan Xiu, and Bright Moon Tower Song Luchen. As the words fell, Song Qiming was the only one in the crowd with a smile on his face, while everyone else had a forlorn look. There was nothing to be done about it. Who could not make their own heirs shine for themselves? But after just a moment of disappointment, there were already some people of power who had come to Song Qiming in advance to show their goodwill. Song Qiming was also smiling, enjoying this feeling very much. The emissary of the upper domain glanced at An Lan Xiu, Song Lucan and said, Let's go. Follow me back to the upper domain. After the upper domain emissary finished speaking, he waved his hand, only to see a light appear directly under the feet of An Lan Xiu as well as Song Lucan, and their bodies were directly dragged up by that light.